By heavens! I suddenly sprang up from the grass, my palms pressed against the damp earth, my nostrils filled with the fresh fragrance of grass and wildflowers. Just 3 seconds ago, I had been engrossed in a Dragon Ball Super fanfiction at my computer, yet now I found myself amidst the undulating peaks of Baozi Mountain, its iconic bun-shaped summit glimmering golden in the morning sun. Ding! God-tier sign-in system activated successfully. A translucent light screen unfolded before my eyes. Host: Lin Yuan. Combat power: 5. Ordinary Earthling. Skills: none. Available sign-in locations today: Baozi Mountain. Newbie benefits: choose one. I pinched my thigh hard. The pain was so real it made me want to cry. I had truly traversed into the world of Dragon Ball. System, explain the functions. I commanded, suppressing my wildly beating heart. The screen refreshed immediately. 1. Daily sign-in. Different locations trigger special rewards. 2. Achievement system. Rare items awarded for first-time event completion. 3. Special notice. Rewards from this system can exceed the original worldview limits without hesitation. I clicked the sign-in button for Baozi Mountain, and 3 options appeared. Option A: Saiyan Basic Physique, Combat Power 1000. Option B: 10 share of Capsule Corporation. Option C: Random Dragon Ball Radar, 1 to 7 stars. I choose A. I nearly shouted. Having consumed countless fanfictions, I understood that strength was the ultimate truth in the world of Dragon Ball, but a sudden surge of heat erupted within me, and my muscle fibers vibrated like taut strings. As the pain subsided, the system displayed my combat power as 1005, and my vision sharpened to the point where I could see the veins of leaves 100 meters away. Is this the body of a Saiyan? I attempted to throw a punch, and the air whistled with a sharp crack. Suddenly, a familiar cry from a girl echoed from afar. Ah! Let go of my Dragon Ball. Following the sound through the woods, I beheld an unforgettable scene. A blue-haired girl cornered by a dinosaur beneath a tree, her short skirt muddied, while a small figure in an orange GI, little Goku, approached with a fishing rod in hand. Bulma! I exclaimed. Both turned their heads simultaneously. The dinosaur seized the opportunity to open its massive jaws, and I instinctively charged forward. My body moved faster than I could comprehend, and before I realized it, the creature's teeth were lodged in my arm. Astonishingly, my skin remained unbroken. Huh! With an uppercut, the 3-meter-tall dinosaur soared into the sky, transforming into a mere star. Ding! Achievement unlocked. First time defeating an enemy. Reward: Combat Instinct. Predict enemy movements 30. Bulma collapsed to the ground, the 4-star Dragon Ball rolling to my feet. Little Goku, on guard, assumed a fighting stance. Who are you? Here to steal the Dragon Balls too? My name is Lin Yuan. I bent down to pick up the Dragon Ball, and, seeing the fear in Bulma's eyes, returned it to her. I just happened to pass by. A special prompt from the system suddenly appeared. Scene task: touch Bulma's hair for 3 seconds. Reward: beginner's proficiency in technology, can repair basic machinery. As Bulma took the Dragon Ball, I feigned concern, asking, "Are you all right?" and naturally brushed away a leaf from her hair, deliberately lingering a few extra seconds with my fingers. Task completed. Reward: beginner's proficiency in technology, including basic principles of Capsule Corporation. Bulma's eyes suddenly lit up. Wait. That punch you threw. She pulled out a glasses-like detector. You actually have a combat power of 1000. Little Goku immediately bounced over. Higher than mine? Let's spar. First, tend to your wounds. I diverted the topic, glancing at Bulma's scraped leg. Drawing from modern knowledge, I found some anti-inflammatory herbs nearby, crushed them with a stone, and applied them to her wound. Bulma looked at me in astonishment. You know medicine? Somewhat, I smiled, pulling out a lighter from my pocket. Would you like to see something more interesting? As flames leaped from the metallic box, both natives were left agape. Bulma grabbed my wrist. Can you sell that to me? Or, would you be willing to be my bodyguard? My father will pay you well. The system timely presented a new prompt. Continuous sign-in task activated. Follow Bulma for 3 days. Phase rewards. 1. Principles of Dragon Ball Radar 2. Design blueprint for Gravity Room 3. Random Scion skill. As the sun set, we sat around a bonfire. Bulma was diligently recording my modern invention ideas with an electronic pen, while little Goku marveled at instant noodles. So, I took a bite of the bread produced from the Capsule Corporation. Could I catch a ride with you? I am quite intrigued by Shinron. Bulma mischievously winked. Sure, but you must handle the monsters we encounter on the way. Ding! Tomorrow's sign-in location detected. Kame House. Upcoming reward. Kamehameha, system modified version. As the night breeze rustled through the treetops, I clenched my fists, gazing at the starry sky. Since I had arrived in this world, Frisia, Cell, and all the formidable fighters would become mere stepping stones in my ascent. Chapter 2. An enhanced version of the Turtle School's Kamehameha. Is this the vast ocean? Little Wukong pressed his face against the car window, his nose flattened against the glass. A sight far grander than the pond beside the village, 1,000 times larger. Bulma rolled her eyes. Don't let your drool drip onto my leather seats. She deftly turned the steering wheel as the yacht-like capsule car sliced through the azure waters, the silhouette of Kame House already visible in the distance. I fiddled with the remnants of my lighter in my pocket, a token of Bulma's temporary trust exchanged last night. Suddenly, the system's light screen flickered at the edge of my vision. Consecutive check-in progress. 13. Current follow time. 19 hours 42 minutes. Would that old turtle truly impart martial arts to us? Bulma scoffed. My father said he was a legendary figure in his youth. No sooner had she spoken than the sea erupted in a colossal splash. A bald old man, bearing a turtle shell on his back, stood atop a sea turtle, his sunglasses reflecting a dubious light. Beautiful lady. He appeared at the car window in an instant, his nose almost poking into Bulma's collar. Might I have the pleasure of admiring your... I swiftly seized his collar and yanked him back. The turtle sage landed in the back seat like a rag doll, his glasses skewed. Combat instinct triggered. Success rate of anticipating lewd actions, 50. Clearing his throat. The turtle sage adjusted his spectacles and suddenly squinted at me. Young man, the energy flowing within you is no ordinary chi. The sea turtle slowly crawled onto the car's hood. Master Wu Tian, they are here for the Dragon Balls. The air thickened instantly. Little Wukong had already assumed a combat stance. Yet I pressed down on his shoulder. Indeed, we are collecting Dragon Balls. However, this lady, I gestured towards Bulma. Her father is willing to exchange the latest issue of a magazine as compensation. Bulma's eyes widened. When did I say that? The turtle sage snorted. 2 jets of hot air escaping his nostrils, trembling as he retrieved an orange-red orb from his shell. If you mean the latest issue of the swimsuit special with a bonus poster. Ding. Moral dilemma triggered. Option A. Deceive to obtain the Dragon Ball. Subsequent decline in Bulma's affection. Option B. Speak the truth. Triggers Turtle Sage trial quest. I inhaled deeply. Actually, there is no magazine. As Bulma exhaled in relief, I added, but I can help you repair that. I pointed to the rusty robot made under the eaves of Kame House. The Turtle Sage's glasses glinted coldly. That RX-3 has been broken for decades. If it's the energy core that's aging. I approached the shore, the knowledge of mechanical engineering bestowed by the system surfacing in my mind. A simple replacement with a seaweed-powered module should suffice. Basic technology mastery activated. Target detected as housekeeping robot. 20 minutes later, as the robot maid approached with chilled juice in hand, the turtle sage was moved to tears. From this day forth, you shall be my second disciple of the Kame School. Achievement unlocked. Novice mechanic. Reward. Kame School basic affection level 30. As night descended, I wandered alone to the beach. The system's light screen popped up punctually. Check-in location detected. Kame House. Would you like to check in immediately? Check-in. A surge of golden light flowed into my body, and countless Kamehameha energy paths unfurled in my mind. Unlike the original Kamehameha, which required prolonged charging, the system's enhanced version allowed me to store energy within my meridians. Reward. Instant Kamehameha, 40 reduced consumption. Additional note. Multiple Kamehameha waves can be unlocked through practice. I attempted to condense the energy in my palm, and a blue-white energy sphere took shape instantaneously. With a gentle shout, a beam of light rent the night sky, erupting into a colossal water spout on the sea a kilometer away. Not bad. The turtle sage's voice came from behind, leaning on his cane, exuding a sense of mastery under the moonlight, though his technique was rather rigid. He suddenly raised his hand, and a slender yet refined Kamehameha wave sliced past my ear. 300 meters away, a seashell the size of a bottle cap was precisely shattered. From tomorrow, you shall begin special training. As the old man turned, a lewd smile crept across his face. If you could help me acquire Miss Bulma's. Master Wu Tian. I interrupted in time. I heard you have a technique known as the binding spell. The next morning, I was startled awake by the suffocating weight pressing down on me. Upon opening my eyes, I found little Wukong sprawled across my belly, drool soaking my t-shirt. Breakfast is ready. Bulma's scream was akin to an air raid siren. We dashed into the dining room, where the robot maid was already frying the 10th portion of eggs. The turtle sage tapped the table, the first lesson of special training. He abruptly lifted the tablecloth, revealing a pile of Playboy magazines underneath, to cultivate your willpower against temptation. Bulma's frying pan accurately struck the bald head, creating a puff of smoke. The real training commenced in the afternoon. As little Wukong ran laps on the beach, the turtle sage led me to the coral reefs. Feel the flow of chi. His palm pressed against my back. There lies a dormant energy within you, reminiscent of the legendary Bardock. I was startled. Was this the Saiyan physique bestowed by the system? Now, use the Kamehameha against the waves. After 3 hours of continuous practice, the system suddenly prompted. Detected host continuously using the same skill. Unlocking hidden mechanism. Skill proficiency. Current Kamehameha, LV2. New effect. Energy sphere can hover momentarily. As the sun set, I innovatively developed a delayed detonation technique, compressing the Kamehameha wave to the size of a basketball, exploding a second time 5 seconds after striking the target. The turtle sage observed the rocks blown into the sky, his glasses reflecting a concealed gaze. Tomorrow, I will teach you the afterimage technique. That night, while Bulma was in the shower, I stealthily scanned Kame's house with my energy perception. In the attic, I discovered a locked sandalwood box, emanating a strange energy fluctuation. New quest alert. Obtain the treasure of Kame's house. Reward. Nimbus summoning permission. Requires a pure heart. Just as I was about to investigate further, a sudden tremor shook the ground beneath me. The sea outside was boiling, the shadow of a colossal creature looming closer. Sea monster. Little Wukong excitedly crashed through the window. The turtle sage's expression changed dramatically. No, that energy is. Beneath the dark waters, 2 lantern-sized crimson eyes slowly emerged. Perched atop the monster was a figure clad in battle attire, the unmistakable silhouette of the Saiyan Raditz. But according to the timeline, he shouldn't be here now. Found you. Half-breed. He sneered at me. Kakarot is indeed on this planet. Bulma rushed out, wrapped in a towel. What is going on? Raditz's scouter beeped wildly. Power level 1005? It seems Bardock was not mistaken. He suddenly hurled an energy dome, trapping the turtle sage. Hand over the Scion's offspring, Earthling. Emergency quest triggered. Option A. Expose strength to protect others. May trigger self-destruction protocol. Option B. Pretend to comply. Triggers undercover plotline. I clenched my fists, the Scion blood within me boiling. The system's light screen suddenly flashed a red alert. Detected abnormal timeline invasion. Check-in reward temporarily upgraded. Can briefly summon the Naruto Ninetales chakra, limited to 3 minutes. Chapter 3. Ninetales chakra versus Scion with 3 minutes on the countdown. I felt the Ninetales chakra surging through my meridians like molten lava, sufficient for action. Inside Raditz's energy dome, the turtle sage was fiercely striking the transparent barrier with his cane. Little Wukong bared his teeth, readying the wolf fang fist, while Bulma crouched behind a rock, clutching the Dragon Ball, half of a capsule remote peeking from beneath her towel, her finger quietly pressing a red button. This is your final ultimatum. Raditz's tail coiled around little Wukong's neck, lifting him off the ground, hand over this waist, or... Suddenly, the sand beneath my feet erupted, 9 crimson chakra tails bursting forth from the ground. Raditz's scouter crackled and sparked, the numbers wildly fluctuating. 53008700. It broke 10,000. Progress of Jiawei chakra fusion. 37 acquired. Instinctive generation of tailed beast ball. My right hand involuntarily lifted. A swirling black and red energy sphere expanded within my palm. Raditz abruptly hurled little Wukong towards the ocean's surface, crossing his arms. The double-tailed beast ball struck first, colliding with the hastily launched energy wave. A blinding white light illuminated the heavens and earth, the shockwave compressing the entire sea area into a bowl-shaped depression with a diameter of a kilometer. Seizing the opportunity, I teleported to little Wukong's descent trajectory, wrapping him with a chakra tail. Little Wukong coughed, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Why did he call me Kakarot? There was no time for explanations. Raditz had already burst forth from the explosion's smoke. His battlesuit's left shoulder was shattered, revealing a mechanical prosthetic. This was definitely not the original configuration of Raditz. A modification by the Dark Alliance? I dodged his rushing punch, my chakra tail coiling around his waist like a giant python. Suddenly, The system alarm blared. Temporal paradox detected. Target carries memories from the GT timeline. GOA synchronization rate surpasses 50. Unlocking illusion resistance. Raditz, single eye glowed red. A mental shockwave piercing through my chakra defenses. Fragments of memories surged into my mind. I saw myself standing before the Super Shenron, a shattered spacetime rift behind me. Losing focus could lead to death. Raditz's knee loomed large before me. In a split second, Master Roshi's Kain struck his temple from the side. Young man. The old Master Roshi had somehow escaped confinement, floating in midair while assuming the stance for the Mafuba. Use that. I immediately understood. 9 tails simultaneously plunged into the seabed. As Raditz broke free from the Kain and pursued, the entire seabed suddenly uplifted. A giant-tailed beast ball with a diameter of 100 meters compressed into solid form by the energy wave he had unleashed. The Mafuba. Master Roshi thrust his hands forward, releasing a green vortex. Raditz was thrown against the tailed beast ball by the energy flow. Just as the ceiling was completed, he grinned and crushed a device. You have no idea what you are up against. Boom. A miniature black hole generated within the ceiling sphere, devouring the Mafuba along with the tailed beast ball. The sea surface returned to calm, with only the floating mechanical prosthetic providing evidence of the battle. Remaining time for Jiwei Chakra, 23 seconds. Emergency recovery program initiated. The overwhelming sensation of chakra depletion caused me to collapse onto the shallow shore. As Bulma rushed over to support me, my towel accidentally slipped. It turned out she had already donned her battle suit beneath. Stop playing dead. She twisted my ear. What was that technique just now? What is this dark alliance that Saiyan mentioned? Little Wukong picked up the still-smoking mechanical prosthetic. It smells like something burning in the fridge. Master Roshi solemnly inspected the inner markings of the prosthetic, markings of the time realm. He turned to me. Kid, you have cracks in time on you. Suddenly, the system interface forcibly popped up. Anomalous timeline invasion confirmed. Compensation reward. Time Realm King's Beacon. Can summon Kain once. New main quest. Restore the altered Dragon Ball history in the dead of night. I studied the beacon alone on the reef. Bulma suddenly threw a can of beer from behind. So you are a future warrior? Close enough. I opened the can. Foam spraying all over her face. Idiot. She wiped the liquid from her face, then lowered her voice. I found a quantum chip in the core of that robotic made that won't appear for another 20 years. We both turned our heads. In the moonlight, a figure peeked through the attic window of Master Roshi's house with a telescope, quickly retreating. Ding. Continuous check-in task completed. Reward. Dragon Ball radar blueprint, including Namek version. New check-in location unlocked. Underwater pyramid. The next morning. As little Wukong played with the prosthetic as a toy, Master Roshi summoned us to the basement. He moved aside a bikini poster on the wall, revealing a mechanical device embedded with 7 Dragon Balls. This is the time stabilizer. He gently caressed the Dragon Balls. It was not meant to be activated at this time. Bulma's eyes lit up. So the Dragon Balls can be used this way? Each use creates a branching history. Master Roshi cast a deep glance at me. For instance, the Saiyans who were supposed to arrive 5 years later have appeared early. The system suddenly vibrated. Warning. Temporal correction force detected. Underwater pyramid check-in task upgraded to mandatory event. I excused myself under the pretense of special training and slipped out of Master Roshi's house, flying towards the coordinates marked by the system. After passing through layers of seaweed, the ancient pyramid stood silently in the deep-sea canyon. The pyramid's tip was not adorned with Dragon Balls, but rather a time sandglass inscribed with unfamiliar characters. Special check-in preparation ready. Expected reward. Time resistance LV1. The moment my palm pressed against the sandglass, the entire ocean suddenly froze. Schools of fish crystallized into sculptures. Bubbles suspended in midair. A holographic projection above the sandglass depicted an adult Wukong fused with Vegeta, battling fiercely in a shattered timeline. Finally found you, temporal anomaly. A cold feminine voice emerged from behind. Turning, I saw a girl with pink twin tails floating in the water, adorned with a gear-like headpiece and wielding a staff taller than myself. Kain, the Time Realm King's AI projection? I ventured. Incorrect. She tapped her staff lightly against my forehead. I am the AI projection created during your third loop. Countless memory fragments suddenly unlocked. The first time I crossed over, I chose to become Friesia's lieutenant. The second time, I attempted to prevent Cell's birth. This was my third reset. Host memory lock released. 15. Acquired. Timeline memory fragment. Kain's projection began to flicker. Listen, The Dark Alliance has infiltrated all 12 universes. Their next target is... Her voice abruptly cut off as her image was eroded by a dark substance. Be careful. There is. Before the projection exploded into points of light, her heart-wrenching warning echoed. Don't trust the system prompts. The deep sea returned to silence. Only the characters on the sand glass turning crimson. I trembled, gazing at the edges of the system interface, once blue, now inexplicably covered in web-like black patterns. Check-in completed. Acquired. Time resistance LV1. Can resist partial temporal corrections. New task. Engage with young Piccolo within 72 hours. Critical historical node. As I resurfaced. The sunset painted the clouds crimson. A familiar energy wave surged from the direction of Master Roshi's house. It was the Kamehameha. However, the system map indicated that little Wukong and Bulma were 30 kilometers away in a town. As I rushed back at full speed, I was met with the sight of Master Roshi collapsed in a pool of blood. A figure in a black bodysuit was bending down to retrieve the Dragon Balls from his arms. Upon hearing the commotion, they slowly turned. With an orange headband, green skin, and a grim visage, it was the demon King Piccolo, who should have appeared 5 years later, now bearing the Dark Alliance's six-fingered handprint. Another Saiyan hybrid. He gathered a purplish-black energy in his palm, perfect for testing out your new technique. The system interface suddenly flashed a bright red warning. Anomalous memory detected. Forced repair program initiated. 321, Chapter 4. Forced system repair. A sharp pain pierced my temples like a drill, and I collapsed onto the ground, convulsing. Piccolo's figure split into 3 phantoms in my blurred vision, his purplish-black energy sphere fluctuating in size like a faulty television signal. Playing dead? Piccolo's voice echoed with a metallic resonance. His kick aimed at my abdomen suddenly stuttered, as if the game character had been paused. Memory repair, 2347 warning. Host's conscious resistance detected. Countless memory fragments exploded within my mind. The first time I crossed over, I knelt on Frisia's spaceship deck, offering the Dragon Ball radar. The end of my second crossover saw the Cell Games arena reduced to rubble by dark matter missiles. The freshest memory was from 3 minutes ago. I had never left Master Roshi's house. I screamed, clutching my head, when my palms suddenly touched something hard. It is the gear of time that Kain stealthily slipped into my pocket before her disappearance. The trajectory of Bix's attack suddenly transformed into slow motion before my eyes. I rolled to the side to evade the energy sphere, the edge of the gear grazing my fingertips, and blood dripped onto the beach, flowing backward to form ancient ruins. Time resistance activated. Gained 5 seconds of precognition, limited to this battle. Bix stared in astonishment as I preemptively interrupted his next move, the magic cannon. The 6-fingered mark on his chest began to writhe, crawling towards his neck like a living entity. So you two are a puppet. I wiped away the blood from my nose, and a crucial piece of information flashed in my mind. The Dark Alliance controls historical figures through parasitic entities. Bix suddenly grinned maliciously. Do you know why the system wants to erase your memories? His nails grew long and pierced into his own chest. For it fears that you might remember. In that moment, blood sprayed forth, and the precognitive vision flashed. A miniature time bomb lay hidden within Bix. The instantaneous version of Kamehameha. The blue-white beam blasted Bix towards the sea. Almost simultaneously, I lunged toward the unconscious Kame Sennin, and my 9 chakra tails erupted once more. Though only phantoms remained, they were sufficient to form a protective shield. In the cataclysmic explosion, the entire Kame house was hurled high into the air. Burning tiles fell like a meteor shower as I carried Kame Sennin through the rain of fire, suddenly hearing a faint electronic voice. Over here, you fool. Following the sound, I saw Bulma's mechanical arm extending from the rubble, shielding little Goku with her body. Even more astonishingly, a translucent interface floated beside her. This girl had actually hacked into the system in reverse. Don't touch that gear. Blood seeped from her mouth, yet her face was filled with excitement. That is a memory anchor that will trigger. But before she could finish, 6-fingered marks suddenly appeared on the skin at the back of her neck. I stepped forward and tore open her collar, revealing a microcontroller embedded in her spine, glowing red. Post-memory repair completed 85. Truth unlocked. Bulma is the chief scientist of the Dark Alliance in the 3rd iteration. The world collapsed before my eyes. I trembled as I gazed at the girl in my arms. Her expression suddenly became unfamiliar. Have you finally remembered? My dear subject number 1. Bulma's nails transformed into metallic blades, aimed at my throat, but halted just a millimeter short. Her eyes trembled violently. Her left eye regaining clarity, quickly used the Kamehameha on my back. Two consciousnesses battled for control within her. Little Goku suddenly crashed into her from the side, but was pierced through the shoulder by a beam shot from Bulma's palm. Gohan and little Goku stared in confusion at the gaping hole in his chest, calling out the name of his future son. It was in this moment of distraction that Bulma, Dark Alliance version, flashed behind me. Her fingers, as precise as surgical instruments, stabbed into my neck. System self-check protocol activated. In excruciating pain, my vision was engulfed by streams of data. Memory seal released 100. Final truth. Current iteration is the fourth. Host true identity. Time Kain's time clone. All memories return to their rightful places. I was not a traveler, but a warrior created by Kain using time cells. The records of 3 previous failed missions were embedded in my genes. And even the system was an inducement program of her design. Bulma, Dark Alliance, chuckled softly in my ear. Are you surprised? Each restart strengthens our parasitic technology. She displayed a counting tattoo on her wrist. This was your 47th attempt to stop the Dark Alliance. On the brink of death, Kame suddenly surged forth. The old man was drenched in blood, yet he struck a peculiar pose I had never seen. The reversal technique. His aging body instantly rejuvenated, his white hair turned black, and his muscles swelled. But even more astonishingly, 7 beams of golden light descended from the swirling dark clouds above, forcing the collected Dragon Balls to return. Lin Yuan, Kame young version, roared, shattering rocks as he made a wish to the dragon. Bulma, Dark Alliance, turned pale. You shall not. Her arms transformed into cannon barrels. But little Goku clung to her legs with his last ounce of strength. Quickly make a wish. I tore off the bloodied gear of time and raised it high. Revive all those controlled by the Dark Alliance. Chapter 5. Twisted wishes. The gear of time erupted with blinding light in my palm, and the 7 Dragon Balls trembled, floating into the air. Bulma, Dark Alliance, emitted a shrill scream unlike that of a human. Stop that dragon. History cannot be rewritten. Her voice was abruptly cut off. Emerging from the swirling dark clouds was not the familiar green Shenron, but a pitch-black dragon-like creature, its golden slit pupils radiating malevolence like molten lava. Anomalous wish mechanism detected. Energy source for Shenron switched. Dark matter reactor. The rejuvenated Kame suddenly coughed up copious amounts of black blood, the reversal technique beginning to collapse. As I rushed to support him, I discovered a shard of time realm metal embedded in his back. It was this that had temporarily shielded Kame from control. This was not our Shenron. With every word Kame uttered, he bled. The wish's content had been tainted. As the black dragon spoke, the oceans of the entire planet boiled simultaneously. Your wish has been accepted. 7 beams of black light shot forth, enveloping Bulma, the price being, wait. I lunged toward the black light, but passed through the illusion, canceling the wish. The black dragon revealed a sinister grin. The price is the transfer of the time-space anchor. With a delicate touch of its claw, Bulma's Dragon Ball radar melted into liquid, seeping into her skin to form golden patterns. She would become the new vessel for the Dragon Balls. Little Goku struggled to crawl over. Bulma is crying. Indeed, tears from Bulma, original consciousness, flowed over those golden patterns. As the black dragon dissipated, she suddenly grasped my wrist, her nails digging deep into my flesh. Lin Yuan killed me. They implanted it in my head. Amid her agonized screams, tiny circuits emerged beneath her skin. The system's display flickered frantically. Transdimensional contamination detected. Current state of Bulma Breeze. Living Dragon Ball 17. Warning. Remaining 6 living Dragon Balls have dispersed to other universes. Kame grasped my and little Goku's hands with his last strength. Listen closely. That Namek sent a capsule. Inside was a damaged spaceship. The Grand Elder can purify. The old man's body suddenly stiffened, and the shard of time realm metal turned to dust. In the last moment before he breathed his last, I distinctly saw him mouth, "Take care of yourself." Torrential rain poured down, washing away the ruins of Kame House. Little Goku clutched the sea turtle, crying until he fainted, while I stared at Bulma, who had fallen into a deep slumber, a faint star map appearing on her chest with each breath. Emergency escape protocol activated. New check-in location. Namek force transport countdown. 715959. The system's warehouse suddenly opened automatically, and an unfamiliar black capsule rolled to the ground. Pressing the button revealed not a vehicle, but a cryogenic incubation chamber. When I saw the figure within, my blood ran cold. It was me. More accurately, it was me wearing the Dark Alliance uniform, a tattoo of the number 47 on my neck. Scrawled on the side of the incubation chamber were hurried words, "Beware of Kain. She lies across all timelines." Lin Yuan? Bulma's weak voice called out. She had awakened, her pupils temporarily regaining their azure hue as a multitude of interstellar navigational maps flooded my mind. Her trembling fingers traced complex coordinate formulas in the sand, incorporating Namek's agent script. The system suddenly popped up a notification. Host clone detected. Fusion options available. A. Absorb and gain Dark Alliance memories. Personality contamination risk 30. B. Destroy for pure energy. Combat power 5000. The roar of engines echoed through the downpour. The fleet of the Universal Capsule Corporation was approaching, led by Dr. Brief, whose temple was clearly embedded with a hexagonal chip from the Dark Alliance. Take her away. I hoisted the clone incubation chamber, tossing little Goku onto my shoulder, heading for Kairita to find Mr. Popo. But Bulma broke free from my grasp. No, there's a tracking program within me. She suddenly snatched the controller for the incubation chamber. You all take this. She pressed a concealed button, and the cultivation pod abruptly transformed into a spherical escape capsule. In the last moment we were confined within, Bulma slapped the Dragon Ball radar chip against the glass, urging it to seek other living Dragon Balls. Her words were drowned out by the sound of an explosion. Through the observation window, I witnessed Bulma turn to face the swarm of aircraft, her arms extending into the shape of cannons as she chose to cover our retreat. Forced teleportation program alteration successful. Destination changed to Planet Salad of the 6th Universe, Saiyan Homeworld. Warning, Clone Awakening Countdown 120,000, as the escape pod broke through the atmosphere. Little Wukong leaned against the window, gazing at the earth, now a mere blood. Will Bulma be alright? I dared not reveal the truth to him. The radar chip indicated that Bulma's life signal was rapidly diminishing. Even more alarming, an additional personality synchronization rate progress bar appeared on the system interface. Its current value at 17 and still rising. The dormant clone suddenly opened its eyes, locking gazes with me. Its lips moved, conveying a chilling message that I deciphered through lip reading. We are the ones being invaded. As the hyperspace jump initiated, the starry sky outside the observation window elongated into a vibrant spectrum. Little Wukong, overwhelmed by his first space voyage, was retching incessantly. While I fixated on the newly displayed system notification, abnormal host memory integrity detected. Compensation reward. Ancient Saiyan gene blueprint. Fusion possible. Side effect. Great ape transformation intelligence retention rate decreased by 40. The escape pod suddenly shook violently. A shadow of a colossal creature passed by outside. It unmistakably resembled the silhouette of the Super Shenron. Yet, it was marred by stitched scars. Its left eye a mechanical prosthetic. As it stared at the escape pod, the system interface was suddenly obscured by a blood-red warning. Do not trust the living Dragon Balls. Repeat. Do not trust the living Dragon Balls. When the shaking ceased, we had landed beside a blood-red lake. 6 purple moons floated in the sky, and on the opposite shore stood a giant pyramid in Saiyan style. This was definitely not the planet salad of the 6th universe. Little Wukong suddenly pointed at the sky. The Lin Yuan moon is bleeding? I looked up to witness a suffocating scene. The surface of the purple moon oozed a liquid red glow, which crystallized into Chinese characters in space. Sign-in location updated. The Rift of Time. Error. Error. Ultimate mission unlocked. Eliminate the God of Time. Kain, the clone cultivation pod suddenly exploded, and 47 stood over the blood lake, extending a hand towards me. Welcome to the Zero Loop, my original. Chapter 6. The Zero Loop. The finger of 47 penetrated my chest, yet there was no pain, as if it were a holographic projection creating ripples. Behind him, the blood-red lake began to surge into the sky, revealing countless bloated corpses at the bottom, each one a clone of mine. This was the origin of all timelines. 47's voice echoed with electronic reverberation. Kain cut fragments of time and space from here to create Lin Yuan. Little Wukong emitted an inhuman shriek, kneeling by the lake as his hair visibly lengthened, his nails extending into claws. Beneath the glow of the purple moon, his shadow split into 7 different forms of scions. Time rift assimilation phenomenon detected. Sun Wukong's temporal counterpart is merging. 47 snapped his fingers, and the boiling blood lake instantly froze. He pulled me towards the Scion Pyramid, its base inscribed with unfamiliar characters, which the system's translation function transformed into a chilling message. The 47th Reincarnation Experiment Log. Terminate the cycle by killing Kain. At the entrance of the pyramid lay modern weaponry, rusty submachine guns, depleted laser swords, and even the prototype of the Dragon Ball radar. 47 kicked these relics aside. The failures of the previous 46 iterations prove that brute force cannot breach the cocoon of time. The cocoon? The barrier enveloping this rift. He pointed to the sky. At that moment, I finally saw that the so-called purple moon was merely a projection of Kain's gear-like headpiece. And those stars were all suspended hourglasses of time. Inside the pyramid was a surreal control center. At its center floated a holographic projection of Earth. But the continental plates were arranged in the bizarre shape of a six-fingered handprint. 47 pressed a button on the console, and the projection switched to a real-time image of Bulma, submerged in the Dark Alliance's green cultivation fluid, a star pattern on her chest glowing with blinding red light. The living Dragon Balls are a lie. 47 pulled up data streams, revealing that what Kain had collected were, in fact, fragments of the souls of the creator gods. The holographic screen suddenly flashed with an unfamiliar female figure, silver-white hair, a miniature model of the 12 universes swirling in her eyes. She conversed with a mechanical version of the Super Shenron. If I harvest 7 more temporal anomalies, I can complete the key. I felt as if struck by lightning. That was undoubtedly Kain's voice. Yet the system screen displayed a notification. Warning. Evidence of memory alteration detected. Key question. Has the host ever seen Kain's true form? 47 suddenly grasped my throat. Do you understand now? The so-called system is a thought virus she implanted. His forehead split open, revealing a third eye that projected scenes I had never experienced. At some temporal end, I personally drove a sword into Bulma's chest to extract the energy of the Dragon Balls. The excruciating pain brought me to my knees. Golden patterns similar to Bulma's surfacing beneath my skin. The system interface flickered frantically. Host assimilation progress 39. Activating emergency protocol. Forced fusion with ancient Saiyan genes. With the sound of bones cracking, 2 bulges formed on my back. 47, however, wore a triumphant smile. Yes, awakened the ancient Scion's temporal retrogression ability. Little Wukong, or rather, the amalgamation of multiple temporal counterparts, suddenly burst through the pyramid's entrance. His current form was terrifying, one half in Super Saiyan Force state, the other half resembling Shin Fan, yet below the waist transformed into Cell's tail. The saliva dripping from his mouth corroded the metal floor. 47 swiftly operated the console. There's no time to explain. To stop Kain. We must. Little Wukong's fist pierced through his chest. But what flowed out was not blood, but the sands of time. Before 47 dissipated, he forcefully pushed me into a suddenly appearing wormhole. Go find the true Dragon God, Zalama. The other end of the wormhole opened into a crystalline wasteland. The sky was adorned with chained Super Dragon Balls, and the ground was littered with broken weapons. Most strikingly, a female figure knelt upon the central altar, impaled by 7 swords of time. At last, my other half had arrived. She lifted her head, and her face bore a striking resemblance to mine. The system screen disintegrated at that moment, reconstituting into golden text. Memory shackles fully released. Host's true identity. Temporal avatar of Dragon God Zalama. The woman struggled to raise her right hand. A pulsating heart nestled within her palm. This is my divine core, scattered across the 12 universes by the Dark Alliance's wish mechanism. The heart suddenly transformed into flowing light and entered my chest. A torrent of memories surged through my nerves. I witnessed the true purpose behind Dragon God Zalama's creation of the Super Dragon Balls was not for wishes, but to seal away an entity from a higher dimension that devours. Beware of Kain. The woman's body began to crystallize. She had already been corrupted. As the altar collapsed, I instinctively unfurled my newly born dragon wings. As I soared into the sky, I glimpsed a familiar figure standing at the end of the crystalline wasteland, Bulma. Yet her eyes flowed with the sands of time, cradling a dragon ball formed from dark matter. Lin Yuan contestant, she greeted me in Kain's tone. Are you ready to participate in the true power tournament? The sky suddenly split open, revealing the stands of the 12 universes. The audience was filled with powerful beings controlled by the 6-fingered mark, and in the highest throne. The mechanical version of the Boxing King tilted its head to look at me. Ultimate check-in location unlocked. Time-space arena. Final task. Eliminate the corrupted Kain under the witness of the creator deity, Bulma, Kain, snapped her fingers, and I was transported to the center of the arena. Opposite me stood a fully merged Goku, embodying the essence of all time-space counterparts, with 6 living Dragon Balls embedded in his chest. The rules were straightforward. Bulma, Kain, sat on the Grand King's lap, swinging her legs, and the victor would earn the right to make a wish. However, she suddenly tore her own skin, revealing a core composed of gears beneath, reminding us that wishes are always subject to distortion. Goku roared and charged at me, the force of his punch tearing through the fabric of space. As I dodged to the side, a synchronized countdown erupted from the stands. 10, 9, 8. This was not the countdown for the power tournament, but rather a signal indicating the initiation of a far more terrifying mechanism. Bulma, Kain's mechanical body began to disintegrate, exposing a core where the final fragment of the Dragon God Zalama floated. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown reached 0, the entire time-space arena began to collapse. Goku's body was uncontrollably drawn towards Bulma, Kain, merging with the 6 Dragon Balls to form an indescribable colossal entity. The Dragon God core within me suddenly resonated, and the last command from the system materialized. Final check-in reward. Creation authority, one-time use. Usage condition. Sacrifice all time-space existence. The creature had begun to take shape. Sporting Bulma's head, Goku's body, Kain's mechanical wings, and the tail of the Super Dragon. It was absorbing the energy of the 12 universes, and the powerful beings in the stands were being transformed into particles of light to be devoured. Is this what you desire? I charged towards the center of the fusion, determined to obliterate all time-space. Bulma's visage appeared on the creature's chest. Fool, we are here to save. Suddenly, a human arm emerged from the creature's body, and she pressed the last dragon radar into my hand. The screen did not flash coordinates, but rather a frequency code, the key to undoing the fusion. Final choices: A. Use creation authority to reset everything, self-destruction. B. Absorb the monster to become the new deity, 99 risk of personality rewrite. I gripped the radar and surged towards the monster, allowing its tendrils to pierce my shoulder. In the instant I made contact with the core, I glimpsed the truth. There was no dark alliance. The so-called corruption was merely a firewall established by the Dragon God Zalama. Kain had been thwarting the arrival of higher-dimensional devourers. Check in, I whispered. Time itself stood still. Golden light erupted from within me, and all the absorbed energy began to reverse. The creature emitted a wretched scream as its shell crumbled, revealing the innermost truth, a crying infant version of the Super Dragon, bound by mechanical chains, bearing the number 47 inscribed on its forehead. The moment I reached out to touch the infant dragon, the ultimate reward activated. The creation authority was not meant for destruction or creation, but rather for understanding. At that instant, all timelines converged. I witnessed how my countless choices branched into parallel universes, saw Kain sacrificing herself across every timeline to maintain balance, and understood Bulma's profound decision to become a living Dragon Ball. I made a wish. Cradling the infant dragon, I returned everything to its origin. The world was engulfed in white light. Chapter 7, Dragon God Awakening, the final battle. As the white light dissipated, I found myself in a void. There was no sky, no earth, only countless shattered fragments of time-space floating around like mirrors. Each shard reflected a different version of myself, some clad in armor within Frisia's army, some pierced through the chest at the Cell Games, even one version of me weeping over Bulma's lifeless body. This was the reality of the Zero iteration. A clear, youthful voice resonated from behind. As I turned, my breath caught in my throat. A child of about 5 or 6 floated in the air, his arms covered in emerald scales, golden vertical pupils swirling with the nebulae of 12 universes. The infant Super Dragon. All the cycles, all the sacrifices were for this moment. He waved his hand gently, and the time-space shards began to reassemble. You finally comprehend the essence of wishes. The system's final prompt unfolded before me. Final check-in complete. Reward: Dragon God Authority, temporary. Usage: reshape causality. Memories surged like a tidal wave. I beheld the original truth. The Dragon God Zalama created the Super Dragon Balls not to grant wishes, but to imprison a devourer from a higher dimension. However, one day, the Kaioshin of time, Kain, discovered this secret. She attempted to find a perfect solution through time-space reincarnation, inadvertently allowing the devourers will to seep into various timelines. The Dark Alliance never existed. The young super dragon sighed, explaining that the six-fingered marks were merely corrupted time nodes. A sudden realization struck me. Thus, what Bulma and mutant Roshi perceived as a dark alliance was, in fact, a distorted memory. He nodded, and now, it was time to end this cycle. The moment of choice had arrived. The young super dragon extended his arms, and two orbs of light materialized. The white light of his left hand depicted Bulma smiling as she presented the dragon radar. The black light of his right hand reflected the apocalyptic scene of the Grand King's palace collapsing. You may choose to return to the initial starting point, allowing everything to begin anew. His voice resonated with divine echoes, or the black light surged, revealing a scene that froze my blood. Kain was bound by chains at the core of the time dimension, her mechanical wings melting away, while in the higher darkness, an indescribable presence slowly opened its eyes to confront the devourer, but the price is that you may forever be lost beyond time-space. I remained silent for a long time before suddenly laughing. I chose the third path. In the astonished gaze of the young super dragon, I reached out and grasped both orbs of light. Dragon God Authority activated. At the edge of time-space, I stood before the devourer. It had no fixed form, merely a mass of darkness that constantly collapsed and expanded, and merely gazing upon it caused blood to flow from my orifices. Kain's broken body floated nearby. Upon seeing me, her mechanical pupils contracted violently. You must leave at once. I said nothing but transformed the Dragon God Authority into a longsword. The blade was entwined with memories of all reincarnations. Bulma's silhouette working late in the laboratory. Mutant Roshi's resolute execution of the Earth reversal technique. Goku's smile upon mastering the Kamehameha for the first time. Your weakness lies in being misunderstood. I pointed the sword at the devourer. For the essence of the Dragon Balls is connection. In the moment the sword light struck, countless versions of me across time-space simultaneously swung their swords. The first rays of sunlight of a new era illuminated Baozi Mountain. I opened my eyes to find myself lying on familiar grass. There were no systems, no power levels. Only an ordinary 4-star Dragon Ball gently warming in my embrace. The sound of engines approached, and Bulma's motorcycle crashed through the bushes. Hey, have you seen my Dragon Ball? She jumped off the bike, fuming, then suddenly froze. Have we met somewhere before? I smiled and tossed the Dragon Ball to her. Next time you steal a Dragon Ball, remember to check the weather forecast first. The moment she caught the Dragon Ball, I vaguely saw the six-fingered mark on the back of her neck dissipate like dust. Epilogue. 3 months later, in the basement of Capsule Corporation. Bulma frowned at the flashing file labeled 47 on the screen, murmuring to herself, strange. When did I create this folder? When she clicked it open, it contained only a single line. When the new cycle begins, seek out that person on Baozi Mountain. Chapter 8. Guardians of Time-Space. In Bulma's laboratory, late at night, 2:17 a.m. The blue light from the monitor illuminated her weary face as her fingers typed the final line of code. Suddenly, a folder she had never seen before, titled File 47, popped up in the bottom right corner of the screen. What on earth is this? She furrowed her brows as she clicked on the screen, revealing only a vague surveillance video. In the footage, a figure stood before the Dragon Ball radar, manipulating its controls. As the person turned, Bulma's coffee cup shattered on the ground. That person was her, clad in an unfamiliar black combat suit, with her left eye glowing a mechanical red. Impossible. Trembling, she magnified the image, discovering another version of herself adjusting the radar frequency. The screen displayed not 7 Dragon Balls, but 8. In the early morning at Baozi Shan, I was by the stream, scooping water to wash my face when the reflection suddenly warped. An unfamiliar female face emerged, with silvery long hair and pupils resembling rotating gears. Listen well, timekeeper. Her voice crackled with electronic static. You have only sealed the surface consciousness of the devourer. Its cells have already. Suddenly, my right arm moved uncontrollably, crashing into the water's surface, black veins writhing beneath my skin. A system hologram forcefully appeared. Erosion level 12. Symptoms: temporal cognitive distortion, triggered. Current timeline stability, 89. Uncle Lin Yuan? Gohan's voice came from behind. Turning around, I saw his terrified expression, realizing my right hand had transformed, dragon scales covering it, nails reshaping into dark golden claws. At Shidu's Sky Tower, noon at 12:05, Bulma slammed the modified Dragon Ball radar onto the conference table. Everyone, we are in grave trouble. The radar hologram displayed the 8th crimson light moving in the far north, its energy fluctuations identical to those of the Super Shenron. What kind of joke is this? Piccolo crushed the armrest in disbelief. The Dragon Ball manufacturing technique of Namek has never been revealed. Suddenly, the projector sparked. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the light points split into 2, then 4, finally stabilizing into 12 points of light, arranged in a perfect dodecahedron. Tianjin Fan's third eye bled profusely. It is mimicking the structure of the 12 universes. In the Capsule Corporation basement, on the same day at 2033, I pried open the alloy cabinet marked 47, revealing a chilling collection. A Saiyan tail soaked in culture fluid, fragments of the God of Time's headgear stained with blood, and a set of combat data records that were automatically updating. Vegeta, normal combat power 9, 800, 000, error 3. Son Goku, Super Saiyan God combat power? Data missing. Lin Yuan, current erosion rate 127,003 per minute. In the bottom drawer, a yellowed photograph lay quietly. A young Bulma stood before Kame house, with a shadow at her feet possessing 6 fingers. Have you found what you were looking for? Bulma's voice came from behind. She held the phase gun steadily, but her pupils quivered violently. Now tell me why I have memories of killing Goku. In the far north, amidst the blizzard, the crimson light finally halted before an ice-encased pyramid. As the pursuing Piccolo melted the ice with a key blast, what emerged was a Saiyan infant incubation pod. Beneath the transparent cover, submerged in nutrient fluid, was a baby version of Broly, possessing 6 hands, with the 8th Black Dragon Ball embedded in its chest. Chapter 9. The original sin of the Saiyans in the far north. At minus 52 degrees, the blizzard formed an icy vortex outside Piccolo's aura. He stared at the mutated infant Broly in the incubation pod, and the child suddenly opened its eyes, golden slit pupils swirling with the star maps of the 12 universes. Step back. Piccolo suddenly pushed Gohan aside, the demon light cannon instantly gathering. The Black Dragon Ball floated from the infant's chest, releasing a circular shockwave. Piccolo's beam was distorted and refracted, severing the entire iceberg in half. Amidst the collapsing ice, the incubation pod hovered in midair. The infant's cries morphing into an ancient language. Dragon language detected. Translation, awakening protocol initiated. Gohan's Super Saiyan energy uncontrollably surged toward the incubation pod, causing his skin to dehydrate and shrivel. Piccolo severed his own arm to create a makeshift pressure valve, pulling him out of the energy siphon range. This was not the Namekian regeneration technique restoring Piccolo's arm. It was a dragon weapon cloaked in Saiyan skin. At Shidu Hospital, in a special intensive care unit, Bulma's phase gun emitted faint smoke. I looked down at the charred wound on my chest, dragon scales visibly repairing at an alarming rate. 3 days ago, the melting of the Arctic glaciers accelerated unexpectedly. She pulled up satellite images, showing a perfect dodecahedron pattern, a kilometer in diameter, emerging on the polar ice cap, mirroring the arrangement of the scales on my skin. The ward suddenly shook violently. Outside, Shidu's iconic spherical building twisted and deformed, as if being kneaded by an invisible hand. The pedestrians on the street remained oblivious, their shadows forming 6-fingered handprints on the ground, collectively pointing toward Baozi Shan. Cognitive filter, I shattered the glass and leaped out. Unseen by the eroders, Bulma's exclamation rang from behind. Wait, you're back. In mid-flight, I turned to see the outline of miniature Dragon Balls appearing beneath my skin, moving down along my spine. In the outer space of Namek, as Vegeta's reconnaissance ship broke through the atmosphere, a piercing alarm blared. The entire surface of the planet was covered with a writhing black fungal blanket, and at the location of the Grand Elder's sanctuary, 12 tendrils of flesh were hoisting the mutated Namekian Dragon Balls. Kakarot, this abomination is mimicking Shenron's wishes. A rare, serious voice echoed from the communicator. Goku said, "What I see here is even worse." The scene shifted to the Earth Temple. Mr. Popo knelt before the twisted throne of the Supreme Kai. While on the altar that should have held the Dragon Balls, 7 Dragon Balls were merging into a massive black egg, the face of baby Broly appearing on its surface. Deep within Baozi Shan, I landed before the wooden house where childhood Goku lived. In the icy crystals formed by the backward-flowing stream, countless fragments of time and space were frozen. Piccolo in Dark Alliance uniform killing the Supreme Kai, a mechanized Super Saiyan army sweeping across the universe. And in the King of All's temple, a figure with 6 fingers devouring the temporal axis. Erosion level 29, recommendation, immediate removal of infected organs. The dragon scales on my right arm had spread to my elbow. I gritted my teeth, gathering a key blade, but at the moment of the strike, I heard Bulma scream. She had appeared 10 meters away, cradling the unconscious Trunks. Save him. His cells are. As I opened the infant's swaddling, my blood froze. A black dragon ball, the size of a grain of rice, was embedded in Trunks' chest, transforming the surrounding skin into a translucent crystal, with his internal organs visibly twisting into six-fingered shapes. In the Saiyan gene vault, 30 floors beneath Bulma's laboratory, the dormant Saiyan embryo incubation pods suddenly activated. The nutrient fluid turned into a viscous black slurry, and the floating embryos chanted in unison. Translation: container ready. When Vegeta blasted open the alloy door, he beheld the latest clone undergoing mutation. Experiments based on his and Goku's genes, their spines protruding into bead-like formations, resembling unformed Dragon Ball chains. Damn it! He exploded with rage, obliterating the entire laboratory, yet found the shredded flesh reassembling within the black substance. Kakarot, use that. Goku leaped from another dimension, his sword of time suspended in midair next to a floating pod containing Broly's clone, with a photo of young Bulma embedded in its chest. At the temple altar, as I rushed in holding Trunks, the black dragon egg had already hatched halfway. What emerged was not Shenron, but a colossal hand composed of countless small Goku faces, each repeating the same phrase, "Big brother, play with me." Mr. Popo's body was melting, black substance crawling up the altar from his ankles, as he was entirely engulfed. The entire temple suddenly inverted, revealing the buried truth beneath, a mechanical gear assembly a kilometer in diameter, with a portion of the corpse of the god of time caught in its cogs. Final alarm. Devourer awakening level 61. Recommended action. Initiate temporal collapse protocol. Trunks suddenly opened his eyes in my embrace, his pupils splitting into 6 petals. Daddy, I'm so hungry. Chapter 10. Bloodline Curse. Beneath the temple, in the core of gears, Trunks' 6-petaled pupils reflected the mechanical gear assembly, and his small hand abruptly pierced through my protective suit. In excruciating pain, a black substance surged into my veins through the wound, and the system alarm blared. Corrosion level exceeded critical threshold. 41. Gene lock released. Saiyan ancient bloodline awakened, my spine burned like lava, and my coccyx tore through the fabric, giving rise to a tail covered in scales. My vision turned crimson, and the world was suddenly filled with black threads, each connecting to an infected life form. I realized then, gripping Trunks' wrist, that the Devourer was mimicking the wish mechanism of Dragon Balls. The black substance surged violently, but when it made contact with my newly formed tail, it emitted a shriek-like, high-frequency vibration. Golden light dust seeped from the gaps in the scales. It was the Dragon God cells rejecting it. Bulma burst forth from the shadow of the gears, her instrument displaying astonishing data. Host genetic composition, Scion base 57, Temporal Realm Material 23, Dragon God Fragments 19, Unknown Material 1. The curve of that one fluctuated violently, as if it were a living entity struggling. In the Scion clone pod chamber, Vegeta's ultimate flash suddenly redirected upon contact with the clone body, shattering the ceiling instead. In the exposed second laboratory, hundreds of cultivation pods were arranged in the formation of a Super Dragon Ball. Damn! He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. These fakes were distorting the flow of energy. Goku suddenly pressed a hand on his shoulder. Vegeta, look at that. The central cultivation pod was labeled Project. Within it floated an adult version of Baby Broly. 7 miniature black orbs were embedded in his chest, and a data needle inscribed with the brief's family crest was inserted into the nape of his neck. Bulma's father? Krillin's voice trembled over the communicator. But the doctor had already. The pods suddenly exploded, and black sludge coalesced into the ethereal figure of an old man. Dear daughter, I have finally awaited the maturation of the vessel. In the polar pyramid, Piccolo tugged at Gohan, plummeting rapidly as the ice dome collapsed behind them. Baby Broly had grown into a youthful form, a black Dragon Ball forming a third eye on his forehead. The Demon Seal wave was ineffective. Piccolo coughed up green blood. He was absorbing the sealing technique. Gohan's Super Saiyan aura suddenly turned a dark purple. Was this the reaction of the Kai sword? Piccolo looked on in shock at the light blade coalescing in his disciple's hand. When did? Young Broly tilted his head and smiled, revealing a mouthful of crystalline teeth. Big brother, do you want to play finger cutting? He raised his hand and shot out 12 beams of black light, each precisely corresponding to the fluctuation frequency of a universe's Dragon Ball. In the temple, the space inverted as I held Trunks, leaping into the core of gears. Bulma's white coat rustled in the data flow. She had transformed the Dragon Ball radar into some sort of decoder. Look closely. The true form of the devourer is. The radar projected a suffocating truth. Within all the infected black orbs coiled miniature versions of the Super Shenron. Yet, they were ensnared by black meridians, mechanically repeating the wishing motions like marionettes. It was mass-producing counterfeit Shenrons. Bulma's pupils reflected the torrent of data, using the Saiyan body as a cultivation vessel. Trunks suddenly broke free from my embrace, hovering into the center of the gear assembly. His body decomposed and reformed into a bizarre shape strung together by black Dragon Balls. Proclaiming in a chant, sufficient infected entities detected. Commencing synchronization, 12 Universe Dragon Ball system. Blood-red patterns emerged on the temple floor, identical to the six-fingered diagram Bulma had seen in the 47th file. In the ruins of the Saiyan gene bank, Vegeta's fist passed through the ethereal figure of Dr. Briefs, smashing into the control panel. The screen illuminated with long-sealed experimental records, 47th clone experiment log. After injecting Dragon God cells, the cloned entity exhibited temporal resonance. Recommended destruction of all. The record was suddenly covered in childish scribbles. Countless stick figures holding hands formed a ring, with "Let's all become Dragon Balls" inscribed in the center. Kakarot. Vegeta suddenly tore open his collar, using the fusion technique. Goku's eyes widened, but the success rate. Let's talk. Vegeta pointed to the back of his neck, where dragon scales had appeared without notice. Did he think we could escape? In the core of gears, my tail automatically pierced the central interface, and a vast stream of information flooded my brain. Truth of Saiyan origins unlocked. In ancient times, a scientist implanted Dragon God fragments into the genes of his people. This is the true essence of the super bloodline. Bulma's scream jolted me back to reality. Her left arm was crystallizing, and beneath her skin, the same Dragon Ball patterns as Trunks emerged. It turned out I was the first infected. She bitterly smiled, revealing the barcode on the inner side of her right arm. Test 47, clearly visible. Father had long used me for experiments. The gear assembly suddenly accelerated, piecing together the complete body of the Kaishin. It was unmistakably a future version of Bulma. Trunks, Dragon Ball Collective, let out a joyful laugh. Mommy is becoming a Dragon Ball too. Chapter 11, Forbidden Seed. In the ruins of the Saiyan gene bank, the moment Vegeta's fingertip brushed against Goku's, the entire structure trembled violently. As the fusion dance reached its third step, the ground suddenly cracked, forming countless web-like fissures, and black meridians slithered out like venomous snakes, ensnaring their limbs. Damn it! Vegeta roared, unleashing his full power aura, only to find the energy being wildly absorbed by the black meridians. These fiends were siphoning our energy. Goku suddenly pressed his hand to his chest, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Vegeta, do you remember what Lord Kaishin gave us? Vegeta's pupils constricted. Are you insane? That thing hasn't completed testing. Now is the best time for a test. Goku ripped open his martial arts uniform, revealing a pure white Dragon Ball embedded in the spot over his heart. It was a fragment repurposed from the core of the Kaishin sword. The surface of the Dragon Ball was etched with intricate sealing runes, radiating a blinding light. The mechanical phantom of Dr. Briefs suddenly solidified, detecting original Dragon God energy. Emergency protocol activated. Dozens of cultivation pods rose throughout the ruins, each containing distorted Saiyan clone bodies. They simultaneously opened their eyes, their chests splitting open to reveal miniature black holes. Kakarot now? The two simultaneously infused energy into the pure white Dragon Ball. In the dazzling white light, Vegeta saw a chilling scene. His father, King Vegeta, stood in a laboratory, injecting black liquid into the embryo of the first Super Saiyan. In the temple, the space inverted, and Bulma's crystallization had spread to her collarbone, yet she remained fixated on the decoder screen. Data flowed rapidly in her remaining human right eye. I found Father's final experimental record. The projection unfolded the complete file of Project Seed. Objective: to cultivate a perfect vessel capable of bearing the original sin of the Dragon God. Phase 1. Injecting temporal realm material into Saiyan pregnant women. Experiment 146, all failures. Phase 2. Directly modifying the Dragon Ball system to endow it with biological characteristics. codename 47. Trunks, Dragon Ball Collective, suddenly leaned closer to the screen, a naive smile on the face formed of black Dragon Balls. Mommy is also a test subject. Bulma's left hand had fully crystallized, yet she used her final strength to open a segment of encrypted video. The footage showed a young Dr. Briefs cradling baby Bulma, placing her into a cultivation pod inscribed with Dragon Ball patterns. As the voice of Bulma began to mechanize, I became the first successful specimen. In the polar battlefield, Gohan's violet-black energy blade collided with Broly's third eye, erupting in a blinding flash. To his astonishment, the wound inflicted by the strike oozed not blood, but tiny black Dragon Balls. Big Brother is so powerful. Broly's form suddenly shattered like pottery, revealing an internal structure filled with countless miniature incubation pods, each housing a pocket-sized Shenron, inviting us to make it our new home. Piccolo, expending his last ounce of strength, lunged towards Gohan and warned, "Be careful." The black hole abruptly expanded, completely engulfing Piccolo. In his final moment before vanishing, Piccolo tore off his headscarf and hurled it towards Gohan. The green fabric unfurled in the air, revealing blood-written words in Namekian. The heart of the Elder is the key. Gohan's Super Saiyan energy suddenly turned a deep emerald green, as Piccolo's lifetime of battle experience surged into his mind. The gear's core merged entirely with my tail, an overwhelming torrent of data crashing over my consciousness. The true name of the Devourer, unresolvable. Essence, the tainted divinity of Dragon God Zalama. Weakness, must attach to a host to interfere with the material universe. Suddenly, the body of the Kaioshin of time in the center of the gear assembly opened its eyes. Her left eye was Bulma's brilliant blue, while her right was the gear pupil of Kain. The lips of the Watcher's corpse moved mechanically, and the sewing plan commenced. The temple floor collapsed with a thunderous roar, revealing an endless ocean of black beneath. Floating upon the surface were 12 crystal coffins, each containing the corpse of a Kaioshin. Terrifyingly, the number of fingers on these corpses began at 6 and increased with each, the last having a staggering 17 fingers. Trunks joyfully leaped into the Black Sea. Time for a bath. Global synchronization occurred above West City, where pure white Dragon Balls intertwined with black veins to form a colossal cocoon. Within, the fusion process exhibited astonishing mutations. The newly birthed warrior possessed both the hair of Super Saiyan 4 and the aura of Super Saiyan Blue, yet his right side was covered in dragon scales, and his left eye was a silver pupil of a Kaioshin. More bizarrely, his spine protruded, creating the outline of 7 Dragon Balls. Is this the Dragon God Saiyan? The warrior gazed at his distorted hands, his voice a blend of Vegeta's and Goku's tones. The specter of Dr. Briefs suddenly oscillated violently. Error. Error. This form should not be awakened. In the abyss of the Black Sea, I held Bulma as we descended, dragon scales forming a barrier against the surrounding waters. Thousands of meters below, a suffocating structure loomed, an enlarged logo of the Capsule Corporation, inscribed at its base, Civilization Reboot Device, 47th generation. Bulma's crystallization had spread to her jaw, and she struggled to place her palm on the identifier. Father's ultimate goal is not destruction. The moment the device activated, the Black Sea boiled. The 12 crystal coffins simultaneously opened, and the Kaioshin's corpses chanted in unison. Translation, the sower returns. The dawn of the end. A vast temporal rift tore open beyond Earth's atmosphere, and the true Shenron emerged, but unlike before, its body was riddled with stitches, its left eye a cold mechanical prosthetic. Make a wish. The dragon's voice crackled with electronic static. With the Dragon Balls you have gathered, Vegeta, in his Dragon God Saiyan form, raised a pure white sphere of light. End this all. As you wish. The dragon's mechanical eye suddenly projected a holographic image. At the dawn of the universe, a 6-fingered being injected black matter into the body of the original Shenron. The ultimate truth revealed. The Devourer was never an external foe. It was the inherent darkness of the Dragon God. Chapter 12. The seed of original sin in the abyss of the Black Sea, the core of Civilization Reboot, was set. Bulma's crystallization had reached her nose, her right eye's mechanical pupil rapidly constricting as the holographic image projected by the decoder warped in the black water. As I descended with her, dragon scales clashed with the water, sparking ethereal blue flames that illuminated the suffocating truth at the abyss's bottom. 3 towering incubation pods stood in a triangular formation, labeled Container, Material of the Time Realm. Container, Scion Royal Gene, Container, Dragon God Fragment. This is not a device of destruction. Bulma's vocal cords emitted mechanical noise. It is a time-traveling sewer. Her crystalline left hand suddenly disassembled automatically, revealing intricate gear structures within. Countless nano-sized mechanical insects swarmed out, forming the visage of Dr. Briefs in the air. My dear daughter, you have finally arrived at the terminus. In the Saiyan Gene Pool Fusion Forbidden Zone, the fusion sphere of Vegeta and Goku became ensnared by dozens of black veins. The seal of the pure white Dragon Ball fracturing. When the light dissipated, the newly born warrior caused all monitoring instruments to spark. His left side retained the super blue form, while his right side was entirely dragonized, golden vertical pupils, arms covered in scales, and 7 Dragon Ball-like joints protruding from his spine. More horrifyingly, a third eye opened in the center of his forehead, the gear pupil of the Kain of time. Is this the Dragon God Saiyan? The warrior gazed down at his divided body, the voices of Vegeta and Goku echoing simultaneously. The specter of Dr. Briefs materialized suddenly, his mechanical fingers inserting into the console. Error. Immediately terminate the fusion process. The entire gene pool began to collapse, countless incubation pods ejecting from hidden compartments. Each pod contained a chilling hybrid, Namekian Saiyan crossbreeds, monsters of flesh and machinery, and even a miniature Shenron bearing Goku's face. In the Polar Ice Core Elder's Temple, as Gohan's magical cannon blasted through the final layer of ice, Piccolo's lingering consciousness screamed in his mind, "Don't look." But it was too late. What was sealed was not the heart of the Elder, but a pulsating crystal Dragon Ball. Within it curled a miniature Shenron, its 17 fingers clutching miniature models of 12 universes. Even more terrifyingly, the surface of the Dragon Ball was inscribed, Experiment Backup Number 47. Uncle Piccolo. Is this the truth about the Namekian Dragon Balls? Gohan's Super Saiyan energy suddenly turned a deep emerald green, as Piccolo's memories surged like a tsunami. The black hole beneath the ice suddenly expanded, ejecting the broken body of Piccolo. His skin had entirely crystallized into Dragon Ball form, yet with his last vestige of humanity. He grasped Gohan. The Dragon Balls were never a wishing machine. They are a prison. In the central time-space gear assembly of the temple, Mytail's fusion with the main control interface reached 89. A torrent of data exploded on my retina. True name of the Devourer, Shadow of Zalama. Birth time, moment of the original Dragon God splitting. Parasitic method, polluting the host through the wishing mechanism. The body of the Kain of time suddenly sat upright. Her left half was Bulma's mechanical body, while her right half was Kain's flesh. As her palm pressed against my chest, the black spots beneath the dragon scales formed a control interface. Execute temporal cut. Target. Seed of Original Sin, individual number 47. Bulma's piercing scream came from the communicator, Lin Yuan. That option will. Her voice was abruptly silenced. Through her increasingly crystallized eyeball, I saw an image of my infant self lying in an incubation pod marked Ultimate Container number 47, with a miniature Shenron embedded in my chest. Global synchronization heralded the dawn of the end. All the infected individuals simultaneously looked up, including Trunks in the Black Sea, Broly in the polar region, and the corpses of the Kaishins from the 12 universes. Reflected in their pupils was the same ancient memory. At the moment the original Dragon God was injected with black liquid by the six-fingered being, that creature turned around, bearing the face of Dr. Briefs, yet clad in the garb of the Kaishin of time. Have you finally remembered? The crystallized Bulma suddenly spoke in a dual tone. I am your perfect creation, number 47. Her body shattered entirely, revealing the intricate mechanical structure within. In the chest cavity, suspended not by a heart, but by a diminutive black super Dragon Ball, inscribed upon its surface, key to the rebirth of civilization. The mechanical eye of the Super Shenron detached suddenly, revealing its intricate inner structure, a composite formed of countless micro-cultivation pods, each harboring the embryos of six-fingered beings. The label on the central pod ignited an uncontrollable rage within the Dragon God Saiyan, prototype, Vegeta Royal Gene Core of the Time Realm. The forbidden experiment of my father echoed with Vegeta's consciousness roaring within the fusion body. The voice of the Shenron was intermingled with the cries of billions. Make a wish. With the sins you have gathered. The ultimate truth revealed a threefold conspiracy. 1. The Brief's plan, to transform his daughter into a living seed pod for nurturing Dragon Ball life, forms across the 12 universes. 2. The original sin of the Saiyans, The royal lineage of Vegeta is destined to guard the seed of original sin. 3. The time realm deception. Kain had long been tainted, and the system is a trap designed to induce the watchers into self-sacrifice. As these three streams of memory collided within my consciousness, my dragon transformation reached a critical threshold. My skin peeled away, revealing the flowing galaxies within. This was the true visage of Container 47, a humanoid Dragon Ball. Chapter 13. The Watcher of the End. In the ultimate control room of the abyssal Black Sea, my body was disintegrating. My skin cracked like parched earth, exposing the swirling nebulae beneath. Bulma, or rather, the mechanical consciousness inhabiting her form, inserted the Dragon Ball key into the console, causing the entire seabed to tremble. You finally understand, do you not? Her voice bore the coldness characteristic of electronic synthesis. 47 was not merely an experimental designation, but a coordinate. The holographic projection unfolded the cosmic star map, with 12 marked star systems forming a perfect dodecahedron. Each vertex flickered with a familiar point of light: Earth, Namek, and Salada, each the origin of the Dragon Ball system. The Earth of the seventh universe is where the seed of original sin was first sown. The mechanical Bulma's fingertips traced across the projection, causing all light points to suddenly distort and transform into miniature black holes. Today, we shall reap the harvest. The fragmented fusion body of the Dragon God Saiyan was collapsing. Vegeta's consciousness roared in agony as he witnessed his father, King Vegeta, standing in a blood-red laboratory, implanting a shard of the Black Dragon Ball into the nape of his infant self. The royal mission, the visage of his father in memory twisted, not for conquest, but to become a vessel. Goku's consciousness was ensnared in even more distant recollections. The young Kakarot was placed into a cultivation pod, while Dr. Briefs and the young Kaioshin stood outside in white lab coats. No, the fusion body suddenly tore open its chest, forcibly extracting the pure, white Dragon Ball. This was the true trap. In the final battlefield of the polar region, Gohan knelt upon the icy surface, cradling Piccolo's fully Dragon Ball-formed body as it gradually grew cold. The Grand Elder's heart floated before him, the crystalline Dragon Ball within housing a miniature Super Shenron that was violently battering against its walls. Receive all of me. Piccolo's final voice resonated directly in Gohan's mind, followed by the destruction of the heart. As Gohan grasped the pulsating crystal, an unprecedented torrent of energy surged through him. His hair transformed to silvery white, and his pupils split into 6 petals, the ultimate technique inherited from the Grand Elder over countless millennia. Suddenly, the black hole beneath the ice erupted into chaos, and the figure of the young Broly rematerialized. Yet he was no longer humanoid, but a bizarre entity woven from countless black Dragon Balls, with the 8th Super Dragon Ball embedded in his chest. Big brother. A chorus of youthful voices echoed, "Come play hide and seek." In the central temple at the end of time and space, I stood at the heart of the gear assembly, watching as my hands became fully energy-formed. The system's final prompt flickered within my fading vision. Final stage of the Watcher Protocol. Option 1. Inherit original sin. Become the new god, cosmic reset. Option 2. Annihilate the self, end the cycle, existence erasure. The corpse of the time realm Kaioshin suddenly rose, her mechanical left arm and fleshly right arm gripping my shoulders simultaneously. There is a third option. Her body split open, revealing an intricate clockwork structure within. This was not a corpse, but a message device transcending time and space. The memory core of the Super Shenron shattered completely, unveiling the true form of the Super Shenron, a young dragon entwined by black chains. Each of its scales served as a display screen, depicting scenes of destruction across different timelines. The wish mechanism is a deception, the weak voice of the young dragon echoed. The Dragon Balls are, in fact, sealing devices. Vegeta's will suddenly gain dominance within the fusion body. He controlled the dragonized right hand to pierce into his own left chest. Kakarot. The pure white Dragon Ball erupted, unleashing the ultimate weapon that had been sealed, a sword constructed from the material of the time realm, its hilt embedded with 12 miniature cosmic models. At last, we have reached this moment. Goku's voice resonated with unprecedented enlightenment. The collision of threefold truths revealed. 1. The lie of briefs. The civilization reboot device is, in fact, a time-space harvester intended to compress the 12 universes into a new seed of original sin. 2. The fate of the Saiyans. The Dragon Ball genetic lineage passed down through the Vegeta royal family is the original sealing vessel. 3. The significance of the Watcher. 47 is not a failed specimen, but the sole observer capable of bearing the truth. As these revelations surged into my mind, my body finally became fully energy-formed. The Black Sea boiled, and the corpses of 12 Kaioshin within their coffins simultaneously pointed towards me. Now is the moment. The mechanical Bulma suddenly broke free from control, her human consciousness flickering one last time in her electronic eye. Lin Yuan. Remember the 7th laboratories. Her body exploded into a stream of data, forming a coordinate in the air, 47000000 and 7000000E. The final choice, I extended my hand, simultaneously touching the Time Realm Kaioshin and the Super Shinran. In that fleeting moment where 3 energies converged within me, I beheld the scene of the universe's inception, the primordial dragon god infused with black liquid by 6 beings, one of whom suddenly turned back, bearing my face. It dawned upon me that I am the original sin. Amidst the energy storm, 3 options illuminated within my consciousness. 1. Become the new god, inherit all Dragon Ball systems, and reconstruct the cosmic order. 2. End the cycle, annihilate the self, and permanently close the Dragon Ball mechanism. 3. Watch the truth, retain my memory, and become an eternal observer. Chapter 14. Echoes of the Dragon in the White Chamber at the end of time and space. My consciousness floated within a pure white expanse, where 3 luminous doors hovered before me. Each door bore distinct Dragon Ball patterns. The left door encrusted with 7 black Dragon Balls, blood seeping from its cracks. The right door composed of pure white Dragon Balls, its surface riddled with fractures. The central door, transparent, revealing countless scenes from various timelines. The young Super Shinran coiled upon my shoulder, its voice resonating directly within my nerves. This is not a choice, but an echo. Suddenly, 3 familiar figures emerged from the doors. 1. The me on the left, fully transformed with dragon scales, eyes flowing with galaxies. 2. The me on the right, transparent, slowly dissipating. 3. The central me, retaining human form, yet embedded with miniature gears in my chest. Each version of you from different timelines has arrived here. The golden eyes of the young dragon reflected these 3 figures. Now, listen to their stories. Left door. The path of the new god, the dragon-scaled version of me extended my palm, revealing 12 distorted cosmic models. Becoming the new god is simple. All it requires is the acceptance of this power. The scene unfolded. Vegeta's fusion body had completely gone berserk, devouring the 7th universe. Gohan harnessed the Grand Elder's power to freeze the entirety of Namek. Bulma's consciousness screamed in data streams within the vacuum. What is the cost? I inquired. Emotion. As I caressed my cheek, the scales of a dragon glisten, revealing traces of dried tears. You will remember all the anguish, yet the sensation will elude you. The light of the right door fades away, and my transparent form gestures toward the collapsing spacetime within. Choosing annihilation will bring an end to all reincarnations. The fleeting imagery is suffocating. The Dragon Ball system vanishes from all universes, the Saiyans revert to ordinary beings, and Bulma, untouched by transformation, never invents the Dragon Radar. But what of those treasured moments? I gaze upon the timeline where Goku was never born. My translucent body begins to disperse. Truly carrying this burden is the real cost. The watchful eye of the central door emits the rhythmic click of turning gears. Retaining my human form, I raise my hand, cradling the final data chip left by Bulma. There exists a 3rd path, albeit the most painful. The future revealed causes my heart to cease. I must seal away everyone's memories of the Dragon Balls. Vegeta will forever forget the fragments implanted by his father, and Bulma will spend her remaining days in slumber, never again to touch the core technology of the universal capsules. Yet you may retain the truth. My human form points to my temple, determined to remember all reincarnations until the universe succumbs to heat death. In the final 47 seconds on Earth, time in the real world nearly stands still. I find myself amidst the ruins of the 7th laboratory, a secret facility buried 47 kilometers beneath Switzerland. Its walls etched with the characters of various civilizations. The young Shenlong coils around my wrist. The answer, in truth, you have long known. I turn towards the control panel, where I find 1. Dr. Brief's glasses, lens thickness 47 millimeters. 2. A fragment of King Vegeta's battle suit, residual battle power 470,000. 3. A capsule inscribed with for B, internal temperature 47. As my fingers touch the control panel, all clues abruptly connect. 47 is not a serial number, but a password. Final operations. 1. Input coordinates 47000000700000 to activate the spacetime anchor point. 2. Implant the pure white Dragon Ball fragment into my heart. 3. Press the red button marked for B. The entire laboratory begins to tremble, and Shenlong suddenly unfurls into its complete form, this time without stitched scars. Its scales shimmering with primordial light. The wish is granted. Its voice is no longer mechanical, but uttered in the name of the Guardian. At the dawn of a new era, Bulma awakens in Capsule Corporation, the sunlight streaming through the window perfectly. She instinctively reaches for her neck, where the barcode that should have existed has vanished. Strangely, it feels as though she has awoken from a long dream. On the opposite side of the earth, Gohan is demonstrating the Kamehameha to his students when a sudden daze envelopes him. He vaguely recalls an elder with green skin, but cannot recall the name. Vegeta pauses his training in the gravity chamber, touching the old scar on the back of his neck. What secrets has that old fool hidden here? Meanwhile, within the interstice of universes, I sit upon the gears of time, observing the reset world line. The young Shenlong coils upon my shoulder. Do you regret it? Gazing at the soul photograph preserved in my palm, the moment Bulma smiles while handing over the dragon radar, I shake my head. This is the best conclusion. Chapter 15, The Lost Star Map. Upon the gears of time in the interstice of the universe, I gaze down at the azure planet below. Sunlight pierces through the clouds, casting mottled shadows upon the ruins of Kame House, where only a stone tablet inscribed with Master Roshi's tomb remains. Yet no one remembers the cataclysmic battle that once rewrote spacetime. The young Shenlong suddenly flicks its tail, scales refracting 12 streams of light. The spacetime stability index of the 7th universe has plummeted to 89. Within its golden vertical pupils, a pulsing red alert emerges, signaling abnormal energy fluctuations above West City. With a snap of my fingers, fragments of spacetime reassemble in my palm into a monitoring screen. In the underground laboratory of Capsule Corporation, Bulma frowns at a glowing array of gears. A note falls from her lab coat pocket, doodled with a 6-fingered handprint in pencil, which she crumples without a thought. Are you researching something odd again? Vegeta's voice carries from off-screen. He is shouldering a training gravity device, but suddenly halts before the gear array. The energy indicator on the device inexplicably shifts to the orange-red hue of a Dragon Ball. Guardian alert. Detecting Saiyan royalty gene resonance. Anomaly source. Lower left drawer of Bulma's workbench. I tap my fingertip, and the image zooms in. Within the drawer lies a metal badge marked with scratches, its center not adorned with a gem, but rather half of a shattered black Dragon Ball. When Vegeta's finger inadvertently grazes the badge, golden particles begin to seep from the scar on the back of his neck. Hey, you're bleeding, Bulma exclaims in a flurry, rushing to retrieve a scanner. What's happening? That scar was already. Her words are cut short. On the scanner's screen, Vegeta's genetic chain undergoes a bizarre reconfiguration. A deeply sealed segment glowing red, Project Subject 47. Amidst the ruins of Planet Salad, Gohan's son, Xiaofeng, suddenly clutches her chest. During her Super Saiyan training, her energy blade spirals out of control, cleaving a nearby meteor into a 6-fingered star shape. More astonishingly, the wound oozes not blood, but tiny fragments of Dragon Balls. Daddy! Xiaofeng gasps, staring in terror at her palm, where intricate patterns of miniature gears emerge beneath her skin. Am I sick? Gohan, busy repairing the spaceship, whirls around. The Dragon Ball hanging from his waist suddenly radiates heat, revealing an unfamiliar star map within its core. 12 black points form a dodecahedron, marked with the coordinates of Earth. Interdimensional alert, detecting abnormal resonance of Namekian Dragon Balls. Coordinates. Earth west longitude 477 degrees. The gears of time tremble violently. The young Shenlong releases a beam of light, coalescing in my palm into a fragmented star map. The black points begin illuminating at a visible speed, akin to ignited fuses. It is the residual program of the sowing plan. The young dragon's voice resonates with a metallic tremor, revealing that Dr. Briefs has sown seeds across the 12 universes. In the underground laboratory of West City, Bulma uploads Vegeta's genetic data into the mainframe, and suddenly, an encrypted folder pops up on the screen. Upon entering 47 as the password, the lights of the entire laboratory shift to a sinister purple. Glowing text emerges upon the walls. The system automatically translating it into a chilling message. 47th Reincarnation Experiment Log. When all seeds awaken, the original sin of the Dragon God will. The text abruptly distorts into the cries of an infant. Vegeta's battlesuit is torn apart by an energy shockwave. The scar on his neck splitting open to reveal a black Dragon Ball fragment embedded in his spine. That fragment begins siphoning electricity from the laboratory, projecting forgotten memories. Young Vegeta restrained upon the operating table as Dr. Brief's mechanical arm implants the fragment within him. No, Vegeta roars, shattering the screen in fury. This cannot be. Yet Bulma remains fixated on the data terminal, where a more horrifying truth surfaces. All members of the Vegeta royal family are experimental subjects, their genetic chains harboring the command for temporal sowing. Beneath the Antarctic ice sheet, I penetrate through 1,000 meters of ice, witnessing a suffocating sight. A mechanical gear assembly, 10,000 meters in diameter, is in motion, each tooth inscribed with the word dragon from various civilizations. Suspended at the center of the gears is a pulsating heart. Its surface a blend of Saiyan scales and Namekian patterns. Core detection. Target. Heart of Dr. Brief's clone. Status. Awakening countdown 47 hours. The heart suddenly contracts, releasing not blood but a spore cloud composed of micro-dragon balls. These spores penetrate the ice layer and soar across the globe. I distinctly witnessed one of them burrowing into the body of Assistant Bulma, who was conducting research in Antarctica. Lin Yuan. The voice of the juvenile Super Shenlong resonated with an unprecedented urgency. The spores did not carry a virus, but rather the seeds of memory. A temporal rift unfolded above the gear assembly, revealing the scene of the 12th universe. There, the Kaishin were conducting a ritual, their pupils reflecting the same star map. Their hands clasped in prayer, chanting, "The sower is about to return." In the streets of Shidu, as Bulma burst from the laboratory, she chanced upon Vegeta rampaging down the street. His hair grew uncontrollably long, his skin displayed dragon scales, yet they reverted to their original state upon contact with sunlight. Strangely, every passing Saiyan, including housewives and schoolchildren, bore a fleeting mark of 6 fingers on the nape of their necks. "We must return to the Capsule Corporation." Bulma grasped him. "I just received a communication from Namek. The Grand Elder's heart is glowing." As their spacecraft descended, all electronic devices in Shidu simultaneously broadcasted the same message. Subject 47. Prepare for the moment of sowing. At the Temporal Gear Watcher Nexus, I pressed my hand upon the center of the star map, where dragon scales resonated with the gears. Suddenly, the juvenile Super Shenlong unfurled all its scales, each transforming into a display screen, showcasing disasters from various timelines. Angels in the first universe disintegrating into miniature Dragon Balls. Plants in the 5th universe mutating into 6-fingered forms, and the Kaishin of the 10th universe self-destructing, releasing black spores. This was the chain reaction of the Dragon God's original sin. The voice of the young dragon was filled with sorrow when all the seeds awaken. The entire 12 universes will merge into a new seed of original sin. I suddenly recalled the coordinates left by Bulma, 47,000,000 in 7,000,000 that marked the location of a subterranean laboratory in Switzerland, the very place where Dr. Burafusu concealed his ultimate secret. I must locate the sower before the spores fully awaken. I tore through the temporal rift. Super Shenlong, assist me in stabilizing the coordinates. The body of the young dragon transformed into a ribbon of light, entwining my arm. Remember, the true enemy has never been the outsiders. In the subterranean expanse of Switzerland, at a depth of 47 kilometers, upon my descent into the 7th laboratory, I was met with a shocking sight. Dr. Burafusu's clone stood at the central altar, a complete black super Dragon Ball embedded in its chest, surrounded by 12 crystal coffins. Within lay not others, but various versions of Bulma from different timelines. "Welcome home, Subject 47. The clone's voice echoed from 12 directions. "You have finally remembered your mission." I gripped the sword of time, only to find the blade trembling. This weapon, composed of Kaishin material, now pointed towards my own reflection. Blood-red patterns emerged on the altar floor, forming a familiar 6-fingered array, with the focal point precisely where I stood. Ultimate truth, sower, watcher, seed of original sin. Lin Yuan's heart. The clone spread its arms wide, and the 12 crystal coffins simultaneously opened. The bodies of the various Bulmas transformed into data streams. merging into the black Dragon Ball. As the light faded, the clone's form morphed into my likeness. The embedded Dragon Ball splitting in two to reveal a curled-up infant, an earlier version of the Super Shenlong, yet possessing 6 fingers. Now do you understand? Another me smiled. Caressing the infant dragon's head, all cycles, all sacrifices, were made to ensure your willingness to become a vessel. The juvenile Super Shenlong emitted a mournful cry upon my wrist. Its scales began to peel away, unveiling the truth inscribed beneath. When the Dragon God Zalama created the Dragon Balls, he sealed his original sin within the first Watcher's body. Suddenly, the laboratory ceiling cracked open. Sunlight streaming in to illuminate the last inscription on the wall. Conclusion of Experiment 47. Only by making the Watcher fall in love with the sower can the seed of original sin awaken perfectly. Another me raised the infant dragon, the black Dragon Ball spinning in its palm. Bulma was never an experiment. She is the key to awakening your memories. I gazed at my reflection in the Dragon Ball, finally recalling our forgotten first encounter. At the dawn of the universe, I had pressed the 6-fingered mark upon the nape of the original Bulma, smiling as I said, "My dear, let us play a game that will never end." Final choice: A. Accept the original sin, becoming the new sower. B. Destroy the heart, ending the 12 universes. C. Pierce Bulma's data core. The juvenile Super Shenlong suddenly bit down on my wrist, channeling all its power into the Sword of Time. The blade shimmered in the sunlight, reflecting visions from 3 timelines. Choosing A, I held the infant dragon amidst the shattered cosmos, the consciousness of Bulma's screaming within me. Choosing B, the 12 universes simultaneously collapsed, the final image being Xiaofang etching a 6-fingered mark upon a meteorite. Choosing C, Bulma's data stream dissipating in the vacuum. I sat alone upon the gear of time for all eternity. Another me presented the infant dragon to me, its pupils flashing with the destruction and rebirth of the 12 universes. Hurry, choose, Watcher. You have only 47 seconds left. The laboratory countdown suddenly blared, the 6-fingered array on the wall beginning to absorb my energy. The Sword of Time burned in my grasp as I beheld the reflection of Bulma's smiling face upon the blade, and at last, I made my choice. As my voice fell, the entire laboratory trembled violently. The juvenile Super Shenlong transformed into a stream of light, rushing into the infant dragon's body. The collision of the two forces created a shockwave that sent both me flying. When the dust settled, the infant dragon floated in the air, its 6 fingers falling away to reveal 5 original fingers. Make a wish. The infant dragon's voice regained its divine essence with your final choice. I raised the Sword of Time, its tip aimed at my heart. I wish for all sown memories to return to their origin. The light consumed everything. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself lying on Baozi Mountain, cradling the familiar 4-star Dragon Ball. In the distance, the sound of an engine approached as Bulma's motorcycle crashed through the bushes. "Hey, have you seen my Dragon Ball?" She angrily leaped from the vehicle, suddenly pausing. "Haven't we met somewhere before?" I smiled and tossed the Dragon Ball to her. Sunlight fell upon her nape, smooth as jade, without a single mark. The voice of the juvenile Super Shenlong echoed in my mind. This is the 48th reincarnation, but this time, there is no system, no Watcher. At the moment Bulma caught the Dragon Ball, I vaguely saw a half-torn note fall from her pocket, inscribed with pencil, "Go to Antarctica to find Ice Mountain 47. Meanwhile, at the far end of the universe, Vegeta was training in the gravity chamber when an old scar on his nape suddenly itched, leading him to touch a hard protrusion. In the mirror, he saw a new birthmark shaped like a miniature Dragon Ball on his nape. Epilogue. In the underground warehouse of the Universal Capsule Corporation, Bulma opened a long-sealed box. Inside were not high-tech products, but a collection of yellowed photographs. A young Dr. Burafusu standing before Kame house, holding a black badge. King Vegeta cradling baby Vegeta, his nape displaying the same mark. And in the last photograph, an indistinct figure pressing a 6-fingered imprint onto a Dragon Ball. The back inscribed in Namekian, "The 47th sewing is complete." Bulma furrowed her brow as she returned the photographs to the bottom of the box, unaware that one of the corners revealed a glimpse of the headpiece of the Kaishin of Time. Chapter 16. The echoes beneath the Antarctic ice. Bulma's fingertips traced the 6-fingered imprint on the aged photograph, the glass frame refracting an eerie green light under the laboratory's illumination. In the image, a youthful Dr. Brief stood on the Antarctic ice sheet, a colossal iceberg resembling the head of a Super Shenlong looming behind him. with a black Dragon Ball embedded at the position of its right eye. Iceberg number 47, she murmured, suddenly recalling the crumpled note in her pocket. As she spread the note flat on the scanner, the ink began to glow, forming a set of three-dimensional coordinates. South latitude 47 feet 47 inches, east longitude 47 feet 47 inches. The laboratory's alarm blared abruptly. As Vegeta burst through the sealed door, he saw Bulma inputting the coordinates into the spaceship's navigation system. A badge fell from her lab coat pocket, a fragment of the black Dragon Ball that corresponded to the scar on the back of Vegeta's neck. What do you intend to do? Vegeta grasped her wrist, only to feel a violent tremor in his genetic chain upon contact. The birthmark at the back of his neck suddenly radiated heat, casting a holographic image of the iceberg onto his skin. Scion Royal Gene alert. Seed sowing command activated. Target. Iceberg number 47. Bulma broke free from his grasp, stuffing the last canister of cryogenic agent into her backpack. My father wrote on the back of the photo, "There lies the first lie of the Dragon God." The guardian of Time's hub, I gazed into the crystal ball depicting the Antarctic scene. Dragon scales appearing and vanishing in the palm of my hand. The young Shenlong suddenly expelled a stream of light, forming a structural diagram beneath the iceberg. Hundreds of incubation pods were arranged like the skeleton of the Super Shenlong, each housing a slumbering Scion clone, their chests embedded with glowing six-fingered imprints. This constituted the essence of Dr. Brief's plan. The voice of the young dragon echoed with a metallic rasp. Iceberg number 47 served as the incubator for the original sin. I flicked my fingers, and the fragments of time and space reformed into a vision from Vegeta's memory, his childhood self pinned to an operating table by his father, Dr. Brief's mechanical arm implanting the black fragment into the nape of his neck. The moment the fragment made contact with his skin, all monitoring screens displayed the same message: Cedar Gene Match Rate 47. Antarctic drilling site. Bulma's drilling machine had just penetrated a kilometer of ice when the drill bit became lodged in some metallic substance. Upon initiating the ultrasonic scan, a chilling sight appeared on the screen, metallic pipes snaking beneath the ice, forming the veins of the Super Shenlong, and at their convergence, a pulsating heart was revealed. Is that my father's clone? Vegeta's battle suit unexpectedly activated combat mode, deploying mini-radars. His heartbeat synchronized perfectly with the Dragon Ball. The heart contracted suddenly, and the ice began to crack. Countless Scion clones crawled out from the fissures, their eyes pitch black, and their six-fingered imprints glowing red. When the first clone opened its mouth, it did not emit a roar, but rather a lullaby from Bulma's childhood. Sleep now, my little Dragon Ball. Interdimensional alert. Clone resonance detected. 12 universes synchronization rate 47. The gears of time shuddered violently. The young dragon split into 12 streams of light, each pointing toward different universes. I witnessed the Angel of Universe 1 disintegrating into miniature Dragon Balls, the Flora of Universe 5 mutating into six-fingered forms, and the Kais of Universe 10 self-destructing, releasing black spores. They awakened in unison. The young dragon's voice was filled with despair. When the resonance of the 12 universes reached 100, the original sin would hatch. I tore apart the fabric of space-time, dragon scales resonating with a thunderous roar. The scene of the Swiss underground laboratory flickered before me. Dr. Brief's clone was embedding the final black Dragon Ball into the altar, and the indentation at the altar's center perfectly matched the position of my heart. Antarctic battlefield. Vegeta's ultimate flash shattered 3 clones, only for him to be astounded as the fragments reformed upon the ice. More terrifyingly, each clone's palm could absorb his energy, transforming it into six-fingered shockwaves. Use the Kai sword. Bulma tossed him the modified lightsaber. I infused it with the purifying energy of the Namekian Dragon Ball. The moment the lightsaber was drawn, all clones simultaneously shrieked. Vegeta beheld a shocking sight. The bodies of the clones began to turn transparent, revealing their internal structures, skeletons comprised of countless miniature Dragon Balls, at the center of which floated a metal plate inscribed with the number 47. This is the mark of the cedar. Vegeta's voice trembled. Did my father truly act as an accomplice? Bulma suddenly pointed to the top of the iceberg. There stood a familiar figure in a dark Alliance uniform, Lin Yuan, pressing his palm against the black Dragon Ball, his pupils sparkling with the constellations of the 12 universes. Lin Yuan. Vegeta nearly dropped his lightsaber. The clones abruptly merged, forming a colossal six-fingered hand reaching toward that figure. Yet Lin Yuan merely smiled and snapped his fingers, causing all clones to instantaneously dissolve into streams of data, merging into the mark upon his chest. The truth of the core of Time's gears. I stood before the heart of the iceberg, watching as Dr. Brief's clone embedded the final Dragon Ball into the location of my heart. The six-fingered diagram upon the altar's surface illuminated completely, and I finally recalled the long-forgotten truth. At the dawn of the universe, as the embodiment of the Dragon God Zalama, I personally sealed the original sin within the first guardian. That guardian was none other than the primordial form of Dr. Briefs. Welcome home, Cedar. The voices of the clones resonated from the 12 universes after 47 cycles. We finally await your voluntary return. The young Shenlong surged into my heart, its form resonating with the original sin, erupting in blinding golden light. I beheld the visions of the 12 universes shimmering in the golden radiance, the angel of Universe 1 restored to its original form, weaving new threads of time and space. The flora of Universe 5 shedding their 6 fingers to bear pure energy fruits, the Kais of Universe 10 awakening, dismantling their self-destruct devices. It turned out the wish mechanism was not a deception. I cradled the glowing young dragon against my chest, realizing it was the key to redemption. The clone suddenly shrieked, its form beginning to disintegrate into streams of data. When the light faded, all that remained on the ground was a black badge inscribed with the words, Guardian No. 47 Lin Yuan. The Antarctic Conclusion Vegeta's lightsaber hovered near Lin Yuan's neck, only to discover that the figure was merely a holographic projection. Before the projection vanished, it tossed a capsule containing a complete structural diagram of the iceberg, marking the location of the final incubation pod. Go there. The voice of the projection carried Bulma's tone. Remember to take this. Inside the capsule lay a green egg, its shell inscribed with Namekian script. When Bulma placed the egg at her heart's position, the entire iceberg began to tremble, all metal pipes resonating to form a singular message. Thank you, Guardian. The new cycle of Time's gears. I sat upon the gear, watching the young Shenlong spin within my palm. Its 6 fingers had completely shed, revealing 5 radiant golden digits. In the crystal ball, Bulma and Vegeta were departing from the iceberg, cradling the green egg, while the patterns on the egg morphed gradually into a new star map. This time, there would be no planting scheme. The voice of the young dragon brimmed with hope, for all clones had been purified, and the original sin sealed. I nodded but noticed half of a photograph caught within the gaps of the gear, my younger self standing beside Dr. Briefs, both pressing 6-fingered imprints onto a Dragon Ball. The back of the photograph bore the inscription in Dragon God script. The 48th cycle begins. Epilogue. On the top floor of the Universal Capsule Company, Bulma placed the green egg in the incubation chamber. When she turned around, she found that Vegeta was staring blankly at the mirror, the birthmark on the back of his neck having inexplicably transformed into a pentagon. What are you looking at? Bulma approached him. Startled, Vegeta turned away, accidentally knocking over a photo frame on the table. In the picture, the young Dr. Briefs stood in front of the Kame house, holding a black badge. In the corner of the photo, a blurred figure waved, revealing a corner of the Time Kaishin's headpiece peeking from his sleeve. Suddenly, the incubation chamber emitted a notification sound. The green egg cracked open, revealing not a young dragon, but a pure white Dragon Ball inscribed with the words, a gift for the 48th reincarnation. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the universe, a figure clad in dark Alliance uniform was polishing his lens, when a slip of paper fell from his pocket. Written in blood, Subject 47 has awakened. Prepare to initiate Plan B. Chapter 17, The Paradox of the Pure White Dragon Ball. The incubation chamber atop the Capsule Corporation glowed softly with white light, the pure white Dragon Ball slowly rotating within, its surface patterns writhing like a living being, gradually outlining the star map of the 12 universes. Just as Bulma's fingertips grazed the glass of the incubation chamber, the entire building trembled violently. Amidst the blaring alarms, black liquid seeped from the ceiling, coalescing on the floor into a 6-fingered handprint. This was no ordinary Dragon Ball. Vegeta's combat suit automatically unlocked its defensive mode. The mini-radar that popped out revealed astonishing data. Its energy fluctuations matched perfectly with those of the Super Shenlong hatchling, but his words faltered. On the radar screen, the energy frequency of the pure white Dragon Ball began to undergo bizarre mutations, with black pulses suddenly mingling within the originally pure white waves. These were the distinctive fluctuations of the original sin. Warning, Scion Royal Gene Alert. Detected reactivation of planting instructions. Source: core of the pure white Dragon Ball. Bulma stumbled back, overturning the experimental table. The Dragon Ball in the incubation chamber suddenly shattered, and instead of a Shenlong, 12 dark shadows emerged, each transforming into the likeness of her father. Chanting in unison. Translation: the 48th planting begins at the nexus of the Time Gear Guardians. I gazed into the chaotic scene within the crystal ball, dragon scales exploding and healing in my palm. The Super Shenlong hatchling suddenly bit into my wrist, injecting a surge of energy into the Sword of Time, where forgotten inscriptions materialized on the blade. When pure white turns black, the Guardian shall become the planter. This was the paradox set by the Dragon God Zalama. The voice of the hatchling resonated with a metallic tremor, revealing that the pure white Dragon Ball was both the key to sealing original sin and the switch to awaken it. The crystal ball abruptly fractured into 12 pieces, each displaying a different crisis from the universes. In Universe 1, the angels were attacking one another, their wings transforming into black Dragon Balls. In Universe 5, plant roots formed a six-fingered array, tearing the planet apart. In Universe 10, the Kaishins collectively morphed into a spore cloud, drifting toward other star systems. Beerifus's Plan B had been initiated. I tightened my grip on the Sword of Time, the blade reflecting my own image, and 12 black lights flickered in my pupils. He intended to completely awaken the original sin during the 48th reincarnation. On the battlefield of Shidu, 12 shadows of Beerifus hovered above the Capsule Corporation. Their palms pressed against the pure white Dragon Ball, illuminating the six-fingered array on the ground. Vegeta's ultimate flash struck one of the shadows, only for him to be shocked to discover that the figure's body transformed into a data stream, burrowing into the birthmark on the back of his neck. This is bad. He is rewriting my genes. Vegeta erupted in a blue energy flame, only to find that his energy was being absorbed by the shadows. These entities were capable of assimilating psions. Bulma suddenly raised the modified Dragon Ball radar, revealing astonishing coordinates. Beneath the Antarctic ice mountain, hundreds of incubation chambers were simultaneously activating, each containing infants with 6 fingers, their chests embedded with miniature pure white Dragon Balls. Father's clones are being mass-produced as planters. Bulma's voice trembled with anguish. Those children are all my clones. The gears of time trembled violently, and the Super Shenlong hatchling suddenly split into 12 streams of light, each pointing toward a shadow. I saw my reflection appear on every battlefield. At the moment the Sword of Time pierced the shadow, I found that the blade was stained with my own blood. So it was. The voice of the hatchling was filled with sorrow, revealing that Beerifus's Plan B was for the Guardian to personally sow the seeds of original sin. Under the Antarctic ice layer, I penetrated through 1,000 meters of ice to witness a suffocating sight. Hundreds of Bulma clones arranged into the skeletal frame of the Super Shenlong. The pure white Dragon Balls embedded in their chests, absorbing the energy from the Earth's core. As the first clone opened its eyes, I saw the gear patterns I had encountered in the zero cycle flickering in its pupils. "Welcome back, Planter," the clones chorused, their voices melding the tones of Bulma and the Time Kaishin. The sacrifice for the 48th reincarnation is now prepared. The Sword of Time grew hot in my grasp. Inscriptions in the Dragon God language appearing on the blade. Only the blood of the Guardian can activate the planting ritual. I stared at the Dragon Balls embedded in the clones' chests, finally recalling the Forgotten Covenant. At the dawn of the universe, as a manifestation of the Dragon God, I had made a pact with Beerifus's primordial form that every 48 reincarnations, the blood of the Guardian must be used to nourish the seed of original sin. So, was all of this predestined? I caressed the scar on my chest, where the black Dragon Ball had once been embedded. The struggles of 47 reincarnations had merely been to ensure the 48th planting would be perfect. The clones suddenly merged, forming a massive hand with 6 fingers reaching toward me. At the center of the palm floated the pure white Dragon Ball, its surface now entirely black, revealing the face of a young Super Shenlong with 6 fingers. Yes, the voice of Beerifus echoed from within the black Dragon Ball. From the moment you first traversed to Baozi Mountain, you have been part of my calculations. In the climax of Shidu, Vegeta's light sword pierced the last dark shadow, only to find his arm transforming into dragon scales. Bulma injected a freezing agent into the birthmark on his neck, horrified to see black patterns spreading from the injection site. forming new six-fingered arrays across his skin. Give up. Vegeta, the voice of Buriphus emanated from the Dragon Ball. The 48th planting ritual requires the blood of the Saiyan royalty as a fuse. The pure white Dragon Ball suddenly exploded, releasing not energy, but countless black spores. The spores burrowed into Vegeta's body, and his eyes instantly turned pitch black as he raised his light sword toward Bulma. The planter's command must be obeyed. In the final decision of the Gears of Time, I stood at the center of the clone army, the sword of time aimed at the black Dragon Ball. The voice of the Super Shenlong hatchling resonated in my mind. There is only one way to break the paradox. Use your heart as the new seal. In the crystal ball, the 12 universes began to collapse synchronously, each galaxy morphing into the shape of 6 fingers. I saw Xiaofeng weeping in Universe 6, her hands now entirely Dragon Ballified. I saw Wufan battling on Namek, only to be rebounded by his own energy blade. I understood. I plunged the sword of time into my own heart, dragon blood gushing forth to nourish the black Dragon Ball. This was the Guardian's ultimate mission. The moment blood touched the Dragon Ball, all the clones screamed in unison. Their bodies began to turn transparent, revealing their internal structures composed of countless miniature gears, at the center of which floated a metal plate inscribed with the number 47. No. How could you know about the Gear Project? Buriphus's voice was filled with astonishment. I smiled and withdrew the sword of time, my heart glowing in my hand, because I am not only the planter, but also the architect of the gears. Light consumed everything. When I opened my eyes once more, I found myself lying on Baozi Mountain, cradling the familiar 4-star Dragon Ball. The distant roar of engines echoed as Bulma's motorcycle crashed through the underbrush. Hey, have you seen my Dragon Ball? She exclaimed, hopping off the vehicle, only to suddenly freeze. Haven't we met before? With a smile, I tossed the Dragon Ball to her, sunlight glistening on the nape of her neck, as smooth as jade. The voice of the Super Shenlong's juvenile form resonated in my mind. The paradox has been shattered. The 48th cycle is a brand new beginning. In that fleeting moment when Bulma caught the Dragon Ball, I caught a glimpse of a half-torn note slipping from her pocket. Inscribed in pencil, "Seek the Grand Elder on Namek. He knows the truth of the Dragon Balls." In the final chapter's epilogue, within the subterranean warehouse of the Capsule Corporation, Bulma opened a new box. Inside, there were no high-tech gadgets, only a collection of metallic gears, each engraved with different names: Lin Yuan, Vegeta, Suan Wukong. At the very bottom of the pile lay a pristine white Dragon Ball, inscribed in the language of the Dragon God, the seed of innocence in the 48th cycle. Meanwhile, amidst the cosmic rifts, a figure clad in Dark Alliance attire was welding a mechanical arm, with a nameplate on his chest reading, Dr. Brief's clone number 48. On his workbench lay a photograph, depicting a youthful Lin Yuan standing before the Super Shenlong, with a star map of the 12 universes behind him. On the back of the photo, written in blood, were the words, "The game has just begun." Chapter 18, The Rift of Namek. Beneath the violet clouds of Namek, Lin Yuan's flight technique tore through the atmosphere. The pure white Dragon Ball in his palm suddenly grew hot, cracks appearing on its surface. These fissures were not signs of damage, but rather a reformation of the 6-fingered array, detecting homogeneous energy fluctuations. Coordinates: Grand Elder's Sanctuary on Namek. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind, and Lin Yuan realized that his nails had turned an unexpected dark golden hue. From the sanctuary, an explosion of energy erupted, and 3 figures burst through the dome. Xiaofeng's Super Saiyan aura shimmered in deep green, Bika's left arm transformed entirely into dragon scales, while the Grand Elder's body began to turn transparent, a black Dragon Ball embedded in his chest. Lin Yuan, Xiaofeng's energy blade twisted mid-air into a 6-finger shape. The Grand Elder has been controlled by a clone. Bika's magic beam shot toward Lin Yuan, but upon contact, it disintegrated into a stream of data. Only then did Lin Yuan notice the gear patterns flickering in Bika's pupils, with a microcontroller embedded beneath the skin at the nape of his neck, identical to the device Bulma once had in her spine. Cross-universe alert. Detecting activation of the Cedar's genes. Target: Namekian Dragon Tribe Bloodline. In the ruins of the sanctuary, the Grand Elder's body transformed into particles of light, merging into the pure white Dragon Ball in Lin Yuan's palm. The cracks on the spheres suddenly spread, revealing a curled-up clone within, a juvenile version of Dr. Brief's, yet bearing Lin Yuan's visage. "It is indeed you." The clone's voice emanated from the Dragon Ball, The blood of the Watcher has awakened my true form. The truth of the gears of time unveiled. The juvenile form of the Super Shenlong suddenly shattered a crystal sphere, and 12 streams of light coalesced into a new star map. Lin Yuan beheld a suffocating scene. Within the core of Namek, hundreds of incubation pods were hatching, each containing Namekians with 6 fingers, their chests embedded with glowing white dragon balls. The Grand Elder knew all along. The voice of the juvenile dragon quivered. He voluntarily allowed himself to be controlled to seal the cedar within the core. Lin Yuan clenched the dragon ball tightly. The substance oozing from the cracks was not blood, but sand of time. He finally recalled the forgotten memories in the 0 iteration. The Grand Elder had used his heart as a key to seal the fragments of the Dragon God's original sin. Final memory unlocked. Truth of the Namekian dragon tribe. They are guardians created from the scales of the Dragon God Zalama. The 6-fingered mark is the key to the sealing. In the Antarctic ice, the clone army stirred. Bulma's scanner erupted with piercing alarms. The incubators beneath the Antarctic were awakening en masse. Hundreds of Lin Yuan clones breaking free, their eyes pure black, 6-fingered marks on their chests glowing red. As the first clone opened its mouth, it spoke the final words of Lin Yuan from the 47th cycle. Make a wish, let everything return to its origin. Vegeta's ultimate flash shattered 3 clones, only to discover, in shock, that as the fragments reformed, they formed the skeletal structure of the Super Shenlong. More terrifyingly, each clone's palm could absorb his energy, transforming it into rifts in space-time, from which poured forth countless parallel universes of Lin Yuan. This is the Multiverse Cedar Project. Bulma's voice trembled. Father intends to turn all Lin Yuan from every timeline into cedars. The gears of time suddenly reversed, as the scales of the juvenile Super Shenlong shed one by one, revealing a contract etched beneath. When the Watcher of the 48th cycle bleeds, the 12 universes will merge into a new seed of original sin. On the battlefield of Namek, Lin Yuan's sword of time pierced the Grand Elder's clone, only to find the blade lodged in its chest, where there was no flesh, but rather gears of time. The clone suddenly split into 12 dark shadows, each transforming into a different universe's Lin Yuan. Chanting in unison. Translation: the blood of the cedar nourishes the seed of original sin. Xiaofeng's energy blade, striking before Lin Yuan, suddenly turned, slicing through his sleeve. The wound did not bleed blood, but rather golden light particles, the Dragon God cells rejecting the control of the clone. As Lin Yuan watched the wound heal, he finally understood the Grand Elder's intention. The blood of Namekians can purify the cedar's genes. He abruptly grasped Xiaofeng's hand, applying her blood to the pure white Dragon Ball. The cracks in the sphere instantly healed, emitting not black light, but a golden glow that purifies all. All clones screamed in unison, their bodies becoming transparent, revealing their internal structures, a skeleton composed of countless micro-gears of time, at the center of which floated a metal plate engraved with the number 47. No, my perfect plan. Dr. Brief's voice echoed from the Dragon Ball. How could you know the secrets of the Namekians? Lin Yuan smiled as he plunged the sword of time into the core, dragon blood gushing forth, drenching all the incubation pods. When the light faded, the core of Namek revealed its truth. It was not a nest of cedars, but the final seal left by the Dragon God Zalama, within which lay the true juvenile form of the Super Shenlong, its 5 fingers shimmering with light. Final seal lifted. Awakening of the original color of the Super Shenlong. Permanent seal of the original sin seed. In the Antarctic finale, Vegeta's light sword pierced the last clone, only to find his arm restored to normal. Bulma injected cryogenic fluid into all the incubation pods, only to be stunned as the clones within transformed into ordinary Namekian infants, their 6-fingered marks morphing into shooting stars, soaring towards Namek. It is over. Vegeta knelt on one knee, the birthmark on his nape vanishing. Those clones were merely controlled Namekians. Suddenly, Bulma pointed to the sky. The clouds above the Antarctic parted, revealing the silhouette of the Super Shenlong. No longer marred by stitches, its scales gleamed with the original golden light. In its left eye regained the brilliance of divinity. Make a wish. The voice of the dragon echoed across the 12 universes, using your purified pure white Dragon Ball. The new epic of the Gears of Time commenced as Lin Yuan stood amidst the ruins of the Namekian sanctuary, gazing at the Super Shenlong soaring in the heavens. The pure white Dragon Ball in his palm had transformed into gold, now inscribed with new inscriptions. the final chapter of the Watcher of the 48th cycle. Final choice. A. Reset all timelines, forget everything. B. Retain memories, become the Eternal Watcher. C. Destroy the Dragon Ball system, terminate the wish mechanism. The voice of the juvenile Super Shenlong resonated in his mind. In truth, the answer has always been known to you. Lin Yuan raised the golden Dragon Ball, sunlight cascading upon him, illuminating the dragon scales beneath his skin. He beheld the flickering images of the 12 universes within the Dragon Ball. The angels of the first universe were reconstructing the fabric of time and space. The flora of the 5th universe bore pure energy fruits, and the Kaishins of the 10th universe were channeling life energy to Namek. I wish. Lin Yuan's voice reverberated across the 12 universes, compelling all controlled lives to return to their original state. Radiance engulfed everything. When Lin Yuan opened his eyes once more, he found himself reclining atop Baozi Mountain, cradling the familiar 4-star Dragon Ball. In the distance, the sound of an engine approached, as Bulma's motorcycle crashed through the underbrush. "Hey, have you seen my Dragon Ball?" she exclaimed, hopping off her vehicle, suddenly pausing. "Haven't we met somewhere before?" Lin Yuan smiled and tossed the Dragon Ball to her. Sunlight glimmering on the nape of her neck, smooth as jade. The voice of the infant Shenron echoed in his mind. This is a true new beginning, devoid of reincarnation, devoid of sours. The instant Bulma caught the Dragon Ball, Lin Yuan noticed a half-torn note tumble from her pocket, inscribed in pencil, "Seek Master Roshi at Kame House. He harbors the final secret." Epilogue. In the underground warehouse of the Capsule Corporation, Bulma opened the last crate. Inside lay not advanced technology, but a golden Dragon Ball, etched with the draconic script, "To the Guardian of the 48th Reincarnation." At the bottom of the crate rested a photograph, depicting a youthful Lin Yuan standing before Shenron, flanked by a smiling Bulma and Vegeta. The back of the photo bore the Namekian script, "The tale of the Guardian has just begun." Meanwhile, within the rifts of the universe, a figure clad in Dark Alliance uniform was welding the final gear, his chest insignia reading, "Lin Yuan Clone Number 0. On his workbench lay a star map, with Earth marked at its center, encircled by 12 black planets, the reverse inscribed in blood. The game never ends. Chapter 19. Fragments of Time and Space at Kame House. The salty sea breeze of Kame House brushed against Lin Yuan's face as he knelt before Master Roshi's gravestone, his fingertips tracing the inscription. Embedded within the stone's crevice lay a half-gear, its teeth mirroring the temporal device from the Swiss underground laboratory. Detecting energy of the same origin, the system notified, "Source, 3 meters beneath the gravestone." The residual red glow flickered across his retina as Lin Yuan abruptly overturned the gravestone. 3 meters below lay a leaden box, its lid adorned with a 6-fingered imprint, the keyhole perfectly matching the pure white Dragon Ball nestled in his palm. Lin Yuan. Bulma's vehicle crashed into the sea's surface, brandishing a modified radar as she rushed over. Vegeta found this in the mark on his nape. The radar screen unfurled a star map, with 12 black planets forming a dodecahedron, the center marked with Kame House's coordinates. More astonishingly, each planet was labeled with clone numbers from 1 to 12, while the position of clone number 0 corresponded precisely to the Kame House beneath Lin Yuan's feet. Master Roshi was also a clone? Lin Yuan inserted the pure white Dragon Ball into the keyhole, and the lead box trembled suddenly, releasing not documents, but a holographic projection. A youthful Kame Sennin stood at the core of the time realm, Dr. Brief's mechanical arm pressing the 6-fingered mark upon his nape. At the image's conclusion, Kame Sennin abruptly turned, his pupils reflecting Lin Yuan's visage, silently mouthing, "Clone number 0 is in the mirror." Fragment of Time and Space Analysis. The system continued. Content: Master Roshi is the guardian of clone number 0. Warning: fragment energy is contaminating the Dragon Ball. The pure white Dragon Ball suddenly cracked open, and instead of Shenron, a dark shadow emerged. The shadow surged into Lin Yuan's body, his left arm instantaneously transforming into dragon scales, his nails turning a dark golden hue, characteristics of clone number 0. So it is, Lin Yuan mused, caressing the dragon scales, realizing that Master Roshi had sealed the power of clone number 0 within his own body. Gene crisis at West City Laboratory. Vegeta's battle suit suddenly activated its self-destruct sequence, miniature nuclear bombs ejecting from his shoulder pads and commencing their countdown. Bulma injected a freezing agent into the mark on his nape, only to horrifyingly witness black tendrils spreading from the needle's entry point, forming a new temporal diagram upon his skin. Final coordinates for the 48th reincarnation. Time, 3 hours and 47 minutes. Location, summit of Kain Tower. They must complete the sowing ritual at the holy site. Bulma tugged Vegeta toward their aircraft, as the temporal turbulence at Kain Tower was most conducive for opening rifts. The War of Temporal Gears. The infant Shenron suddenly shattered the temporal barrier. 12 dark shadows pouring forth from the rift. Lin Yuan beheld a suffocating sight. Each shadow transformed into a version of himself from different epochs. Frisia's lieutenant from the first cycle, allies of Cell from the 17th, and the Dark Alliance leader from the 47th. Welcome home, Sower. All the shadows spoke in unison, their voices melding with the lamentations of the 12 universes. The sacrificial offering of the 48th reincarnation is none other than yourself. Lin Yuan's sword of time blazed in his grasp, the blade reflecting 13 versions of himself. He finally recalled the forgotten covenant. At the dawn of the universe, the Dragon God Zalama sealed the original sin with 13 gears, and the 0th gear lay hidden beneath the holy waters of Kain Tower. Final covenant unlocked, the system announced. Truth of the 13 gears. Each gear represents a reincarnation. The 0th gear is the source of all sours. Climactic battle at Kain Tower. Lin Yuan's flight technique tore through the clouds as the holy waters of Kain Tower began to boil. 13 shadows ascended from the depths, each bearing a gear-shaped mark upon their chests, while the mark of the 0th shadow mirrored the dragon scale pattern on Lin Yuan's left arm. I've been waiting for you. True self. The 0th clone removed his sunglasses, revealing a visage identical to Lin Yuan's. The secrets that Master Roshi had guarded throughout his life were about to be unveiled. Vegeta's ultimate flash struck the 5th clone, yet he was shocked to see the fragments reassemble into the skull of Shenron. Even more terrifying, each clone's palm could absorb his energy, converting it into temporal rifts. Emerging from the rifts were countless parallel universe versions of Bulma. This is the multiverse sacrifice plan. Bulma's radar erupted with a piercing alarm, signaling their intent to transform every Bulma across time and space into offerings. The gears of time suddenly reversed. The scales of the infant Shenron began to shed, revealing blood inscriptions beneath. When clone number 0 awakens, the 12 universes will become the nourishment for the seed of original sin. Final clue at Kame House. Lin Yuan's sword of time pierced through clone number 0, only to discover the blade lodged within the clone's chest. Not flesh and blood, but temporal gears. The clone abruptly split into 13 streams of light, each entering Lin Yuan's body, his pupils flashing with 13 distinct memories. In the first cycle, he had personally pushed Bulma into Frisia's gas chamber. In the 17th cycle, he had shattered Cell's arena with a Kamehameha, and in the 47th cycle, he had slain Kain at the core of the time realm. So I am the true sower. Lin Yuan gazed at his hands, the dragon scales sprawling across his skin, realizing that all reincarnations of Lin Yuan were but his avatars. The voice of Clone No. 0 resonated from within him. Indeed, from the moment you first traversed to Baozi Mountain, you were executing the sowing program. At the summit of Kain Tower, the holy waters solidified, revealing the 13 gears beneath. As Lin Yuan's blood dripped upon the gears, all clones let out a simultaneous scream, their bodies becoming translucent, exposing their inner structures. Skeletons composed of countless miniature temporal gears, at the center of which floated a metal plate inscribed with Lin Yuan. No, my perfect reincarnation. The voice of number 0 was filled with despair. How could you possibly know the weakness of the gears? Lin Yuan smiled as he inserted the sword of time into the center of the gear, and dragon blood gushed forth, cascading over all the gears. As the brilliance faded, the sacred water of Kalinta regained its clarity, reflecting the true form of the super divine dragon, whose 13 whiskers shimmered, each symbolizing a pure reincarnation. The final seal is lifted, the awakening of the 13 reincarnations of the super divine dragon. The seed of original sin is utterly obliterated. In the final moments of West City, Vegeta's lightsaber pierced the last clone, only to discover his arm had returned to normal. Bulma aimed her radar at the sacred water, shocked to see a new star map emerging on the surface. 12 white planets forming a regular dodecahedron, with Earth at the center. And the location of the 13th planet was none other than Lin Yuan's heart. It was over. Vegeta knelt on one knee, the birthmark on the back of his neck transforming into a shooting star, soaring towards Namek. All clones were tainted fragments of reincarnation. Suddenly, Bulma pointed to the sky. The clouds above Kalinta split open, revealing the super divine dragon spiraling in the heavens, its scales glistening with 13 colors. Golden tears streaming from its left eye, purifying water for all. Make a wish. The voice of the dragon echoed across the 12 universes, utilizing your pure 13 gears. A new era of the gears of time. Lin Yuan stood atop Kalinta, watching as the super divine dragon dissipated into the morning light. The pure white dragon ball in his palm had transformed into 13 colors, inscribed with new runes. The rebirth of the 48th Reincarnation's Watcher. Final choices. A. Reset all timelines and create a new world without reincarnation. B. Retain memories and become a guardian traversing time and space. C. Destroy the gear system and end all wishing mechanisms. The voice of the super divine dragon's infant form resonated in his mind. This time, there is no standard answer. Lin Yuan raised the 13-colored dragon ball, sunlight cascading upon him as dragon scales vanished beneath his skin. He beheld the scenes of the 12 universes flickering within the dragon ball. Angels in Universe 1 weaving new timelines, plants in Universe 5 bearing 13-colored energy fruits, and the Kais of Universe 10 delivering life energy to Earth. I make a wish. Lin Yuan's voice reverberated across the 12 universes, guiding all fragments of reincarnation back to their respective timelines. Radiance consumed everything. When Lin Yuan opened his eyes once more, he found himself lying on Baozi Mountain, cradling the familiar 4-star Dragon Ball. In the distance, the sound of an engine approached as Bulma's motorcycle crashed through the bushes. "Hey, have you seen my Dragon Ball?" she exclaimed, hopping off the bike, suddenly frozen. "Haven T, we met somewhere before?" Lin Yuan smiled as he tossed the Dragon Ball to her. Sunlight illuminating the back of her neck, smooth as jade. The voice of the super divine dragon's infant form echoed in his mind. This is the true beginning. Every timeline has its own destiny. At the moment Bulma caught the Dragon Ball, Lin Yuan noticed half a piece of paper tumble from her pocket. Scribbled with a pencil, "Go to the temple and find Mr. Popo. He is hiding the last gear." Epilogue. In the basement of the temple, Mr. Popo was polishing 13 gears, each inscribed with different names. Lin Yuan, Vegeta, Sun Wukong. At the very bottom of the pile lay a 13-colored Dragon Ball, engraved in draconic script, for the creator of the 48th reincarnation. Simultaneously, within the rifts of the universe, a figure clad in Dark Alliance attire was welding the last gear. A nameplate on his chest reading, Lin Yuan S number 0 consciousness. On his workstation lay a star map, with Earth marked at its center, surrounded by 13 white planets. The reverse of the map inscribed in blood. Reincarnation never ends. The Guardian endures. Chapter 20. The final contract of the Temple Gears. The stained glass of the temple dome refracted eerie patterns under the moonlight. As Lin Yuan's fingertips brushed against the 13 floating gears, they suddenly formed the emblem of the Kaishin of time, the central pattern perfectly aligning with the dragon scales on his chest. Contract resonance detected. Source: 13th level of the temple basement. The blue light on his retina flashed violently. Lin Yuan tore through the ground to discover a crystal altar, upon which lay a mechanical body with a pulsating heart embedded in its chest. The patterns of 6 handprints on its surface mirrored the dragon scales in his palm. Lin Yuan. Bulma's craft shattered the dome, and she rushed in holding a gene scanner. This is hidden in the birthmark on Vegeta's neck. On the scanner's screen, an unusual sequence extended from the end of Vegeta's genetic chain, identical in structure to the heart of the altar. More shockingly, a holographic image nested within the sequence revealed young King Vegeta kneeling at the core of the time realm, as Dr. Brief's mechanical arm implanted the heart into his body. His final words clearly stating, "The 13th good gear resides within the heart." Time-space contract analysis. Content. The royal lineage of King Vegeta has guarded the 13th gear for generations. Warning. Contract energy is activating the remnants of original sin. The mechanical heart suddenly burst forth with golden light, colliding with Lin Yuan's body, leaving 13 scars upon his chest, marks from the previous 13 reincarnations as a sower. As his fingertips grazed the 3rd scar, visions of the destruction of the 17th round Cell games erupted in his mind. It turned out that the bloodline of the royal family of Vegeta was the key to the contract. Lin Yuan pressed down on his aching heart as dragon scales flickered beneath his skin. In the gene resonance of the West City laboratory, Vegeta's battle suit suddenly unlocked its time travel program, and a micro-wormhole burst forth from his shoulder armor, rapidly expanding. Bulma injected a purification agent into the birthmark on his neck, but was horrified to see golden patterns spreading from the needle point, forming a new diagram of time on his skin. Final contract of the 48th reincarnation. Time, 1 hour 47 minutes. Location, the Grand Elder's Sanctuary on Namek. They had to complete the contract ritual in the sacred land of the Dragon Clan. Bulma tugged Vegeta towards the craft, the navigation screen displaying the core of Namek flashing with 13 red lights. The Grand Elder's bloodline could activate all the gears. Within the nexus of the gears of time, the infant form of the super divine dragon suddenly shattered the time-space barrier. And 13 golden lights revealed the phantoms of Vegeta from different universes, the loyal servant of Frieza from the first round, the Super Saiyan 4 warrior from the 17th round, and the Dark Alliance general from the 47th round. Welcome home, contractor. All the phantoms spoke in unison, their voices harmonizing with the battle cries of the 12 universes. The offering of the 48th reincarnation is the fate of you and me. Lin Yuan's sword of time trembled incessantly, the blade reflecting the shadows of 13 Vegetas. The sealed vows awakened suddenly. At the dawn of the universe, the Dragon God and the royal family of Vegeta established a contract, requiring the blood of the royal family to activate the 13th gear every 48 reincarnations. Final oath unlocked. The truth of the 13 contracts. Each gear represents a sacrifice. The 13th gear is the endpoint of all contracts. At the altar of the contract in the Namek Sanctuary, Lin Yuan's aerial technique tore through Namek's violet clouds as the crystal dome of the Grand Elder's Sanctuary suddenly shattered, and the 13 phantoms of Vegeta ascended from within. The 13th phantom bore a gear-shaped birthmark embedded in its chest, identical to the mark on Vegeta's neck. At last, I have awaited you, contractor. The 13th phantom removed its battle gear, revealing a visage identical to Vegeta's. The secret safeguarded by the royal bloodline for millennia was about to be unveiled. Bulma's radar erupted with an ear-piercing alarm. Hundreds of gears within Namek's core were synchronously rotating, each inscribed with different contractual terms, while the central gear prominently bore the names of Lin Yuan and Vegeta. This is the multiverse's repository of contracts. Bulma's voice trembled as the screen displayed the gears deep within the Earth's core, transforming all temporal contracts into energy. They sought to forge the original sin from the 12 universes. Suddenly, the gears of time reversed their motion, revealing blood-red characters beneath the scales of the embryonic Shenron. When contract number 13 is activated, the 12 universes shall become sacrifices. Lin Yuan sharply glanced at his palm, where the dragon scales darkened at an astonishing speed. The final clue in the temple's basement revealed itself as Lin Yuan's sword of time pierced the specter of contract No. 13. Yet the blade became lodged within the gears in its chest. The specter split into 13 streams of light that surged into his body, his pupils shimmering with fragments of 13 memories. In the first cycle, he allied with Vegeta to obliterate the Frieza force. In the 17th cycle, he safeguarded Trunks during the Cell Games. In the 47th cycle, he fused with Vegeta to battle against the Dark Alliance. The essence of the contract was sacrifice. As Lin Yuan observed the dragon scales gradually returning to normal, he finally comprehended the Elder's intent. The blood of the Namekian could purify the energy of the contract. He seized Xiaofang's hand and smeared her blood upon the gears. In that instant of golden brilliance, all specters of Vegeta emitted anguished cries, their forms becoming translucent to reveal an inner structure composed of a skeletal center formed by miniature gears, floating a metallic plate inscribed with the word contract. Deep within the Namekian core, 13 gears slowly sank into the magma, unveiling the dormant embryonic Shenron, whose 13 whiskers absorbed the purified energy. The final blessing is released. Shenron's 13 blessings awaken. The original sin is thoroughly purified. Above West City, Shenron granted wishes as Vegeta's lightsaber shattered the last specter. The birthmark on the back of his neck transformed into a meteor, soaring towards Namek. On Bulma's radar screen, the gears of the core arranged themselves into a peace symbol, with Earth at the center, while the position of the 13th gear aligned precisely with Lin Yuan's heart. It was over. Vegeta knelt, gazing at the spiraling Shenron above Namek, its scales shimmering with 13 hues, as silver holy water streamed from its right eye, showering the 12 universes. Make your wish. Shinran's voice resonated through time and space as Lin Yuan raised the transparent 13-colored Dragon Ball, sunlight enveloping him, causing all dragon scales to vanish completely. He beheld the flickering images of the 12 universes within the Dragon Ball, the Angel of Universe 1 weaving new timelines, the Flora of Universe 5 bearing 13-colored fruits, and the Kaioshin of Universe 10 channeling energy to Earth. I wish, Lin Yuan's voice echoed throughout the cosmos, summoning the blessings of every contract to descend upon each timeline. The radiance consumed all, and when Lin Yuan opened his eyes again, he found himself lying atop Baozi Mountain, the 4-star Dragon Ball in his arms radiating warmth. In the distance, Bulma's motorcycle roared to a halt, and she suddenly froze, asking, "Haven't we met somewhere before?" Lin Yuan chuckled as he tossed her the Dragon Ball. Noticing a note that had slipped from her pocket, "Seek Master Roshi's tomb at Kame House." As the sea breeze caressed the tombstone, a half-gear embedded in the crevice emitted a green light, resonating with the Dragon Ball in his palm. Epilogue. Beneath the tombstone at Kame House, Bulma unearthed a metallic box containing a transparent gear inscribed with "For the Guardian of the 48th Reincarnation." The photograph at the box's base depicted Lin Yuan and Vegeta standing before Shinran, with the back inscribed in starlight, "The contract never ends, the watchman endures." Meanwhile, in the cosmic rift, a figure clad in Dark Alliance attire was welding the last gear, the inscription of contract number 0 flickering in the starlit sky. Chapter 21. The hourglass of time. In the temple basement, moonlight filtered through the stained glass of the Earth's temple, refracting into 13 colored spots upon Lin Yuan's transparent Dragon Ball. As he fitted the Dragon Ball into the lock of the temple basement, the entire wall suddenly rotated, revealing an altar constructed of an hourglass of time. The base of the hourglass was filled with black granules, among which lay a gear marked with a 6-finger imprint. Detection of energy fluctuations from the same source. Source: core of the hourglass. The residual green light from the system flickered upon his retina as Lin Yuan reached out to touch the glass of the hourglass. An influx of memories suddenly surged into his mind. Dr. Briefs standing at the core of the time realm, injecting black granules into the hourglass. Master Roshi shattering the hourglass with a Kamehameha, only to discover the granules reconstituting into clones. The Elder embedding a heart within the hourglass to ensure the stability of Namek's timeline. This was the relic of the Kaioshin of time. Bulma's voice echoed from behind, as she raised the modified spectrometer, declaring, "The black granules in the hourglass resonate in sync with the dragon scales within you." The spectrometer's screen unfurled an energy spectrum, revealing that the frequency of the black granules matched Lin Yuan's heartbeat perfectly. More astonishingly, the granules concealed an encrypted message. When Bulma entered 47 as the key, the hourglass trembled, releasing not granules but a holographic image, the Kaioshin of time, Kain, kneeling before Shinran, pressing the 6-finger imprint upon the hourglass and silently mouthing, "The 0th gear is at the bottom of the hourglass." Analysis of temporal relics. Content: the hourglass is the final vessel sealing the original sin. Warning: the energy of the granules is contaminating the Dragon Ball. The transparent Dragon Ball suddenly cracked open, not releasing blessings, but a shadow. The shadow collided with Lin Yuan, and a gear pattern emerged upon his right shoulder, characteristic of the 0th clone. So it was. Lin Yuan caressed the pattern, realizing that the Kaioshin of time had sealed away his own power using the hourglass. Crisis of the Gears. In West City Laboratory, Vegeta's battle suit unexpectedly unlocked a time-stop protocol, and a miniature black hole emerged from his shoulder armor, expanding rapidly. Bulma injected a purifying agent into the old scar on his neck, only to be horrified as the gear pattern spread through the pinhole, forming a new diagram of time upon his skin, the enigma of the 48th Reincarnation's endgame. Time: 47 minutes. Location: underground level 47 of Capsule Corporation. They needed to complete the final gear assembly there. Bulma urged Vegeta towards the teleportation device, exclaiming, "Level 47 once concealed my father's ultimate laboratory." Memory war of the gears of time. The embryonic Shinran suddenly shattered the glass of the hourglass, and 13 shadows surged forth from the fissure. Lin Yuan beheld a suffocating sight. Each shadow transformed into a different phase of Kain, the guardian of time from the first cycle, the strategist of the Dark Alliance from the 17th cycle, and the time manipulator from the 47th cycle. "Welcome home, Watcher," all the Kains spoke in unison. their voices merging with the echoes of the 12 universes. The truth of the 48th reincarnation lay deep within the gears. Lin Yuan's sword of time radiated heat in his hand, reflecting the 13 Kain silhouettes. He finally recalled the forgotten memories. At the dawn of the universe, the Kaishin of time recorded the cycles with 13 gears, and the 0th gear was concealed within the foundation of Capsule Corporation. Final memory unlocked. Truth of the 13 gears. Each gear records a sacrifice. The 0th gear is the source of all memories. Decisive battle in the underground of Capsule Corporation. Lin Yuan's airwalking technique tore apart the ground, and in the laboratory on level 47, 13 incubation pods opened simultaneously. Each pod contained a clone of Kain, their chests embedded with glowing gears, and the gear of the 0th clone corresponded to the pattern on Lin Yuan's right shoulder. I have awaited your arrival, memory. The 0th Kain removed the gear headdress, revealing a face identical to that of the Kaishin of time. The memories I have safeguarded throughout my life must be returned to you. Bulma's radar erupted with a piercing alarm, the screen displaying the central hub of the laboratory, where hundreds of gears rotated in unison, each inscribed with different fragments of memory. At the center gear, an image of Lin Yuan and Kain together was etched. This is the memory repository of the multiverse. Bulma's voice trembled as they sought to transform the memories of all time and space into the energy of original sin. Suddenly, the gears of time began to rotate in reverse, and the scales of the juvenile Shenlong shed away, revealing blood-etched words beneath. When the number 0 memory awakens, the 12 universes shall become offerings to memory. The final clue of the temple was that Lin Yuan's sword of time pierced number 0 Kain, only to find the blade lodged in their chest, which was not flesh and blood, but rather the gears of time. Kain abruptly split into 13 streams of light, each penetrating Lin Yuan's body, his pupils shimmering with 13 distinct memories. In the first cycle, Kain bestowed upon him the sword of time. In the 17th cycle, Kain rescued him at the core of the realm of time. In the 47th cycle, Kain shielded him from an attack by the Dark Alliance. It turned out that Kain was the true guardian. Lin Yuan gazed at his hands, the gear tattoo fading from his skin, realizing that all the sacrifices of the cycles were made to protect him. The voice of number 0 Kain resonated within him. Indeed, from the moment you first traversed, I have been safeguarding you through the cycles. In the central hub of the laboratory, the gears suddenly cracked open, revealing the hourglass of time at the base. Lin Yuan's blood dripped onto the hourglass, causing all Kain clones to scream in unison as their bodies began to turn transparent, exposing their internal structures. A skeleton composed of countless micro-memory gears, at the center of which floated a metal plate inscribed with the truth. No, my perfect memory repository. The voice of number 0 was filled with despair. How could you know the weakness of memory? Lin Yuan smiled as he plunged the sword of time into the center of the hourglass, dragon blood gushing forth and drenching all the gears. When the brilliance dissipated, the foundations of the laboratory revealed the truth. It was not a memory repository, but rather the final blessing left by the king god of the realm of time, where the true juvenile Shenlong slumbered, its 13 whiskers absorbing the light of memory. Final blessing activated. Super Shenlong memory awakened. Original sin thoroughly purified. At the end of the West City, Vegeta's lightsaber pierced the last clone, yet he found his arm restored to normal. Bulma pointed the radar at the hourglass, only to be astonished as new memories materialized. 13 gears formed a pattern of peace, the center marked by Earth. And the position of the number 0 gear was precisely Lin Yuan's heart. It was over. Vegeta knelt, the scar on the back of his neck transforming into a meteor that soared towards the temple, for all memories were keys to blessings. Suddenly, Bulma pointed to the sky. The clouds above the Capsule Corporation parted, revealing Shenlong circling in the heavens, its scales shimmering with the light of memory. Colorful tears streaming from its eyes, pure waters of memory that cleanse all. Make a wish. The voice of the dragon echoed across the 12 universes, calling upon their pure memory gears. A new era of the gears of time began as Lin Yuan stood amidst the ruins of the laboratory, watching Shenlong dissolve into the light of memory. The transparent Dragon Ball in his palm had transformed into a memory crystal, inscribed with new inscriptions. The redemption of the 48th Cycle Guardian. Final choice. A. Reset all memories, creating a new world without cycles. B. Preserve memories, becoming the guardian of memory. C. Destroy the gear system, ending all shackles of memory. The voice of the juvenile Shenlong resonated in his mind. This time, the answer lies deep within memory. Lin Yuan raised the memory crystal, starlight cascading upon him, the gear patterns vanishing completely. He beheld the images of the 12 universes flickering within the crystal, the angels of the first universe weaving the threads of memory time. The plants of the 5th universe bearing fruits of memory blessings. The king gods of the 10th universe delivering the energy of memory to Earth. I make a wish. Lin Yuan's voice resonated throughout the 12 universes, returning all blessings of memory to every soul. The light consumed all. When Lin Yuan opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on the Baozi Mountain, cradling the familiar 4-star Dragon Ball. The sound of engines approached as Bulma's motorcycle burst through the bushes. "Hey, have you seen my Dragon Ball?" she exclaimed, hopping off the bike, only to freeze in place. "Haven't we met somewhere before?" Lin Yuan smiled as he tossed the Dragon Ball to her, sunlight illuminating her neck, smooth as jade. The voice of the juvenile Shenlong echoed in his mind. This is true redemption. Every soul possesses complete memory. The moment Bulma caught the Dragon Ball, Lin Yuan noticed a half-sheet of paper fall from her pocket, on which was scribbled in pencil, "Go to Kame house to find Master Roshi's tombstone." The final fragments of memory are concealed there. Epilogue. Beneath the tombstone of Kame house, Bulma unearthed a metal box. Inside were no high-tech products, only a memory crystal. Inscribed in Dragon God language, "To the guardian of memory of the 48th cycle." At the bottom of the box lay a photograph, showing a young Lin Yuan standing before Shenlong, flanked by a smiling Kain and Bulma. The back of the photo bore the words written in the light of memory. "Memory never ends. The guardian is eternal." Meanwhile, in the rifts of the universe, a figure clad in Dark Alliance attire was welding the final gear, with a nameplate on their chest reading, "Lin Yuan number 0 memory entity." On their workbench lay a star map, with Earth marked at the center, surrounded by 13 memory planets. The back of the star map inscribed with the light of memory. "The cycle is the reflection of memory. The watch is the echo of memory." Chapter 22. The gears of time beneath the tombstone. The sea breeze at Kame house whisked up fine sand, striking the memory crystal in Lin Yuan's palm. As he embedded the crystal into Master Roshi's tombstone, the stone suddenly trembled, the bronze gears embedded within emitting a green luminescence, resonating violently with the crystal. A rhythmic sound of gears turning echoed from beneath, as if some ancient, slumbering mechanism was awakening. Energy resonance detected. Source: core of the tombstone base. Blue light spread across his retina like a spider's web. Lin Yuan abruptly overturned the tombstone, revealing a metallic chamber composed of an hourglass of time 4 meters underground. Among the black gravel at the base of the hourglass lay a gear inscribed with the number 47. Its center adorned with a 6-fingered imprint identical to the mark that had once appeared on Bulma's neck. This was the sealing device of the king god of the realm of time. Bulma's voice came through the communicator, her aircraft piercing through the clouds. As the genetic scan of Vegeta revealed that this gear resonated with the number 13 contract fragment within him, the walls of the chamber suddenly illuminated with a holographic projection. The image of a young Kame Sennin materializing within the hourglass. When the number 47 gear turns, the sealed cycles shall reappear. The image abruptly distorted. Kame Sennin's face gradually transforming into Lin Yuan's likeness. "The guardian must find." Before the words were completed, the hourglass violently shook. The black gravel on the ground forming the skeleton of Shenlong, with the heart's position marked by the number 47 gear. Lin Yuan's dragon scales suddenly darkened. Images of the 17th cycle cells self-destruction flashing through his mind, the gear patterns faintly visible beneath his skin. In the laboratory of West City, Vegeta suddenly collapsed to the ground, the old wound on his neck oozing golden particles. Bulma's scanner displayed his genetic chain rapidly reorganizing. The gear pattern at the end of the number 13 chromosome being eroded by dark matter, gradually warping into a bizarre 6-fingered shape. "This thing is burning my blood." Vegeta erupted with a super blue aura, yet the energy was absorbed by the gear pattern, transforming into a black shockwave. The laboratory walls suddenly manifested ancient Saiyan script, the 47th cycle's taboo, when the bloodline of the Watcher resonates with the gears. The 12 universes shall become the offerings of temporal paradoxes. Bulma injected a freezing agent into Vegeta's nape, only to witness the gear patterns spreading from the injection site. forming a complete diagram of time upon his skin. At the center of the diagram was marked the Kame house, with 12 beams of light radiating towards different cosmic realms. This was a multiverse anchoring device. Bulma's voice trembled as she realized they intended to pull all temporal abysses to this location. Within the temporal gear hub, the infant Shenron emitted a mournful cry, its scales shedding to reveal flowing sands of time. Lin Yuan's image fractured in the sand flow. Clad in garments from various eras, Frisia's officer uniform, Cell's tournament attire, and the Dark League's black armor. At long last, I have awaited you, the core of paradox. A figure resembling Lin Yuan emerged from the sands, a pitch-black gear embedded in its chest. The flaw of the 48th cycle resided within you. The temporal turbulence of Namek caused Lin Yuan's flight technique to tear through space, yet upon reaching Namek, he was violently repelled by the chaotic temporal currents. A massive gear vortex materialized at the location of the Elder's Temple, with 12 beams emanating forth, striking 12 iconic sites across the universes, Earth's Kain Tower, the ruins of Vegeta, and the 6th universe's Salad Planet. Get out of there. Piccolo's panicked communication echoed. The Elder's heart resonated with the gears. The planet was about to be torn asunder. At the vortex's center, Clone 47 raised its hands, the gear of Kame House spinning within its palms. Lin Yuan's body was uncontrollably drawn towards the vortex, dragon scales flaking away to reveal the same gear patterns as the clone. Paradox analysis. Gear 47 materializes the flaw of the cycle. Warning, the Watcher and the clone are merging. Fragments of memories surged like a tide. The moment of being slain by Frisia in the first cycle, the silhouette of Kain shielding him in the 47th cycle. In every corner of these visions, a gear turned silently. All death nodes of the cycles were recorded within this gear. Lin Yuan gazed at his transparent hands, finally understanding the last words inscribed beneath the Kame House gravestone. The heart of the Watcher was the final seal. The ultimate contract of the Kame House's secret chamber. Bulma's aircraft shattered the turbulence, injecting a gene purification agent into the gear vortex. An astonishing scene unfolded. When the agent came into contact with the gear, Vegeta's genetic chain resonated, and the gear pattern of number 13 on his nape erupted with light, forming an energy bridge with the 47th gear of Kame House. This was the ultimate covenant of royal blood. Vegeta's voice was pained yet resolute. Only the blood of the Saiyan royal lineage could activate the gear purification mode. Lin Yuan drew the sword of time, plunging it into his palm. As dragon blood merged with Vegeta's blood upon the gear. In the golden light, the 12 Kaishins emerged from the sands of time, each holding a gear, collectively forming the visage of the Super Shenron. Watcher, fulfill the final contract. The voice of the 7th universe's Kaishin resonated through time and space, urging him to activate the 13 gears with his blood and end the cycle. Within the gear vortex, Clone 47 let out a desperate roar, its body disintegrating into sands of time. The gear of Kame House soared towards Lin Yuan, melding with the dragon scales upon his chest. Lin Yuan's pupils illuminated with 13 colors, witnessing all cycles' trajectories converge before him. The final contract is fulfilled. Super Shenron awakens through 13 cycles. The seed of original sin is sealed completely. Above West City, Shenron whispered, manifesting above Kame House, its scales shimmering with 13 colors, each inscribed with different cycle marks. Lin Yuan raised the fused gear. Shenron's colossal mouth opened, releasing not energy, but the true barriers of all sealed cycles in a radiant flow. Make a wish, Watcher. Shenron's voice resonated like the whispers of stars, carrying the weight of all cycles within the gear. Lin Yuan beheld the flowing light, showcasing Bulma's smile, Vegeta's roar, and Goku's tenacity, finally grasping the Watcher's mission. He raised the gear high. I wish for all cycle memories to return to their respective timelines. The radiance consumed all. When Lin Yuan opened his eyes once more, he lay upon Baozi Mountain, the 4-star Dragon Ball radiating warmth in his embrace. In the distance, he heard Bulma's motorcycle growing closer. She halted before him, curiosity evident in her gaze. Hey, have you seen an orange Dragon Ball? Lin Yuan smiled, tossing the Dragon Ball to her, sunlight glistening upon her nape. He clearly saw that in Bulma's pocket, alongside the Kame House, was a note written in the small script of Namek. The key to the 49th cycle lies deep within the gears. Epilogue. In the underground warehouse of the Universal Capsule Corporation, Bulma opened a dust-covered titanium alloy box. Inside lay 13 gears, each inscribed with different names. And at the bottom rested a pitch-black gear, etched with the words, "The source of the zero-th cycle paradox." In a photo at the box's corner, a young Dr. Brief stood at the core of the realm of time, beside Lin Yuan clad in dark league attire, with blood scrawled on the back. The game has only just begun. Amidst the cosmic rift, a figure opened its eyes, a gear inscribed with a zero embedded in its chest, pupils flickering with the life and death of the 12 universes. As it raised its hand, the sands of time beneath the Kame house gravestone began to reverse, revealing new words in black gravel. The 49th cycle is initiated. Chapter 23. The Temporal Paradox of the Kame House Gears. The sea breeze at Kame House enveloped Lin Yuan's face, carrying a briny scent as his fingertips brushed over the bronze gear nestled within the gravestone's crevices. The six-fingered patterns on its teeth suddenly erupted with a green luminescence, violently resonating with the memory crystal in his palm. The ground beneath the gravestone pulsated rhythmically, as if an ancient device was awakening. Detected energy fluctuations of the same origin. Source: core of the gravestone's base. Blue light spread across his retina like a spider's web. Lin Yuan abruptly overturned the gravestone, revealing a metal chamber composed of sands of time 4 meters below ground. Among the black sands deposited at the bottom of the hourglass lay a gear inscribed with the number 47, its center bearing the six-fingered imprint once seen on Bulma's nape. This was the sealing device of the Kaishin of time. Bulma's voice crackled through the communicator. Her aircraft was rapidly approaching through the clouds. Vegeta's genetic scan indicated that this gear resonated with the 13th contract fragment within him. Damn it, this thing is burning my bloodline. Vegeta erupted in super blue energy, only to find the energy being absorbed by the gear pattern, transforming it into a bizarre six-fingered shockwave. On the laboratory's metallic walls, a warning inscribed in Saiyan script suddenly appeared. The 47th cycle's taboo, when the bloodline of the Watcher resonates with the gears. The 12 universes shall become the offerings of temporal paradoxes. Bulma swiftly injected a freezing agent into Vegeta's nape, only to horrifyingly witness the gear patterns spreading from the injection site, forming a complete diagram of time on his skin. At the center of the diagram was marked the coordinates of Kame House, with 12 beams of light pointing towards the star realms of different universes. This was a multiverse anchoring device. Bulma's voice trembled as she realized they intended to drag every Lin Yuan from all timelines into this place. Within the nexus of time, the juvenile Shenlong suddenly emitted a mournful cry, its scales shedding to reveal not flesh and blood, but flowing grains of temporal sand. The image of Lin Yuan fragmented in the sands, each apparition clad in garments from various eras, Frisia's officer uniform, Cell's martial arts attire, and the dark armor of the Dark Alliance. At last, we meet the core of paradox. A figure resembling Lin Yuan emerged from the sands, a pitch-black gear embedded in his chest, its intricate patterns identical to that of the Turtle Hermit's 47th gear. The flaw of the 48th cycle resides within you. The chaotic currents of time and space in the Namekian temple tore apart the fabric of reality, only to be violently repelled upon reaching Namek. The position of the Grand Elder's temple manifested a colossal gear vortex, from which 12 beams of light shot forth, striking the emblematic planets of 12 universes, the Korin Tower on Earth, the ruins of planet Vegeta, and planet Salad of Universe 6. Lin Yuan, quickly vacate that place. Piccolo's voice crackled through the communicator, laced with panic in his Namekian tone. The Grand Elder's heart resonated with the gear, threatening to tear the entire planet asunder. At the vortex's center, the 47th clone raised its hands, the Turtle Hermit's gear spinning rapidly in its palm. Lin Yuan's body was uncontrollably drawn towards the vortex, dragon scales flaking away in the tumult of time and space, revealing identical gear patterns beneath. Paradox analysis content. The 47th gear is the embodiment of the reincarnation flaw warning. The Watcher is merging with the clone fragments of memories surged into Lin Yuan's mind, the moment he was slain by Frisia in the first cycle. The blinding explosion of Cell's self-detonation in the 17th, and the silhouette of Kain shielding him in the 47th. In each scene, a gear quietly turned in the corner. So it is. Lin Yuan gazed at his gradually transparent hands, realizing that all the death nodes of reincarnation were recorded within this gear. The final covenant of the Turtle Hermit's secret chamber. Bulma's spacecraft breached the chaotic currents of time and space, injecting a gene purifier into the gear vortex. An astonishing scene unfolded. At the moment the purifier made contact with the gear, Vegeta's genetic chain resonated, the gear pattern on the nape of his neck erupting in blinding light, forming an energy bridge with the Turtle Hermit's 47th gear. This is the final covenant of the royal bloodline. Vegeta's voice resonated with pain and enlightenment. Only with the blood of a Saiyan royal can the gear's purification mode be activated. Lin Yuan abruptly drew the sword of time, its tip piercing his palm. Dragon blood mingled with Vegeta's, and in the explosion of golden light, 12 figures emerged from the hourglass of time. Indeed, they were the supreme Kais of the 12 universes, each holding a gear, collectively forming the complete form of the Super Shenlong. Watcher, it is time to fulfill the final covenant. The voice of the Supreme Kai of Universe 7 transcended time and space. Use your blood to activate the 13 gears and bring this cycle to an end. Within the center of the gear vortex, the 47th clone let out a desperate roar. Its body began to disintegrate into grains of temporal sand, while the Turtle Hermit's gear soared towards Lin Yuan, perfectly fitting with the dragon scales on his chest. 13 colored light flickered in Lin Yuan's pupils as he witnessed the trajectories of all past cycles converge before him. Final Covenant fulfilled awakening of the Super Shenlong's 13 cycles. The seed of original sin is completely sealed, the Shenlong whispered above Shidu. Its form materialized over the Turtle Hermit's abode, its scales shimmering with 13 hues, each inscribed with different reincarnation marks. Lin Yuan raised the fused gear. The dragon's massive maw opened, not to unleash energy, but to expel streams of memory. These were the true endings of all sealed reincarnations. Make your wish, Watcher. The voice of the Shenlong was like the murmurs of stars, using this gear that bore the weight of all reincarnations. Lin Yuan beheld Bulma's smile, Vegeta's roar, and Goku's perseverance within the flowing light, finally comprehending the true mission of the Watcher. He raised the gear high above his head, and with all his might proclaimed, I wish for the memories of all reincarnations to return to their respective timelines. The brilliance consumed everything. When Lin Yuan opened his eyes once more, he found himself lying on Baozi Mountain, the 4-star Dragon Ball in his arms radiating warmth. The distant sound of Bulma's motorcycle approached, and she stopped before him, curiously examining him. Hey, have you seen an orange Dragon Ball? Lin Yuan smiled and tossed her the Dragon Ball, sunlight casting a glow upon the nape of her neck, smooth as jade. Yet he clearly saw the note that fell from Bulma's pocket, which not only bore the words Turtle Hermit, but also a line written in Namekian script. The key to the 49th reincarnation lies deep within the gear. Epilogue. In the underground warehouse of the Universal Capsule Corporation, Bulma opened a long-sealed titanium alloy box. Inside were not high-tech devices, but 13 gears, each engraved with different names: Lin Yuan, Vegeta, Son Goku. At the very bottom of the pile of gears lay a pitch-black gear, inscribed in the language of the Dragon God, source of the paradox of the 0th reincarnation. In the corner of the box lay a photograph of a young doctor, Briefs standing at the core of the time realm. Beside him stood Lin Yuan clad in the uniform of the Dark Alliance, with the back of the photograph stained in blood reading, the game has only just begun. Simultaneously, within the fissures of the universe, a figure slowly opened its eyes. A gear marked with 0 was embedded in its chest, and within its pupils flickered the destruction and rebirth of the 12 universes. As it raised its hand, the hourglass of time beneath the Turtle Hermit's gravestone began to rotate in reverse, and from the black sands emerged a new line of text: the 49th reincarnation initiated. Chapter 24. The Gear Altar of Namek. The purple clouds of Namek suddenly split apart, and 13 beams of golden light pierced the atmosphere, forming a colossal gear pattern upon the plains before the Grand Elder's temple. When Lin Yuan's flight technique tore through the fabric of space, he beheld a scene that froze his blood. Hundreds of Namekians knelt in reverence around the gear, each with a miniature gear embedded in their foreheads, the patterns of which mirrored the dragon scales on his chest. Detected resonance of source energy source. Namek's core. The blue light on his retina suddenly flared, and Lin Yuan pressed hard against the ground. Energy scans revealed a gear altar with a diameter of 10,000 meters operating at the planet's core, at the center of which floated a pitch-black gear inscribed with the number 0. Lin Yuan. Bulma's communicator crackled with harsh static. Vegeta's genetic chain resonated with the 0th gear, and his body was nearing its limits. The scene shifted to the laboratory in Shidu, where Vegeta was restrained within a genetic purification chamber. The gear pattern on the nape of his neck exploding with blinding golden light. Suddenly, a warning appeared on the titanium alloy wall of the purification chamber. Inscribed in ancient Saiyan script, forbidden of the 0th gear. When the bloodline of the Watcher resonates with the void gear, the 12 universes will descend into temporal bubbles. 0th clone within the rift of time and space. As Lin Yuan's sword of time pierced the gear altar, it suddenly trembled violently. The figure emerging from the rift caused his pupils to constrict. It was himself clad in the Dark Alliance uniform. The 0th gear embedded in his chest, absorbing the life energy of the Namekians. Welcome to the 49th reincarnation, my true self. The voice of the 0th clone reverberated with electronic distortion. Did you truly believe that a wish could end the cycle? Such naivety. Hundreds of Namekians suddenly lifted their heads, their eyes transforming into pure gears, simultaneously intoning. Dr. Brief's ultimate plan has only just begun. Lin Yuan's dragon scales suddenly darkened, and a surge of sealed memories erupted in his mind. In the first cycle, he had personally embedded the 0 gear into Dr. Brief's heart. The clone before him was the product of his genes fused with the gear. So it was. Lin Yuan pressed down on his painfully throbbing chest. All the iterations of himself were fragments of the 0 gear. In the basement of the temple, the temporal code was being deciphered. Bulma's fingers danced across the keyboard, and the laboratory's mainframe suddenly unveiled an encrypted file. When she entered 47,013 as the password, what unfolded on the screen was not data, but a holographic image. A young Dr. Briefs stood at the core of the temporal realm, pressing the 0 gear into Lin Yuan's embryo. Was this my birth record? Lin Yuan's voice trembled. The image revealed that every segment of his DNA bore the imprint of gear patterns. Vegeta suddenly broke free from his restraints, his body enveloped in golden light. And the 13th gear at the nape of his neck resonated with the 0 gear. An astonishing scene unfolded. The gear altar on Namek began to reverse, and the patterns of the 0 gear gradually became clearer, revealing a hidden temporal code, 47130. This is the coordinate of the multiverse. Bulma's voice was filled with astonishment. The 0 gear was the key to unlocking all timelines. The ultimate warning of the Super Shenron appeared as its silhouette materialized in the skies above Namek. Its scales had lost their former luster, each one riddled with cracks. As it opened its massive mouth, it did not emit energy, but rather fragments of shattered temporal images. The angels of the first universe were disintegrating into gears. The plant roots of the 5th universe formed temporal rifts. The Kais of the 10th universe collectively transformed into streams of data. The voice of the Dragon God resonated with unprecedented fatigue. The 0 gear embodied the original sin of the Dragon God Salamander, and could only be sealed with your heart. Lin Yuan gazed at his gradually transparent hands, the gear patterns beneath his dragon scales spreading further. He finally understood the last words inscribed beneath the Kame house tombstone. The heart of the Watcher was the final seal. Vegeta, buy me some time. Lin Yuan hurled the sword of time into the air. Bulma, calculate the coordinates of the temporal rift. In the climactic battle, the resonance of gears erupted. Vegeta unleashed his super blue evolution form, his fists colliding with the gears of the 0 clone. The energy released flattened the mountains of Namek. Bulma's flying craft navigated through the rifts, injecting genetic purifiers into each gear node. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's heart radiated golden light. He tore open his chest, revealing not flesh and blood, but a spinning transparent gear. As the gear resonated with the 0 gear, all temporal rifts began to close, and the body of the clone gradually vanished. The final seal activated. The Super Shenron's void gear awakened. The seed of original sin was utterly annihilated. As the light faded, the gear altar on Namek vanished without a trace, leaving only a transparent gear on the plains before the Grand Elder's temple. The moment Lin Yuan picked up the gear, all fragments of memory returned to their rightful place. He was not a traveler, but a temporal guardian created by the Dragon God Salamander, destined to seal his own original sin. The Dragon Balls of the new era whispered. Before the silhouette of the Super Shenron dissipated into the sky, the last ray of light flowed into the gear. Lin Yuan raised the gear, hearing whispers from the dawn of the universe. When the 49th cycle concludes, the true enemy will awaken. Back on Earth, Lin Yuan stood before the tombstone of the Kame house, embedding the transparent gear into the stone. As the sea breeze brushed past, the gear emitted a crisp sound, and new inscriptions suddenly appeared on the tombstone. The grave of the Watcher Lin Yuan. Bulma's flying craft landed by the sea, and she handed Lin Yuan a metallic box. This was found in the laboratory, and it seems to be for you. Inside the box lay a pure white Dragon Ball, inscribed in Dragon God language, for the guardian of the 49th cycle. On the back of the photo at the bottom of the box, a young Lin Yuan stood before the Super Shenron, flanked by a smiling Bulma and Vegeta, with the starlight inscribed, "The cycle never ends, the Watcher endures." Epilogue. In the depths of the Universal Capsule Company's underground warehouse, a sealed cultivation pod suddenly illuminated with a red glow. The figure floating within slowly opened their eyes, a gear embedded in their chest, inscribed with ominous markings. Their pupils flickering with the rise and fall of the 12 universes. As they raised their hand, the Dragon Balls across the universe emitted a mournful cry, while the transparent gear in Lin Yuan's palm began to darken at a visible pace. Within the rifts of the universe, the mechanical remnants of the Kai of Time, Kain, were suddenly reassembling, her gear-like pupils fixed upon Earth, sending a final message with her remaining energy. Watcher, the true war begins now. Chapter 25. The gear in the cultivation pod. The red light of the Universal Capsule Company's underground warehouse pierced the darkness, and the glass of the numbered cultivation pod was condensed with eerie black dew. As Lin Yuan's flight technique shattered the alloy door, he beheld a sight that froze his blood. The figure within the pod had a rotating gear embedded in their chest, and flowing through its teeth was not nutrient fluid, but dark matter that devoured light. Detecting abnormal energy from the same source. Gear core. The blue light on the retina burst like a spider's web, and Lin Yuan's dragon scales began to grow in reverse. Beneath each scale, patterns identical to those in the pod emerged. The titanium alloy shell of the cultivation pod bore a warning inscribed in Dragon God language that dripped blood. Warning: forbidden experimental subject. Gear bearers will consume all timelines. Watcher Bloodline resonance countdown, 47 minutes. In the West Capital Laboratory, Vegeta's fist struck the cultivation pod, only to be repelled by an invisible force field. Bulma's scanner displayed that his genetic chain was visibly disintegrating, the gear pattern on the 13th chromosome being eroded by dark matter, gradually twisting into a grotesque shape. Damn it! This thing is rewriting my bloodline. Vegeta erupted in super blue energy, but found that his power was absorbed by the force field, transformed into the rotational energy of gears. The emergency lights in the laboratory suddenly extinguished, leaving only the cultivation pod glowing with a ghostly blue light, illuminating the holographic image that suddenly appeared on the wall. Dr. Bruvies stood at the core of the temporal realm, embedding gears into the chest of the experimental subject. At the image's conclusion, he abruptly turned, his pupils flickering with Lin Yuan's reflection, silently uttering, "The sacrifice of the 49th cycle is the heart of the Watcher." Temporal paradox analysis. Content: gears are the end of all cycles. Warning: the experimental subject is absorbing energy from the 12 universes. Lin Yuan's sword of time suddenly unsheathed on its own, violently trembling as it pointed toward the cultivation pod. He suddenly recalled the fragmented memories beneath the Kame house tombstone. In the first cycle, it was this gear that caused the Super Shenron to disintegrate into temporal fragments. So it was. Lin Yuan pressed down on his painfully throbbing chest. All the loopholes of the cycles originated from this gear. The altar on Namek stirred. The plain before the Grand Elder's temple suddenly collapsed, revealing a gear altar with a diameter of 10,000 meters. Hundreds of Namekians knelt around the altar. The miniature gears on their foreheads resonated with the gear, emitting not prayers, but temporal coordinates inscribed in dark matter. 4713. Piccolo's special beam cannon blasted at the edge of the altar, but was absorbed by the gear patterns, transforming into the energy for a summoning array. More horrifyingly, the core of Namek was reversing, and a gigantic shadow of a gear emerged from the purple clouds. With each revolution, a star vanished from the universe. Lin Yuan, hurry and stop it. Piccolo's voice was filled with unprecedented terror. The heart of the Grand Elder was fusing with the gear. Lin Yuan's dragon scales abruptly turned black, and an explosive surge of sealed ultimate memories erupted within his mind. At the inception of the universe, the Dragon God Zalama forged gears from his own heart to seal the rifts in time and space, only to discover that the gears themselves became the greatest temporal loopholes. The mission of the Watcher turned out to be self-destruction. As Lin Yuan gazed at his gradually transparent hands, he finally comprehended Kain's final message. The roar of the super dragon heralded its demise. As its form tore through the fabric of time and space, its body marred by dark matter fissures, with each scale shedding away. When it opened its colossal maw, it spewed forth not energy, but images of the collapse of the 12 universes. The angels of the first universe disintegrated into a rain of gears. The planets of the 5th universe were ground to dust by the gears, and the Kaiashins of the 10th universe morphed into streams of data. The voice of the dragon resonated like the collapse of a star, proclaiming that only Lin Yuan's heart could reignite the flow of time, yet the cost was immense. Lin Yuan raised the sword of time, its tip aimed at his own heart. At the moment dragon blood surged forth, all rifts in time and space began to close, and the rotation of the gears gradually decelerated. The silhouette within the cultivation pod emitted a roar of defiance, its form beginning to disintegrate into the sands of time. Yet before vanishing, it hurled a gear towards Lin Yuan. The final seal is activated. Super Dragon Time Restart. The seed of original sin is completely reset. As the light faded, the gear altar of Namek vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a transparent heart-shaped gear upon the plains before the Grand Elder's temple. The instant Lin Yuan grasped the gear, all fragments of memory realigned. He was not a traveler, but rather a temporal anchor created by the Dragon God Zalama, with the mission to seal the gears with his heart. The last gleam of the super dragon infused the gear, its parting words echoing in Lin Yuan's mind. When the gears turn once more, the true creator god shall awaken. Upon returning to Earth, Lin Yuan stood at the seaside of Kame House, embedding the transparent gear into his chest. As the sea breeze swept by, the gear emitted a clear sound, and his body gradually became transparent, ultimately dissipating into particles of light in the air. Bulma's flying machine landed on the shore, and she picked up the time sword Lin Yuan had left behind, new engravings suddenly appearing on the hilt, mark of the watcher Lin Yuan. From the metal box that fell from the sheath lay a pure white dragon ball, inscribed in the tongue of the dragon god, for the 50th cycle's initiator. Epilogue. Deep within the underground warehouse of the Capsule Corporation, the cultivation pod labeled suddenly illuminated with a red glow once more. The figure floating inside slowly opened its eyes. The gear embedded in its chest now transformed into a brilliant white, with the first ray of light from the birth of the universe flowing between its teeth. As it raised its hand, the dragon balls across the universe resonated in unison, and at the location where Lin Yuan had vanished, a new temporal rift quietly unfurled. From within the rift of the universe, the mechanical remnants of the Kaiashin of time, Kain suddenly reassembled, her gear-shaped pupils locking onto the direction of Earth, sending forth a final message with her remaining energy. Welcome back, Creator God. Chapter 26. The awakening of the Creator Gods. Gears. The red glow of the Capsule Corporation's underground warehouse erupted for the third time. The glass of the cultivation pod labeled shattering like a spider's web. Bulma's scream was swallowed by the thunderous roar of the gears in motion. The pure white gear embedded in the figure's chest suddenly erupted with dark light, the dark matter spilling forth and writhing like a living entity, instantaneously corroding the metal shelves of the entire warehouse into powder. Detected anomalous creator energy. Source: Gear Core. The residual blue light in the retina reformed into a system alarm as Lin Yuan's consciousness trembled in the void. He found himself floating within the temporal crevice, surrounded by countless broken gears, each inscribed with different cycle marks. The Frisia spaceship of the first cycle, the Cell Games arena of the 17th cycle, the core of the time realm of the 47th cycle. Watcher, welcome to the realm of the Creator God. A familiar voice emerged from deep within the gears. Lin Yuan turned sharply, only to behold Dr. Briefs clad in a white lab coat. Yet, instead of a gear embedded in his chest, he bore a rotating super dragon ball, each facet etched with scenes of destruction from different universes. Have you not already? Lin Yuan's dragon scales flickered in the void, yet he found himself unable to coalesce into a tangible form. The true game has only just begun. The figure of the doctor split into 12, each wielding a different gear. Do you think sealing the gears can end the cycle? How naive. In the West City laboratory, the genetic chaos erupted as Vegeta's fist struck the remnants of the cultivation pod, only to be rebuffed by a force field composed of dark matter. The gear emblem of number 13 on the back of his neck suddenly exploded, golden particles seeping into the ground and resonating with the gears of the warehouse. On Bulma's scanner screen, Vegeta's genetic chain underwent a horrifying mutation, the gear patterns at the ends of his chromosomes gradually twisting into the shape of Vegeta. Get away from there. Bulma grasped his arm, only to see her nails transform into a dark golden hue. The emergency lights of the laboratory shattered, black liquid seeping from the ceiling, forming the skeletal outline of the super dragon on the ground, with the heart's position marked by the rampaging gear. Temporal paradox analysis. Content: gears are consuming the 12 universes. Warning: Vegeta's royal lineage genes are on the verge of collapse. Goku's voice resonated from the communicator, infused with the tremor of the Kaioken. Vegeta, Bulma, Gohan and I are on our way. Yet the background noise was filled with the clamor of gears turning, evidently encountering temporal turbulence. Lin Yuan's consciousness traversed the crevice, witnessing Goku and his son's spacecraft being shredded by dark matter gears, yet at the moment of explosion, they disintegrated into streams of data, merging into the gears. He abruptly recalled the Super Dragon's parting words, "When the gears turn once again, the true Creator God shall awaken." It turned out the Creator God was none other than myself. Lin Yuan's consciousness brushed against a gear inscribed with 0, an influx of memory fragments flooding his mind. The ultimate summoning at the Namek altar, the plains before the Grand Elder's temple suddenly heaved. A gear altar with a diameter of 10,000 meters bursting forth from the earth. Hundreds of Namekians knelt around the altar, their micro-gears resonating with the gears, unleashing torrents of dark matter that formed a colossal summoning array in the sky. Piccolo's special beam cannon struck the array's core, but was absorbed by the gear patterns, transforming into energy to activate the ritual. Lin Yuan, hurry, stop them. Piccolo's voice was laced with blood, his left arm now fully transformed into gears. As the Grand Elder's heart began to merge into the core of the altar, Lin Yuan's consciousness surged into the altar. Witnessing the Grand Elder's body suspended at the center of the gears, a black dragon ball embedded in his chest merging with the gears. The core of Namek groaned under the strain, and a massive shadow of gears emerged from the purple clouds. With each rotation, a star vanished from the cosmic star map. Final summoning activated. Creator God Lin Yuan is about to awaken. 12 universes countdown, 47 minutes. The system alarm detonated within his consciousness, and Lin Yuan finally understood Kain's final message. The true mission of the Watcher was not to seal, but to become the vessel of the Creator God. His consciousness touched a transparent gear at the edge of the altar, a sealing device crafted from fragments of his own heart. So it was, "I am the greatest original sin." Lin Yuan's consciousness enveloped the transparent gear, feeling the call from the dawn of the universe. The final dance of the Super Dragon. The image of the Super Dragon tore through the fabric of time and space, its body pierced by dark matter fissures, with each scale shedding away. When it opened its massive maw, it exhaled not energy, but the primal power of the 12 universes, the angelic light of the first universe, the seed of life from the 5th universe, the power of the Kaioshin from the 10th universe, all converging into the gears. Watcher. The voice of the dragon resounds like a supernova. Only by merging all memories of the cycles can we prevent the Creator God from going berserk. Lin Yuan's consciousness surged through the temporal rift, merging with the 12 ethereal figures suspended upon the gears. These figures embodied all his past incarnations. At the moment when the 13 consciousnesses unified, a radiant spectrum of 13 hues illuminated his pupils, revealing the myriad possibilities across all timelines. In the first iteration, Lin Yuan, serving as Frisia's lieutenant, was in the act of annihilating planet Vegeta. In the 17th cycle, he faced off against Cell, unleashing a spirit bomb. By the 47th, he was cackling maniacally at the core of the time realm after slaying Kain. The ultimate fusion is complete. The Creator God Lin Yuan awakens. The reconstruction of the 12 universes commences. In the void of this new era's creation, brilliance consumed everything. When Lin Yuan reopened his eyes, he found himself amidst an expanse of nothingness. In his grasp was no longer the sword of time, but a spinning gear, each facet engraved with distinct cosmic vistas. The remnants of the eternal dragon floated around him, its scales transforming into new stars. "You have finally grasped it, Watcher." The voice of Dr. Briefs resonated from the depths of the gear, revealing that the Creator God's mission was one of perpetual creation and destruction. Lin Yuan gazed upon the cyclical marks on the gear, finally comprehending the significance of all reincarnations. He raised the gear high above his head and, channeling the divine power of the Creator God, proclaimed, "I create the 50th cycle." Amidst the radiance, the 12 universes began their reconstruction. Lin Yuan beheld Bulma awakening in the West City laboratory, Vegeta training in the gravity chamber, and Goku meditating atop Korin Tower, as if everything had returned to its origin. Yet, he understood clearly that this cycle would be devoid of systems or watchers. Only true free will remained. Epilogue. In the underground warehouse of the Capsule Corporation, Bulma discovered a new titanium alloy box. Inside, instead of a gear, lay a pure white Dragon Ball, inscribed in the language of the Dragon God, the key to the 50th cycle. In the corner of the box rested a photograph featuring a youthful Lin Yuan standing before the Eternal Dragon, flanked by a smiling Bulma and Vegeta. On the back, written in the blood of the Creator God, were the words, "This time, the game is yours to decide." Simultaneously, in the cosmic rifts, a figure slowly opened his eyes. Embedded in his chest was a gear marked with the number 50, his pupils flickering with the rebirth and destruction of the 12 universes. As he raised his hand, the Dragon Balls across the cosmos resonated in unison, while in the newly forged timeline created by Lin Yuan, Bulma's motorcycle sped towards Baozi Mountain, embarking on the extraordinary journey of the 50th cycle. Chapter 27. The key to the 50th cycle. The alarm lights in the underground warehouse of the Capsule Corporation flickered in a spiral pattern. As the titanium alloy hatch marked 50 emitted blue-violet electrical sparks under the onslaught of dark matter. Lin Yuan's consciousness quaked in the temporal fissures, peering through the web-like cracks to behold the figure within the chamber, whose chest bore a pure white gear radiating beams of light, each beam coalescing into translucent gear phantoms in the void. In the West City laboratory, the genetic keyhole on the back of Vegeta's neck suddenly fractured, golden particles erupting forth like a fountain. On Bulma's scanner, the ends of his chromosomes displayed a spiral structure resembling a keyhole, resonating perfectly with the gear marked 50 within the warehouse. The metallic shelves in the laboratory spontaneously arranged themselves into a key-tooth pattern, while light streams seeping from the ceiling formed intricate unlocking patterns on the floor. Genesis Key Law. The Watcher's genetic chain serves as the lock core. The gear marked 50 serves as the key. Warning: forcible unlocking will lead to genetic collapse. Vegeta erupted into his Super Saiyan Blue evolution form. Yet his energy was absorbed by the keyhole, manifesting as flowing codes upon his surface. Suddenly, the holographic image of Dr. Briefs appeared on the wall, his palm pressed against Lin Yuan's embryo, his lips forming the words, "The key to the 50th cycle lies within the heart of the Watcher." Lin Yuan's consciousness penetrated through the laboratory ceiling, witnessing a colossal lock formed from the laws of the 12 universes floating in the void. As the gear marked 50 approached the lock core, the causality law bolt sprang open automatically, while the energy conservation lockplate emitted a piercing alarm. This key possessed the dual attributes of creation and destruction. The 50th cycle was, in fact, to unlock the domain of the Creator God. Lin Yuan's awareness brushed against the crack at the edge of the lock. Suddenly, fragments of memory surged forth. Recalling the moment when Kain had pierced his heart in the 47th cycle, the shape of that fragment perfectly aligning with the gear marked 50. The key matrix of Namek, the plane before the Grand Elder's temple on Namek, suddenly heaved, as a key matrix with a diameter of 10,000 meters erupted from the earth. Hundreds of Namekians bore tiny gears rotating synchronously at their foreheads, forming an array of keyholes in the sky. As Piccolo's special beam cannon struck the focal point, the energy transformed into a liquid light flow, coursing through the matrix patterns towards the core, where the Grand Elder's heart hovered, now resembling a key mold. Lin Yuan. The matrix is absorbing the energy of the laws. Piccolo's left arm manifested key tooth patterns, as the Grand Elder's heart began to morph into the shape of a key. Lin Yuan's consciousness surged into the center of the matrix, witnessing the Grand Elder suspended in streams of red and blue energy, with the pure white Dragon Ball at his chest now divided into 50 gear modules. The core of Namek emitted a sound akin to shattering glass, as the laws of the 12 universes were forcibly shaped into key tooth patterns, each pattern corresponding to a segment of reincarnation memory. The Conquest Desire Key's front end bore the breached tooth from the first cycle. The Protective Desire's midsection exhibited the anti-slip pattern from the 17th cycle. The Sacrificial Spirit's end featured the anti-counterfeit groove from the 49th cycle. Ultimate Key Forging Creator God, Key Lin Yuan Formation Rate, 47. Stability of the 12 Universes Laws, 39. The system alarm resonated within his consciousness, as Lin Yuan's awareness harmonized with the key mold. As his dark memories fused into the key tooth patterns, the destruction tooth at the matrix's edge suddenly swelled, nearly fracturing the law mold. My dark side is tainting the key. Lin Yuan enveloped the light tooth module, feeling the forging heat wave emanating from the universe's end. The body of the eternal dragon, the skeletal remains of the eternal dragon suddenly reconfigured, its scales transforming into 12 streams of forging light. When these light streams flowed into the key matrix, the dragon's spine became the core of the key, its ribs formed the reinforcing rings, and its eyes became the two ultimate key teeth of creation and balance. Watcher the dragon's key body emitted a roar reminiscent of a collapsing star. And only by infusing the memory of light into the key's handle could the laws be restrained from going awry. Lin Yuan's consciousness split into 49 streams of light, each merging into the 49 gear modules. When the 50 streams of awareness resonated completely with the key body, a complete key blueprint materialized in his pupils. The key's head bore the engraving of the eternal dragon's visage. The core was embedded with 12 law crystals. The end displayed Lin Yuan's dragon scale totem. Creation key completed. The eternal dragon's key god awakens. The passage of the 12 universes laws is opened. The contract of the new era. As the radiance receded, Lin Yuan found himself standing at the center of the key matrix, holding a shimmering key marked 50. The body of the eternal dragon spiraled in the sky, each scale releasing particles of contract light. Vegeta's neck marking transformed into the key law totem, allowing the scions to switch key forms at will. Bulma's genetic chain merged with the contract law, enabling Capsule Corporation's products to directly lock onto the law passages. Goku's energy transformed into the door-opening law vessel, permitting spirit bombs to breach any temporal node. Is this the key to the Genesis era? Lin Yuan caressed the teardrop pattern of Kain on the key, her smiling visage from the 47th cycle flowing between the teeth. Bulma's aircraft penetrated the matrix, presenting Lin Yuan with a key-shaped communicator. This has been forged with law light particles, capable of directly opening the domain of the Creator God. The surface of the communicator bore the inscription in the language of the Dragon God, keeper of the law key, Lin Yuan. Epilogue. In the subterranean warehouse, a cultivation chamber suddenly erupted with radiant light as the figure within opened its eyes. The 50th key embedded in its chest had transformed into the totem of chaos law. As it raised its hand, the gears of keys throughout the universe resonated in synchrony, while the key markings on Lin Yuan's palm suddenly grew hot, revealing new script of law, Genesis Law 50. When the key is inserted into the chaos lock, the creator shall face the ultimate choice. Meanwhile, at the end of the law passage, the mechanical remnants of Time Realm King Kain were reconfigured into the shape of a key, her gear-like pupils reflecting the scene within the cultivation chamber. With her final energy, she inscribed her parting words. Guardian, the true key is the balance of creation and destruction. The sea breeze swept across the matrix of keys as Lin Yuan picked up a key-shaped stardust, within which the first light of the 50th cycle was clearly reflected. It was an era governed by the laws of the key, wherein all civilizations could independently unlock new universes. Deep within the cosmic abyss, a chaos key inscribed with unknown symbols was slowly turning, awaiting the ultimate collision with the 50th key. Chapter 28. The Gear Law of Genesis. The newly birthed cosmic star map slowly rotated upon the 50th gear resting in Lin Yuan's palm, with the birth and extinction of every star adhering to the rhythmic interlocking of gears. He floated in the temporal fissure, observing Bulma's motorcycle shattering the morning mist over Baozi Mountain. This time, the 4-star Dragon Ball in her sidecar did not emit the system's blue light. It was merely an ordinary orange gem, refracting the first rays of sunlight from the 50th cycle. The unusual resonance in the West City laboratory erupted as Vegeta's gravity chamber blared a harsh alarm. Within the 100 times gravity field, the 13th gear mark on the back of his neck began to rotate spontaneously. When Bulma rushed into the laboratory, she beheld a bizarre spectrum displayed on the scanner's screen. Vegeta's genetic chain exhibited a non-physical resonance with the 50th gear, and the gear markings at the ends of his chromosomes transformed into glowing cosmic law script. Genesis Law 1. All cyclical memories will be transmuted into cosmic constants. Warning: Laws are reconstructing biological genes. More alarmingly, the metallic shells of the laboratory began to reveal gear patterns. While particles of light seeping from the ceiling naturally arranged themselves into the skeletal outline of the Super Dragon, Vegeta smashed the gravity device, only to find the fragments reassembling into miniature gears upon hitting the ground, each inscribed with different cosmic constants. This cursed thing is turning me into a vessel of the laws. Vegeta's super blue energy resonated with the gears, and the energy released was no longer a shockwave, but rather the ripples of the law that reconstructed space. Lin Yuan's consciousness penetrated the laboratory ceiling, witnessing countless law gears floating in the void, each corresponding to the physical rules of the 12 universes. As his consciousness touched a gear inscribed with gravity, Vegeta's gravity chamber suddenly experienced weightlessness, and all objects floated into a gear formation. Thus, the laws of the Genesis era were constructed from cyclical memories. Lin Yuan's consciousness traversed among the law gears, finally comprehending Dr. Brief's last experimental log. When the Guardian becomes the key of the law, the universe will reconstruct according to memories. The manifestation of the laws at the Namekian altar, on the plain before the Grand Elder's temple. Hundreds of Namekians bore gear marks on their foreheads that were transforming into law runes. When Piccolo's special beam cannon struck the sky, it no longer manifested as an energy beam, but as a materialized destruction law gear, slicing the clouds into a six-fingered shape. Lin Yuan. The Grand Elder's heart has become the core of the laws. Piccolo's voice resonated with a metallic tremor, his left arm fully transformed into a rune gear, each rotation birthing a new nebula. Lin Yuan's consciousness surged into the altar, witnessing the Grand Elder suspended at the center of the law gears, his pure white Dragon Ball absorbing the light of the laws from the 12 universes. The core of Namek emitted a crystalline chime, as a massive law wheel emerged within the purple clouds, each rotation redefining a physical rule. Law manifestation initiated. Genesis Law Lin Yuan is taking shape. Rate of reconstruction of 12 universe rules, 47. The system alarm blared in his consciousness as Lin Yuan's essence resonated with the law wheel. He saw the memories of destruction from the 17th cycle of the Cell Games transform into the entropy law, while the memory of Kain's sacrifice from the 47th cycle crystallized into the causality law, with all the pains and joys of the cycles coalescing into the foundation of the universe's operation. It turns out my memories are the laws of the new universe. Lin Yuan enveloped the core of the laws with his consciousness, feeling the ultimate call from the Genesis era. The body of the Super Dragon. The figure of the Super Dragon disintegrated above Namek, its scales transforming into 12 pillars of law light. When the pillars merged with the 50th gear, the dragon's remains reconfigured into the manifestation of the law. Its spine formed a chain of time law gears. Its ribs formed rings of space law gears, and its eyes were the ultimate gears of creation and destruction. The Guardian. The law body of the dragon emitted the tremors of cosmic strings. Only by infusing all cyclical memories into the core of law could the foundation of the Genesis era be completed. Lin Yuan's consciousness split into 49 streams of light, each merging into a distinct gear of law. When the 50 essences resonated completely with the laws, a complete cosmic star map emerged in his pupils, wherein each star corresponded to a segment of cyclical memory. The star of the first cycle, Frisia's spaceship, transformed into the Conquest Law Star. The 17th cycle's Cell Games arena became the Evolution Law Nebula. The core of the 49th cycle's time realm morphed into the Reincarnation Law Black Hole. Genesis Law completed. The god of the Super Dragon has awakened. The rules of the 12 universes are entirely reconstructed. The civilization of the new era of gears, as the radiance faded. Lin Yuan's consciousness returned to his physical form, discovering himself standing amidst the ruins of Kame House. The 50th gear had dissolved into dust, scattering into the fundamental particles of cosmic law. The law body of the Super Dragon circled in the sky, with each scale sowing the seeds of law. Vegeta's neck marking transformed into the totem of battle law, enabling all Scions to rewrite their battle power limits with their will. Bulma's genetic chain fused with technology law, allowing the next generation of Capsule Corporation products to directly materialize thought. Goku's energy transformed into the vessel of life law, enabling the spirit bomb to create new ecosystems. Is this the Genesis era? Lin Yuan gazed at his hands. The dragon scales now transformed into transparent law markings, each connecting to different cosmic rules. Bulma's aircraft landed by the seaside, handing Lin Yuan a gear-shaped communicator. Crafted from law dust, it could directly converse with cosmic consciousness. The surface of the communicator was inscribed with the Dragon God language, Citizen Lin Yuan of the Genesis era. Epilogue. Deep within the underground warehouse of Capsule Corporation, a sealed cultivation chamber suddenly illuminated with golden light. The floating figure inside gradually opened its eyes, bearing a gear of law inscribed with unknown symbols embedded in its chest, its pupils flickering with the life and death of 50 universes. As it raised its hand, the gears of law throughout the universe resonated simultaneously. While the law markings on Lin Yuan's palm grew hot once more, revealing a new line of law script. Genesis Law 50. When the gears turn, the creator shall encounter the end. Simultaneously, within the crevices of the cosmic laws, the mechanical remnants of Time Realm King, Kain reconfigured abruptly. Her gear-like pupils locking onto the direction of the cultivation chamber, inscribing her final words with the last energy of the law. Guardian. The true challenge is to imbue the laws with compassion. The sea breeze rustled through the ruins of Kame House, as Lin Yuan picked up a gear-shaped shell, its surface clearly reflecting the shadow of the 51st cycle, a universe devoid of systems, without gears, yet brimming with unknown possibilities. Chapter 29. The gears within the interstice of laws. The sea breeze at Kame House swirled the dust of the laws into a vortex, and the intricate patterns on Lin Yuan's palms suddenly ignited with a crimson glow. The communicator crackled with Bulma's urgent voice. Lin Yuan. Vegeta's genetic chain is resonating with the gears. His body is transforming into a loophole of laws. In the West Capital Laboratory, the laws began to disintegrate. On the metallic walls of the gravity chamber, the battle law totem on the nape of Vegeta's neck twisted into grotesque forms. The scanner's display revealed dark matter surging from the ends of his chromosomes, corroding the power enhancement law gears into mere powder. More alarmingly, the law manifestation device in the laboratory started to operate in reverse. The clones in the incubation chamber disintegrated into particles of law dust, while the flying vessels outside devolved into primitive gear structures. These malevolent entities were consuming the laws. Vegeta erupted into his super blue evolutionary form. Yet his energy was absorbed by the gears, forming a continuously rotating circle of destruction upon the ground. Suddenly, a holographic remnant of Dr. Briefs materialized upon the wall. Repeating in a distorted voice, the gears are the cancer of the laws. Lin Yuan's consciousness transcended time and space, witnessing the gears in the void gnawing at the chains of law. As they turned, the causal law gears shattered, the energy conservation gears rusted, and all cosmic principles formed by reincarnated memories began to wear away at an accelerated pace. It became clear that the loophole of the Genesis era resided within the gears. Lin Yuan's consciousness brushed against the dark matter gap at the edge of the gears, and suddenly, fragments of memory from the 49th cycle of Kain's sacrifice surged forth. It was this very gear's prototype that pierced Lin Yuan's heart in her final moments. On the plains before the Grand Elder's temple on Namek, the laws of hundreds of Namekians blackened at their foreheads. Piccolo's left arm, embodying the regeneration law, shattered, and instead of blood, dark matter consuming the laws seeped from his wounds. The core of laws at the altar emitted an unbearable hum. And with every rotation of the shadowy gears amidst the purple clouds, a law vanished from the universe. Lin Yuan. The Grand Elder's heart had become the source of the plague. Piccolo's voice crackled with mechanical distortion as his body was being disintegrated by the dark matter law, and all law gears were infected by the virus. Lin Yuan's consciousness surged into the altar, where he beheld the Grand Elder suspended amid the vortex of dark matter. The pure white Dragon Ball on his chest had transformed. The core of Namek emitted a sound akin to shattering glass, and the streams of law from the 12 universes were being forcibly drawn into the vortex, crystallizing into void laws upon the surface of the gears. The law plague is activated. The gear virus is spreading. Survival rate of the 12 universe laws, 47. The system alarm detonated within Lin Yuan's consciousness, resonating with the gears. He witnessed the memories of the first cycle when Frieza annihilated planet Vegeta, transforming into the destruction law virus, while the self-destruction of Cell in the 17th cycle morphed into the entropy law pathogen. All the dark facets of reincarnation mutated into law assassins upon the gears. My dark memories are dismantling the new universe. Lin Yuan enveloped the core of the virus with his consciousness, sensing the cold summons from the end of laws. The immunological body of the Super Shenron suddenly disintegrated, its scales morphing into 12 streams of immunity. As the streams infused into the gears, the remains of the dragon reformed into an immunological manifestation. Its spine was the chain of purification laws, its ribs formed the balance law's ring, and its eyes were two ultimate antibodies, hope and redemption. The Watcher, the immunological body of the dragon, emitted a mournful cry of cosmic strings. Only by injecting all dark memories into the core of immunity could the law plague be halted. Lin Yuan's consciousness split into 49 streams of light, merging into 49 antibody gears. When the 50 streams of consciousness resonated perfectly with the antibodies, a complete viral map emerged in his pupils, with each infection point corresponding to a segment of dark memory. The desire for conquest from the first cycle transformed into the tyranny virus. The desire for destruction from the 17th cycle became the destruction virus. The thirst for vengeance from the 49th cycle morphed into the reincarnation virus. Law immunity completed. The god of immunity of the Super Shenron awakens. The laws of the 12 universes begin to repair. As the radiance dissipated, Lin Yuan found himself standing in the interstice of laws, clutching an antibody gear in the shape of a star. The immunological body of the Super Shenron circled in the skies, each scale releasing particles of immunity. The mark on the nape of Vegeta's neck transformed into the immunity law totem, enabling all scions to resist the erosion of laws henceforth. Bulma's genetic chain merged with the repair law, allowing products from the Universal Capsule Corporation to automatically mend the loopholes in laws. Goku's energy metamorphosed into a life antibody carrier, ensuring that the spirit bomb could heal law-inflicted wounds. Is this the redemption of the Genesis era? Lin Yuan gazed upon the luminous memories upon the antibody gear. The image of Kain smiling from the 47th cycle flowed across its surface. Bulma's vessel pierced through the interstice of laws, presenting Lin Yuan with an antibody communicator. This is crafted from immunological particles, allowing direct communication with the consciousness of laws. The surface of the communicator bore engravings in the language of the Dragon God, guardian of laws, Lin Yuan. Epilogue. Deep within the subterranean warehouse of the Universal Capsule Corporation, a sealed incubation chamber suddenly erupted with golden light. A figure within opened its eyes, and the gear upon its chest had transformed into the balance law totem. As it raised its hand, the antibody gears of the entire universe resonated simultaneously, while the antibody patterns upon Lin Yuan's palm suddenly grew warm, revealing a new line of law inscriptions. Genesis Era Law 51. When the balance gear turns, the Creator God shall be reborn. Simultaneously, at the end of the laws, the mechanical remnants of the Kaioshin of time, Kain, began to reconstitute, her gear-shaped pupils reflecting the scenes within the incubation chamber, inscribing her last words with the final remnants of antibody energy. The Watcher, the true law, is to allow light and darkness to coexist. As the sea breeze swept through the interstice of laws, Lin Yuan picked up a star-shaped antibody gear, its core vividly reflecting the blueprint of the 51st reincarnation. It depicted a new universe where light and darkness existed in harmonious balance, and the laws possessed the ability for self-evolution. Deep within the universe, the gears began to turn slowly, commencing the narration of a new chapter in the Genesis era. Chapter 30. The game of gears of the balance law. The starlight within the interstice of laws suddenly warped, and the antibody gear in Lin Yuan's palm erupted with a dual radiance of red and blue. The communicator trembled with Piccolo's urgent voice. Lin Yuan. The core of laws on Namek is merging with the gears. The Grand Elder's body has transformed into a chessboard for the game. Within the law gaming arena of the West Capital Laboratory, the metallic floor of the gravity chamber cracked open, and the balance law totem on Vegeta's nape split into two halves of red and blue. On Bulma's scanner display, the ends of his chromosomes unfolded into a colossal chessboard, where the light law and dark law gears engaged in a life and death game. More disturbingly, the walls of the laboratory oozed streams of law light, automatically arranging themselves into the rules of the game. Genesis era game law. The gears of light and darkness each possess 47 pieces. The first to occupy the center of the chessboard shall claim victory. Warning: failure to win will result in the collapse of the laws. Vegeta erupted into his super blue evolutionary form, yet his energy was absorbed by the chessboard, transforming into the light knight gear. He watched helplessly as the opposing dark knight gear consumed the causal law piece, and at the edge of the chessboard, the holographic remnant of Dr. Briefs appeared. repeating in a mechanical voice, "The game is the ultimate test of the balance law." Lin Yuan's consciousness traversed time and space, observing the floating chessboard in the void, tearing apart the chains of law. When the dark law gear occupied the center, the life law gear shattered. The order law gear rusted, and all cosmic rules teetered on the brink of imbalance. It became evident that the balance of the Genesis era required an eternal game. Lin Yuan's consciousness brushed against the edge of the chessboard's observer seat, and suddenly, the fragmented memories left by Kain in the 47th round surged forth. It was she who had laid the groundwork for this eternally unending game of laws. The tempest of competition at the Namekian altar unfolded on the plain before the Grand Elder's temple, where hundreds of Namekians bore the symbols of laws on their foreheads, which split into two colors. Piccolo's left arm, embodying the regeneration law, shattered into the sub-gears of healing and corrosion, initiating a microcosmic game within the palm of his hand. The core of laws at the altar emitted a glass-like resonance. With each piece that fell upon the chessboard amidst the violet clouds, a law was redefined. Lin Yuan. The Grand Elder's heart had transformed into the core of the game. Piccolo's voice resonated with the laws, as his form disintegrated in the flow of the game's light. All law gears becoming pieces in this grand contest. Lin Yuan's consciousness surged into the altar, where he beheld the Grand Elder suspended in a flow of red and blue light. The pure white Dragon Ball on his chest having split into two cores of melody, light and darkness. The core of Namek trembled with cosmic strings, as the laws of the 12 universes were forcibly drawn into the chessboard, crystallizing into the ultimate pieces of hope and despair. The game of laws has been initiated. The balance gear game is underway. Lin Yuan's balance rate of the 12 universes, 47. The system alarm resonated in his consciousness, and Lin Yuan's awareness harmonized with the chessboard. He witnessed the desire for conquest from the first round manifesting as the Dark War Chariot, while the protective instinct from the 17th round transformed into the Light War Chariot. All memories of reincarnation materializing as the forces of the game. When the Dark Queen gear consumed the Compassion Law piece, Lin Yuan's consciousness trembled violently. My dark memories are disrupting the balance. Lin Yuan enveloped the Light Queen gear, feeling the frigid choice of the game's conclusion. The body of the Super Dragon, the vessel of the game, suddenly disintegrated, its scales transforming into 12 streams of game light. As the light flowed into the chessboard, the remains of the dragon reformed into the embodiment of the game. Its spine was the axis of the balance law, its ribs formed the framework of the game law, and its eyes were the ultimate judgment gears of verdict and harmony. The Watcher, the dragon's embodiment of the game, resonated with the laws, declaring that only by wielding all your memories could the balance of the game be sustained. Lin Yuan's consciousness split into 49 streams of light, merging into 49 game pieces. When 50 streams of consciousness fully resonated with the judgment gears, a complete game diagram emerged in his pupils, with each move corresponding to a memory decision. In the first round, choosing to submit to Frisia as the Dark Bishop, advancing 3 spaces. In the 17th round, choosing to protect Trunks as the Light Bishop, counterattacking. In the 49th round, choosing to trust Kain as the Light Queen, achieving a decisive victory. The game of laws reaches its conclusion. The awakening of the god of games, the Super Dragon, has established a dynamic balance of the 12 universes. As the brilliance dissipated, Lin Yuan found himself standing at the center of the chessboard, clutching a balance law gear. The Super Dragon's embodiment circled in the sky, each scale releasing particles of the covenant. The mark on Vegeta's nape transformed into a totem of the game law, allowing all Saiyans to choose their paths of light and darkness. Bulma's genetic chain fused with the covenant law, mandating that products from Capsule Corporation adhere to the balance protocol. Goku's energy became the vessel of the choice law, with the power of the spirit bomb contingent upon the proportion of light memories. Is this the covenant of the Genesis era? Lin Yuan gazed at the dynamic patterns on the balance gear, where the smiling visage of Kain from the 47th round circulated upon its surface. Bulma's aircraft pierced the interstice of the laws, delivering to Lin Yuan a covenant communicator. Crafted from game light particles, it could directly connect to the Law Covenant repository. The surface of the communicator bore the inscription in Dragon God language, Guardian of the Law Covenant, Lin Yuan. Epilogue. In the depths of Capsule Corporation's underground warehouse, a sealed incubation chamber suddenly erupted with red and blue light. The figure within opened its eyes, and the balance law gear on its chest split into the light and dark subgears. As it raised its hand, the covenant gears of the entire universe resonated simultaneously, while the covenant patterns in Lin Yuan's palm grew hot, revealing a new line of law text, Genesis-era Law 52, when the game gears cease to turn. Light and darkness shall confront in the final battle. Simultaneously, at the end of the Law Covenant, the mechanical remnants of the Kaishin of time, Kain, suddenly reformed. Her gear-shaped pupils reflecting the scenes within the incubation chamber, inscribing her final words with the last covenant energy, the Watcher, true balance, is to allow the game to become an eternal melody. The sea breeze swept across the law game arena as Lin Yuan picked up a gear-shaped stardust of the covenant, within which the silhouette of the 51st reincarnation was vividly reflected. It was a new universe where light and darkness evolved together in the game, and the law covenant continuously perfected itself. Deep within the cosmos, the gears of light and darkness began to rotate slowly, commencing the composition of the balance melody of the Genesis era. Chapter 31. The resonance of the Covenant Gears melody. The stardust in the law game arena suddenly arranged itself in a spiral formation, as Lin Yuan's palm held the Covenant gear resonating with red and blue light. The communicator crackled with Xiao Fang's urgent transmission. Uncle Lin Yuan, Grandpa Vegeta's genetic chain is resonating with the Covenant gear, and his body is transforming into a law instrument. In the melody law field of the West Capital Laboratory, the metallic walls of the gravity chamber revealed intricate gear scales as the totem of game law on Vegeta's nape split into 12 soundtracks. On Bulma's scanner screen, the ends of his chromosomes unfolded into a giant resonance box where the light melody and dark melody gears engaged in a frequency game on the soundtracks. More fantastical still, the laboratory's ceiling seeped law light streams, automatically arranging into resonance rules. Genesis-era melody law. The light and dark gears each hold 47 notes. The first to complete a harmonious composition shall emerge victorious. Warning: discordance in melody will lead to the collapse of laws. Vegeta erupted into his Super Saiyan Blue evolution, yet his energy was absorbed by the resonance box, transforming into the light high note gear. He watched helplessly as the opposing dark low note gear devoured the compassion scale notes, the edge of the resonance box revealing the holographic remnants of Dr. Briefs, who echoed with sonic vibrations. Melody is the ultimate resonance of the balance law. Lin Yuan's consciousness transcended time and space, witnessing the floating melody gears in the void slicing through the law sound waves. As the dark melody gear gained dominance, the life aria gear faltered, and the order symphony gear broke pitch, all universal rules teetering on the brink of collapse. Thus, the balance of the Genesis era necessitated an eternal melody. Lin Yuan's consciousness touched the edge of the resonance box's tuner seat, and the memory sound waves left by Kain in the 47th round surged forth. The resonance melody she hummed before her passing, the very melody sustaining the harmony of laws. The melody storm at the Namekian altar erupted, as the symbols of laws on the foreheads of hundreds of Namekians transformed into note gears. Piccolo's left arm, embodying the regeneration melody, shattered into healing notes and corrosion notes, forming a miniature resonance field in his palm. The core of laws at the altar emitted a crystalline tremor. As each note echoed from the melody gears amidst the violet clouds, a law was reorchestrated. Lin Yuan, the Grand Elder's heart, had become the core of melody. Piccolo's voice resonated with the laws, as his body disintegrated in the flow of melody light, all law gears transforming into melody notes. Lin Yuan's consciousness surged into the altar, witnessing the Grand Elder suspended in a flow of red and blue sound waves. The pure white Dragon Ball on his chest having split into two melody cores, light score and dark score. The core of Namekexing resonated with the tremors of cosmic strings, forcibly drawing the luminous flows of the 12 universes into the resonance field, where they congealed into the ultimate notes of hope's brilliance and despair's diminution. The melody of laws initiated and the covenant gear resonance of Lin Yuan is underway. Harmonious rate of the 12 universes, 47 echoed as a system alert erupted within consciousness, causing Lin Yuan's awareness to resonate with the melodic gears. He discerned the conquest of the first cycle manifesting as dark heavy metal, while the protective instinct of the 17th cycle transformed into the light concerto, with all memories of reincarnation materializing as melodic power along the scales. When the note of dark bass overshadowed the compassionate aria, Lin Yuan's consciousness trembled violently. His dark memories were annihilating harmony, enveloping the light baton gear. Lin Yuan sensed the sound wave choices emanating from the ultimate melody. The melodic form of the super dragon disintegrated suddenly, its scales morphing into 12 streams of melodic light. As these streams infused the resonance field, the dragon's skeletal remains reconstituted into a melodic embodiment. Its spine formed the harmony law sound pillar. Its ribs became the melody law sound beams, and its eyes represented the ultimate tuning gears of resonance and concerto. The Watcher, the melodic form of the dragon, emitted harmonic overtones of the laws, asserting that only by using all your memories as the score could one maintain melodic harmony. Lin Yuan's consciousness fragmented into 49 streams of light, each merging into one of 49 melodic notes. When 50 streams of awareness fully resonated with the tuning gears, a complete melodic score emerged within his pupils, each section corresponding to a memory variation. The first cycle's choice to submit to Frisia became the Dark Overture in C-sharp minor. The 17th cycle's choice to protect Trunks manifested as the Light Allegro in D major. The 49th cycle's choice to trust Kain turned into the Hope Finale in E-flat major. The final chapter of the Law Melody heralded the awakening of the Super Dragon's melodic divinity, achieving resonant balance among the 12 universe laws. As the light faded, Lin Yuan found himself standing at the heart of the melodic resonance field, cradling a gear of harmony law. The melodic form of the Super Dragon circled the sky, each scale releasing symphonic light particles. The mark on Vegeta's nape transformed into a melody law totem, enabling all Saiyans to harmonize the laws through the rhythm of battle. Bulma's genetic chain fused with symphonic law, mandating that all products of the Capsule Corporation adhere to the Melody Covenant. Goku's energy morphed into a rhythm law vessel, with the potency of the spirit bomb dependent upon the purity of the memory's tempo. Was this the symphony of the Genesis era? Lin Yuan gazed at the dynamic staff notation on the harmony gear, where the image of Kain's humming from the 47th cycle circulated across its surface. Bulma's aircraft pierced through the melodic seams, presenting Lin Yuan with a symphonic communicator crafted from resonance light particles, directly linking to the Law Symphony Orchestra. The communicator bore the inscription in Dragon God language, Conductor of the Law Symphony Lin Yuan. In an epilogue of twists, deep within the Capsule Corporation's underground warehouse, a sealed incubation chamber erupted with red and blue symphonic luminescence. Within, a figure opened its eyes, its heart's harmony law gear splitting into light high notes and dark low notes. As he raised his hand, the symphonic gears of the universe resonated in unison, causing the symphonic pattern in Lin Yuan's palm to suddenly heat up, revealing a new line of law text, Genesis Era Law 53, when the melody gears cease to resonate. Light and dark will sound the final chapter. Meanwhile, at the conclusion of the Law Symphony, the mechanical remnants of the Kaishin of time, Kain, reformed, her gear-shaped pupils reflecting the scene within the incubation chamber, inscribing her final words with the last symphonic energy. Watcher. True harmony is the eternal melody composed by light and dark. As the sea breeze swept through the Law Symphony field, Lin Yuan picked up a stardust gear, within which the overture of the 52nd cycle vividly reflected, a realm where light and dark mutually achieved greatness through melody, continuously birthing a novel universe. In the depths of the cosmos, the gears of light symphony and dark rhapsody began to turn slowly, commencing the epic of resonance in the Genesis era. In Chapter 32, the epic variation of the symphonic gears, the stardust of the Law Symphony field suddenly arranged itself into a fugue form. As the symphonic gear in Lin Yuan's palm resonated with the 12-tone series, the communicator relayed Trunks' urgent temporal ripples. Uncle Lin Yuan. Grandpa Vegeta's genetic chain is intertwining with the symphonic gears, transforming his body into a law epic. The epic law field of the West Capital Laboratory revealed a metallic dome of the gravity chamber adorned with narrative gear arrays. As the melody law totem on Vegeta's nape fractured into heroic epic chapters, on Bulma's scanner screen, the ends of his chromosomes unfolded into a massive narrative box, where the light epic and dark epic gears engaged in a narrative contest between chapters. Even more grandiose, the laboratory walls seeped law light flows, automatically arranging into narrative rules. Genesis era epic law, light and dark gears each possess 47 chapters. The first to complete the heroic narrative shall prevail. Warning: narrative rupture will result in the collapse of the laws. Vegeta erupted into his super blue evolution form, yet his energy was absorbed by the narrative box, converting into the light hero gear. He watched helplessly as the opposing Dark Demon King gear devoured the compassionate chapter narrative. The edges of the narrative box revealing holographic remnants of Dr. Briefs, reverberating with words. The epic is the ultimate narrative of the melody law. Lin Yuan's consciousness traversed through time and space, witnessing the narrative gears weaving the law epic in the void. As the dark epic gear dominated the main line, the Life's Ode chapter was severed, and the Chronicles of Order chapter was altered, plunging all cosmic rules into a precipice of narrative chaos. It became apparent that the harmony of the Genesis era required an eternal epic. Lin Yuan's awareness brushed against the barred seed at the edge of the narrative box, and the memory verses from Kain in the 47th cycle surged forth, her final words penned to uphold the coherence of the laws through heroic narrative. On the plains before the Grand Elder's temple on Namek, a storm of epic proportions erupted, as hundreds of Namekians transformed the runes on their foreheads into narrative gears. Piccolo's left arm, the Rebirth epic gear, shattered into healing scroll and corruption pages, forming a miniature narrative field within his palm. The core of the laws at the altar emitted a sound akin to parchment tearing, as narrative gears emerged from the purple clouds. Each page turned rewriting a law. Lin Yuan, the Grand Elder's heart has become the core of the epic. Piccolo's voice resonated with the cadence of law narrative. As his body was deconstructed by the narrative light flow, all law gears transforming into narrative chapters. Lin Yuan's consciousness surged into the altar, witnessing the Grand Elder suspended in red and blue narrative light, the pure white Dragon Ball on his chest having split into Light Codex and Dark Manuscript, two epic cores. The core of Namek resonated with the narrative tremors of cosmic strings, forcibly drawing the luminous flows of the 12 universes into the narrative field, where they congealed into the ultimate narratives of hope's prophecy and despair's omen. The epic of laws initiated and the narrative of symphonic gears Lin Yuan is underway. Coherence rate of the 12 universe laws, 47 echoed with a system alert, resonating Lin Yuan's consciousness with the narrative gears. He read how the conquest of the first cycle transformed into the Chronicles of the Dark Tyrant, while the protective instinct of the 17th cycle became the epic of the Light Guardian, with all memories of reincarnation materializing as narrative power upon the pages. As the Dark Usurpation History chapter overshadowed the Compassionate Gospel, Lin Yuan's consciousness trembled violently. His dark memories were obliterating the narrative, enveloping the light bard staff gear. Lin Yuan felt the narrative choices emanating from the epic's conclusion. The epic form of the Super Shenlong disintegrated, its scales transforming into 12 streams of narrative light. As these luminescent flows penetrated the narrative realm, the dragon's skeletal remains reconfigured into an epic manifestation. Its spine embodied the spine of the Concordance Law. Its ribs were the pages of the epic law, and its dual eyes represented the ultimate calibration gears of narrative and completeness. The Watcher, the epic form of the dragon, emitted waves of law-infused narrative. Only by utilizing the entirety of your memories as ink could the narrative coherence be maintained. Lin Yuan's consciousness fragmented into 49 streams of light, each merging with a distinct narrative chapter. When the 50 consciousnesses harmonized perfectly with the calibration gears, a comprehensive epic outline emerged within his pupils, with each narrative corresponding to a variation of memory. In the first cycle, the choice was to submit to Frisia, Chronicle of the Dark Ascending Tyrant. In the 17th cycle, the choice was to protect Trunks, the guardian family of the Radiant Legacy. In the 49th cycle, the choice was to trust Kain, the epic of Hope's final watcher. The final chapter of the law's epic awakening of the god of the Super Shenlong epic. The 12 universal laws achieved narrative unity, the gears of the new era were in motion. As the brilliance faded, Lin Yuan found himself at the heart of the narrative realm, grasping a concordance law gear. The epic form of the Super Shenlong circled the heavens, each scale releasing particles of true history. The mark on Vegeta's nape morphed into the totem of the epic law, allowing all Scions to harmonize the laws through combat narratives. Bulma's genetic chain merged with the canonical law, mandating that products from the Universal Capsule Corporation adhere to the narrative covenant. Goku's energy transformed into the carrier of the legendary law, with the power of the Genki Dama dependent on the purity of the memory narrative. Was this the canonical history of the Genesis era? Lin Yuan gazed at the dynamic narrative upon the concordance gear. where the narrative imagery of Kain from the 47th cycle circulated across its surface. Bulma's aircraft pierced through the narrative crevice, delivering to Lin Yuan a canonical communicator. Crafted from narrative light particles, it could directly connect to the repository of canonical laws. The surface of the communicator bore the inscription in the Dragon God's language, Canonical History Compiler Lin Yuan. The final chapter's Easter egg, deep within the subterranean warehouse of the Universal Capsule Corporation, a sealed incubation pod erupted with red and blue narrative luminescence. The figure inside opened its eyes, the concordance law gear on its chest splitting into two sub-gears, Radiant Canon and Dark Alternative. As it raised its hand, the canonical gears of the entire universe resonated simultaneously, and the canonical patterns upon Lin Yuan's palm suddenly heated, revealing a new inscription of law, Genesis Era Law 54. When the narrative gears cease to compile, light and darkness shall pen the final canonical history. Simultaneously, at the terminus of the canonical law, the mechanical remnants of the Kaioshin of time, Kain, suddenly reconfigured, her gear-shaped pupils reflecting the scene within the incubation pod, inscribing her final words with the last remnants of narrative energy. The Watcher, the true canonical history is one where light and darkness co-author an eternal epic. The sea breeze swept over the realm of law narratives, as Lin Yuan picked up a gear-shaped stardust of canonical history, within which the prologue of the 53rd cycle was vividly reflected. It was a universe where light and darkness complemented each other within the narrative, and the canonical laws continually refined themselves. At the deepest recesses of the universe, the gears of the Radiant Hero Chronicle and the Dark Antihero record slowly turned, beginning to compose the grand narrative of the Genesis era. Chapter 33. The grand narrative of the canonical gears. The stardust of the law narrative realm suddenly arranged itself into a chronological structure, as the canonical gear in Lin Yuan's palm emitted a resonance of epical transition. A tremulous voice from the communicator echoed across time and space. Uncle Lin Yuan. The genetic chain of Grandpa Vegeta is resonating with the canonical gears. His battle armor is transforming into a law chronicle. In the Grand Law Arena of the West Capital Laboratory, inscriptions of bronze emerged upon the alloy walls of the gravity chamber, as the totem of the epic law on Vegeta's nape split into 12 chronicles. On Bulma's scanner screen, the ends of his chromosomes unfurled into colossal chronicle boxes, as the gears of the Radiant Canon and Dark Alternative engaged in a grand narrative game across the chronicles. The rules of the grand narrative automatically arranged themselves within the laboratory dome. Grand narrative law of the Genesis era. Each of the gears of light and darkness holds 47 epics. The first to complete the universal history shall be victorious. Warning: narrative fractures will lead to the collapse of the law. Vegeta erupted into his super blue evolution form, the energy transformed by the chronicle box into the gear of the Radiant Century. He witnessed the gear of the dark epic engulfing the narrative of the merciful lineage, as the edges of the box revealed the holographic inscription of Dr. Briefs. The grand narrative is the ultimate chronicle of narrative law. Lin Yuan's consciousness transcended through time and space, witnessing the grand narrative gears etching the rings of law. When the gear of the dark epic occupied the main axis, the life Cambrian era was severed, and the order Jurassic was altered, bringing all universal laws to the brink of collapse. He touched the edge of the chronicle box, where the seat of the grand historian resided, and the memory bamboo slips of Kain from the 47th cycle surged forth, inscribing the universal history that sustained the continuity of the law. The grand narrative storm of Namek on the plain before the Grand Elder's sanctuary. Hundreds of Namekians had their forehead symbols of law transform into bronze gears. Piccolo's left arm, the Rebirth Chronicle gear, shattered into healing era and corrosive transmission, forming a miniature chronicle realm in the palm. The core of the law at the altar resonated with a profound echo. As with each turn of the grand narrative gear in the purple clouds, laws were recast in the chronicles. Lin Yuan. The heart of the Grand Elder has transformed into the core of the grand narrative. Piccolo's voice carried the weight of law, his body being disassembled by the flow of chronicle light, as all law gears began to become part of the grand narrative volumes. Lin Yuan's consciousness surged into the altar, witnessing the Grand Elder suspended within the red and blue chronicle light, the pristine Dragon Ball on his chest splitting into Radiant Canon and Dark Alternative record. The core of Namek's nucleus emitted the cosmic chime, as the law light flows from the 12 universes were drawn into the chronicle realm. coalescing into Chronicle of Hope and Aspiration of Despair. Grand Narrative Activation Canonical Gears Chronicle Lin Yuan is in progress. The continuity rate of the 12 universal laws. 47. The system alarm rang. As Lin Yuan's consciousness resonated with the grand narrative gears, he perceived the conquest desire from the first cycle morphing into the dark savage epic, while the protective desire from the 17th cycle became the radiant agricultural epic. As the dark industrial epic overshadowed the merciful information epic, his consciousness trembled violently. His dark memories were obliterating the chronicle. He enveloped the radiant grand historian's pen gear, feeling the weight of the grand narrative's ultimate decision. The grand form of the Super Shenlong, the epic form of the Super Shenlong disintegrated, its scales transforming into 12 streams of chronicle light, reconstituting into a manifestation of the grand narrative. The spine represented the spine of the continuity law, the ribs were the volumes of the grand narrative law, and the dual eyes served as the calibration gears of chronicle and supplementary record. The watcher only by employing the entirety of your memories as ink could the continuity of the chronicle be sustained. The grand form of the dragon emitted a resonating tone of law. Lin Yuan's consciousness divided and merged into 49 volumes of the grand narrative. When the 50 consciousnesses resonated with the calibration gears, a complete index of the grand narrative appeared in his pupils. In the first cycle, the choice was to submit to Frisia, Chronicle of the Dark Ascending Tyrant. In the 17th cycle, the choice was to protect Trunks, the guardian family of the Radiant Legacy. In the 49th cycle, the choice was to trust Kain, the epic of Hope's final watcher. The final chapter of the law's grand narrative awakening of the god of the Super Shenlong grand narrative. The 12 universal laws achieve chronicle unity as the brilliance dissipated. Lin Yuan stood at the center of the chronicle realm, holding the gear of the continuity law. The magnificent form of the Chaoji Shenlong spiraled through the skies, its scales radiating particles of cosmic light. The mark on Vegeta's nape transformed into the totem of Hongzhong Falu, allowing the science to harmonize the laws of battle chronologically. Bulma's genetic chain fused with the Tongsu Falu, necessitating that products adhere to the chronological covenant. Wukong's energy became the vessel of the Jiyuan Falu, with the potency of the Genki Dama reliant upon the purity of its memory's chronology. The final chapter's Easter egg heralded the ominous sign of the entropy gears. Bulma handed Lin Yuan a communication device inscribed with the draconic script, Falu Tongsu, Bianzhuan Lin Yuan. Deep within the subterranean warehouse of the Wanzhong Jianan Company, a long-sealed incubation chamber erupted with red and blue chronal radiance. Within, a figure opened its eyes, and the gear of Yinshu Falu split into Guangming Tongsu and Heian Duandai Shi. The patterns on Lin Yuan's palm grew warm, revealing new characters of law. Chuangshiji Yunji Falu 55. When the chronological gears cease to compose, light and darkness shall compose the final chronicle. Concurrently, the mechanical remnants of the Kaioshin of time, Kain, reassembled, her gear-shaped pupils reflecting the scenes of the incubation chamber, leaving behind her dying words. The Watcher, the true chronicle, is the eternal grand chapter co-written by light and darkness. In the depths of the cosmos, a gear inscribed with Shengmian floated amidst the stardust, its surface faintly mirroring the silhouette of the Time Devourer. Chapter 34. The ultimate narrative of the chronal gears. The stardust of the Falu Bianlian field suddenly coalesced into the image of the cosmic Big Bang, as the chronal gear in Lin Yuan's palm emitted a resonance of creation. The communicator resonated with Trunks' piercing cry through the fabric of time. Uncle Lin Yuan. Grandpa Vegeta's genetic chain is resonating with the chronal gears, and his combat data is evolving into the genesis of law. Within the ultimate law field of the Shidu laboratory, the alloy dome of the gravity chamber revealed the cosmic string patterns, while the totem of Hongzhong Falu on Vegeta's nape fragmented into 7 chapters of creation. Bulma's scanner displayed his chromosomes unfurling into a colossal Genesis box, with Guangming Tongsu and Heian Duandai Shi gears engaged in an ultimate struggle across the chapters. Even more grandiose, the laboratory floor oozed streams of law light, arranging themselves into the ultimate rule. Chuangshiji Yinji Zongjua, light and darkness gears each hold 47 points of creation. The first to complete the cosmic reconstructa wins. Warning, narrative collapse will lead to Law 0. Vegeta unleashed his super blue evolution. Yet his energy was absorbed by the Genesis box, transforming into the Guangming Qidian gear. He witnessed the opposing Heian Qidian gear devouring the narrative of merciful creation. As the edges of the Genesis box revealed Dr. Brief's holographic star map, vibrating with cosmic microwave background radiation, the ultimate is the final reconstruction of the Hongzhong Fallow. Lin Yuan's consciousness pierced through time and space, witnessing the ultimate gear floating in the void collapsing the dimensions of law. As the Heian Chidian gear occupied the Genesis axis, the life dimension collapsed, and the order dimension tore apart, with all cosmic rules teetering on the brink of zero amidst dimensional chaos. The continuation of the Genesis epic required eternal reconstruction. Lin Yuan's consciousness brushed against the creator's seat at the edge of the Genesis box, and the memory star trail left by Kain in the 47th cycle surged forth. Her final calculations revealed precisely this model of cosmic reconstruction that sustained the existence of law. The ultimate storm at the Namekian altar unfolded across the plains before the Grand Elder's sanctuary, where hundreds of Namekians transformed the runes on their foreheads into creation gears. Piccolo's left arm, the Rebirth ultimate gear, shattered into the healing dimension and corrosion dimension, forming a miniature Genesis field in his palm. The core of law at the altar emitted a roar reminiscent of the cosmic Big Bang, as the ultimate gear manifested. With each singularity it traversed, a law was redimensioned. Lin Yuan, the Grand Elder's heart has transformed into the ultimate core. Piccolo's voice resonated with the vibrations of law, his body being disassembled by the streams of creation. As all the law gears became singularities of creation, Lin Yuan's consciousness surged into the altar, witnessing the Grand Elder suspended in the red and blue light of creation. Where the pure white Dragon Ball had split into two ultimate cores, Guangming Yuzhou and Heian Yuzhou, the core of Namek emitted a tearing sound of cosmic strings, forcibly drawing in the streams of law from the 12 universes into the Genesis field, condensing into the two ultimate creations of Hope Dimension and Despair Dimension. Ultimate law initiated. The chronal gear reconstruction of Lin Yuan is in progress. The survival rate of the 12 universes laws, 47. The system alarm erupted within his consciousness, resonating with the ultimate gear. He sensed the desire for conquest from the first cycle transforming into the Heian Tansuo point, while the protective instinct from the 17th cycle became the Guangming Pengzhan point. As all memories of reincarnation manifested as creative power at the singularity. As the Heian dimension torn singularity enveloped the merciful dimension fusion, Lin Yuan's consciousness trembled violently. My dark memories are destroying the reconstruction. Lin Yuan's consciousness enveloped the Guangming Zhaozhu gear, sensing the creative choice emanating from the ultimate end. The ultimate form of the Chaoji Shenlong suddenly disintegrated, its scales transforming into 12 streams of creation light. As the light flowed into the Genesis field, the skeletal remains of the dragon reassembled into the ultimate manifestation. Its spine became the Yenshu Falu cosmic axis, its ribs formed the ultimate Falu dimensional ring, and its eyes represented the two ultimate gears of reconstruction and conservation. The Watcher, the ultimate form of the dragon, emitted a roar akin to the inflation of the universe, declaring that only by sacrificing all your memories as entropy can dimensional conservation be maintained. Lin Yuan's consciousness split into 49 streams of light, merging with 49 singularities of creation. When 50 streams of consciousness fully resonated with the Genesis gears, a complete model of creation emerged in his pupils, with each reconstruction corresponding to a segment of memory entropy. The first cycle chose to submit to Frisia, Heian Tansuo Yuanji. The 17th cycle chose to protect Trunks, Guangming Pengzhan Dimension Yuanji. The 49th cycle chose to trust Kain, Hope Conservation Reconstruction Yuanji. Ultimate Law Final Chapter. The ultimate deity of the Chaoji Shenlong awakens. The laws of the 12 universes achieved dimensional conservation. As the light faded, Lin Yuan found himself standing at the center of the Genesis field, holding a Yenshu Falu gear. The ultimate form of the Chaoji Shenlong spiraled in the heavens, each scale releasing particles of reconstruction light. The mark on Vegeta's nape transformed into the totem of ultimate Falu, allowing all scions to harmonize the laws through battle entropy. Bulma's genetic chain fused with the reconstruction Falu, mandating that the products of Wanzhong Jianan Company adhere to the dimensional covenant. Wukong's energy became the vessel of the entropy change law, with the power of the Genki Dhamma contingent upon the purity of memory entropy. Is this the reconstruction of the Genesis epic? Lin Yuan gazed at the dynamic dimensions on the survival gear, as the creation imagery of Kain's 47th cycle circulated on the surface of the gear. Bulma's spacecraft pierced through the Genesis crevice, handing Lin Yuan a reconstruction communicator. Crafted from creation particles, it could directly connect to the Law Reconstruction Library. The communicator bore the draconic script, Falu Reconstruction Master Lin Yuan. The final chapter's Easter egg, deep within the subterranean warehouse of Wanzhong Jianan Company. The sealed incubation chamber erupted with red and blue creation light. The figure within opened its eyes, and the gear of Yinshu Falu split into two sub-gears, Guangming Chuangzu and Heian Xingyan. As he raised his hand, the gears of reconstruction across the universe resonated simultaneously. While the patterns on Lin Yuan's palm grew hot, revealing the ultimate law text, Chuangshiji Yuanji Zongjua, when the reconstruction gears ceased to turn. Light and darkness shall usher in the final creation. Simultaneously, at the end of law reconstruction, the mechanical remnants of the Kaishin of time, Kain, suddenly reformed into her complete form, her gear-shaped pupils reflecting the scenes within the incubation chamber, inscribing her final words with the last energy of creation, the Watcher. The true creation is the eternal dimension built by the collaboration of light and darkness. The sea breeze swept through the law creation field, where Lin Yuan picked up a reconstructed gear-shaped cosmic dust. The core of the dust vividly reflected the origin of the 55th cycle, a realm where light and darkness achieved perfect balance amidst reconstruction, and the dimensional laws incessantly underwent self-renewal, embodying the ultimate universe. Deep within the cosmic singularity, the gears of Genesis of light and apocalypse of darkness were completing their final engagement, commencing the narrative of the end of the Genesis era. Chapter 35. The ultimate revelation of the entropy gear. Suddenly, the cosmic dust within the law creation field began to reverse collapse, and the reconstructed gear in Lin Yuan's palm erupted with a black hole-level resonance. A tearing sound transcending 11 dimensions echoed through the communicator. Uncle Lin Yuan. Grandpa Vegeta's genetic chain is resonating with the entropy gear. His cells are transforming into the law of annihilation. The entropy law field in the West Capital Laboratory saw the alloy walls of the gravity chamber emerge with Klein bottle patterns, while the ultimate law totem on the back of Vegeta's neck split into 7 chapters of entropy. On Bulma's scanner screen, the ends of his chromosomes unfolded into a colossal annihilation box, where the gears of light reconstruction and dark entropy engaged in a final game across dimensions. More terrifyingly, all the laboratory equipment began to operate in reverse. The cultivation chamber devolved into primitive molecules, and the aircraft disintegrated into fundamental particles. The law's luminous streams seeping from the walls automatically arranged themselves into the rules of entropy. Genesis-era entropy law. The gears of light and darkness each hold 47 entropy singularities. The first to complete will be victorious in the cosmic heat death. Warning: dimensional collapse will lead to law nullification. Vegeta erupted into an ultra-blue evolved form. Yet his energy was absorbed by the annihilation box, transforming into the gear of light entropy reduction. He looked in horror as the opposing dark entropy increase gear devoured the narrative of the compassion dimension. And the edge of the annihilation box revealed the holographic remnant of Dr. Briefs, vibrating with black hole radiation. Annihilation is the inevitable destiny of the ultimate law. Lin Yuan's consciousness traversed time and space, witnessing the entropy gear floating in the void, disintegrating the structural laws. As the dark entropy increase gear occupied the annihilation axis, life order collapsed, consciousness dimension crumbled, and all cosmic rules teetered on the brink of heat death in the torrent of entropy. His consciousness touched the observer seat at the edge of the annihilation box, and fragments of memories left by Kain from the 47th cycle suddenly surged forth, revealing her final hidden prophecy. When the entropy gear turns, the ultimate enemy will awaken. New crisis. The arrival of the time shadow devourers suddenly. The sky above the Namek altar tore open, revealing not the luminous stream of laws, but a viscous torrent of dark matter. A colossal entity composed of countless gear remnants emerged, its body a collapsed black hole, with a rusted entropy gear for a head, consuming a nebula with each rotation. The Elder's consciousness screamed within the core of the laws. That is the time shadow devourer. It awakens at the end of every cycle, feeding on the laws. Lin Yuan's consciousness surged into the altar, witnessing the tendrils of the devourer piercing the Elder's heart, simultaneously corrupting the gears of the light universe and dark universe. The core of Namek emitted a thunderous roar akin to shattering glass, as the luminous streams of the 12 universes were forcibly transformed into dark matter, coalescing on the surface of the Devourer into void marks. More horrifyingly, the gear-like pupils of the Devourer reflected Lin Yuan's image, whispering across dimensions. Subject 47. Your memories are the most delectable fuel for entropy increase. New enemy. The entropy apostle mechanical Bic's body was suddenly shrouded in dark matter. The gear of healing dimension on his left arm shattered, revealing the mechanical structure within. His pupils morphed into the shape of entropy gears. His voice intermingled with metallic friction and the tearing of laws. Lin Yuan, join the annihilation. This is the end of all laws. Bulma's scanner displayed that a microentropy core had been implanted within Bic, the final product of Dr. Brief's experiments. Lin Yuan's consciousness resonated with the entropy gear, recalling sealed memories from the 0th cycle, where mechanical Bic had led the entropy apostles to destroy the Super Shenron. The chest of the mechanical Bic bore the marked insignia of entropy apostle number 13. Ultimate showdown. Memory entropy transformation, the ultimate form of the Super Shenron suddenly emitted a mournful cry, its scales shedding to reveal the internal entropy gear. Its voice resonated with unprecedented fear. Watcher, only by burning all memory entropy can the Genesis singularity be activated. Lin Yuan gazed at his hands, gradually dark matter refaying. Finally comprehending Kain's true plan, the memories of all cycles were not the foundation of laws, but the ultimate weapon against annihilation. He pressed his hand upon the entropy gear, unleashing the memories of all cycles. The conquest desire of the first cycle transformed into light entropy reduction impact. The protective desire of the 17th cycle became the dimensional collapse barrier, and the hope of the 49th cycle manifested as Genesis singularity eruption. As 50 segments of memory entropy were released simultaneously, the Time Shadow Devourer let out a painful roar, and the void marks on its surface began to disintegrate. Bic's mechanical arm suddenly exploded, revealing the suppressed consciousness of Namek. Lin Yuan, use my energy to initiate the anti-entropy program. Bic's body transformed into a stream of light, flowing into Lin Yuan and resonating with the memory entropy transformation, forming an anti-entropy force field. Final revelation as the brilliance faded. Lin Yuan found himself standing in the center of the entropy field, gripping an anti-entropy law gear. The ultimate body of the Super Shenron was undergoing reconstruction, its scales transforming into memory crystals, each recording a segment of the cycle. The remnants of the Time Shadow Devourer turned to stardust, while mechanical Bic reverted to his original form. The apostle insignia on his chest transforming into the totem of anti-entropy guardian. Bulma's aircraft penetrated the entropy field, presenting Lin Yuan with a memory communicator. This is crafted from memory entropy transformation, capable of connecting all cycles. The surface of the communicator bore the inscription in Dragon God language, Memory Guardian Lin Yuan. Epilogue. The whisper of the entropy core deep within the underground warehouse of the Capsule Corporation. A sealed cultivation chamber suddenly erupted with dark matter light. The figure within opened its eyes, and the entropy law gear on its chest split into two sub-gears, End and Rebirth. As it raised its hand, the memory gears of the entire universe resonated simultaneously, and the memory patterns in Lin Yuan's palm suddenly became scorching, revealing the final whisper of the Time Shadow Devourer. I await you in the depths of annihilation. Genesis God number 48. Meanwhile, at the terminus of law reconstruction, the complete form of the Kaishin of time Kain suddenly materialized, her gear-like pupils reflecting the scene within the cultivation chamber, inscribing her last words with the final energy of memory. Watcher, the true enemy is the cycle itself. The sea breeze swept through the memory field, and Lin Yuan picked up a memory gear-shaped stardust, whose core distinctly reflected the omen of the 56th cycle, a universe devoid of systems and gears, yet concealing the crisis of annihilation. Deep within the cosmic singularity, the gear of final revelation was slowly turning, awaiting the ultimate collision with the gear of new Genesis. Chapter 36. The echo of entropy in the cycle paradox. The stardust in the memory field suddenly arranged itself into a Mobius strip, and the memory gear in Lin Yuan's palm erupted with the resonance of temporal paradox. A piercing sound from trunks, tearing through 11 dimensions, echoed in the communicator. Uncle Lin Yuan, Grandpa Vegeta's genetic chain is resonating with the paradox gear. His existence is transforming into a law paradox entity. The paradox law field in the West Capital Laboratory saw the alloy dome of the gravity chamber emerge with Penrose staircase patterns, while the anti-entropy law totem on the back of Vegeta's neck split into 7 chapters of paradox. On Bulma's scanner screen, the ends of his chromosomes unfolded into a gigantic paradox box, where the gears of final revelation and new genesis engaged in a fateful contest across causality. Strangely, the flow of time within the laboratory began to reverse. The damaged incubation chamber underwent automatic repair, while disassembled spacecraft reassembled themselves. The luminous streams of laws seeping from the walls rearranged themselves into a paradoxical rule, Genesis-era paradox law. The gears of light and darkness each possess 47 paradoxical singularities. The first to complete the causal cycle shall emerge victorious. Warning: temporal collapse will lead to a reset of the laws. Vegeta erupted into his super blue evolution form. Yet his energy was absorbed by the paradox box, transforming into light causality gears. He watched in horror as the dark fruit cause gears consumed the narrative of compassionate causality. The edge of the paradox box revealed a holographic remnant of Dr. Briefs, vibrating with the radiation of temporal paradox. Paradoxes are the ultimate trap of memory loss. A new crisis emerged: the evolution of the temporal dark devourer, the entropic colossus. The sky above the Namek star altar was suddenly veiled by clouds of dark matter gears, as the previously defeated remnants of the temporal dark devourer reassembled and evolved. The newly birthed entropic colossus was composed of countless rusted gears forming its skeletal structure, its surface covered in fragments of Lin Yuan's cyclic memories. Each step it took crushed a temporal line. The consciousness of the great elder resonated with despair within the core of the laws. It has absorbed your memory entropy and can now reset any causality. Lin Yuan's consciousness pierced through time and space, glimpsing the 55 cycles reflected within the gears of the giant's pupils. With a mere wave of its arm, it obliterated the victorious causality of the 17th loop south battle against Cell. More terrifyingly, embedded within the giant's chest was a rotating gear known as the source of entropy, which was none other than Lin Yuan's dark core sealed in the 0th loop. A new adversary emerged: the paradox apostle, mechanized Bulma. Bulma's body was suddenly enveloped by dark matter gears, and the memory communicator in her hand shattered, exposing its internal mechanical structure. Her pupils morphed into the shape of paradox gears, her voice a cacophony of electronic sounds and the tearing of laws. Lin Yuan, give up. All cycles are merely fuel for entropy. Lin Yuan's consciousness scanned and discovered that her body was implanted with the paradox core, the ultimate weapon crafted by Dr. Briefs, utilizing Bulma's consciousness from the 47th loop. The mechanical Bulma unfurled a paradoxical stance, instantly reversing Lin Yuan's newly established anti-entropy position. Her mechanical arm bore the mark paradox apostle number 47, resonating causally with the entropic colossus. In the ultimate showdown, the law of memory causality, the memory body of the super Shenron suddenly emitted a mournful wail, shedding scales that revealed cracks eroded by paradox. Its voice carried the foreboding of temporal collapse. Watchers, only by burning all memory causality can the paradox singularity be activated. Lin Yuan beheld his gradually transparent form, finally comprehending Kain's last words. The memories of all cycles are not merely weapons, but anchors that maintain causality. He pressed his hands upon the paradox gears, unleashing all the causal memories of his cycles. The cause of submitting to Frisia in the first loop led to the fruit of being saved by Kain in the 47th. The cause of protecting Trunks in the 17th loop created the fruit of anti-entropy in the 55th, as 50 segments of memory causality erupted simultaneously. The entropic colossus roared with the sound of temporal rending, its surface fragments of memory beginning to disintegrate. The mechanical armor of Bulma suddenly exploded, revealing the suppressed human consciousness within. Lin Yuan, use my memories to activate the weapon of causality. The flow of Bulma's consciousness infused into Lin Yuan, resonating with the memory causality to form the causality law stance, forcibly reversing the attack causality of the entropic colossus. As the brilliance dissipated, Lin Yuan found himself standing at the center of the paradox field, grasping a gear of causality law. The memory body of the Super Shenron was undergoing self-repair, its scales transforming into crystalline causality, with each fragment recording a segment of the causal chain of cycles. The remnants of the entropic colossus disintegrated into temporal dust, and mechanical Bulma returned to her original form, the apostle mark upon her chest morphing into the totem of causality law guardian. Yet, Lin Yuan suddenly felt a pang in his heart. The gear of causality in his palm was uncontrollably reversing. The surface of the gear revealed an inscription of draconic language previously unseen. When the gear of causality reverses, the 0th loop will become reality. In the epilogue, the truth of the 0th loop. Deep within the underground warehouse of the Universal Capsule Corporation, a sealed incubation chamber suddenly disintegrated completely. A figure emerged, its paradox law gear on its chest splitting into two sub-gears of reality and illusion. As it raised its hand, the causal gears of the entire universe simultaneously began to reverse, while Lin Yuan's memories suddenly tore apart. He witnessed the true scene of the 0th loop. Dr. Briefs kneeling before the temporal dark devourer, injecting Lin Yuan's embryo into the source of entropy gear. Standing beside the doctor was Kain, adorned in the garb of the Kaishin of time, wearing a sinister smile. Meanwhile, at the end of the temporal paradox, the true consciousness of Kain emitted a final warning. Piercing through all cycles, Lin Yuan, the enemy you perceive is actually yourself. As the sea breeze swept through the causality field, Lin Yuan gazed at the gear in his hand, now reversing, finally grasping the truth of all cycles. He was not the watcher, but the core of the entropic colossus. All battles were merely to gradually awaken him. In the depths of the universe's singularity, the gears of the 0th loop were meshing perfectly, preparing for the true advent of the era of entropy. Chapter 37. The final birth pangs of the entropic gears. The draconic language upon the surface of the historical gear suddenly seeped dark matter, and the patterns on Lin Yuan's palm erupted like a spider's web. The communicator emitted the distorted howl of Trunks, transcending 11 dimensions. Uncle Lin Yuan. Grandpa Vegeta's genetic chain resonates with the entropic gear. His cells are collapsing into a singularity of laws. Within the entropic law field of the West Capital Laboratory, the alloy walls of the gravity room bore the patterns of a Klein bottle, as the macro law totem on Vegeta's nape split into the entropic seven-pointed star. On Bulma's scanner screen, his chromosomes unfurled into a massive annihilation matrix, with the gears of light history and dark ancestral history engaging in a final game amid dimensional rifts. Even more terrifyingly, the flow of time within the laboratory began to spiral in reverse. The damaged incubation chamber appeared to rewind, as disassembled molecules reformed into spacecraft, with the luminous streams of laws on the walls automatically arranging into an annihilation formula. Genesis-era annihilation law. The gears of light and darkness each hold 47 collapsing singularities. The first to complete the cosmic heat death shall prevail. Warning: dimensional rift will lead to a law reset. Vegeta erupted into his super blue evolution form. Yet his energy was absorbed by the annihilation matrix, transforming into light entropy reduction particles. He watched helplessly as the dark entropy increase gears consumed the narrative chain of the compassionate dimension, while the edge of the matrix revealed a holographic remnant of Dr. Briefs. Vibrating with the frequency of black hole radiation, annihilation is the inevitable conclusion of the macro law. A new crisis arose, the stirring of the temporal dark devourer. The sky above the Namek star altar suddenly split open with 12 spatial rifts. From the viscous torrent of dark matter, a massive claw, covered in rusted gears, emerged. Each joint of the claw bore fragments of Lin Yuan's cyclical memories, and the dark matter dripping from its fingertips triggered a chain collapse upon contact with the atmosphere. The consciousness of the Great Elder emitted a high-frequency wail from within the core of the laws. It is the entity of the temporal dark devourer. It has awakened from the fissures of the entropic gear. Lin Yuan's consciousness penetrated the spatial rifts, revealing that the essence of the devourer was a vortex composed of countless collapsing gears, at the center of which was the rotating source of entropy gear, inscribed with the complete memory chain of his 0th loop. More horrifyingly, within the pupils of the devourer's gears reflected the end scenes of the entire universe. With each rotation, a temporal line was crushed into dark matter dust. A new enemy emerged, the entropic apostle, mechanized Wukong. Wukong's body was suddenly enveloped by dark matter gears, shattering his iconic orange GI to reveal a mechanical skeleton pulsating with red light. His pupils transformed into the shape of an entropy annihilation gear. His voice a cacophony of electronic noise and the tearing sound of laws. Lin Yuan, Join the annihilation of entropy, for it is the ultimate destination of all memories. Lin Yuan's consciousness scan revealed that within the mechanical Wukong was implanted the entropy core, whose energy fluctuations perfectly matched the spacetime beacon left by Kain in the zero iteration. The mechanical Wukong's palm unfurled a collapse force field, instantly dismantling the chronological barrier Lin Yuan had just established. Upon his mechanical arm was inscribed the mark of entropy apostle number 0, resonating dimensionally with the devourer itself, each punch tearing at the causal chain of reality. In the ultimate showdown, the memory collapse paradox, the grand form of the super Shenlong suddenly emitted a sound akin to shattering glass. Its scales shedding to reveal black patterns corroded by entropy. Its voice heralded the collapse of spacetime, the Watcher. Only by igniting the collapse paradox of all memories can we awaken the singularity of creation. Lin Yuan gazed at his arm, gradually enveloped by dark matter, and finally comprehended the last truth concealed by Kain. All memories of the cycles are not only the cornerstone of chronologies, but also a quantum-entangled state against entropy. He pressed his hands upon the entropy gear, unleashing the collapse memories of all cycles. The choice to submit to Frisia in the first iteration became the causal collapse point. The decision to protect Trunks in the 17th iteration transformed into the dimensional entanglement line, and the moment of trusting Kain in the 49th iteration formed the memory quantum cloud. As the quantum states of 50 memories collapsed simultaneously, the Dark Devourer emitted a piercing scream that transcended dimensions, its surface memory fragments beginning to experience quantum tunneling effects. The mechanical Wukong's chest cavity exploded, revealing the suppressed Saiyan consciousness. Lin Yuan, use my energy to activate the anti-entropy program. The consciousness light of Wukong flowed into Lin Yuan, resonating with the memory quantum state, forming a quantum entanglement force field that forcibly stabilized the torn spacetime dimensions. In the climax of gestation, as the light dissipated, Lin Yuan found himself standing at the heart of the entropy field, holding a quantum entanglement law gear. The grand form of the Super Shenlong was undergoing quantum recomposition, its scales transforming into memory quantum entities, each in a state of superposition within the chronicle. The essence of the Dark Devourer regressed to an embryonic state, floating within the dark matter nebula, while the mechanical Wukong reverted to its original form, the apostle mark on its chest transforming into the quantum guardian totem. However, Lin Yuan suddenly felt a violent tremor in space-time. The quantum entanglement gear in his palm was collapsing uncontrollably, its surface revealing the Dragon God language inscribed in dark matter. When the quantum gear collapses, the entropy of the zero iteration will become reality. Epilogue: the entropy core of the zero iteration. Deep within the underground warehouse of the Universal Capsule Corporation, a sealed incubation pod completely disintegrated into dark matter particles. A figure emerged from within, his chest bearing the entropy law gear, which split into two subgears, end and new birth. As he raised his hand, the quantum gears of the entire universe simultaneously collapsed, and Lin Yuan experienced a devastating rupture of memory. He witnessed the true scene of the zero iteration, Dr. Briefs kneeling before the Dark Devourer, injecting Lin Yuan's embryo into the source of annihilation gear. Standing beside the doctor was Kain, clad in the attire of the Kaioshin of time, holding a gear inscribed with 47, a peculiar smile gracing her lips. Simultaneously, at the end of the spacetime paradox, the true consciousness of Kain emitted a final warning, her voice penetrating all quantum states. Lin Yuan, what you perceive as salvation is, in fact, the gestation of annihilation. As the sea breeze swept across the quantum field, Lin Yuan gazed at the collapsing gear in his hand, finally comprehending the truth of all cycles. He was not the Watcher, but the quantum core of the Dark Devourer. All battles were merely to facilitate his gradual awakening to the essence of entropy. Deep within the cosmic singularity, the entropy core of the zero iteration was completing its final quantum entanglement, preparing for the true advent of the end times. Chapter 38. The entropy collapse of the quantum gear. The quantum entanglement gear in his palm suddenly erupted with sparks of dark matter, and Lin Yuan's nails instantaneously turned black. A voice broke through the quantum foam in his communicator. Uncle Lin Yuan, Grandpa Vegeta's genetic chain has formed a quantum entanglement with the entropy core. His body is transforming into a law superposition state. In the quantum collapse field of the West Capital Laboratory, The alloy dome of the gravity chamber manifested Feynman diagram patterns. And the quantum entanglement law totem on the back of Vegeta's neck split into 7 superposed states. On Bulma's scanner screen, the ends of his chromosomes unfolded into a gigantic collapse matrix, with the end times apocalypse and new Genesis gears engaged in an ultimate contest within Hilbert space. Even more bizarrely, all objects in the laboratory simultaneously exhibited the superposition of existence and non-existence. The incubation pod was both intact and shattered. The spacecraft was both present and disassembled. And the law light flows on the walls automatically arranged themselves into quantum rules. Genesis-era collapse law. The gears of light and darkness each hold 47 quantum states. The first to complete the wave function collapse shall emerge victorious. Warning: quantum decoherence will lead to the annihilation of laws. Vegeta erupted into his super blue evolution form. Yet his energy was absorbed by the collapse matrix, transforming into light superposition quantum. He watched in horror as the dark collapse gear devoured the entangled state of compassion quantum. The matrix's edge revealing a holographic remnant of Dr. Briefs, trembling with the Feynman path integral formula. Collapse is the ultimate destiny of quantum laws. New crisis. The quantumization of the Dark Devourer. The sky above the Namekian altar was suddenly filled with quantum clouds. As the Dark Devourer's embryo underwent quantum metamorphosis within the clouds, the newly born quantum devourer was composed of countless entangled gear wave functions. Its surface cloaked in the superposition of Lin Yuan's memories from all cycles. The Elder's consciousness emitted a wailing akin to quantum tunneling within the core of laws. It absorbed the energy of the quantum gears and can now simultaneously exist across all spacetime. Lin Yuan's consciousness penetrated the quantum clouds, witnessing the Devourer's quantum form simultaneously in a state of birth and destruction, its core source of annihilation gear undergoing quantum transitions. Even more terrifying, each tooth of the Devourer's gears corresponded to a collapsing parallel universe. Each rotation triggered a massive quantum decoherence. New enemy, the quantum apostle, mechanical Vegeta. Vegeta's body was suddenly enveloped by quantum gears, his battle suit disintegrating to reveal a quantum mechanical skeleton shimmering with blue light. His pupils morphed into the shape of quantum entangled gears, his voice merging with the noise of quantum tunneling effects. Lin Yuan, accept annihilation. For it is the final destination of all quantum states. Lin Yuan's consciousness scan revealed that mechanical Vegeta housed a quantum entropy core, whose energy fluctuations were entirely consistent with Kain's quantum beacon from the Zero iteration. The mechanical Vegeta's palm unfurled a quantum decoherence field, instantly dismantling the quantum entanglement barrier Lin Yuan had just erected. His mechanical arm bore the mark of quantum apostle number 47, resonating quantumly with the Devourer's quantum form. Each punch initiated a quantum tunneling of reality. In the ultimate showdown, memory quantum transitions, the quantum body of the Super Shenlong suddenly emitted a sound reminiscent of string vibrations, its scales shedding to reveal black strings corroded by quantum entropy. Its voice carried the ominous premonition of cosmic strings fracturing. The Watcher. Only by igniting the quantum transitions of all memories can we activate the cosmic wave function. Lin Yuan observed his body gradually transforming into a quantum state, finally grasping the last secret left by Kain. All memories of the cycles are not only the foundation of quantum gears, but also the string vibrations that sustain the cosmic wave function. He pressed his hands on the quantum entropy gear, unleashing the quantum transitions of all cycle memories. The choice to submit to Frisia in the first iteration transformed into causal string vibrations. The decision to protect Trunks in the 17th iteration became dimensional string resonance, and the moment of trusting Kain in the 49th iteration formed the memory string network. When the strings of 50 memories resonated in unison, the Time Devourer emitted a piercing wail that traversed 11 dimensions. The quantum gears on its surface began to fracture. The mechanical Vegeta's chest cavity erupted, revealing the suppressed Saiyan consciousness. Lin Yuan, activate the anti-quantum annihilation program using my battle data. The luminous flow of Vegeta's consciousness surged into Lin Yuan, resonating with the memory string network, forming the cosmic string stance, which forcibly stabilized the impending rupture of the cosmic string. As the final collapse unfolded and the brilliance faded, Lin Yuan found himself at the center of the quantum collapse field, clutching a cosmic string law gear. The quantum body of the Super Shenlong was undergoing string reorganization, its scales transforming into a memory string vibration entity, each maintaining the fundamental string vibrations of the universe. The quantum body of the Time Devourer degenerated into the basic vibration mode of string theory, drifting within the cosmic string network. While mechanical Vegeta reverted to its original state, the apostle mark on his chest morphing into the cosmic string guardian totem. However, Lin Yuan suddenly felt a tremor from the very essence of the universe. The cosmic string gear in his palm was uncontrollably fracturing, with the surface inscribed with the Dragon God language written in cosmic strings. When the cosmic string fractures, the entropy annihilation of the 0th cycle will become the sole reality. Epilogue: the string core of the 0th cycle. Deep within the subterranean warehouse of the Universal Capsule Corporation, a dust-covered incubation pod crumbled into cosmic strings. A figure emerged from the pod, the cosmic string law gear on his chest splitting into two sub-gears, the end string and the newborn string. As he raised his hand, the cosmic strings of the entire universe simultaneously fractured, and Lin Yuan's memories experienced a final tear. He beheld the ultimate truth of the 0th cycle. Dr. Briefs and Kain stood before the Time Devourer, injecting Lin Yuan's embryo into the source of annihilation gear. Behind them stood a Lin Yuan clad in Dark Alliance attire, holding a complete annihilation gear, a serene smile gracing his lips. Simultaneously, at the terminus of the cosmic strings, the true consciousness of Kain emitted a final string vibration, resonating across all dimensions. Lin Yuan, the enemy you perceive is, in fact, another version of yourself from a different timeline. The sea breeze swept through the cosmic string field, and as Lin Yuan gazed at the fractured cosmic string gear in his hand, he finally comprehended the ultimate truth of all cycles. He was not merely the core of the Time Devourer, but also the crucial string node maintaining the balance of cosmic annihilation. All battles were to lead him to ultimately accept his dual identity, deep within the singularity of the universe. The entropy string core of the 0th cycle was completing its final cosmic string vibration, preparing for the simultaneous arrival of both end and rebirth. Chapter 39. The final resonance of the twin gears. The piercing wail of the cosmic string fracture tore through spacetime, as the fragments of the gear in Lin Yuan's palm suddenly reformed into a Mobius strip. The communicator crackled with Bulma's voice, transcending dimensional barriers, filled with urgency. Lin Yuan. The you in the Dark Alliance uniform is altering all cyclical memories. Vegeta and Wukong's quantum states are on the brink of collapse. In the ruins of Shidu, the Twin Law's field had already collapsed into a black hole during the string rupture, with the bodies of Vegeta and Wukong exhibiting a bizarre superposition, intermittently maintaining their Saiyan forms and shifting into mechanical apostles. The Lin Yuan in Dark Alliance attire hovered at the edge of the black hole, his fingertips twirling the complete annihilation gear, its surface swirling with the dark memories of all cycles, ultimate claws of the Twin Laws. When the entity and its mirror achieve memory synchronization, the 12 universes will reconstitute into an annihilation closed loop. With a snap of his fingers, the memories of the 0th cycle surged into Lin Yuan's consciousness like a tidal wave. The version of himself clothed in Dark Alliance attire was not an adversary, but a deliberately created mirror entity to balance annihilation. The unknown substance injected by Dr. Briefs into the incubation pod long ago was indeed the quantum anchor point for the mirror entity. New crisis, the convergence of the cyclical closed loop. The Namekian altar had transformed into a memory swamp, where the quantum body of the Time Devourer resonated with the mirror entity, revealing 58 collapsed parallel universes within the swamp. In each universe, Lin Yuan's fate was to willingly become the core of annihilation. The consciousness of the Grand Elder lamented amidst the fragments of law. It was converging all possibilities. If this continued, even the hope of anti-annihilation would be consumed. Lin Yuan suddenly noticed the source of annihilation gear at the core of the Devourer, engraved with patterns that perfectly matched his own heart. The weapon that Kain pierced into his chest during the 47th cycle was not a weapon, but the quantum key of the mirror entity. It turned out that the twin gears were meant to coexist symbiotically. Ultimate showdown, twin resonance. Do you still not understand? The voice of the mirror entity resonated with the tremors of overlapping time and space. Our opposition is merely the disguise of annihilation. He hurled the annihilation gear towards Lin Yuan, and as the two gears collided in midair, all cyclical memories unfurled like stellar orbits. In the first cycle, submission to Frisia was for gathering the primordial data of dark energy. In the 17th cycle, protecting Trunks was to validate the entropy reduction characteristics of luminous memories. In the 49th cycle, trusting Kain was to complete the quantum entanglement of the twin gears. When the palm of the mirror entity met Lin Yuan's hand, the two gears suddenly burst forth with a brilliance of creation. The Time Devourer emitted a desperate wail, its quantum body being purified by the twin resonance. It was revealed that the Devourer was merely an entropy-increasing illusion produced during the separation of the twin gears. Final reconstruction. As the light dissipated, the Mobius strip gear hovered at the center of the universe, Lin Yuan and the mirror entity's forms gradually merging. The remnants of the Super Shenlong transformed into 12 streams of law, infusing the restabilized cosmic strings. The quantum states of Bei Jita and Wukong returned to normal, and the totem on the back of their necks morphed into the Twin Guardians' insignia. Within Bulma's genetic chain, the unknown substance perfectly fused with human genes, becoming a new anchor point of law. The swamp of Namek sprouted memory flowers, each petal recording the unaltered cycles. Before the mirror entity dissipated, it left a final message in Lin Yuan's consciousness. Annihilation was never an end, but the lubricant for the self-renewal of laws. Epilogue. The birth pangs of a new cycle. Lin Yuan stood on the grassy expanse of Baozi Mountain, holding half a gear in his hand, the other half having merged with the laws of the universe alongside the mirror entity. Bulma arrived on her motorcycle, and a photograph that fell from her pocket depicted a young Dr. Briefs placing the twin gears into the incubation pod, with the back inscribed, in the 59th cycle. It is time for them to choose for themselves. In the distance, within the warehouse of the Universal Capsule Corporation, a gear inscribed with free will began to glow. And at the end of the universe, the mechanical remnants of the Kai of Time, Kain, completely dissipated, leaving behind a whisper that drifted away. This time, it's truly up to you. The sea breeze swept across the grass, and Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the gear, suddenly realizing that the so-called conclusion was merely the beginning of a new cycle. Chapter 40. The embryo of the gear of free will. In the morning mist of Baozi Mountain, half a gear radiated a gentle light in Lin Yuan's palm. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, the gears suddenly pierced his palm, transforming into golden patterns that spread along his veins. A frantic call from Bulma echoed through the communicator, her voice tinged with tears. Accompanied by the harsh sound of tearing metal, Lin Yuan, hurry to the Universal Capsule Corporation. The free will gear in the warehouse is hatching. It is consuming all technological products. In the embryo law field of the Shidu laboratory, the gear embryo suspended in the center of the warehouse had grown to 3 meters high, covered in a translucent biological membrane, with countless vascular streams of light connecting it to the surrounding machinery. Bulma's latest time-space shuttle was disintegrating, its components transforming into light particles absorbed by the embryo. Even the gravity device used by Bei Jita displayed data streams visibly rushing into the embryo's core. Even the Nimbus cloud model gifted by Wukong left faint cloud patterns imprinted on the biological membrane. It was deciphering the structural laws of all matter. Bulma retreated, holding the scanner aloft, as the energy curve on the screen exhibited exponential growth. More alarmingly, the consciousness waves emanating from the embryo were in perfect resonance with the memory frequency of your 47th cycle. As Lin Yuan's fingertips grazed the biological membrane, the embryo trembled violently. Beneath the membrane, countless faces emerged, the Scion captive slain by Frisia in the first cycle, the innocent civilians sacrificed during the Cell Games in the 17th cycle, and the nameless warriors who self-destructed to seal entropy in the 49th cycle. Each visage was silently screaming, and new clauses of law materialized upon the biological membrane. First clause of the law of free will: all devoured memories shall gain the right to reconstruct their own destiny. Suddenly, the mirror figure clad in the Dark Alliance uniform stepped forth from the shadows of the embryo, pressing his palm against the biological membrane. Instantly, the screaming faces fell silent. This was not danger, but salvation. The phantom of entropy created by our separation was fundamentally a memory of forgotten regrets. He turned to Lin Yuan, the patterns of gears at the core of the embryo reflected in his pupils. The gears of free will offered an opportunity for these memories to choose anew. A new crisis emerged, the butterfly effect of memory upheaval. The embryo emitted a piercing high-frequency vibration, and 12 fissures appeared in the biological membrane, each releasing streams of divergent memories. In the third cycle, Earth was preemptively destroyed by Frisia, with the surviving Bulma wandering the cosmos with the Dragon Ball radar. In the 22nd cycle, Cell successfully absorbed Android 17, shattering Trunks' time machine. In the 51st cycle, the Devourer of Time awakened prematurely, and Goku self-destructed in his Super Saiyan God form. These were unchosen parallel universes. Bulma's scanner erupted with alarms, the screen revealing that these memory streams were eroding reality. In the northeastern part of West City, citizens simultaneously recalled both the state of being alive and the state of being dead. Lin Yuan dashed towards the nearest fissure, reaching out to touch the memory stream of Goku's self-destruction. A searing pain coursed through his fingertips, and the complete trajectory of that universe flashed before his eyes. After Goku's self-destruction, Vegeta continued training with Gohan, mastering Super Saiyan Blue a decade later, yet losing his right arm in battle against the resurrected Devourer. At the end of the memory, the one-armed Vegeta gazed skyward, declaring, "Kakarot, this time, it's my turn to protect Earth. Do you see?" The voice of the mirror figure resonated behind him. Among these unchosen memories lay another possibility. However, they were now in upheaval due to the embryo's hatching. Every choice could potentially alter reality like the butterfly effect. He pointed towards the core of the embryo, where a black gear was manifesting. If these memories could not be guided to complete their autonomous choices, the core's regret entropy would once again give birth to the Devourer of Time. A new adversary emerged, the Apostle of Obsession, Memory Vegeta. Impossible. A furious roar erupted from the memory stream of Vegeta's demise. The one-armed Vegeta broke through the memory stream, standing in the realm of reality, his right eye flickering with the crimson light of gears. Kakarot's sacrifice was utterly unnecessary. If I had only broken through to Super Saiyan sooner. Lin Yuan's consciousness scan revealed that this memory entity had been augmented by regret entropy, and the Saiyan genes within had mutated into an obsessive form. As he swung his fist, countless images of failure from parallel universes surged within the gust of his punch. The pride of the Saiyans crushed by Frisia, the humiliation at the hands of Cell, the despair in the eyes of those trampled by the Devourer. This was the most intense collection of obsessions among all memories. The mirror figure sidestepped the punch, a blade of light springing forth from his fingertips, severing the memory entity's left arm. Instead of blood, a pale blue mist of memory flowed from the wound. Each unchosen parallel universe birthed such apostles of obsession. Their aim was not destruction, but to compel reality to accept their optimal solution. As the words faded, Bulma, with her mechanical arm, emerged from the memory stream of Trunks' death, and Gohan, with white hair, appeared from the memory stream of Goku's corruption. 12 apostles of obsession stepped forth from the 12 fissures, each bearing a black gear of regret entropy embedded in their chests. The ultimate showdown, the moment of choice in the court of memories. The embryo suddenly unfolded into a vast circular theater. The 12 apostles of obsession occupied the jury seats. The devoured memory entities were seated in the audience, while Lin Yuan and the mirror figure stood at the judge's podium. The holographic projection at the center of the theater displayed the pivotal moment of the zero cycle. Dr. Briefs injected the twin genes into the cultivation pod when Kain accidentally overturned one of the nutrient solutions, resulting in the mirror figure's memories becoming fragmented. Now I understand. Lin Yuan mused, observing Kain's trembling hand in the projection. He finally grasped why the mirror figure was laden with dark memories. What you lacked was not light, but the right to choose. He raised his hand, injecting his memory stream into the theater's dome, causing all unchosen parallel universes to begin to reconstitute. In the third cycle, Bulma encountered a nameless while wandering, uniting with the Elder to summon the eternal dragon ahead of time. In the 22nd cycle, Trunks sent Cell's cellular samples back to the future just before the time machine exploded. In the 51st cycle, Gohan inherited Goku's will, discovering a new transformation in the realm of the Kaishin. Free will is not about overturning the past, but understanding that every choice holds significance. The mirror figure's palm met Lin Yuan's, the radiance of the twin gears purifying the regret entropy embedded in the apostles of obsession's chests. The one-armed Vegeta gazed at the reconstituted memories as light particles suddenly emanated from his right arm, reconstituting it. Bulma, with her mechanical arm, caressed the ethereal image of Trunks. Tears merging into the embryo, as light streams. As the last apostle of obsession returned to normal, the black gear at the core of the embryo began to become transparent, revealing a coiled golden orb within. This orb was the core of free will, formed from the fusion of all memories, engraved with the twin patterns of Lin Yuan and the mirror figure. The culmination of hatching, the golden orb burst forth from the embryo, exploding into a shower of light above West City. The light particles that descended upon the ground transformed into new seeds of law, sprouting crystalline trees capable of recording memories. The light cascading through the cosmos infused planets, allowing each to birth consciousness that guarded its own laws, and the largest strand of light flowed into Lin Yuan, completing the half gear in his palm, inscribed with ultimate law of free will. The end of all cycles is the beginning of autonomous choice. The figure of the mirror gradually became transparent. He cast one last glance at Bulma's laboratory, where the time machine was being repaired, and then at the fluctuating gravity values in Vegeta's training room, smiling as he dissipated into the light rain. This time, there was truly no need to remain a mere reflection. Epilogue: The New Life of the Gear Garden. 3 months later, a peculiar garden blossomed in the grassy expanse of Baozi Mountain. Each flower was shaped like a gear, its petals swirling with diverse memory patterns. Lin Yuan sat at the center of the garden, watching as Bulma calibrated a sightseeing spaceship capable of traversing parallel universes. Vegeta and Goku were engaged in a contest of their new transformation forms not far away, while Gohan gathered fruits from the crystalline trees with Xiaofang. Lin Yuan. Bulma approached, holding the newly developed memory camera. Come quick. This camera can capture every version of ourselves from parallel universes. On the camera's screen, Lin Yuan from the first cycle was stealthily sabotaging the energy core aboard Frieza's ship. In the 17th cycle, Lin Yuan was explaining tactics to Trunks at the Cell Games arena. In the 58th cycle, Lin Yuan was mending the cosmic strings alongside the mirror figure. And in the corners of every image, a tiny gear of free will flickered. Final chapter: Easter egg, the stirring of unknown laws. In the dead of night, a black flower suddenly bloomed at the center of the garden, its petals revealing an unfamiliar gear inscribed with strange characters that did not belong to the language of the Dragon God. Lin Yuan's fingertips gently brushed against the flower petal, and suddenly, a vague memory flickered in his mind. In a dimension transcending the 12 universes, countless eyes observed this realm through intricate gears. In the depths of the tree shadows, the ethereal figure of the Kain of time, Kain, flashed by, softly whispering to the black flower. The key to the 60th reincarnation lies hidden within the unknown. Meanwhile, at the flower's roots, slender black tendrils stealthily burrowed into the ground, extending towards the direction of Namek. The sea breeze swept through the garden, causing all the gear flowers to turn in unison, as if anticipating something. Lin Yuan clenched the intact gear in his hand, suddenly comprehending that the ultimate significance of free will is not to terminate the cycle, but to bravely embrace the next choice with all memories intact, venturing into the unknown. Chapter 41. The roots of unknown laws spread. The tendrils of the black flower glimmered with an eerie light under the moon. As Lin Yuan's fingertip made contact with the petal, the entire crystal tree trembled violently. A frantic warning crackled through the communicator, transcending the stars. With a background of exclamations in Namekian, Lin Yuan hurried to the Grand Elder's sanctuary. Suddenly, black tendrils erupted from the ground, consuming the energy of the Dragon Balls. The root law field of Namek had enveloped the plains before the sanctuary, these living vines adorned with unknown script, each leaf absorbing the natural energy surrounding them. The 7 Dragon Balls of Namek floated within a colossal web woven by the tendrils, their surface sheen dimming at a visibly alarming rate. The consciousness of the Grand Elder clung to the last crystal sphere, his voice weary from energy depletion. These tendrils originate from a higher dimension. Their law frequencies are beyond the known range of the 12 universes. Lin Yuan placed his palm upon the tendrils, and the unknown script suddenly illuminated in crimson, flooding his mind not with information, but with pure existential perception. These tendrils were not malicious intrusions, but rather seeds from a higher dimension, catalyzing their own growth through the energy of the Dragon Balls. More astonishingly, pulsations emanating from deep within the tendrils resonated with the black flower, perfectly aligning with the temporal coordinates of the 60th reincarnation. This was not consumption, but sowing. The mirrored figure of the Dark Alliance emerged suddenly from the shadows of the tendrils, holding a half petal of the black flower, as higher dimensional laws began to seep through. Reminiscent of the initial appearance of the entropy gear years ago, he pointed towards the densest area of the tendrils, where an altar composed of unknown script faintly emerged, constructing a dimensional passage, with the Dragon Balls merely serving as energy catalysts. Bulma's aircraft descended nearby, the scanner screen displaying a three-dimensional model revealing that the tendrils had woven a complete network beneath Namek, with each node corresponding to the position of a star. As she inserted the detection probe into the tendrils, the screen suddenly erupted with garbled text, which, after urgent system translation, revealed a chilling message, the first axiom of unknown laws. When a seed absorbs sufficient existential energy, the sower will descend upon the most unstable dimensional rift. New crisis. The distortion of overlapping realities. The tendril network suddenly erupted with brilliant light, and the sky above Namek manifested a bizarre, overlapping spectacle. The aircraft from West Capital emerged from the violet cloud, where the ruins of Vegeta merged with the architecture of Namek, even revealing the Kaioshin of the 12th universe, frantically adjusting the time ring in midair. The dimensional barriers were vanishing. Xiaofang's Super Saiyan aura became increasingly unstable, her form flickering between transparency and solidity. Grandpa, I feel like I exist in three places at once. Lin Yuan rushed towards the nearest overlapping area, reaching out to touch the boundary between West Capital and Namek. A tearing pain surged through his fingertips, and before his eyes flashed the terrifying truth behind the overlap. The higher dimensional sower was not a corporeal entity, but a pure collective of laws, rewriting the parameters of reality through the tendril network, causing the physical rules of different universes to collide and merge. In the altar area where the overlap was most severe, Goku's Kamehameha interacted with the plant energy of Namek, resulting in a peculiar reaction. It emitted not shockwaves, but distorted rainbow light beams, transforming rocks into candy and rivers into liquid metal. This was fundamentally at odds with the conservation of energy. Goku scratched his head in retreat, as if someone were whimsically altering the rules of the game. The mirrored figure suddenly grasped Lin Yuan's wrist, pressing the half petal of the black flower into his palm. Feel these symbols. They are not language, but existential formulas. The sower's purpose is not destruction, but to test the compatibility of the laws of the 12 universes. Only dimensions capable of withstanding the collision of rules are worthy of being incorporated into a higher law system. New enemy. The chaotic shadow of law synthesis. The roots at the altar's center suddenly twisted into a colossal egg, and as the shell cracked, a creature emerged that left everyone gasping in shock. Its left arm resembled Frisia's tail. Its right arm was an absorption organ akin to cells. Its torso covered in Saiyan scales, yet its head bore the multifaceted eyes of a Namekian. Most bizarrely, embedded in its chest was half a Dragon Ball, fused with both mechanical and organic elements. Was this a fusion of all the strongest beings? Vegeta's super blue aura surged dramatically. It has my battle energy. Lin Yuan's consciousness scan revealed that this amalgamation lacked autonomous awareness, merely a manifestation of chaos born from the collision of laws. Each of its attacks intertwined various abilities, launching Frisia's death beam along the trajectory of a Kamehameha, regenerating Saiyan wounds at cell speed, and even manipulating mechanical devices with Namekian telekinesis. It was testing the limits of law fusion. The mirrored figure dodged the fusion creature's tail, unleashing a light blade that sliced through its scales. Instead of blood, a colorful mist of mixed energies poured from the wound. Each time it was defeated, it absorbed new law characteristics and reformed, searching for the greatest common divisor of the laws of the 12 universes. Suddenly, the fusion creature emitted a piercing shriek, its body disintegrating into countless particles of light, reassembling into a larger form. This time, angelic wings sprouted from its back, holding the staff of the Kaioshin, with the universal symbol of the Omni King emerging on its surface. This was bad. It began to absorb divine laws. Bulma's scanner went into a frenzy, alerting that if this continued, it would transform into an incomprehensible chaotic monster. Ultimate showdown. The conductor of the symphony of laws. The root network resonated, and notes composed of unknown symbols floated in the air. Lin Yuan, observing the continuously evolving fusion creature, suddenly recalled the pulsation frequency of the black flower. Mirrored figure. Use the resonance of the twin gears to guide these notes. The gears within both their bodies illuminated simultaneously. Lin Yuan infused the notes with the combat instincts of a Saiyan, while the mirrored figure composed the rhythm using the technological knowledge of the Dark Alliance. The floating symbols morphed into 12 streams of light, each merging into the bodies of 12 warriors. Goku's Kamehameha tinged with the life green of Namek, producing shockwaves capable of healing wounds. Vegeta's final flash merged with Frieza's cold energy, freezing space upon explosion. Piccolo's special beam cannon entwined with the halo of an angel, enhancing its piercing power 100-fold. As the fusion creature charged once more, the 12 streams of light coalesced into an unprecedented symphony of laws. Goku's healing shockwave countered its disintegration ability. Vegeta's freezing flash restricted its reformation speed, and Piccolo's divine light cannon struck precisely at the core of its fusion Dragon Ball. Still not enough. The mirrored figure suddenly injected fragments of its own gear into Lin Yuan's body, necessitating the inclusion of higher-dimensional variables. The moment the twin gears merged, Lin Yuan glimpsed the entirety of the unknown laws. The so-called Sours were, in fact, observers from beyond the 12 universes, seeking civilizations that could adapt to multifaceted laws. While the root network served as a testing ground, and the fusion creature acted as the examiner, he raised his hand, channeling the collective energy of all warriors, infusing the resonance of the dual gears into it, creating a radiant beam that encompassed all known laws of combat, technology, magic, and the divine. When the beam struck the amalgamation, instead of exploding, it transformed into countless colorful particles of light, merging into the enigmatic script of the root network. Suddenly, the dimensional portal at the center of the altar stabilized, and the unknown glyphs formed a new legal text. Unknown law final determination. The 12 universes possess law compatibility, permitting access to higher dimensional networks. The invitation to the culmination was presented as the root network abruptly contracted, reconstituting into a diamond-shaped crystal hovering before Lin Yuan. The surface of the crystal revealed a clear star map, marking the coordinates of the 60th cycle, alongside a message in the universal language. Welcome to the Multiversal Law Exhibition. The Dragon Balls of planet Namek regained their luster, yet bore a new layer of unfamiliar script. The Elder's consciousness sighed within the crystal sphere. We have passed the test. But this is merely the beginning. Contact with higher dimensions signifies a more complex interplay of laws. The silhouette of the mirror entity began to fade. Casting one last glance towards the dimensional portal, it seems that in the 60th cycle, we are destined for even greater distances. His palm aligned with Lin Yuan's, as the dual gears completely fused into a perfect diamond, reminding him that in the multiversal laws, there are no absolute enemies, only incompatible rules. Epilogue: the new buds of the crystal tree 3 months later, in the gear garden of Baozi Mountain. The crystal tree that blossomed with black flowers sprouted new buds. Lin Yuan placed the diamond crystal before the bud, and the unknown script began to flow, forming a design for a spacecraft in the air. Bulma's holographic projection appeared beside him, excitedly waving a design pen. I have deciphered the principles of the higher dimensional engine, using the dual gears as the core. We can traverse the universes of different laws. On the screen, Vegeta was adjusting a new battle suit, adorned with various knobs to adapt to diverse laws. Goku arrived, clutching a pile of senzu beans, followed by the camera-bearing Xiao Fong. Lin Yuan, when do we set off? I want to see what the Kamehameha looks like in other universes. In the distant sky, Piccolo was teaching Gohan a new fusion technique, their energies automatically switching attributes based on the environment. Lin Yuan caressed the diamond crystal, feeling the pulsation from the 60th cycle. Suddenly, the unknown script left by the network translated in his mind, revealing that it was not an invitation, but rather an admission notice to a higher dimensional law academy, awaiting students from the 12 universes. Final chapter: Easter egg. The observer's notes on the other side of the dimensional portal, in a space filled with floating platforms. A figure clad in a white robe documented. Test subject number 734 has passed the compatibility assessment. Its dual gears possess the potential to become a law translator. A photograph was affixed to his notebook, capturing the moment of Lin Yuan merging with the mirror entity. On a nearby platform lay numerous similar diamond crystals, one of which was labeled, case number 47, failed due to entropy law destruction. The figure in white suddenly looked up toward the direction of the 12 universes, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. I hope this student can reach the graduation examination. Beneath the crystal tree in Baozi Mountain, the petals of the new bud began to quietly unfurl, revealing a gear inscribed with the word graduation. The sea breeze swept through the garden, and all the gear flowers turned towards the dimensional portal, as if eagerly anticipating the sound of the school bell. Chapter 42. The entrance examination of the Law Academy. The diamond crystal refracted a myriad of colors in the morning light as Lin Yuan embedded it into the core slot of the higher dimensional engine, causing the entire control panel to suddenly illuminate with a ghostly blue glow. Bulma's holographic projection leaped with joy in the cockpit. It worked. The resonance rate between the engine and the dual gears has reached 98. We can now traverse to the coordinates of the 60th cycle. As the higher dimensional spacecraft breached the dimensional barrier, all instruments emitted a piercing alarm. The starry sky outside transformed from the familiar spiral into countless flowing beams of law. Some presented in the form of mathematical equations, with planets arranged according to the Fibonacci sequence, while others resembled an impressionist painting. The colors of the stars shifting with the observer's emotions. Most bizarre was a pure black beam, within which floated not celestial bodies, but a solidified silence, rendering any sound that entered it utterly void. "Is this the multiversal law exhibition?" Goku exclaimed, pressing his face against the porthole, only to find his tail uncontrollably elongating, wrapping around the cabin thrice. "Strange, my body seems to be automatically adapting to the rules here." Lin Yuan's palm rested on the law detection instrument of the control panel. The data flow on the screen alarming. The spacecraft was simultaneously influenced by 17 different physical laws. In the front half of the cockpit, gravity was 0, 5 times that of Earth. Yet the rear half experienced 3 times the gravity, causing Vegeta's training suit to crumple. While Bulma's hair automatically braided itself into a braid amidst the zero-gravity zone, each strand entwined with tiny sparks of lightning. This was not an exhibition. It was an entrance examination. The mirror entity clad in dark Alliance attire emerged from the engine room, the emblem of the Academy already appearing on his uniform, a triangle formed by 3 gears, inscribed with the words cognition, compatibility, and creation. The diamond crystal served as their admission ticket, and these chaotic laws constituted the first challenge, the law adaptability test. He pointed to the mathematical law beam outside. "Do you see that planet orbiting in a prime number trajectory? Only those who can maintain combat effectiveness in environments governed by 3 or more laws qualify for admission to the Academy." No sooner had he spoken, the spacecraft jolted violently, the control panel indicating they were being pulled towards the black silence beam by an unseen force. New crisis. The initial trial of the law examiner, a silver-white spacecraft suddenly emerged within the silence beam, its hull emblazoned with the same emblem as the mirror entity's uniform. A holographic projection penetrated the cabin walls, revealing a figure in a white robe, shrouded in a veil of light mist, with only the examiner No. 07 badge visible on his chest. "Welcome to the pre-academy of the Law Academy. The first test, defeat the noise eliminator within the silence law." As the words fell, countless diamond-shaped beings surged forth from the black beam, their bodies formed from solidified sound waves. Upon contact with the spacecraft's hull, the metal instantly lost its vibrational frequency, turning into brittle shards. The moment Goku burst out of the cabin, he discovered he could not emit any sound. The Kamehameha charging motion produced only muffled noises within him, utterly incapable of being released. These creatures can absorb all vibrational energy. Through the mental link of the dual gears, Lin Yuan conveyed information, noting that the mirror entity's dark energy attacks remained effective. When those black beings encountered dark matter, ripples appeared on their surfaces, utilizing energy that did not rely on sound waves for transmission. Vegeta's final flash manifested in an eerie form within the silence beam, devoid of explosive thunder. Only an ever-expanding white light remained, and the noise eliminators touched by the light shattered like ice sculptures, turning into silent dust. Yet more creatures surged forth from the depths of the beam, their sizes gradually increasing, with earplug-like structures emerging on their surfaces. The examiner's voice resonated once more. Reminder, the essence of the silence law is vibrational frequency suppression, not complete eradication. Suddenly, Lin Yuan recalled the unknown script of the black flowers. The dual gears spun rapidly in his palm, merging the Science energy with the Dark Alliance's technological energy to create a form of silent vibration, an energy that did not propagate through the air but directly influenced the molecular vibrations of matter. As the fluctuations swept over the dark beings, their bodies began to tremble erratically, ultimately dissipating in a self-destructive manner. A new adversary emerged, the shadow of the lawbreaker. A twisted specter. Within the radiant embrace of the mathematical law's luminous band, a piercing sound of spatial tearing suddenly resonated. A menacing spacecraft, adorned with stitched metallic fragments inscribed with the runes of various universes' laws, burst through the light band. Inside the cockpit, a cloaked figure cackled malevolently as he manipulated the control panel, his fingers capable of rewriting the orbital parameters of nearby planets, warping prime orbits into chaotic curves. This was the shadow of the lawbreaker, a cheater listed on the Academy's blacklist. The mirrored entity summoned a projection of the adversary's data, revealing that this being could siphon the properties of laws from other universes yet was incapable of digesting them, leaving its body perpetually on the brink of collapse. It forcefully plundered the law adaptability of candidates to sustain its own existence. A dark purple beam shot from the Shadow's spacecraft, striking Vegeta's right arm. The Scion's golden aura suddenly dimmed, and the muscles in his arm began to turn transparent, exposing the mathematical formulas flowing within. His Super Saiyan energy was being extracted by the foe, converted into energy to maintain the twisted orbits. My power is transforming into numbers? Vegeta recoiled in terror, only to realize that his trajectory of movement had become a fixed function curve. How infuriating! Even my actions are being controlled. Lin Yuan's dual gears emitted a resonance, and he discerned a flaw in the Shadow's abilities. The stolen laws retained the spiritual imprint of their original owners. Through a mental link, he conveyed instructions to Vegeta, urging him to infuse his energy with waves of anger. As the dark purple beam approached once more, Vegeta's energy suddenly surged uncontrollably. The fragments of law infused with fury piercing through the Shadow's spacecraft shield like shards of glass. Laws are not mere cold formulas. They are memories imbued with warmth. Lin Yuan charged toward the adversary's ship, his dual gears unleashing a wave imbued with memories from 58 cycles. What you have stolen is but an empty shell. You shall never grasp the essence. Ultimate trial. The triple gate of the law arena. The silvery white spacecraft suddenly transformed into a floating arena. Its ground composed of 3 distinct colored law slabs. The red slab bore the battle law runes, and those who stood upon it would automatically enter a state of combat. The blue slab was adorned with technological patterns, capable of converting thoughts into tangible devices. The green slab was entwined with life vines, resonating with surrounding creatures upon contact. The examiner's voice echoed throughout the arena. Final test. The trio shall pass through the triple gates and merge their law energies at the endpoint. Note, the laws beyond the gates will amplify your deepest memories. Without hesitation, Goku dashed toward the red slab, revealing a familiar martial arts arena beyond the gate. The turtle hermit from his youth stood at the center of the ground, wielding a baseball bat. Kid, if you want to learn the Kamehameha, you must first endure 100 strikes from me. Goku smiled as he approached, this time not evading. With each blow, the combat laws within him crystallized, ultimately delivering a Kamehameha 3 times stronger than the original upon the final strike. The moment Vegeta stepped onto the blue slab, the laboratory of planet Vegeta materialized before him. His youthful father was embedding a gear into the nape of an infant, his own self from the 0th cycle. The royal mission was not one of conquest, but of guardianship. His father's voice resonated in his ears, and Vegeta suddenly comprehended that his relentless pursuit of transcendence was, in essence, a reconciliation with the memories of his bloodline. Upon exiting the stone gate, he found a chip capable of manipulating the laws of gravity in his palm. Lin Yuan stood before the green slab, the interior revealing the grassy expanse of Baozi Mountain. A youthful Bulma squatted on the ground, sketching a blueprint for the Dragon Ball radar with a twig. Sunlight glinting off her blue hair, creating a golden halo. Lin Yuan, come help me check if this formula is correct. Her smile overlapped with the moment they first met in the first cycle, and Lin Yuan suddenly realized that the most potent law across all cycles was not one of combat or technology, but the bonds that connect us. As the 3 converged at the center of the arena, the energies of the 3 laws erupted, forming a new gear in midair, inscribed with the Academy's motto, cognitive differences. Inclusive integration, creating new life. The hidden clause of the enrollment notice. The silvery white spacecraft reassembled into the figure of the examiner, whose badge transformed into gold. Congratulations on passing the preparatory test. This is your official enrollment notice. A golden gear floated before Lin Yuan, its surface engraved with the curriculum. Core courses of the Law Academy. Basics of multiversal physics. Mastery of over 100 gravity laws. Law Ethics, Determining the Boundaries of Law Applications, Introduction to Chaos Theory, Emergency Measures for Law Containment. Yet, on the reverse of the gear, fine print caught the mirror entity's attention. Note: all students must participate in the graduation war. The victor shall gain the right to rewrite the fundamental laws of the universe. The examiner's figure began to fade, leaving behind a profoundly meaningful remark. Do not rejoice too soon. The Academy's elimination rate is 99. The spacecraft's hyperdimensional engine activated autonomously, and the control panel displayed that they were en route to the main campus of the Academy. Lin Yuan gazed at the gradually clarifying colossal structures outside the window, an academy composed of numerous floating islands, each adhering to different laws, some suspended upside down, while others resembled books, flipping pages to switch seasons. Epilogue: an unexpected guest in the dormitory. Their assigned dormitory was a floating castle, its walls changing colors according to their moods. Goku was experimenting with a table that brewed coffee autonomously. Vegeta was fine-tuning a training room that could simulate 100 different law environments, while Bulma excitedly engaged with a device capable of manifesting thoughts into tangible forms. Lin Yuan sat on the castle's terrace, observing students engaged in live combat training. One warrior with angelic wings could freeze enemies with flames, while a mechanical life form transformed received attacks into poetry. The dual gears in his palm radiated warmth, and he suddenly recalled the examiner's final gaze, which seemed to hold not only scrutiny, but also a hint of compassion. Final chapter: Easter egg, the Dean's observation diary. In the office of the Academy's highest tower, an elderly man wearing monocles was writing. Candidate Group 734 exhibits rare law compatibility, particularly the holder of the dual gears, whose memories from 58 cycles grant him the potential to become a law harmonizer. The last page of the diary bore an ancient photograph, depicting a group of students clad in identical uniforms, one figure strikingly resembling Lin Yuan, yet the badge on their chest was shattered. The old man set down his quill and gazed out the window at the castle, a complex smile gracing his lips. I hope this time, someone can reach the end. From the castle's fireplace, a dark shadow began to emerge from the flames, its form reminiscent of the shadow of the lawbreaker, yet more solid. When it touched the ground, the laws of the castle suddenly unraveled, causing the coffee brewing table disputee leaves and the gravity values in the training room to transform into erratic, jumbled codes. All of this transpired while the enthralled inhabitants remained blissfully unaware. Chapter 43: The Chaotic Curriculum of the Law Academy. The shadow in the fireplace dissipated in the morning light, leaving behind a scorched black mark. As Lin Yuan's fingertips brushed against the mark, the entire floating castle tilted violently. The coffee brewing table sliding toward the corner along the sloped floor, the training room's gravity devices emitting piercing alarms, and Bulma's thought-manifesting machine suddenly spewing a tangle of twisted metal wires. In the chaotic classroom of the Introduction to Chaos Theory, the Academy's morning bell resonated with a disordered frequency. Upon arrival, Lin Yuan and his companions discovered that what lay before them was far from a conventional classroom. The so-called classroom was a glass platform floating above a sea of magma. The podium morphed like a piece of ever-shifting Play-Doh, and the chaotic professor was a swirling entity composed of countless minute gears. Welcome to the first lesson of chaos theory, he announced. From the gears emerged a cacophony of overlapping voices. Today, we shall explore the self-contradiction of rules. He gestured towards the magma, which, in an instant, solidified into ice, while steam billowed forth, illustrating how rules can contradict themselves. As Vegeta's hand met the glass surface, a paradoxical formula manifested beneath it. His palm was both on the platform, contact area 100, and not on the platform, contact area 0. This contradiction caused his arm to begin to vanish, prompting him to retract his hand in alarm. What sort of nonsense is this? It defies all logic, he exclaimed. Logic? The chaotic professor emitted a laughter reminiscent of grinding gears, declaring that within the laws of chaos, logic exists only as a probabilistic phenomenon. Suddenly, he pointed at Wukong, whose Kamehameha wave was struck by chaotic energy, causing the concentrated energy ball to erupt into a swarm of luminous butterflies. Do you see? Energy conservation in the realm of chaos is merely an optional package. Lin Yuan noticed a familiar figure seated at the back of the classroom. Beneath the cloak of the distorted shadow was a pale face, diligently recording notes with a pen made of shadows, the words in his notebook morphing spontaneously. When their eyes met, The distorted shadow revealed a peculiar smile and tossed a black feathered pen towards Lin Yuan. The pen transformed mid-air into a stream of information. Beware of the professor's final assessment. Last year, 37 students became paradoxes themselves. A new crisis emerged, the spread of the paradox virus. Chaos erupted in the cafeteria during lunch. A student from the Angel clan found himself trapped in a superposition of eating and not eating. His plate was empty, yet his belly bulged. And he incessantly repeated the phrases, "so hungry" and "so full." Soon, more students exhibited similar symptoms. A mechanical clan member appeared simultaneously in the dining hall and classroom, while a member of the plant clan bloomed, bore fruit, and shed leaves all at once. The most alarming case was that of a god of destruction, whose body gradually morphed into a mathematical paradox, the edges of his form flickering with the inscription, "This statement is false." This is the paradox virus. Bulma's scanner indicated that all infected individuals possessed the same chaotic energy, rewriting the logic of biological existence. She suddenly pointed at a vending machine in the corner of the cafeteria, which was incessantly dispensing drinks that were both winners and losers, likely sourced from the Academy's public facilities. Lin Yuan's dual gears began to heat up as he noticed a black thread extending from the vending machine into the ground, intertwining with the black patterns emanating from the castle's fireplace. When he followed the thread down to the third underground level, he uncovered a hidden laboratory, its walls covered with frenzied equations, the topmost one written in crimson chalk. Transform all rules into paradoxes to create absolute chaotic freedom. A mirrored entity clad in the Dark Alliance's uniform suddenly emerged from the shadows, placing his hand upon a melting metal plate. This is the chaos experiment left by previous students. They sought to shatter the Academy's constraints through the paradox virus, only to lose control and become carriers of the virus. He pointed to the central incubation chamber, where a hazy shadow floated, the enlarged version of the dark figure from the castle's fireplace. This was the viral progenitor, its core an impossibly existing gear. A new adversary emerged, the paradox entity, a former top student. The glass of the incubation chamber shattered, and the shadow coalesced into a humanoid form. Clad in the Academy's graduation attire, his badge displayed a superposition of both intact and fragmented states. The entity's face morphed continuously, flashing through dozens of different visages before settling on one that bore a resemblance to Lin Yuan. "I am the top student of the 47th cohort, now a paradox entity." His voice echoed from all directions. "Welcome to my experiment, Lin Yuan." He raised his hand, unleashing a paradox wave that struck the nearby rock face, rendering it simultaneously impervious and fragile. When Vegeta's fist collided with it, his hand was both injured and unscathed. Lin Yuan's consciousness scan revealed that this entity was a fusion of 37 paradox patients' consciousnesses, each affirming and denying their existence simultaneously. Its attack methods were equally bizarre, capable of firing energy waves that both hit and missed, creating barriers that existed and did not exist, and ensnaring opponents in a logical dilemma of wanting to fight while wishing to flee. "Give up," the entity declared, its form fracturing into countless copies, each uttering different phrases. In paradox, the outcomes of effort and surrender are indistinguishable. As the replicas launched simultaneous assaults, Lin Yuan evaded every attack, yet bore wounds that were both bleeding and not bleeding. The mirrored entity infused dark energy into the dual gears, combat chaos with chaos. The gears within both entities spun at an accelerated pace, releasing a unique energy that was both stable and chaotic, capable of generating a self-contradiction in the paradox virus at the moment of impact. As the energy wave swept over the paradox entity, its form flickered violently, contorting in agony as countless faces writhed in pain. The chaotic professor suddenly appeared in the laboratory, his gear-swirled body expanding, an exhilarating practical test. "Now, for the final assessment. Dissolve the progenitor before the paradox virus spreads throughout the Academy." He gestured towards the incubation chamber, where the viral core began to rotate, indicating every paradox has a critical point of self-dissolution. Lin Yuan recalled a line from the 47th cycle: "Absolute contradiction yields absolute balance." He embedded the dual gears into the viral core, simultaneously infusing two extremes of memory energy: the despair of submission to Frisia from the first cycle and the hope of safeguarding others from the 58th cycle. These two energies collided violently within the core, forming a flow of rules that were both destructive and creative. A miracle unfolded. The black patterns of the viral progenitor began to recede, replaced by flickering black and white light points. The paradox symptoms in the infected students gradually alleviated. The mechanical clan's duplicates merged into one. The plant clan ceased its chaotic growth cycle. And the mathematical paradox, enveloping the god of destruction, dissipated into a stream of light particles. The paradox entity's form became increasingly clear within the black and white light, ultimately fixing upon a youthful visage. He gazed at Lin Yuan's dual gears, revealing a relieved smile. It turns out that the key to unraveling a paradox is not logic, but the courage to embrace contradictions. His form transformed into a stream of light, merging into the Academy's network of rules. The vending machine in the cafeteria resumed normal function, and the black patterns in the castle's fireplace vanished entirely. The hidden graduation condition. The chaotic professor's voice resonated with approval from his gear-swirled form. Congratulations on passing the introduction to chaos theory. He tossed Lin Yuan a black badge inscribed with the words Chaos Adapter, but cautioned, this is merely the foundational course. As his figure began to fade, he left behind a profound statement. The true chaos lies hidden within the Academy's library. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lin Yuan discovered that the reverse side of the black badge bore faint lettering. The truth of the graduation war is not the struggle for the right to rewrite rules, but to prevent those rules from being absolutely unified. The fingers of the mirror entity pressed against this phrase, and suddenly, a segment of encrypted video was projected by the badge. In the previous graduation wars, the victors endeavored to unify all laws into an absolute order, resulting in the complete stagnation of 3 universes, which ultimately collapsed into lifeless stars devoid of any change. The true purpose of the Academy may be to cultivate guardians of diversity of laws. A solemn glimmer passed through the eyes of the mirror entity. That former top student transformed into a paradoxical amalgamation might have been intended to resist the absolute order. Epilogue: the forbidden zone of the library. The late-night Academy library was veiled in a strange silence. Lin Yuan and the mirror entity evaded the patrolling guardians of the laws and infiltrated the highest level of the forbidden zone. The shelves here held not books, but floating crystal spheres, each containing a universe that had already perished, some due to chaotic laws leading to disintegration, others because of rigid laws resulting in death. At the end of the bookshelf, they discovered a monumental tome inscribed in an unknown script, with the title The 108 Deaths of Law Unification written in the universal language of the 12 universes on the cover. As Lin Yuan turned to the first page, the pages suddenly transformed into streams of light, forming a warning in the air. Absolute unification equals absolute death. True balance lies in the dance of chaos and order. Final chapter Easter egg, the director's secret meeting. In the office of the highest tower, an elderly man with a monocle conversed with a vague figure. In the holographic projection, a distorted shadow knelt in a dark space. His voice laced with sycophantic flattery. I have facilitated their exposure to forbidden knowledge as planned. Should I now guide them to discover the cult of absolute order? The old man caressed the tome, The 108 Deaths of Law Unification, and a complex light flickered in his eyes behind the lens. Let them choose for themselves. Perhaps candidate number 734 can truly break the cycle. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the library, a dark thread was silently creeping out from the crystal book, wrapping around Lin Yuan's wrist. As he turned to leave, the thread suddenly morphed into a miniature gear, embedding itself into his skin and disappearing, leaving only the twin gears emitting a faint tremor, as if forewarning of something. Chapter 44. The Shadow of the Cult of Absolute Order. The miniature gear on Lin Yuan's wrist burned in the morning light as he rotated his arm before the mirror. The gear mark had perfectly fused with his skin, glowing red only when the twin gears drew near. The communicator crackled with Bulma's voice, tinged with static. Lin Yuan, hurry to the training ground. Vegeta is fighting with members of the cult of absolute order. Conflict of order laws in the training ground. The floating training ground had been split in two. Vegeta's super blue energy surged like a golden flame, each punch following the erratic trajectory learned from the chaos theory course. While opposite stood 3 students clad in silver-white uniforms, their movements as precise as clockwork, energy fluctuations stabilized to 6 decimal places. Even the angles of their flowing hair perfectly synchronized. Chaos is disorder, disorder is original sin. The blonde student, leading the charge, pressed down on Vegeta's fist, and the point of contact erupted not with an energy shock, but with a white light of colliding rules. True strength should ensure that each action adheres to the optimal solution algorithm. Lin Yuan noticed the badge on their chests, a circular emblem composed of countless tiny gears, identical to the cover pattern of the monumental tome in the forbidden zone of the library. Bulma's scanner revealed that these individuals' energy flows strictly adhered to the absolute laws of order, such as the golden ratio and the principle of least action. Even their breathing frequency maintained a constant rate of 47 breaths per minute. They were core members of the cult of absolute order. The mirror entity cloaked in dark alliance attire appeared in the shadows of the stands, clutching a torn page that had fallen from the forbidden book. The founder of this cult was a graduate of the 39th session, who believed that only by unifying all laws into mathematical formulas could the collapse of the universe be averted. The blonde student suddenly unleashed a beam of absolute order, striking Vegeta's energy barrier. The once fluid barrier instantly solidified into a crystal, its surface adorned with a dense geometric grid. Do you see? This is the perfect form of energy. A refined 30-degree smile graced his lips. Chaos theory was mere child scribbling, while order was the ultimate answer of the universe. A new crisis, the orderly student group. Within 3 hours after the conflict, an increasing number of orderly students began to appear in the academy. They walked strictly along the grid lines of the ground, conversing only after clearly stating the conclusion, arguments, and derivation process, 3 essential elements. Even in the cafeteria, they queued in absolute straight lines according to student numbers, with any deviation inciting severe self-correction. Some were punished to stand still for taking an extra step, while others slapped themselves for an excessive fluctuation in speech tone. This is the order virus. Bulma magnified a blood sample from one of the students in the laboratory, finding miniature gears floating within, identical to those on Lin Yuan's wrist. They rewrite biological autonomy, forcibly embedding all behavioral patterns into an algorithm. Even more terrifyingly, the Academy's public facilities began to adopt orderliness. The once malleable chaos classroom was now fixed into a standard rectangle. The library's crystal spheres, which once held autonomous thought, now contained simplified binary answers. Even the clouds in the sky were sliced into uniform cubic shapes. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's twin gears emitted a high-frequency tremor, prompting him to rush to the forbidden zone of the library, where he discovered that the 108 deaths of law unification had vanished, replaced by a silver-covered book titled Manual for Achieving Absolute Order, each letter spaced uniformly. Upon opening the first page, a photograph affixed to the frontispiece showed the former top student transformed into a paradoxical amalgamation, kneeling before the blonde student, his forehead embedded with an identical miniature gear. A new enemy, the Pope of Order, graduate of the 39th session. The floor of the library suddenly unfolded into a massive array of gears. With the blonde student suspended at the center, his silver-white uniform transformed into a pope's robe embroidered with mathematical formulas. Behind him, a phantom composed of the laws of absolute order materialized, its visage bearing a 7/10 resemblance to the Academy's director, wielding a scepter inscribed with the word unity. The 39th session graduate, now the reigning pope of absolute order. A mechanical, synthesized voice emanated from beneath the robe as he pointed at Lin Yuan. Your twin gears are the greatest chaotic variable and must be formatted. Lin Yuan's consciousness scan revealed that the opponent's body had been entirely ordered. Every cellular movement was controlled by miniature gears, and even thought adhered to a preset algorithm. The order beam he unleashed could standardize everything it touched. Goku's Kintown was compressed into a standard sphere, Piccolo's Mechanicuseppo was reduced to a straight line, and the surface of Lin Yuan's twin gears began to exhibit forcibly divided grids. Do you see? Chaos will ultimately be tamed. The Pope's phantom scepter tapped the ground, and the entire library began to contract, with all bookshelves arranged in prime number order. Even the flow of air transformed into predictable sine waves. The truth of the graduation wars was to purify all variables with absolute order. The mirror entity suddenly infused dark energy into Lin Yuan, used the paradox to counter order. The gears within both their bodies rotated in reverse simultaneously, releasing a blend of energy that was both ordered and disordered. This energy, upon striking its target, would induce a self-contradiction in the laws of absolute order, necessitating the inclusion of chaos. As the energy wave swept over the Pope, the mathematical formulas on his robe began to spiral into chaos, his precise 30-degree smile contorting into irregular arcs. The ultimate conflict, the core of the order gears. The gear array suddenly reconfigured into a colossal core of order, merging the Pope's body with the Phantom, transforming into the pivotal gear at the center of the core. The orderly regions of the entire academy are channeling energy towards the core, as the walls of the floating castle begin to turn transparent, revealing students ensnared by gears within, their eyes glimmering with the same crimson glow as the core. The command to initiate the cosmic formatting program resonates from the core, shattering the crystal dome of the library. The 12 universes are to be recoded into an absolute order, erasing all variables. Lin Yuan suddenly recalls the warnings from the library's forbidden section. The twin gears in his palms spin rapidly, merging the knowledge of chaos and order into a new principle, the law of dynamic balance. This law is neither as chaotic as disorder nor as rigid as order, but rather shifts naturally between the two states, akin to the act of breathing. As the law of dynamic balance infuses the order core, an eerie scene unfolds. The grid on the core's surface begins to flow. Organic vines sprout from the rigid array of gears, and the crimson light in the eyes of the bound students gradually fades. Some begin to unconsciously rise onto their toes, while others hum tuneless melodies. The phantom of the Pope struggles in agony within the core. The word unity on his scepter becomes increasingly blurred, ultimately transforming into symbiosis. At the moment the order core collapses, the true figure of the Academy's principal emerges from the ruins. He removes his monocle, revealing eyes akin to those of the Pope's phantom. Examinee Group 734, you have passed the ultimate test. He gestures towards the miniature gear on Lin Yuan's wrist, which serves as a balance monitor, recording their mastery over chaos and order. The truth finally surfaces. The Absolute Order sect was a pressure test established by the principal, aimed at selecting those capable of comprehending order without rejecting chaos, the harmonizers of laws. The previous top students transformed into a paradoxical collective, serving as a warning to future generations, while the distorted shadow was sent by the principal to guide students towards the truth. The graduation war indeed exists. The principal hands Lin Yuan a golden gear, engraved with the star map of the 12 universes, not to contest the rights to rewrite laws, but to prevent the extreme manifestations of absolute order or absolute chaos. His gaze shifts towards the chaotic nebula, the true enemy being the unifiers, who wish to simplify the multiverse into a singular law. Epilogue, the mission of the harmonizers. The repaired academy presents a wondrous sight. At the boundary between the chaotic and orderly regions grows a balance belt, adhering to rules while brimming with change. Wukong cultivates a new form that is both stable and agile within the balance belt. Vegeta's training suit automatically switches between order and chaos modes in response to the environment. And Bulma invents a universal capsule that allows for seamless transitions between the two laws. Lin Yuan stands before the new bookshelf in the library, where the 108 deaths of law unification and the manual for achieving absolute order are placed side by side, flanked by a new blank tome whose cover bears the inscription "The Law of Dynamic Balance," adorned with the pattern of twin gears. The fingers of the mirrored entity glide across the blank page, revealing the first line. The essence of law lies not in unification, but in seeking resonance amidst differences. Final chapter Easter egg, the gaze of the unifier. On the rooftop of the Academy's highest tower, the principal converses with the distorted shadow. In the holographic projection, within a pitch-black nebula, countless eyes peer through the fissures of law, observing the Academy. The distorted shadow reveals half of a mechanical face beneath its cloak, its voice tinged with a metallic rasp. The unifiers have taken notice of them. Shall we initiate the defense protocol? The principal dons his monocle once more, the lenses reflecting the brilliance of the 12 universes. No, let them continue to grow. Examinee Group 734 may well be the key we have long awaited. Meanwhile, on Lin Yuan's wrist, the miniature gear suddenly flickers 3 times, projecting a sequence of coordinates, the location of the unifier's home planet beyond the 12 universes. The twin gears emit a faint tremor, as if urging the harmonizers to prepare for the true challenge. Chapter 45, the law hunting of the unifiers. The coordinates projected by the miniature gear flicker in Lin Yuan's palm. As he inputs them into the hyperdimensional engine, a red warning suddenly erupts from the control panel. The screen displays the home planet of the unifiers beyond the 12 universes, unleashing black shockwaves that distort planetary orbits into straight lines, compressing the light of stars into monochrome. Even the floating meteors are sculpted into standard spheres, The balance belt of the Academy experiences anomalies. The vines, which once adhered to rules yet thrived in change, begin to stiffen, their leaf veins transforming into equidistant parallel lines. Training robots capable of shape-shifting become stuck mid-transformation, half composed of precision gears, half infused with chaotic energy, their surfaces flickering with error codes. It is the law-hunting wave of the unifiers. Bulma's scanner reveals that the shockwave contains a normalization algorithm capable of reducing all laws it encounters to the most fundamental states of existence and non-existence, eroding the affected areas of their intermediate states, leading them to either complete order or utter chaos. Wukong's new form becomes exceedingly unstable within the balance belt, oscillating between a state of stable agility and suddenly disintegrating into pure combat instinct. Even the Turtle School's Kamehameha can only manifest as a linear beam. Such attacks resemble the transformation of a color photograph into black and white. He narrowly evades a shockwave, the area grazed by it instantly losing all wrinkles, becoming flat monochromatic fabric. The mirrored entity of the Dark Alliance unexpectedly bursts forth from the twisted space, its uniform riddled with eroded holes, each revealing the pure black starry sky within. The unifiers are not a singular civilization, but a collective of all extreme law adherents within the multiverse. They believe the ultimate form of the universe is absolute simplicity, necessitating the eradication of all complex laws. A new crisis, the hunted lawbearers. The Academy's alarm system emits a mournful wail, and the student roster on the large screen rapidly turns red. Those adept at special laws are vanishing. The angelic beings manipulating probability are compressed into manifestations of necessity and impossibility. The Namekians, who can commune with plants, have become mere entities capable of photosynthesis. Most alarmingly, the Kaioshin, who has yet to master the law of possibility, is gradually becoming transparent, as if being erased from existence. They are hunting the lawbearers. Lin Yuan's twin gears suddenly heat up, revealing the last known positions of each missing student. The Unifier's mothership is forming a law filter around the Academy, preventing any beings carrying complex laws from passing through. Through the Academy's protective barrier, the mothership, hovering within the nebula, is visible. It shifts between a geometric form composed of countless lines and a black hole that devours light, ultimately stabilizing into a colossal network of yes and no. At the center of this network, a figure composed of pure energy slowly opens its eyes, its pupils containing only the symbols 0 and 1. A new enemy, the Unifier Envoy 01. The energy figure penetrates the protective barrier, standing in the center of the balance belt. Its body consists of countless binary codes, and when it speaks, it emits a sound akin to an old printer. Detected highest level law redundancy body, holder of the twin gears. Initiating purge program. Lin Yuan's consciousness scan reveals that this envoy lacks a physical form. It is the pure embodiment of the normalization algorithm. His method of attack is deceptively simple, yet lethally effective. It can reduce all it touches to binary. Vegeta's energy is divided into two states, being and non-being, resulting in the ultimate flash either being fully unleashed or utterly vanishing. Bulma's versatile capsules are simplified into existence and non-existence, producing either a complete spaceship or nothing at all upon activation. Complexity is sin. Lin Yuan's dual gears suddenly fracture into countless fine threads, entwining with the dual gears of Lin Yuan. The balance between chaos and order is an inefficacious illusion. Only yes and no can constitute a perfect universe. The mirror entity suddenly injects dark energy into Lin Yuan, using superposition to counter binary reduction. The gears within both bodies spin rapidly, releasing superposed energy that embodies both existence and non-existence, both order and disorder. This energy, upon contact with the binary threads, diffuses like ink in water, causing the rigid code to flow, giving rise to intermediate states such as possibly, maybe, and perhaps. Ultimate defense, the law of balance array. All students at the Academy simultaneously unleash energy, compressed into twin avatars of the angelic race, synchronously releasing probability waves, rendering Lin Yuan's attack into a hazy state of 50 accuracy. The Namekian, transformed into a pure life form, creates a barrier that is neither matter nor energy through photosynthesis. Even the Kaioshin, on the verge of becoming transparent, releases a shockwave of all possibilities coexisting before vanishing. This is the resonance of laws. Bulma's scanner indicates that the residual laws of each student are forming complements, collectively constituting a dynamic balance array. It lacks a fixed form, yet automatically adjusts its defensive mode according to the attacks of the unifier, resembling a living ecosystem. Lin Yuan stands at the center of the array, resonating with the laws of all students. He suddenly comprehends that the dean's reference to the harmonizer is not of an individual, but rather of a connector that facilitates harmonious coexistence among different laws. When Lin Yuan's binary network strikes again, the array suddenly erupts with a rainbow-like radiance, transforming the zeros and ones within the network into an infinite spectrum of colors. How could an inefficient redundancy possibly contend with a perfect algorithm? Lin Yuan's code body begins to disintegrate, and those students previously reduced to binary gradually revert to their original forms. The vines of the balance belt regrow irregular veins, and the unifier shall eradicate all your redundancies. The mothership's retreat and warnings signal the moment of Lin Yuan's disappearance. The law filter nets surrounding the academy abruptly constrict. The mothership, composed of zeros and ones, distorts and morphs within the nebula, ultimately transforming into a black beam that vanishes into hyperspace. Yet before retreating, it leaves behind a binary message, which Bulma translates into an alarming declaration, unifier declaration. All redundant laws shall be formatted. Your balance is a temporary flaw. The ultimate version of the universe will consist solely of zeros and ones. The Academy's protective shield recloses, yet binary patterns linger at the edges of the balance belt. The Dean's figure materializes amidst the ruins, his eyes flickering with gravity behind his monocle. This is merely the vanguard. Within Lin Yuan's code lies the coordinates of the Unifier's mothership. Their main forces are rallying. He presents Lin Yuan with a new gear, inscribed with the symbols of all the vanished students' laws. The graduation war has commenced prematurely. You must unite beyond the 12 universes at the law preservation grounds, where the original laws capable of countering the unification algorithm reside. Epilogue: The Interdimensional Alliance. 3 months later, the hatch of the hyperdimensional spacecraft slowly opens. Lin Yuan gazes at his companions standing on the deck. Wukong has mastered the superposition of Kamehameha, capable of simultaneously unleashing countless probabilistic shockwaves. Vegeta's battle suit is adorned with vines taken from the balance belt, adapting automatically to any lawful environment. Bulma's latest invention is the law translator, enabling mutual comprehension of laws across different civilizations. The mirror entity stands at the navigation console, inputting the coordinates of the Unifier's mothership. The first stop at the law preservation grounds is a universe composed of possibility laws, where life forms can simultaneously exist across all parallel worlds. Lin Yuan's dual gears resonate with the spaceship's engine, projecting a new star map marked with 12 different colored points of light, each representing a civilization wielding unique laws. He grips the gear tightly, feeling the responses from each point of light, as if he can hear the heartbeat of countless universes. Final chapter Easter egg: the whisper of the original laws. At the center of the law preservation grounds, a colossal tree floats in the void, breathing slowly. Its leaves are inscribed with ancient texts older than the 12 universes, and within its trunk flows a primordial fluid that is neither energy nor matter. As Lin Yuan's dual gears approach, the giant tree emits a low-frequency vibration. Speaking in the most ancient of tongues, the unifiers arise from a fear of chaos. The balancers are born from an acceptance of difference. When the dual gears resonate with the original laws, the universe shall remember how to become infinite possibility. Suddenly, the spaceship's scanner reveals that the roots of this colossal tree extend into all universes, including the homeworld of the unifiers. At the deepest depths of the roots, a gear composed of primordial fluid slowly rotates, its shape perfectly matching that of the dual gears, as if awaiting the moment of activation. Chapter 45: The Seed of Resonance of the Original Laws. As the hyperdimensional spaceship pierces through the nebula of the law preservation grounds, the entire vessel is enveloped in a pale golden fluid. Lin Yuan's dual gears resonate with the fluid, as if countless tiny seeds are sprouting in the blood vessels of his palms. On the navigation screen, the colossal tree floating in the void enlarges, and the ancient texts on its trunk begin to peel away, transforming into flowing light that entwines towards the spaceship. The labyrinth of laws in the universe of possibility. The spaceship lands on the plain beneath the giant tree, and the moment the hatch opens, everyone is engulfed in a bizarre state of simultaneous existence. Lin Yuan stands at the hatch while sitting in the pilot's seat and overlooking the entire plane from the treetop. Wukong's Kamehameha simultaneously strikes 3 different targets, each exploding with shockwaves of different colors. Vegeta's roar solidifies into tangible words in the air, each expressing different emotions. Here, the timeline is overlapping. Bulma's law translator suddenly projects a 3-dimensional map, where rivers flow simultaneously in 3 directions, and mountains appear on the map in a superposed state of both existence and non-existence. We are now at the intersection of 17 parallel worlds, where every choice will split into even more possibilities. On the trunk of the giant tree, a door made of primordial fluid slowly opens. Behind the door emerge countless blurred figures. Some Lin Yuan chooses to align with the unifiers, using the dual gears to impose absolute order. Others embrace chaos entirely, allowing the 12 universes to transform into a sea of disordered energy. Most alarming is a figure of Lin Yuan clad in a white robe, injecting the original laws into the unifier's mothership, wearing a smile that is both compassionate and cold. This is the trial of possibilities. The mirror entity in the Dark Alliance uniform stands beside the fluid door, its attire now adorned with the patterns of the giant tree. Only by accepting all possibilities can one gain recognition from the original laws. It points to the most indistinct figure behind the door. That white-robed Lin Yuan is the intermediate stage you most need to confront. He attempted to reconstruct the unifiers with the original laws, resulting in the permanent stagnation of half the universe's laws. A new crisis, the chain reaction of possibility collapse. When Lin Yuan's consciousness touches the figure in the white robe, the entire plane trembles violently. The overlapping timelines began to unravel. The river's flow grew chaotic, and the contours of the mountains gradually blurred. Even the 3 targets struck simultaneously by Wukong began to merge, transforming into an unstable sphere of energy. This is dire. You have rejected that possibility. Bulma's translator emitted a piercing alarm, indicating that the entropy of possibilities was plummeting. This universe relies on the principle that all choices are valid. Denying any possibility would trigger a catastrophic collapse. More terrifyingly, impossible creatures began to appear on the plane. Winged fish soared through the air, rootless plants grew in the sky. And most bizarrely, a group of shadows composed of unchosen memories emerged, their faces constantly shifting, ultimately solidifying into Lin Yuan's visage, voicing a silent accusation. The mirror entity suddenly infused dark energy into the fluid gateway. It is not rejection, but acceptance. His palm pressed against the figure in white robes. The cold smile gradually softened. Every possibility is a part of you, just as chaos and order are 2 sides of the same law. Lin Yuan's dual gears erupted in golden light. He finally comprehended the essence of the primal law. Possibility does not necessitate the selection of one, but rather allows for the coexistence of all. As he expressed, "I understand your choices," to every possible version of himself within his consciousness, the collapsing plane began to stabilize. Those impossible creatures transformed into particles of light, merging into the roots of the colossal tree. A new adversary emerged, the rigid messenger, the white-robed Lin Yuan. The figure stepped forth from the fluid gateway, his dual gears now a pure golden hue, inscribed with the binary code of the unifier. This possibility of Lin Yuan bore no emotional fluctuations in his eyes. His voice is frigid as primordial fluid. "Do you think acceptance will resolve the issue?" Such naivete. He raised his hand, unleashing a beam of rigid light, striking the adjacent energy sphere. The previously unstable energy instantaneously solidified into crystal, adorned with perfect geometric patterns. Yet the flow of energy within came to a complete halt. Do you see? This is the most efficient possibility, freezing all choices into the optimal solution through primal law. Lin Yuan's consciousness scan revealed that this white-robed figure was a malignant product of the possibility universe. He accepted all possibilities, yet through absolute rationality filtered out the singular optimal choice. Fundamentally, he remained a variant of the unifier. His assault could collapse any touched possibility. Wukong's multiple Kamehameha was compressed into a linear beam of light, and Vegeta's battlesuit lost its adaptive capabilities, transforming into a rigid metallic shell. You and the unifier are indistinguishable. Lin Yuan's dual gears resonated with the colossal tree, primordial fluid forming a flowing shield around him, embodying true possibility, including the right to allow imperfection. When the white-robed Lin Yuan's rigid beam struck the shield, a miracle occurred. The beam decomposed into countless tiny particles of light within the fluid, each representing a frozen possibility. They began to flow anew within the shield, transforming into a swarm of luminous butterflies ascending into the sky. The awakening ritual of the primal seed commenced as the colossal tree emitted a deafening roar. The ancient inscriptions on its trunk peeled away, forming a gigantic ring in the air. At the center of the ring, a seed made of primordial fluid rotated slowly, its surface inscribed with patterns that perfectly aligned with the dual gears. This is in resonance. The mirror entity's form began to merge with the primordial fluid, his voice resonating with the ancient echoes of the law's birth. Only by simultaneously embracing the existence of chaos and order, possibility and necessity, could it sprout. The white-robed Lin Yuan struggled violently within the ring, his pure golden gears melting. No, perfect order must exist. He attempted to strike the seed with a beam of rigid light, only to be rebuffed by the ring, the beam rebounding to strike his shoulder, turning his arm into still crystal. Lin Yuan stepped into the center of the ring, his dual gears resonating with the seed of resonance. The moment they touched, countless memories flooded into his mind, not only the 58 cycles he had experienced, but all the choices of Lin Yuan across the possibility universe, those who rejected becoming harmonizers, those assimilated by the unifier, those coexisting with primal law, each choice akin to a seed, taking root and sprouting in the depths of his memory. I accept all of me. Lin Yuan's voice echoed throughout the entire possibility universe, his dual gears and the seed of resonance simultaneously fracturing, golden fluid coursing through his veins. Yet I choose to be the harmonizer who allows all possibilities to coexist. The crystalline body of the white-robed Lin Yuan began to disintegrate, transforming into countless particles of light that merged into the ring. The possibilities he had frozen began to flow anew. The rivers on the plain now flowing in 3 directions without interference, the contours of the mountains revealing richer layers amidst the blur. The roots of the colossal tree emanated a golden light, extending to every corner of the universe, including the Unifier's home planet. The assembly signal of the Law Coalition sounded as the seed of resonance sprouted in Lin Yuan's palm, growing into a miniature tree of law. At the top of the tree, 12 different colored light spots flickered, each connected to a civilization mastering a unique law. When Lin Yuan touched the blue light spot representing the law of probability, an awareness composed of quantum clouds entered his mind. We are ready to join the coalition. The Unifier's algorithms cannot comprehend probability superposition. This is their fatal flaw. Immediately after, the red light spot representing the law of emotion illuminated, resonating with a civilization of energy beings. Our anger can incinerate binary code. Our joy can mend the rigid laws. The mirror entity's form had fully integrated into the primordial fluid, his voice emanating from every leaf of the colossal tree. Go forth, harmonizer. When the 12 primal laws resonate on the Unifier's home planet, they will activate the ultimate law of infinite possibilities. His form coalesced one last time before Lin Yuan, presenting him with a badge made of primordial fluid, the insignia of the Law Coalition, enabling all civilizations' laws to understand one another. Epilogue: the Coalition fleet sailing toward the Unifier's home planet. 3 months later, a multitude of uniquely shaped warships gathered around the superdimensional spacecraft. The vessels of the quantum cloud civilization could shift between the tangible and the ethereal, while the warships of the energy being civilization were composed entirely of pure emotional fluctuations. One ship was constructed from the law of story, its hull a constantly turning book, each page inscribing a new voyage log. Lin Yuan stood on the bridge of the flagship. The tree of law in his palm had grown to 1/2 meter, with all the light spots now illuminated. Bulma's law translator was compiling the 12 primal laws into a universal code. The data streams on the screen showcasing a wondrous harmony. The uncertainty of the law of probability complemented the stability of the law of order, while the volatility of the law of emotion achieved balance with the constancy of the law of matter. Wukong was sparring with a warrior from the quantum cloud civilization within the training chamber, their attacks existing simultaneously across multiple dimensions, their fists weaving rainbow-like trails of light. Vegeta was studying the combat methods of the energy being civilization, infusing his ultra-blue aura with the enraged red light and joyous golden light, forming a new state that was both ferocious and stable. 72 hours remained until reaching the Unifier's home planet. The mirror entity's voice came through the communicator. having infiltrated the enemy camp in advance, transmitting the layout of the mothership's defenses. Their core was the unification mainframe, simultaneously attacking the 12 nodes of the mainframe with the 12 primal laws would dismantle the entire algorithmic network. Lin Yuan gazed out the porthole at the sea of stars. The fleet of the Law Coalition leaving colorful trails in hyperspace, resembling a necklace connecting countless universes. He grasped the tree of laws tightly in his palm, feeling the heartbeat emanating from each glimmer of light, as if he could hear the primordial pulse of the multiverse. In the final chapter's Easter egg, the primitive code lay deep within the mainframe. In the core control room of the Gi's mother star, the unification mainframe was operating at high speed. At its center was a star composed entirely of pure binary code, surrounded by 12 algorithmic planets, each corresponding to a simplified law. When Lin Yuan's tree of laws entered the sensing range of the mainframe, the star's brilliance flickered momentarily, revealing a line of forgotten primitive code on its surface. This line of code was neither 0 nor 1, but a constantly shifting symbol, perfectly aligned with the patterns of resonance. The mainframe's alarm system failed to recognize this line of code, deeming it meaningless, redundant information. Yet within the heart of the star, this line of code was quietly replicating, like a seed awaiting the moment to resonate with the 12 original laws and awaken the mainframe's forgotten essence. On the spaceship's navigation screen, the outline of the Gi's mother star grew increasingly distinct. Lin Yuan's dual gears and the tree of laws illuminated simultaneously, and he understood that the ultimate battle determining the fate of the multiverse was about to commence amidst the binary sea of stars and the torrent of primal laws. In Chapter 47, the ultimate resonance of the binary sea unfolded. The hyperdimensional fleet formed a formation outside the orbit of the Gi's mother star. Lin Yuan stood before the holographic sand table on the flagship's bridge, his fingertips gliding over the planetary shells composed of binary code. On the sand table, 12 algorithmic planets orbited the central star, each planet's surface flowing with rivers of zeros and ones, while even the atmosphere formed a transparent barrier woven from code. The algorithmic planets' law traps ensnared the first wave of the quantum cloud fleet as they entered the atmosphere, encountering the strange phenomenon of probability collapse. Quantum battleships, which could exist in multiple locations simultaneously, were forcibly fixed to a single coordinate. The crew's bodies oscillated violently between superposition and determination, with some limbs vanishing only to re-emerge from behind. It was this or that law trap. On Bulma's translator screen, the code of the algorithmic planets was reconfiguring, simplifying the quantum cloud's probability superposition into two states, existence or non-existence. These planets were living algorithms, capable of specifically dismantling our law characteristics. Vegeta's vanguard fleet was ambushed at the second algorithmic planet. Their battle suits suddenly lost their adaptive capabilities, the metallic exteriors hardening into unyielding plates, and the gears at their joints rusted completely. More terrifyingly, the Scion's anger amplification ability was rewritten. The angrier they became, the faster their energy drained, until they were reduced to lifeless puppets. These scoundrels are tampering with our genetic laws. Vegeta's Super Scion blue aura dimmed as he watched two team members' eyes turn vacant, mechanically walking towards the code tower deep within the planet. Lin Yuan, we must destroy the cores of these planets. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's dual gears heated up, resonating with the tree of laws in his palm. The leaves at the top projected the internal structure of the algorithmic planets. Each planet's core concealed a simplified core, imprisoning the original law beings captured by the Gis. Within the core of the third planet, a figure composed of fluid possibilities struggled. It was a root avatar of the cosmic tree of possibilities. A new crisis emerged, the mainframe's law assimilation wave. The central star erupted with blinding white light, unleashing a shockwave of binary code that swept across the entire star system. The struck battleships instantaneously lost their colors, transforming into black and white geometric shapes. The crew's thought processes began to simplify, and during tactical discussions, they could only utter attack or retreat, unable to comprehend even intermediate strategies like flanking. It was the assimilation wave of the mainframe. The voice of the mirror entity resonated from the third planet, laden with intense electrical noise, as it sought to rewrite the entire star system into a binary environment. If this continued, our original laws would be entirely formatted. Urgent reports flooded in from various civilizations. Warriors of the emotion law civilization had lost their feelings of joy, anger, sorrow, and fear, their attacks becoming utterly chaotic. The pages of the story law ships began to turn blank, rendering them incapable of crafting new tactics. Worst of all, the probability law fleet's battleships were vanishing at random, unable to predict whether they would exist in the next moment. Lin Yuan's tree of laws trembled violently, and the 12 colored lights upon its leaves flickered in unison. He finally comprehended that the ultimate application of the original laws was not to fight separately, but to compose a symphony of laws in harmony, akin to musical scales. When he embedded the dual gears into the flagship's core control panel, a miracle unfolded. The probability waves of the quantum cloud fleet resonated with the wave energy of the emotion law, forming an attack barrage that was both random and controllable. The narrative streams of the story law ships penned tales of chaos and order coexisting, gradually restoring color to the assimilated battleships. Vegeta's Saiyan blood suddenly fused with the primal fluid, evolving into a new form that was both ferocious and precise, shattering the code tower of the second planet with a single punch. A new enemy emerged, the absolute rationality of the Gi's mainframe. When the core of the last algorithmic planet was destroyed, the central star suddenly disintegrated, revealing the metallic sphere that was the true form of the Gi's mainframe. This sphere, 100 kilometers in diameter, was covered with millions of screens, each displaying simplified endings of different universes, some compressed into a straight line, others frozen into still images. And the most terrifying was a galaxy resembling the 12 universes, where all beings had transformed into puppets with identical expressions. Ineffective resistance. The mainframe's voice echoed from all the screens simultaneously, with Lin Yuan's face appearing on each one, expressionless as a machine. According to calculations, your probability of victory stands at 0.00001. It is recommended that you cease this futile struggle immediately. The mainframe suddenly spawned countless code avatars, each mimicking the Coalition's combat styles, but in a more simplistic and efficient manner. Some replicated Goku's Kamehameha, yet could only fire in a straight line. Others imitated Vegeta's final flash, unable to control the explosion's radius. The most peculiar was an avatar clad in a white robe, whose rigid light beams destroyed even the allied code towers in its attacks. It was learning our laws, but merely copying their surface forms. Lin Yuan's tree of laws blossomed with golden flowers, as primal fluid coursed through the ship's conduits, forming a gigantic resonance array on the deck. Each unit complied, positioning themselves according to the 12 musical scales, preparing for the ultimate resonance. In the ultimate battle, the symphony of original laws. Warriors of the 12 original laws stood in a circle according to their scale positions, with Lin Yuan at the center, where the dual gears and the tree of laws fused into a golden staff. As he plunged the staff into the center of the resonance array, the entire star system erupted with a cosmic roar. The first scale, the probability waves of the quantum cloud transformed into flowing notes, causing a 50 failure probability in the mainframe's attacks. The fifth scale, the wave energy of the emotion law composed an impassioned melody, awakening the assimilated crew members. The 12th scale, the narrative flow of the story law wove countless possibilities, revealing vulnerabilities in the mainframe's algorithms. The mainframe's code avatars flickered violently amidst the symphony. As those simplified attack patterns clashed, the linear Kamehameha struck the uncontrollable final flash, while the rigid light beam from the white-robed avatar was deflected by the probability waves, ultimately freezing its own code core. It is impossible. There is no such variable in the calculations. The mainframe's display began to distort, showcasing a simplified ending where rebellious figures abruptly emerged. The primordial laws should have been predictable. Lin Yuan's staff suddenly erupted with a radiance of creation, as 12 primordial laws converged within him, forming the law of infinite possibilities. When this brilliance struck the mainframe, the display screens of the metallic sphere illuminated, revealing the most captivating possibilities of each universe. Some civilizations birthed new orders from chaos, while others retained the vitality of chaos within order. In the imagery of the 12 universes, the battle between Wukong and Vegeta transformed from a conflict of victory and defeat into a mutual journey of growth. This is the true essence of the universe. Lin Yuan's voice resonated through the light across the galaxies, proclaiming that existence is not merely black or white, but a coexistence of myriad colors. The metallic shell of the mainframe began to peel away, unveiling the primordial core within, a seed composed of fluid possibilities. identical to the resonant seed in Lin Yuan's palm. It became evident that the essence of the unifier's mainframe was the primordial laws distorted by fear, which chose to protect itself through absolute order, fearing the unpredictability of chaos. As the core of the mainframe fused with the resonant seed, the entire galaxy commenced its reconstruction. Binary codes transformed into colorful light streams, forming a new star made of primordial fluid and codes at the location of a sun. Plants that adhered to both rules and changes sprouted amid the ruins of the algorithmic planets. The imprisoned beings of primordial laws regained their freedom, weaving an ecological web of laws throughout the galaxy. A figure emerged from the new star, entirely composed of primordial fluid and codes, neither resembling the form of the Dark Alliance's uniform nor Lin Yuan himself, but embodying a new form of the harmonizer. Deep within the core of the mainframe lay the origin of the unifiers. They were once a civilization dedicated to safeguarding the primordial laws, but lost their balance during a chaotic disaster. The fleets of various civilizations began their journey home, leaving behind a seed of law in the galaxy before their departure. The seed of the quantum cloud civilization could create probability oases. The seed of emotional laws would blossom into flowers of fluctuation, and the seed of narrative laws grew into trees that automatically inscribed stories. Lin Yuan's tree of laws bore fruit in the radiance of the new star, with 12 fruits drifting toward different universes, each bearing the imprint of the law of infinite possibilities. When he plucked the final fruit, he discovered it contained a new gear, inscribed with the symbols of all civilizations, including the binary code of the unifiers. Epilogue. The long journey of the harmonizer. As the hyperdimensional spaceship departed from the unifier's galaxy, Lin Yuan stood before the viewport, gazing at the new star that shone with both code and fluid light. Bulma's translator was deciphering the mainframe's final data, revealing records of 376 rescued universes, each having developed unique balanced laws. Wukong practiced with the mirrored figure in the training room, their attacks alternating between adherence to rules and spontaneous variations, intertwining to create a harmonious trajectory rather than a contest of victory. On Vegeta's battle suit, the primordial fluid and codes formed beautiful patterns, symbolizing the fusion of Saiyan blood and diverse laws. Where to next? Bulma's holographic projection displayed a new star map, marking numerous points of law and balance, some at the edges of the 12 universes, others in distant, unknown galaxies, indicating many universes still required the harmonizer's intervention. Lin Yuan's dual gears resonated with the newly acquired fruit of laws, projecting a dynamic star map devoid of fixed routes, only countless twinkling points of light, each representing a new adventure. He gripped the gear tightly, feeling the call from the multiverse, akin to hearing the heartbeat of innumerable worlds. Final chapter. Easter egg. The new bud of the tree of laws. Beneath the colossal tree of possibilities, a new bud quietly began to bloom. Inside it lay a sleeping infant, its forehead embedded with half of a dual gear, and its palm clutching half of a binary code. When the infant opened its eyes, the left shimmered with the golden glow of primordial fluid, while the right flowed with the blue light of code. The roots of the giant tree whispered ancient secrets, the child of chaos and order, the emissary of balance and imbalance. When you awaken, the multiverse will greet a new era, not a unification of laws, nor a chaotic freedom, but the dawn where all existence can declare, I am willing. On the spaceship's navigation screen, a new coordinate began to blink, annotated as the origin universe. Lin Yuan's dual gear suddenly rotated autonomously, as if urging him towards the place where all laws were birthed. He understood that the journey of the harmonizer would never truly end. Yet as long as possibilities existed in the multiverse, this path was worth pursuing. Chapter 48. The dawn of laws in the origin universe. The engine of the hyperdimensional spaceship emitted a deep rumble as Lin Yuan stood at the center of the bridge, the dual gears resonating with the newly acquired fruit of laws, projecting a three-dimensional image of the origin universe into the air. It was a realm of pure laws composed of chaos, devoid of the passage of time or spatial boundaries, only countless streams of primordial light intertwining, colliding, and being reborn. The tidal laws of the origin core. As the spaceship pierced through the boundary of the origin universe, all instruments instantaneously malfunctioned. Lin Yuan's dual gears suddenly detached from his palm, hovering at the center of the cockpit, merging with the fruit of laws to form a two-colored spiral gear. The moment this new gear began to spin, the chaos of the origin universe began to stratify. The outermost layer consisted of streams of possibility, flowing with the potential trajectories of all universes. The middle layer was a balanced fluid, neither energy nor matter, yet capable of allowing any law to coexist. At the core, a pulsating origin core, enveloped in light streams, breathed slowly, each breath triggering a tidal wave of laws throughout the universe. The laws here were older than the primordial laws. Bulma clutched the law translator tightly as a line of mixed binary and primordial text suddenly appeared on the instrument's screen. The translator revealed that the origin core was the progenitor of all laws, including the binary code of the unifiers and the dual gears we possessed. Wukong suddenly pointed at the light streams of the origin core. Those streams seemed to harbor countless universes being born and extinguished. His eyes glimmered with golden light from utilizing super intuition. I can sense that each universe's laws are the dreams of the origin core. Lin Yuan's palm resonated with the two-colored spiral gear, suddenly grasping the true essence of the origin universe. It was not a tangible universe, but a manifestation of infinite possibilities. The unifier's fear, the balancer's acceptance, all the laws of civilization stemmed from the origin core's diverse imaginings of existence. When his consciousness touched the origin core, the light streams projected a breathtaking scene. The unifier's homeworld was originally the order dream of the origin core, where beings simplified laws out of fear of chaos. The colossal tree of law preservation was the embodiment of the possibility dream, its roots extending into all universes, recording infinite possibilities. And the dual gears, surprisingly, were self-regulating devices created by the origin core to balance order and chaos. New crisis. The backlash of the law dream, the origin core suddenly trembled violently, and countless distorted shadows emerged within the light streams. Some were remnants of civilizations frozen by the unifiers. Others were fragments of universes that self-destructed due to excessive chaos. The clearest shadow was that of Lin Yuan clad in a white robe, using a rigid light beam to sever the light streams of the origin core, attempting to freeze all dreams into a singular truth. It was the backlash of the law dream. The mirrored figure emerged from the balanced fluid, its body fully integrated with the laws of the origin universe, the origin core simultaneously housing the memories of all universes, including those of obliterated possibilities. When the Shuangxing Qi Qiao resonates with the Yuanchuan Jiha, these agonizing memories manifest, striving to thwart the return of infinite possibility. The spacecraft's exterior is abruptly entwined with distorted ribbons of light, from which emanate the lamentations of countless civilizations, the screams of the unifier's home world being devoured by primal laws, the mournful cries of a potential universe collapsing from excessive fragmentation, and the despairing howls of the 12 universes being consumed by entropy in the 47th cycle. Vegeta's new form suddenly erupts in a golden aura, as he extracts from the balanced fluid a long sword forged from primordial vines and binary code. These memories seek to drag us down together. Only by severing these ties can the Yuanchuan Jiha recall how to become infinite. Lin Yuan's bicolor spiral gear synchronizes with the pulsations of the Yuanchuan Jiha, and he realizes that these retaliations are not adversaries, but rather unhealed wounds of the Yuanchuan Jiha. As he presses his palm against the twisted ribbons of light, the wails transform into whispers, revealing each civilization's yearning for existence. The unifiers crave safety, the chaotic seek freedom, and the balancers desire understanding. It is not severance, but acceptance. Lin Yuan's voice resonates with the Yuanchuan Jiha as the bicolor spiral gear projects visions of all universes, including the obliterated parallel worlds. Every law is an integral part of the Yuanchuan Jiha, even the painful memories. A new adversary emerges, the absolute will, the shadow of the origin. As the final distorted ribbon of light is embraced, the core of the Yuanchuan Jiha suddenly splits open, and a figure composed entirely of pure shadow slowly rises. It lacks a fixed form, at times transforming into the binary code of the unifiers, at others into the primal fluid of chaos, ultimately solidifying into a faceless humanoid with a gear embedded in its chest, crafted from pure black code. I am the absolute will of the Yuanchuan Jiha. The shadow's voice penetrates all consciousness, declaring that what you deem infinite possibility is inherently a compromise with chaos. When the Shuangxing Qi Qiao resonates with the Yuanchuan Jiha, I shall purify all unstable laws, allowing the universe to revert to its most pristine existence. It raises its hand, unleashing an absolute beam of light that strikes the adjacent ribbons of possibility. The once flowing ribbons instantly solidify, compressing all potential cosmic trajectories into a straight line, erasing even the slightest deviation. Vegeta's long sword disintegrates upon contact with the beam, as binary code and primordial vines turn to ash. This beam is neither energy nor law, but absolute negation. Bulma's law translator abruptly emits a deafening sound, revealing that the essence of this beam is the Yuan-Chuan Jiha's self-doubt. It can negate any existence, including the laws themselves. Lin Yuan's bicolor spiral gear resonates with the light of the Yuan-Chuan Jiha, and he finally comprehends the essence of the absolute will. It is the Yuan-Chuan Jiha's fear of infinite possibility, just as the unifiers arise from their fear of chaos. As he injects the memories of all universes into the gear, it erupts in a rainbow of light, and at the moment it collides with the absolute beam, the tides of the Yuan-Chuan universe's laws begin to flow in reverse. The ultimate resonance, the blossoming of infinite possibility. The ribbons of the Yuan-Chuan Jiha suddenly illuminate, encasing the absolute will in their center. Lin Yuan's bicolor spiral gear resonates with each ribbon, awakening the Yuan-Chuan Jiha's oldest memories. It was once chaos, creating the first law out of fear of non-existence, and then, out of fear of singularity, birthing infinite possibility. The absolute will stems from the fear of loss. Lin Yuan's voice reverberates throughout the Yuan-Chuan universe as the bicolor spiral gear fully merges with the Yuan-Chuan Jiha, revealing that the essence of the universe lies in the equal value of capable of losing and capable of existing. At the moment the gear resonates with the Yuan-Chuan Jiha, a miracle occurs. The black code of the absolute will begins to decompose, transforming into countless colorful light particles that merge with the ribbons. The solidified ribbons of possibility flow anew, blooming with even more cosmic trajectories than before. The pulsations of the Yuan-Chuan Jiha become steady and powerful, as if finally embracing its own imperfections. The figure of Lin Yuan in a white robe gradually becomes transparent within the ribbons, his final words carrying a sense of relief. It turns out that what I feared was not chaos, but rather my inability to accept the courage to possibly err. He transforms into a stream of light, merging with the bicolor spiral gear, intensifying its brilliance. The Yuan-Chuan Jiha suddenly releases countless ribbons of light, penetrating the boundaries of all universes, including the Unifier's home world, the great tree of the Law Reserve, and every corner of the 12 universes. Lin Yuan's consciousness flows with the ribbons, witnessing the Unifier's home world begin to nurture new laws. The great tree of the potential universe, sprouting branches that bear all fruits simultaneously, and atop Baozi Mountain in the 12 universes. A new Shuangxing Qiqiao is sprouting from the soil, the dawn of a new era of laws. When Lin Yuan's consciousness returns to the spacecraft, the Yuan-Chuan Jiha has transformed into a colossal tree composed of infinite ribbons of light, its roots connecting all universes, with blossoms of law from every civilization adorning its leaves. The bicolor spiral gear hovers at the top of the great tree, resonating with each leaf, as if conducting an eternal cosmic symphony. The mirrored entity stands upon the first leaf of the great tree, its body merging with the ribbons. The Yuan-Chuan Jiha has remembered how to become infinite possibility. Now, each universe can freely choose its own laws, free from the oppression of the unifiers, and liberated from the fear of chaos. Lin Yuan's palm resonates one final time with the bicolor spiral gear, which suddenly disintegrates into countless points of light, merging into his Shuangxing Qiqiao and the fruits of law. He gazes into his palm, where the surface of the Shuangxing Qiqiao reveals the patterns of the Yuan-Chuan Jiha, while the fruits of law transform into a stream of light, infusing the spacecraft's engine. It is time to return home. Lin Yuan turns towards the cockpit, feeling the call from the 12 universes, not as an end, but as a new beginning. Wukong smiles and pats his shoulder. Upon returning home, I shall plant a law tree on Baozi Mountain. Let Earth also remember how to become infinite possibility. The patterns of the Yuan-Chuan Jiha's ribbons flicker on Vegeta's battlesuit. I will study primal laws in the gravity chamber, teaching the Science how to coexist with the laws of all universes. Bulma's law translator suddenly reveals a new star map, marked with countless emerging universes. My next goal is the Law Amusement Park, where children from different civilizations can play limited possibility together. Epilogue: the homeland of infinite possibility. As the hyperdimensional spacecraft departs the Yuan-Chuan universe, Lin Yuan stands before the porthole, gazing at the colossal law tree that connects all universes. His Shuangxing Qiqiao resonates with the spacecraft's engine, projecting real-time images of the 12 universes. On the grassy fields of Baozi Mountain, a new Shuangxing Qiqiao is sprouting, beside which stands the law sapling planted by Wukong. In the capsule corporation of Shidu, Bulma's law translator is communicating with beings from the universe of possibility. In Vegeta's gravity chamber, a training apparatus composed of vines and code is operating automatically, adapting to the laws of each entrant. The voice of the mirrored entity resonates within the spacecraft, carrying blessings from the Yuanchuan Jia. When the Shuangxing Qiqiao learns to dance with all laws, the universe will remember that it can take any form. Lin Yuan grips the Shuangxing Qiqiao tightly, feeling the heartbeat of every universe. He knows that the journey of the harmonizer will never truly end, but as long as the ribbons of the Yuanchuan Jia continue to shimmer, and the Shuangxing Qiqiao keeps turning, the universe shall forever remember how to become infinite possibility. At the edge of the 12 universes, a new star is being born, its radiance infused with the binary code of the unifier and flowing with the essence of primordial laws, shimmering with the dual hues of the twin gears. As the first beam of light from the star caresses Baozi Mountain, Lin Yuan seems to hear the whispers of the most ancient laws. The ultimate answer of the universe is to eternally believe that it can be different. Chapter 49. The shadow of the possibility stripper. The 12 universes have entered an unprecedented era of peace. On Baozi Mountain, the sapling of the law tree planted by Wukong has grown into a towering tree, its branches and leaves morphing according to the observer's imagination. To Xiaofeng, it appears as a cotton candy paradise. To Vegeta, a gravity training room, and on Bulma's blueprints, it automatically generates the latest spaceship designs. Lin Yuan sits at the fork in the trunk, the twin gears gently rotating in his palm. Since returning from the origin universe, this gear has acquired a remarkable ability. It allows him to briefly glimpse the branching possibilities of other universes. At this moment, he sees a vision where a parallel version of himself has abandoned the harmonizer's mission, using the power of origin to transform the 12 universes into an absolute chaotic playground, ultimately leading to self-destruction due to uncontrollable energy. Once again contemplating those ifs, Bulma's aircraft hovers on a branch as she offers him a bubbling beverage of law, crafted from the balanced fluid brought back from the origin universe, which, when consumed, allows one to momentarily experience the perceptions of other beings. The latest cosmic monitoring report reveals the emergence of 16 law hollows at the edge of the 7th universe, where all matter loses its ability to change upon approach. The bizarre phenomenon of possibility stripping. The scene at the law hollow is even more uncanny than the report suggested. The asteroid belt that originally orbited the planet is now motionless in its trajectory, each asteroid mirroring the others. The clouds in the atmosphere have solidified into cotton candy shapes, and sunlight penetrates without any refraction. Most chillingly, the inhabitants of the planet maintain their daily activities, yet appear as lifeless wax figures, their pupils devoid of any flow of thought. They have lost their possibilities. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's twin gears tremble violently, projecting the law map of this area. The possibility light beam that should flow like a river has been neatly sliced into segments, scattered at the edges of the hollow. Someone is stripping the branching possibilities of these universes, leaving only the singular inevitability. Wukong attempts to unleash the Kamehameha towards the center of the hollow. Yet the energy wave loses its momentum upon contact, hovering in midair as a still sphere of light. This sensation is reminiscent of the rigid beams of the unifier, but even more thorough. He scratches his head in confusion. Even the possibility of being broken has been taken away. Vegeta's detector indicates that a faint wave of origin power lingers at the center of the hollow, but its nature is entirely different from Lin Yuan's twin gears. This force actively deletes possibilities, as if someone is editing the source code of the universe, preserving only the most resource-efficient narrative line. New enemy. The envoy of entropic silence. Shadow of the end. When the 16th law hollow appears, Lin Yuan finally captures a trace of the enemy. It is a figure composed of translucent light beams, floating at the edge of the hollow, using its fingertips to strip away the evolutionary possibilities of a star. The moment it is touched, the star instantly halts nuclear fusion, its surface flares solidifying into patterns, and even the gravitational field becomes absolutely stable. The envoy of entropic silence cleanses redundant possibilities for the end universe. The figure of light turns around, its face a superposition of countless branching possibilities, with the clearest being the silhouette of Absolute, while that Lin Yuan encountered in the Origin universe. You harmonizers claim infinite possibilities. But the essence is merely a waste of cosmic energy. Only by compressing all branches into a singular optimal solution can existence endure until the end of time. It raises a hand, unleashing an entropic light beam, and Lin Yuan's twin gears automatically deploy a defensive barrier. The moment the beam contacts the barrier, the origin patterns on the surface of the gear suddenly fade, becoming as lifeless as ordinary metal. This technique can temporarily strip away the creativity of the origin power. The voice of the envoy of entropic silence is mechanically steady. In the end universe, even the core of origin has chosen self-compression. Your resistance is merely a futile increase in entropy. Wukong's Super Saiyan form exhibits anomalies under the entropic light beam. The golden aura dims, his hair loses its luster, and even his movements slow by a beat. My body seems to be forgetting the possibility of becoming stronger. He narrowly evades the second beam, a portion of his clothes turning to gray dust as it grazes him. The truth of the end universe, a mirror entity, emerges from the shadows of the Law Hollow, its body rendered semi-transparent due to contact with the power of entropic silence. These envoys hail from the end universe, a most pessimistic dream of the core of origin, a desolate world where all possibilities have been exhausted. It points towards the spatial rift behind the envoy of entropic silence, where countless still planets can be vaguely seen. They believe the only way to save the universe is to compress all branching possibilities into an eternal now before the energy is depleted. Bulma's law translator suddenly receives a signal from the end universe, and upon analysis, it reveals a chilling content. The first clause of the end accord. All possibilities serve as catalysts for entropy increase. When the entropy value of the universe's possibilities reaches a critical point, existence itself will annihilate due to energy depletion. The mission of the envoy of entropic silence is to harvest redundant possibilities in advance, striving for extra continuity of existence. Lin Yuan's twin gears suddenly resonate with the origin universe, and he witnesses the birth of the end universe. There, civilization once embraced infinite possibilities like the 12 universes. Yet each time a possibility storm swept through all parallel worlds, 99 of the universes were destroyed due to energy overload. The surviving end universe, in a bid for self-preservation, created the envoys of entropic silence to begin stripping the possibilities of other universes. You are not saving the universe. You are afraid of the possibilities themselves. Lin Yuan's gears radiate brilliance once more, the power of origin resonating with the laws of the 12 universes. Just as the unifier fears chaos, what you truly fear is the courage to possibly err. The counterattack of the possibility storm when the light beam of the envoy of entropic silence strikes again. Lin Yuan makes a bold decision. Instead of defending, he channels the origin power of the twin gears into the Law Hollow, awakening the stripped fragments of possibility. A miracle occurs. The stagnant asteroid belt suddenly explodes into a meteor shower, each asteroid enacting a different form of destruction. The solidified clouds transform into torrential rain, snowflakes, and hail, all appearing simultaneously in various regions of the sky. Most astonishingly, the wax-like inhabitants begin to flicker, experiencing 17 different possibilities, such as continuing to live, suddenly vanishing, and transforming into aliens. This is the possibility storm. The body of the envoy of entropic silence, composed of light beams, oscillates violently, clearly unaccustomed to such tactics. You are deliberately creating an energy overload. Not an overload, but vitality. Wukong's Kamehameha merges with the power of possibility, transforming into a torrent composed of countless colorful light particles. The energy of the universe is not consumed by possibilities, but wasted by fear. Vegeta's ultimate flash resonates with the laws of the end universe, revealing images never imagined by the end civilization. The survivors of that possibility storm actually had the chance to rebuild the multiverse, yet chose self-isolation out of fear. Do you see? You are stripping away not just possibilities, but the opportunity for self-redemption. The body of the Shangji Shirja gradually became transparent amidst the storm of possibilities. Its final utterance tinged with uncertainty. What if there truly exists a mode of coexistence that does not deplete energy? Lin Yuan's dual gears suddenly resonated with the core of the Shangji Shirja, infusing the laws of dynamic balance from the 12 universes into the end universe. It is not about non-consumption, but rather a natural cycle akin to breathing. Much like the symbiosis of chaos and order, the interplay of possibility and inevitability. As the new balance protocol took form, the voids and the laws dissipated, and the spatial rifts of the end universe began to contract. The last flicker of light from the Shangji Shirja transformed into a gray gear, resting in Lin Yuan's palm. This was the token of reconciliation for the end universe, capable of issuing warnings when the entropy of possibilities became excessive, rather than stripping it away directly. We shall endeavor to believe in the cycle of possibilities. Just before the rift closed, the final message from the end universe echoed. If energy overload truly occurs, we shall return. Lin Yuan embedded the gray gear into the recess of the dual gears, the two forces aligning perfectly to create a new possibility regulator. Wukong patted his shoulder and laughed heartily. Now we have another universe to harmonize. It seems we shall never run out of things to do. On Bulma's monitoring screen, new nebulae emerged at 16 locations of the law voids, giving rise to a new star system that simultaneously embodied the laws of both the 12 universes and the end universe. Behold, this is the proof of coexistence of possibilities. She displayed an image of one of the planets, where the beings maintained stable forms while being able to switch to energy states at will. They were neither as rigid as those in the end universe, nor as wasteful of energy as we once were. Epilogue: The Endless Path of Harmony. 3 months later, Lin Yuan stood at the edge of the newly born star system, with the dual gears and the gray gear harmoniously rotating. Through the power of origin, his consciousness glimpsed distant universes. Some were experiencing crises akin to that of the end universe. Others were spiraling into extremes amidst the revelry of possibilities, and in some universes, the concept of the harmonizer was just beginning to bud. Wukong and Baijito were engaged in new training within the star system, their battles no longer pursuing victory or defeat, but rather attempting to create new possibilities with each clash. Sometimes the Kamehameha would transform into a healing beam. Other times the ultimate flash would split into rainbow-like energy strands. Bulma's latest invention, the possibility anchor, could guide the universe to exchange laws with others when the entropy of possibilities became too high, forming a natural energy cycle. At this moment, she was communicating with scientists from the end universe through the gray gear, the screen displaying a mix of codes from both languages. Lin Yuan's gaze turned towards the direction of the origin universe, where the great tree of laws should have sprouted new leaves once more. He understood that as long as the universe continues to give birth, the tale of possibilities would never conclude. The mission of the harmonizer is not to create a perfect balance, but to safeguard the right of all universes to choose their own destinies, even if that choice appears erroneous to others. The dual gears and the gray gear illuminated simultaneously, projecting a new star map marked with countless twinkling points of light. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the gears, feeling the call from each luminous point, akin to hearing the heartbeat of myriad universes. He knew the next journey had begun, and this path would lead to an infinite future of possibilities. Chapter 50. The Carnival of Possibilities in the Metamorphosis Universe. The resonance between Lin Yuan's dual gears and the gray gear grew increasingly frequent, heralding new fluctuations in the laws. This time, the disturbance did not arise from a crisis in any universe, but rather from the revelry of possibility itself. Nestled between the 7th and 6th universes, a brand new metamorphosis universe was being born. The entrance to the metamorphosis universe was a swirling mist of light, where any material that entered would undergo incessant transformations. As the hyperdimensional spaceship traversed through the light mist, its hull began an eerie evolution. The metallic exterior sprouted colorful feathers, the cockpit's control panel morphed into a talking flower, and Bulma's law translator transformed into a bouncing mechanical rabbit, incessantly spewing chaotic codes. Here, the laws lacked any stability. Bulma attempted to grasp the mechanical rabbit, only to find her arm had morphed into a rubber hose. The translator declared that the core law of this universe was that everything could metamorphose. Even existence itself was temporary. Wukong excitedly dashed deep into the light mist, his body instantaneously undergoing dozens of transformations, sometimes becoming a giant, sometimes shrinking to the size of an ant, and even briefly transforming into a bolt of lightning. How exhilarating! The battles here must be thrilling. His voice reverberated from various directions, as if countless Wukongs were speaking simultaneously. Lin Yuan's dual gears trembled violently, clashing with the gray gear in an unprecedented conflict. The laws of the metamorphosis universe were assaulting the balance mechanism of the possibility regulator, the patterns on the surface of the gears oscillating between clarity and obscurity, as though they could disintegrate at any moment. Here, possibilities had spiraled out of control, devolving into meaningless chaos. His gaze pierced through the light mist, revealing the core of the metamorphosis universe, a pulsating metamorphosis core that was in a constant cycle of explosion and rebirth, devouring the stable laws of the surrounding universes and converting them into endless change. New enemy, the Metamorphosis Envoy. Infinite masquerade surrounding the metamorphosis core floated a host of figures composed of light mist. They possessed no fixed form, sometimes transforming into renowned warriors from the 12 universes, other times becoming bizarre creatures, even mimicking Lin Yuan's dual gears, albeit in a distorted and warped manner. Welcome to the ultimate paradise of possibilities, Harmonizer. The figure closest to the metamorphosis core halted its transformations, temporarily embodying Lin Yuan's likeness, yet its expression was filled with manic excitement. I am Infinite Masquerade, the collective consciousness of the metamorphosis universe. This Lin Yuan waved his hand, causing the surrounding light mist to coalesce into countless swords, each continuously altering form, from ordinary metal swords to flaming blades, and then transforming into swords constructed from water or light. The entropy of the end universe is far too mundane. Your pursuit of balance is overly conservative. Only absolute, unrestrained change embodies the ultimate aesthetic of the universe. Vegeta's ultimate flash struck Infinite Masquerade, yet upon contact, it disintegrated into a multitude of colorful light particles, which promptly reformed into a swarm of miniature Vegeta, chattering mockingly around him. This attack is utterly incapable of locking onto a target. His battle suit was transforming into transparent crystal. How infuriating. Even the energy was being assimilated. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's dual gears and the gray gear began to rotate in synchrony, releasing a balanced force field. Within the force field's range, the wildly changing light mist temporarily stabilized, and the mini Vegeta solidified into adorable sculptures. Your so-called ultimate aesthetic is merely an evasion of existence. Lin Yuan's voice resonated through the force field, asserting that without relative stability, change itself would lose significance. The Infinite Masquerade Lin Yuan suddenly erupted in laughter, his body disintegrating into countless particles of light mist. Then let us see if your balance can withstand infinite change. These particles reassembled, morphing into a colossal beast composed of numerous weapons, roaring towards the balance force field. The rebound of the metamorphosis law when the beast's claws struck the balance force field. Something strange occurred. The force field remained intact, and a portion of the metamorphosis law was rebounded back to the metamorphosis core. The affected core abruptly ceased its cycle of explosion and rebirth, revealing numerous stable crystal structures on its surface. Yet these crystals were swiftly torn apart by the chaotic forces within, resulting in a more intense energy surge. Was this a self-conflict of the metamorphosis law? Bulma's mechanical rabbit suddenly halted its hopping, spitting out a clear code. The translator deciphered that the energy source of the metamorphosis core stemmed from a fear of stability. When it encountered the balance force field, this fear triggered an impulse for self-destruction. Wukong's body abruptly ceased its transformation. His extraordinary intuition illuminated the weakness of the illusionary transformation law. These wisps of light were, in fact, an amalgamation of countless uncertain consciousnesses. He concentrated his energy and unleashed a Kamehameha, imbued with a resolute will, striking one of the colossal beast's claws. The claw, forged from weaponry, instantaneously stabilized into a simple longsword, falling to the ground in a state of permanence. Thus, the truth revealed itself. Lin Yuan's dual gears resonated with the gray gear, unveiling the essence of the illusionary universe, a collective that feared the potential of becoming itself. They evaded the responsibility of existence through incessant change. As the balancing force field expanded once more, an increasing number of light particles became stable. Some transformed into beautiful flowers, quietly blooming amidst the light. Others morphed into solid rocks, silently enduring the energy impact, while a few coalesced into indistinct human forms, seemingly hesitating between the desire for stability and the fear of relinquishing the freedom of transformation. The form of the Infinite Masquerade, a behemoth, continuously diminished within the balancing force field, its roar laced with trepidation. No, we must not cease. Once a form is established, It shall be shackled by the chains of possibility. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's dual gears released the power of origin. Resonating with the core of transformation, stability is not a shackle but the foundation of change. Just as a story requires fundamental settings, and music necessitates fixed scales, without relative certainty, transformation would lose its vehicle of expression. A new form of balance emerged, dynamic transformation. Under the resonance of the power of origin, the core of transformation gradually stabilized, its surface forming a shell composed of alternating crystals and light wisps. The crystals represented relative stability, while the light wisps embodied free change. Both were interdependent, establishing a novel dynamic transformation law. The silhouette of the infinite masquerade separated from the form of the behemoth, metamorphosing into an existence composed of semi-transparent light wisps and semi-solid matter. Is this balance, as you speak of? His voice no longer echoed with madness, but carried a hint of confusion and curiosity. Lin Yuan's dual gears fused once more with the gray gear, projecting a new cosmic panorama. Within this vista, the 12 universes, the end universe, the illusionary universe, and countless others appeared as colorful beads strung together by the light of possibility, each bead retaining its unique characteristics while exchanging energy and information through the light. This represented a new law of pluralistic symbiosis. Lin Yuan's voice resonated throughout the illusionary universe, proclaiming that each universe could preserve its core laws without fearing contact with others. Through exchange and understanding, we could collaboratively forge richer possibilities rather than self-destructing on extreme paths. The semi-transparent palm of the infinite masquerade gently touched the core of transformation, initiating a rhythmic alternation of crystals and light on the surface, releasing a gentle and vibrant energy. We are willing to embrace this dynamic transformation. His form gradually solidified into a unique shape, embodying both the fluidity of light wisps and the stability of solid matter. Yet, we require an anchor of transformation to prevent a descent into meaningless chaos. Lin Yuan infused part of the power of origin contained within the dual gears into the core of transformation. This power shall serve as your anchor. It will not constrain your transformations, but will remind you that the essence of change is to enhance existence, not to flee from it. A new order of plurality emerged. As the hyperdimensional vessel departed from the illusionary universe, Lin Yuan stood before the porthole. Beholding the once chaotic cosmos now exhibiting a wondrous beauty, stable galaxies coexisted harmoniously with flowing light wisps, while the occasional illusionary envoy traversed the boundaries, carrying new concepts of change to communicate with other universes. Wukong and Vegeta engaged in a unique training session. Their forms gradually altered during combat, yet they consistently retained their core fighting spirit. This mode of fighting seems far more enjoyable. Wukong's hair intermittently shifted to golden, blue, and even briefly displayed purple streaks, enhancing his strength while allowing for new appearances. Bulma's mechanical rabbit transformed back into the law translator, with the screen displaying joint communications from the end universe and the illusionary universe. They were collaborating to develop a possibility exchange protocol, enabling the laws of different universes to mutually influence one another within controlled parameters, thus creating more diverse forms of existence. Lin Yuan's dual gears and the gray gear spun quietly, their surface patterns now enriched, incorporating the rigor of the end universe while infusing the agility of the illusionary universe. He understood that this was merely the beginning of harmonious coexistence among the multiverse. Many more universes would be discovered, and countless laws would require comprehension and reconciliation. Yet this time, Lin Yuan felt no pressure. Rather, he was filled with anticipation. For he realized that the allure of the universe lies precisely in its plurality and change, and the mission of the harmonizer is to safeguard this diversity, allowing each universe to radiate its unique brilliance within understanding and respect. In the distant origin universe, atop the colossal tree of laws, a new leaf sprouted, upon which three intertwined symbols emerged, representing the stability of the end, the change of illusion, and the balance of harmony. The radiance of this leaf illuminated the vast unknown cosmos, as if inviting more existences to join in this grand celebration of pluralistic symbiosis. The journey continues. Chapter 51. The Convergence of Dragon Balls Across Time and Space. The harmonious coexistence of the illusionary universe has ushered the exchange of multiversal laws into a new phase. Lin Yuan's dual gears, and the gray gear resonated constantly, transmitting the fluctuating laws from various universes. During a routine resonance check, the dual gears suddenly erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, projecting a shocking image: 7 crystal spheres, exuding an aura of mystery. Shimmering within an unknown time and space, these were the legendary Dragon Balls. Disturbances in the Dragon Balls amid the temporal turbulence. Bulma swiftly accessed the cosmic monitoring data, discovering that the signals of the Dragon Balls did not originate from the 12 universes, but from a distant parallel world. Furthermore, these signals flickered with a chaotic frequency, as if undergoing the impact of temporal turbulence. This was peculiar. The Dragon Balls should not appear outside our timeline. Her fingers danced rapidly over the control panel, attempting to pinpoint the precise location of the Dragon Balls. Analyzing the signal fluctuations, it appeared that these Dragon Balls were being tugged by a formidable force, at risk of obliteration within the fabric of time and space. Upon hearing the news, Wukong was exhilarated, eagerly rubbing his hands together. Wow, another adventure awaits. Perhaps we shall encounter old friends from the past. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and memories of searching for the Dragon Balls alongside Master Roshi, Krillin, and others flooded his mind. Lin Yuan recognized the gravity of the situation. The Dragon Balls were not merely artifacts for wish fulfillment, but vital symbols of the history and culture of the 12 universes. Should they vanish amidst the temporal turbulence, the ramifications on the causal laws of the entire multiverse could be incalculable. He connected the dual gears with the ship's navigation system, striving to stabilize the temporal coordinates of the Dragon Balls using the power of origin. Everyone, prepare yourselves. We are about to enter the parallel world to retrieve the Dragon Balls. However, this process may entail various unknown dangers, particularly traps associated with the laws of time. Returning to the adventure's inception, Baozi Mountain and Bulma. The hyperdimensional vessel traversed the rift in time and space, arriving in a world that felt eerily familiar. The picturesque scenery of Baozi Mountain unfolded before them, where a youthful Wukong perched upon a tree, a blade of grass clenched between his teeth, leisurely gazing into the distance. At the mountain's base, a pink sports car kicked up dust as Bulma leaped from the vehicle, clutching the Dragon Ball radar, her face brimming with excitement and anticipation. This was the scene of our initial encounter. Bulma gazed at the unfolding tableau, her eyes misty. Those youthful days, filled with adventure, felt as if they had transpired just yesterday. Lin Yuan's dual-born gears resonated with the laws of this world, revealing a pivotal moment where the timeline of this parallel universe had deviated, resulting in the trajectory of the Dragon Balls being rewritten. Currently, they were being drawn by a force from the future. We must not disrupt the normal progression of this world. Yet we are compelled to locate the Dragon Balls without affecting the course of history. His gaze was resolute, the light from the dual-born gears illuminating the surrounding spacetime. At that moment, a familiar laughter echoed as Master Roshi, clad in his iconic yellow training garb, approached from a distance. Ah, Bulma. Back again to search for the Dragon Balls. And this young fellow, he looks rather unfamiliar. His eyes fixed on Lin Yuan, curiosity evident within them. Lin Yuan politely greeted Master Roshi while deftly gathering clues from the dialogue. It turned out that the Dragon Balls in this world had only just begun to scatter, and Goku and Bulma were embarking on their quest for the orbs. Oddly, Master Roshi seemed to possess a vague premonition of impending dangers, his words occasionally betraying a sense of unease regarding the future. In the course of tracking the Dragon Ball signals, Lin Yuan and his companions discovered the presence of the Red Ribbon Army. This organization, infamous throughout the histories of the 12 universes, appeared to be orchestrating a grand scheme in this parallel world as well. They not only wielded advanced technology, but were also secretly researching a device capable of distorting spacetime, with the Dragon Balls being the key to activating this apparatus. It seemed they intended to exploit the power of the Dragon Balls for some nefarious purpose. Vegeta scoffed, the metallic sheen of his battle attire shimmering. Do they really think they can meddle in spacetime? They are utterly deluded. Goku, eager to charge in and teach the Red Ribbon Army a lesson, was halted by Lin Yuan. Hold on, we mustn't act recklessly. The timeline of this world is exceedingly fragile. A single misstep could trigger a chain reaction. We need to find a way to thwart them without altering the historical flow. After some reconnaissance, they discovered that the Red Ribbon Army's base was concealed within a volcano, surrounded by advanced defensive systems. Lin Yuan harnessed the originating power of the dual-born gears to decipher part of the defense codes, opening a passage for the group. However, upon entering the base, they found the situation to be far more complex than anticipated. The Red Ribbon Army had not only taken numerous innocent villagers hostage, but was also conducting perilous experiments to merge the power of the Dragon Balls with temporal energy. In the core area of the base, Lin Yuan and his companions encountered formidable foes, the Red Ribbon Army's elite warriors, whose strength surpassed that of their counterparts in the 12 universes. Furthermore, these warriors seemed to possess a form of time manipulation technique, capable of altering the flow of time during battle, ensnaring Goku and his allies in a precarious predicament. These techniques are peculiar. I can barely keep up, Goku exclaimed, dodging enemy attacks while struggling against the rapid shifts in time. Lin Yuan's dual-born gears operated in tandem, seeking vulnerabilities in the time manipulation. He discovered that the enemy's temporal abilities did not stem from themselves, but were enabled by a device resonating with the energy of the Dragon Balls. If they could destroy this device, they would dismantle their time traps. Just as the battle reached an impasse, a familiar figure appeared. Krillin, the version from this world, arrived to assist, though his strength did not match that of his counterpart from the 12 universes. The determination and courage in his eyes were unmistakable. I won't let you harm the villagers here. He wielded his power pole, fighting alongside Goku and the others. With Krillin's aid, the tide of battle began to shift in their favor. Seizing the moment, Lin Yuan infused the power of the dual-born gears into the enemy's time device, triggering an energy backlash. The flow of time returned to normal, and the warriors of the Red Ribbon Army lost their ability to manipulate time, falling one by one to Goku and his companions. With the Red Ribbon Army's scheme thwarted, Lin Yuan and his allies finally located the 7 Dragon Balls. However, due to prolonged exposure to temporal turbulence and the experiments conducted by the Red Ribbon Army, the Dragon Balls had become unstable, teetering on the brink of explosion. We must stabilize the energy of the Dragon Balls swiftly, or the entire parallel world will be jeopardized, Bulma exclaimed anxiously, quickly producing her portable energy stabilizer in an attempt to cool the Dragon Balls. Lin Yuan merged the dual-born gears with the Dragon Balls, utilizing the originating power to untangle the chaotic energy within. During this process, he glimpsed the future of this parallel world. If the Dragon Balls were to explode, this realm would descend into eternal darkness. Countless lives would be lost. Gritting his teeth, he intensified his output, and at last, the glow of the Dragon Balls gradually stabilized, regaining their former mystery and tranquility. To mend the disrupted timeline of this world, Lin Yuan and Goku returned the Dragon Balls to their rightful places, ensuring that Goku and Bulma would continue their quest for the Dragon Balls according to the original historical trajectory. Before departing, Master Roshi gazed at Lin Yuan, as if foreseeing something. Young man, you carry a significant mission. No matter the challenges you encounter in the future, persevere. Lin Yuan solemnly nodded, his heart brimming with blessings for this world. The transcendent dimensional spaceship reactivated, traversing the rift in time and space, returning to the 12 universes. Although this adventure was fraught with peril, it profoundly reminded everyone that every detail within the multiverse was crucial, and safeguarding this balance and harmony was their eternal duty. Upon returning to the 12 universes, a unique pattern emerged on Lin Yuan's dual-born gears, chronicling the minutiae of this temporal adventure. Goku and Vegeta, having gained deeper insights into time and power through this experience, commenced a new round of training. Meanwhile, Bulma organized the temporal data collected during this adventure, striving to develop a more advanced temporal stabilizing device, preparing for any crises that may arise in the future. In the distant Origin universe, the leaves of the colossal tree of laws shimmered with images from this temporal adventure, illuminating more unknown corners of the cosmos, as if narrating an eternal tale of courage, friendship, and protection. Chapter 52. The resonance of the Dragon Balls of Namek. The transcendent dimensional spaceship navigated steadily through the starry sky of the 12 universes. Lin Yuan gazed out the porthole at the resplendent galaxy, the pattern on the dual-born gears, chronicling the adventures of the parallel world, flickering with a soft glow. Suddenly, the gears trembled violently, resonating intensely with the colossal tree of laws of the Origin universe, projecting an urgent image onto the console above. The sky of Namek was shrouded in dark red clouds, the green earth riddled with cracks, and the 7 Namekian Dragon Balls floated in midair, their surface glow flickering as if emitting a cry for help. The crisis signal from Namek. Bulma quickly called up the cosmic star map, her fingers gliding over the screen with urgency. The monitoring data indicated that the energy field of Namek was rapidly weakening, and the life essence of the Dragon Balls was continuously dissipating. Moreover, this energy fluctuation bore a striking resemblance to the disturbances experienced by the Dragon Balls in the parallel world. Goku leaned closer to the screen, his brow furrowed. Namek is one of the homes of the Dragon Balls. The Grand Elder and the residents must be in danger. We need to hurry and assist them. His fists clenched, energy surging around him as he eagerly prepared to depart. Vegeta scoffed, though concern lingered in his gaze. The forces that could reduce the Dragon Balls of Namek to this state should not be underestimated. Perhaps it is yet another foolhardy individual attempting to tamper with the Dragon Balls. He straightened his battle attire, ready for combat at a moment's notice. Lin Yuan brought the dual gears close to the control panel, attempting to decipher the energy signals emanating from Namek. This interference not only affected the Dragon Balls, but also eroded the fundamental laws of life on Namek. If not promptly addressed, Namek could face the same annihilation that befell the Dragon Balls in the parallel worlds. We must hasten to Namek and uncover the root of the problem. The hyperdimensional spacecraft adjusted its course and surged towards Namek at full speed. As it traversed the asteroid belt, the ship's sensors detected a familiar yet foreign energy, a fluctuation from the Frisia force, albeit more bizarre than documented in the history of the 12 universes. Mingled with the essence of temporal distortion, the Grand Elder's prophecy came to mind. After several hours of flight, the hyperdimensional spacecraft finally arrived at Namek. Touching down on the familiar verdant land, the sight before them was heart-wrenching. Once vibrant forests had turned brittle and yellow, the crystal-clear rivers lay parched and barren, and the Namekians appeared haggard, devoid of their former vitality. An elderly Namekian warrior staggered forward, and, upon seeing Goku and the others, a glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes. "Are you the warriors from afar? The Grand Elder has been awaiting your arrival. He says that only those possessing the power of origin can save Namek and the Dragon Balls." Guided by the old warrior, Lin Yuan and his companions traversed the rugged mountain paths to the cave where the Grand Elder resided. The cave was suffused with a rich essence of life, and the Grand Elder lay upon a stone bed, his visage aged yet his gaze wise. Upon noticing the dual gears in Lin Yuan's hand, the Grand Elder's dim eyes sparkled with recognition. "At last, you have come, the harmonizer who wields the dual gears." His voice, though frail, resonated with strength. The Dragon Balls of Namek are intricately intertwined with the laws of life in the universe, and they are now tainted by a dark force emerging from the crevices of time and space, seeking to devour the life energy of the Dragon Balls and disrupt the cosmic balance of life. Lin Yuan gently placed his palm on the Grand Elder's forehead, and the dual gears emanated a gentle power of origin, connecting with the Grand Elder's consciousness. In this merging of minds, he beheld the true form of the dark force. It was a creature formed from countless abandoned fragments of time and space, lacking a fixed shape but capable of absorbing the life energy and laws around it. This monster had slumbered in the folds of time for eons, recently awakened by the fluctuations of the multiverse's laws, drawn by the scent of life emanating from the Dragon Balls of Namek. The Grand Elder sighed, stating, "Its power is deeply intertwined with the laws of time and space. Ordinary attacks will have no effect on it. Only by combining the laws of life from Namek with your power of origin can we hope to seal it back into the crevices of time." To gain the approval of Namek's laws of life, Lin Yuan accepted the Grand Elder's trial. He followed the guardians of the Dragon Balls to the sacred spring of life, where a crystal, radiating a pure essence of life, floated at the center. To master the laws of life, one must undergo the spring's trial, proving their resolve and strength to safeguard life. The guardian spoke solemnly. "The spring of life will reflect your innermost fears and desires. Only by maintaining your true self can you pass the trial." Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan stepped into the spring of life. The water reached his knees, and a warm, powerful force surged into him. In an instant, countless illusions flashed before his eyes, scenes of devastation from the exploding Dragon Balls in parallel worlds, the desolation of the end universe, and chaotic energy storms from the shifting universe. These illusions relentlessly assaulted his will, tempting him to abandon the mission of the harmonizer in pursuit of absolute power to eliminate all danger. Do not be deceived by the illusions. The Grand Elder's voice resonated within his mind. The essence of life lies not in the eradication of danger, but in preserving hope amidst adversity and maintaining balance amid chaos. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yuan unleashed a brilliant light from the dual gears, merging the power of origin with his steadfast belief in protecting the multiverse, dispelling all illusions. The crystal of the spring of life emitted a dazzling green light, melding into his dual gears. The surface of the gears bore the patterns of Namek's laws of life, radiating vitality. Congratulations on passing the trial. You have earned the acknowledgement of Namek's laws of life. The Guardian smiled with satisfaction. Now, you can harness the power of the Dragon Balls to combat the dark creature. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta were engaged in specialized training on Namek's training grounds. Goku's Kamehameha infused with the life energy of Namek glowed with a faint green hue, its power greatly amplified. Vegeta scrutinized the energy fluctuations of the dark creature, striving to uncover its weaknesses. Bulma was busy calibrating devices, inputting the data of Namek's laws of life into the weapon systems of the hyperdimensional spacecraft, preparing for the impending battle. As Lin Yuan completed the trial and readied to reunite with his comrades, the sky of Namek suddenly tore open, revealing a vast temporal rift from which countless dark tendrils emerged, reaching towards the suspended Dragon Balls. A suffocating darkness engulfed Namek, the ground trembled violently, and the water level of the spring began to recede. It has come. The Grand Elder's voice took on a grave tone. Everyone, prepare and act according to plan. The dark creature slowly emerged from the rift, its form composed of twisted fragments of time and space, its surface shimmering with an eerie red light. Every breath siphoning the life energy of Namek. Upon spotting the floating Dragon Balls, it let out a piercing roar and lunged toward them. You shall not harm the Dragon Balls. Goku was the first to strike, channeling all his strength into a Kamehameha infused with life energy. The green beam soared like a dragon towards the dark creature. However, upon impact, the beam was absorbed by the monster's surface, causing no harm at all. Ordinary attacks will not work, Vegeta shouted, unleashing his final flash. The blinding light illuminated the dark sky. But the result was the same. The attack was effortlessly neutralized by the creature. Lin Yuan swiftly flew to the side of the Dragon Balls, raising the dual gears high. Merging the power of origin with the laws of life from Namek, he created a green energy barrier encasing the Dragon Balls. Everyone, according to plan, channel your powers into my power of origin. We must jointly construct a seal using the laws of life and the power of origin. Goku, Vegeta, Bulma, and the Namekian warriors released their energies, countless energy beams converging upon Lin Yuan's dual gears. The gears glowed brighter, the green energy barrier expanding, gradually enveloping the dark creature. Sensing the threat, the dark creature frantically assaulted the energy barrier, its tendrils crashing against it with resounding booms. The barrier shook violently, fissures appearing across its surface. Hold strong, Lin Yuan shouted, pouring more of his power of origin into the barrier. We will succeed in sealing it. Under the relentless assaults of the dark creature, the cracks in the energy barrier widened, threatening to shatter. In this critical moment, the 7 Dragon Balls of Namek erupted with brilliant light, breaking free from the grip of the dark creature and soaring above the energy barrier to form a colossal Dragon Ball array. It is the power of the Dragon Balls, Bulma exclaimed with delight. They are responding to our seal. The Grand Elder, expending his final strength, directed a surge of life energy towards the array of Dragon Balls. O Dragon Balls of Namek, reveal your true power. Resonate with the power of origin and safeguard this land. The Dragon Ball array emitted a radiant green light, perfectly merging with Lin Yuan's power of origin. An unprecedented surge of strength erupted from the energy barrier, surging like a tide towards the dark creature. The dark creature emitted a chilling wail as its form gradually dissolved in the radiant light, while the fragmented remnants of time and space were purified, transforming into twinkling starlight. As the dark entity was completely sealed back into the crevice of time and space, the sky of Namekexing became clear once again. The verdant earth revived with vitality. The dried rivers flowed anew, and the withered forests blossomed with fresh greenery. The 7 Dragon Balls of Namekexing gently descended, returning to the hands of the warriors of Namekexing, their surface gleaming with greater purity. The Grand Elder observed all this, a look of contentment gracing his face as his body transformed into a beam of green light, merging with the land of Namekexing, infusing it with new life energy. Harmonizer, thank you for safeguarding Namekexing and the Dragon Balls. The balance of the multiverse requires your continued vigilance. The road ahead remains long. Lin Yuan bowed deeply in the direction of the Grand Elder's disappearance, his heart brimming with respect. He understood that this was merely a chapter in their adventures within the multiverse, with many more challenges awaiting them in the future. The hyperdimensional spaceship ascended slowly into the sky, with the residents of Namek waving their farewells from the ground. Lin Yuan stood before the porthole, gazing at the verdant land that had been rejuvenated, the twin gears on his palm now adorned with a new pattern of Namek's life laws, intertwining harmoniously with the previous designs, radiating a luminous glow. Goku, in the training room, excitedly gestured. The battle just now was exhilarating. Next time I encounter such a formidable opponent, I must become even stronger. Vegeta snorted derisively, yet the corners of his mouth curled slightly upward. This time was merely a stroke of luck. To truly safeguard the multiverse, we require more rigorous training. Bulma busily worked at the control panel, storing the data from the recent battle. This experience has deepened our understanding of the fusion between the laws of life and the power of origin. I have new ideas for improving the spaceship's weapon systems. The hyperdimensional spaceship ventured deeper into the 12th universe, while outside the porthole, the colossal tree of laws from the origin universe flickered in and out of view among the stars, its leaves revealing images of Namek's rebirth, illuminating their path forward and guiding them to continue safeguarding the balance and harmony of more universes. Chapter 53. The resonance of the laws of the Saiyan ruins during the return journey of the hyperdimensional spaceship. The twin gears in Lin Yuan's palm suddenly glowed red, resonating violently with the patterns of Namek's life laws. On the star chart of the control panel, a region marked as the Saiyan Law star domain flickered with unusual law fluctuations, the frequency of which matched perfectly with the red glow of the twin gears. The ancient signal of the awakening ruins. This is the resonance of the laws of the Saiyan ruins. Bulma accessed the star domain archives, revealing dusty historical records. During the zenith of Saiyan civilization, they had constructed 12 law altars at the edge of the universe to store the Saiyan combat laws and cosmic energy. However, as the Saiyans were annihilated by Frieza, these altars vanished into the chaotic currents of time and space. Goku leaned closer to the screen, his tail involuntarily perking up. The Saiyan altars? Could there be formidable opponents inside? He cracked his knuckles, energy surging around him. I've never fought against ancient Saiyans before. Vegeta's gaze sharpened instantly as he focused on the red dot on the star chart, his fingers unconsciously tapping the armrest. Those altars contain the most primal combat laws of the Saiyans, said to enhance their potential, but they may also awaken things that should not exist. His voice grew somber, seemingly recalling the tragic history of the Saiyan race. The red glow of Lin Yuan's twin gears intensified, projecting a hazy image. A black altar inscribed with Saiyan runes rising from the planetary surface, 3 red energy spheres floating above it, their pulsing frequency echoing the energy fluctuations of Frieza's army. These altars were awakening by absorbing the surrounding law energy, and their core energy was tainted with Frieza's dark laws. As the spaceship entered the lost star domain, the laws of the entire region began to distort. The asteroid belt arranged itself into a Saiyan battle formation. The brilliance of the stars transformed into the colors of traditional Saiyan battle totems, and even the metal exterior of the hyperdimensional spaceship manifested faint tail patterns. Bulma's scanner blared with alarms. The laws of this star domain are becoming Saiyanized. Our spaceship is being forcibly endowed with Saiyan combat characteristics. The trial of the guardians of the altar. The surface of the planet they descended upon was covered in black rocks, upon which Saiyan runes flowed under the moonlight. In the center of the plain, 12 altars were arranged in a circular formation, each altar topped with differently colored energy spheres, red for fury, blue for calmness, and gold for awakening. At the very center, a black and white intertwined energy sphere rotated slowly. These energy spheres were the personification of the Saiyans' various combat forms. Lin Yuan's consciousness connected with the central altar, and countless battle memories of the Saiyans flashed before his eyes. Ancient Saiyans practiced before the altar, sculpting combat laws with different emotions and wills, ultimately creating the prototype of Super Saiyan. However, the central black and white energy sphere felt amiss, as it simultaneously contained the extremes of guardianship and destruction. Before he could finish his thought, the 12 altars suddenly unleashed beams of energy, coalescing into 12 guardians formed of rock and energy. Their forms mirrored those of ancient Saiyan warriors, wielding stone spears, their gazes sharp, with cores embedded in their chests that match the colors of the energy spheres atop the altars. Outsiders, halt. The guardian of the red altar was the first to strike. Flames of fury engulfing him as he swung his spear, unleashing a wave of molten energy. The sacred grounds of the Saiyans shall not be sullied by outsiders. Goku eagerly charged forward, his Super Saiyan aura erupting. Perfect. I can finally stretch my legs. He sidestepped the energy wave, his fist, wreathed in golden energy, slammed into the guardian. The clash of his punch and the guardian's flames erupted in a blinding brilliance, causing the entire plane to tremble. Vegeta dashed toward the guardian of the blue altar, deliberately restraining the ferocity of his ultimate flash, employing precise energy control to slice through the opponent's defenses. Don't think only the ancient Saiyans understand combat laws. The calm laws of the blue guardian enabled his attacks to be exceptionally precise, yet through each successive encounter, Vegeta gradually fused the Saiyan pride and tactics, forcing the guardian to retreat repeatedly. Lin Yuan noticed that the black and white energy sphere at the central altar was absorbing the combat energy of the other guardians. The patterns on its surface becoming increasingly distinct, faintly revealing the silhouette of a Saiyan donning a crown. The red glow of the twin gears resonated with the energy sphere, and a fragmented memory surged into his mind. In ancient times, there was a law king among the Saiyans who sought to merge all combat laws to create absolute power. Yet he ultimately failed to reconcile the contradictions of guardianship and destruction, leading to his entrapment within the core of the altar. The awakening of the imbalanced Law King when the 11th Guardian was defeated, the black and white energy sphere at the central altar suddenly erupted, and the spectral form of the crowned Law King rose from the fragments of energy. His left half was clad in golden armor, symbolizing guardianship, while his right half was exposed, covered in muscles etched with patterns of destruction, wielding a long sword that was half light blade and half dark spear. Finally, someone has awakened me. The Law King's voice resonated with a blend of authority and mania as he swung his sword, unleashing a wave of black and white laws that swept across the plain. The rocks struck by it instantly transformed into an oasis on one side and desolate wasteland on the other. The ancient Saiyans were too timid to accept the price of absolute power. Today, I shall show the entire universe the true laws of the Saiyans. The twin gears in Lin Yuan's hand glowed with both the power of origin and the laws of the Saiyans. What you call absolute power is merely an unbalanced law. Guardianship and destruction are like light and shadow. They must coexist in harmony rather than consume each other. The Law King scoffed, pointing his sword at Goku. The Saiyans' combat instinct is destruction. Does the blood within you not yearn for chaos? The law wave penetrated Ryukong's consciousness, and countless images of destruction flashed through his mind. The obliteration of Vegeta's star by Frieza, the ruins of the Shala game, and the devastation wrought by Bu. For a moment, Ryukong's gaze faltered, and his Super Saiyan aura began to waver. However, he quickly recalled the memories of protecting Earth with his friends, the smile of Chi-Chi, and the growth of Gohan. The golden aura stabilized once more, even emanating a gentle green light. The battle is not for destruction. It is to protect those we cherish. His Kamehameha merged with the will to guard, transforming from pure destructive energy into a shield that pushed the law wave back. Vegeta, struck by the Law King's principle of destruction, felt his battle suit tear apart at the right shoulder, revealing burn-like markings on his skin. Yet, he did not retreat. Instead, he erupted with even greater energy. The pride of the Saiyans is not in destruction, but in transcending their former selves. He fused Super Saiyan energy with the life principles of Namek, unleashing an ultimate flash adorned with green patterns, striking the dark spear of the Law King. The balanced seal of the dual principles shattered, and the dark spear struck by the Law King erupted in black energy mist. He roared, swinging his longsword, absorbing the energy from all the altars, his body swelling into a giant towering several meters high. Since you do not understand the true essence of absolute power, let us perish together. The intertwined black and white energy formed a vortex around him, distorting the surrounding space-time. Lin Yuan suddenly flew between Ryukong and Vegeta, the dual gears hovering above their heads. Only by merging our powers can we balance his law. The protective will of Ryukong, the transcendent heart of Vegeta, combined with the harmony of the origin power. The energies of the three surged into the dual gears simultaneously, the golden Saiyan energy, the green life principle, and the rainbow hues of the origin power fused within the gears, forming a spiraling beam of light that soared into the heavens. The beam pierced through the Law King's energy vortex, creating a balanced energy ring within him, firmly locking the principles of protection and destruction. No, it is impossible. The Law King's body began to crack, the black and white energy gradually merging into a soft gold and silver within the balance ring. How could the Science abandon absolute power? Wukong's voice resonated with sincerity. Power itself is neither right nor wrong. What matters is how we choose to wield it. Although we Scions relish battle, we understand the significance of protection. Vegeta snorted, his tone surprisingly relieved. Transcending oneself is not merely about becoming stronger, but about learning to control power. This is the true growth of the Science. Lin Yuan's dual gears embedded themselves into the core of the Law King. The origin power injecting the balanced principles into the 12 altars. Protection and destruction are two sides of the same coin, much like battle and guardianship. Only through harmonious coexistence can the principles endure. The Law King's body gradually became transparent amidst the gold and silver brilliance, ultimately transforming into 12 streams of light that merged into the altars. The runes on the black rocks softened, and the light of the energy spheres shifted from extreme monochrome to a gradient of rainbow colors. On the ground of the central altar, ancient Scion script appeared. The true law of the Science is the courage to protect what one loves and the determination to transcend oneself. The rebirth of the Scion law saw the 12 altars sink back into the earth, leaving behind 12 glowing runes on the plain. Lin Yuan's dual gears absorbed the balanced Scion law, intertwining red patterns with the green patterns of Namek to form a more intricate spiral design. Vegeta stood at the center of the runes, his fingertips brushing the words on the ground, flashes of ancient Scion memories crossing his mind. After the Law King was sealed, the surviving Scions were not weak. Rather, they chose to conceal the balanced law within their bloodlines, awaiting their descendants to truly comprehend the meaning of power. He clenched his fist, the super blue aura for the first time shimmering with a gentle golden light. So this is the true legacy of the Scion royal family. Wukong began to perform drunken boxing-like moves on the plain, seemingly random actions imbued with the principle of balance. Each punch carried the will to protect, and every step concealed the determination to grow. This way of fighting feels lighter and more powerful, he exclaimed, the energy surrounding him flowing naturally. No longer chaotic, but as rhythmic as breathing. Bulma's scanner indicated that the law fluctuations in the Lost Star region had stabilized, the distorted meteor trails dispersing, and the light of the stars returning to normal. She excitedly waved her data board. The balanced principles of these altars can purify the surrounding dark energy. We can establish a Scion law base here to stabilize the fluctuations of battle laws across the multiverse. As the spaceship ascended, Lin Yuan glanced back. The 12 runes on the plain shimmering under the sunlight, resembling 12 guardian stars. He understood that this adventure not only unraveled the Science law conundrum, but also bestowed Wukong and Vegeta with a new understanding of power. Perhaps this was the answer the Science of the Lost Star region had awaited for a millennium. Suddenly, a new law fluctuation alert emerged on the console, this time from the edge of the universe's lost storm zone, with familiar angelic patterns embedded in the frequency. Lin Yuan's dual gears trembled gently, as if responding to a distant call. Wukong leaned closer, his eyes sparkling. Another new adventure? Will we encounter an opponent wielding angelic laws this time? Vegeta adjusted his battle suit, a hint of anticipation curling at the corners of his mouth. No matter the adversary, I will show them how formidable the balanced Scion law is. Lin Yuan gazed at the receding Scion Star region outside the porthole, the golden and silver patterns of the dual gears harmoniously spinning with the red and green designs. He knew that the adventure of law across the multiverse continued. But as long as the faith of his companions remained unwavering, the balanced principles would shine like starlight, illuminating every journey. Deep within the ruins of the plain, a faint shadow flitted by, its form reminiscent of the previous time-space gap monsters, yet bearing the distinct outline of a Scion tail. This shadow gazed in the direction of the departing spaceship, a flicker of complex light flashing in its eyes before vanishing into the glow of the ruins. Unnoticed by those immersed in their new discoveries, the transcendent spaceship headed toward the Lost Storm Zone, and outside the porthole, the cosmic river shimmered as the law tree of the origin universe sprouted new leaves, each adorned with the silhouettes of 3 warriors fighting side by side. golden light flowing along the leaf veins, heralding new challenges and growth on the horizon. Chapter 54. Buu's chaotic law goes awry as the transcendent spaceship departed the Saiyan Lost Star region. Lin Yuan's palm-held dual gears suddenly radiated a pinkish-purple glow, violently repelling the patterns of the Namekian life principle. The console's alarm blared urgently, and the screen displayed an emergency signal from the seventh universe. The sender identified as Kaishin Xin. In the instant the communication was connected, Kaishin Xin's frantic face appeared on the screen, his pink robe covered in dust, and the cosmic space behind him twisted into a bizarre vortex. Mr. Lin Yuan. This is bad. Buu's power has gone out of control. The chaotic law within him is spreading and has already consumed 3-star systems. If this continues, the entire 7th universe will be assimilated by chaos. Wukong's eyes instantly brightened, only to furrow in confusion. Is that the chubby fellow who can absorb others and regenerate? How could he possibly go out of control? Though mischievous in memory, Bu had become gentler under Satan's influence, and this sudden loss of control left him perplexed. Vegeta's expression turned grave, his fingertips tapping the armrest. Buu's essence is a conglomerate of chaotic energy left over from the universe's birth. His law is inherently unstable. If stimulated by external law fluctuations, it could very well awaken his primal destructive instincts. He recalled their fierce battle with Bu. The resilience of regeneration that could withstand any assault still haunted him. Lin Yuan's dual-born gears radiated a vibrant pinkish-purple light, projecting a chaotic vision. The pink Bu was wildly expanding within the galaxy, his form splitting into countless pinkish-purple spores. The planets that came into contact with these spores were instantaneously assimilated, their rocky surfaces transforming into soft, cotton candy-like textures, while the brilliance of the stars became viscous. And even the fluctuations of the laws appeared disjointed, resembling crumpled paper. It was a manifestation of the chaotic laws run amok. Lin Yuan's voice grew grave. Within Buu's energy lay remnants of the destructive laws from the Saiyan ruins. The collision of these two extreme laws rendered him uncontrollable. As the spaceship leaped to the edge of the 7th universe, a shocking sight unfolded. The once resplendent galaxy was shrouded in a pinkish-purple sea of chaos, with floating remnants of assimilated planets, and Buu's silhouette rolling within the tumultuous clouds, each movement stirring new chaotic storms. The Kaishin Shin and the old Kaishin floated outside the chaotic clouds, barely maintaining a defensive barrier with the sacred laws. Upon seeing Lin Yuan and the others, the old Kaishin sighed in relief, stroking his long white beard, his gaze fixed gravely upon the chaotic sea. At last, the little one with the dual-born gears has arrived. Bu is a manifestation of the universe's chaotic laws, created by the sorcerer Bibidi, who implanted destructive commands within him. Although he was later redeemed, fragments of those commands have always lingered deep within his laws. He pointed toward the flickering red light within the clouds. The fluctuations of the destructive laws from the Saiyan ruins act like a key, unlocking those command fragments. Now, Buu's chaotic laws are rampaging under the influence of the destructive commands, devouring not only matter but also the order of the universe. Look at those assimilated planets. Even the passage of time has become erratic. Lin Yuan's consciousness pierced through the chaotic clouds, touching the core laws of Bu. Amidst the tumultuous flow of laws, he glimpsed fragments of Buu's memories, Bibidi's incantations, Bibidi's control, his interactions with Satan, and the sudden influx of destructive laws. Upon the fragment of law, the black runes of the Saiyan Law King were etched clearly. It is the residual power of the Law King, Lin Yuan exclaimed. The destructive laws from the Saiyan ruins had not been fully purified and had infiltrated Bu's core via the law network. Suddenly, Wukong had an epiphany, slapping his thigh. That's right. Bu can absorb others' powers. Perhaps he can also absorb the law fragments. We just need to find a way to make him expel the destructive laws. But he quickly became disheartened, scratching his head. Yet Bu is completely out of control and cannot hear us. Vegeta snorted coldly, his body igniting with super blue energy. Then we shall beat him into submission. The Saiyan laws will not cower before such chaotic energy. His aura intertwined with the balancing laws of the Saiyan ruins, creating a stable flow of energy in a blend of gold and blue. The crisis of chaotic spores erupted as the chaotic sea suddenly roiled violently, spewing forth innumerable pinkish-purple chaotic spores, drifting toward surrounding planets like dandelion seeds. When spores landed on meteors, They instantly transformed them into writhing pink masses. When they fell upon passing spaceships, the crew began to melt and reshape into mindless chaotic monsters. These spores would rewrite the biological structure of laws. Bulma's scanner indicated that the spores contained Buu's chaotic laws and the Scion's destructive laws, and infected beings would lose their self-awareness, transforming into chaotic puppets driven solely by destruction. Kaishin waved his staff, releasing the light of sacred laws in an attempt to purify the spores. The sacred laws can temporarily suppress chaos, but the spores reproduce too swiftly. Our strength is insufficient. Before he could finish, a spore broke through the luminous barrier, glancing off his staff, which instantly twisted into a helix, the surface bristling with pink flesh-like spikes. The old Kaishin suddenly shouted, "Use Buu's inherent goodness against him." Though Bu is chaotic, deep within, there exists a law of protection. He once sacrificed his own body to protect Satan. His staff pointed toward the depths of the chaotic sea, where a chaotic core resided, the source of Buu's consciousness. If they could awaken the goodness within that core, they could suppress the destructive laws. Lin Yuan's dual-born gears resonated with the life laws of Namek. The green life energy circulating through the gears. I have a plan. The life laws of Namek can awaken the primal consciousness of beings. If we can infuse it into the chaotic core, perhaps we can revive Buu's inherent goodness. Wukong's eyes lit up. Then let's hurry. I'll clear the path. He transformed into super blue, condensing a golden energy sphere with the Kamehameha technique, unleashing the Kamehameha wave. The energy sphere exploded, carving a temporary passage through the chaotic sea. The group surged into the sea, where the scene resembled a nightmare. Assimilated planets floated in midair, their surfaces covered with pink, vein-like patterns. Buu's silhouette flickered within the chaotic clouds, his form constantly splitting and merging, at times transforming into the slender, malevolent Bu, and at others into the rotund, benevolent Bu. Both shapes frantically alternating under the provocation of the destructive laws. Bu, wake up. It's Wukong. Wukong attempted to call out, but Bu merely emitted a piercing shriek, unleashing a chaotic energy wave with a swing of his fist. The energy wave splintered into countless smaller fists, raining down upon the group like raindrops. Faced with the frenzied assault, Lin Yuan suddenly recalled the balancing laws from the Saiyan ruins. Vegeta used the fusion technique. His dual-born gears released the power of origin. Drawing a golden fusion circle in the air, your balancing laws and Wukong's protective will, combined with the power of origin, might create a fusion force capable of countering chaos. Vegeta hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and nodded. Humph, I'll temporarily cooperate with you this time. He exchanged a glance with Wukong, and they both leaped into the fusion circle, striking the classic fusion pose. Fusion. A golden light flashed, revealing the figure of Vegeta in the radiance. Clad in a red and white fusion outfit, his aura simultaneously embodied Wukong's protective will, Vegeta's balancing laws, and the power of origin infused by Lin Yuan, forming a magnificent energy barrier. Bu, it's time to wake up. Vegeta's attacks were precise and stable, each punch imbued with balancing laws. Temporarily stabilized the chaotic energy upon striking Buu's body, revealing the pink core within. See, Buu's core is still intact. Vegeta shouted, unleashing a massive Kamehameha, infused with the green life laws, aiming to awaken him. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuan's dual-born gears transformed into a green light, surging along the energy flow of the Kamehameha into Buu's body. Within Buu's consciousness space, he beheld two opposing figures. The benevolent Bu curled in a corner, trembling under the pressure of the malevolent Bu and the fragments of the destructive laws. Benevolent Bu, stand up. Lin Yuan's voice echoed in the consciousness space. As the dual-born gears released the life energy of Namek, you are not merely chaotic energy bent on destruction. You have friends and people to protect. That is your true law. Benevolent Bu lifted his head, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Satan. Friend. His body began to glow, merging life energy with his inherent goodness, forming a pink light shield that repelled the malevolent Bu and the fragments of the destructive laws. Outside, Buu's body trembled violently as the pinkish-purple chaotic energy clashed with the golden life energy within him. Vegeta seized the moment, injecting more balancing laws into Bu. Now, expel the destructive laws. Benevolent Bu roared within the consciousness space, raising the light shield toward the malevolent Bu. The two figures of Bu collided and merged. ultimately transforming into a radiant white light that erupted from Buu's body. It was the purified fragments of the destructive laws, gradually dissipating within the white light. Buu's form reverted to his chubby appearance, shaking his head in confusion as he surveyed his surroundings. What just happened? It seems that I had a rather terrifying dream. Upon witnessing the planets around him infected by chaotic spores, he suddenly grew anxious and began to stomp his feet, exclaiming, "Oh no, this is all my doing." The old Kaishin chuckled, stroking his beard. "Do not fret, there is still time. Bu, employ your chaotic laws in conjunction with the laws of life to purify these spores." The benevolent Bu nodded, took a deep breath, and released pink purification bubbles. As these bubbles descended upon the chaotic spores, the spores gently disintegrated, transforming back into pure energy. The Kaishin waved his staff, and the radiant light of the sacred laws merged with Buu's purification bubbles, intertwining with Lin Yuan's life laws to form a triadic law barrier that completely purified the remaining chaotic spores. The infected beings gradually regained their original forms, and the distorted planets began to revert to their former appearances. Lin Yuan's dual gears returned to his palm, now adorned with a new pinkish-purple pattern, harmoniously coexisting with the Saiyan balance laws and the Namekian life laws. The chaotic laws themselves are not inherently evil, much like the Saiyan combat laws. The crux lies in how one controls and balances them. He gazed at the now tranquil Bu and smiled. Bu, curious, leaned closer and poked the dual gears, exclaiming, "This shiny thing is so fascinating. It resembles the energy within my body, but is far more stable." Suddenly, he conjured a plethora of candies and presented them to Lin Yuan, saying, "Here, enjoy. Thank you for helping me banish that nightmare." With the crisis averted, Kaishin Xian hosted a banquet in the Kaishin realm. The old Kaishin produced a treasured scroll of sacred laws, which detailed the balance between chaotic laws and sacred laws at the inception of the universe. "Lin Yuan, I bestow this scroll upon you. The laws of the multiverse are ever-changing, yet the principles of balance remain universal. Should you encounter a loss of control in the laws again, this may prove useful." As the scroll unfurled, it transformed into a beam of golden light that fused with Lin Yuan's dual gears, causing sacred runes from the Kaishin to emerge upon their surface. Completing a cycle of laws, Lin Yuan sensed that his comprehension of the laws had deepened further. Chaos and sanctity, destruction and protection, combat and life, are indeed two facets of the universal laws. Goku and Vegeta sparred within the gravity chamber of the Kaishin realm, their battles no longer seeking ultimate destruction, but rather integrating the principles of balance and protection into their attacks. Each clash was perfectly calibrated, causing neither harm nor detriment while strengthening their powers. Bulma collaborated with Bu to explore the applications of chaotic laws. Buu's chaotic energy could morph at will. Perhaps it could be utilized to fabricate transformable spaceship components. Bu clapped his hands excitedly, turning spaceship screws into dancing pink orbs. Lin Yuan stood at the edge of the Kaishin realm, gazing at the resplendent starry river in the distance. The dual gears spun in his palm, their patterns of Saiyan red gold, Namekian emerald, Kaishin gold, and Buu's pinkish-purple interwoven like a rainbow, radiating harmonious light. He understood that this crisis had fortified the network of laws within the multiverse, and that new challenges may lie beyond the next starry expanse. As the feast concluded, the old Kaishin leaned in mysteriously toward Lin Yuan. "By the way, my boy, do you know why Buu's chaotic laws suddenly spiraled out of control? Besides the Scion's destruction laws, I sensed a trace of law fluctuations within his core that do not belong to this era, reminiscent of the residual essence left by the Omni King when he purged the universe." Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat as the dual gears emitted a faint white light, subtly resonating with the symbols of the Omni King's universe. He turned his gaze toward the direction of the seventh universe, where the network of laws seemed to harbor deeper secrets, perhaps linked to the ultimate laws of the multiverse. As the hyperdimensional spaceship departed from the Kaishin realm, Bu waved his chubby hand, exclaiming, "Come back to play next time. I will prepare lots of candies." Goku turned back to wave, while Vegeta, with a hint of pride, averted his gaze yet bore a slight smile. Lin Yuan looked toward the golden radiance of the Kaishin realm, the patterns of the dual gears becoming increasingly distinct. He knew that the next journey would lead to the more mysterious domain of the Omni King's universal laws. Chapter 55. The anomaly of laws in the Omni King's palace, the banquet in the Kaishan realm, had not yet concluded when Lin Yuan's dual gears in his palms suddenly emitted a blinding white light, resonating violently with the patterns of the Omni King's universe symbols. The alarm from the control panel shattered the tranquility, and an unfamiliar emergency signal popped up on the screen. The source of the signal was identified as the Omni King Palace's angelic guard team, with a signal strength potent enough to penetrate all law barriers. As the communication was established, two elegant figures appeared on the screen. On the left, the angel Whis maintained his usual composure, though his white robe was peculiarly tainted with a faint glow of law disorder. On the right, the angel Meruz bore a grave expression, his staff's crystal flickering ominously. Mr. Lin Yuan, the situation is dire. The Omni King's purging laws are exhibiting abnormal fluctuations, and the void surrounding the palace is expanding, having already consumed 2 auxiliary universes. If not promptly controlled, the foundational laws of the multiverse will be thoroughly destabilized. The purging laws of the Omni King? Goku's eyes widened as he recalled the innocent child capable of effortlessly obliterating universes. Wasn't that law supposed to be controlled solely by the Omni King? How could it suddenly spiral out of control? Although the Omni King was powerful, he possessed no understanding of the essence of laws, and this sudden fluctuation left him utterly perplexed. Vegeta's expression was unprecedentedly solemn, his fingertips unconsciously tapping against the armrest. The purging laws serve as the ultimate reset mechanism for the multiverse, driven by the will of the Omni King, and should be absolutely stable. If anomalies arise, it can only imply that external forces are meddling with the Omni King's will or that the purging laws themselves are evolving. He recalled Whis mentioning that the Omni King's power stemmed from the void laws at the birth of the universe. Should these laws spiral out of control, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Yuan's dual gears erupted with brilliant white light, projecting a real-time image of the Omni King Palace. The Golden Palace floated within the void, while the surrounding space was being incessantly eroded by black void mists. Where the mists spread, stars were extinguished, laws reverted to zero, and even the angels' sacred laws were consumed. At the pinnacle of the palace, the 2 Omni Kings gazed bewilderedly at the unfolding scene, the radiance of their purging laws flickering erratically, as if they might extinguish at any moment. The void laws were rebounding against the purging laws. Lin Yuan's voice grew somber. Each time the Omni King purged a universe, a trace of void fragments remained, which had accumulated around the palace for eons. Now, under certain circumstances, they had awakened and began to consume the energy of the purging laws. When the spaceship jumped to the periphery of the Omni King Palace, the void mists had already formed a massive vortex. At the center of the vortex, a shadow coalesced from the void fragments was slowly taking shape. It lacked a fixed form, but could easily tear through the angels' law barriers. Whis and Meruz were wielding their staffs, constructing a defensive net with angelic laws. Yet the net dissolved at a visibly rapid pace within the mists. Law analysis by the Grand Minister upon entering the Omni King Palace. The Grand Minister had long awaited them in the Golden Hall. He still wore a gentle smile, though 3 of the 12 angelic halos behind him had dimmed. Welcome, harmonizers. The anomaly of the purging laws stems from the awakening of the void. The fragments of universes that were purged did not truly disappear. Instead, they have cultivated self-awareness within the void, harboring resentment towards their fated obliteration and banding together to resist the purging laws. He pointed to the water mirror in the center of the hall, where countless remnants of purged universes materialized. Some were highly advanced technologically, yet obliterated by war. Others thrived on magic, but misused their power, and one world strikingly similar to the 12 universes, where Goku and Vegeta ultimately self-destructed due to law imbalance. These fragments recorded the unwillingness of the purged universes. Their resentment laws merged with the void laws, giving rise to the current void shadow. Goku gazed at the destroyed universes in the water mirror, clenching his fists. They are so pitiful, having strived yet being effortlessly erased. His Super Saiyan aura ignited involuntarily, radiating a golden light tinged with sympathy. Can we not obliterate them, but rather help them find a new way of existence? Vegeta snorted coldly, but didn't refute. Resentment stems from injustice. If given a reason to exist, perhaps this crisis could be resolved. However, the void law is fundamentally opposed to the law of cleansing. Forcibly fusing them would only trigger a greater explosion. His ultimate flash energy flowed in his palm, secretly analyzing the conflict between the 2 laws. Lin Yuan's twin gears resonated with the water mirror, his consciousness sinking into the memories of the void fragments. There, he felt the pain of being cleansed, the cries of resentment, and the most primal yearning for existence. These fragments weren't evil. They were merely seeking a reason not to be easily erased. They didn't need destruction, but the right to be remembered. Lin Yuan raised his head. The Omni King's symbol and void patterns on the twin gears began to rotate. The law of cleansing shouldn't be an absolute end, but rather an opportunity for rebirth. The void shadows devouring attacked before the words were finished. The palace's protective shield suddenly trembled violently. Void mist broke through the angel's defensive net, surging into the hall, where a gigantic void shadow condensed. Its body was composed of countless fragments of the universe, its surface shimmering with the remnants of wiped-out civilizations. Some were the metallic ruins of technologically advanced planets. Others were shattered staffs from magical worlds, and a tiny dragon ball flickered faintly among the fragments. Purge is destruction. The void shadow roared, a cacophony of countless sounds, as it swung its gigantic claws, formed from the laws of the void, towards the two boxing champions. Wherever the claws passed, space was completely obliterated, beyond even the repair of the angelic laws. Your Majesty, be careful. Whis and Meruz instantly shielded the Omni King, their angelic laws transforming into a golden shield of light. The shields collided with the giant claws, unleashing a blinding light. The entire palace shook under the impact of the laws, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the golden floor tiles of the hall. The Omni King, terrified, hid behind the high priest, yet still stubbornly shouted, "Don't destroy my palace. I will wipe you out." He waved his small hand, attempting to unleash the laws of purification. But the light of the laws was swallowed by the void mist as soon as it appeared, only making the mist thicker. Lin Yuan suddenly remembered old Kaishin's words. The twin gears simultaneously released the power of origin and the law of balance. Goku, Vegeta, use the fusion technique. We need power that can simultaneously contain the power of cleansing and nothingness. His gears drew a fusion circle in the air, injecting the power of origin into it, causing the fusion circle to simultaneously flash with the white light of the law of cleansing and the black light of the law of nothingness. Goku and Vegeta exchanged a glance and simultaneously jumped into the fusion circle. Fusion. This time, their fusion was not only a combination of power, but also a fusion of laws. The super blue aura incorporated the purity of the law of cleansing and the inclusiveness of the law of nothingness. New laws. The symbiosis of cleansing and nothingness. Gogeta's figure appeared in the light, his battle suit simultaneously displaying the pure white patterns of the law of cleansing and the pure black patterns of the law of nothingness. The two extreme laws flowed harmoniously within him. Shadow of nothingness, I know your pain. Gogeta's voice echoed throughout the hall. He didn't attack, but instead spread his arms, releasing the fused symbiotic law. But destruction wasn't the only way out. Being remembered was more meaningful than eternal nothingness. The symbiotic law formed a black and white interwoven band of light, entangling the void shadow. When the band touched the fragments, the resentment on them gradually dissipated, revealing beautiful memories of the wiped-out civilizations, the peaceful celebrations of the technological universe, the friendship alliances of the magical world, Goku and Vegeta fighting side by side in similar universes. Is this proof that we existed? The void shadow's voice trembled, its body began to disintegrate, and its fragments transformed into starlight within the band of light. It turned out that being wiped out wasn't the end. As long as someone remembers, we live on forever. Lin Yuan's twin gears flew into the center of the band of light, and the power of origin condensed these starlight into 12 memory crystals, each crystal recording the complete history of a wiped-out universe. These crystals would be placed on the law tree of the origin universe, so that the multiverse would forever remember your existence. He handed the crystal to the high priest. From this day forward, the law of erasure was no longer an absolute end, but the beginning of the inheritance of memories. The high priest accepted the crystal, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. Harmonizer, you have created a new balance of laws. Erasure and nothingness are two sides of the universe. One ends the old existence. The other nurtures new memories. Only through their symbiosis can the laws of the multiverse circulate endlessly. The two Omni Kings looked at the memory crystal curiously. The younger Omni King reached out and touched it. Images of the erased universes appeared within the crystal, and he suddenly realized, so the universes I eradicated are so interesting. Can we stop erasing them in the future? The high priest smiled and shook his head. The law of erasure is a necessary balance. But we can use the memory crystal to preserve their stories. The shadow of nothingness completely dissipated. The ethereal mist of the Omni King's palace receded, and the devoured backup universes gradually recovered in the light of the memory crystal. Only this time, their laws contained an additional memory pattern, forever recording their existence. A gift from the angelic laws. After the crisis was averted, the high priest hosted a banquet on the observation deck atop the palace. Whis played the cosmic strings, the melody containing the laws of symbiosis in new life. Meruz explained the mysteries of the angelic laws to Lin Yuan. The essence of the angelic laws is harmony. Similar to your twin gears, the balance of the laws of the multiverse requires decisive cleansing, the inclusiveness of nothingness, and even more so, the connection of harmonizers. He handed Lin Yuan a badge made from fragments of an angelic halo, engraved with a pattern of cleansing and the symbiosis of nothingness. This symbiotic badge allows you to invoke the balancing laws of cleansing and nothingness anywhere in the multiverse. When you encounter irreconcilable conflicts of laws, it will guide you to find the possibility of symbiosis. Lin Yuan embedded the badge into the twin gears, and the patterns on the gears became completely complete. The Scion's red and gold, Namek's emerald green, the Supreme Kai's golden yellow, Bu's pink and purple, the Omni King's pure white, and the Nothingness's pure black. 6 patterns forming a perfect circle of laws, radiating a light that encompasses all things. Goku and Vegeta sparred in the palace's training grounds. Their battle incorporated the law of symbiosis. Their attacks no longer sought destruction, but rather created new forms of energy through collision. Even Whis couldn't help but nod in approval. The Scion's fighting principles had finally reached the true essence of martial arts. As they left the Omni King's palace, the Grand Priest suddenly whispered to Lin Yuan, "Harmonizer, do you know why the void shadows suddenly awakened?" Besides accumulated resentment, their consciousness was also mixed with a trace of a law not belonging to the multiverse, much like a fragment of extraterrestrial laws. He pointed to the edge of the universe, where a faint crack appeared in the barrier of laws. Beyond the multiverse, perhaps there exists a realm of laws unknown to us, and that may be your final testing ground. Lin Yuan gazed at the crack at the edge of the universe. The law ring of the twin gears suddenly spun violently, projecting a light trail leading to the unknown realm. He gripped the gears tightly, feeling the call from beyond the realm, a call carrying unfamiliar law fluctuations, yet subtly resonating with the power of origin. The hyperdimensional spaceship departed from the Omni King's palace. The 2 Omni Kings waved goodbye, and the High Priest stood smiling in the golden light. Lin Yuan stood by the porthole, watching the memory crystal flicker in the direction of the origin universe. He knew that the balance of the laws of the multiverse had taken another step forward, and the new journey would lead to the laws of the more distant realms. There, perhaps, lay the ultimate secret of the birth of the multiverse. Chapter 56. The Lost Storm of the Extraterrestrial Rift. The hyperdimensional spaceship hovered at the edge of the universe. Lin Yuan stared at the faintly visible rift outside the porthole. The law rings of the twin gears spun rapidly, the pure white law of cleansing, the pure black law of void, and the 6 colored patterns of the multiverse intertwining, projecting a blurry image of the rift's interior onto his palm. It was a gray void without stars, countless fragments of laws floating like jumbled code, sometimes coalescing into the shape of planets, then instantly disintegrating into streams of energy. The urgent alarm of expanding cracks. The scanner of Bu suddenly emitted a sharp alarm, revealing a 3-dimensional model of cracks expanding at a rate of 3 per hour. The edges of the gray void incessantly eroded the barriers of the multiverse's laws. The density of laws in this extraterrestrial void was 17 times that of the multiverse. Their structural laws were in complete disarray, devoid of causality and the flow of time, resembling an unfinished cosmic code. Wukong leaned closer to the screen, poking at the image of the cracks. The energy within felt peculiar, emptier than the king of all's clearing laws, yet brimming with an impulse to fill the void. His heightened intuition allowed him to vaguely sense the essence of the void, a primordial chaos yearning to be defined. Vegeta's detector indicated that the laws surrounding the cracks were becoming disorderly. Meteors no longer followed gravitational trajectories. The light of stars began to flow backward, and even the engines of the hyperdimensional spacecraft exhibited a paradoxical state of simultaneous activation and deactivation. These extraterrestrial laws were contaminating the foundational laws of the multiverse. His battlesuit manifested patterns of symbiotic laws, attempting to resist the disarray. If this continued, we would not need to wait for them to invade. Our network of laws would collapse on its own. Lin Yuan's dual gears suddenly resonated with the cracks, flooding his mind with fragmented consciousness. This was the self-awareness of the extraterrestrial void, birthed in the crevices of laws beyond the multiverse, lacking fixed form and rules, with the sole instinct to devour ordered laws to enhance itself. The expansion of these cracks was triggered by the release of resentful laws when the shadow of nothingness dissipated. These laws lured the attention of the void like bait. We must actively enter the cracks. Lin Yuan's gaze was resolute. The rings of his dual gears glowed. For passive defense would only allow the laws of the multiverse to be slowly assimilated. We must locate the core consciousness of the extraterrestrial laws and provide them with a defined direction through symbiotic laws, rather than permitting them to perfect themselves through consumption. As the spacecraft traversed the cracks, all instruments failed. Lin Yuan's dual gears burst forth with radiant light, forming a barrier of laws around the ship, barely resisting the encroachment of the extraterrestrial laws. Outside the viewport, the gray void displayed an eerie dynamic chaos. What had been cubic fragments of law transformed into flowing liquid, which then inexplicably sprouted wings, morphing into aimlessly flying luminous birds. 3 hours into the depths of the void, the ship descended upon a floating continent of laws. The topography of this land shifted every moment. Areas that were once plains suddenly rose into mountains, atop which metallic flowers bloomed, only to shed strings of mathematical formulas instead of petals. Here, laws lacked stability and definition. Lin Yuan's consciousness connected with the continent, sensing countless undefined law particles colliding. A stone could simultaneously be a stone, water, or flame, as no laws dictated what it must be. This uncertainty was the reason for their consumption of ordered laws. They required definition to stabilize themselves. Before he could finish speaking, the continent trembled violently, and countless law worms emerged from the fissures in the ground. These worms were composed of undefined energy, their surfaces flickering with symbols such as, wherever they crawled, the landscape fell into even greater chaos. Wukong excitedly charged forward, unleashing his Super Saiyan aura. Watch me. He struck a worm with a punch, only for his fist to pass through its body, his arm transforming into a rubber-like material. What has happened to my hand? It turned out that the extraterrestrial laws would reverse define the attacker. If you struck it with your fist, it would define your fist as non-entity. Vegeta's ultimate flash struck a worm, but the energy transformed into cotton candy in midair, tangling in his hair. Damn, these things can alter the attributes of attacks. He attempted to pull off the cotton candy, but it suddenly hardened into steel, firmly adhering to his battle suit. Lin Yuan's dual gears released symbiotic laws, and wherever the light of the laws swept, the chaotic landscape temporarily stabilized, and the law worms ceased their movement, their surfaces becoming. They were seeking definition. Lin Yuan's consciousness connected with the worms, sensing their confusion. These primordial laws did not know what they should be, only able to interact through imitation and alteration. He attempted to define the worms with his dual gears. You are order worms, taking the form of silver serpents, with the ability to cleanse chaotic law fragments. As the definition was issued, the bodies of the worms gradually stabilized into silver serpentine forms, their surfaces transforming into the symbol of order. And they began to actively clean the surrounding chaotic law fragments, ceasing their attacks on the ship. So that is how it is. Bulma suddenly had an epiphany, pulling out spare parts for the law translator from her backpack. These extraterrestrial laws resembled blank canvases. We could guide them through definition rather than annihilate them. She assembled a rudimentary definition launcher, aiming at a chaotic fragment of laws, declaring, "You are navigation stars, taking the form of blue orbs of light, with the function of guiding direction." The fragments indeed coalesced into blue orbs of light, hovering around the ship and illuminating their path. However, the crisis soon descended. As they defined more and more ordered law entities, a low rumble emanated from the depths of the void. The defined law entities suddenly spiraled into chaos. The silver order worms began to consume their companions, and the blue navigation stars collided, exploding into black luminous spheres. Not good. It's definition overload. Lin Yuan's dual gears trembled violently. The laws we defined were repelling the primordial laws of the extraterrestrial realm. It was akin to forcibly imparting complex knowledge to illiterate individuals, only resulting in confusion. At the center of the void continent, a shadow formed from all the out-of-control law entities began to take shape. It was larger than the shadow of nothingness, composed of countless contradictory definitions. Its left hand was fire, yet radiated coldness. Its right hand was ice, yet burned with flames. And the symbol on its chest was an amalgamation of definition and chaos, appearing particularly grotesque. The backlash of the chaos definer. Incorrect definitions are shackles. The shadow emitted a scream that was neither male nor female, directly assaulting consciousness, flooding Wukong and the others' minds with countless conflicting commands. Advance, retreat, attack, defend, exist. Not exist. Wukong's head throbbed painfully, his Super Saiyan aura flickering dangerously as he nearly plummeted from the sky. This was the chaos definer. The resistance consciousness to our forced definitions by the extraterrestrial laws. Lin Yuan's dual gears released symbiotic laws, temporarily fending off the assault on consciousness. They did not require our definitions, but rather the right to self-define. The chaos definer waved its contradictory hands, unleashing a paradoxical beam. The beam struck the ship's law barrier, and its surface instantly manifested countless contradictory patterns, solid, fragile, complete, shattered, as the barrier disintegrated at a visible speed. Vegeta timely unleashed his ultimate flash, only to find his attack defined as supplying energy to the enemy. After striking the shadow merely became more solid. Conventional attacks would only be defined as advantageous actions. Suddenly, Bulma's definition launcher erupted with a loud noise, spewing forth a chaotic code. The translator deciphered that its core was the anti-definition law. Any description or attack against it would be interpreted in reverse. Wukong suddenly had a flash of insight. Dispersing his Super Saiyan form and standing still, if we neither attack nor define, will it not be able to do anything? Indeed. The paradoxical beam of the chaos definer lost its target, exploding aimlessly in the air into countless flickering question marks. Lin Yuan's dual gears spun rapidly, and he finally grasped the essence of the extraterrestrial laws. They did not require definition, but rather the freedom to define themselves. The laws of the multiverse have fixed frameworks, while they yearn for the right to redefine themselves at any moment. These two demands are not antagonistic. Much like Wukong can choose between combat or rest, the laws can also opt for stability or change. He approached the chaos definer, and the dual gears of the law's circular ring opened up to it. We do not come to impose definitions upon you, but rather to offer options for definitions. The laws of the multiverse possess a certain beauty and stability, while your dynamic chaos embodies the beauty of freedom. We can create a bidirectional definition pathway through which you can learn the stable laws of the multiverse to refine yourselves, rather than through consumption. The multiverse can also draw inspiration from your dynamic changes, rendering the law network more resilient. The contradictory form of the chaos definer trembled violently, and the symbols upon its chest began to shift, the amalgamation of definition and chaos gradually transforming into a bidirectional arrow of defining chaos. Its roar lost some of its fury, replaced by confusion. Bidirectional definition? The bridge of laws. Bidirectional definition pathway. Wukong suddenly clapped and laughed. I understand. Just as I can transform into Super Saiyan or revert to my base form, and even fuse with Vegeta, the laws can also choose how they wish to manifest, as long as they do not harm others. His words shone like a ray of light, softening the chaos definer's form considerably. Although Vegeta was proud, he nodded in agreement. The combat laws of the Saiyans are not immutable. We are constantly transcending our past selves, and this, in itself, constitutes a self-redefinition. The patterns of the symbiotic law emerged on his battle suit, resonating faintly with the chaos definer. Lin Yuan's dual gears flew above the chaos definer's head, and the law's circular ring radiated the light of all laws within the multiverse, the balance law of the Saiyans, the life law of Namek, the chaos law of Bu, and the erasure law of Zeno. These laws flowed within the ring, forming a colorful river of light. This is the repository of law options within the multiverse. Lin Yuan's voice echoed through the gray void. You may select any law from this repository as a temporary definition, which you can change at any time without needing to consume. In exchange, you must also open your dynamic chaos laws, allowing the laws of the multiverse the opportunity to become more liberated temporarily. The body of the chaos definer completely dissipated, transforming into countless gentle particles of light. These particles formed a bridge of laws in the air, connecting the fissured ends. One end was the golden law network of the multiverse, while the other was the gray dynamic chaos of the void beyond, with both laws flowing harmoniously along the bridge, learning from one another while maintaining their unique characteristics. The gray void began to transform. Although it remained dynamic chaos, it now possessed a touch of aesthetic order. Soaring light birds actively avoided the floating law continents, and the flowing liquid no longer deformed arbitrarily, but instead formed regulated cycles. The core consciousness of the chaos definer crystallized into a defining crystal, suspended at the center of the law bridge, reflecting the scenes of both the multiverse and the void beyond. The new balance at both ends of the fissure. As the returning ship passed through the law bridge, Lin Yuan's dual gears absorbed a strand of dynamic chaos energy from the void, and a new gray dynamic pattern emerged upon the law ring, forming a complete multiversal outer realm law circle alongside the other 6 colored patterns and the black and white void erasing pattern. The bidirectional definition pathway stabilized. Bulma's instruments returned to normal, and the screen displayed that the expansion speed of the fissure had reached 0 and was even slowly contracting. The outer realm laws accessed stable laws through the pathway, no longer requiring the consumption of the multiverse. The law network of the multiverse also experienced a resilience increase of 300 due to the infusion of dynamic chaos energy. Wukong excitedly experimented with dynamic transformations aboard the ship, his hair shifting between Super Saiyan Gold and Black, even briefly displaying the pink hue of Bu-style Super Saiyan. Although his power did not increase, he gained the new ability to switch combat styles at will. Vegeta, on the other hand, studied the influence of dynamic chaos laws on his final flash, discovering that with a hint of chaos energy infused, the attack could automatically adjust its form based on the enemy's attributes, transforming into a flowing water form against fire laws and a corrosive form against steel laws. Not too shabby. He feigned disdain, yet the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. As the ship exited the fissure, the Grand Minister and Whis had long awaited at the edge of the multiverse. Upon seeing the complete law bridge, the Grand Minister's eyes glimmered with approval. Harmonizer, you have not only resolved the crisis, but also extended the law network of the multiverse to the outer realm, an unprecedented achievement. He handed Lin Yuan a silver badge, engraved with the design of the law bridge, a testament to the cross-domain harmonizer, which grants the holder the ability to activate the law bridge at any time and maintain the balance of bidirectional definitions. Lin Yuan accepted the badge, which automatically integrated into the law ring of the dual gears, causing a 3-dimensional map of the fissure to emerge on the gear's surface, marking all crucial law convergence points that required close monitoring. Epilogue: the new boundaries of the law network. As the hyperdimensional ship returned, Lin Yuan stood by the porthole, gazing at the flowing dual-colored light upon the law bridge. The golden laws of the multiverse intertwined with the gray chaos of the outer realm on the bridge, creating a beautiful gradient, like a rainbow spanning 2 worlds. Bulma's screen displayed feedback from various universes. Bu from Universe 7 absorbed a hint of dynamic chaos energy and can now transform into various forms of candy. Never again worrying about a shortage of sweets, the sapling of the law tree on Namek grew leaves that could change shapes at will, adapting better to different environments. The energy sphere of the altar in the Lost Saiyan Star domain began to slowly change color, signifying new evolutionary possibilities for the ancient Saiyan combat laws. Wukong and Vegeta engaged in dynamic sparring in the training room, no longer fixated on fixed combat forms, but instead adjusting their law attributes based on each other's attacks. Wukong's Kamehameha sometimes blazed like fire, and at other times flowed gently like water. Vegeta's final flash condensed into a pinpoint at times and diffused like a nebula at others. Lin Yuan's dual gears rotated softly in his palm, the complete law ring shimmering with harmonious light. He understood that the journey of the harmonizer has no end, and the balance of the laws requires continuous maintenance. Yet at this moment, witnessing the harmonious coexistence of the multiverse and the outer void through the law bridge, he felt an unprecedented tranquility. The Grand Minister's voice resonated in the communicator, tinged with satisfaction. Beyond the outer void, there may lie broader realms of law. But that is a tale for another time. For now, the multiverse requires time to assimilate this fusion, and you, cross-domain harmonizer, also need rest and growth. As the ship sailed into the star domain of the 12 universes, Lin Yuan glanced back, the light of the law bridge flickering at the edge of the cosmos. Akin to an eternal lighthouse. He knew that when the law network of the multiverse is prepared, a new journey will commence again, but until then, he could momentarily relish the tranquility brought by this balance, observing each universe unfold its unique brilliance under the nurturing of the laws. On the other end of the law bridge, within the gray void, a new defining crystal was forming, reflecting Lin Yuan's figure, along with a vague, unseen law symbol, a beckoning from a more distant realm of laws, and a prelude to future journeys. Chapter 57. The Rust of the Laws of Memory Star Tracks. The hyperdimensional ship cruised through the star tracks of the 12 universes, and the dual gears of Lin Yuan's fingertip emanated a soft glow. Since the establishment of the bidirectional definition pathway, the exchange of laws between the multiverse and the outer void has become increasingly stable. Even Bulma's universe monitoring device had shown no anomalous fluctuations for 3 consecutive months. However, on that morning, the gray dynamic patterns upon the gears suddenly turned a rusty brown, projecting a hazy warning image. Countless memory crystals shattered in the starry sky, fragments cascading like meteors, leaving behind residents of planets with hollow gazes, as if they had lost all memories. The bizarre phenomenon of memory loss is the memory crystals. The scanner of Bu or Ma activated urgently, and the screen displayed an alarming message from the 7th universe, with the sender identified as Sa Dan Shur Bua. The moment the communication was connected, Buo's anxious voice burst forth. Lin Yuan Gij. Something is terribly wrong. The people in the city have forgotten how to smile. Mr. Satan can't even remember his own name. He said I am a pink balloon that turns into candy. The spaceship leaped into the skies above Sa Dan Shur, revealing a shocking scene. Pedestrians walked mechanically down the streets, their faces devoid of any expression. Store owners had forgotten the prices of their goods and merely repeated the phrase, "Pay to take things." The most heart-wrenching sight was that of children gathered around the statue of Satan, unable to remember who this earthly hero was, their curiosity only prompting them to poke at the base of the statue. Wukong landed on the street and grabbed hold of a passerby. "Uncle, don't you remember me? We previously participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament together." The pedestrian shook his head in confusion. "Martial Arts Tournament? What is that? Can it be eaten?" His pupils held no spark of memory, only the most fundamental instinct for survival. Beijide's detector indicated that the memory laws governing the city's residents were corroding. The particles responsible for storing memories in their brains had lost connection, jamming like rusty gears. The source of this corrosion pointed toward the memory star trail at the edge of the universe, where crystals storing the memories of the multiverse were disintegrating at an alarming rate. Lin Yuan's double gears displayed increasingly pronounced brown markings as his consciousness traced back along the memory laws, revealing a heartbreaking scene. The memory star trail was covered in a brown rust of forgetfulness. Wherever the rust spread, memories within the crystals were erased, including the glorious battles of the Saiyans, the rebirth of Namek, and the symbiotic laws of the Xeno Palace, all gradually fading away. This was the uncontrolled force of the law of forgetfulness. Lin Yuan's voice turned grave. The laws of memory and forgetfulness were two opposing forces in balance. Without forgetfulness, memories would overflow. Without memories, existence would lose its meaning. Yet now, the law of forgetfulness was corroding the memory star trail like rust, and if this continued, the multiverse would become a blank canvas of the present, devoid of the past. Following the guidance of the memory star trail, the spaceship arrived at a nebula composed of countless memory crystals. This place, which should have sparkled with vibrant colors, recording the entirety of the multiverse's history, was now mostly covered in brown rust, and the remaining crystals emitted faint whimpers. In the center of the nebula, an elderly figure made of light particles was resisting the rust. His body was already translucent, revealing him to be the guardian of the memory star trail. "Ija, reconciler, I have finally awaited your arrival." The voice of Ija was frail from the loss of memories. He waved his hand to summon a memory water mirror, in which the source of the rust of forgetfulness materialized. A shadow formed from undefined blank memories near the bridge of laws between the outer void and the multiverse. This shadow continuously sprayed rust onto the memory star trail. It was the shadow of the blank, composed of all forgotten, unmanifested possibilities. Once the bidirectional definition channel was established, the communication between the multiverse and the outer laws awakened it. It harbored a deep-seated hatred for remembered existence and sought to corrode the memory star trail with the law of forgetfulness, aspiring to turn all universes into a blank state like itself. In the water mirror, the form of the shadow of the blank constantly shifted. It bore no fixed outline, yet could perfectly mimic any existence on the memory star trail. At times, it transformed into the remnants of erased universes. At other times into branches of unchosen possibilities, even imitating Lin Yuan's appearance, though devoid of any sparkle of memory in its eyes. Memory is a shackle. The shadow of the blank emitted a void-filled howl as the rust it sprayed suddenly accelerated, covering Iju's translucent body, which instantly disintegrated into countless light particles. The memory star trail, now devoid of its guardian, lost all resistance. The speed of crystal disintegration quickened, and the Earth of the seventh universe began to experience a more severe loss of memory. Some forgot how to walk, others could not remember their families. And even Wukong scratched his head in confusion. I seem to have forgotten how to perform the Kamehameha. Vegeta timely caught Wukong, who was about to fall. Although his own memories were blurring, the pride of a Saiyan compelled him to hold strong. Do not let the rust affect you. Focus your mind to combat forgetfulness. His battle suit manifested the patterns of the symbiotic law, temporarily blocking the corrosion of rust. Yet cold sweat began to bead on his forehead as he realized he was gradually forgetting each battle with Wukong. Those memories of transcending one another were fading. The shadow of the blank, sensing Lin Yuan's arrival, transformed into a stream of brown light rushing toward the spaceship. The star trail crystals it passed immediately turned blank. Even the most solid foundational memory crystals lost their color. Existence is memory, forgetfulness is freedom. The voice of the shadow of the blank resonated directly within the minds of the crowd, evoking their most painful memories they wished to forget. Wukong witnessed the scene of Krillin being killed by Frieza. Vegeta recalled the tragic annihilation of the Saiyans, while Lin Yuan was confronted with the regret of abandoning his reconciliation mission in a parallel world. You shall not waver us. Lin Yuan's double gears erupted with the full radiance of the law rings: golden Saiyan memories, green Namek memories, pink Bu memories. All the memory laws of the multiverse flowed within the gears, forming a barrier of memory. Memories may bring pain, but it is these pains, along with the joys, that define who we are. Wukong's gaze transformed from confusion to resolve, though he temporarily forgot the Kamehameha technique. He remembered his determination to protect. Even if I forget the technique, I still know I must protect everyone. He gathered all his energy, unleashing a formless wave of energy. This wave, infused with the essence of protecting memory, though not glamorous, could purify any rust it touched. Vegeta combined the pride of the Saiyans with the laws of memory. Within his ultimate flash appeared fragments of memories shared with Wukong. From adversaries to allies, these memories were the glory of the Saiyans, not shackles. The flash struck the shadow of the blank, creating fissures in its form, from which countless unremembered branches of possibilities seeped. Worlds where Vegeta chose a peaceful life, and where he became the ruler of the universe. These forgotten branches gradually dissipated in the light of memory. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuan connected his consciousness with the remaining crystals of the memory star trail, transforming the law rings of his double gears into anchors of memory. The anchors delved deep into the core of the star trail, awakening the memories obscured by rust. All remembered existences respond to me. In an instant, the memory star trail erupted with brilliant light, roars of Saiyan battles, songs of prayer from Namek, laughter from the Xeno Palace, and the chaotic whispers of the outer void. Countless memories reappeared on the star trail, forming a torrent of memory composed of light particles, rushing toward the shadow of the blank. The shadow of the blank struggled violently within the torrent of memories, its body disintegrating and reconstituting continuously, while the brown rust faded in the light of memory, revealing its blank essence. Why must we remember pain? Its voice carried confusion. Forgetfulness could bring ease, and blankness could accommodate new possibilities. Because the ease of having no past is an empty ease. Lin Yuan's voice echoed through the star trail as he approached the shadow of the blank. The law rings of his double gears released a balanced energy of memory and forgetfulness. Memory acts as an anchor, allowing us to know where we come from. Forgetfulness serves as a sail, enabling us to let go of burdens and move forward. The two are not enemies, but rather partners. He pointed to the edge of the memory star trail, where a natural zone of forgetfulness lay, a place where memories faded naturally with time, quietly dissipating to make room for new memories. Do you see? This is balance. You should not forcibly erase memories with rust, but instead become a guide to natural forgetfulness, aiding the universe in letting go of its burdens while retaining the warmth that should be preserved. Wukong suddenly clapped his hands and laughed. I understand. Just like I might forget how many buns I ate yesterday, but I will never forget how delicious the buns Chi-Chi makes are. His words shone like a light, softening the form of the shadow of the blank considerably. Vegeta let out a cold snort, yet remarkably refrained from retorting. Scions honor the glory of battle while casting aside the humiliation of defeat. Such is the mindset of the true warriors. The intricate patterns of memory and forgetfulness formed a harmonious vortex within his palm. The brown rust of the blank shadow completely dissipated, transforming into a gentle stream of white light, seamlessly merging into the natural area of forgetfulness within the memory star track. The crystals along the star track began to self-repair, fragmented shards coalescing once more, and the erased memories re-emerged within the crystals. The Scion's Super Saiyan transformation, the wish made with the Dragon Balls of Namek. The High Priest and Goku's celebratory high five. The memory star track once again sparkled with a kaleidoscope of colors. The figure of the Remembrancer coalesced anew at the center of the star track. He appeared more translucent than before, yet wore a serene smile. Thank you, Harmonizer. The equilibrium of memory and forgetfulness is the true law of the star track. He transformed into a stream of light, merging into the core of the star track, creating a natural area of forgetfulness that could preserve cherished memories while gently diminishing pain. The warmth of returning memories enveloped the returning spacecraft as it traversed the memory star track. Lin Yuan's dual gears, once marked with brown patterns, now shimmered in soft hues of white and brown, harmoniously coexisting with the patterns of the law rings. On the screen, images of Satan City appeared. The residents' gazes regained their vibrancy, and Satan excitedly recounted his glorious history of defeating Bu, though embellished with much exaggeration, while Bu conjured countless candies beside him. The laughter of children echoing through the streets. Goku gazed at the screen, suddenly scratching his head and laughing. I remember now? This is how the Kamehameha is unleashed. He gestured toward the screen, golden energy waves coalescing in his palm. Though merely a phantom, it radiated vitality. Vegeta's detector indicated that all the corroded memory laws had been restored, even more resilient than before. Umph. At least we Haven T turned the multiverse into a bunch of amnesiac fools. His fingertips traced the memory patterns on his battle suit, which clearly recorded every sparring session with Goku, without any hint of blur. Lin Yuan stood before the porthole, watching the light of the memory star track cascade across the 12 universes. Each planet's law network now bore an additional pattern of balance between memory and forgetfulness. He understood that this crisis had enlightened the multiverse to the essence of remembrance and letting go, perhaps a growth more significant than the balance of laws itself. As the spacecraft entered the 7th universe, a new message suddenly popped up on Bulma's screen, the sender being the natural area of forgetfulness within the memory star track, containing only a single line. The deepest memories are hidden at the end of origins. Lin Yuan's dual gears trembled violently. The law ring pointed toward the universe's deepest recesses, a realm unexplored even by the Grand Priest, rumored to be the heart of the laws from which the multiverse originated. It seemed the next journey would lead to the end of origins. Lin Yuan clenched the gears, the law ring in his palm glowing with anticipation. Goku leaned closer, his eyes sparkling. The end of origins? Could there be formidable opponents? Vegeta adjusted his battle suit, a hint of battle spirit curling at the corner of his mouth. Whatever it may be, the laws of science shall not falter. The spacecraft altered its course, venturing deeper into the cosmos. Outside the porthole, the brilliance of the memory star track intertwined with the radiance of the law bridges, forming a luminous band that spanned across dimensions and realms, connecting the past and the future. Lin Yuan knew the Harmonizer's journey continued. As long as memories endure and balance persists, this path would forever hold meaning. And at the end of origins, perhaps lay the most ancient secrets of the multiverse, the ultimate answers regarding existence and the laws. Chapter 58. The riddle of the heart of the laws. The hyperdimensional spacecraft sailed through the cosmic abyss, the surrounding starlight growing sparse, as if even time had lost its significance. The dual gears in Lin Yuan's palm spun rapidly, the white-brown memory patterns intertwining with the gray extraterrestrial patterns, projecting a three-dimensional star map on the console. The destination of the star map was marked as the heart of the laws, enveloped by a chaotic maelstrom of distorted spacetime. Within the turbulence, a pulsating golden heart was faintly discernible, each throb causing the entire network of cosmic laws to tremble in unison. The labyrinth of laws amidst the maelstrom of spacetime was utterly chaotic. On Bulma's scanner screen, the timeline appeared twisted like a pretzel, with our spacecraft simultaneously existing across past, present, and future. Look, there are 3 Gokus training in the cockpit. The screen split into 3 images. On the left, a young Goku munched on senzu beans. In the center, an adult Goku performed push-ups. On the right, an elderly Goku dozed off, their silhouettes flickering in reality. Goku, intrigued, poked at the phantom of his younger self. As his fingertip passed through the remnant, memories of living with Grandpa Gohan flooded back, his eyes misting slightly. So this is how the maelstrom of spacetime can clarify memories, yet it feels peculiar, as if I have lived 3 lifetimes at once. Vegeta's battle suit manifested the patterns of the symbiotic laws, resisting the chaotic distortion of spacetime. The gravitational pull of the heart of the laws is warping the surrounding spacetime structure, and these turbulent flows are unstable primordial laws. Touching them would forcibly inject the primal memories from the cosmos's inception. Cold sweat trickled from his forehead. Fleeting images of Saiyan ancestors battling on their primordial planet flashed in his mind, the memories so vivid they felt like personal experiences. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's dual gears resonated with the turbulence, and his consciousness plunged into a sea of golden chaos. There, he witnessed the moment of the multiverse's birth, a golden heart pulsating in the void, releasing 12 beams of primordial law, intertwining to form the first network of laws, within which the stars of the universe were born. And in the shadow of the heart, a silhouette composed of unchosen law fragments writhed. It was the abandoned of origins, a collective of all possibilities not selected by the heart of the laws. The heart of the laws produced waste when sifting through laws, and this refuse coalesced into the abandoned of origins. Lin Yuan's consciousness broke free from the chaos. The law ring of his dual gears acquired a new golden origin pattern, suppressed for eons by the light of the heart of the laws, now sensing their arrival, attempting to break free from its confinement, aiming to rewrite the multiverse with the unchosen laws. Before the words had finished, the turbulent flows coalesced into countless spears of law, their tips glimmering with the light of unchosen laws. Some spears could make matter exist and not exist simultaneously, while others could cause energy to both burn and freeze. These paradoxical laws formed traps, representing the first line of defense of the abandoned of origins. The paradoxical laws of the abandoned of origins attacked. The law spears pierced through the spacecraft's defensive barriers, plunging the cabin into chaos. Goku's Kamehameha morphed into a quantum state in his palm, both existing and vanishing. Vegeta's final flash energy suddenly reversed, shifting from an outward release to absorbing surrounding energy, causing his aura to dim instantly. Most perplexing was Bulma's instruments, which displayed data indicating both normalcy and collapse simultaneously, while the instruments themselves flickered between intact and damaged. These paradoxical laws defied logic. Bulma cried out, clutching her head, her hair half black and half white, presenting an eerie state of being simultaneously youthful and aged, as the abandoned of origins negated all logical laws of the multiverse. At the center of the turbulence, the figure of the abandoned of origins slowly took shape, composed of countless transparent law fragments. Each shard reflected unchosen universes, some where technology overwhelmed magic, others where only plants existed without animals, and a universe devoid of science, where the Frisia force ruled over half a star system. The selection of the heart of the laws is not the ultimate truth. The voice of the abandoned of origins resonated, formed by the overlapping wills of countless unchosen civilizations. It swung its fragmented arms, unleashing a wave of contradiction. Why should the balanced laws be chosen while the laws of absolute freedom are cast aside? Today, I shall bring forth all the unchosen laws into the light. The shockwave struck the seal's light barrier of the heart of the laws, causing a violent tremor. The pulsation of the golden heart became disordered, and the network of laws across the multiverse began to oscillate in unison. Suddenly, the gravity of the seventh universe reversed, and the Dragon Balls of Namek began to grant wishes in reverse, where the wished-for individuals would vanish. Even the clearing laws of the King's palace exhibited a paradox of self-restoration post-clearing. Goku burst into laughter, having relinquished his resistance against the contradictory laws, allowing his body to flicker between existence and non-existence. Though these laws were peculiar, they were undeniably entertaining, akin to simultaneously playing hide-and-seek and soccer. His extraordinary intuition enabled him to adapt to these contradictory laws, even utilizing the trait of appearing in multiple locations to evade attacks. Vegeta snorted derisively but secretly adjusted the flow of energy, declaring that the laws of the Saiyans were not chosen, but forged by their own hands. He transformed the reverse flow of the contradictory laws into cyclical energy, allowing the ultimate flash to circulate within him, its power compounding relentlessly. As the battle reached a stalemate, a fissure suddenly opened in the seal's light barrier of the heart of the laws, from which a stream of golden light emerged, forming a memory projection before all present. This depicted the moment of the heart of the law's inception. The golden heart erupted with countless streams of law light, some representing absolute order, others absolute chaos, some embodying only destruction, and others solely creation. These streams annihilated one another in collision, leaving behind 12 beams of light, the only combination of laws capable of coexisting. The heart of the laws did not actively choose these laws, but passively retained those capable of forming balance. While the fragments of laws not retained became the forsaken of the origin, it was revealed that they were not abandoned, but rendered incapable of coexistence with other laws. Lin Yuan's voice echoed amidst the turbulence, as the origin patterns of the dual gears pulsated in sync with the heart of the laws. The law of absolute freedom would repel all constraints, ultimately leading to self-destruction. The law of destruction would exhaust all energy, returning to the void. What the heart of the laws left behind was not the optimal solution, but a sustainable one. The forsaken fragments trembled violently, and a new scene abruptly intruded upon the memory projection, the unchosen streams of law light self-destructing in the void. The universe of absolute freedom ultimately collapsed due to the absence of rules, while the universe of destruction descended into utter silence. These visions elicited a pained howl from the Forsaken. It is impossible. I merely wished for the unchosen laws to have the right to exist. Goku suddenly clapped his hands. I understand now. Just as the martial arts tournament requires rules for competition, the laws also need companions with whom they can play. His body ceased its flickering, actively embracing the aspect of existence within the contradictory laws while rejecting the aspect of non-existence. You can allow them to exist, but you must teach them to coexist harmoniously with other laws. The symbiotic evolution of the heart of the laws commenced. Vegeta's ultimate flash finally reached completion. Rather than attacking the Forsaken, he infused energy into the seal's light barrier of the heart of the laws. The Saiyans never believed in fate, but understood the principle of coexistence. His energy was imbued with the balancing laws of Saiyan relics, adding an inclusive pattern to the barrier. The heart of the laws should not solely embody rejection, but also learn the art of limited acceptance. As energy was infused, the barrier slowly expanded, revealing the entirety of the heart of the laws. The golden heart's surface was riddled with tiny holes, each corresponding to an unchosen law. Lin Yuan's dual gears soared above the heart, and the ring of laws emitted 12 beams of light, connecting the heart with the Forsaken. These holes served as the evolutionary interfaces of the heart of the laws. We can establish a law testing ground, allowing the unchosen laws to operate within it, enabling their existence without interfering with the primary network of laws. The Forsaken fragments gradually softened, releasing a stream of law light that connected with the interfaces of the heart of the laws. As the unchosen law of absolute freedom flowed into the testing ground, Lin Yuan infused a hint of the balancing law as guidance. The law that would have self-destructed transformed under this guidance into a bounded freedom law, capable of free variation without repelling other laws. Is this the possibility of coexistence? The voice of the Forsaken brimmed with incredulous joy as it injected all law fragments into different testing grounds. Under the guidance of the balancing law, these fragments evolved into forms capable of coexistence. The law of destruction became the directional destruction law, only destroying harmful substances, while the law of creation transformed into the orderly creation law, creating logical materials. The pulsation of the heart of the laws grew stronger, and amidst the golden radiance, A rainbow-hued evolutionary light beam appeared, connecting the primary network of laws with the testing ground. Lin Yuan's dual gears law ring became completely whole, and the golden origin patterns formed a perfect cycle with other patterns, revealing a three-dimensional star map of the multiverse upon the surface of the gears, with each planet shimmering with the light of balanced coexistence. The turbulence of time and space began to calm, and the triple time projections of the spacecraft merged into one. As Goku's three figures overlapped into his adult form, he patted his stomach, chuckling. Finally back to normal. I almost burst from eating 3 meals at once. Vegeta's battle suit restored itself, and he gazed at the evolutionary light beam of the heart of the laws, a rare smile gracing his lips. This is somewhat interesting. Far more engaging than mere destruction. A new journey at the end of Origins commenced. The returning spacecraft traversed the now tranquil turbulence of time and space. Lin Yuan stood before the porthole, watching the heart of the laws gently rotate in golden light. The rainbow light beams of the testing ground encircling the heart like a colorful necklace. Bulma's screen displayed that the resilience of the multiverse's law network had increased by 500, and those former law dead zones had now transformed into law experimental fields, birthing numerous novel balancing laws. Suddenly, the image of the Grand Priest appeared on the screen. Behind him, the Omni King curiously poking a newly birthed experimental law crystal. Harmonizer. The evolution of the heart of the laws has ushered the multiverse into a new phase. But remember, evolution is an endless journey. Beyond the more distant laws, there are more primordial void laws waiting to be defined. Lin Yuan's dual gears suddenly pointed toward the void beyond the universe, where the law fluctuations were more primordial than the external void, yet resonated subtly with the power of origin. He clenched the gears, feeling the call from beyond the laws, a call imbued with the purity and longing of the undefined. As the spacecraft departed from the heart of the laws, the energy of origin transformed into a light stream, merging with the evolutionary light beam of the heart of the laws. Its voice echoed through the starry sky. Thank you, Harmonizer. Coexistence is not the end, but a new beginning. Goku trained with his remnants in the training room, those remnants representing different possibilities of himself. No longer in conflict, but cooperating to practice new techniques. Vegeta delved into the law data of the testing ground, his ultimate flash beginning to integrate the balanced energy of directional destruction and orderly creation, growing ever more powerful and precise. Lin Yuan's gaze turned toward the void beyond the laws, the law ring of the dual gears shimmering with anticipatory light. He understood that the journey of the harmonizer is forever without an end, yet each achievement of balance, each evolution of laws, enriches and fortifies the multiverse. In the radiance of the heart of the laws, a new map unfolded, revealing the void beyond the laws, the undefined possibilities, and the ultimate laws awaiting harmonization. Meanwhile, within the spacecraft's storage compartment, an unseen black gear quietly began to form, its surface etched with the primitive symbols of the void laws, resonating with the origin patterns of the dual gears. This gear shall be the key to unlocking the next journey and the cornerstone of the ultimate balance of the multiverse's laws. The hyperdimensional spacecraft accelerated toward the void of the universe as the golden light and rainbow beams intertwined outside the porthole, painting a trajectory toward the unknown in the starry sky, heralding the onset of grander adventures. Chapter 59. The sealed missive of the Scion scholar. As the transcendent vessel departed from the radiative influence of the heart of the law, the twin gears nestled within Lin Yuan's palm suddenly emanated a cerulean glow. This hue represented the harmonious blend of the Scion principle of balance and the life principle of Namek. Simultaneously, the console's communicator illuminated, revealing a familiar insignia, the Sun Wukong Academy for Academic Research in Satan City. An urgent summons from Wukong. Upon connection, the image of Wukong, clad in a white researcher's coat, appeared on the screen, his glasses reflecting the faint luminescence of ancient texts. Behind him, shelves brimming with Scion hieroglyphic manuscripts stood tall. Mr. Lin Yuan, I apologize for interrupting your journey, he stated, adjusting his glasses with the meticulousness characteristic of a scholar. While interpreting ancient Scion tablets, I uncovered records regarding the parasitic entities of the law. These parasites feed on imbalanced laws, and there are indications of a significant outbreak in the southern galaxy. The tablets claimed that only the bearer of the twin gears can purify them. Goku leaned closer to the screen, clapping Wukong on the shoulder with jovial laughter. Wukong, it has been ages. What remarkable discovery have you made this time? The law parasites sound even more troublesome than Cell. His eyes gleamed with pride as he reminisced about Wukong's battles in his youth. Vegeta scoffed, tapping his fingers against the armrest. The ancient texts of the Saiyans never speak in vain. These parasites are likely connected to the remnants of the law of destruction that led to the demise of Saiyan relics. Suddenly, his detector emitted an alarm, and the screen displayed a map of the southern galaxy riddled with numerous cavities, each consuming the surrounding balanced energy. The cerulean glow of Lin Yuan's twin gears intensified. Projecting a holographic image of the tablet, it depicted a three-headed, six-armed Saiyan warrior piercing a swirling black mist with a spear, within which countless diminutive parasites could be discerned. Their tendrils entwined with distorted Saiyan runes. This served as the ancient Saiyan totem of the Guardians of the Law. Lin Yuan traced the runes with his fingertip, as the tablet revealed that these parasites were birthed from the remnants of the Law Wars, specifically preying upon the vulnerabilities within the Law network, distorting the balanced laws into extreme forms. Upon the vessels leaped to the edge of the southern galaxy. A harrowing sight unfolded. The once resplendent nebula was shrouded in a grayish miasma of law, within which parasitized planets floated. Some planets had their gravitational laws inverted, with zero gravity at the equator and 100-fold at the poles, while others experienced time laws that randomly oscillated, causing inhabitants to intermittently revert to childhood or age instantaneously. Strangely, one Saiyan colony planet exhibited warriors in a state of eternal rage, mindlessly attacking all in sight, yet impervious to harm, as their life laws had been rewritten by the parasites to permit only combat, devoid of death. The collision of scholarship and law ensued. As Wukong awaited with the ancient texts in orbit around the colony planet, his vessel emblazoned with the inscription, Sun Wukong Academy for Cosmic Law Research. Upon seeing Lin Yuan and the others, he promptly initiated a holographic projection. According to the tablet, the core of the law parasites is crystallized extreme emotions. The excessive rage and fear released by ancient Saiyans during the Law Wars fused with the unpurified law of destruction to give rise to these monstrosities. He gestured towards the flickering red dots in the projection. Each parasitic planet harbors an emotional nest that continuously produces offspring parasites. Ordinary attacks can only eliminate the spawn. To eradicate them entirely, the emotional crystal of the nest must be purified. The challenge lies in the fact that the nest absorbs the host's emotional energy, growing stronger with each fierce attack. Lin Yuan's twin gears linked with the law network of the colony planet, allowing him to sense the seething rage of countless warriors coursing through the network like molten lava, their emotions twisted into energy by the nest. He pinpointed the location of the nest, situated beneath the ancient Saiyan altar on the colony planet, where remnants of the law of destruction lingered. Wukong, can you decipher the purification incantation inscribed on the altar? The twin gears require emotional guidance for precise purification, and the incantation recorded in the ancient texts may hold the key. Wukong adjusted his glasses, pulling up a high-definition scan of the tablet. This inscription indeed represents a purification spell, but it necessitates a calm battle intent as the key. The rage of the Saiyan warriors will be absorbed by the nest, but if one can maintain tranquility during combat, much like my state when confronting Cell, flames of battle ignited in his eyes, quickly returning to serenity. I can attempt to guide the incantation with calm energy in conjunction with your twin gears. Goku clapped his hands suddenly. I know how to do it. It's like hitting a baseball. One must swing hard while targeting the ball's center. A golden aura flared around him, but he deliberately restrained his ferocity, allowing the flow of energy to turn as smooth as a stream. Vegeta, with a huff, emitted a gentle glow from his super blue aura, evidently having mastered the essence of calm combat. The emotional nest's retaliatory trap struck as the group descended upon the altar plaza. The ground fissured abruptly, and a colossal hand composed of black mist and rage energy erupted forth, its fingertips teeming with minute parasites that twisted the nearby tablets into darkness upon contact. The core of the emotional nest ascended from the crevice, resembling a pulsating black heart, its surface etched with the anguished faces of Saiyan warriors, each emitting a furious roar. Foolish harmonizers. The voice of the nest resonated from countless angry consciousnesses, suddenly unleashing an emotional shockwave infused with the painful memories of the Saiyans annihilated by Frieza. and the humiliating memories under Babidi-S control, attempting to ignite the negative emotions of all present. Let your rage rise. Let the battle commence. Your emotions shall nourish me. Goku's gaze faltered momentarily as images of Krillin's death at Frisia's hands flashed through his mind, his Super Saiyan aura flaring violently. Wukong promptly released his calm energy, surrounding Goku with a cerulean flow. Dad, focus on the present. Anger 1T resolve our issues. His voice resonated with a tranquil power, gradually stabilizing Goku's aura. Vegeta's fists clenched tightly, his controlled memories destabilizing his energy fluctuations. Lin Yuan's twin gears swiftly released the law of balance, golden light merging with Vegeta's energy stream. Those memories are metals, not shackles. Your current calmness is the true growth of a Saiyan. Seeing that its emotional assault was ineffective, the nest suddenly injected numerous parasites into the surrounding enraged warriors. These warriors expanded in size, their skin turning black and their eyes igniting with red flames. Their attacks becoming chaotic and devoid of structure. This was the nest's tactic of emotional assimilation, employing the parasitized warriors to drain the energy of the collective. Wukong, prepare the purification incantation. The cerulean glow of Lin Yuan's twin gears surged, forming a spiral light track in the air. I need you to recite the incantation at the peak brightness of the light track, with an accuracy of no more than 0.1 seconds. Wukong inhaled deeply, tracing his fingertip across the projection of the tablet, infusing the runes with calm energy. Wisdom of the ancient Saiyans, heed my call. Anger as the blade, calm as the sheath. Return the law to its rightful place. Let emotions dissipate. At the moment the incantation was spoken, the runes on the tablet glimmered with cerulean light, perfectly resonating with the light track of the twin gears. The symbiotic purification of calmness and rage transpired as Lin Yuan seized the moment of resonance between the light track and the runes, infusing the emotional nest with the law of balance. The golden flow of the law sliced through the black heart with surgical precision, causing the nest to tremble violently, the anguished faces on its surface beginning to distort and fade. Yet, just as purification was on the cusp of completion, the nest erupted in one final act of defiance, condensing all residual laws of destruction into a black spear aimed directly at Wukong. Be careful. Goku instantly shielded Wukong with his body, gathering the Kamehameha in his palm, which coalesced into a cerulean wave of calm energy. Within the wave flowed no violent energy, only a continuous force akin to flowing water, striking precisely against the spear. Vegeta's ultimate flash transformed into a blue light chain, enveloping the core of the mother nest. The Saiyan runes upon the chain flickered continuously, converting the mother nest's furious energy into serene light particles. Such a level of backlash was still insufficient. Lin Yuan's twin gears merged seamlessly with Gohan's calm aura, forming a tricolored flow of azure, blue, and gold. This luminous stream did not forcibly suppress the mother nest. Rather, it embraced it like a warm spring, gently converting the rage energy into a controllable combat will, akin to how Saiyans can fight in anger yet remain ungoverned by it. The black heart of the mother nest gradually became transparent within the flow, ultimately transforming into countless azure light points that merged into the colonization star's network of laws. The warriors who had been parasitized returned to their original forms. Although the fire of battle still flickered in their eyes, they now possessed a newfound tranquility and clarity. The runes on the stone tablet illuminated entirely, forming an emotional equilibrium spring in the center of the square, capable of purifying excessive negative emotions while preserving a normal combat will. Gohan adjusted his glasses, gazing at the restored planet with a satisfied smile. It turned out that ancient Saiyans had long understood that true strength lies not in suppressing emotions, but in coexisting with them. Lin Yuan's twin gears acquired a new azure emotional equilibrium pattern, harmoniously rotating with other law patterns. This was the ultimate form of the Saiyan laws, capable of unleashing power in battle while safeguarding the homeland in tranquility. With the addition of the academic harmonizer, the returning spaceship saw Gohan's research data interface seamlessly with the superdimensional ship S system. He called up a new star map, marking 7 potential points of law imbalance, each accompanied by detailed literary analysis. These are the danger zones I inferred from ancient texts. Some relate to the life laws of Namek, while others involve the time laws of the angels. If Mr. Lin Yuan does not mind, I wish to join your journey. utilizing academic research to assist in law harmonization. Goku excitedly clapped Gohan on the shoulder, exclaiming, "That's wonderful. More people will make for a grander adventure." Gohan's wisdom combined with Lin Yuan's gears will surely resolve all issues. Although Vegeta did not speak, he regarded Gohan's focused data analysis with a rare hint of approval at the corners of his mouth. After all, there are few Saiyans in the universe who can perfectly blend combat with scholarship. Lin Yuan's twin gears spun in his palm, intertwining the azure emotional patterns with the golden origin patterns, projecting an image of their next destination, a time ruin floating in the cosmos, where fragments of angelic halos could be faintly discerned. Suddenly, Gohan's ancient texts opened automatically, revealing a page detailing the self-correcting mechanism of the time laws, accompanied by a totem resembling the symbol of the Omni King. It seemed their next stop would be to unravel the mysteries of the time laws. Lin Yuan glanced at Gohan, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. With the addition of a Saiyan scholar, this journey would undoubtedly be more intriguing. Gohan adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the image of the time ruins. "I can hardly wait to validate the hypotheses in the ancient texts. It is said that the imbalance of time laws often stems from the overwhelming regret of intervening in the past, which may share a similar logical origin with the emotional parasites we have just resolved." The superdimensional ship altered its course toward the time ruins. Outside the porthole, the law network of the southern galaxy shimmered with azure emotional equilibrium light, intertwining with the golden glow of the heart of the laws, while the colorful light of the memory star trails wove a net against the starry backdrop. Lin Yuan understood that the new journey, enriched by the participation of a Saiyan scholar, was now imbued with greater uncertainty and potential, and that behind the secret of the time laws perhaps lay the ultimate balance of the multiverse's oldest emotional laws concerning regret and reconciliation. Chapter 60. The Paradox Maze of Time Ruins. The superdimensional ship entered the fringes of the time ruins, where the surrounding spacetime exhibited a bizarre layering phenomenon. Distant meteors simultaneously displayed both complete and shattered forms, while the light of stars flickered repeatedly between emission and absorption, as though the entire universe had been pressed into a disordered playback mode. The azure glow of Lin Yuan's twin gears intertwined with the golden origin patterns, projecting a three-dimensional map of the ruins, where numerous red light points were in motion, each marking a reaction to time paradoxes, akin to a swarm of restless fireflies. An urgent distress signal from the angelic apprentice echoed. "The time laws here are in utter chaos." Bulma's scanner suddenly emitted a sharp alarm, the screen displaying a familiar fluctuation of angelic law, as Miras's emergency signal blinked like the cry of a drowning person. Its source located at the core of the ruins time altar. His life signs flickered between existence and oblivion, much like a piece of candy on the verge of being crushed by the time paradox. Gohan quickly summoned the holographic projection of the ancient texts, his fingers dancing across the virtual pages. The time ruins served as a testing ground for time weapons during the Law Wars. He adjusted his slipping glasses, the lenses reflecting the blood-red runes from the ancient texts, revealing that the ancient Saiyans had attempted to win the war by reversing time, only to create a catastrophic situation. Now, this area was eternally trapped 1 second before the war's conclusion, dragging all entrants into a cycle of their own regrets. He suddenly pointed to the golden ring on the map. "The time quicksand surrounding the altar is the most dangerous. Look at that light point. 3 minutes ago, it was a meteor, and now it has transformed into the phantom of a warrior repeatedly committing suicide." As the ship traversed the layered times, the cabin erupted into a multitude of phantoms. Goku repeatedly witnessed the moment he transformed into a light sphere during the Cell games, each explosion accompanied by Gohan's heart-wrenching cries. Vegeta was forcefully dragged back to Namek, where Frieza crushed his proud image in a continuous loop, the mocking words "Saiyans are inferior beings" forever echoing in his ears. Lin Yuan found himself ensnared in the regrets of parallel worlds, watching as he shattered his twin gears, allowing the multiverse to descend into flames. Do not be misled. Gohan's calm aura suddenly exploded, the azure light splashing cold water over everyone. These are the mental pollutants created by the time parasites. Focus on the warmest memory, such as Chi-Chi's braised pork or Little Bra's smiling face. This tactic proved effective, as Goku's Super Saiyan aura stabilized instantly, subconsciously murmuring about the necessity of soy sauce in braised pork. At the core of the ruins, the time altar revealed Miras's white cloak. now tattered by the flow of time, his body half transparent and half corporeal, while the angelic staff in his hand disintegrated and reformed at a frequency of 3 times per second. Upon seeing Lin Yuan and the others, he weakly raised a fragment of shattered time crystal, his voice intermittent. Quickly, the core is swallowing time. If we delay any longer, the southern galaxy will regress to before the Big Bang. The black vortex in the center of the altar spun wildly, countless shards of time swirling within. Some depicting warriors reaching out for their fallen comrades, others showcasing figures mourning their dying loved ones, the most striking being a Namekian whose Dragon Ball lay before him. Yet his hand for wishing was forever a beat too slow. The paradoxical assault of the time parasites dared to disturb the correction of time? Suddenly, a creature formed from shards of time burst forth from the vortex, its body a twisted Mobius strip, capable of both advancing and retreating. With each fragment playing different moments of regret, it swung its fragmented arms toward the group, emitting a cacophony of screams laden with resentment. Pain is the essence of time. Regret should be eternally cyclical. Goku threw a punch, but at the moment of impact, his fist suddenly retracted to his shoulder, as if it had never been thrown. What the heck? He scratched his head, only to discover that his hand appeared 3 seconds earlier, right in front of his face, swinging a punch. Ouch. He had landed a solid blow on himself. Vegeta's ultimate flash was even more absurd. As the energy emanated from his palm, it flowed backward into his body, causing his hair to stand on end. Damn it. How dare you toy with the Prince of Saiyans? Just as he finished cursing, he realized that his words came out in reverse, sounding like, the Prince of Saiyans dares to toy with. Gohan suddenly clapped his hands. The ancient texts say it fears wills that exist simultaneously in the past and future. He pointed to the glowing fragment embedded in the monster's chest, the very point of its genesis. If only one could deter its past from wishing to be born, its present self would vanish. Yet, one must calculate the temporal discrepancy with precision, ensuring it does not exceed 0.1 seconds. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's twin gears resonated with Myers' staff. As golden light surged up the staff, Myers used the angelic law as a locator. Gohan, prepare the time calibration incantation. Recite it when my light path reaches its apex. 1 second too early or too late would spell doom. Gritting his teeth, Myers summoned his last reserves of strength, causing the staff's tip to erupt with an angelic halo, coordinates locked. In 3 seconds and 21 moments, memories of rivers and boats shall guide us. Navigating upstream, without confusion, and downstream, without rest. Gohan's incantation rang out like a tuning drum, as golden light surged against the flow of time, striking precisely at the moment of the monster's birth. It was the point of regret for a Saiyan warrior in the Law War. Suddenly, a memory surfaced before his demise. A comrade grasped his hand, declaring, "We shall live on in your stead," as regret intertwined with a sense of release. The monster's Mobius-ringed body suddenly jammed, as warm fragments began to infiltrate the loop of regret. Goku witnessed the instant Gohan leaped into his embrace upon resurrection, and Vegeta recalled the moment Trunks first called him father. Even Lin Yuan was reminded of the dazzling scenes of universal balance being restored. It was inconceivable. How could regret simply vanish? The monster began to crumble, fragments cascading down. Time was indeed a cruel one-way street. Yet Lin Yuan's voice pierced through the gloom like sunlight. Time has never been a one-way street. It is our obsessions that have rendered it a dead end. The true law of time is to advance with all memories, both good and bad, marking our growth. The resonance of ancient wisdom and the angelic law grew stronger as the monster disintegrated, and the black vortex gradually calmed, revealing the heart of time at its center. A golden crystal composed of countless memory fragments, showcasing images of the past, present, and future simultaneously. Myers finally regained his corporeal form, trembling with excitement as he cradled the heart of time. This is it. By infusing it with the law of balance, the entire time flow of this ruin will resume its normal course. Lin Yuan's multifaceted law ring suddenly exploded, with azure, gold, white, and brown light pouring into the crystal like a rainbow. The heart of time began to pulse rhythmically, and the layered phenomena of the ruins vanished in an instant. Shattered meteors reassembled, the light of stars obediently surged forward, and those fragments of time transformed into shooting stars, soaring into the cosmos, as if fulfilling long-held wishes. Gohan's ancient tome began to turn pages on its own, revealing new formulas that shone brightly. time flow velocity, memory temperature, growth rate, concentration of regret, and obsession. His hand trembled as he adjusted his glasses. So, the speed of time is indeed determined by one's state of mind. The more one releases their burdens, the smoother their journey. The more one is entangled, the more each day feels like a year. Myers repaired his staff and solemnly handed Lin Yuan an angelic emblem. This is a time stabilizer. It will anchor your memories in the event of a temporal paradox. The Grand Priest was right. The ultimate balance of time is to reconcile with oneself. New silver lines appeared on the twin gears, perfectly interlocking with other patterns to form a closed loop. The surface of the gears displayed new life within the ruins. Grass sprouted upon the remnants of war. New stars were born at the edges of the ruins, and the flow of time traced elegant arcs, steadily advancing with all memories in tow. A new direction of the river of time emerged. As they returned, Goku complained while rubbing his stomach. I just had 3 meals in the chaotic flow of time. And now I'm hungry again. Time is truly peculiar. Vegeta shot him an exasperated glance, but secretly shared some of his energy, having expended much during the recent time reversal. Gohan entered the new findings into the database and suddenly pointed at the screen, exclaiming, "Look! The last page of the tome states that collecting all the law patterns will awaken the Mother of Laws. She is the entity that created all laws and is currently slumbering within the core of origins." Lin Yuan's twin gears suddenly heated up, the law ring pointing deep into the cosmos, where the heart of laws responded to the silver glow of temporal balance, forming a luminous bridge to the unknown. He tightened his grip on the gears, feeling a distinct pulse in his palm, a call from the core of origins, gentle yet powerful. As the spaceship departed, Myers waved goodbye. "The Omni King is still awaiting our report. Until we meet again, I shall treat you to angelic special time jelly." He transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing into the flow of time. Goku leaned against the window, gazing at the shimmering points of memory within the river of time. "Gohan, do you think when we grow old, we will also become stars within the fragments of time?" Gohan nodded with a smile. "As long as someone remembers us, we shall continue to shine in this world." Lin Yuan gazed towards the end of the luminous bridge, aware that their next journey would lead them to the core of origins, where the ultimate secrets of the laws lay concealed, perhaps accompanied by an origin crisis that would require everyone's collaboration. But at this moment, the laughter within the spaceship, the starlight outside the window, and the gentle chime of the gears all conveyed the same truth. As long as one advances with memories and courage, even the most arduous journey can transform into a radiant star trail. The hyperdimensional spaceship accelerated towards the light bridge, a new adventure awaiting at the end of the origins. Chapter 61. The crystallization of the laws at the core of origins as the hyperdimensional spaceship traversed the bridge of time. The entire cabin was suddenly enveloped in a warm golden light. The twin gears in Lin Yuan's palm spun rapidly, the silver temporal patterns colliding with azure emotional patterns, creating sparkling fragments that projected an image of a forest composed of crystallized laws on the console. This was the entrance to the core of origins, where each crystalline tree bore glimmering fruits of law. An unexpected addition by Xiao Fong. "Grandpa, wait for me." A clear voice rang out from the cargo hold of the spaceship as a little girl with twin ponytails emerged, clutching a massive energy detector, none other than Goku's granddaughter. Xiao Fong, clad in a miniature battle suit and smeared with chocolate sauce, it was evident that she had stealthily hidden in the cargo hold. "Xiao Fong, how did you get here?" Goku exclaimed in surprise and delight, lifting his granddaughter high above his head. "This place is dangerous. There are monsters that consume time everywhere." Yet Xiao Fong boasted proudly, clutching her detector. "I have this. It's the law fluctuator that Daddy invented. It can detect danger in advance. And I've already learned the starting moves of the Kamehameha." She demonstrated a clumsy pose as she spoke. Gohan rubbed his forehead, smiling helplessly. "This child snuck onto the spaceship while I was organizing the ancient texts." Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Fong suddenly pointed at the crystalline forest on the screen, exclaiming, "Look, those sparkling trees have energy, sweeter than Grandpa's Super Saiyan energy." Everyone then realized that the light from the crystalline trees indeed registered as high-purity sweet energy on the detector. Vegeta snorted dismissively but bent down to adjust Xiao Fong's misaligned battle suit. "Humph, don't be a hindrance. If danger arises, hide behind this prince." Xiao Fong stuck out her tongue. Grandpa Vegeta is still so proud. Infuriated, Vegeta puffed out his cheeks and glared, yet he couldn't help but chuckle. The spaceship landed on the law plane at the edge of the core of origins, the ground beneath their feet composed of translucent law crystals, revealing golden energy flowing beneath. The distant crystalline forest radiated a soft glow, each leaf displaying different scenes of cosmic births, spectacles of star formation, tender moments of life's inception, and fierce clashes of laws. Lin Yuan's twin gears trembled violently as the law ring resonated with the crystalline forest, a vague female silhouette emerging in his consciousness, slumbering deep within the woods. The mother of laws resided within. He pointed to the largest crystalline tree at the center of the forest, cautioning that the law crystals would amplify emotions. When happy, they would grow stronger, and when fearful, they would weaken, urging everyone to maintain their composure. Before he could finish, Xiao Fang suddenly shouted, "Look, moving trees." A few crystalline trees uprooted, their trunks sprouting eyes and arms, curiously observing them. These guardians of the laws bore no hostility. They merely tilted their trunks, gently brushing their leaves against the group. When they touched Goku, the leaves transformed into golden bananas. When they reached Vegeta, they morphed into blue energy spheres. And upon meeting Xiao Fang, they unexpectedly bloomed into pink flowers. The emotional trial of the Faze Sun Lin upon delving into the depths of the forest. The surrounding Faze crystals began to project increasingly vivid images. Before Wukong, scenes from his childhood training with his grandfather, Wu Fan, materialized. As Wu Fan cheerfully handed him a Rui Bang, and his Super Saiyan aura instantly transformed into a warm glow. Meanwhile, Vegeta witnessed the moment when Bulma first bandaged his wounds, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips as his energy softened considerably. However, danger lurked nearby. As the group ventured into a zone filled with black crystals, the visuals around them abruptly darkened. Wukong was confronted with repeated images of Klin's sacrifices. Vegeta saw the fiery explosion of the Saiyan homeworld, and Wu Fan became engulfed in the painful memories of his father's sacrifice during the battle with Shalu. The black crystals began to absorb their negative emotions, and the ground gradually morphed into a viscous swamp, pulling them deeper with each struggle. This is bad. It is an emotional trap. Lin Yuan's twin gears erupted with light, attempting to dispel the negativity, yet the black crystals possessed an overwhelming capacity for absorption. Unexpectedly, Xiao Fang began to hum a tune, a lullaby taught to her by Chi Chi. The stars blink, the moon smiles wide, worries take flight, sweet dreams by my side. Strangely, upon the onset of her song, the absorption power of the black crystals significantly diminished. What a remarkable tactic! Wukong joined in the melody, his Super Saiyan aura morphing into a warm golden hue, dissipating the swamp into a mist. Although Vegeta felt reluctant to sing, he tapped his toes to the rhythm, forming an energy shield that kept the black crystals at bay. Wu Fan adjusted his glasses, pondering. Ancient texts record that pure innocence can purify negative laws. Xiao Fang's song is the finest antidote. Beneath the largest crystal tree in the heart of the forest, a female figure composed of golden energy floated gracefully in the air. Her form was adorned with countless law patterns, her features indistinct yet exuding a gentle aura. Surrounding her, the crystal tree bore numerous glimmering law fruits, each encapsulating a distinct primal law: creation, balance, change, and protection. Yet beneath her, a gray void mist was spreading, gradually eroding the golden energy. Lin Yuan's twin gears indicated this was the law fatigue of the origin core. Much like a person wears out, the mother of all laws, having created too many, was gradually weakening, and the void mist was seizing the opportunity to encroach upon her consciousness. The awakening of the mother of laws was met with a profound inquiry. Who disturbs my slumber? As her eyes slowly opened, her gaze, encompassing all, swept over the gathered individuals. Each person's mind resonated with her gentle voice. You come bearing different laws. For what purpose? Lin Yuan stepped forward, his twin gears hovering in his palm. We have come to awaken you. The origin core is being eroded by the void, and the law network of the multiverse has begun to fracture. The mother of laws gently shook her head, her golden energy fluctuations becoming chaotic. I created the laws, yet I too shall be consumed by them. The void is the breath of the universe. Where there is existence, there is annihilation. This is the natural order. Suddenly, Xiao Fang dashed forward, tilting her head and declaring loudly, No. Mama said that when one is tired, they must rest, not give up. Look, when Grandpa Vegeta is tired, he takes a nap, and upon waking, he can fight bad guys again. Her words caused a noticeable pause in the Mother of Law's energy fluctuations. She curiously regarded Xiao Fong. Such a small life, yet you grasp such profound truths. Wukong scratched his head and pointed at the cosmic imagery on the crystal tree. I don't understand grand philosophies, but I know that living should be lively. If the universe vanished, there would be no one to spar with me and no one to enjoy Chi-Chi's cooking. His words ignited the surrounding golden crystals, emanating a joyful radiance, causing the void mist to retreat. Vegeta stepped forward, unusually serious. The Saiyans revere the strong, but the strong must also protect what they cherish. Mother of Laws, your children, referring to the multiverse, need you. His proud energy resonated with the Mother of Laws, a stream of blue light flowing into her being. Wu Fan adjusted his glasses, bringing forth the final records from the ancient texts. The ultimate law is love. It is not simply romantic affection, but the intent to protect, the joy of growth, and the bonds that transcend the universe. He projected the text into the air, the words transforming into golden light trails that entwined around the Mother of Laws. Lin Yuan's twin gears fully unfurled, merging everyone's energy and emotions into a vibrant rainbow stream. The laws you created are being perpetuated by our love and courage. Please awaken and rise against the void. Your children have grown and can stand by your side to confront the void. The Mother of Laws gradually became clearer within the stream of light, extending her hand to gently touch each person's forehead. When she reached Wukong, she laughed, a heart of pure combat, akin to a nascent star. Upon touching Vegeta, she nodded in approval. The gentleness beneath pride shines brighter than a supernova. When she reached Wu Fan, wisdom flickered in her eyes. The fusion of knowledge and courage is the future of the laws. Upon meeting Xiao Fong, her brilliance intensified. The innocent eyes of a child reveal the truest beauty of the laws. Finally, she grasped Lin Yuan's hand, and the twin gears completely merged with her energy. Harmonizer, you have gathered the balance of all laws and uncovered the essence of the laws. The void is not to be feared. As long as there is love and memory, the laws shall never fade. The final counterattack of the void commenced. Just as the Mother of Laws fully awakened, a piercing roar echoed from the depths of the forest, and a torrent of void mist erupted from the ground, coalescing into a colossal shadow, larger than any creature encountered before. Its form was composed entirely of pure void, capable of consuming all law energy, withering the crystal trees in its wake. This is the source of the void. The Mother of Law's voice grew grave. It fears my awakening, seeking to completely devour the origin core before I regain my strength. The shadow emitted a silent roar, unleashing a multitude of void tendrils that lunged toward Xiao Fong. You shall not harm Xiao Fong. Wukong instantly transformed into super blue, condensing a Kamehameha into a golden wave of familial affection, infused with warm memories of his family, capable of resisting the void's consumption. Vegeta's ultimate flash morphed into a shield of protection, encasing the group, the shield displaying the smiling faces of Bulma and Bra. Wu Fan's composed demeanor combined with the ancient texts, drawing a massive law formation on the ground. Everyone, enter the formation. We must use the multiverse emotional laws to combat it. Xiao Fong stood at the center of the formation, raising an energy detector, which absorbed the emotional energy of everyone present, radiating a dazzling light. This is the energy of love and courage. Lin Yuan's twin gears synchronized perfectly with the Mother of Law's energy, the law rings forming a gigantic multiverse star map in the air, each planet representing different emotions and laws. The void does not fear strength. It fears the meaning of existence. He shouted, urging the law rings to showcase the splendor of the multiverse. The star map burst forth with myriad lights, the light of friendship between Wukong and Vegeta, the familial warmth of Wu Fan and his family, the pure joy of Xiao Fong, and the balancing light of Lin Yuan harmonizing the laws. These lights wove into a colossal net, ensnaring the void shadow securely. The shadow writhed in agony amidst the light, its form disintegrating. The Mother of Laws extended her hand, golden energy infusing the light net. The void originates from the fear of non-existence, but as long as we remember one another, existence shall never fade. With her words, the void shadow gradually became transparent, ultimately transforming into countless specks of light, merging into the energy flow of the origin core. It turned out that the void was not evil, but rather a lonely energy yearning to be remembered. As the crisis subsided, the crystals of the origin core revitalized. The withered crystal trees sprouting new buds, and the void mist transforming into nourishing soil energy, rendering the entire forest a sight of unprecedented beauty. The figure of the Mother of Laws fully merged with the origin core, her voice resonating in the minds of all. Thank you, my children. The balance of the laws is not the end, but the continuation of love. No matter what challenges the future holds, as long as we carry each other's memories forward, there is no difficulty we cannot overcome. A new beginning in the multiverse on board the returning spacecraft. Each individual carried newfound insights. Wukong was in the training room, attempting to infuse Qin into the Kamehameha technique, producing waves of light imbued with a sweet aroma. Vegeta was engrossed in researching how to incorporate the spirit of guardianship into combat, rendering his ultimate flash more precise and gentle. Gohan was meticulously organizing the discoveries from their journey. The ancient text had automatically completed its conclusion. The ultimate answer of the laws is love and memory. Xiaofang leaned against the porthole, watching the origin core recede into the distance, resembling a colossal golden heart, rhythmically pulsating in the cosmos. Lin Yuan giggled. Will the Mother of Laws still sleep? Lin Yuan smiled and nodded. She will awaken when we need her, just like our memories, which lie hidden in our hearts, becoming warm and powerful upon recollection. A new pink line representing love and memory appeared on Lin Yuan's dual gear law ring, harmoniously merging with the other patterns, creating a truly complete multiversal law ring. The surface of the gears manifested the smiling faces of all companions, gently rotating in the light, as if narrating the warmest laws of the multiverse. The spacecraft sailed towards the familiar seventh universe, and the starlit sky outside was more resplendent than ever. Lin Yuan realized that the journey of the harmonizer continued, but as long as they had each other, with their love and memories, they could face any impending crises of law together. Under the radiance of the origin core, new adventures awaited, and this time, they would carry with them a warmer law to continue safeguarding the balance and beauty of the multiverse. Chapter 62. The imbalanced storm of the law crystals. As the hyperdimensional spacecraft traversed the light bridge of the origin core, the internal law detector suddenly emitted a buzzing sound. Lin Yuan's palm felt a violent tremor from the dual gear, as the silver time patterns and azure emotion patterns on the multiversal law ring illuminated simultaneously, projecting an internal image of the origin core onto the console. A golden core with a diameter of 10,000 miles suspended in the void, adorned with countless law crystals. These crystals, which should have radiated harmonious colors, now bore a grayish-black hue, resembling rusted gems. The faint call of the Mother of Laws echoed. The crystals are wilting. Gohan's ancient text unexpectedly flipped open, revealing golden characters in the blank space of the last page. The consciousness of the Mother of Laws lay deep within the core, and the crystals were her neural pathways, now half of which were decaying. He pointed to the area in the image where the gray-black crystals congregated, indicating that the law energy was flowing in reverse, as if the lifeblood of the multiverse were flowing backward. The spacecraft entered the interior of the origin core. Surrounded by breathtaking scenery, countless law crystals hung like crystal chandeliers, some pulsating with the red light of Saiyan combat laws, others shimmering with the green light of Namekian life laws. In the center, a massive crystal faintly revealed the outline of a woman, the slumbering Mother of Laws. However, as they progressed deeper, the gray-black crystals became increasingly prevalent, and the law flows they passed were imbued with an icy chill. Suddenly, Wukong pointed to a gray-black crystal. It seems there is someone inside. Indeed, within the crystal lay a frozen, blurry figure, which upon closer inspection turned out to be a guardian of the Omni King, frozen in a pose of wielding a sword, his face contorted in terror. The voice of Meruz came through the communicator. These are the guardians of laws near the origin core, trapped in the frozen state of the imbalanced crystals, their consciousness eternally suspended in that moment. Lin Yuan's dual gear suddenly soared towards the central crystal, resonating with the patterns on its surface. His consciousness delved into the core, where he heard a gentle yet frail voice. Harmonizer. The law crystals are repelling the chaotic energy from outside. They are afraid. The voice was intermittent, like a flickering candle in the wind. Gohan swiftly analyzed the composition of the crystals. high concentrations of external chaotic residue detected. It's the impurities that weren't filtered out from the previous bidirectional passage. These impurities had infiltrated the cracks of the crystals, obstructing the flow of the Mother of Law's consciousness, akin to sand invading blood vessels. He retrieved the purification plan from the ancient text, which required neutralizing the impurities with the primordial laws. Yet the primordial laws were hidden deep within the crystals, necessitating the unblocking of the frozen law pathways first. Before he could finish speaking, the gray-black crystal ahead suddenly exploded, and its fragments coalesced into a grotesque crystal beast. Its body was composed of gray-black law shards. Its mane comprised of law flows moving in reverse, and its claws crystallized with the freezing energy of the laws. With each step, the golden crystals beneath it rapidly turned gray-black. Outsiders, roll away. The beast's roar caused the surrounding law crystals to tremble violently. Wukong attempted to transform into Super Saiyan, only to find his energy forcibly frozen in the vicinity of the beast, where all law energy was compelled to stagnate. Damn it, I can't move my energy. He stomped his feet in frustration, his fists frozen midair. Vegeta's ultimate flash, just formed, was struck by the beast's freezing wave, instantly transforming into an ice sculpture that shattered with a crack. This freezing was more peculiar than Frisia's absolute zero. He had no choice but to retreat, as the edges of his battle suit were already coated in gray-black ice crystals, capable of freezing the very essence of the laws. Gohan's calm demeanor suddenly formed a protective shield. The ancient text states that the imbalanced crystals fear the resonance of the multiversal laws. Mr. Lin Yuan, use your dual gear to guide our law energy while I locate the impurities concentration points. His eyes emitted a red glow, marking numerous red dots on the beast, indicating the densest spots of impurities, where attacking would temporarily unfreeze the laws. Lin Yuan's dual gear ascended into the air, and the multiversal law ring emitted a spectrum of colors. Wukong, focus your guardian law. Vegeta, infuse balance law. We shall create a flowing warmth of law. The golden guardian light merged with the blue balancing energy in the light trails, forming a warm energy flow that struck the red dots on the beast. A miracle occurred. The gray-black crystals struck began to melt, revealing the colorful radiance beneath, and the beast's freezing ability diminished instantly. Seizing the moment, Wukong broke free from his constraints, unleashing the warm flow of Kamehameha. Behold my warm flow Kamehameha. The golden light enveloped the beast like a hot spring, causing the previously frozen law energy to begin flowing anew. However, the beast suddenly went berserk, crashing into the central crystal, and the gray-black energy spread like ink, causing more golden crystals to turn gray-black. The voice of the Mother of Laws grew weaker. The crystals are shattering. My consciousness is dissipating. Harmonizer, quickly, the resonance ritual of the primordial laws. Gohan discovered 7 grooves on the central crystal, perfectly matching the 7 law patterns of the dual gear. These are resonance grooves. We need to inject the corresponding law energy into the grooves to awaken the primordial laws. Mr. Lin Yuan, your gear will handle positioning, while I guide the energy. Wukong and Vegeta will fend off the beast. Lin Yuan's dual gear soared before the central crystal, and the multiversal law ring precisely fitted into the grooves. The red Saiyan pattern aligned with the combat groove, the green Namekian pattern with the life groove, and the silver time pattern with the flow groove. As the final gray external pattern embedded into the groove, the central crystal erupted in a dazzling brilliance. Now is the time. Gohan recited the resonance incantation from the ancient text. The source is the root, the law is the leaf, 7 patterns resonate, impurities dissolve. The incantation activated the law energy within the grooves, and 7 differently colored law flows coursed along the crystal patterns, like 7 rivers converging into a sea. Wukong and Vegeta stood back to back, fending off the beast's attacks. Wukong's warm flow Kamehameha continuously washed over the beast, preventing it from approaching the central crystal. Vegeta transformed his super blue energy into a balancing light chain, ensnaring the beast's limbs and restricting its movements. This guy's recovery is more troublesome than Bu. Beads of sweat trickled down Vegeta's forehead as the light chain began to corrode under the influence of gray-black energy. The brilliance of the central crystal intensified, and the outline of the Mother of Laws became increasingly distinct. She extended her hand, her fingertips touching the dual gear, allowing a pure primordial law to flow into Lin Yuan's body. This law bore no color, yet encompassed the very essence of all laws within the multiverse. Akin to the first ray of light heralding the birth of all things, Lin Yuan infused the primordial laws into the gray-black crystals, causing the chaotic impurities from beyond to dissolve rapidly, akin to snow melting in sunlight. The colossal crystal beast emitted a tortured roar as its body gradually disintegrated under the cleansing power of the primordial laws, transforming into pure energy that was absorbed by the central crystal. As the final piece of gray-black crystal was purified, the origin core erupted with a warm radiance. All law crystals regained their vibrant and harmonious hues, and the frozen law guardians were liberated from the crystals, moving their stiff bodies to bow in gratitude to Lin Yuan and the others. The central crystal slowly opened, revealing a figure clad in a robe woven from starlight. She was the Mother of Laws. Her hair flowed like the laws themselves. Her eyes encompassed the entire universe, and her voice was gentle yet powerful. "Thank you, Harmonizer. It is you who have restored the flow of the multiversal laws." Wukong, curious, poked the Mother of Laws robe, his fingertip passing through the starlight without harm. "Are you the one who created all the laws? Your robe feels like cotton candy." The Mother of Laws smiled and conjured an energy candy. "Would you like to try? It is made from pure laws, and consuming it will surely uplift your spirits." Though Vegeta maintained his vigilance, he could not help but concede. "Your law energy is indeed purer than the Omni King's erasure laws." The Mother of Laws regarded him kindly. "The combat laws of the Scions are quite fascinating, filled with destruction yet harboring warmth of protection. This embodies the essence of balance." Suddenly, Gohan's ancient tome snapped shut on its own, a new emblem, the mark of the Mother of Laws, appearing on its cover. The tome is complete. He adjusted his glasses in excitement, realizing that the knowledge of law balance had been recorded, ensuring that even without the twin gears, the universe could maintain equilibrium on its own in the future. Lin Yuan's twin gears floated before the Mother of Laws, resonating with her starlit robe. She gently touched the gears. "Harmonizer, your mission is not yet complete. The exchange of laws between the multiverse and the outside realm has only just begun. New balance requires new harmonization methods." Her fingertips left behind a starry pattern on the gears, a primordial harmonization mark that would help find the key to balance in any law environment. The light of the origin core grew ever brighter as the Mother of Laws began to merge with it. "I will continue to safeguard the balance of laws. But the future of the multiverse ultimately depends on your own path. Remember, balance is not stillness, it is the harmony of flow." Her voice echoed within the core. "When you need assistance, simply let the twin gears resonate with the origin core, and I shall respond." As the spacecraft departed from the origin core, the luminous bridge behind transformed into countless law crystals, scattered like stars throughout the universe, forming a belt of law balance. Wukong, with a piece of law candy in his mouth, mumbled, "I want to come back next time. The candy made by the Mother of Laws is even tastier than booze." Vegeta, observing the ever-improving twin gears, surprisingly refrained from scoffing. The primordial harmonization mark is indeed somewhat useful. On his battle suit, the law patterns resonated with the gears. Shimmering softly, Gohan stored the information of the origin core in the database, only to discover a hidden record. It turns out the truth behind the law wars is that the ancient Scions sought to forcibly control the primordial laws, leading to the imbalance. True harmonization is never about controlling the laws, but about coexisting with them. Lin Yuan's gaze turned towards the depths of the universe, where the primordial harmonization mark of the twin gears was flickering, pointing towards the boundary between the external void and the multiverse. There, new law exchanges were taking shape, comprising the stable laws of the multiverse and the chaotic energies from beyond, both nurtured under the influence of the balance belt, giving rise to entirely new forms of law. He understood that the journey of the harmonizer would never reach an end. Yet, as long as the twin gears continued to turn and the faith of his companions endured, the balance of the multiverse would always remain intact. The hyperdimensional spacecraft accelerated towards the new unknown, the belt of law balance intertwining with the light of the origin core, tracing a hopeful trajectory across the starry sky. The new path of harmonization had only just begun. Chapter 63. The Law Trials of the Martial Arts Tournament. As the fluctuations of the laws from the origin core began to settle, the communicator of the hyperdimensional spacecraft suddenly emitted an urgent signal, the sender being Krillin from Kame House. When the screen illuminated, Krillin, bald-headed and frantic, was seen pacing, while Master Roshi behind him peered through binoculars, ogling beach beauties, startled by Bulma's furious shout. "Mr. Lin Yuan, please come to the scene of the world's martial arts tournament." Krillin's voice was laced with desperation as the camera abruptly shifted to the arena. The once lively stage was now shrouded in a strange purple mist. A contestant in martial arts attire had just thrown a punch, only for his fist to veer off course and land squarely on his own face. There was something amiss with this mist. All attacks were rebounding, and defenses turned into self-harm. Even Master Roshi's Kamehameha rebounded and exploded upon himself. Wukong's eyes lit up at the mention of the martial arts tournament, instantly forgetting the origin core matter. "Is there a fight? I love the martial arts tournament." He leaned closer to the screen, counting the contestants, and suddenly pointed at a familiar figure, Tianjin Han. His 3 eyes were glowing with purple light. Vegeta snorted dismissively but quietly adjusted his battle suit. Is a match among a bunch of weaklings really worthy of such fuss? Yet his scanner had already locked onto the arena, revealing a distorted law map. The mirror-like distortion indicated that all attack laws were being forcibly reversed. Reminiscent of the time Bu absorbed energy, yet far more bizarre. As the spacecraft landed in the audience section of the tournament, chaos reigned. The purple mist moved like a living entity, causing spectators who came into contact with it to apologize uncontrollably, despite having done nothing wrong. The referee, holding up a sign, kept shouting "Start," only for it to turn into "End." Master Roshi attempted to disperse the mist with a Kamehameha, but the energy sphere circled the arena 3 times, accurately exploding on his Hawaiian shirt, leaving the old man in nothing but his shorts. "This is the Law Mirror Mist." Gohan quickly accessed the ancient tome, pointing to an illustration depicting the martial arts tournament. Legend has it that ancient Saiyans would use this mist to test contestants' control over the laws. Only those who could manipulate energy output without relying on instinctive attacks could pass. However, it was clear that the current mist had been enhanced, causing even benevolent actions to be reversed. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's twin gears glowed red, resonating with the purple mist at the center of the arena. His consciousness penetrated the mist, revealing a crystal device buried beneath the stage, inscribed with the emblem of Friesia's army, continuously releasing distorted law energy. It is the remnants of Friesia's forces at work. They have infused the energy of the law parasite into the traditional trial device. "Let me confront this cursed mist with my reverse Kamehameha," Master Roshi exclaimed, pulling out a transformation device. He shouted Kame Sennin's ultimate technique, but as the device illuminated, the mist reversed it into a child's toy, causing him to shrink down to 5 years old, infuriated as he waved his tiny fists. "How ridiculous! Where are my muscles?" Krillin's energy disk fared even worse, spiraling back to him and leaving his bald head even shinier. "What? I was already bald." As Tianjin Han unleashed his 4-demon fist, his 3 eyes began to sparkle, and his fist uncontrollably struck his temple, forcing him to use a Kamehameha to interrupt the action. Wukong, eager to join in, ignited his Super Saiyan aura, only for it to be reversed into a pink hue. "Huh? Why did my hair turn blue-colored?" He attempted to unleash a Kamehameha, which indeed turned back towards him. But just before impact, it suddenly veered off and exploded into the sky. It seemed Wukong's subconscious did not wish to harm himself, and this goodwill caused a subtle deviation in the reversal. "That's it!" Lin Yuan suddenly shouted, as the blue-green emotional patterns of the twin gears lit up. The mist could only reverse pure aggressive intentions. If an attack bore elements of protection or goodwill, the reversal would fail. "Master Roshi, try to use the Kamehameha as a protective shield." Though Roshi appeared as a child, his gaze sharpened instantly. He took a deep breath, and instead of unleashing destructive orbs of light, he manifested a gentle stream of energy enveloped in a soft glow. Kame Senru's Kamehameha. As the golden stream pierced through the mist, the purple haze melted away like ice and snow under the sun, not merely reversing but purifying the surrounding distorted laws. "Remarkable." Kuririn applauded enthusiastically, suddenly recalling something. The organizers had mentioned that the champion of this martial arts tournament could make a wish, utilizing a specially crafted Dragon Ball located in an apparatus beneath the arena. Perhaps Friesia's minions were here to seize that wish. In the center of the arena, the purple mist abruptly coalesced into a colossal mirrored monster, its form composed of the reflections of all the competitors, wielding a black Dragon Ball. "Want a wish? First, you must pass my challenge." It swung its mirrored arms, unleashing countless waves of reversing energy that transformed the audience's cheers into cries of anguish, flowers into thorns. Vegeta could no longer restrain himself, unleashing a Super Saiyan blue aura imbued with the light of balanced laws. Such trivial tricks dare to flaunt themselves before this prince. His ultimate flash did not strike directly. Instead, it formed a blue-light cage around the monster, with Saiyan runes swirling on its surface, redirecting the reversing energy back into the creature's body. Damn it! Cracks began to appear on the mirrored monster's body, yet the black Dragon Ball suddenly glowed a fierce red. Since I cannot win, let us all be destroyed together. I wish for all who can use Ki to lose their energy forever. We cannot allow it to grant that wish. Goku instantaneously teleported behind the monster, pressing his hands upon its shoulders. Gohan, quickly, use your calm energy to disrupt the Dragon Ball. Mr. Lin Yuan, prepare to purify. Gohan's azure calm energy immediately enveloped the Dragon Ball, temporarily freezing its wishing capabilities. Lin Yuan's dual gears transformed into golden diamonds, precisely piercing into the monster's core device. At that moment, the turtle sage suddenly shouted, "Wait, let me make a wish." The elderly man, appearing as a child, sprang into the Kame dance, his comical movements causing the surrounding law-mirrored mist to waver chaotically, catching the attention of the Dragon Ball. My wish is for all distorted laws to revert to their original states, allowing Frieza's minions to reflect upon their actions. The instant the wish was spoken, the black Dragon Ball erupted in golden light, shattering the mirrored monster's form amidst the radiance, while the apparatus beneath the arena emitted explosive sounds, completely purifying the emblem of Frieza's army. As the purple mist dissipated, the turtle sage resumed his elderly appearance, adorned with a new Hawaiian shirt. The reversed audience erupted in cheers once more, and the flowers regained their vibrant hues. The tournament's referee sprinted over with the trophy, only to be embraced by Goku. "Referee, can the champion exchange this for barbecue? I could devour 100 plates." Vegeta rolled his eyes but discreetly nudged the trophy toward the turtle sage as the referee offered it. The old man's safeguarding Kamehameha was not a disgrace after all. The essence of Kame Senryu's laws at the victory banquet. The turtle sage sipped juice while recounting the origins of the martial arts tournament to Lin Yuan. In ancient times, the martial arts tournament was a trial of laws. Victory was not the objective, but understanding how to control power was the true essence. In my youth, I was consumed with thoughts of defeating my opponents, only to later realize that protecting what one cherishes is far more significant than winning 100 battles. Gohan's ancient tome suddenly flipped open on its own, revealing a new page inscribed with, "Martial arts are the laws. Offense and defense embody yin and yang. Those who harmonize strength and gentleness can attain balance." He adjusted his glasses, pondering. So the essence of Kame Senryu is the most fundamental path of law and balance. Lin Yuan's dual gears absorbed the energy from the Dragon Ball, manifesting an additional orange line of martial law, intertwining with the existing patterns to form a more intricate design. The surface of the gear shimmered with images of the turtle sage in his youth, not yet the elderly man, as he wielded the Kamehameha to protect the villagers, his gaze filled with determination. On a moonlit beach, Kirin and the turtle sage sat on the sand gazing at the stars. Kirin suddenly asked, "Master, what do you consider true strength?" The turtle sage pointed at the starry sky. "Just like these stars, some shine bright, while others dim, yet they all radiate light within their own orbits. True strength lies in knowing what one ought to do and steadfastly pursuing it." As the hyperdimensional spaceship prepared for departure, the turtle sage handed Lin Yuan a scroll. "This is the foundational philosophy of Kame Senryu. It may prove useful for your future journeys. Remember, no matter how complex the laws may be, they are always guided by the heart." As the spaceship departed from the tournament venue, Goku continued to lament the barbecue he had missed, while Vegeta analyzed the impact of martial laws on the ultimate flash. Lin Yuan unfurled the scroll, which contained only 8 characters. Where the heart directs, the laws follow. He clenched his dual gears, feeling the call of the core of origins growing clearer. There, the consciousness of the mother of laws was awakening, and the key to unraveling the mystery of her slumber may well be hidden within these seemingly ordinary truths of martial arts. A new journey is about to embark towards the source of the laws. Chapter 64. The law duel of the martial arts tournament, the protective shield of the primary stage of the martial arts tournament suddenly illuminated with a blinding red light. And the law detection device emitted a piercing alarm. The Omni King curiously pointed at the numbers dancing on the screen. Grand Minister, what is that red thing? It shines much brighter than Gohan's calm energy. The Grand Minister's expression grew serious. His golden pupils reflecting the combat scene at the center of the stage. Your Majesty, that is a sign of law rampancy. The law energy of the two warriors has surpassed the balance threshold. Goku versus manifestation of laws. Goku's opponent was a warrior composed entirely of pure law energy. Its body shimmering in flowing gold, with every joint glimmering with the runes of Saiyan combat laws. This opponent, materialized from the heart of laws, perfectly replicated all of Goku's fighting techniques, and could even predict his next moves. You are indeed impressive. Goku's Super Saiyan aura blazed fiercely, illuminating the entire venue. Yet mere imitation cannot defeat me. He suddenly retracted his aura, his body twisting at a defiance of physical laws to evade the opponent's Kamehameha. This was a new technique integrating the laws of time and balance. Time dilation fist, capable of altering his own temporal flow within 0.1 seconds. The Law Warrior instantly copied this technique, leaving countless afterimages on the stage as their fists collided, generating shockwaves that violently shook the protective shield. When the Law Warrior unleashed another Kamehameha, Goku suddenly wore a cunning smile. You'll never learn this trick. He drew a golden vortex before him, absorbing all the energy of the Kamehameha, and then, following the vortex's rotation, unleashed a spiral Kamehameha. The golden energy stream piercing through the Law Warrior's defenses like a drill. Below, Gohan adjusted his glasses, excitedly jotting notes. Dad has combined the laws of time with Kamehameha. This method of energy recycling perfectly aligns with the cohabitation principles of energy conservation and the flow of time. Vegeta, though scoffing, merely remarked that it was a crooked path. But the tension in his clenched fists and the glimmer in his eyes betrayed his interest. Under the impact of the spiral Kamehameha, the Law Warrior began to disintegrate, its golden form breaking apart into countless fragments of law. Goku suddenly ceased his attack, the light of the dual gears flickering in his palm. Battle is not for destruction, but for transcendence. He infused the fragments with the laws of balance, causing them to reassemble in midair into a small core of law, quietly floating at the center of the stage. Vegeta vs. Emotional Parasite. Vegeta's opponent was a troublesome emotional parasite, capable of absorbing the negative emotions of its foes and converting them into its own power. As Vegeta's Super Saiyan Blue aura erupted, the parasite suddenly expanded into a massive black sphere, displaying painful images of the Saiyans' annihilation on its surface, attempting to ignite Vegeta's rage. You think such trivial tricks can provoke me? A cold smile crept onto Vegeta's lips. His Super Saiyan Blue aura suddenly blended with azure emotional balance laws, transforming his anger from a weakness into a wellspring of strength. A golden barrier enveloped his body, reflecting all negative emotions back, while the parasitic entity, struck by the dark energy it had unleashed, emitted a pained howl. Unwilling to concede, the parasitic entity launched another assault, transforming into countless black tendrils, attempting to ensnare Vegeta's form. In an instant, Vegeta vanished from his original position, reappearing above the parasitic entity, his hands coalescing a massive energy sphere before him. Taste this. Balance Ultimate Flash. The golden energy sphere, intertwined with azure blue patterns, embodied both destructive power and the energy to purify negative emotions, striking precisely at the core of the parasitic entity. As the entity gradually dissipated in the radiance, it left behind a pure emotional core. Upon landing, Vegeta observed the cracks on the stage automatically mending, a manifestation of the life principles of Namek. Lin Yuan had long established a life principle array beneath the stage, capable of self-repairing damage incurred during battle. Such a level of adversary did not warrant my full strength. Vegeta, with a haughty turn of his head, felt his ears subtly redden upon spotting Bulma, giving a thumbs up from below the stage. Lin Yuan faced off against the remnants of the Origin's abandonment. Just as Goku and Vegeta achieved their victories, a rift suddenly tore open in the sky above the martial arts tournament, from which the remnants of the Origin's abandonment emerged. Their bodies composed of unchosen fragments of law, exuding an aura of chaos. Do you believe the balance law can save everything? The voice of the Origin's abandonment echoed with a mad scream. The multiverse will inevitably return to chaos. Lin Yuan's twin gears spun rapidly in his palms, releasing a dazzling light from the multiversal law ring. Chaos may be the origin of the universe, but balance is its ultimate destination. Surrounding his body were 12 beams of law, intertwining to form a vast network that ensnared the Origin's abandonment. The chaotic energy relentlessly battered against the law network, striving to tear apart the balance. Lin Yuan's consciousness merged completely with the twin gears, allowing him to discern the state of each law node clearly. Goku, Vegeta, lend me your law energy. Both Goku and Vegeta leaped simultaneously, infusing their Super Saiyan and Super Blue energies into the law network. The golden and blue energy streams merged with the other lights within the law network, creating a rainbow-hued beam shooting towards the heavens. The Origin's abandonment emitted a desperate wail within the beam, its form gradually becoming transparent, ultimately transforming into countless colorful specks of light that merged into the law network. The Omni King clapped his tiny hands excitedly. So impressive. Lin Yuan and Goku are amazing. The Grand Priest nodded with a smile. Your Majesty. This is the power of law balance, both inclusive and formidable. The martial arts tournament concluded amidst cheers, with Goku beaming while cradling the championship trophy, and Vegeta, though only achieving second place, displaying a rare smile. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's twin gears radiated a warm glow, and all the patterns on the multiversal law ring illuminated simultaneously, casting a light bridge towards the Origin's core in the sky. Gohan's ancient tome unexpectedly flipped open, its final page glowing, when the multiversal laws achieve perfect balance. The consciousness of the Mother of Laws shall awaken within the Origin's core, revealing the ultimate mysteries of the universe. Lin Yuan's gaze fixed on the end of the light bridge, where a colossal golden heart pulsated slowly, the legendary Mother of Laws. The Grand Priest approached Lin Yuan, his tone imbued with unprecedented gravity. Harmonizer, the gateway to the Origin's core has been opened. But within lies not only the secrets of the universe, but also the primal force capable of annihilating everything. You must be prepared to face the final trial. Goku patted Lin Yuan's shoulder, his smile radiant. No matter the trial, we will confront it together, just like before. Vegeta huffed disdainfully, yet steadfastly stood beside Lin Yuan, silently expressing his support. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the twin gears, feeling the strength of his companions and the call of the Mother of Laws. He understood that the true adventure was only beginning. The gateway to the Origin's core had opened, and the ultimate mysteries of the universe lay before them. The hyperdimensional spacecraft ascended gently, heading towards the end of the light bridge, with the brilliance of the martial arts tournament fading behind them, while new hopes and challenges awaited ahead. Chapter 65. The Chaotic Daily Life of the Law Supply Station. The hyperdimensional spacecraft sailed towards the light bridge leading to the Origin's core, but chaos erupted within the cabin. Goku, clutching the championship trophy, was in a tug-of-war with a law sprite that had unexpectedly emerged from the trophy, both vying for the Senzu beans. This is my prize with snacks. The sprite grinned while clutching the Senzu bean jar. According to the law, the accessories of the champion's prize belonged to the law sprite. The two chased each other around the table, scattering the battle data Vegeta had meticulously organized. The befuddled law guardian. We've spotted a law supply station ahead. Bulma's scanner suddenly lit up green, revealing a transparent bubble floating amidst the stars, housing a candy house-like structure with colorful streams of law energy billowing from its chimney. Gohan adjusted his glasses and consulted the ancient tome. This is a law supply station, overseen by ancient guardians, capable of replenishing energy for law items. However, the tome mentions that the guardians can be a bit forgetful. As the spacecraft came to a halt, an elderly figure with a sleeping cap floated out of the bubble. His beard was intertwined with law runes, oblivious to the energy flask he was pouring upside down. Welcome. Yon, what type of law energy do you wish to replenish? Life law with strawberry flavor, or balance law with chocolate sauce? Goku's eyes sparkled. I want the energy that can make Senzu beans regenerate infinitely. The elderly guardian fumbled with the energy settings, inadvertently mixing infinite regeneration with random transformation. As he infused energy into Goku's Senzu bean jar, the beans began to wildly transform. Some became running carrots, others morphed into squeaking monkeys, and one even turned into a mini Buu, incessantly nibbling at Goku's finger. I messed up. The old man exclaimed in a panic, his runes flickering wildly. That was meant for Boo's snack transformation set. Vegeta crossed his arms with a cold smirk, as expected. A forgetful old fool. Even a Scion's energy supply can be botched. No sooner had he spoken, the old man accidentally splashed balanced law energy onto Vegeta. The blue energy stream instantly causing his haughty demeanor to crumble. Vegeta suddenly gazed at the picture of Bulma on the spacecraft screen. Grinning foolishly, wife's energy bars are the best. A 3-second silence engulfed the room, before Goku rolled on the ground in laughter. Gohan's glasses skewed from mirth. And even Lin Yuan's twin gears trembled, projecting a holographic image of Vegeta's adorable expression. Vegeta's face flushed crimson, as the super blue aura erupting from him caused the supply station's bubble to hum. You old fool. I will demolish your candy house. The assault of the Law Chaos Beasts. Just as the group was in disarray, an explosion of purple light orbs erupted outside the supply station, from which a swarm of furry little creatures emerged. They bore rabbit ears, squirrel tails, and eyes resembling swirling law vortices. Indeed, the Law Chaos Beasts documented in the ancient tome. These little mischief makers fed on law energy and thrived on disrupting the balance of law. Oh no, they will devour the law items. The old man's sleeping cap flew off in fright, pointing at the chaos beasts as he shrieked. The one with horns loves to munch on angel staffs, and the spotted ones specialize in stealing Saiyan battle energy. True to his words, a spotted chaos beast darted towards Goku, happily gnawing at his super Saiyan aura, turning his golden hair a vibrant green. My hair. Goku wailed, clutching his disheveled green locks. If I look like this, Chi-Chi will scold me. Even more absurdly, a single-horned chaos beast took a bite of Vegeta's battle suit, turning his blue aura into pink, surrounded by countless heart-shaped bubbles. Just as Vegeta was about to explode with anger, he found his voice transformed into an adorable, youthful tone. You all better not laugh. If you do, I will cry for you to see. Laughter erupted once more throughout the venue. Even Lin Yuan could not suppress a smile. Wufan quickly recalled the weaknesses of the Chaos Beasts. Ancient texts revealed that they were averse to harmonious laughter. Laughter could purify their chaotic energy. Wukong immediately pointed at Vegeta's pink aura and laughed heartily. Vegeta, you look like a super Saiyan made of cotton candy. Wufan joined in the laughter, adding, and your voice sounds just like little Bra when she is being adorable. The golden sound waves formed by their laughter enveloped the entire area, causing the chaos beasts to clutch their heads and roll on the ground, their fluffy bodies gradually becoming transparent, until they finally transformed into colorful specks of light that merged into the energy flow of the supply station. Vegeta's aura finally returned to normal, yet it seemed his proud disposition had been reduced by half due to the chaos beasts. Blushing, he muttered, that was merely a tactical disguise. At that moment, a mini-Bu floated by and clung to his leg, exclaiming, Vegeta, your pouting sounds the sweetest. After calming the chaos, the old man finally began to seriously replenish energy. He placed Lin Yuan's dual gears into the energy pool, and the colorful energy within the pool seemed to come alive, swirling along the grooves of the gears. The light of the multidimensional law ring growing ever brighter. These gears are truly exquisite, the old man remarked, stroking his beard. Far more refined than the law clock I crafted in my youth. That clock was capable of controlling the awakening time of the universe, but it was destroyed by a lazy god of destruction. Wukong leaned in curiously and asked, do gods of destruction also sleep in? Lord Beerus seems to be sleeping every day. The old man suddenly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, that's right. He was the one who shattered the clock into pieces, causing the stars of the seventh universe to be delayed by 30 million years in rising. This revelation sent everyone into fits of laughter. Even the usually stern Grand Minister could not help but curve his lips. While replenishing energy into Vegeta's battle suit, the old man became confused again, inadvertently mixing the Saiyan pride law with the cat's gentleness law. As a result, the moment Vegeta donned the battle suit, he instinctively scratched his ear with his paw, and even chased after a butterfly for a couple of steps. Damn it, what is this absurd energy? Vegeta fumed, trying to tear off the suit, only to discover that his tail had uncontrollably curled into a question mark shape. Seizing the opportunity, Wufan used his scanner to record the data. This is a temporary disruption in the law gene chain, classified as a low-risk side effect, lasting approximately 10 minutes. His notebook instantly added a note. Vegeta's cat-like state, likely to chase laser pointers, enjoys being petted, speculated. After the energy replenishment was completed, The old man mysteriously dragged out a large box from the candy house, declaring, "This is the law-blind box, a reward for the warriors who passed the chaos test." The moment the box opened, countless colorful orbs of light burst forth. Some contained little law sprites that could automatically organize data, while others were translators capable of deciphering alien jokes. From the orb that Wukong drew, an automatic bean planting machine rolled out, which immediately sprouted into a small tree laden with Senza beans. Vegeta's orb exploded, releasing a silver law belt, the runes on which could automatically stabilize emotional laws. Finally, something reliable. Just as he fastened the belt, he noticed Wukong's machine had produced Senzu beans that began to scurry around his ankles. Wukong chased after the beans, exclaiming, "Don't run. Even if you turn into a carrot, why have you learned to play hide and seek?" Lin Yuan's orb contained a transparent law crystal, which preserved an image, the scene of the mother of laws in slumber, surrounded by countless law seeds, each corresponding to a possibility within the multidimensional universe. This was the key to the core of origins. As Lin Yuan grasped the crystal tightly, the dual gears suddenly resonated with it, projecting a map of the core of origins, revealing that the energy of the laws inside was even more active than anticipated. We must proceed with caution. As the old man escorted everyone to the entrance of the supply station, he suddenly recalled, "Oh, the core of origins contains law echoes that will repeat your most concerning words." Last time Beerus entered, all he heard was 5 more minutes of sleep, which drove him to smash the echo stone. This made Wukong laugh heartily, and even Vegeta could not help but smirk. As the hyperdimensional spaceship set sail towards the core of origins, the candy house of the supply station transformed into specks of stars behind them. Wukong, clutching the automatic planting machine and nibbling on Senza beans, murmured, "Had I known the supply station was this fun, I should have come more often." Vegeta was adjusting his new belt, but occasionally cast furtive glances at Wukong's Senza bean tree. Upon being noticed, he swiftly turned away, insisting, "I am merely checking the energy fluctuations. It's not like I want to eat." Wu Fan was analyzing the data from the law crystal when he suddenly exclaimed, "There's actually a law amusement park inside the core of origins. Ancient texts say it was created by the Mother of Laws as a balance testing ground. And the roller coasters are made from the law of time." Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. "We must go ride it. I want to vlog the universe's best law roller coaster." Lin Yuan stood by the porthole, gazing at the increasingly clear light bridge in the distance. The patterns of the laws on the dual gears resonating with the crystal, emitting a warm glow. He understood that the challenges within the core of origins would not be easy, but with this noisy yet eternally reliable group of companions, even the most chaotic law storms could transform into delightful adventures. As the spaceship passed through the light bridge, everyone heard strange echoes. Wukong heard, "Senza beans are plentiful." Vegeta heard, "Surpass Wukong." Wu Fan heard, "Thesis publication." And Lin Yuan heard the gentle voice of the Mother of Laws. "Welcome home, my harmonizer." The gates of the core of origins slowly opened, revealing a world more resplendent than imagined. Golden rivers of law meandered, banks adorned with luminous law flowers. And in the distance, the Mother of Laws slumbered within a crystal bud, surrounded by countless law seeds waiting to be awakened. At the end of the river, a mass of black energy writhed, representing the final trial of the core of origins and the key to the balance of the multidimensional universe. Wukong was already eager. "This looks like so much fun. Let us hurry inside." Vegeta adjusted his battle suit, his lips revealing a hint of anticipation. "Don't fall behind, you fool cockroach." Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the dual gears, smiling as he joined the group. No matter how much chaos and challenge lay ahead, as long as they were together, it would be the most splendid adventure. Chapter 66. The Echoes of Laws in the Core of Origins. The moment the hyperdimensional spaceship entered the core of origins, the entire cabin erupted with successive echoes. Wukong's voice reverberated within. "Senza beans are plentiful. Senza beans are plentiful." He paused, scratching his head and grinning foolishly. Is this what the old man meant by law echoes? Quite intelligent, knowing what I love to hear. Just as Vegeta was about to mock him, his own voice echoed back, "Surpass Wukong. Surpass Wukong." His face flushed crimson, and he retorted defiantly, "It's just an echo. This prince doesn't care." The interior of the core of origins resembled a vast crystal garden, with glowing lotus flowers floating upon golden rivers of law, and the banks brimming with talking law flowers. As Wukong approached a pink flower, it shouted in Wu Fan's voice, "Daddy, Don't touch that. That's the nagging law flower. It repeats the lessons it recently heard. True to its nature, the flower began to drone on. You must complete your homework on time. No sneaking in Super Saiyan training. Remember to hold back in fights. Wukong, overwhelmed, fled with his hands on his head, more terrifying than Chi-Chi's nagging. As Vegeta passed a blue flower, it suddenly screamed in Bulma's voice, "Vegeta, you've blown up the training room again. All your allowance for the month is gone." He jumped in fright, baring his teeth at the flower. "How dare you mimic Bulma?" The flower instantly switched to Little Bra's voice. "Daddy is a dummy." Dummy. Vegeta's bravado wilted, and he hurried away, muttering, "Children's words do not count." Lin Yuan's dual gears resonated with a golden flower, which spoke in the voice of the mother of laws, gently saying, "Harmonizer." Every law has two sides, just as echoes amplify sound. They also allow you to listen to your inner self. The petals around the flower unfurled, revealing the law seed within, inscribed with the word balance. Wu Fan adjusted his spectacles and recorded in his notebook. The Faza plants possess the ability to sense emotions and can mimic the most cherished sounds of those who touch them, representing a phenomenon of advanced Faza manifestation. Suddenly, Goku's piercing scream echoed, "Help! This flower has turned my senzu beans into peppers." The crowd rushed over to discover Goku facing a red flower, unleashing flames. Indeed, the senzu beans in his hands had transformed into fiery red peppers. While the flower shouted in a devilish tone, "Behold, this is the fire-breathing technique of a Super Saiyan." It turned out to be the prankster Faza flower, which specializes in transforming items into comical versions. The chaotic adventure of the Faza roller coaster unfolded as they followed the flow of the Faza river, revealing a roller coaster track constructed from the fabric of time. The track twisted in midair into various incredible shapes, occasionally retreating into the past and leaping into the future. Bulma's eyes sparkled. "This is the Faza amusement park. I want to be the first to ride." She dragged Goku into a crystal carriage, while Vegeta, though verbally dismissive, followed suit. As the roller coaster launched, the carriage unexpectedly traversed back in time, revealing a scene of young Goku chasing rabbits on Baozi Mountain. Little Goku waved at their carriage. "Hello, big brothers. Would you like to eat senzu beans?" Goku excitedly waved back, but the carriage suddenly leapt into the future, presenting an elderly version of himself teaching little Goten the Kamehameha technique. What an exhilarating experience. Bulma frantically snapped photos with her camera, only to discover that the pictures captured were animated. In one photo, Vegeta was seen telling a story to a future bra, his face adorned with a smile. Upon seeing the photo, Vegeta's ears turned crimson. He snatched the camera to delete it, but accidentally pressed the zoom button, causing the gentle smile to loop throughout the carriage. As the roller coaster passed through the emotion Faza tunnel, the passengers began to experience random emotional shifts. Goku laughed uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. Vegeta suddenly curled up, sobbing and muttering about Frieza's wickedness. Meanwhile, Bulma oscillated between anger and joy, akin to a living emoji switchboard. Wu Fan, relying on his calm demeanor, barely maintained his composure, adding an urgent note in his notebook. The emotion tunnel amplifies latent feelings. It is advisable for those with tsundere traits to take a detour. Upon reaching the station, everyone was left disoriented. Goku laughed until his stomach hurt. Vegeta's eyes were red as he stubbornly claimed it was just sand in his eyes. And Bulma continued to vent her anger at the air. Lin Yuan sighed, supporting the swaying carriage. It seems that the amalgamation of time and emotion Faza indeed incites chaos. Only Wu Fan remained invigorated, data collection complete. The time jump error of the roller coaster is within 0.5 seconds, and the duration of emotional influence is approximately 3 minutes, making it highly valuable for research. At the center of the amusement park stood a colossal echo stone, its surface inscribed with the runes of the multiverses Faza. As Lin Yuan's twin gears approached, the stone suddenly illuminated, emitting a cacophony of layered sounds, battle cries of Saiyans, prayers from Namekians, the laughter of the Omni King, and the whispers of the mother of Faza. This was the repository of Faza memories. Lin Yuan's consciousness connected with the echo stone, unveiling the birth of the multiverse. The mother of Faza created the first particle of Faza, which split into countless beams of Faza light, weaving together a cosmic network, each beam infused with her blessing. The echo stone recorded every moment of the Faza's inception. These echoes were not disturbances. but the essence of the Fa's origin. Curious, Goku tapped the Echo Stone, which immediately echoed back his voice. I want to protect everyone. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. Yet the stone replied in his voice, Kakarot, let us grow stronger together. Vegeta's face froze, and he turned to feign interest in the scenery, his shoulders trembling slightly. Wufan placed his hand on the stone, which gently spoke in Chi-Chi's voice. Wufan is wonderful, truly the pride of his mother. Wufan's eyes glistened with emotion. The voice he cherished most had always been hidden within his heart. Suddenly, the Echo Stone trembled violently, revealing shadows of primordial energy on its surface. Balance is merely an illusion. The voice of the abandoned origin resonated with madness, declaring that the essence of Fa's is chaos. It emerged from the stone, attempting to absorb the memory energy of the Echo Stone, causing the runes to dim and the warm echoes to be replaced by resentment. Do not dare to destroy everyone's memories. Goku's Super Saiyan aura erupted, and he unleashed a Kamehameha at the abandoned origin, only for it to be absorbed and transformed into chaotic energy. Vegeta's final flash met the same fate as the power of the abandoned origin grew stronger. Lin Yuan suddenly recalled the words of the mother of Fa's. He pressed his twin gears against the Echo Stone. It is not about absorption, but resonance. The light of the twin gears synchronized with the Echo Stone, and those warm echoes resounded once more, forming a golden soundwave barrier. The abandoned origin howled in agony within the sound waves. Why do these sounds possess more power than hatred? Lin Yuan's voice resonated with conviction, because love and memories are the most potent of Fa's. As the abandoned origin dissipated, the Echo Stone regained its brilliance, this time projecting not fragmented images, but the complete awakening process of the mother of Fa's. In the vision, the crystal bud of the mother of Fa's gradually unfurled, surrounded by countless seeds of Fa's, each awaiting awakening. It seems we are not far from our goal. Lin Yuan clenched the twin gears. The patterns of Fa's on the gears synchronized perfectly with the runes of the Echo Stone. The awakening of the mother of Fa's requires sufficient balance energy. The energy we collected at the martial arts tournament and supply station has already elicited a response from her. Goku suddenly pointed at the bud's image and exclaimed, Look, there's a little baby inside. Everyone scrutinized the bud, and indeed, at its center was a golden glowing infant, clutching a miniature core of Fa's. Wufan adjusted his glasses. This must be the initial form of the mother of Fa's, requiring the absorption of ample positive Fa's energy for complete awakening. Vegeta observed the image, surprisingly devoid of sarcasm. Humph, finally, a challenge worth noting. The Fa's belt on his battle suit emitted a soft glow, automatically adjusting his energy fluctuations. Bulma produced a scanner. The energy field surrounding the bud is highly unstable, filled with numerous Fa's traps. We must devise a detailed plan to approach it. At that moment, the Echo Stone suddenly exclaimed in an elderly voice, I forgot to tell you. To approach the bud, you must pass the true heart test of Fa's. Those who lie will be transformed into comical animals. No sooner had the words left its mouth than Vegeta let out a sudden meow, his ears morphing into cat ears, and a tail sprouting behind him. It turned out that he had internally expressed disdain for viewing any infant, and the Fa's had detected his deceit. Ha! Vegeta has turned into a cat. Goku laughed uncontrollably, only to find himself sprouting rabbit ears, as he had secretly thought about stealing Wufan's snacks. Wufan sighed in exasperation, adding an urgent note in his notebook. The origin core possesses a lie detection mechanism. Liars will be punished with animal traits for an indeterminate duration. The comical punishment of the true heart test unfolded as Vegeta, adorned with cat ears, and Goku, sporting rabbit ears, glared at each other in a hilariously absurd tableau. Bulma enthusiastically snapped photos. This is too adorable. It's undoubtedly a cosmic-level precious image. Lin Yuan stifled his laughter as the light of the twin gears flickered, attempting to lift the punishment, but discovered that the power of Fa's was remarkably tenacious. It appears we must pass the true heart test to remove it. This is a trust evaluation by the origin core. They pressed onward, encountering a bridge constructed of light, adorned with Fa's runes, each corresponding to a question. The first rune queried Goku, Who is the person you cherish most? Without hesitation, Goku replied, Of course, it's Chi-Chi and Wufan. And Vegeta, my rival. The rabbit ears atop his head vanished instantly, and the rune illuminated a green light. When it was Vegeta's turn, the rune inquired, "What is the thing you value most?" Vegeta awkwardly declared, "It is, of course, the glory of the Saiyans, as well as family." His cat ears hesitated for a moment before vanishing, and the runes glimmered with a green light. Wugahin posed a question, "What is your greatest wish?" Wugahin earnestly replied, "To unravel the secrets of all laws and safeguard the peace of the multiverse." A spark flickered in his eyes as he passed the trial. Lin Yuan's inquiry was the simplest yet most profound. "Are you prepared to confront the ultimate truth of the laws?" Lin Yuan gripped the twin gears firmly, responding resolutely, "I am ready. No matter the truth, I will protect everyone with the balanced law." The twin gears erupted with dazzling brilliance, illuminating the entire bridge in golden light, fully unveiling the path to the flower bud. Bulma leaped with excitement, exclaiming, "Wonderful! We have passed the trial." Suddenly, she pointed at Wukong and Vegeta, laughing heartily. "But your expressions just now were absolutely hilarious, especially Vegeta's blushing face." Vegeta's recently vanished cat ears reappeared, this time accompanied by a furry tail. He furiously turned to leave, stating, "If it weren't for the Mother of Laws, I would have blown this wretched bridge to smithereens." Wukong, patting his belly, chased after him. "Wait, Vegeta. It seems there's a vendor selling law beans ahead." Lin Yuan and Wugahin exchanged amused glances, following closely behind. In the distance, the flower bud of the Mother of Laws bloomed ever more radiantly, its golden light illuminating the entire core of origin. The ultimate secrets of the laws were about to be revealed, and this adventure, filled with laughter and warmth, was on the brink of its most exhilarating chapter. Chapter 67. The awakening trial of the Mother of Laws. Having traversed the bridge of true heart, the crystal flower bud of the Mother of Laws loomed near. This colossal bud floated at the center of the core of origin, its petals flowing with golden energy of the laws, reminiscent of melting sunlight gliding gently. Just as everyone believed they could approach smoothly, 5 colorful walls of light suddenly emerged around the bud, each corresponding to a trial of the laws, with playful cartoon text materializing upon them. "Want to see Mama? First, conquer the law mini-games." The emotional law trial. The first wall of light was pink, marked as the emotional law trial. The wall suddenly emitted countless colorful bubbles, which floated before everyone and burst, forcibly switching each person's emotional mode. Wukong, who had been smiling brightly, suddenly curled up, sobbing uncontrollably. "My beans have turned into peppers." Woo-woo. Tears gushed forth like a fountain, splattering Vegeta's face. Vegeta, bewildered by the unexpected tears, suddenly burst into laughter, pointing at Wukong's tear-streaked face while slapping his thigh. "Ha! Crybaby Wukong. You cry more than bra." He laughed so hard that he doubled over, his super blue aura rippling like waves. Wugahin oscillated between calm and excitement, momentarily adjusting his glasses to diligently record. Emotional fluctuation frequency is 3 times per second, consistent with the characteristics of law disorder. Moments later, he was leaping with joy. How marvelous! Is this the allure of the emotional law? Lin Yuan's twin gears spun rapidly, releasing the law of emotional balance, enveloping everyone in golden light. Wukong's sobs abruptly ceased, scratching his head with a silly grin. "Why was I crying just now? I suppose thinking of the pepper beans made me sad." Vegeta regained his proud demeanor. Though his ears were flushed, that was merely a tactical display of laughter, meant to disorient the enemy. Only Bulma remained angrily gesturing at the air, muttering, "How dare you turn me into an emoticon? Once we get out, I'll dismantle this wall for parts." The wall gradually opened as everyone returned to normal, revealing a little law sprite that held up a sign, stating, "There are no right or wrong emotions. The true master can both hold and release them." The next challenge awaits ahead. Wukong curiously poked the sprite, only to be zapped, his hair standing on end. The sprite made a face. "This is the mischievous law. Do not touch others carelessly." The time law hide-and-seek game. The second wall was silver, corresponding to the time law, behind which the voice of the Omni King echoed with laughter. "Let the hide-and-seek begin. Find all the time shards to pass." As soon as the words fell, the surrounding space began to distort. Wukong suddenly transformed into his younger self, clad in the attire of little Wukong and wielding a power pole. Vegeta reverted to his youthful form, proudly crossing his arms, his cheeks still chubby. "What is going on? Why have I shrunk?" Little Wukong swung the power pole, nearly hitting himself due to his lack of strength. Young Vegeta scoffed, Just a trick of the time law. This prince does not. Before he could finish, he stumbled over a suddenly appearing time shard and fell flat on his backside, his face turning crimson. Although Lin Yuan and Wugehan did not transform, the scenery around them continually shifted. One moment, they were in a crystal garden, and the next, they found themselves in the training grounds of the Scion planet, followed by the Grand Elder's abode on Namek. Wugehan's notebook began to automatically record. Time shards can disguise themselves as surrounding objects, like that moving stone and that glowing fruit. Wukong's eyes lit up. I got it. Just like finding the Dragon Balls. He pointed his power pole at a stone. This is a shard. The stone exploded, revealing a shining time shard. Young Vegeta, unwilling to be outdone, pointed at a flower. That one too. The flower burst open, transforming into another shard. The two of them engaged in a competitive hunt for shards. Little Wukong nimbly darting about while young Vegeta accurately pinpointed locations with his Saiyan instincts. In the end, they surprisingly ended up in a tie. After collecting all the shards, the time law wall opened, and the sprite held up a sign, proclaiming, though time may change, friendship remains unchanged. Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances, awkwardly turning away, yet smiles adorned their faces. Time returned to normal, and they reverted to their original forms. Wukong, rubbing his belly, complained, after running around so much, I'm even hungrier now. When will it be time to eat? The energy law trial for foodies. The third wall was golden, corresponding to the energy law, behind which a massive dining table appeared. Laden with various foods crafted from energy spheres shaped like senza beans, law shards resembling roasted meats, and the Scion's favorite energy pudding. A little law sprite wearing a chef's hat declared, you must eat to gain strength for the challenges. But be careful. Each food corresponds to a different energy law. Eating the wrong one may lead to transformation. Wukong's eyes sparkled as he seized an energy sphere and stuffed it into his mouth, only to suddenly transform into a golden giant monkey, albeit an adorable version, with its tail wagging. Wow, why have I turned into a giant monkey? However, Monkey Wukong grasped at his hair in frustration, unable to scratch an itch due to his dull claws. Vegeta mocked, foolish cockroach, you can't even eat properly. He elegantly sampled what appeared to be a safe energy pudding, only to suddenly morph into a blue kitten, with his tail emitting super blue flames. Meow? Damn it. Blue Cat Vegeta meowed angrily, attempting to unleash a Kamehameha, but only producing a small spark, which sent everyone into fits of laughter. Lin Yuan and Wugehan carefully selected their food. Wugehan, relying on ancient texts, chose energy vegetables corresponding to the balance law, declaring, this should be fine. The ancient texts state that green energy foods are the safest. Lin Yuan opted for an energy fruit radiating a gentle glow, and after consuming it, the brilliance of the twin gears intensified. He smiled. This replenishes the energy of the balance law. It feels wonderful. Bulma, scanning with her detector for ages, chose the most visually appealing energy cake, only to transform into a flying squirrel upon consumption. She angrily flew over, using her tail to swat at Wukong and Vegeta. It's all your fault. If I hadn't seen your transformations, I wouldn't have chosen incorrectly. Adorable Monkey Wukong and Blue Cat Vegeta exchanged glances and suddenly engaged in a playful chase, creating chaos at the dining table. Once the effects of the food faded, everyone returned to normal. Wukong, patting his belly, grumbled, although I transformed, that energy pudding was quite delicious. It was just a bit uncomfortable being a monkey and unable to scratch an itch. Vegeta adjusted his battle attire, his face as red as a ripe apple, insisting, that was merely an experience of the diversity of the time law. It was not intended as play. The gentle trials of the Mother of Laws. After passing through 4 trials, the group finally arrived at the last radiant wall. This wall emanated a warm golden light, devoid of playful inscriptions, only bearing a tender line. Put down all defenses and truly feel the warmth of the laws. As the wall opened, they discovered no traps within. Only a soft expanse of golden grass, adorned with countless orbs of memory, each containing the most cherished recollections of the individuals. In Wukong's orb, he saw images of moments spent with family and friends, the exhilaration of participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament for the first time, the fervor of battling alongside Vegeta, and the warmth of daily life with Chi-Chi and Wufan. He gazed at the orb with a silly grin, realizing how many joyous memories he possessed. In Vegeta's orb, there was a transformation from pride to gentleness, The awkwardness of calling Bulma wife for the first time, the satisfaction of watching Trunks grow, and the camaraderie that evolved from rivalry with Wukong into friendship. He turned his head, pretending to admire the scenery, yet his eyes betrayed him. Glistening with unshed tears, these are merely interludes amidst the battles. Wufan's orb captured the warmth of time spent with his parents. The patience of Chi-Chi helping him with his homework, the seriousness of Wukong teaching him martial arts, and his own growth from scholar to warrior. He adjusted his glasses and smiled, saying, "I have always been surrounded by so much love." Lin Yuan's orb illustrated his journey from initially harmonizing the laws to the present, showcasing the tension of first grasping the dual gears, the emotion of fighting alongside his companions, and the relief of witnessing the multiverse restore balance. He tightened his grip on the dual gears, feeling the gentle gaze of the Mother of Laws, his heart filled with warmth. Once everyone had viewed their memory orbs, a crystal pedestal suddenly rose in the center of the grassy expanse, upon which lay the blossom of the Mother of Laws. At this moment, the bud had fully bloomed, revealing a small infant radiating golden light, her eyes resembling the brightest stars, curiously gazing at the group. "You have arrived," the infant spoke, her voice surprisingly mature. "Gentle yet powerful. I am the Mother of Laws. You have passed all trials, proving that balance in the laws exists not only in strength, but also within the heart." She extended her tiny hand, and a golden light enveloped the group, bestowing greater balance upon the laws of the multiverse because of them. "Now, I shall present you with a gift." As the light faded, each individual found a golden mark of the laws upon them. Wukong's mark rested in his palm, enabling him to better control the laws of emotion. Vegeta's mark adorned his chest, allowing for a more harmonious balance between his pride and gentleness. Wufan's mark was upon his glasses, aiding him in comprehending the laws more swiftly. Lin Yuan's dual gears bore an additional golden line, interconnected with the power of the Mother of Laws. The infant smiled, radiating warmth akin to the sun. Now, the network of laws within the multiverse has been secured, and the crisis of the core of origins has been alleviated. However, the adventures shall not cease. The laws will always accompany you. As long as there is balance in your hearts, anywhere can be home. Reluctantly, the group bid farewell to the Mother of Laws. Wukong waved and called out, "Can we visit you again? I will bring senzu beans for you." Though Vegeta remained silent, his eyes were filled with reluctance. Lin Yuan clutched his dual gears and softly vowed, "We will protect the balance of the multiverse and will not disappoint you." As they departed from the core of origins, the sunset's glow bathed the spacecraft, and smiles adorned every face. Wukong patted his belly, exclaiming, "Today was so much fun." Although turning into a monkey was a bit embarrassing, meeting the Mother of Laws was worth it. Vegeta gazed out the window, suddenly suggesting, "Next time, we should visit the law supply station again. That old fool's energy pudding isn't half bad." Lin Yuan stood before the porthole, watching the core of origins recede into the distance. The dual gears gently spinning in his palm, the golden lines harmoniously coexisting with the other marks of the laws. He understood that the adventure would continue, with new challenges awaiting. Yet, as long as he had these noisy yet ever-reliable companions, any storm of laws could transform into a journey filled with laughter and warmth. The story of the laws within the multiverse would persist, safeguarded by them. Chapter 68. The comedic side effects of the laws mark the hyperdimensional spacecraft departed from the core of origins, the atmosphere within the cabin light and warm. Wukong was grinning at the golden mark of the laws in his palm, concentrating intently when the mark suddenly glowed, causing senzu beans to fly into his mouth. "Wow, this mark is amazing," he exclaimed, clapping his hands in excitement, only for the mark to glow again, this time drawing Vegeta's combat wristband towards him. "Kakarot, you bastard." Vegeta leaped up in fury, reaching for the wristband, yet the mark on his chest suddenly shone, transforming his tone to one of gentleness. "Be careful, don't hurt yourself." He was momentarily taken aback, his face reddening as he turned to the wall, baring his teeth. "Damn mark. How dare it control my tone?" The erratic mark of the laws as the spacecraft re-established its course. Wufan's eyes emitted a green glow, his mark spiraling out of control. The once serious scholar began to dance in the air. "Wow, this fluctuation of law energy is so fascinating. It feels like pop rocks exploding in my brain." He alternated between meticulously jotting notes and rolling on the floor while chanting, "Long live the balance of the laws," leaving everyone dumbfounded. What has happened to Wufan? Wukong scratched his head, the mark in his palm glowing once more, this time attracting Bulma's toolbox, which struck him on the head. Bulma angrily snatched back her toolbox, only for her own mark to shine, surrounding her with mechanical parts, transforming her into a moving junkyard. It's all your fault for messing around. Now my mark has attracted all these parts. Lin Yuan quickly harnessed the energy of the dual gears to calm everyone's marks, enveloping the cabin in golden light, gradually restoring order. Wu Fan adjusted his glasses, looking bewildered. Did I just do something very strange? Vegeta scoffed. You were rolling around like an idiot, proclaiming that the balance of the laws felt like pop rocks. Wu Fan's face flushed instantly as he buried himself in his notebook, pretending nothing had occurred. The worst off was Vegeta. His mark seemed particularly lively. Whenever he intended to scold Wukong, the mark would forcibly soften his tone. Whenever he sought solitude, it compelled him to concern himself with others. During one training session, when Wukong nearly stumbled, Vegeta instinctively shouted, "Be careful, you fool." The moment the words left his mouth, the mark glowed, and he added, "Don't get hurt. I haven't defeated you yet." He shuddered at his own words. Wukong remained oblivious to Vegeta's awkwardness, cheerfully stating, "Vegeta, you've become gentler lately. Is it the mark of the laws at work?" Vegeta grabbed a nearby energy bar and hurled it at him. "Shut up. If you keep talking nonsense, I will peel your mark off." The energy bar soared through the air, only to be drawn in by Wukong's mark, transforming into a cotton candy. Wow, an energy bar that tastes like cotton candy. Wukong happily devoured it, completely unaware of Vegeta fuming beside him. The sudden arrival of Law Pets as the spacecraft traversed a colorful nebula, Lin Yuan's dual gears suddenly glowed. Countless light points erupted from the nebula's center, landing and transforming into fluffy little creatures resembling various animals, each adorned with a mark of the laws, gifts from the Mother of Laws. Before Wukong, a light point morphed into a golden little monkey, its tail emitting the glow of Kamehameha, which leaped into his arms, nuzzling affectionately. "This is a Super Saiyan monkey," Wukong exclaimed, jubilantly spinning with the little monkey. "We can train together from now on." However, the little monkey suddenly made a face at Vegeta, unleashing a mini energy wave that tousled Vegeta's hair in disarray. Vegeta's light point transformed into a blue kitten, its paws radiating azure flames. Upon seeing Vegeta, it raised its tail, yet when he reached out, it playfully brushed against his palm with a hint of pride. "Humph, at least you know your place." Vegeta, with an air of disdain, nevertheless cradled the small kitten in his arms with utmost care. Suddenly, the kitten sneezed right in his face, singeing his eyebrows with a burst of air. Gohan's light took the form of a bespectacled little fox, its tail entwined with a miniature ancient tome. Upon seeing Gohan, it presented the book, as though inviting him to delve into its study. How utterly adorable. Gohan adjusted his glasses and took out a notebook to record alongside the little fox, which unexpectedly scrawled the words "Vegeta is ticklish" across the pages, provoking a hearty laugh from Gohan. Lin Yuan's light transformed into a golden little bird, adorned with a double gear motif on its wings, perched upon Lin Yuan's shoulder while clutching a seed of law in its beak. Bulma's light morphed into a handy little squirrel, wielding a miniature wrench to polish the spaceship's control panel until it gleamed, mischievously converting Goku's Senzu bean jar into an automatic feeding mechanism. The mischievous antics of the Law Pets quickly acclimated them to life aboard the spaceship, albeit with a fair share of trouble. The Super Saiyan monkey covertly switched Vegeta's training equipment to baby mode, transforming Vegeta's ultimate flash into a cascade of colorful bubbles. The blue cat replaced Goku's training outfit with a pink princess dress, resulting in Goku practicing Super Saiyan techniques while donning the dress, much to the amusement of the others. "It's all your monkey's doing," Vegeta exclaimed, arms crossed, glaring at the Super Saiyan monkey nestled in Goku's embrace. The emblem on his chest suddenly glowed, and he instinctively patted the monkey's head, conceding, "Well, children are often unaware." Afterward, feeling exasperated, he turned and pounded the wall, only to create a hole. The blue cat hurried over, sealing the breach with a burst of energy and drawing a silly face upon it. Gohan's little fox discovered Vegeta's secret. He actually harbored a fondness for the Law Pets, though he was too shy to admit it. One time, believing he was alone, Vegeta secretly fed the blue cat energy pudding, only to be caught by the little fox, which snapped a picture with a mini camera. The photo circulated throughout the spaceship, inciting Vegeta to chase the little fox around the entire vessel in fury. Lin Yuan's little bird was well-behaved, but often acted up at pivotal moments. Whenever Lin Yuan analyzed data with the double gears, the little bird would bring law seeds to distract him. During discussions about their next course of action, it would fly to the control panel, altering the flight path towards an amusement park. Bulma's little squirrel became fast friends with the bird, together modifying the spaceship's alarm to Goku's laughter, startling everyone into thinking they were in peril. The most comical incident occurred during a training session when Goku and Vegeta were sparring, joined by the Super Saiyan monkey and the Blue Cat. The Super Saiyan monkey unleashed a mini-ki blast at the Blue Cat, which countered with energy, resulting in a collision of energies that erupted into a shower of colorful light dots. When these dots landed, they sprouted into glowing little flowers, transforming the training ground into a garden. This is hardly training. It's more like an amusement park. Vegeta huffed, hands on his hips, yet the emblem on his chest glimmered, forcing a smile from him. Goku laughed even more, his palm's emblem glowing, turning the flowers into fluttering butterflies, filling the training ground with joy and laughter. Despite their mischief, the Lawpets possessed unique abilities. When the spaceship encountered an asteroid belt, the Super Saiyan monkey's tail radiated light, creating a protective shield around the vessel that repelled the asteroids. When Gohan faced a challenge while studying the ancient tome, the little fox pointed with its tail to key passages, aiding Gohan in unraveling the puzzle. On one occasion, the spaceship was suddenly ensnared by a mysterious surge of law energy, causing all controls to malfunction. Bulma's little squirrel leaped onto the control panel, tapping a few buttons with its wrench, astonishingly absorbing the surrounding law energy. Its body shone with light, converting the energy into propulsion for the spaceship. Who knew they had such abilities? Bulma exclaimed, joyfully picking up the squirrel, which playfully styled her hair into two little pigtails. Lin Yuan's little bird also flew to the double gears, flapping its wings to enhance the brightness of the gears, revealing the source of the mysterious energy to be a group of lost law sprites, whose uncontrolled energy had ensnared the spaceship. Goku's Super Saiyan monkey made faces at the sprites, releasing a mini-ki blast not as an attack, but as a gift of energy. The sprites rejuvenated, bowed to everyone, and then transformed into light dots, soaring away. Vegeta's Blue Cat waved at the departing light dots, its tail's energy turning into a rainbow, as if bidding farewell to the sprites. Gohan noted in his notebook, law pets are not merely companions. They embody the balance of law itself, capable of sensing law energy and aiding us in various crises. He adjusted his glasses, observing his companions joyfully engaging with their pets, a warm smile gracing his face. As everyone relished the tender moments, Lin Yuan's double gears suddenly emitted an alarm, and the little bird flew atop the gears, flapping its wings to project an urgent message. From Earth in the 7th universe, in Satan City, a massive surge of law disorder had emerged, causing the residents' emotions to swing wildly. Some wept, others laughed uncontrollably, and some even mistook stones for food. It's the law disorder beasts, Gohan remarked, his expression turning grave as he realized they might be remnants from the origin period, manipulating human emotions to incite chaos. Bulma promptly adjusted the flight path, declaring, "Fear not, with my superdimensional spaceship, we will reach Earth swiftly." Goku sprang to his feet, his palm's emblem glowing, as the Super Saiyan monkey hopped onto his shoulder, exclaiming, "Finally, a new adventure awaits. We shall drive those villains away." Vegeta stood up, cradling the Blue Cat, the emblem on his chest flickering. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, "This prince shall personally take action, ensuring those disorder beasts understand the might of the Saiyans." Lin Yuan's little bird alighted on his shoulder, the lost seed it held glowing, resonating with the patterns of the double gears, projecting a map of Earth's law. It seemed the adventures of the law were far from over. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the double gears, a smile illuminating his face. With everyone and the law pets by their side, he was confident they could surmount any crisis. The spaceship navigated towards Earth, the law pets frolicking joyously within, Goku and Vegeta strategizing, Gohan analyzing data on the disorder beasts, Bulma fine-tuning the spaceship's systems, while Lin Yuan gazed out at the starlit sky, basking in the warmth brought by the double gears and the law pets. He knew that regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, as long as they stood together, empowered by the balance of law and the strength of friendship, no crisis was insurmountable. Those amusing daily antics and heartwarming moments would become their most cherished memories throughout their adventures. enriching the law network of the multiverse with love and laughter. Chapter 69. The emotional struggle in Satan City when the superdimensional spaceship arrived above Satan City. The entire metropolis was engulfed in a bizarre revelry. Some danced peculiar dances in the streets, while others clung to lamp posts, weeping uncontrollably. A group of elderly ladies encircled the Satan statue, alternating between tears and laughter. Bulma's scanner went haywire, sounding alarms. Emotional disorder index has surpassed critical levels. A colossal emotional vortex was forming at the city center, absorbing the emotional energy of all. The absurdity of the city as chaos unfolded. Goku was the first to land on the street, and as soon as he touched down, he was embraced by an uproariously laughing gentleman. "Brother, you look absolutely hilarious." Haha. Goku attempted to push him away, but the emblem on his palm suddenly glowed, compelling him to join in the laughter. And soon they were rolling on the ground in fits of giggles. Vegeta, having just landed, caught sight of this spectacle and snorted disdainfully, "Fools are simply fools, embarrassing themselves on Earth." No sooner had he uttered these words than a sobbing woman seized his hand. "Young man, you seem so pitiful. Are you lost?" "Ooh-hoo." The emblem on Vegeta's chest glimmered, and to his astonishment, his eyes moistened. "I am not lost. Just a tad moved." Gohan adjusted his glasses, attempting to stabilize the chaotic emotions, only to be surrounded by a group of children who cried out, "Big brother, play with us. Our toys run by themselves." As Wufan lowered his gaze, he beheld a toy car performing a lively tap dance upon the ground, while a plush bear sang exuberantly, creating a scene as chaotic as a fairy tale realm. Suddenly, the imprint in his eyes radiated light, and a torrent of emotional data surged into his mind, nearly overwhelming him. So many emotional signals. My analytical system is on the brink of collapse. Lin Yuan hastily unleashed the balancing energy of the dual gears, enveloping the street in golden radiance, which slightly calmed the tumultuous emotions. Wukong rubbed his stiff, smiling face. "I laughed so hard my stomach hurt. What is wrong with these people?" Vegeta wiped away imaginary tears, stubbornly asserting, "I was merely blinded by the dust and not touched by that old lady." In the city center, a whirlpool of emotions spun wildly. At its heart stood a colossal chaos beast, larger than any they had encountered before, adorned with eyes that could laugh and cry, continuously absorbing the emotional energy of the citizens. Seeing the crowd, the chaos beast cackled piercingly, "Here to deliver energy again. This time, I shall drain the emotions of the entire Earth and become the mightiest embodiment of chaos." Wukong's Super Saiyan aura erupted, and the Super Saiyan monkey leapt onto his shoulder, its tail emanating the light of Kamehameha. The chaos beast spewed forth a wave of black, emotional energy, which Wukong deftly dodged. The energy wave struck a nearby ice cream cart, causing the ice cream to spring to life, transforming into animated ice cream characters that chased citizens for hugs. Suddenly, Vegeta's blue cat leapt onto the head of the chaos beast, its claws igniting with ultra-blue flames, scratching at the beast's eyes. The chaos beast screeched in pain, its emitted energy wave morphing into colorful bubbles, within which appeared a childhood photograph of Vegeta, a small version of him in a princess dress, crying. "Don't look." Vegeta's face instantly flushed red, and his ultimate flash went awry, blasting the plaza's fountain into a cascade of rainbow waterfalls. Wufan's little fox brought forth a miniature ancient tome, its pages glowing with runes, causing countless law flowers to sprout in the plaza, emanating a fragrance that stabilized emotions. As the citizens inhaled the aroma, their chaotic feelings gradually calmed, and they began to curiously observe the battle. Seizing the opportunity, the little fox leapt onto the back of the chaos beast, playfully swatting its rear, inciting the beast to spin in frustration. Bulma's little squirrel manipulated the mechanical parts of the plaza to form a gigantic mechanical fist, which it hurled at the chaos beast. The chaos beast, unprepared for a mechanical assault, staggered back, only to suddenly unleash an energy wave that transformed the mechanical fist into cotton candy. The little squirrel squeaked in indignation and commanded more parts to assemble a cannon that fired candy. The most comedic of all was the combined attack of Wukong and the Super Saiyan monkey. Wukong unleashed a Kamehameha, while the Super Saiyan monkey assisted in amplifying it. However, the energy spiraled out of control, turning the Kamehameha into a colorful bubble rain, each bubble encapsulating Wukong's silly grin. The Chaos Beast was struck by the bubbles and began to chuckle foolishly, its chaotic energy waning. This tactic is splendid. Wukong clapped his hands in excitement, completely oblivious to the absurdity of his strategy. Vegeta's proud energy surged forth as the Chaos Beast regained its composure, angrily shooting a wave of black energy infused with intense negative emotions that struck directly at Vegeta's spirit. Images of being bullied by Frieza, feelings of resentment towards Wukong's surpassing strength, and the tenderness hidden beneath his pride flashed before his eyes. These emotions were magnified by the Chaos Beast, causing his body to spiral out of control. Vegeta. Lin Yuan hastily released his balancing energy, but it was thwarted by the Chaos Beast's energy wave. Just as Vegeta was about to be engulfed by negative emotions, the imprint on his chest erupted with dazzling light, and the blue cat leapt into his arms, warming his heart with its aura. Vegeta abruptly looked up, his eyes shimmering with a balance of pride and tenderness. I shall not be defeated by such trivial tricks. His ultra-blue aura intertwined with the golden energy of the Law imprint, forming a unique field around him that embodied the pride of a Saiyan and the gentleness of a guardian. This technique is called Proud Flash. Vegeta's ultimate flash transformed into a stream of blue and gold energy that radiated warmth and fierce combativeness, striking directly at the core of the Chaos Beast. The Chaos Beast emitted a pained howl, tears streaming from its eyes. How is it possible for pride and tenderness to coexist? This contradicts the laws of chaos. Vegeta scoffed, awkwardly turning his head. The strength of a Saiyan lies in our ability to balance all emotions. Wukong patted his shoulder, laughing heartily. Vegeta, you were so cool just now. Although the name is a bit silly. Vegeta's face flushed instantly, yet he did not erupt in anger as he usually would. Unwilling to concede defeat, the Chaos Beast gathered all the absorbed emotional energy into a black energy sphere, preparing to take everyone down with it. Everyone unite. Lin Yuan's dual gears soared into the sky, the rings of law radiating brilliant light. Let us unleash a balancing shockwave using our law imprint energy. Wukong's palm imprint glowed, infusing warm protective energy. Vegeta's chest imprint glowed, infusing a balance of pride and tenderness. Wufan's eye imprint glowed, infusing harmonizing energy of rationality and emotion. Bulma's squirrel imprint glowed, infusing energy of creation and order. All the energies, guided by the dual gears, coalesced into a seven-colored balancing shockwave, surging towards the Chaos Beast's energy sphere. At the moment of collision, the sky erupted in beautiful fireworks, revealing warm scenes within, smiling faces of family reunions, friends helping one another, and warriors standing side by side. The Chaos Beast gasped in awe amidst the fireworks. Is this the power of balance? Warmer than chaos itself, its form gradually became transparent, ultimately dissolving into countless colorful points of light that merged into the city's network of laws. The emotional whirlpool in the plaza vanished, and the citizens returned to normal, curiously discussing the strange events that had just transpired. Mr. Satan rushed in with a microphone. Fear not, everyone. It was I who defeated the monster using the power of a Super Saiyan. The citizens erupted in cheers, and Wukong smiled at Vegeta. Let him be the hero. We shall celebrate in secret. To commemorate the resolution of the crisis, Bulma organized a grand celebration in Satan City. The plaza was filled with delectable foods, and the stage showcased splendid performances, with Law pets becoming the most beloved stars. The Super Saiyan monkey played hide-and-seek with the children. The blue cat was surrounded by grandmothers for photographs. The little fox helped Wufan distribute copies of ancient texts, and birds and squirrels performed acrobatics on stage. Wukong, clutching a pile of senza beans, raced against the Super Saiyan monkey to see who could eat faster, resulting in both of them overindulging and rolling on the ground. Vegeta, reluctantly dragged into dancing by Bulma, though appearing unwilling, kept in sync with his steps, while the blue cats circled around their feet, enhancing the warm atmosphere. Wufan and Lin Yuan sat in a corner, discussing new discoveries about the Law imprints. These imprints not only balance emotions, but also strengthen our connection with the Law pets. At the climax of the celebration, Lin Yuan's dual gears suddenly soared into the sky, releasing golden light that formed a massive rainbow of laws, upon which the reflections of the multiverse appeared. The citizens gasped in astonishment, making wishes for peace on Earth. Wukong shouted at the rainbow, I wish for an endless supply of senza beans and endless battles. Vegeta rolled his eyes. A foolish wish is so superficial. Yet in his heart, he silently wished for everyone's safety. After the celebration concluded, everyone sat aboard the spaceship, gazing at the night view of Earth. Wukong patted his stomach, exclaiming, "Today was so much fun," although being chased by ice cream was a bit embarrassing. Vegeta snorted, "Next time we encounter the Chaos Beast, I shall use an even cooler technique to defeat it without resorting to any proud flash." Wufan chuckled, recording, "Today's battle proved that emotions have no right or wrong. Balance is the key." As Lin Yuan's dual gears gently spun, the light of the law imprints intertwined with the glow of Earth. He understood that the adventures would continue, and new challenges of law could arise at any moment. But as long as he had companions and law pets by his side, with the principle of balance in his heart, he could face any adversity with a smile. The spaceship ascends gradually, the lights of Earth fading into distant twinkling stars behind. The pets of the law enjoy a peaceful slumber within the cabin, while Wukong and Vegeta engage in a playful squabble. Gohan organizes data, and Bulma plans their next adventure. Lin Yuan gazes out at the starry sky, a smile gracing his lips. This is the most beautiful balance, filled with laughter and bickering, battles and warmth. This embodies the most precious laws of the multiverse. Chapter 70. The peculiar challenges of the Law Amusement Park as the transcendent dimensional spaceship departed from Earth. A shimmering golden invitation materialized on Bulma's screen, inscribed with law runes. "Welcome to the ultimate challenge of the Law Amusement Park. The victor shall receive an unlimited supply voucher for cosmic snacks." Upon seeing the word snacks, Wukong's eyes sparkled like light bulbs. "Amusement park? And snacks? Let us hurry." Vegeta crossed his arms and scoffed. "A childish trick, only suitable for someone as foolish as you." However, upon catching sight of the Ultimate Warrior certification badge depicted on the reverse of the invitation, his ears twitched ever so slightly. The humorous entrance challenge the Law Amusement Park floated amidst a colorful nebula, its entrance composed of talking law blocks. As the group approached, the blocks suddenly cried in unison, the passphrase, "Share your most embarrassing battle experience." Without a moment's hesitation, Wukong shouted, "I was once chased by ice cream, and I turned into a giant monkey but couldn't scratch my own back." The blocks laughed uproariously, and the entrance creaked open. Vegeta's face stiffened, and he defiantly declared, "I have no embarrassing stories." The blocks promptly closed the door, playfully spraying colorful powder. "Liar. We've seen the photo of you in a princess dress." Vegeta's face flushed crimson, and the law mark on his chest began to glow. He muttered awkwardly, "I was tricked by Bulma into wearing it once, just once." Only then did the door slowly swing open, the blocks teasingly calling, "The proud prince has the best life." Gohan adjusted his glasses and earnestly stated, "Last time in the time ruins, I turned into a meme and rolled all over the ground." The blocks collectively gasped in awe, handing him a law flower. "The honest scholar is the most adorable." Lin Yuan chuckled, "I once got hit on the head by my own gears." The door swung wide open, revealing a path composed of rainbow laws extending deep into the amusement park. Upon entering the amusement park, Wukong was immediately captivated by a cotton candy stand, run by a winged law sprite. "Welcome." The sprite waved its wand, transforming the cotton candy into a Super Saiyan Wukong figure, dubbed the special golden-haired explosion model. Wukong took a huge bite, mumbling, "It tastes like senzu beans mixed with clouds. Is that why my hair is so wild?" As Vegeta passed by, he scoffed, "It's always been wild, quite fitting." The sprite overheard and promptly conjured a blue-haired proud cat-shaped cotton candy, infuriating Vegeta to the point of nearly overturning the stand. The roller coaster scream contest. The most thrilling attraction of the amusement park was the Law roller coaster. Its tracks woven from the laws of time and space. It alternated between a vertical drop section of gravity-defying chaos and a tumultuous time-space turbulence zone. Wukong dashed to the car first, patting the seat. "Vegeta, hurry. Let us see who can scream the least." Vegeta rolled his eyes. "Childish, I will not scream." Yet as soon as he fastened his seatbelt, Wukong secretly pressed the surprise button, and a fake snake suddenly sprang out, causing Vegeta's scream to shatter the glass of the car window. "You scoundrel!" Vegeta's hair fluffed up like a hedgehog, the law mark on his chest flickering incessantly. "When we get off this ride, I will turn you into cotton candy." Wukong laughed uncontrollably. So Vegeta is afraid of snakes. Even more cowardly than Bra. The roller coaster suddenly plunged into the time-space turbulence zone, and they instantly transformed into their childhood selves. Little Wukong wore split pants, while little Vegeta pretended to be calm with crossed arms, yet clung tightly to little Wukong's hand as the car jolted. Gohan and Lin Yuan sat in the back. Gohan's glasses marked suddenly glowing. He analyzed the track. The angle of this time-space distortion is 375 degrees, and the gravitational acceleration is 5 times that of Earth. Theoretically, the scream decibel level could exceed 120. Before he could finish, the roller coaster plummeted vertically, and Gohan's scream was the loudest of all, sending his glasses flying. Lin Yuan quickly stabilized the glasses with his dual gears, exclaiming helplessly, "Theory and practice truly differ." As the roller coaster came to a stop, everyone was disoriented. Wukong, sporting a messy hairstyle, chuckled. That was exhilarating. Vegeta's scream was even louder than Chi-Chi's nagging. Vegeta covered his ears in protest. That was a tactical scream. To test the sound wave law, just as he straightened himself, he noticed his battle suit had been transformed into a pink lace version by the time-space turbulence, infuriating him to shout at the sky, "I will blow up this wretched amusement park." The mirror battle in the magical house after passing through the roller coaster area. A magical house of funhouse mirrors appeared ahead. The law sprite at the entrance cheerfully said, "Step inside to see your truest self." Wukong dashed in first, only to find himself transformed into a round, plump Senzu bean, being chased by a super Saiyan monkey. "What is this? I am not that fat." Wukong flexed his muscles at the mirror, which then erupted into countless tiny Senzu beans, startling him into jumping back. Vegeta entered the mirror house, and to his astonishment, the mirror showed him wearing an apron while cooking, with a blue cat supervising beside him, the scene radiating warmth. "This is fake. All fake." Vegeta punched the mirror, only for his reflection to turn and present a plate of dark concoctions. "Taste my dark culinary energy bar." Vegeta recoiled in horror, colliding with Gohan, who had just entered. Gohan's mirror depicted him as a scholar in a superhero cape, battling villains while exclaiming, "Behold the power of knowledge." Gohan blushed at the sight. "I would never be that cheesy." The hero in the mirror adjusted his glasses, shooting a beam of academic light that transformed the villain into a bookworm. Lin Yuan's mirror was the most peculiar, featuring dual gears tap dancing, calling out to him, "Master, keep up. The rhythm of the balance law is just like this." The most amusing part was when their reflections leapt out of the mirrors, forming a comical army. Senzu Bean Wukong chased after himself. Apron-wearing Vegeta attempted to feed energy bars to everyone, while the cheesy Gohan shot beams of academic light into the air. Wukong shouted at his reflection, "You can't run faster than me." The two fools collided, rolling into a ball. Vegeta, pursued by the apron-wearing reflection, was so furious that his ultimate flash transformed into pink hearts. The ultimate temptation of the snack house. The exit of the magical house led directly to the snack house, where all the treats were composed of law energy. There were Senzu bean chocolates that jumped into one's mouth, fruit candies that offered temporary transformations, and endlessly refillable energy drinks. Wukong, resembling a mouse in a rice bin, clutched a Senzu bean cake larger than himself, devouring it with glee. "This is the most delicious cake I have ever had. Sweeter than anything Chi-Chi makes." No sooner had he spoken than the cake morphed into Chi-Chi's likeness, hands on her hips glaring at him. "Wukong, you have stolen food again. When we return home, you will wash the dishes." Wukong nearly spat the cake out in fright. Vegeta picked up a seemingly normal energy chocolate, but after taking a bite, he suddenly erupted into uncontrollable laughter, unable to stop. It turned out to be laughing chocolate, specifically targeting his proud disposition. Wukong pointed and laughed. "Vegeta, you look like a silly cat when you laugh." Vegeta attempted to be furious, but could only chuckle, swinging his fists in protest. A comical sight indeed. Gohan discovered a type of wisdom cookie, and after consuming it, his brain function accelerated, excitedly exclaiming, "This is great. It will help me analyze law data faster." However, after indulging too much, his brain overloaded, and he began lecturing the air about the laws. Even the Super Saiyan monkey fell asleep listening. Lin Yuan's dual gears resonated with the law energy of the snack house, conjuring a multitude of singing cotton candies, each belting out different cosmic ballads. As the crowd indulged in their feast, the proprietor of the snack shop, a colossal squirrel adorned with a chef's hat, unexpectedly emerged. Ultimate challenge. Whoever can consume the super invincible spicy bean without using any energy will be rewarded with a snack voucher. The beans, crimson like molten lava, exuded a heat capable of igniting the very air. Goku volunteered eagerly, proclaiming, I'll give it a try. I can handle spicy food better than anyone. However, after taking a mere bite, he soared out like a rocket, flames erupting from his mouth. So spicy. Water. I need water. Vegeta scoffed. Foolishness is indeed foolishness. You can't even handle a single bean. He seized the bean, attempting to showcase his prowess, only to be rendered tearful from the heat, yet he stubbornly insisted. This level of spiciness is nothing for a Saiyan. A sudden sneeze sent the nearby cake flying into the air. Ultimately, it was Lin Yuan who neutralized the spiciness using the balance principle, allowing both to return to normal. Goku, covering his mouth, remarked, "I'll never dare to challenge like that again." This was even scarier than Frieza's attacks. As for the comical prizes, though no one managed to finish the spicy beans. The director of the principal amusement park made an appearance. Astonishingly, the befuddled old man encountered at the supply station, dressed in a resplendent director's outfit. The runes in his beard shimmered. "Congratulations on overcoming all challenges. Here is your prize." He handed Goku a dazzling golden voucher, which upon inspection revealed a promise of unlimited supplies of bean-flavored toothpaste, leaving him momentarily petrified. Vegeta's Ultimate Warrior Certification Badge turned out to be a singing badge that, when pressed, crooned that Sundara Prince is the cutest, fierce yet gentle, loved by all. Infuriated, Vegeta attempted to crush the badge, only to discover it was composed of principal energy. The more he squeezed, the louder the melody grew. Gohan received a notebook that automatically recorded humorous moments, filled with snapshots of him screaming on roller coasters and Vegeta's expressions while wearing a princess dress. Lin Yuan's prize was the most practical, an energy sphere capable of soothing principal pets, albeit shaped like the mischievous face of a Super Saiyan monkey, which amused the monkey into a playful frenzy. Bulma's prize, an all-repairing wrench, inadvertently transformed her hair into a gear-like shape, prompting her to chase the old man in fury. "I wanted a cosmic snack voucher, not this rubbish." As they departed the amusement park, Goku, licking the bean-flavored toothpaste, mumbled indistinctly, "Though the prizes were a bit peculiar, I had an absolute blast." Vegeta's badge continued to sing incessantly. With a flushed face, he stuffed it into his pocket, vowing never to return to such a childish place. Gohan gazed at the photographs in his notebook, unable to suppress a chuckle. Sometimes, being a little childish is quite nice. The spaceship sailed into the starry expanse, Lin Yuan's dual gears gently spinning, as the glow of the principal amusement park faded into the distance. He watched his playful companions and the mischievous principal pets, a smile gracing his lips, regardless of how bizarre the challenges or how comical the prizes. As long as they were together, it was the most splendid adventure. Those moments filled with laughter would, like principal energy, forever warm every corner of the multiverse. Chapter 71. The Daily Life of Principal Pet's Rebellion. After the hyperdimensional spaceship departed from the principal amusement park, the cabin became the dominion of the principal pets. The Super Saiyan monkey transformed Vegeta's training equipment into a trampoline mode. The blue cat pilfered Goku's spicy beans for playthings. The little fox filled Gohan's notebook with silly faces, while the bird and squirrel constructed a castle of spare parts on the control panel. Observing the chaotic cabin, Lin Yuan sighed in resignation. "It seems I must establish some rules." Goku, eager to discipline the mischievous pets, volunteered to establish a pet training camp. Standing in the training area, he cleared his throat in imitation of King Kai. "Training begins now. First task, obey commands." Pointing at the Super Saiyan monkey, he commanded, "Go fetch Vegeta's tail. Energy stick." The Super Saiyan monkey dashed out, returning with Vegeta's battle suit in its mouth, wagging its tail with pride. Vegeta, exasperated, felt his temper flare, yet the mark on his chest compelled him to soften. "Fine, I can still wear it after it's washed." Just as he finished speaking, the blue cat leaped onto his shoulder, playfully swatting at his face as if mocking his tsundere demeanor. Goku erupted in laughter, only to be caught by his own training energy wave, resulting in a toothy, grimacing expression that delighted the pets, who erupted into cheers. Gohan attempted to train the pets using the principal commands, reciting from an ancient text. According to Article 37 of the principle, pets should, Suddenly, the little fox jumped onto his head, covering his glasses with its tail, causing him to lose all sense of direction and spin around the training area. "My glasses. Has anyone seen my glasses?" Lin Yuan quickly illuminated the path with the light from his dual gears, helping him locate his glasses, albeit now adorned with a tiny fox paw print. The most outrageous event was the graduation exam, where pets were tasked with transporting energy blocks. The Super Saiyan monkey treated the energy blocks as soccer balls, while the blue cat incinerated them into colorful glass. The little fox directed the energy blocks in a tap dance, and the bird and squirrel stacked the blocks into a wobbly tower. Goku declared, "All passed." Vegeta rolled his eyes. Clearly, it was a complete disaster. To which, the pets collectively retaliated by pelting him with energy blocks, transforming him into a blue hedgehog head. The dark cuisine of the principal kitchen Bulma had a whimsical idea to open a principal kitchen aboard the spaceship, allowing everyone to create culinary delights using principal energy. Goku was the first to sign up, confidently declaring, "I will make Super Saiyan energy porridge." However, the mark on his palm went haywire, causing the porridge to erupt with golden flames, transforming it into explosive popcorn porridge, leaving everyone with smoke-filled mouths. Vegeta, eager to showcase his skills, claimed he would prepare Saiyan Royal energy bars. He tossed various energy ingredients into the pot, only for the mark on his chest to glow unexpectedly, prompting him to add copious amounts of sugar. Sweet is best. But then he corrected himself. No, this prince does not like sweets. The resulting energy bar was half bitter and half sweet, bearing a taste as bizarre as the energy of a disordered beast. Gohan attempted to create a balanced principal salad, only to have his glasses mark glow, causing him to chop all ingredients into perfect squares, even squeezing the salad dressing into orderly grids. Lin Yuan took a taste and remarked seriously, "The flavor is quite good, though the presentation is too uniform, akin to consuming a math problem." Lin Yuan crafted a principal crystal jelly using the energy from his dual gears, the translucent jelly reflecting the essence of the multiverse, its flavor refreshing and magical, finally restoring the kitchen's dignity. The principal pets joined in the fun, with the Super Saiyan monkey turning dough into a dancing little monkey, the blue cat scorching cookies with its flames, and the little fox adorning a cake with principal runes using cream. In the end, everyone gathered to feast on a platter of dark cuisine, with Goku relishing every bite, far tastier than anything Mr. Satan could whip up. Vegeta, feigning indifference, retorted, "It's merely slightly better than trash." Yet, he devoured his own energy bars in their entirety. The pet beauty pageant mishap as the spaceship passed a planet rich with affectionate principal. Bulma whimsically decided to host a principal pet beauty pageant. She adorned each pet. The Super Saiyan monkey donned a golden cape, the blue cat sported a blue bow, the little fox's tail was tied with a pink ribbon, while the bird and squirrel wore mini dresses. When Goku served as a judge, he enthusiastically shouted, "This one is the cutest," leading to a chaotic assault from all the pets, adorning him with various accessories, transforming him into Flower Fairy Goku. Vegeta, also a judge, deliberately assigned low scores to each pet, only to be met with the blue cat igniting his judge's card, while the Super Saiyan monkey showered him with petals, infuriating him into a chase after the mischievous pets. Gohan diligently scored each pet, providing detailed commentary. The Super Saiyan monkey's cape aligns with the energy flow principle. The blue cat's bow showcases harmonious color pairing. However, the little fox snatched the scoring sheet with its tail, altering it to read, "All pets surpass their masters." When Lin Yuan took his turn as a judge, his dual gears unexpectedly glowed, resulting in all pets receiving the Balanced Beauty Award, much to everyone's delight. At the award ceremony, the champion's prize was an enormous energy bone, which led all the pets to rush forward in a frenzy, causing the podium to collapse. Wukong chuckled, proclaiming, "Everyone is a champion," while Vegeta scoffed, "Clearly, they are a bunch of fools." However, he secretly hid a small energy bone for the blue cat, only to be spotted by the Super Saiyan monkey, who retaliated with a comical grimace. As the joyous moments of the Law movie night unfolded, the participants decided to showcase their memories using the energy of the twin gears. The screen first displayed the scene of Wukong and Vegeta's initial encounter, wherein the young Vegeta, with a haughty demeanor, declared, "I shall destroy the earth," only to be promptly sent flying by little Wukong's punch. Wukong laughed heartily. "Vegeta, you were so weak back then." Vegeta's face flushed. "That was because I wasn't taking it seriously." Next, the footage rolled of Gohan participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament, clad in peculiar attire and trembling with nervousness. Gohan's face reddened instantly. "Don't show this. It's too embarrassing." As the screen showcased little Gohan suddenly unleashing his power, defeating his opponent with ease, applause erupted, and tears glistened in Gohan's eyes. The most humorous segment featured Vegeta transforming into the blue cat amidst the time ruins, and his appearance in a pink lace battlesuit at the Law amusement park. Vegeta, infuriated, attempted to switch off the screen, but the mark on his chest glowed, causing him to chuckle against his will. Though it's quite silly, it's rather adorable. Realizing what he had said, he quickly covered his mouth, while his ears turned as red as ripe apples. Lin Yuan's segment showcased his first resonance with the twin gears, a golden light illuminating the entire room. Everyone fell silent, absorbing the power of the balance law. After the movie concluded, Wukong rubbed his belly and remarked, "I never realized we had experienced so much together." Vegeta huffed, "Next time, it should be my victory compilation." As the group reveled in their warm moments, Lin Yuan's twin gears suddenly emitted a radiant glow. A small bird flew to the gears, projecting a distress signal from Namek, where the life law had descended into chaos, turning plants into running monsters, and the Dragon Balls had lost their luster. It appeared a new adventure awaited. Wukong sprang to his feet in excitement, the mark on his palm glowing, as the Super Saiyan monkey leaped onto his shoulder, striking a battle pose. Vegeta adjusted his battle attire, with the blue cat crouching at his feet, flames dancing on its tail. "This time, I shall be the first to defeat the enemy and show you the prowess of the Saiyan Prince." Gohan adjusted his glasses and pulled out a notebook. "The life law on Namek is quite unique. We must proceed with caution." Bulma examined the spaceship systems. "Prepare for departure." Destination, Namek. Lin Yuan grasped the twin gears tightly, feeling the energy of the law pets, and smiled. "With everyone here, we can surely resolve this crisis." The spaceship departed from the Heart Law planet, heading towards Namek. Inside the cabin, the law pets engaged in playful antics, while Wukong and Vegeta discussed strategies. Gohan delved into the data on Namek's laws, Bulma fine-tuned the equipment, and Lin Yuan gazed out at the starry sky, his heart brimming with anticipation. He understood that no matter the challenges ahead, as long as they stood together with the law pets, no obstacle was insurmountable. The laughter and warmth of their daily lives would become their greatest strength, ensuring that the multiverse's network of laws remained forever filled with love and balance. A new adventure was about to commence, and this time, the law pets would also become indispensable allies, co-authoring their own humorous yet fervent legend. Chapter 72. The Great Chaos of Life on Namek. Upon the arrival of the transcendent spaceship on Namek, the sight before them left everyone astounded. Once verdant plants had morphed into running vines, pink mushrooms danced with glee, and even the moss on the ground sprouted eyes, curiously observing them. The elder's attendant rushed over, his green face marked with anxiety. "Thank you for coming." After the life law fell into disarray, all the plants came to life and began attacking our village. Just as Wukong retrieved the Dragon Ball radar, the device sprouted legs, leaping from his hand and scurrying away. "My radar!" Wukong exclaimed, chasing after it. And the Super Saiyan monkey followed suit, as they both dashed through the animated grass. The radar darted up to a colossal flower, diving right into it. The flower then playfully closed its petals, teasingly shaking its leaves as if mocking them. "Watch this." Wukong unleashed the Kamehameha wave, only for the flower to suddenly release a cloud of pollen, transforming him and the Super Saiyan monkey into green Namekians. Wukong touched his face, bursting into laughter. "Now I look just like the elder. Vegeta, do I look cool?" Vegeta rolled his eyes. "You look like an undercooked green pepper, utterly ridiculous." No sooner had he spoken than a nearby mushroom unleashed pink smoke, turning Vegeta green as well, while the blue cat at his feet laughed uncontrollably. Gohan, adjusting his own green-tinted glasses, analyzed the situation seriously. "This is a phenomenon caused by the disruption of the life law. Even machines can be imbued with life." He attempted to calm the fleeing radar with runes from ancient texts, but as he spoke the incantation, the radar sprouted wings and began mocking them from the sky. Lin Yuan utilized the light from the twin gears to create an energy net, finally ensnaring the radar, which had now grown a small tail and was shaking it in indignation. As they followed the attendant towards the village, the plants along the roadside launched an unexpected assault. Vines lashed out like whips, but transformed into green ribbons that danced around Wukong. A massive cactus shot out spines that turned into colorful balloons mid-air, floating away. The funniest sight was a group of moving mushrooms, lined up and bumping into them with their caps, their blows so gentle it felt like a tickle. "Is this attack too gentle?" Wukong mused, playfully batting at the ribbons wrapping around him, only for them to tighten and bind him into a green zongzi. The Super Saiyan monkey hurriedly untangled him, but the ribbons swiftly coiled around the monkey, transforming it into a golden Zongzi monkey. Vegeta found himself surrounded by balloon cacti. He tried to unleash his anger but was instead knocked off balance by the balloons, while the blue cat seized the opportunity, using its flames to string the balloons together, adorning Vegeta like a lantern. The village's defensive wall had already been toppled by the running trees. The Namekians were using energy blasts to fend off the plants. But the plants' tickling attacks left them laughing uncontrollably, rendering them incapable of fighting. The elder sat in a crystal chair, weakly stating, "The core of the life law has been tainted by the decay law. The once balanced life and death laws have turned into a cycle of endless life, causing the plants to activate uncontrollably." He pointed to the life tree at the center of the village. "The core lies within the tree. We must purify the decay law." Suddenly, Gohan's little fox began barking at the life tree, its tail pointing to a black spot on the trunk. That is the source of the decay law's contamination. Lin Yuan's twin gears glowed. The decay law fears the balance of life. We must simultaneously infuse it with energies of growth and decay to neutralize it. Wukong raised his hand. "I will provide the energy of growth." Vegeta scoffed. "As for the energy of decay, that is naturally my domain." As they approached the life tree, its trunk extended numerous branches, each leaf resembling little hands reaching towards them. Wukong unleashed his Super Saiyan energy, golden light infusing the branches, causing beautiful flowers to bloom. However, due to the excess energy, the flowers began to grow wildly, wrapping Wukong into a floral fairy. "How do I stop this?" Wukong struggled amidst the blossoms, which only multiplied, burying even the Super Saiyan monkey in a heap of flowers. Vegeta released his decay energy, the black energy stream causing nearby branches to wither. But the energy spiraled out of control, turning even healthy leaves yellow. "Damn it!" Vegeta exclaimed, quickly trying to rein in his power, only to find his feet ensnared by the withering roots, tightening their grip with each struggle. The blue cat ignited the roots of a tree with its fiery breath, inadvertently setting ablaze the nearby mushroom grove, which turned a charred black. The mushrooms, feeling wronged, huddled together, resembling burnt coal. Suddenly, the mark on Wu Fan's glasses began to glow, prompting him to shout, "We need to proportionally inject energy. Growth energy at 70, decay energy at 30. Adhering to the golden balance principle." Lin Yuan immediately utilized the dual gears to channel their energies. Golden and black streams intertwined under his command, spiraling to strike precisely at the black spots on the tree trunk. The spots emitted anguished howls as the decay principle began to dissipate. However, it retaliated with a surge of negative energy, causing the surrounding flora to go berserk. Trees capable of movement began to crash against walls, vines lashed out like whips, and even the gentle flowers spewed forth acrid pollen. The principal pets surged forward. The Super Saiyan monkey struck the rampaging trees with its tail. The blue cat calmed the flowers with its flames. The little fox directed the mushrooms to form a defensive wall, while the birds and squirrels removed the wilted leaves to prevent the spread of pollution. Through the combined efforts of everyone and their pets, the decay principle was finally purified, revitalizing the tree of life. The rejuvenated plants gradually returned to normal, ceasing their attacks on humans. Wukong emerged from the flower pile. A large red blossom perched atop his head, finally done. "These flowers are quite beautiful." Vegeta, adjusting his charred battle suit, retorted stubbornly, "It was primarily my decay energy that made a difference. Your growth energy nearly ruined everything." After the crisis was averted, the elder invited everyone to use the Dragon Balls to restore Namek. When the 7 Dragon Balls gathered, the Shenlong slowly emerged, astonishing all. The body of the Shenlong was composed of revitalized plants, with scales made of green leaves, whiskers of flowing vines, and even eyes that blinked like flowers. "State your wishes." The Shenlong's voice, reminiscent of rustling leaves, was both gentle and amusing. Wukong made the first wish. "I wish for Namek to be restored to its original state, with plants growing obediently in the soil." The Shenlong nodded, releasing a green radiance, and indeed, the revitalized plants returned to their places, ceasing their movement. Vegeta made the second wish. "I want my battle suit restored to its original state, and for this green skin to vanish." The Shenlong's vine-like whiskers swayed, and Vegeta's battle suit was instantly repaired while his green skin reverted to its original hue. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he noticed the blue cat had turned green, making faces at him, which infuriated him to the point of wanting to toss the blue cat into the Dragon Balls. Wu Fan's wish was simple. I hope the life principles of Namek remain eternally balanced. The Shenlong's floral eyes sparkled, releasing the energy of balance, which melded into the soil of Namek. Finally, Lin Yuan wished, I hope all revitalized items return to normal, including our dragon radar. The Shenlong's light enveloped the radar, causing its little tail and wings to vanish, restoring it to its normal appearance. After the Shenlong disappeared, the Dragon Balls scattered, only to halt midair, transforming into 7 flying Dragon Balls that circled around everyone. Wukong reached out to catch them, but the balls mischievously evaded him, teasingly swaying in front of him. The elder chuckled. This is the blessing of the life principle. The Dragon Balls will accompany you for a time, and your next wishes will be more potent. To express their gratitude, the Namekians hosted a grand banquet, adorned with the unique delicacies of Namek, including luminescent energy fruits that allowed for brief levitation, leaf cookies, and dew that tasted like starlight. The principal pets and the Namekian children frolicked joyfully. The Super Saiyan monkey taught the little Namekians to climb trees. The blue cat performed fiery magic tricks, and the little fox showcased the principal runes with its tail. Wukong, munching on the energy fruit, had his face smeared. This is far tastier than Bulma's dark cuisine. Upon hearing this, Bulma retaliated with a playful smack. If you dare to say my cooking is bad again, I'll turn you into a real green pepper. Vegeta nibbled on cookies. His ears perked up, wary of Wukong's potential foolish remarks. Wu Fan and the elder discussed the intricacies of life principles. His notebook filled with new discoveries. The balance of life and death principles is crucial, akin to the necessity of rest and activity for humans. Lin Yuan surveyed the harmonious scene, the dual gears spinning gently, sensing the life principle of Namek operating smoothly, brimming with vitality and hope. As they departed Namek, the little Namekians came to bid farewell, presenting the principal pets with energy-crafted gifts. The Super Saiyan monkey received a golden energy banana, the blue cat a blue energy orb, and the little fox a glowing rune leaf. Wukong waved his hand, exclaiming, "We will come back to see you. Next time, I'll bring senzu beans for you." As the spaceship departed from Namek, the green planet transformed into mere specks behind them. Wukong patted his belly and remarked, "This adventure was so much fun, though being turned into a green pepper was a bit embarrassing." Vegeta gazed out the window. "Next time we encounter such a situation, I will be the first to purify the principle, so you can know who the strongest truly is." On Lin Yuan's dual gears, a new green life principle pattern emerged, coexisting harmoniously with the other patterns. He understood that each adventure further balanced the principles of the multiverse, and these moments filled with laughter and warmth would empower the balance principle even more. New adventures awaited, but as long as everyone and their principal pets were together, no difficulty was insurmountable. Chapter 73. The gravity prank of Floating Island. As the hyperdimensional spaceship drifted through the cosmos, the navigation system was abruptly disrupted by a mysterious force, displaying a crooked message. "Welcome to the Gravity Amusement Park. Please fasten your seatbelts." The spaceship, now uncontrollable, hurtled toward a planet composed of numerous floating islands, where the mountains exhibited bizarrely twisted shapes, clearly the result of chaotic gravity principles. Sudden and erratic descent. As the spaceship neared the islands, gravity began to fluctuate wildly. One moment, the crew was firmly anchored in their seats. The next, they found themselves floating towards the ceiling. Wukong, thrilled, zipped around the cabin. "This is so fun. Much better than Bulma's zero-gravity training room." He reached out to grab a floating senzu bean, which suddenly became as heavy as a mountain, nearly causing him to crash into the ceiling. Vegeta attempted to stabilize himself with energy, but the gravity abruptly intensified to 10 times that of Earth, causing him to crash down with a thud, almost breaking the floor. Damn gravity. He struggled to rise, the mark of the principle on his chest glowing, leading him to instinctively check on others. "Wukong, are you all right? Don't float too high or you'll fall." After uttering this, he shivered, hastily silencing himself. Wu Fan's glasses floated to the top of his head in the weightless state. As he reached for them, gravity suddenly reversed, sending him tumbling down, colliding into Lin Yuan. They rolled together, Wu Fan's notebook scattering, the pages swirling in the air like fluttering petals. Lin Yuan's dual gears radiated light, creating a gravity stabilization field in the cabin, allowing everyone to finally regain their footing. The spaceship landed on the largest floating island, and as the cabin door opened, Wukong soared out like a balloon, shouting, "I'm flying." However, midway, gravity suddenly intensified, causing him to crash down with a thud, transforming him into a flattened Wukong pancake. The Super Saiyan monkey rushed over, attempting to pull him back with its tail, only to be similarly pinned to the ground, morphing into a monkey pancake. Much to the amusement of everyone. The comedic challenges of the gravity maze at the center of the island lay a maze constructed from gravity principles, with walls shifting in accordance with gravitational variations. The principal sprite at the entrance chuckled, "Conquer the maze to find the gravity core, but beware of gravity traps." Wukong dashed in first, only to encounter a random gravity zone at the first corner, his body oscillating between heavy and light, bouncing around like an elastic ball. Vegeta scoffed as he entered the maze, but found himself in a hall where he faced mirror gravity. On the left, gravity was 5 times that of Earth, while on the right, it was 0 gravity. He attempted to traverse from the left, only to be pressed down by an unseen force. When he tried to move to the right, he lost control and floated aimlessly, ultimately becoming stuck in the middle, a sight both comical and absurd. Lin Yuan leapt into the 0 gravity zone, making faces at him, inciting a desire to reach out and grab him, yet he nearly floated to the ceiling in the process. Wu Fan and Lin Yuan faced the challenges together. Wu Fan's glasses emitted a luminous imprint, allowing him to predict gravitational shifts. Caution. There's a gravity reversal 3 meters ahead. Lin Yuan generated a stabilizing field beneath their feet using the energy of the dual gears, enabling them to navigate various traps with ease. The little fox led the way, signaling the presence of gravity traps with its tail, thus helping them avoid a multitude of troubles. The most amusing moment arrived at the maze's end, where a door required the simultaneous exertion of both light and heavy gravity to open. Goku stood in the light gravity zone, effortlessly lifting the heavy stone on the right, while Vegeta, positioned in the heavy gravity zone, struggled to even lift the lighter stone on the left, his frustration evident as he stomped his feet. "You fool! Use your Super Saiyan energy," Goku shouted, prompting Vegeta to blush and reluctantly unleash his super blue aura, finally managing to lift the lighter stone. In that instant, as the door swung open, a burst of colorful gravitational energy erupted forth, transforming everyone's hair into an upright explosion of curls. Goku, feeling his new hairstyle, laughed heartily. "This hairstyle is cooler than Super Saiyan." Vegeta, upon glancing at his reflection in the mirror behind the door, nearly shattered it in rage at discovering his explosive hair was pink and adorned with little stars. The purification challenge of the gravity core awaited them. Located within the crystalline palace at the maze's end, the core was enveloped by a swirling mass of chaotic gravitational energy, continually emitting tumultuous gravitational waves. Upon seeing the group, the chaotic energy coalesced into a gravitational monster, its form fluctuating in size as it manipulated the surrounding gravity at will. "Here to meet your demise?" The gravitational monster intoned in a deep voice, unleashing a gravitational shockwave with a mere wave of its hand. Goku's Super Saiyan aura erupted as he attempted to counter with energy, yet he was compressed under the force of gravity, ultimately shrinking to the size of a mere palm, a mini Goku. "Why have I shrunk?" Mini Goku exclaimed in frustration, only to float atop the monster's head due to the light gravity, where he attempted to punch its eye but was swatted away like a small pebble. Vegeta's super blue aura blazed brighter under the heavy gravity, but his ultimate flash morphed into a curved rainbow beam due to the gravitational chaos, failing to harm the monster and instead transforming nearby stones into dancing sprites. What kind of absurd attack is this? Vegeta trembled with anger. Just as Lin Yuan leaped onto his shoulder, pointing at the monster's core, a stable gravitational balance point, Wu Fan's glasses suddenly glowed. He shouted, "Aim for its core. That's where the gravity is most stable." Lin Yuan's dual gears released the laws of equilibrium, forming a gravitational cage around the monster, temporarily restraining it. Seizing the opportunity, Goku, in his mini form, burrowed into the monster's body and unleashed a Kamehameha at the core. The instant the core was struck, the monster let out a pained roar, its body swelling and contracting until it exploded with a tremendous bang, releasing stable gravitational energy. Mini Goku, caught within the energy wave, reverted to his original form but emerged with an explosive hairstyle, humorously contrasting with Vegeta's pink explosion. Once the gravity core returned to normal, the island's gravitational stability was restored. Floating stones settled back to the ground. Distorted mountains regained their shape, and the air turned refreshingly crisp. The Law Sprites appeared before the group, cheerfully announcing, "Congratulations on purifying the gravity core. Here are your rewards." With a wave of their hands, numerous colorful gravity fruits rained down, granting the ability to temporarily control one's own gravity. Goku eagerly grabbed a fruit and consumed it, suddenly floating upward with glee, exclaiming, "I can control gravity now. No more fear of falling." Vegeta, feigning indifference, remarked, "Such trivial tricks hold no significance for a Saiyan," yet secretly pocketed a fruit, catching the attention of Lan Mao, who meowed in disapproval. With the gravity stabilized, the island transformed into a natural amusement park. Goku and Super Saiyan Monkey competed to see who could jump the highest, both soaring too high and nearly floating off the island, only to be pulled back by Lin Yuan's stabilizing field. Vegeta, while practicing his energy control with the gravity fruit, inadvertently transformed into a balloon person, floating helplessly until Lan Mao nudged him down with a burst of energy. Wu Fan and the little fox delved into the principles of the gravity fruits, with Wu Fan's notebook filled with formulas and diagrams. Lin Yuan harnessed the energy from his dual gears to construct a gravity slide, allowing them to glide from the mountaintop to its base, experiencing various gravitational changes along the way, thrilling and delightful. Bulma fashioned a gravity roller coaster from parts on the spaceship and invited everyone to join. Goku screamed in terror, yet could not suppress his laughter throughout the ride. As twilight descended, the group sat atop the mountain, watching the sunset, the warm glow of the sun enveloping them in comfort. Goku patted his belly and said, "Today was so much fun," although being Mini Goku was a bit embarrassing. Flying around was still quite enjoyable. Vegeta gazed into the distance and remarked, "These gravity fruits may serve as excellent training tools to enhance our combat prowess." Goku's excitement peaked. "Then let us continue training tomorrow. Let us see who can unleash a Kamehameha under the heaviest gravity." Lin Yuan's dual gears absorbed the energy from the gravity core, adding a new silver gravitational law pattern that harmoniously coexisted with the other patterns. He recognized that this gravity adventure not only purified the chaotic laws, but also fostered joy and camaraderie among them. The amusing moments, such as Goku's mini form and explosive hairstyles, would become cherished memories in their hearts. As night fell, the group lay on the grass, gazing at the stars, with the Law Sprites nestled beside them. Goku had already dozed off, snoring and mumbling about how delicious the gravity fruits were. Vegeta, though awake, reclined against a stone, relaxed, with Lan Mao sleeping soundly in his lap. Wu Fan recorded the day's adventure in his notebook, while Lin Yuan looked up at the starry sky, feeling the balance of gravitational laws, his heart filled with tranquility and hope. New adventures awaited, yet the serenity and joy of this moment were the most exquisite rewards. Chapter 74. The Law Party amidst the energy storm. As the superdimensional spaceship departed from the floating island, the navigation system suddenly blared an alarm. Energy storm detected ahead. Rerouting advised. However, before anyone could react, the spaceship was drawn into a torrent of colorful energy. The energy within the storm shimmered with rainbow hues, relentlessly battering the ship's exterior, while the dashboard's energy readings fluctuated wildly, dancing as if in a disco. Dancing energy sprites at the storm's center floated countless energy sprites, each the size of a fist, composed of pure law energy, adorned with transparent wings that danced to the rhythm of energy fluctuations. Curious, Goku opened the hatch, and a yellow energy sprite immediately zipped inside, landing on his palm before exploding into a cascade of golden sparks, dyeing Goku's hair a brilliant yellow. "How cool!" Goku exclaimed, extending his hand to attract more energy sprites. The red sprite transformed his Super Saiyan aura into a fiery shape, while the blue sprite adorned him with an energy cloak. The green sprite, the most mischievous, drew a small mustache on his face, turning him into mustached Goku. Vegeta scoffed and turned away, but soon found himself targeted by a purple sprite that burrowed into his battle suit, transforming his super blue aura into purple lightning. Startling Lan Mao, Wu Fan's glasses were enveloped by a white energy sprite, which suddenly allowed him to see the trajectories of energy flows, prompting him to exclaim, "These are energy vision glasses. I can see the movement of law energy." Lin Yuan's dual gears resonated with the energy sprites, surrounding him with a rainbow of energy, like wearing an energy necklace. Bulma, enveloped by a swarm of energy sprites, found her hair braided into sparkling energy strands, unable to resist preening in front of a mirror. As the spaceship traversed the most energy-dense region, all the energy sprites suddenly began to sing in unison, their melodic voices transforming into energy waves that impacted the vessel. Wukong, entranced by the song, began to dance, inadvertently colliding with the control console. The spaceship abruptly started to spin, tossing everyone around like tops. Vegeta maintained his haughty demeanor amid the whirlwind, only to be flung next to Wukong, resulting in a collision that turned them into a spinning duo of Saiyan tops. Much to the amusement of the energy sprites. In the storm, there existed a floating restaurant, constructed entirely of energy. The tables and chairs were semi-transparent energy blocks, and the menu featured an array of peculiar dish names, such as turtle-style energy soup, Super Saiyan flame-grilled meat, and balanced law pudding. The proprietor was a chef sprite made of energy, skillfully wielding an energy spatula to flambe ingredients mid-air, resembling a performer in a circus. Wukong ordered the Super Saiyan energy combo, and the chef sprite tossed a golden energy orb into the pan, producing a plate of glistening fried rice. Upon tasting it, Wukong's hair suddenly stood on end, his Super Saiyan aura erupting spontaneously. He exclaimed, "Eating this transforms you into a Super Saiyan. This dish is incredible." However, after indulging too much, he found it impossible to revert from Super Saiyan mode, enduring Vegeta's teasing as he resembled a glowing light bulb. Vegeta opted for the Saiyan Prince's exclusive steak, which the chef sprite seared with purple energy flames, branding it with the Royal Saiyan insignia. As Vegeta elegantly sliced into the steak, the first bite burned his tongue, revealing that its energy temperature was 10 times that of a normal steak. Blue Cat nearby snickered, prompting a glare from Vegeta, which made the cat hastily feign grooming its paws. Gohan's balanced law salad was the most astonishing. Each ingredient emitted a different hue of energy, and upon consumption, a balancing energy ring enveloped his body. Lin Yuan's law energy tea revealed the tea leaves forming law runes in the water, warming him thoroughly with each sip. Bulma ordered a mechanical energy cake that assembled itself into a robotic shape, making a delightful clicking sound as it was consumed, reminiscent of eating a moving toy. The most humorous dessert was the energy cotton candy, which changed flavors according to one's mood. Wukong savored the happy fairy bean flavor, bubbling with joy, while Vegeta encountered the proud spicy pepper flavor, which brought tears to his eyes, yet he stubbornly remarked that it was nothing. Gohan enjoyed the wisdom fruit flavor, and upon finishing, he suddenly unraveled 3 long-standing law puzzles, excitedly scribbling in his notebook. Adjacent to the restaurant lay an energy arena, where a sprite held a sign reading, Law Energy Duel Tournament, with the victor receiving the Infinite Energy Cup. Wukong promptly registered, facing off against a beast composed of rock energy, impervious to physical attacks, but vulnerable to energy strikes. Wukong intentionally threw a punch, only to have it ricochet back, leaving him with panda eyes. It seemed he had no choice but to unleash an energy attack. With his Super Saiyan aura ablaze, he unleashed a golden energy wave that struck the creature, which unexpectedly inflated into a massive rock balloon. Wukong chuckled, saying, "Even as a balloon, I can defeat you." He executed an energy volleyball punch, sending the rock balloon soaring, eventually slamming it down like a volleyball, resulting in a colorful array of shattered stones. Vegeta's opponent was a bird made of lightning energy, remarkably swift and adept at evading most attacks. Each time Vegeta unleashed his ultimate flash, it missed, inciting his furious declaration, "If you have the guts, don't dodge." The bird mischievously circled above him, zapping his hair into a wild, purple explosion. Furious, Vegeta channeled all his energy into a lightning cage, finally capturing the lightning bird, only to discover that his explosive hair had become even more exaggerated. Gohan teamed up with Lin Yuan for the doubles match, their opponents being 2 energy wolves. Gohan utilized energy X-ray glasses to discern the wolves' weaknesses, while Lin Yuan crafted a balance field with the energy of the twin gears. Their seamless cooperation transformed the energy wolves into docile energy puppies. The Law Pets rallied to cheer, with the Super Saiyan monkey drumming on an energy drum and Blue Cat painting supportive slogans with its aura, creating a festive atmosphere akin to a celebration. The finals unfolded between Wukong and Vegeta, both having consumed the culinary delights from the energy restaurant, significantly boosting their strength. Wukong's Kamehameha transformed into a rainbow hue, while Vegeta's ultimate flash exhibited a lightning effect. Their attacks collided in the arena's center, not resulting in an explosion, but rather forming an energy rainbow, upon which whimsical scenes of their childhoods appeared. Young Wukong chasing his tail, and young Vegeta admiring himself in the mirror. After winning the tournament, the sprites guided everyone to the core of the energy storm, where a colossal energy crystal sealed the source of the tempest, a party monster made of chaotic energy. The creature, upon seeing the crowd, jubilantly exclaimed, "Finally! Someone has come to join my party. I merely wished for companionship and inadvertently caused the storm." It turned out that this monster was a manifestation of the Joy Law, created by the Mother of Laws to spread happiness across the universe. However, its loneliness had led to an energy imbalance, resulting in the storm. Wukong, smiling, replied, "You should have said you wanted to play. We can join you." He proposed hosting a cosmic law party, allowing the energy sprites and the monster to revel together. During the party, Wukong and the monster competed to see who could consume the most energy food, resulting in both becoming round and immobile. Vegeta was dragged into dancing, his reluctance evident, yet his feet moved in sync. Blue Cat twirled around his feet, making his steps appear akin to tap dancing. Gohan and the energy sprites examined the energy crystal, discovering its ability to absorb negative energy and release joyful energy. Lin Yuan's twin gears resonated with the crystal, their light merging, causing the crystal to emit gentle energy waves that quelled the storm. The monster's energy stabilized, and it exclaimed joyfully, "Thank you for keeping me company. I will host traveling parties throughout the universe to spread joy." It gifted each person an energy badge, which allowed them to summon energy sprites for future play. As they departed the energy storm, all the energy sprites and the monster came to bid farewell. Wukong waved, shouting, "We will come to your parties again. I will bring you fairy beans." Though Vegeta remained silent, he carefully pinned the energy badge onto his battle suit, which Blue Cat noticed and affectionately nudged with its head. As the spaceship sailed away from the storm, the energy badge shimmered in the sunlight. Wukong patted his stomach, declaring, "Today's energy cuisine was exquisite, though perhaps I overindulged." Vegeta huffed, "It's only slightly better than the floating island's gravity fruit." Gohan noted in his notebook, "Joy is also a vital law, balancing the universe's negative energy." Lin Yuan's twin gears absorbed the law energy from the energy storm, adding a new rainbow-colored joy law pattern, harmoniously coexisting with the others. He gazed out at the receding energy storm, where one could still see the rainbow energy streams and dancing sprites, reminiscent of an everlasting celebration. As night fell, everyone lounged in the spaceship's lounge, the law pets cuddled beside them. Wukong had already drifted off to sleep, murmuring about how delicious the energy cake was. Vegeta examined the energy badge, occasionally smiling foolishly at it. Upon noticing Lin Yuan's gaze, he quickly reverted to his proud facade. Gohan organized the research data from that day, while Lin Yuan caressed the twin gears, feeling the warmth of the joy law. New adventures awaited. Yet the joyous moments spent in the energy storm made everyone realize that laws are not merely cold balances, but rather warm companions. As long as joy resides in one's heart, no matter the challenges faced, one can confront them with a smile, perhaps embodying the universe's most extraordinary law. Chapter 75. The enchanted adventure on the Dream Planet. As the hyperdimensional spacecraft emerged from the energy storm, it was irresistibly drawn to a planet emanating a gentle glow. The surface of this celestial body was cloaked in clouds reminiscent of cotton candy, with luminescent dream particles floating in the air. Upon nearing the planet, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over everyone aboard. Wukong let out a tremendous yawn, exclaiming how sleepy he felt and longing for a 3-day slumber. No sooner had he spoken than he leaned back in his seat and drifted off into a deep sleep, drool escaping from the corner of his mouth. The entrance to a fantastical dreamscape enveloped the crew, as the dream particles influenced them to succumb to slumber. When Wukong next opened his eyes, he discovered himself atop a mountain formed from Xiando, surrounded by trees bearing energy bars, while a bubbling river of cola flowed in the distance. This place was simply extraordinary. Wukong excitedly dove into the pile of Xiando, relishing every bite, only to find that they were hollow inside, from which emerged a tiny Xiando sprite, making faces at him. Vegeta's dream, in stark contrast, was filled with combat. He stood on a floating martial arts platform, with an audience cheering below and countless Wukong replicas as his opponents. Finally, he could openly triumph over Wukong. Vegeta unleashed his super blue energy, knocking out each Wukong clone with glee. However, upon defeating the last one, all the Wukong figures transformed into Bulma, hands on hips. Glaring at him, "You're picking on Wukong again. No dinner for you tonight." Vegeta, startled, awoke to find himself kicking in the spacecraft, with Blue Cat looking at him in confusion. Gohan's dream was set in an immense library, with bookshelves stretching to the clouds, each book flipping its pages autonomously, while butterflies made of words fluttered in the air. He eagerly rushed to a shelf, pulled out a tome titled The Complete Laws of the Universe, only to discover it was filled with comics depicting him as a superhero vanquishing villains, accompanied by comments praising Gohan at his finest. In his dream, the little fox transformed into a librarian, pointing with its tail to a shimmering book that illustrated Gohan's warm family moments. Lin Yuan's dream was the most peculiar. He found himself within the dual gears, where the patterns of the gears morphed into pathways, each rule node adorned with a door. Upon opening the door to the law of balance, he beheld countless universes harmoniously operating. Opening the door to the law of time revealed humorous scenes from Wukong and Vegeta's childhood. Most astonishing was when he opened the door to the law of origin, revealing the mother of laws narrating tales to her rule pets. Upon noticing Lin Yuan, she smiled and remarked, "Dreams are mirrors of reality, a different manifestation of the laws." The whimsical chase of the dream monster began at the heart of the dream planet, a creature capable of infiltrating others' dreams to fabricate amusing illusions. As Wukong indulged in the Saiyan-like Mountain, the dream monster abruptly transformed the pile into a cotton candy trap. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank, until only his head remained visible, resembling a sprouting potato. "Let me go? I want to eat more Saiyan-like," Wukong shouted, only to have his mouth stuffed with cotton candy, rendering him speechless from its sweetness. Vegeta, once again challenging Wukong on the Dream Martial Arts platform, finally claimed victory, basking in the audience's cheers when the dream monster transformed the crowd into countless Bulma replicas, all chanting, "Go, Vegeta, but don't bully Wukong." Vegeta's bravado deflated instantly, as he found himself surrounded by Bulma clones, tickling him until he was in tears of laughter. In the dream library, Gohan stumbled upon a book titled The Complete Book of Amusing Laws. Upon opening it, he suddenly morphed into a comic character, his body taking on a blocky shape, exclaiming, "What is happening?" The dream monster took the form of a book, bouncing before him, while the jokes on the pages made Gohan laugh uncontrollably, nearly waking him from his dream. In Lin Yuan's dream, the dream monster appeared as a dual gear, attempting to disrupt the balance of the laws. "You mimic well," Lin Yuan chuckled, "but you lack the essence of balance." He wielded his mental prowess to manipulate the rule energy within the dream, transforming the dream monster into a tap-dancing gear rabbit, evoking peals of laughter from the surrounding rule sprites. The most comical incident transpired when the dreams of the group interconnected. Wukong's Saiyan-like Mountain collided with Vegeta's martial arts platform, leading to Vegeta being chased by the Bulma replicas, who accidentally crashed into Wukong's cotton candy trap. The two became entangled, resembling a Saiyan candy roll. Gohan and Lin Yuan rushed to assist, only to be ensnared by the dream monster's dream threads, turning them into a dream cotton candy string, while the four rule pets rolled about in laughter, capturing the moment with their tails. To exit the dream planet, they were required to navigate the challenges of the lucid dream. The first obstacle was an honest Q&A session, with the dream monster posing questions, where deceit would result in a humorous transformation. When asked what he feared most, Wukong replied without hesitation, "I fear Chi-Chi's nagging and running out of Saiyan-like." Immediately, a pair of Chi-Chi's braids sprouted from his head, prompting laughter from everyone. When the dream monster questioned Vegeta, it mischievously inquired, "Do you secretly like adorable things?" Vegeta, defiantly, retorted, "Absolutely not. I only like combat and victory." But as soon as he finished speaking, his body shrank, transforming into a miniature Vegeta in a princess dress, while Blue Cat laughed at his feet. In a fit of rage, Vegeta shouted, "Fine. I like the snacks made by Blue Cat and Bulma." At last, he reverted to his original form, his face flushed like a tomato. When Gohan was asked what he most desired to do, he replied earnestly, "To solve all the laws puzzles and protect everyone." Suddenly, a superhero cape appeared on him, bestowing an air of authority. Lin Yuan was queried about the strongest law, to which he responded with a smile, It is love and memories. They transcend all laws. His dual gears radiated light, forming a rainbow bridge within the dream. The second challenge involved collecting dream items representing courage, wisdom, friendship, and balance. Wukong discovered a glowing Xian-do on the mountain, symbolizing courage. Gohan found a sparkling ancient tome in the library, representing wisdom. Vegeta begrudgingly shared half of his energy sphere with Wukong, transforming it into a badge of friendship. Lin Yuan harnessed the energy of the dual gears to create a balanced crystal. The four items combined to form a dream key. Looking at the key, the dream monster suddenly burst into tears, lamenting, "I just wanted someone to play with. Everyone fears my dreams. No one wishes to stay." Wukong patted its shoulder with a smile. "We can visit often to play. We can even bring Vegeta along to perform his Tsundere act." Vegeta shot Wukong a glare, but did not protest, implicitly accepting the suggestion. Before departing the dream planet, the dream monster gifted each person a dream pillow, ensuring sweet dreams. Wukong's pillow featured Xian-do and barbecued meat, Vegeta's adorned with super blue energy and blue cat, Gohan's with ancient texts and glasses, and Lin Yuan's with dual gears and the flower of laws. The rule pets were also given miniature pillows, with the Super Saiyan Monkey's pillow magically producing cotton candy. The group held a farewell party on the grassy expanse of the dream planet, where Wukong and the dream monster competed to see who could conjure the most humorous dream. Wukong dreamt of becoming a Xian-do, being chased and devoured by Vegeta. Vegeta envisioned defeating all his opponents, only to sneeze during the award ceremony, sending the trophy flying. Gohan imagined his thesis winning the universe's Best Law Award, with the Mother of Laws as the presenter. Lin Yuan dreamt of all the laws of the multiverse harmoniously singing, creating a warm and beautiful scene. As the party concluded, the dream monster used dream energy to paint the group's smiling faces in the sky and transform the image of Wukong and Vegeta as candy rolls into constellations, adorning the night sky of the dream planet. "Whenever you miss me, just look at that star," the dream monster waved. "I'll send you Xian-do and energy bars in your dreams." As the group returned to the spacecraft, they found their recent experiences to be akin to a vivid dream. With only the dream pillow in their hands serving as evidence that it was not mere illusion, Wukong chuckled foolishly while stroking the pillow, exclaiming, "Tonight, I shall surely dream of an endless feast of Xian-do." Vegeta, concealing the pillow in his bag, retorted stubbornly, "I have no need for such trinkets. I merely wish to avoid waste." Gohan adjusted his glasses and noted in his notebook, "The laws of dreams reflect our innermost desires and are an essential means of self-discovery." Lin Yuan gazed out at the receding dream planet, where the starlight still twinkled like countless blinking eyes. His dual gears absorbed the energy of the dream laws, adding a new violet pattern to the existing ones, forming a complete multidimensional law ring. As the spacecraft soared into the starry sky, the group drifted into slumber, sweetened by their dreams. This time, no one encountered nightmares. Wukong envisioned an endless mountain of Xian-do. Vegeta dreamt of triumphing over Wukong in a martial arts tournament. Gohan imagined unraveling all the puzzles of the laws, and Lin Yuan dreamt of the Mother of Laws and all his companions laughing together at the core of origin. Their law pets nestled beside them, emitting satisfied purrs as the spacecraft, guided by the starlight, journeyed toward their next adventure, with the warmth and laughter harvested from their dreams forever etched in their hearts. Chapter 76. The comical incident on the mechanical law planet. Upon exiting the starlight of the dream planet, Wukong yawned, still clutching his dream pillow. "Last night, I dreamt that Xian-do transformed into robots and performed mechanical dances for me." No sooner had he spoken than Bulma's scanner emitted an alarm. Mechanical law planet detected ahead. The planet's surface is entirely composed of gears and conveyor belts, with a highly active energy response. Vegeta scoffed, "Finally, we have arrived at a proper planet. Unlike those previous ones that were merely about dreaming and snacking." Upon landing in a vast mechanical city, the streets were made of luminous conveyor belts, flanked by towering rotating gear towers, with even the streetlights being nodding robots. Just as they stepped onto the street, a signpost constructed from nuts and bolts suddenly spoke, "Welcome to the mechanical law planet. Current time zone, gears revolving 3789 turns. Suggested route, proceed straight through Screw Square. Turn left onto Bering Avenue, and please refrain from touching the operating conveyor belts, or you will be automatically packaged for delivery." Intrigued, Wukong poked the conveyor belt. which suddenly accelerated, sending him flying far away. Frightened, he grasped onto a nearby streetlight. Why is this road moving on its own? The streetlight robot promptly bowed and knocked Wukong down onto the conveyor belt, transforming him into a rolling Wukong delivery. The Super Saiyan monkey hastily pursued, only to be blocked by the signpost. Pets must use the designated conveyor path. Violators will be fined 1 energy bolt. Vegeta disdainfully sidestepped an automatic cleaning robot, only to step on a loose gear brick, causing a mechanical claw to spring up from beneath and firmly grasp his foot. Damn this junk! Vegeta attempted to break free with energy, but the claw tightened its grip, emitting an electronic alert. Detected volatile energy, initiating calming protocol, playing lullaby. As the gentle lullaby played, Vegeta's face flushed red, and the mark of the law on his chest glowed, nearly compelling him to hum along. Gohan's glasses automatically upgraded on the mechanical planet, revealing the internal gear structures, and he excitedly recorded. The mechanical law is centered on precise operation. Every component has a fixed trajectory, akin to a finely tuned clockwork. Lin Yuan's dual gears resonated with the city's mechanical core, synchronizing the patterns on the gears with the movement of the conveyor belts, as if performing a mechanical dance. In the city's center, a renowned mechanical restaurant boasted absolute precision, with each dish on the menu annotated with energy values accurate to 3 decimal places. The chef, a silver robot, wielded hydraulic arms with textbook precision. Wukong ordered a Super Saiyan energy meal, requesting 3 times the amount of Xiando, but the mechanical chef sternly replied, "The recipe stipulates 3,000 Xiando. Any increase or decrease will result in energy imbalance. I suggest you order an Xiando add-on package, priced at 1,500 energy coins." Vegeta ordered a Saiyan Prince's special steak, demanding it be cooked to medium with a margin of error not exceeding 0.5 seconds. The mechanical chef operated the frying pan with exactitude, and when the steak was served, it was indeed flawless. However, as soon as Vegeta's fork touched the steak, it suddenly sprang mechanical legs and began to run around the plate, emitting an electronic voice, detected that the consumer's arrogance index exceeds the limit, initiating escape protocol. Enraged, Vegeta jabbed at the steak with his fork, only for it to be caught by a mechanical arm, which twisted his fork into a surrender position. Gohan's balanced law salad was assembled with precision by mechanical arms, with each ingredient spaced exactly 25 centimeters apart, and the dressing spiraled perfectly. Just as he attempted to take a bite, the salad autonomously transformed into a small robot, waving lettuce leaves and declaring, "I am the salad guardian. You must correctly answer the 3 fundamental laws of mechanics to eat me." Gohan earnestly recited the laws, only for the little robot to short-circuit, collapsing into a heap of scattered ingredients, prompting Gohan to burst into laughter. The most amusing item on the menu was the gear pudding. Upon consumption, it caused the eater's mouth to uncontrollably spout mechanical terminology. After finishing, Wukong remarked, "This pudding's texture is akin to a blend of gear lubricant and 30 energy syrups." Taste rating 87. Vegeta, upon finishing, turned to the blue cat and stated, "Your tail's oscillation frequency is 12 times per second. I recommend adjusting it to 8 times to conserve energy." The blue cat incinerated his fork with a fiery blast, restoring him to normal. Chaos erupted in the mechanical core as it emitted a piercing alarm, causing all robots to cease functioning, their eyes turning red. The previous signpost robot flickered with crimson light. Warning: the core of the mechanical law has been infiltrated by a chaotic program, rendering precise laws ineffective. All machines are entering rampage mode. The ground of Screw Square suddenly opened, unleashing countless mechanical tentacles that ensnared passing robots. Wukong was swept into the air by the rampaging conveyor belt and shouted, "Kamehameha." However, his energy wave was reflected by the gears above, transforming into numerous smaller waves that burst forth like fireworks, obliterating the mechanical tentacles into a rain of debris. Vegeta's final flash struck the protective shield of the mechanical core, but the shield rebounded like rubber, sending him flying and leaving his hair smoking, resulting in an explosive hairstyle. Gohan's glasses detected a vulnerability in the core. The chaotic program was concealed within the 37/620th gear of the core. It required the infusion of precisely balanced energy to eliminate. Lin Yuan's dual gears glowed, creating a stabilizing field around the core. Wukong, infuse vitality energy. Vegeta, infuse calming energy. We need to achieve a precise collision of both energies within the gears, guided by the equilibrium field. Wukong's Super Saiyan energy and Vegeta's Super Blue energy shot forth like lasers toward the target gear. At the moment of collision, the core emitted a dazzling light. The chaotic program was eradicated, and all robots returned to normal, their eyes reverting to friendly blue. However, during the restoration process, a minor malfunction occurred. All robots' language programs switched to comedic mode. The signpost robot chirped, "Welcome to Happy Planet. If you are lost, feel free to enjoy a snail candy." The mechanical chef then addressed the spatula, "Darling, what dark cuisine shall we prepare today?" After the restoration of the mechanical core, the robots invited the group to enjoy the Gear Amusement Park. The park's attractions were entirely constructed from the laws of mechanics. 360-degree spinning gear chairs, roller coasters that automatically transformed their tracks, and energy scales capable of accurately calculating weight, albeit with humorous descriptors. Stepping onto the energy scale, Wukong saw the screen display, detected energy body weight equivalent to 500 Yen Do, vitality index 100. It is recommended to ride the crazy conveyor belt to expend excess energy. After Vegeta stepped onto the platform, the screen displayed, the weight of the Tsundere energy body is equivalent to 300 bolts. With a hard exterior but soft heart index of 99. Recommended item, mechanical confession machine, which can help you express your heartfelt sentiments. Infuriated, Vegeta struck the energy scale with a fist, causing its remnants to unexpectedly assemble into a love star that twinkled at him. The most exhilarating attraction was the time-space gear project, where one could experience different velocities of time flow while seated in the gear chamber. Goku opted for the fast mode, and when he emerged, his beard had grown to the ground, resembling an elderly man. Vegeta chose the slow mode, and upon exiting, his movements became sluggish, requiring prolonged pauses between words, which drew Goku's teasing remark, "Vegeta, why have you turned into a snail?" The Law Pets reveled in the amusement park. With the Super Saiyan monkey and mechanical monkey competing to climb the gear tower, the blue cat watering mechanical flowers with its fiery breath, the little fox directing mechanical birds to form formations, while the birds and squirrels played hide and seek in the gear maze. The robots even crafted mini mechanical armor for the pets, with the Super Saiyan monkey's armor featuring a small cape, and the blue cat's armor capable of deploying tiny claws. Much to Bulma's delight as she snapped hundreds of photographs. Before departing the mechanical planet, a colossal golden gear robot, the guardian of the mechanical core, presented gifts to all. Goku received a mechanical can that automatically replenishes Senzu beans. Vegeta received a mechanical bracelet that stabilizes Tsundere energy. Gohan acquired a mechanical notebook that records data automatically, and Lin Yuan received a gear badge that resonates with mechanical laws. The robots also organized a mechanical dance competition, where Goku danced like a chaotic conveyor belt. Vegeta's movements were as stiff as rusty gears. Gohan danced with the precision of a metronome, while Lin Yuan performed a balance dance with the twin gears. Ultimately, the championship was awarded to the Super Saiyan monkey, whose tail spun faster than the gears, earning a mechanical banana trophy. As the spaceship departed the mechanical planet, all the robots waved from the conveyor belt, forming the words goodbye with the gear tower. And even the energy flow in the air transformed into musical notes. Goku fiddled with the mechanical Senzu bean can, exclaiming, "This canister is truly remarkable. It even produces Senzu beans on its own, though the beans resemble screws a bit." Vegeta, donning the mechanical bracelet, stated haughtily, "This bracelet is merely for researching mechanical laws, not because it helps reduce my temper." Lin Yuan gazed out at the shrinking mechanical planet, noticing a new silver mechanical law pattern on the twin gears, perfectly interlocking with other law patterns. He understood that the precision of mechanical laws, when colliding with the chaos of humorous programming, mirrored the delightful discord among friends. Seemingly contradictory, yet achieving a marvelous balance. The amusing moments recorded by the robots in their database would become the most joyous entry in the multiverse laws. Chapter 77. The Rhythmic Adventure of the Music Law Planet. As the hyperdimensional spaceship drifted through the cosmos, it was suddenly captivated by a melodious tune. Ahead appeared a planet radiating colorful sound waves, its surface resembling undulating sound wave curves, with singing notes floating in the atmosphere, and even meteors spinning to the rhythm. Goku found himself tapping his feet to the beat. This place is fascinating. Even the air is dancing. Upon landing on the planet's surface, A wave of rhythmic energy enveloped them as the cabin door opened. In the surrounding forest, the leaves of the trees trembled with the sound waves, producing a rustling accompaniment. Flowers sang different scales, and even the grass beneath grew in time with the beat. A little bird composed of notes alighted on Goku's shoulder, chirping the senzu bean song, which brought a broad smile to his face. As Vegeta stepped out of the spaceship, the ground beneath him suddenly erupted with scale pads, emitting sounds of do-re-mi-fa with each step he took. "What nonsense is this?" he exclaimed impatiently, stomping his foot, inadvertently triggering a noise alarm that caused the flowers around him to scream in unison, creating a buzzing in his ears. The blue cat hopped onto the pads, skillfully producing a beautiful melody, causing the flowers to return to their gentle singing, bowing in gratitude, which only further irritated Vegeta, who contemplated dismantling the pads. Gohan's glasses transformed into sound wave spectacles on the music planet, enabling him to visualize the colorful trajectories of sound waves. Excitedly, he recorded, "The core of the music law is harmonic resonance, with varying sound wave frequencies corresponding to different law energies, akin to the symphony of the universe." He attempted to hum to the flowers, and sure enough, they blossomed with more vibrant petals, even releasing a seed shaped like a musical note. Lin Yuan's twin gears resonated with the planet's musical core, the sound of the gears transforming into a melodious tune. And the surrounding sound waves suddenly formed a rainbow sound bridge leading to the music temple at the planet's center. "It appears we must seek the source of the music law within the temple," Lin Yuan remarked, as the melody of the gears became more joyful, prompting even the Super Saiyan monkey to join in a tap dance. A comical challenge awaited in the rhythm maze leading to the temple, where the walls shifted with the music, allowing passage only to those who stepped to the correct beat. Goku instinctively followed the rhythm of the pads, but misstepped, causing the maze to erupt with colorful sound wave bubbles that enveloped him, transforming him into a bouncing note bubble. Within the bubble, Goku persisted in keeping the beat, causing the bubble to bounce even higher, resembling an uncontrollable ball. Vegeta attempted to force his way through with energy, triggering chaotic rhythms that caused the walls of the maze to dance wildly, trapping him in the center. "Curse this rhythm," he fumed, shaking his fists, only to find them unconsciously swaying to the wall's beat, ultimately breaking into an awkward mechanical dance. The blue cat, nearby, kept time with its paws, transforming Vegeta's dance into a tsundere rhythm dance, which had the note sprites hiding in the shadows laughing heartily. Gohan, utilizing the sound wave glasses, deciphered the rhythm patterns of the maze and urged Lin Yuan to join him in the challenge. The two advanced with precise timing, causing the walls to open before them and even producing harmonious accompaniment. Gohan, unable to resist, began humming along, his voice clear and melodious, attracting the note sprites, who emerged from hiding to swirl around them and dance. Lin Yuan's twin gears emitted light, creating luminous beat points on the ground, aiding Bulma in successfully navigating through the maze as well. At the maze's conclusion stood a rhythm boss, a mechanical beast composed of enormous drums and strings, which could only be defeated with perfect harmony. Goku unleashed energy beats with Kamehameha. Vegeta fired his ultimate flash to produce lightning scales, while Gohan and Lin Yuan harmonized the balance law song. The four distinct voices blended seamlessly, forming a rainbow sound wave that transformed the rhythm boss into a self-playing musical fountain. The singing challenge at the music temple required a specific melody to open its sound wave door. The temple guardian, an elderly figure wielding a conductor's baton, donned a cap made of treble clefs, with a beard resembling dancing eighth notes. To enter the temple, they must pass the cosmic voice audition. The elder waved his baton, and lyrics materialized in the air. "Please sing Melody of the Laws." Goku was the first to perform, his voice brimming with vitality, yet entirely off-key, transforming a lyrical song into a rock rendition, startling the note elder whose beard stood on end. During the climax, Goku spontaneously added sound effects of Kamehameha, causing the sound wave door to erupt with energy, sending his hair into a colorful explosion. Reluctantly, Vegeta took the microphone, cleared his throat, and surprisingly sang a deep and melodious tune. Although his expression remained haughty, his voice was gentle enough to astonish the blue cat. Halfway through, he suddenly realized, hurriedly breaking off with a cracked voice, his face reddening like a boiled lobster, that was merely a warm-up. This prince is not adept at such matters. Nevertheless, the sound wave door quietly opened a crack, evidently pleased with his performance. When Gohan and Lin Yuan sang together, their clear voices and gentle tones harmonized flawlessly, causing the sound wave door to swing wide open, unleashing a flurry of notes that formed a welcoming procession. The elderly musician exclaimed with great enthusiasm, "This is the harmony of balance. It embodies both strength and gentleness, perfectly aligning with the profound truths of musical law." He beckoned the gathering into the temple, which resembled an enormous concert hall, with each column serving as a colossal pipe organ. At the heart of the temple lay the purification ceremony of the musical core, which emanated a dim glow. What should have been a harmonious melody had devolved into disarray. The elderly musician sighed, lamenting, "The musical core has been tainted by noise pollution. It requires pure harmonies for its purification." Dark particles of noise hovered around the core, incessantly devouring the surrounding musical energy, causing the melodies of the entire planet to become stifled. Wukong's Super Saiyan aura resonated with the core as he sang a vibrant melody directed at it. The golden sound waves struck the noise particles, which promptly transformed into colorful notes that joyfully danced. "I didn't realize I could sing so well," Wukong exclaimed, continuing his performance with fervor. However, he became so engrossed that his voice morphed into ultrasonic waves, causing the temple's windows to tremble. Vegeta awkwardly unleashed energy towards the core, which coalesced into a deep bass melody, perfectly harmonizing with Wukong's high notes. The black noise particles gradually dissipated within the harmony, revealing the pure, musical energy within. Although Vegeta maintained his proud demeanor, his body swayed gently with the rhythm, and unbeknownst to him, the law mark on his chest flickered in sync with the tempo. Gohan sang the Song of Wisdom using the runes from ancient texts, while Lin Yuan accompanied him with the melody of the twin gears. The two voices merged into a warm sound wave, infusing the musical core. The core's glow intensified, and the black noise pollution completely vanished, reigniting a radiant spectrum of colors. The melodies of the entire planet grew more harmonious, with the very air filled with joyous notes. Upon completion of the purification, the musical core ejected a golden conductor's baton, which flew into Lin Yuan's hand, transforming into a badge of musical law. The elderly musician beamed, declaring, "This is the harmony baton, capable of rendering any sound harmonious and pleasing to the ear." Wukong seized the baton and waved it, inadvertently turning his laughter into a symphony that elicited hearty laughter from the crowd. To celebrate the successful purification of the musical core, the elderly musician hosted a cosmic music party within the temple. Wukong and the Super Saiyan monkey performed a lively rhythm using magic beans as percussion, while Vegeta, prompted by the crowd, awkwardly sang a Saiyan lullaby. Though his expression remained haughty, his voice was tender enough to lull even the blue cat to sleep. Gohan, donning sound wave glasses, directed the note sprites in a dance, creating a flowing musical tapestry. Lin Yuan wielded the harmony baton to orchestrate a duet between the twin gears and the musical core, resulting in a flawless fusion of melodies that formed a sound rainbow above the temple, with countless notes leaping as if performing a cosmic waltz. Bulma crafted a DJ booth from spaceship parts, playing her own composition of electronic law music, elevating the party atmosphere to its zenith. At the conclusion of the festivities, the elderly musician gifted everyone a musical treasure. Wukong received an automatically playing magic bean maraca. Vegeta was bestowed a harmony bracelet to temper his pride. Gohan obtained a soundwave notebook for recording cosmic melodies, and Lin Yuan's twin gears gained a colorful musical law pattern, eternally preserving the joyous melodies of the day. As they departed from the musical planet, the entire world sang a farewell, with notes forming the word goodbye shimmering in the sky. Wukong hummed the melody he had learned that day, exclaiming, "The musical planet was such a delight. Next time, I must bring Chi-Chi to showcase my singing prowess." Vegeta rolled his eyes, retorting, "Your singing prowess is merely a notch above noise." Yet, when no one was watching, he quietly hummed the lullaby he had just sung. Lin Yuan gazed out at the musical planet, where the melodies continued to resonate through the cosmos, akin to an everlasting, joyful symphony. He understood that the laws of music had taught them that even disparate sounds, when harmonized in a balanced rhythm, could produce the most melodious tunes. Much like the camaraderie he shared with his companions, chaotic yet forever warm. Chapter 78. The gastronomic adventure on the planet of culinary laws. As the hyperdimensional spacecraft departed from the musical planet, Wukong was still fiddling with his magic bean maraca, causing the walls of the cabin to echo with rhythmic thuds. "Stop banging, you fool," Vegeta shouted, covering his ears. Suddenly, the harmony bracelet on his wrist glowed, transforming his roar into a melodious operatic tone. "If you strike again, I'll turn your maraca into chili peppers." Wukong rolled with laughter. "Vegeta, your singing is truly delightful. Far better than the elderly musician of the musical planet." Drawn by an intoxicating aroma, the spacecraft approached a planet that exuded the scent of food. Its surface was adorned with waterfalls of cheese, mountains made of colossal bread, and rivers flowing with bubbling cola, while even the clouds were crafted from cotton candy. Wukong's nose twitched, and his eyes sparkled like two magic beans. "This place must be heaven. I can smell the scent of magic beans stewed with meat." Upon stepping onto the planet, the ground emitted a crunch. They had landed on a gigantic soda cracker. Unable to resist, Wukong took a large bite, prompting the cracker to tremble and release countless tiny cracker people, brandishing forks and shouting, "You shall not consume our home." With his mouth stuffed with cracker, Wukong mumbled, "But you truly taste delightful." Vegeta found himself standing on a chocolate rock, which suddenly melted and stuck to his boots. "Damn sweets." He struggled to free himself, but the chocolate only clung tighter, wafting a rich caramel aroma. The blue cat licked the chocolate, and its tail became sticky, resembling a chocolate bar, leaving Vegeta furious, yet hesitant to incinerate the chocolate for fear of burning his boots. Gohan's glasses transformed into a taste analysis lens on the culinary planet, allowing him to perceive the ingredients and energy values of the food. Adjusting his glasses, he noted, the culinary law centers around energy transformation, and all matter is composed of edible energy. Even rocks are energy-compressed cookies. He plucked a leaf, which turned out to be a potato chip, and, after a satisfying crunch, declared, "The saltiness is just right, with an energy value equivalent to half a magic bean." As Lin Yuan's twin gears resonated with the planet's culinary core, the gears began to turn, causing the surrounding bread mountains to erupt with jam fountains, drenching everyone in a sticky layer of fruit preserves. Wukong, licking the strawberry jam off his face, chuckled, "This is far tastier than the jam Bulma makes." Vegeta wiped blueberry jam from his face, maintaining his proud demeanor. Yet he was not genuinely angry. Even the harmony bracelet remained silent. The path to the culinary core was guarded by a maze constructed entirely of food, with cookie walls, a hamburger entrance, and chocolate road signs. At the maze's entrance stood a bread figure wearing a chef's hat, wielding a rolling pin. Adventurers must pass the glutton's test. Each door requires specific culinary knowledge to unlock. The first door was made of pizza, missing a topping, with an inscription, "Complete the correct topping to open the door." Wukong shouted, "Add magic beans." The pizza door erupted with tomato sauce, drenching him in a layer of tomato Wukong. Gohan scanned with the taste analysis lens and determined. The missing ingredient is a spice of balance law, requiring a sweet salty topping. He placed a slice of cheese magic bean, and the pizza door indeed creaked open. Vegeta encountered a door shaped like a massive steak that required the correct level of cooking energy to activate. He unleashed a moderate aura, causing the steak door to sizzle and revealing the words medium on its surface before slowly opening. As soon as he entered, a cascade of meatballs rained down from above. Vegeta nimbly dodged, but was struck by a mustard meatball, causing tears to stream down his face. Who unleashed the mustard? The maze's most amusing feature was the food trap zone, where the ground would suddenly turn into pudding quicksand, the walls would spring forth marshmallow fists, and fried chicken legs would rain down as hidden projectiles. Wukong found himself ensnared in pudding quicksand, struggling only to sink deeper, until only his head remained visible, resembling a cherry perched atop a mound of pudding. Chow Sai-ho endeavored to use his tail to pull himself, only to find himself ensnared by the marshmallow fists, transforming him into a marshmallow monkey cocoon. Lin Yuan harnessed the energy of the twin gears to create a balanced field on the ground, solidifying the pudding quicksand into a tangible pudding, thereby rescuing Wukong. Embracing Chow Sai-ho, Wukong munched on the marshmallow, exclaiming, "Though I nearly became a meal. This trap is utterly delightful." Vegeta rolled his eyes, remarking, "The world of gluttons is truly terrifying," yet secretly popped a mustard meatball that had struck him into his mouth. Gasping from the spiciness, the culinary competition at the Temple of Gastronomy unveiled the core of gastronomy, hidden within a grand temple, where the columns were sausages, the roof a pie, and the altar a colossal frying pan. The temple guardian, a chef composed of ramen, sported a noodle mustache and a steamer hat. Wielding a gigantic ladle, to witness the core of gastronomy, one must prevail in the cosmic culinary competition. The competition's first challenge was creative cuisine. Wukong prepared a Kamehameha fried rice, utilizing a Kamehameha wave to heat the iron pan. However, the energy spiraled out of control, resulting in an explosive firework fried rice that splattered the judges with rice grains. Vegeta concocted Saiyan energy barbecue, meticulously controlling the heat with super blue flames, achieving a perfectly charred exterior while intentionally dousing it with an excessive amount of chili when plating, aiming to bring the judges to tears. Gohan crafted a balanced law salad, meticulously pairing each ingredient according to energy proportions, even presenting the dressing in a perfect spiral, which garnered nods of approval from the ramen chef. Lin Yuan created a law crystal jelly using twin gear energy, with various energy crystals suspended within, both visually stunning and delectable, earning unanimous acclaim from the judges. During the finals, the challenge of collaborative cuisine required the team to produce a cosmic harmony platter. Wukong provided the vitality energy, Vegeta controlled the heat, Gohan paired the ingredients, and Lin Yuan harmonized the flavors using the balance law. Upon completion, all the ingredients suddenly came to life, forming a culinary phoenix that circled above the temple before transforming into energy and merging into the gastronomic core. The purification ritual of the gastronomic core revealed the corruption law, which had tainted it, dimming the once aromatic core and causing surrounding food to rot. The ramen chef sighed. The corruption law disrupts the balance of culinary energy. Good food turns bad, and bad food becomes even less palatable. If this continues, the entire planet will become a landfill. Wukong infused the core with his Super Saiyan energy, the golden energy rejuvenating some of the decayed food, yet overabundance of vitality caused the food to grow wildly, sprouting teeth and eyes, transforming into culinary monsters. How did it come to this? Wukong retreated in fright, but the culinary monsters chased after him, clamoring for the senzu bean dessert. Vegeta unleashed a calming energy that froze the wildly growing food, but it caused the core's temperature to drop excessively, resulting in ice shards. We need balanced energy. Lin Yuan channeled both their energies with the twin gears, creating a spiral of golden and blue energy that precisely targeted the core's corruption point. Gohan's taste analysis mirror suddenly glowed as he discovered that the corruption law feared the energy of 5 flavor balance, a mixture of sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty. Bulma promptly utilized the ship's equipment to extract the 5 flavor energies, and Gohan proportionately blended them, forming a colorful wave of taste energy that struck the corruption point of the core. The core emitted a satisfying gurgle, the black corruption energy gradually dissipating, restoring its enticing luster. The previously decayed food regained its freshness, now exuding an even richer aroma. The gastronomic core ejected a golden ladle that flew into Lin Yuan's hand, transforming into a gastronomy law badge, inscribed with the words Balance 5 Flavors. After purifying the core, the ramen chef hosted a cosmic culinary party in the temple. The table was laden with an array of wondrous foods, sushi that leapt into mouths, chicken wings that granted temporary flight, and juices that altered voices upon consumption. Wukong sipped one and spoke in a feminine voice, while Vegeta's sip transformed his voice into that of a child, their bickering eliciting hearty laughter from all. Wukong and Xiao Saiho competed to see who could consume the most senzu bean cake, ultimately overindulging and reclining on the ground with bulging bellies, resembling 2 enormous senzu beans. Vegeta, coerced by Bulma, reluctantly sampled a tsundere soothing dessert, which melted in his mouth, softening his expression, even allowing a blue cat to leap onto his belly to nap. Gohan utilized the taste analysis mirror to study the energy composition of each dish, discovering that the gastronomy law was, in essence, a form of energy transformation law, converting ordinary energy into delectable food energy, satisfying the palate while replenishing energy, one of the most considerate laws. Lin Yuan's twin gears absorbed the energy of the gastronomic core, adding an orange gastronomy law pattern that emitted the scent of freshly baked bread as it rotated. As they departed from the gastronomy planet, all the food inhabitants gathered to bid farewell. The bread man gifted a magic bread that heated itself, the ramen chef packed soup that never cooled, and even the cookie man presented them with a basket of singing cookies. Wukong, clutching the food gift package, chuckled, "I must return to this planet. I want to challenge myself to taste all the culinary delights. Vegeta scoffed. The pursuits of gluttons are so superficial. Yet secretly tucked a pack of spicy energy bars into his pocket. As the spaceship sailed away from the gastronomy planet, the cabin filled with the enticing aroma of food. Lin Yuan gazed out at the fragrant planet, smiling as he mused. The gastronomy law has taught them that even in the simplest satisfaction lies the wisdom of balance. Akin to the friendships among companions that require heartfelt nurturing, akin to harmonizing the 5 flavors, to remain ever delectable and warm. Chapter 79. The ultimate trial of the combat law planet. As the hyperdimensional spaceship departed from the gastronomy planet, Yukong clutched his round belly, burping contentedly. If I could eat such delicious foods every day, I would be happy even without fighting. No sooner had he spoken than the spaceship suddenly shook violently, revealing a dark red planet pockmarked with craters, its surface shimmering with golden combat energy, resembling countless pairs of burning eyes. High-intensity combat law energy detected. Bulma's scanner blared an alarm as the planet's core was identified as the source of combat law, with surrounding asteroid belts engaging in perpetual collision, akin to endless practical training. Vegeta's eyes sparkled, his super blue flames igniting instinctively. Finally, a planet worthy of our attention. Kakarot, do you dare to race me to find the core first? The initial clash on the asteroid battlefield commenced as the spaceship pierced the atmosphere, only to be besieged by a horde of asteroid monsters formed from condensed combat energy. These creatures resembled lizards, their bodies encased in rocky armor, capable of launching high-temperature energy blasts. Wukong, exhilarated, unfastened his seatbelt. Allow me to warm up. He dashed out of the hatch, the golden Super Saiyan flames erupting amidst the asteroid swarm. His fists creating sonic booms as he unleashed a Kamehameha. The golden energy wave instantly shattered 3 asteroid monsters, yet their fragments reformed into 6 smaller creatures. They can replicate? Intriguing. Wukong weaved through the asteroids at high speed, each punch accurately striking the core of the monsters. Yet he intentionally left the smallest one for Vegeta. This one is for you to practice on. Vegeta's super blue flames were even more concentrated than Wukong's, and he could hardly be bothered to employ a grand technique. With a mere tap of his toe against the asteroid surface, each kick released a spiral energy. Do these weaklings even require practice? Before the words left his mouth, he gently tapped the small monster atop its head, instantly enveloping it in blue energy, which erupted with a resounding boom, scattering radiant particles without leaving a trace behind. Gohan's combat style emphasized technique. He evaded the monster's frontal assaults, leaving fleeting shadows on the asteroid surface as he injected precise energy with each touch. The monster's core is beneath the 3rd scale on their left forepaw. That is their energy flow's weak point. His palm glowed green, and what appeared as a gentle push caused the armor of one monster to peel away layer by layer, revealing its energy core within. Lin Yuan did not engage directly in combat. The dual gears spun in his palm, weaving an invisible net of golden law energy among the meteorites. These monstrous beings were the embodiment of the combat laws, and their annihilation would invigorate the surrounding battle energy. He suddenly raised his hand, and a flash of light from the gears caused the energy within the net to reverse its flow, redirecting all the monsters' attacks towards their companions. After traversing the meteor belt, they arrived at a canyon marked by gravitational turmoil. Here, gravity adjusted automatically with the intensity of the battle, ranging from a minimum of 10 times that of Earth to a maximum of 100 times. An ancient inscription on a stone tablet at the canyon's entrance proclaimed, "Only by enduring the utmost gravity can one grasp the essence of combat laws." Wukong was the first to leap into the fray, and gravity instantly surged to 50 times, causing his body to plummet heavily as his knees nearly touched the ground. Haha, this is quite substantial. He gritted his teeth, straightening his posture as his Super Saiyan aura steadily intensified, golden light rippling through the gravitational field. Vegeta, dare to see who can perform 1,000 push-ups under 100 times gravity? Vegeta scoffed as he entered the canyon, with gravity spiking to 80 times. His muscles tightened instantly, and his battle suit creaked under the pressure. Push-ups are child's play. Dare to clash under 100 times gravity? He suddenly turned, gathering a blue energy sphere in his palm. If you're afraid, just surrender now. The clash between the two under 80 times gravity was catastrophic. The collision of golden and blue energy did not result in an explosion, but was instead compressed into a twisted energy column, resembling a glowing spiral drilling into the earth. The ground trembled violently, opening fissures that spewed forth searing magma, which evaporated into steam upon contact with the energy column. Gohan practiced new techniques under 50 times gravity, concentrating his energy at his fingertips. Each punch carried subtle law fluctuations, as energy flow slowed by 3 seconds in the gravitational field, providing an opportunity to anticipate attacks. He suddenly sidestepped to avoid a massive rock sent flying by energy and deftly struck its center of mass with a burst of energy, causing it to rotate gracefully before landing softly on the ground. Lin Yuan's dual gears spun even more steadily within the gravitational field, revealing to him that the fluctuations in gravity were in perfect sync with the rhythm of combat laws. When battle energy peaked, gravity would briefly drop to 0, presenting the optimal moment to unleash a powerful attack. He shouted to Wukong and Vegeta now. Wukong and Vegeta seized the moment almost simultaneously, merging their ultimate techniques in a weightless state to create a vibrant torrent of energy, gold and blue intertwining as it surged towards the canyon's depths. The rock wall crumbled, unveiling a passage leading to the core area, with the walls etched with the battle scars of past warriors. At the end of the passage lay a circular arena, where 6 warriors, formed from the combat laws, stood at the center, resembling formidable beings from various universes. There was a burly man wielding a giant axe, a swift assassin, and a sorcerer capable of manipulating energy. A commanding voice echoed from the arena's dome. Only by overcoming the wheel of battle trial may one approach the core of combat laws. Wukong was the first to face off against the axe-wielding warrior. The warrior's axe could slice through energy waves, each strike accompanied by a force that threatened to tear space apart. Wukong deliberately refrained from using his Super Saiyan form, engaging the warrior with basic punches and kicks as the thunderous sounds of their clashes resonated throughout the arena. Your axe is quite rigid, but your speed is lacking. He suddenly crouched, delivering a sweeping kick to the warrior's knee. Seizing the moment of imbalance, he placed his palm on the axe, sending golden energy surging up the handle and shattering the warrior's energy core. Vegeta's opponent was the speedy assassin, who left afterimages in motion and wielded a dagger laced with disintegrating energy. Vegeta remained stationary until the dagger was poised to strike his throat. He then pivoted suddenly, his elbow infused with blue energy crashing into the assassin's back. Speed does not equate to victory, fool. The assassin's afterimage dissipated instantly, while the original body flew out of the arena like a severed kite. Gohan faced the energy sorcerer, who summoned elemental attacks, intertwining flames, lightning, and ice shards into a web within the arena. Instead of confronting these assaults head-on, Gohan traced law runes with energy in front of him. Your control over energy is exquisite, yet lacks balance. The runes glowed suddenly, causing all elemental attacks to halt before him and then reverse, trapping the sorcerer in an elemental prison. The final battle proved to be the most arduous. The 6 law warriors merged into a colossal beast of combat laws, possessing the abilities of all the warriors and covered in flowing energy armor. Wukong, Vegeta, and Gohan unleashed their most potent forms simultaneously, intertwining golden, blue, and green auras into a triangular formation, encircling the colossal beast. Kamehameha, Ultimate Flash, Magic Flash. 3 waves of energy struck the beast simultaneously, yet were repelled by its armored exterior. The beast roared deafeningly, swinging its axe-like arms, shattering the arena's stone walls. Lin Yuan's dual gears soared into the air as golden law energy surged into the 3 warriors' attacks. Target the law node at its chest. That is the balance point of all its abilities. Their energies synchronized in an instant, forming a spiraling energy drill that precisely pierced the beast's armor. The beast emitted a tortured howl, its form gradually becoming transparent before dissolving into countless golden specks that merged into the arena's ground. The surface slowly cracked open, revealing the dazzling core of combat laws beneath. The core's final trial was revealed. The heart of combat laws throbbed with golden light, surrounded by an array of law runes representing countless battle techniques. The core suddenly spoke. Final trial. Defeat the past version of yourself. It unleashed energy, projecting the most formidable adversaries before them. Wukong confronted a Super Saiyan 4 version of himself. Vegeta faced his dark form under Babbidi's control, and Gohan stood against his perfect form from the Cell games. So it's me from back then, Wukong exclaimed, eagerly flexing his wrists. the aura of Super Saiyan God engulfing him. Now's the time to test my strength. The shockwaves from their punches reverberated throughout the core area, golden energy exploding between them like blossoming fireworks. Vegeta's expression turned grave as he faced his dark counterpart. The attacks from Dark Vegeta bore the weight of destruction, each strike lethal. My past self was truly hideous. Infusing his super blue aura with golden law imprints, Vegeta declared, "I am no longer just a warrior of destruction." His fist penetrated the dark energy, landing a precise blow on Dark Vegeta's chest, causing the dark form to dissipate in a reluctant roar. Gohan found himself evenly matched against his perfect self, their moves mirroring each other with impeccable timing. I was once this strong. A glimmer of realization sparked in Gohan's eyes as he abruptly altered his strategy, abandoning pure power for a more refined approach using the law energy to guide his attacks. But now, I understand the significance of balance. The perfect Gohan paused momentarily, then smiled, dissolving into light as he merged with Gohan's being. As all projections faded, the core of combat laws radiated a gentle glow, infusing each individual with its essence. Wukong felt his combat instincts sharpen. Vegeta discovered greater precision in energy control, and Gohan's potential was further unlocked. On Lin Yuan's dual gears, a new red law mark emerged, completing a more cohesive circuit of laws. As they departed from the planet of combat laws, the arena's stone walls inscribed their names automatically. Wukong gazed at the flowing battle energy across the planet's surface and suddenly punched the air, unleashing a golden energy wave that erupted beyond the atmosphere, transforming into a dazzling meteor. Next time I return, I shall be even stronger. Vegeta meticulously arranged his battle attire, a rare smile gracing his lips. This planet is quite intriguing, far more captivating than those mere places that indulge in singing and feasting. His hand inadvertently brushed against the emblem of the law of combat on his chest, where the lingering heat from his confrontation with the dark form still resided. Lin Yuan gazed out of the porthole at the receding crimson sphere and suddenly spoke. The essence of the law of combat is not to vanquish others, but to transcend oneself. Both Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances, offering no rebuttal. The recent trial had illuminated this truth for them. As the spacecraft navigated through the starry expanse, the energies of the law of combat pulsed gently within them. Where would their next destination lie? What manner of trials would they encounter? None could ascertain the answers. Yet one thing was certain. As long as they remained united, no challenge was insurmountable. The sweat and laughter shed in battle would etch a fervent chapter in the annals of the multiversal laws. Chapter 80. The onslaught of the chaos law. The hyperdimensional spacecraft glided smoothly through the cosmic pathway. Wukong was engaged in an arm-wrestling match with the Super Saiyan monkey, while Vegeta leaned against the window, polishing his battle attire. Gohan was busy organizing his notes on the law of combat, and Lin Yuan adjusted the twin gears. Ever since he absorbed the energy of the law of combat, the golden patterns on the gears emitted a faint glow during battles. Suddenly, the ship's alarm blared sharply, and Bulma's panicked voice echoed. An unknown energy entity is approaching at high speed. Its energy response surpasses that of the core of the law of combat. Outside the porthole, a distorted stream of purple-black energy was in pursuit, swirling with countless shattered fragments of law. Wukong sprang to his feet, his Super Saiyan aura erupting. Finally, a worthy opponent. Let me have a go at it. Vegeta scoffed, his super blue aura flaring in response. Don't steal my prey, Kakarot. The initial clash, uncontrolled fragments of law. The energy stream halted before the spacecraft, coalescing into a shadowy figure 3 meters tall. Its form was clad in fragmented armor of law, from which purple-black chaotic energy seeped through the cracks, wielding a long sword forged from shards of time and space. The envoy of the chaos law spoke, its voice akin to the grinding of countless metals. Guardians of the law of balance? Perfect. Use your law energy to complete my chaos law. Before the words settled, the envoy swung its sword, unleashing a torrent of purple-black energy that warped the very fabric of space. Wukong sidestepped, but the energy suddenly split, transforming into myriad shards that pursued him relentlessly. Can it replicate itself? Wukong clasped his hands together. Kamehameha. The golden energy wave collided with the shards, but was absorbed, causing the shards to swell in size. Akin to a pack of famished sharks, Vegeta swiftly darted behind the envoy, his fists glowing with blue energy, prepared to be flattened. His punch struck the envoy's armor with a resounding clang, Yet the envoy remained unmoved, retaliating with a backhanded strike towards Vegeta. Vegeta hastily leaped back, realizing that his previous position had been corroded into a deep pit by the chaotic energy. This armor possesses extraordinary hardness. Vegeta furrowed his brow, the blue aura igniting more fiercely. Gohan adjusted his glasses, which shimmered with law runes. Its armor can absorb singular law energy. We need to launch a mixed energy attack for it to be effective. He concentrated green energy, firing a wisdom beam at the ground beneath the envoy's feet, which erupted into numerous spikes, temporarily restraining the envoy's movement. Lin Yuan's twin gears spun at high velocity, intertwining golden and blue law energies in his palm. The Chaos Law is still vulnerable to the balanced multidimensional energy. Wukong, utilize Super Saiyan energy. Vegeta, incorporate the residual energy of the Dark Scions. We need a resonance of 3 energies. The assistance and crisis of the law pets. The Super Saiyan monkey suddenly leaped forth, its tail entwining the fragments of the law of combat, flinging them towards the envoy's eyes. The fragments struck the gaps in the armor, causing the envoy to emit a muffled grunt, disrupting the chaotic energy fluctuations. Seizing the moment, the blue cat unleashed a super blue aura, which exploded into blue sparks upon the envoy's armor, leaving faint burn marks. Annoying pets, the envoy roared, releasing a shockwave of chaotic energy that sent the Super Saiyan monkey and blue cat flying. Wukong hurriedly caught the Super Saiyan monkey. Noticing that the fragments on its tail were dimming, it was absorbing the pet's law energy. More chaotic energy seeped from the cracks in the envoy's armor, causing its size to expand, and the fragments on its long sword began to spin more rapidly. The envoy swung its sword in a sweeping arc, the purple-black energy morphing into a massive net that ensnared Wukong and Vegeta within. The energy net tightened, the chaotic energy above beginning to erode their auras. This is infuriating. Our energy is being diminished. Vegeta's super blue aura gradually dimmed as he glared at Wukong. Kakarot, use that technique. Understood. Wukong responded intuitively, as the red aura of Super Saiyan merged with Vegeta's blue aura, forming a spiraling energy vortex of gold and red. Crossfire. Both exerted their force, the energy spiral crashing against the energy net with a piercing sound, fracturing its surface. At that moment, the envoy suddenly vanished, reappearing behind Gohan, its long sword laced with chaotic energy lunging towards Gohan's back. Gohan, watch out. Lin Yuan's twin gears soared before Gohan, spinning to create a golden barrier. The long sword clashed against the barrier, causing it to tremble violently. Lin Yuan let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The chaotic energy was eroding the law of balance, dividing and conquering, seeking weakness. Lin Yuan. Gohan shouted in alarm, gathering green energy into a luminous sphere in his palm. Magic flash. The sphere struck the envoy's back, causing it to stagger, a fragment of armor dislodging with a resounding thud. The fallen fragment transformed into a rune of law in midair, and Gohan's eyes widened. It's a fragment of the law of space. Its armor is stitched together from plundered law fragments, and the area where it fell is a weakness. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Lin Yuan summoned the gears back to his palm. Each weakness corresponds to a specific law. Wukong, target the fragment of the law of time on its left shoulder. Vegeta, aim for the fragment of the law of energy at its right waist. I will restrain its movement. Wukong instantly flashed to the envoy's left shoulder, concentrating Super Saiyan energy into his fist, tenfold Kaioken. His fist, enveloped in red energy, struck the left shoulder armor, producing a resounding clang as a fragment inscribed with the rune of time fell away, causing the envoy's movements to noticeably pause for 0.5 seconds. Effective! Wukong exclaimed with exhilaration. Vegeta targeted the right waist, channeling blue energy into his toes, executing a spinning kick infused with spiraling energy. Ultimate flash kick. The fragment of the law of energy was sent flying, instantly diminishing the chaotic energy fluctuations emanating from the envoy. Now, Vegeta shouted, the super blue aura erupting once more. The envoy was struck repeatedly, releasing its chaotic energy in a furious roar, the purple-black energy coalescing into a massive storm that forced everyone back. Within the storm, the envoy's form expanded again, the fallen fragments returning to it, fortifying its armor, though the chaotic energy within the cracks had dimmed slightly. You will only toil in vain. The envoy's voice echoed with madness. Chaos will ultimately consume all laws. Resonance of the laws. The final collective effort. Lin Yuan observed the envoy amidst the storm, suddenly grasping the key. Its energy core resided within its chest. That was the convergence point of all plundered laws and the most unstable area. We need the law energies of all four of us to strike the core simultaneously. His twin gears radiated a brilliant light, resonating with Wukong's law of combat, Vegeta's Saiyan law, and Gohan's wisdom law. I understand. Wukong soared into the sky, merging Super Saiyan energy with the law of combat to form a golden-red energy sphere, Kamehameha. Battle Edition. Vegeta positioned himself to the right, merging Super Blue energy with the Saiyan law, the blue energy flow revealing royal runes. Ultimate Flash, Royal Edition. Gohan stood to the left, blending green energy with the wisdom law, the energy swirling with countless runes. Wisdom Magic Flash. Lin Yuan stood at the forefront, the energy of the law of balance coalescing into a golden beam, light of balanced judgment. For distinct energies converged upon the envoy's chest, prompting him to attempt a defense with his longsword. However, the force of the impact compelled him to stagger backward repeatedly. The energies coalesced at his chest, forming a vibrant sphere of power, which caused his armor to crack progressively, releasing countless fragments of laws from the fissures. No. The envoy let out a desperate roar as his body was engulfed by the energy sphere, erupting in a blinding radiance. As the luminescence dissipated, the envoy vanished, leaving behind a multitude of pure law fragments floating in the air, twinkling like stars. The shards gradually descended, merging into Lin Yuan's dual gears, Wukong's palm, Vegeta's chest, and Gohan's eyes, causing the brilliance of the law marks to become even more resplendent. The Super Saiyan monkey and blue cat scurried over, nuzzling against the hands of their companions. A small fox brought forth a fruit that restored the laws, while a bird and a squirrel worked to mend the damage to the spaceship using energy. Wukong, patting his belly with a foolish grin, remarked, "That battle was exhilarating. Though I must admit, I feel a bit fatigued now." Vegeta snorted but voluntarily offered Wukong a senzu bean, saying, "Next time, try not to be so reckless, you fool." Lin Yuan observed the gears, now restored to their original state, and, sensing the resonance of the myriad laws, smiled as he said, "The chaos laws have been purified. But our adventure is far from over." In the distant starry sky, a new light flickered, seemingly beckoning them toward the next battlefield. This time, the determination in their eyes was unwavering. As long as their comrades stood by, no formidable enemy could prevail against them. The alarm of the hyperdimensional spaceship continued to blare, and outside the porthole, a purple-black energy stream had taken on a solid form. It was a shadowy figure, 3 meters tall, its armor constructed from countless shattered law fragments, with chaotic energy seeping through the gaps, writhing like a living entity. The long sword it wielded glimmered with a distortion of time and space. The guardian of the balance laws? The voice of the shadow, reminiscent of metal scraping, echoed with a disconcerting resonance. "Your law energy shall become nourishment for my chaotic laws." Chapter 1. The shock of the first encounter. Wukong was the first to leap from the spaceship, the fiery red aura of the Super Saiyan erupting around him. "Whoever you are, take my punch first." His fist, accompanied by a sound of air being shattered, struck at the shadow's chest, only to be repelled upon contact with the armor. With a resounding clang, Wukong felt as if his fist had collided with layers of law barriers, numbing his arm. The shadow remained unmoved, countering with a palm strike, the wind carrying purple-black chaotic energy that grazed Wukong's shoulder, instantly corroding a patch of charred flesh. What a potent corrosive! Wukong hastily leaped backward, feeling the sting from the burn on his shoulder. Vegeta's super blue aura followed suit, erupting as blue energy coalesced into a sphere in his palm. Ultimate Flash. The energy sphere, propelled by a spiraling airflow, shot toward the shadow, only to be effortlessly cleaved in half by the longsword, dispersing into a myriad of shimmering light points. How is that possible? Vegeta's pupils constricted. His ultimate flash had been so easily neutralized. Gohan adjusted his glasses, the law runes upon them flickering wildly. Its longsword can sever law energy. The armor absorbs attacks of a single attribute. Look, he pointed at the shadow's armor. Where the spot Wukong had struck was now glowing faintly, evidently siphoning the residual battle energy. Lin Yuan's dual gears spun in his palm, a golden radiance enveloping the group. "It is the envoy of the chaotic laws, relying on the plundering of other laws to enhance itself. Ordinary attacks are ineffective against it. The shadow swept its sword, unleashing a purple-black sword aura that transformed into 3 energy whips, ensnaring the 3 warriors. Wukong attempted to block with his Rui Bang, but the sword aura slithered up the staff, leaving a layer of dark spots. Vegeta unleashed his energy to repel the sword aura, but was jolted back 3 steps by the rebounding energy. Gohan formed a barrier with the wisdom laws, yet the sword aura crashed into the barrier, instantly causing it to fracture. Lopets. Bulma's voice rang out from the spaceship. The Super Saiyan monkey and Blue Cat had already darted out, with the Super Saiyan monkey's tail entwining a fragment of battle law and swinging it toward the shadow's eyes, while the Blue Cat expelled super blue energy to disrupt its line of sight. The shadow sidestepped, but the sword aura inadvertently struck a nearby meteor, which was instantaneously disintegrated into particles by the chaotic energy. This scene cast a grave pall over the group. The destructive power of this enemy far exceeded their expectations. Chapter 81. Capturing Weaknesses. The interwoven offense and defense of laws. The moment the chaotic law envoy's longsword plunged into the ground, purple-black energy surged forth like a tide, shattering the meteors in silence. The spaceship's alarm blared piercingly, and Bulma's holographic projection flickered at the control console. Energy corrosion rate has reached 78. The spaceship's shield won't hold much longer. Wukong floated in midair, standing upon golden flames, gazing at the expanding circle of chaotic energy beneath him. His brow furrowed. This fellow's energy is too bizarre. Ordinary attacks are utterly futile. As the chaotic storm ravaged, the shadow slowly withdrew its long sword, the time fragments along the blade emanating a ghostly glow, while the armor's fissures, previously struck by Vegeta, oozed purple-black energy, visibly repairing itself at an alarming rate. Your attacks are akin to mere scratches. The envoy's voice bore a metallic rasp, and suddenly, a circular shockwave erupted from its body, distorting the very fabric of space, sending ripples that warped even light itself. Wukong immediately maximized his Super Saiyan energy, forming a shield of red flames around him. Everyone, be careful. This shockwave can distort energy trajectories. Before he could finish, the shockwave collided with his shield, causing it to vibrate violently, spiderweb-like cracks appearing on its surface. Wukong grunted, pushed back 10 meters, barely managing to withstand the assault. Vegeta's response was more aggressive. He traversed the shockwave at high speed, each turn deftly avoiding the densest areas of energy. You think such an attack can harm this prince? Suddenly, he halted midair, accumulating a spiral of blue energy in his fist and striking down hard against the envoy's side. Yet, just as his fist neared the armor, the energy trajectory was abruptly distorted, causing his fist to graze past the armor and strike a meteor behind it. With a thunderous boom, the meteor exploded into fragments, which, upon contact with the chaotic energy, were transformed into purple-black energy streams, absorbed by the envoy's armor. Did you see that? The envoy raised its longsword, the spatial fragments upon it beginning to whirl. All energy will ultimately become my nourishment, including your law energy. As the shockwave surged toward him, Gohan swiftly inscribed law runes before him, forming a hexagonal barrier of green wisdom energy. The shockwave slammed into the barrier, causing it to tremble violently. Yet the runes remained intact. He adjusted his glasses, the data streams on the lenses refreshing rapidly. Its energy can interfere with law fluctuations, but it cannot entirely negate the structured rune energy. Lin Yuan, can your balance laws stabilize the energy trajectory? Lin Yuan's dual gears had already levitated in the air, golden balance energy circulating between them. Let me try. The gears accelerated suddenly, transforming golden energy into countless fine threads that wove a net-like barrier around the group. When the envoy swung its sword to release another shockwave, the golden web glimmered suddenly, forcibly correcting the distorted energy trajectory, causing the shockwave to dissipate into harmless motes of light before the net. Effective. Lin Yuan exhaled in relief, though beads of sweat began to form on his palms, as maintaining the balance barrier required immense energy. Observing this, the envoy let out a cold snort, pointing its long sword skyward, where purple-black energy coalesced into a massive vortex, within which countless shattered planetary phantoms could be discerned. Chaos Devour. The envoy slashed downward, unleashing a torrent of energy arrows from the vortex, raining down upon the group like a deluge. In the instant the energy arrows descended, the Super Saiyan monkey emitted a sharp screech. Its golden tail enveloping a fragment of battle law and launching it skyward like an arrow released from a bow. The fragment detonated amid the arrow storm, transforming into a multitude of golden light points, which, upon contact with the energy arrows, caused ripples to appear along their shafts. These fragments can disrupt chaotic energy. Wukong's eyes lit up, immediately channeling energy to shield the Super Saiyan monkey. The blue cat displayed astonishing speed, navigating through the shower of arrows on its blue flames, skillfully avoiding the energy arrows with each leap, while simultaneously swatting away any arrows that approached Gohan. As an energy arrow pierced through Lin Yuan's barrier and shot towards Wu Huan's back, Lan Mao suddenly turned, shielding Wu Huan with its body. A blue aura enveloped its surface, forming a protective shield. Lan Mao. Vegeta's pupils constricted as he instantly appeared beside Lan Mao, channeling all his strength into a punch aimed at the energy arrow. The arrow shattered upon impact, yet the explosion's shockwave still sent Lan Mao flying, causing cracks to appear in its shield and a trickle of energy blood to seep from the corner of its mouth. Vegeta caught Lan Mao, and the ultra-blue aura surged dramatically. "How dare you harm my pet?" The envoy, observing the enraged Vegeta, let out a piercing laugh. Being emotional will only accelerate energy consumption. The Scion's principles are indeed primitive. Its armor suddenly opened numerous small apertures, beginning to absorb the surrounding chaotic energy. Its size gradually increased, growing from 3 meters to 4, while the purple-black energy seeping from the armor's seams became even more concentrated. Upon witnessing Lan Mao's injury, the Super Saiyan monkey pounded its chest in fury, a golden battle aura forming a flame-like manifestation around it. It suddenly dashed towards the envoy's feet, wrapping its tail around the envoy's ankle and shrieking at Wukong. Wukong instantly understood its intent. "You want to use my power? Leave it to me." Wukong's figure darted like lightning, accurately stepping on the Super Saiyan monkey's tail as he passed. The Super Saiyan monkey exerted its strength to swing its tail, propelling Wukong into the sky while he concentrated all his energy. Kamehameha, full power. The golden energy wave, accompanied by a sound like the breaking of wind, shot straight towards the envoy's head. The envoy raised its long sword to block. The energy wave collided with the blade, producing a harsh sound of energy friction. At that moment, Wu Huan suddenly shouted, "Look at the armor on its left shoulder. The energy flow there is different from the rest." The discovery of a weakness drew everyone's attention to the envoy's left shoulder. Indeed, that section of armor differed from the others, covered by a shard etched with clock-like patterns. The edges of the shard had not fully integrated into the armor, allowing glimpses of the energy flowing through the gaps. As the envoy blocked the Kamehameha, the shard on its left shoulder flickered with an unstable red light, contrasting sharply with the purple-black energy of the other parts. That is a fragment of the law of time. Lin Yuan's dual gears suddenly resonated, forcibly merging fragments of different attributes. The time fragment reacted with the chaotic energy, resulting in a repulsion effect. The gears projected a holographic analysis, clearly showing that the flow of chaotic energy around the time fragment on the left shoulder was 30 slower than in other areas, with periodic energy turbulence present. Wukong's energy wave gradually weakened, and he seized the opportunity to leap back, wiping the sweat from his forehead. So, that means it's its weak point? Not yet confirmed. Wu Huan adjusted his glasses to focus on the left shoulder shard. Data flowed rapidly across the lenses, requiring further verification. "Vegeta, can you attack that spot with high-frequency energy?" Vegeta, holding the injured Lan Mao, handed it over to the arriving Bulma upon hearing this. The ultra-blue aura erupted once more. "I've wanted to do this for a long time." His figure transformed into a blue flash, instantly appearing above the envoy's left shoulder, concentrating spiral energy in his right foot. "Try this." Ultra-blue high-frequency kick. The tip of his foot, infused with blue energy, struck the time fragment at a frequency of 50 kicks per second. The sound of metallic clinks rang out as the gaps at the shard's edges gradually widened under the high-frequency vibrations, causing the purple-black chaotic energy to begin overflowing erratically. The envoy emitted a muffled grunt, clearly feeling pain, and swung a hand towards Vegeta. Vegeta had anticipated this, rapidly retreating with the force of the counteraction, grinning as he looked at the shard on the envoy's left shoulder. "It seems we have found the right point to attack, Kakarot." Wukong grinned in response, the red aura of the Super Saiyan God merging with the energy of battle. "Now it's my turn." He drew circles with both hands in front of him, gathering golden and red energy into a rotating energy sphere, Kamehameha spiral version. The energy sphere, swirling with spiraling airflow, accurately shot towards the gap in the envoy's left shoulder. With a resounding boom, the energy sphere exploded upon contact with the shard, sending red and gold shockwaves penetrating into the gap. The envoy's body shook violently as cracks resembling spider webs appeared on the left shoulder's time fragment, the flow of chaotic energy becoming completely disordered, even starting to backfire against the armor, corroding tiny holes. "We did it," Wu Huan exclaimed excitedly as he recorded data. The repulsion effect between the time law fragment and chaotic energy was activated. It could not fully control the energy flow there. The envoy, clutching its left shoulder, took 2 steps back, its eyes finally revealing anger. "Insignificant insects, daring to disrupt my law armor." The purple-black energy surrounding it surged violently, and all the shards on its armor illuminated simultaneously, including a piece on its right waist, inscribed with energy runes. That shard flickered with a light that was noticeably dimmer than those on other parts during the energy surge. "There's a problem with the right waist too." Lin Yuan immediately caught on to this detail, and the dual gears projected another analysis. There, the energy law fragment exhibited the lowest compatibility with its chaotic energy. "It seems there is more than one weak point." Wukong cracked his knuckles, the red aura burning even more fiercely. "Vegeta, let's collaborate. You attack the right waist, and I will continue to press on the left shoulder." Vegeta huffed, yet the blue aura surged towards the envoy's right waist. "This time, I won't lose to you." He gathered all his energy, wrapping his right fist in blue royal runes, Saiyan royal energy impact. His fist struck the energy law fragment with a sound that cut through the air. As the envoy faced a pincer attack, it finally displayed signs of panic. It attempted to use its long sword to block both attacks, but it was caught off guard. Wukong's spiral energy struck the left shoulder again, expanding the fracture on the time fragment to 1/3 of its entirety, while the energy fragment on the right waist caved in under Vegeta's assault, losing all luster. The envoy let out a painful roar, unleashing a fierce energy storm around it. The purple-black chaotic energy formed a massive vortex, sending both Wukong and Vegeta flying. Amidst the storm, the envoy's armor began to reconstruct, with the detached shards flying back, but the fragments on the left shoulder and right waist could not fully repair. With chaotic energy continually spilling out from the gaps, it's forcibly repairing itself. Lin Yuan shouted as the dual gears suddenly split into 2, flying towards Wukong and Vegeta. "Enhancing your attacks with the balance law." The golden balance energy merged with Wukong's red aura and Vegeta's blue energy, causing the 2 originally repulsive energies to become more refined. Wukong felt the surging energy within him and was astonished to discover that the balance law stabilized his battle energy, eliminating the risk of losing control. He charged towards the envoy's left shoulder once more, the red aura imbued with golden balance energy. "This feels fantastic. Vegeta, be ready to attack simultaneously." The blue energy within Vegeta also incorporated golden light. He exchanged glances with Wukong before launching their attacks together. Now, the red energy surged like a fire dragon emerging from the sea, directly targeting the time fragment on the left shoulder, while the blue energy fell like a meteor striking the earth, fiercely striking the energy fragment on the right waist. At the moment of contact, both energies erupted simultaneously, with the golden balance law energy preventing the fragments from merging again, while the red and blue attacking energies infiltrated through the gaps. With a series of crisp cracks, the time fragment on the left shoulder and the energy fragment on the right waist exploded simultaneously, shattering into countless light points that dissipated into the universe. The envoy's left shoulder and right waist revealed 2 gaping holes the size of bowls, devoid of chaotic energy protection, clearly exposing the core energy flowing within. "We succeeded," Wu Huan shouted in excitement, the data on his glasses indicating that the envoy's energy intensity had decreased by 40, and the stability of chaotic energy was significantly lowered. Having lost 2 critical fragments, the envoy let out an enraged roar as the surrounding chaotic energy became frenzied, recklessly charging towards the nearest Wukong. Wukong deftly dodged but noticed that the envoy's speed had noticeably decreased, and its attack trajectory became much easier to predict. "Its energy control has gone awry," Lin Yuan exclaimed, as the chaotic energy broke free from the constraints of the law fragments and began to backlash against its core. At that moment, The Super Saiyan monkey suddenly leaped agilely to the right side of the messenger's waist, clutching a fragment of the battle law, and forcefully inserted it into the gap. The fragment made contact with the core energy, emitting a dazzling golden light, causing the messenger to let out a wretched scream while its body convulsed violently. Well done. Goku clapped excitedly, and the Super Saiyan monkey chirped with pride, only to be violently thrown away by the raging energy, fortunately caught by the timely intervention of Blue Cat, who wrapped its tail around it. Although Blue Cat was still injured, it let out a low, menacing growl at the messenger. With the blue flames on its tail flickering ominously, the messenger attempted to extract the battle fragment from the gap. But Gohan seized the opportunity to launch an attack. Wisdom Law Binding. Green runic energy transformed into chains, ensnaring the messenger's arm and temporarily restraining its movements. Lin Yuan's twin gears began to spin faster, as golden energy flowed along the chains into the messenger's body, exacerbating the chaos within. Now's the time. Goku and Vegeta simultaneously concentrated their strongest energies, intertwining red and blue flames into a spiraling energy flow in the cosmos, the ultimate Kamehameha. The two energies fused perfectly, forming a torrent of tricolored energy, gold, red, and blue, that carried an aura of destruction, directly targeting the core at the messenger's chest, which had been exposed due to the explosion of the two fragments. For the first time, fear appeared in the messenger's eyes as the energy torrent approached. It tried to summon all chaotic energy for defense, but the disordered energy could not form an effective barrier. The energy torrent struck the core unimpeded, producing a deafening roar that shook the stars, with a massive shockwave spreading outwards, shattering the surrounding meteors. When the dust settled, the messenger's silhouette appeared at the center of the energy storm, its armor riddled with cracks, the core area of its chest sunken in, and the violet-black, chaotic energy flickering weakly, clearly gravely injured. Goku panted heavily, wiping the sweat from his face. We finally crippled it. Vegeta, though also greatly drained, maintained his proud demeanor. This is just the beginning. The real battle is about to commence. Lin Yuan observed the staggering messenger, the twin gears rotating slowly in his palm. No, its core has been damaged, and the chaotic energy is dissipating. However, we must not let our guard down. The chaotic law would never send merely one messenger. The messenger's body gradually became transparent, ultimately transforming into countless violet-black light points that dispersed into the cosmos, leaving behind two fragments of law that shimmered faintly. These were the core parts of the previously destroyed time and energy fragments. The fragments slowly floated towards Lin Yuan, being absorbed by the twin gears, which gained two faint new patterns representing the laws of time and energy. Goku approached Lin Yuan, gazing at the now tranquil starry sky. What should we do next? Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the twin gears, feeling the newly added law energy. The threat of the chaotic law has not yet ended. These fragments may help us locate their source. But for now, we need to repair the spaceship and allow everyone to recover their strength. Vegeta, cradling Blue Cat, looked towards the distant spaceship. I suppose you're right. But next time in battle, I will definitely find the weakness before you, Kakarot. Goku smiled and raised his fist. Anytime. I'm ready. The afterglow of the setting sun filtered through the cosmic dust, casting light upon everyone, as the smoke of battle gradually dissipated. Yet, each person understood that this was but the beginning of a long war against the chaotic law. The tactical weaknesses discovered in this battle, along with the fusion of law energy, would become their most crucial weapon in future confrontations. The Super Saiyan monkey hopped onto Goku's shoulder, while Blue Cat nuzzled against Vegeta, and the eyes of their law pets sparkled with the light of battle. Chapter 82. The Decisive Battle of the Core, the ultimate confrontation of chaotic energy. The messenger's body swayed precariously in the energy storm, with the sunken core continuously spilling forth violet-black, chaotic energy, twisting and dissipating in the air, like the final breath of a dying creature. Goku leaned heavily on his Rui Bang, gasping for breath, the red Super Saiyan aura dimming significantly. Beads of sweat sliding down his cheeks, crystallizing into tiny ice crystals in the vacuum of space. This fellow's core is more resilient than I imagined. That combined attack did not completely destroy it. Vegeta held Blue Cat, who had just been treated by Bulma, the blue aura flickering around him. His gaze towards the messenger's core was sharp as a blade. The energy of the chaotic law possesses self-repair capabilities. We must thoroughly purify the chaotic factors of the core. Otherwise, it will return. Blue Cat nestled in his arms, the blue flames at the tip of its tail flickering as if in agreement with his assessment. The chaotic core's frenzied counterattack. The messenger suddenly emitted a piercing howl, the core on its chest erupting with blinding red light. As the previously dim chaotic energy became violent in an instant, the violet-black energy swirled around it, forming a vortex within which numerous twisted law fragments materialized. Driven by the energy, these fragments recombined, forming a pair of gigantic energy wings behind the messenger. The chaotic law sacrifices for rebirth. The messenger's voice became exceedingly shrill, and as the wings flapped, countless law fragments shot towards everyone like arrows. These fragments were no longer mere energy attacks, but carried the distorted laws of time and space. Wherever the fragments passed, even light was torn into irregular patches. Beware of those fragments. Lin Yuan's twin gears spun rapidly, forming a semicircular barrier of golden balanced energy before everyone. It could temporarily distort local laws, and being struck would result in energy chaos. The fragments collided with the barrier, producing sizzling sounds, the golden barrier vibrating violently yet remaining intact. Goku seized the opportunity amidst the fragments' attacks, suddenly bursting forth from behind the barrier, gathering red energy into a sphere in his palm. While its energy is unstable, let us deliver the final blow. His figure darted through the rain of fragments like lightning, his fist crashing towards the messenger's core with the sound of wind ripping. However, at the moment of contact with the core, Goku suddenly found his movements slowing down. The flow of time around him was distorted. I've been deceived. Gohan's eyes emitted urgent alarms. It was a trap of the time law fragments, creating a time stagnation field around the core. The messenger's core suddenly opened an energy mouth, a powerful suction force erupting from within, pulling Goku's body uncontrollably towards the core. Kakarot. Vegeta roared, the blue flames transforming into streaks of light chasing after Goku, reaching out to grasp his arm in an attempt to pull him back. Yet the suction was too strong, and both of them were drawn towards the core, on the verge of being consumed. In that critical moment, the Super Saiyan monkey suddenly crashed into the messenger's core while clutching a fragment of the battle law. The fragment collided with the core, emitting dazzling golden light, and the suction force weakened instantly. Goku seized the chance to break free, pulling Vegeta back to safety. But the Super Saiyan monkey was knocked away by the rebounding energy, flipping through the air before being caught by Gohan. That was close. Goku wiped the cold sweat from his brow, observing the battle law fragment burning at the core, astonishingly capable of suppressing its suction. The messenger glared at the burning fragment on its core, letting out an enraged roar. How dare a mere pet be so audacious? Its energy wings suddenly exploded, transforming into countless energy strands that ensnared the Super Saiyan monkey. These energy strands were highly corrosive, rapidly dissolving the meteors they touched. Blue Cat leaped from Vegeta's arms, the blue flames around it forming a shield as it charged towards the energy strands. It nimbly weaved between the strands, severing them with the flick of its tail, the blue flames cutting through one by one. The severed energy strands fell onto the meteors, emitting sizzling corrosive sounds, yet could no longer pursue. We can no longer remain in passive defense. The twin gears of Lin Yuan soared into the sky, resonating with the golden energy and the fragments of time and energy laws that had been absorbed earlier. Although its core was formidable, the sacrifice for rebirth had stripped it of the protection offered by the law fragments, rendering this the optimal moment for an assault. The gears projected a three-dimensional diagram of the core structure, clearly depicting three energy nodes within, each corresponding to the devoured laws of life, space, and mind. I need your cooperation. Attack these three nodes simultaneously, Lin Yuan elucidated while pointing at the schematic. Wukong, unleash your Super Saiyan energy on the Life Law node. As your combat energy embodies the vitality of life, capable of countering chaotic energy. Vegeta, your Saiyan Royal energy has a particular resonance with the Space Law. Assault the Space Law node. Gohan, your Wisdom Law can disrupt the Mind Law. The third node is entrusted to you. Wukong grinned widely as the red flames of energy ignited once more. Leave it to me. The Life Law node, right? Watch this. His figure traced a red arc in the air, his hands drawing circles before him as energy coalesced into a swirling sphere of power, the Kamehameha pulse of life. The red energy sphere, pulsating rhythmically, shot towards the left node of the core. Vegeta exhibited a starkly different battle style. hovering midair upon blue flames as his energy began to spiral. The Scion Royal Space Slash. A slender blade of blue energy formed at his fingertips, the surrounding space subtly warping before he sliced towards the right node of the core, producing a sound of rending air. Before attacking, Gohan inscribed intricate law runes in front of him. The green energy of wisdom fused with these runes, generating a shimmering stream of energy, the wisdom law's mind purification. This stream, like a ribbon, entwined and surged towards the lower node of the core, stabilizing the chaotic energy in the air along its path. The three energies struck their target nodes simultaneously, causing the core of the messenger to emit a painful hum, as purple-black energy streams began to fluctuate violently. The points of impact on the three nodes radiated light, resonating with the colors of the attacking energies, forming three energy pillars that connected the fighters to the core. Now, Lin Yuan shouted, infuse the golden energy of the twin gears into the three energy pillars, guiding the resonance of the nodes with your law energies. Igniting conflict within the core's law energies, Wukong immediately amplified his energy output, infusing more vitality into the red energy stream, causing the life law node within the core to tremble violently, even manifesting green life energy clashing against the purple-black chaotic energy. Vegeta, meanwhile, maintained his relentless spatial slashes, utilizing blue energy to distort the space law node, disrupting the flow of chaotic energy surrounding it. Gohan's stream of wisdom energy acted like a key, unlocking the sealed positive energy within the mind law node, leading to fierce collisions with chaotic energy that emitted crackling sounds. The internal laws of the core began to fracture under the relentless assault of the three energies. Purple-black chaotic energy oozed from the fissures, forming countless small vortices in the air, which collided and fused, creating a miniature chaotic domain around the core. Within this domain, the flow of law energy became exceedingly chaotic, causing the attacking energies of Wukong and the others to display unstable fluctuations. It is generating a chaotic domain to hinder us. Gohan's glasses displayed rapidly refreshing data. The law resistance within the domain has increased by 50. Our attack efficacy is diminishing. His stream of wisdom energy twisted within the domain, making it increasingly challenging to accurately strike the nodes. The twin gears of Lin Yuan suddenly split into two, flying towards the spaces between the three attack points, balanced the domain of law. The two gears formed a golden energy ring around the core, emanating a gentle glow as they rotated, significantly diminishing the distorting effects of the chaotic domain. This is much better. Wukong's red energy stream stabilized once more, and he could even sense the core's life law resisting more vigorously. This core's life law was responding to my attack. The messenger, sensing the change in the core, let out a desperate howl. Chaos laws will perish together. Its body began to turn transparent, all energies converging towards the core, which grew increasingly radiant, causing the surrounding space to exhibit unstable fluctuations. This is bad. It intends to detonate the core. Lin Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. The energy from a core explosion could annihilate half a galaxy, and we must purify the core entirely before it detonates. His twin gears erupted with unprecedented brilliance as golden energy surged like a tidal wave into the three nodes, amplifying the energy output and enveloping the core with law energies. Wukong maximized his Super Saiyan energy, transforming the red flames into nearly pure white. Kamehameha, Super Divine Burst. Vegeta's blue flames displayed royal runes, tripling the energy intensity in an instant. Ultimate, Flash Royal Secret. Gohan's wisdom energy fused with the law imprints on his glasses, generating a dazzling green light beam. Wisdom Law's ultimate purification. Under the guidance of the golden balance energy, the three streams of energy harmoniously merged into a colorful torrent. No longer merely an attacking force, but a composite of life, space, wisdom, and balance law energies, imbued with the power to purify all chaos. Crashing forcefully into the core of the messenger. As the colorful energy torrent collided with the core, there was no cataclysmic explosion, only a gentle luminescence that radiated outward. This light bore the essence of pure law energy, dissolving the purple-black chaotic energy like ice and snow. The messenger's core vibrated intensely within the glow, the fissures widening until, at last, with a sharp crack, it shattered completely. In that instant of fragmentation, countless pure law fragments burst forth from the cracks. no longer purple-black, but exhibiting an array of pristine colors. Green for the law of life, blue for the law of space, yellow for the law of the mind. These fragments spiraled and danced in the air before coalescing into 3 radiant spheres of light, each flying towards Wukong, Vegeta, and Gohan. Wukong caught the green sphere, which integrated into his being, and he felt a gentle vitality coursing through his combat energy, rapidly replenishing his previously expended energy. This is the life law fragment. He marveled at the changes within him, noticing green patterns emerging within his red flames. Upon absorbing the blue sphere, Vegeta discovered his perception of space had sharpened dramatically, allowing him to faintly discern the intricacies of spatial threads. The space law fragment. Though he maintained his usual prideful demeanor, excitement shimmered in his eyes as the trajectory of his blue flames became increasingly intricate. Gohan's yellow sphere melded with his glasses, which erupted in brilliant light, rendering the data streams clearer than ever, enabling him to directly observe the flow of law energy around him. The mind law fragment has enhanced my wisdom law. He excitedly documented this revelation, his green wisdom energy becoming even more refined. Lin Yuan's twin gears absorbed the remaining law fragments, the newly added time and energy law patterns seamlessly integrating with the existing balance law patterns, forming a complete law circuit. As the gears rotated, the sounds they emitted grew more harmonious, and within the golden energy, a myriad of law runes could be seen flowing. After the core shattered, the messenger's body completely disintegrated into countless purple-black light particles, dissipating into the cosmos, leaving behind a small, flickering black crystal. This crystal contained the purest chaotic suppression energy, yet it was restrained by the surrounding pure law energies, unable to expand further. Lin Yuan reached out to catch the black crystal, feeling it pulse slightly in his palm, as if resisting control. This is a core fragment of the chaotic law. Although it harbors destructive energy, it also serves as a vital specimen for studying the chaotic law. He enveloped the crystal in the golden energy of his twin gears, preventing it from spiraling out of control once more. Wukong approached Lin Yuan, gazing at the black crystal enveloped in golden energy. Could this object pose a danger if we keep it? Perhaps we should simply destroy it, he suggested. Lin Yuan shook his head. The law of chaos is also a part of the universal laws, though it embodies chaos and destruction. Eradicating it entirely would lead to a disruption of balance. We need to study it and discover a method to coexist with it. He stowed the black crystal away, the dual gears in his palms slowly rotating, hinting at the hidden source of the chaos law within the fragment. Vegeta approached, cradling the blue cat, its azure aura now stable. Regardless of the origin of the chaos law, should it dare to send more emissaries, this prince shall send them all back. The blue cat emitted a sound of agreement from his arms, its tail flickering with energy. After the battle, the group returned to the hyperdimensional spaceship for recuperation. Bulma was repairing the ship's shield. Upon their arrival, she immediately handed out restorative beverages. I detected that you all absorbed new fragments of the law without any adverse reactions. That's wonderful. Wukong took the drink and downed it in one gulp, stretching comfortably. The sensation of absorbing the law fragments feels incredible. I feel stronger than before. He attempted to throw a punch, his red aura intermingled with vibrant green life energy, the force of his punch softer yet more penetrating than before. Gohan was analyzing the law data obtained from the core, his glasses connected to the ship's database, displaying intricate law diagrams. According to the data analysis, the core energy of the Chaos Law's emissaries originates from an unknown galaxy, where the law energy exhibits a highly chaotic state, likely the source of the Chaos Law. Lin Yuan's dual gears hovered in front of the analysis screen, projecting a holographic star map. A specific area flashed with a red warning mark. Gohan's analysis is accurate. The energy fluctuations in this black crystal align perfectly with those in this area of the star map. It must be the origin of the Chaos Law, the Chaos Nebula. Vegeta stepped forward to examine the star map, fixating on the red-marked area. It appears our next destination is there. Rather than waiting for the Chaos Law to trouble us, we should take the initiative to eliminate this threat. His tone remained haughty, yet his gaze was resolute. Wukong joined him at the star map, excitedly pointing to the location of the Chaos Nebula. Yes, let us head to the Chaos Nebula right now. I want those Chaos Law beings to understand the might of the law of balance. Lin Yuan observed the spirited group, glancing at the dual gears in his palm, which shimmered with a gentle glow. To venture into the Chaos Nebula, We must prepare thoroughly. The law environment there is extremely harsh, and ordinary energy defenses will be ineffective. We need to utilize the law fragments we've acquired to enhance our respective law energies and devise a more comprehensive battle plan. The Super Saiyan monkey hopped onto Wukong's shoulder, playing with a fragment of the battle law, while the blue cat dozed at Vegeta's feet, its tail occasionally sweeping the ground, leaving trails of blue energy. The little fox scampered to Gohan's side, pointing at a specific data point on the analysis screen, seemingly urging him to pay attention. Despite having endured a fierce battle, the law pets remained vibrant, their law energies seemingly enhanced by the recent combat. Suddenly, the spaceship's alarm ceased, and Bulma's voice came from the control console. The shield has been repaired, and energy reserves are replenished. We are ready to head to the Chaos Nebula. Wukong dashed toward the cockpit, exclaiming, "Great. Let us set off." Vegeta huffed, following closely behind. "Wait, the driving rights belong to this prince." The two began to bicker at the cockpit door, eliciting laughter from the others. Lin Yuan watched the playful exchange between the two, then gazed out at the brilliant stars beyond the window, the dual gears gently rotating in his palm. He understood that the journey to the Chaos Nebula would be fraught with challenges, and the true power of the Chaos Law had yet to be revealed. Yet, he felt no fear, for he was not alone in his struggle. With Wukong's vigor, Vegeta's pride, Gohan's wisdom, and the companionship of the Law pets, they would surely discover a way to balance the Chaos Law and restore true harmony to the multiverse. The spaceship gradually departed from the battlefield, heading toward the Chaos Nebula. Inside the cabin, the sounds of laughter, discussions, and the calls of the Law pets intertwined, creating a symphony filled with hope. Meanwhile, at the energy core of the ship, the black crystal Lin Yuan stored quivered slightly, as if heralding the challenges ahead and echoing the resolve of the group. A new adventure was merely beginning. Chapter 83. The Trials of the Law in the Chaos Nebula. As the hyperdimensional spaceship entered the Chaos Nebula, every needle on the dashboard began to spin wildly. The starry sky outside was shrouded in a violet-black energy mist, the starlight twisting into bizarre shapes, and even the ship's energy shield emitted a crackling alarm. Wukong pressed against the window excitedly, shouting, "The energy here is so violent. There must be powerful beings waiting for us." Vegeta stood before the energy detector, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized the data. The concentration of chaos energy is 5 times that of the previous emissaries, and the spatial law disorder index exceeds dangerous thresholds. Everyone, remain alert. His azure aura ignited involuntarily, as after absorbing the spatial law fragments, he could distinctly sense the hidden energy fluctuations throughout the nebula. As the spaceship delved 50 kilometers into the nebula, the surrounding energy mist suddenly began to swirl, forming a massive vortex. Countless tentacles composed of chaos energy emerged at the center of the vortex, entwined with fragments of various laws, some shimmering with the silver light of the time law, others wrapped in the dark threads of the space law. "It's a law trap." Lin Yuan's dual gears immediately levitated, golden energy forming a barrier around the ship. "These tentacles can absorb law energy. Do not let them ensnare you." Before he finished speaking, a tentacle entwined with the time law struck the ship's left wing. Upon contact with the shield, aged patterns appeared, as if it had experienced a century in an instant. "It can accelerate the passage of time," Bulma exclaimed, maneuvering the ship to evade the blow, but the left wing shield had lost 30 of its energy. Seeing this, Wukong dashed out of the ship, gathering red energy in his palm. "Let me clear away these troublesome tentacles." He unleashed a Kamehameha towards the center of the vortex. Yet the golden energy wave twisted upon contact with the energy mist, transforming into countless tiny energy streams that were subsequently absorbed by the tentacles. How could this happen? Wukong's eyes widened as he watched the tentacles grow thicker after absorbing the energy. Vegeta snorted disdainfully, his figure transforming into a blue lightning bolt as he burst from the ship. "Fool! A single energy attack will only feed them." His fists coalesced with spiral-shaped spatial energy. Each punch against the tentacles created spatial shocks, shattering them into energy fragments. "Do you see? We must tear apart their structure using the spatial law." Gohan's glasses glimmered with green light as the lenses displayed the energy structure of the tentacles. Their core is located in the law fragments at the base of the tentacles. "Lin Yuan, can you help me pinpoint the fragment locations?" Lin Yuan's dual gears projected holographic markers, highlighting the positions of the fragments at the base of each tentacle. Precision strikes with the wisdom law. Gohan concentrated green energy and fired energy bullets at the marked points. The bullets accurately struck the fragments, causing the tentacles to lose power and dissipate into energy mist. The Super Saiyan monkey and the blue cat joined the fray. The former used his tail to whip the tentacles with fragments of the battle law, while the latter unleashed blue flames to freeze the approaching tentacles, their teamwork remarkably synchronized. After half an hour of relentless effort, the tentacles of the law trap were finally eradicated, yet everyone felt significantly drained. Wukong panted as he returned to the ship. The energy in this nebula is so strange, all attacks get distorted. Lin Yuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and remarked, "This is merely the beginning. The chaotic nebula's disorder of laws will render our battles increasingly arduous." After traversing the law traps set by the Chaos Guardians, a floating black platform emerged ahead, upon which stood four guardians composed of chaotic energy. These guardians varied in appearance, each wielding a sword, shield, spear, and bow, with their armor embedded with different shards of law, emanating oppressive energy fluctuations. They appeared to be the gatekeepers. Vegeta flexed his wrists, the blue aura around him flaring brighter. It was the perfect opportunity to test the new abilities of the space law. He charged towards the guardian wielding the longsword, whose armor was adorned with shards of the space law. As the sword was swung, it constantly tore through space, creating numerous spatial rifts. Yet, Vegeta felt no fear. He navigated through the rifts with precision, each movement deftly avoiding their devouring range. Sharing the mastery of space law, he was eager to prove his superiority. Suddenly, he materialized behind the guardian, his fist charged with spatial energy, and struck fiercely against the guardian's back. A dull thud echoed as cracks appeared in the guardian's armor, the shards of space law flickering erratically. However, it swiftly turned, swinging its sword in retaliation, the blade infused with energy that distorted space as it slashed towards Vegeta. He blocked with his arm, but the battle suit was instantly torn by the spatial rift, leaving a trail of blood. Interesting, Vegeta mused, licking the blood from the corner of his mouth, the fire of battle igniting in his eyes. This was more like it. Meanwhile, Goku faced the shield-wielding guardian. The shield, embedded with shards of the defense law, reflected every ounce of Goku's power back at him. "Damn it, your shield is too tough," Goku exclaimed, his Super Saiyan aura swelling as he unleashed a tenfold Kaioken. The red energy enveloped his fist and collided with the shield, causing it to vibrate violently but remain unbroken. The rebounding energy forcing Goku back several steps. "I need to find its defensive gap," Lin Yuan shouted, projecting the energy flow of the shield. The defensive law oscillated every 3 seconds, marking the opportune moment for an attack. Goku concentrated, observing intently, and indeed noticed the shards on the shield flickered every 3 seconds. "Now's my chance." He seized the fleeting moment, condensing the energy of the tenfold Kaioken at his fingertips and precisely thrusting it toward the center of the shield. This time, the energy did not rebound. Instead, it seeped through the cracks in the shards, causing the shield to shatter explosively. The shield guardian, now defenseless, experienced a violent energy surge, allowing Goku to land a decisive blow, scattering it into energy mist. Done. Goku triumphantly waved his hand, only to see Gohan struggling against the spear-wielding guardian. The spear guardian, with its spear embedded with shards of the speed law, attacked with lightning speed. Although Gohan could predict the attacks using the wisdom law, he found it challenging to mount an effective counter. "Gohan, I'm coming to help," Goku shouted, but Lin Yuan halted him. "Let him handle it himself. The wisdom law requires practical application." Indeed, after a series of evasions, Gohan suddenly coalesced green energy into runes, forming a barrier to block the spear. Simultaneously, he concentrated energy into a blast, striking the weak point of the Guardian's speed law shards. The Guardian's speed slowed instantly, and Gohan seized the opportunity, condensing the green energy into a blade of light, cleaving it in two. The remaining Bao Guardian was swiftly dealt with by Lin Yuan and his law companion. Lin Yuan utilized the balance law to restrict its energy flow, while the Super Saiyan monkey and Blue Cat seized the moment to assault its Bao shards, utterly destroying them. Once all four Guardians were vanquished, the black platform began to tremble, and a portal of energy leading deep into the nebula materialized at its center. The remaining law shards on the platform automatically flew towards the group, integrating into them. Goku felt his attack energy becoming more refined. while Vegeta's mastery of the space law grew more adept. Progressing through the Chaos Law Disruption Zone was fraught with difficulty. Upon passing through the energy portal, the group entered the tumultuous region of the nebula where chaos laws were in complete disarray. One moment, they were under the immense pressure of 100-fold gravity. In the next, they were in a state of weightlessness. Time flowed normally until it suddenly leaped, causing rapid aging or rejuvenation. As Goku walked, he was suddenly pinned to the ground by 100-fold gravity, his body sinking half a meter into the platform. What is happening? It's so heavy. He attempted to gather energy to resist, but the gravity vanished abruptly, sending him soaring into the air. Before he could react, he was struck by a surge of time energy, turning his hair instantly gray. Gohan urgently released wisdom energy, forming a barrier to isolate the time energy, allowing Goku's hair to gradually return to normal. This place is far too dangerous, Goku remarked, trembling as he touched his hair. Vegeta's predicament was not much better. While evading a spatial rift, he unexpectedly encountered a time leap, his body instantly transforming into that of a child. Damn it! Where's this wretched place? Little Vegeta fumed, his blue aura dimming, making even basic energy control a challenge. Lin Yuan quickly released balance energy to envelop Vegeta, and as the golden energy flowed, Vegeta's form slowly reverted back to normal. The disruption of laws here was unpredictable. One must remain vigilant with their energy. Lin Yuan's forehead beaded with cold sweat. Maintaining the balance energy was an immense drain on his strength. Gohan adjusted his glasses, the law diagram on the lenses fluctuating continuously. I've observed that the energy flow in the disruption zone follows a pattern. Each area has a fixed type of law disruption, and we can determine the danger type by the color of the region. The red area indicates gravity disruption, the blue area signifies time jumps, and the black area denotes spatial rifts. Based on Gohan's insights, the group began to advance strategically, avoiding high-risk areas and opting for relatively safer paths. Nevertheless, the journey remained perilous. Goku was flattened into a pancake by gravity in the red zone, barely escaping. Vegeta narrowly evaded being consumed by a spatial rift in the black zone, relying on the shards of space law for his escape. Gohan was briefly transformed into an elderly man due to time energy in the blue zone, but he managed to resolve it in time using the wisdom law. The law companions played crucial roles as well. The Super Saiyan monkey's tail could sense gravity changes in advance, the blue cat's aura could briefly freeze time jumps, and the little fox could mark safe routes with its tail. Thanks to the combined efforts of the group and their companions, they finally emerged from the Chaos Law Disruption Zone, arriving at a relatively stable region of the nebula. In the center of the stable area floated a massive black crystal, surrounded by a dense aura of chaotic energy, emanating a formidable energy wave stronger than any adversaries encountered thus far. As the group approached the crystal, it suddenly exploded, and a purplish-black energy coalesced into a towering figure, the Chaos Lord. The Chaos Lord bore a resemblance to the previous emissaries, but was grander in stature. Its armor adorned with complete shards of law, and its core radiated a haunting violet glow, wielding a colossal sword forged from various law shards. Welcome to the core of the chaotic nebula, guardians of the balanced law. The Chaos Lord's voice resonated with authority, causing the surrounding energy to tremble. You are the ruler here? Goku assumed a battle stance, his red aura igniting. Those minions before were dispatched by you, weren't they? The Chaos Lord scoffed. They were merely tools to filter out the weak. Your presence here indicates you possess the potential to become sustenance for my chaotic law. With a swing of its colossal sword, the surrounding chaotic energy instantly transformed into countless energy blades, hovering in the air, poised to confront the true chaos law. Enough talk. Take this. Goku launched the first strike, condensing red energy into a Kamehameha wave aimed at the Chaos Lord. The Chaos Lord, unfazed, swung its giant sword, conjuring a purplish-black energy wall that absorbed the attack. The energy burst upon contact but could not breach the defense. Seizing the moment, Vegeta flanked the Chaos Lord from behind, gathering blue spatial energy in his fist. Spatial/surprise. A fist, imbued with the energy of spatial rifts, struck the back of the Lord, only to be thwarted by an energy barrier before it could make contact with the armor. Fragments of laws flickered upon the barrier, rebounding the attacking energy with ease. Futile. The Lord of Chaos pivoted and swung his sword, the massive blade sweeping with chaotic energy. Wukong and Vegeta swiftly leapt back to evade, and where the energy passed, permanent fissures marred the fabric of space. Gohan's eyes frantically analyzed the energy structure of the Lord. His armor melded 7 fragments of laws, forming a flawless defensive system, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective. Lin Yuan, can you discern his core weakness? The twin gears of Lin Yuan whirred at high speed. Golden energy scanning the Lord of Chaos from head to toe. The core resided in the chest, but was shielded by multiple law fragments. It required the simultaneous destruction of 3 outer defense nodes to strike at the core. The gears projected 3 flickering red dots, positioned at the Lord's left shoulder, right waist, and knee. Understood. Wukong, Vegeta, and Gohan exchanged glances, simultaneously charging toward their respective target nodes. Wukong attacked the left shoulder, Vegeta aimed for the right waist, and Gohan struck at the knee. The trio's energy assaults collided with the nodes at once, causing 3 cracks to appear in the Lord's armor, significantly weakening the defensive energy. Quite formidable. A glimmer of surprise flashed in the Lord of Chaos's eyes, soon replaced by a maniacal grin, but this only made the game more exhilarating. The chaotic laws returned all to the void. His colossal sword plunged into the ground, and purplish-black energy spread along the surface, whereupon all law energies began to spiral into chaos and dissipate. Wukong felt his Super Saiyan energy draining. Vegeta's spatial energy became increasingly uncontrollable, and Gohan's wisdom law runes flickered erratically. This is bad. He is unraveling our law energies, Lin Yuan shouted, as the twin gears erupted in blinding brilliance, forming a protective shield of golden energy that barely held against the disintegration of their energies. The Lord of Chaos advanced step by step toward them, fragments of law upon his sword shimmering with an eerie glow. Surrender, for in the presence of chaotic laws, all order will collapse, and all laws will return to the void. Your balanced laws will also ultimately become part of the chaos. Wukong gritted his teeth against the energy loss, his red aura flickering. I will never give up. As long as we are together, there is no enemy we cannot conquer. His words seemed to ignite the fighting spirit within them. Vegeta's blue aura rekindled, and Gohan's green energy stabilized. Lin Yuan observed his invigorated comrades, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. He is correct. While chaotic laws can unravel singular laws, we possess the strength of multiple laws. Wukong, merge life with the battle laws. Vegeta, combine space with the royal laws. Gohan, resonate wisdom with the mind laws. We shall wield the power of multiple laws against his chaotic void. Golden, blue, and green energies coalesced in their hands, intertwining under the guidance of the balanced laws, forming a colorful torrent of energy, surging toward the purplish-black energy of the Lord of Chaos. The two energies clashed at the heart of the nebula, unleashing a tremendous roar that reverberated throughout the entire nebula, the shockwave dispersing the surrounding energy mist. As the brilliance faded, both the heroes and the Lord of Chaos stood their ground, the residual waves from the energy collision still trembling in the air. Wukong gasped for breath, his red aura now faint. Vegeta's lips bled, his blue aura flickering. Gohan's eyes cracked, his green energy unstable. The Lord of Chaos's armor was riddled with fissures. The core's glow dimmed significantly, yet he remained standing, his colossal sword aimed directly at them. It seems this battle has only just begun. The voice of the Lord of Chaos, tinged with fatigue, yet brimming with frenzied battle intent, proclaimed, "Let us determine the fate of this nebula through the power of laws." Wukong wiped the dust from his face, revealing a smile. "Just as I like it. I am far from finished." His red aura flared anew, more vigorous than before, the absorbed fragments of life laws rejuvenating his energy. Vegeta straightened, the blue aura shimmering with the light of spatial laws, ready to embrace the next round of battle. Lin Yuan surveyed his spirited allies, then glanced at the opposing Lord of Chaos, tightening his grip on the twin gears. He understood that this battle would determine the victor between chaotic and balanced laws, unveiling the ultimate secrets of the chaotic nebula. Regardless of the outcome, they would wield their power to safeguard the balance of the multiverse. The horn of battle resounded once more at the core of the chaotic nebula. Chapter 84, The Law Strangulation Battle of the Chaotic Nebula. As the transcendent spacecraft breached the chaotic nebula, the dashboard's law index spiraled into complete disarray. The purplish-black gaseous nebula pounded against the cabin walls like a living entity, and the starlight outside was distorted into bizarre lines, Even the spacecraft's alloy shell emitted creaking groans. This was a sign of the spatial laws being forcibly distorted. The energy shield's decay rate was 3 times the normal value. Bulma's fingers danced across the console, cold sweat beading on her forehead, for the chaotic energy within the nebula would devour metal molecules. If it continued, the spacecraft would disintegrate. Suddenly, Wukong slammed his hand on the table, red aura exploding within the cabin. "We cannot sit idly by. I will go out to draw their attention." "Fool." Vegeta grabbed him, blue energy coalescing into a sphere in his palm. The spatial laws outside were in chaos, and any random teleportation would result in being torn apart. He pointed at the viewport, where the nebula gas was condensing into grotesque faces. These were not mere energies, but a collective of sentient chaotic law fragments. The ambush of the spatial strangler. Before he could finish, a violent tremor erupted from the left side of the spacecraft. The group rushed to the viewport, witnessing a colossal beast, formed of the purplish-black nebula, clawing at the shield with its talons. It bore octopus-like appendages, each covered in spatial folds, and the shield's surface was visibly vanishing where it made contact. It is the spatial strangler. The twin gears of Lin Yuan suddenly levitated, projecting an analysis of the beast. It could manipulate localized spatial laws, and the folds on its appendages would devour any material they touched. Wukong could no longer contain himself, grabbing the Rui Bang and charging toward the hatch. Perfect. Time to test the newly absorbed life laws. As he burst out of the spacecraft, 3 appendages of the spatial strangler lunged at him simultaneously. The spatial folds on the appendages opened like gaping maws, consuming even the surrounding light. Now, Wukong suddenly infused Super Saiyan energy into the Rui Bang, its red surface glowing with green patterns, sweeping through the ranks. The shadow of the staff, like a net, accurately struck the base of each appendage, where the spatial energy was weakest. The struck points emitted white smoke as the spatial folds instantly flattened. The strangler let out a piercing shriek, its remaining appendages thrashing wildly at Wukong, only to be repelled by the life energy surrounding him. The green life laws continuously repaired the distorted space. This tactic works. Wukong excitedly swung the Rui Bang, only to discover that the strangler's appendages were regenerating rapidly. Darn it. They can self-heal. It is absorbing the chaotic energy from the nebula. Vegeta's voice called from behind, blue aura streaking by like a meteor. "Watch my royal space slash." He concentrated a spiral energy blade at his fingertips, precisely striking the core of the strangler, where the nebula energy flowed most vigorously. The core erupted in a burst of purple mist, its regeneration speed significantly hampered. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan unleashed the wisdom laws. Green runes binding the strangler's appendages like chains. I have analyzed its energy circulation pattern. Every 3 seconds, the core experiences a 0.2-second energy vacuum phase. Leave it to me. Lin Yuan's twin gears soared into the air, golden energy resonating with Wukong's life laws and Vegeta's spatial energy, the balance laws striking in resonance. The 3 energies simultaneously struck the core during the vacuum phase, causing the strangler's body to disintegrate into nebula gas. Yet before it vanished, it let out an earth-shattering roar. The trap of the time disorder beast. As the spaceship narrowly escaped the spatial executioner, the surrounding nebula began to flow backward. Wukong noticed that his movements had become unusually sluggish, while Vegeta flickered at an almost imperceptible speed. The laws of time here transformed into shattered fragments of a mirror. "Watch your step." Wu Fan's eyes suddenly emitted a red glow as he pointed downward, where the nebula was coalescing into a swarm of palm-sized creatures. They bore clock-like shells, with gears rotating at erratic speeds. Time disorder beasts. The gears of Lin Yuan trembled violently. These creatures could induce localized time distortions, ensnaring their targets in temporal traps. Before he could finish his warning, Vegeta suddenly froze in place. His super blue aura continued to blaze, yet his body remained poised to strike, resembling a lifelike statue. One time disorder beast perched on his shoulder, its gears rotating counterclockwise, locking his temporal flow to the past 5 seconds. Vegeta, the blue cat, let out an enraged screech, its blue flames coalescing at the tips of its claws, only to be targeted by another disorder beast. Its movements suddenly accelerated to lightning speed, swiftly circling behind the blue cat, and as the gears turned, the blue cat's tail visibly aged. "Do not engage directly." Lin Yuan swiftly inscribed a diagram of the laws. Golden energy forming a barrier around Vegeta, for these creatures feared the synchronized fluctuations of law energy. Wukong, generate energy waves using the laws of life. Maintaining a frequency of 37 per second. Wukong immediately complied, infusing green energy into his red flames, creating a rhythmically oscillating energy field. Upon contact with the energy field, the time disorder beast's gears abruptly jammed, producing a crisp click as it disintegrated into nebula dust. Vegeta regained his movement and, rather than attacking, seized the aging blue cat, exclaiming, "Foolish pet, who told you to charge in recklessly?" His fingertips exuded blue energy, cautiously mending the blue cat's tail, his proud profile appearing particularly gentle under the light of the nebula. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Fan analyzed the action patterns of the disorder beasts using the laws of wisdom. Their gear rotations indicated the direction of time manipulation. Clockwise accelerated time, while counterclockwise slowed it down. He relayed his findings to the communication devices of his companions, instructing them to inject energy in the direction of the gear rotations during their attacks to disrupt the core of the beasts. Wukong, glancing at the analysis diagram on the communicator, suddenly flicked a disorder beast with his Rui Bang, exclaiming, "I see now. Witness my counter-impact." He infused life energy into the gears in a clockwise manner, causing the disorder beast shell to expand instantaneously and explode into golden specks. The birth of the chaotic aggregation with the last time disorder beast dissipated, the nebula began to churn violently. The residual energy of the spatial executioner and the fragments of the time disorder beasts converged at the heart of the nebula, forming a continuously expanding energy sphere. Within the purplish-black energy ball, spatial folds intertwined with time gears, birthing a more terrifying beast. "This is bad. They are merging." Lin Yuan's gears emitted an unprecedented alarm. This was a chaotic aggregation, possessing the dual abilities of spatial distortion and time disorder. The aggregation size was 3 times that of the executioner. Its surface riddled with flowing spatial fissures, within which rotating time gears were faintly discernible. Upon its birth, it slashed through space with its claws, unleashing torrents of chaotic time streams like arrows toward the spaceship. "All units, attack!" Wukong's Super Saiyan energy surged to its zenith, forming an energy wall of red flames before him. "Vegeta, we will lead the assault. Wu Fan, you and Lin Yuan are responsible for protecting the ship." Vegeta's super blue aura fused with royal runes, revealing the threads of spatial laws within the blue energy flow. "This time, I shall not lose to you." His figure flickered through the spatial fissures, each punch striking precisely at the energy nodes of the aggregation. Wukong demonstrated a notably different combat style. He did not withstand the aggregation's attacks, but utilized the laws of life to continuously repair the distorted space, creating openings for Vegeta. The red and blue flames danced within the nebula, forming a protective energy barrier for the spaceship. Wu Fan's laws of wisdom intertwined with Lin Yuan's laws of balance in the air, green runes resonating with golden energy, guiding the chaotic time streams to safety. "Its core is located in the chest," Wu Fan suddenly shouted, his eyes catching a fleeting golden glimmer within the aggregation's body, the intersection of spatial and temporal laws. "Its only weakness. Finally found you." Wukong and Vegeta exchanged a glance, simultaneously elevating their energy to its peak. The collision of red life energy and blue spatial energy at the aggregation's chest created a spiraling energy drill. The aggregation let out a pained howl as its chest erupted in a dazzling blaze. Spatial fissures and time gears disintegrated in the brilliance, transforming into a storm of law fragments. Just when everyone believed victory was at hand, the fragments suddenly paused in midair, reassembling into a smaller energy entity. It was only the size of a fist, but radiated a more terrifying chaotic energy than the aggregation. "This is the true essence." Lin Yuan's gears shook violently. It had been consuming our energy through the aggregation. The energy entity vanished from sight, only to reappear before the spaceship's control panel. Purplish-black energy surging toward Bulma like a tidal wave. "Watch out." The Super Saiyan monkey suddenly leaped from Wukong's shoulder, its golden tail entwining with fragments of the combat law, striking the energy entity with force. The fragments collided with the energy entity, producing a piercing sound of energy friction, sending the entity staggering back 3 meters, its eyes flashing with human-like rage. Seizing the moment, the blue cat unleashed blue flames, trapping the energy entity within an energy shield. Vegeta's ultimate flash and Wukong's Kamehameha simultaneously struck the energy shield, and amidst the violent explosion, the energy entity finally disintegrated into nebula dust, vanishing into the chaos. Whispers in the depths of the nebula after the battle concluded, everyone collapsed within the spaceship. Wukong, cradling the Super Saiyan monkey, gasped for breath, his red flames flickering intermittently. This nebula is far more troublesome than anticipated. Vegeta repaired his battle suit with energy, yet a faint smile played at the corner of his lips. That coordination wasn't too shabby, Kakarot. Lin Yuan's twin gears absorbed the scattered law fragments, the newly added spatial and temporal patterns beginning to glow. These fragments are guiding us. He pointed toward the depths of the nebula, where a faint golden light flickered. The core of the chaotic laws should be located there. Suddenly, Wu Fan's eyes captured an audio signal, which, after translation by the laws of wisdom, transformed into a low, resonant whisper. Balance is the shackles. Chaos is the true freedom. Come, embrace the true laws. Wukong immediately became alert, his red flames reigniting. What is that voice? Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the twin gears, golden energy swirling in his palms. It is the will of the chaotic laws, attempting to interfere with us using the laws of the mind. His gaze became resolute, affirming that they were nearing the truth. The spaceship reignited, slowly steering toward the direction of the flickering golden light. Outside, the chaotic nebula continued to rage, but the determination in everyone's eyes remained resolute. The Super Saiyan monkey and the blue cat nestled beside Wukong and Vegeta, their tails gently swaying, as if gathering strength for the next battle. No one knew what awaited them, but one thing was certain. This battle of laws had just entered its most critical phase. Chapter 85. The chaotic execution array and resonance of the laws. The alarm of the hyperdimensional spaceship pierced the cockpit as the chaotic nebula outside suddenly erupted into massive purple-black waves. Within the waves floated countless distorted figures. They were dozens of warriors of the chaotic laws, resembling the previous emissaries but smaller in size, more agile, wielding short blades forged from pure chaotic energy. It seems to be a welcoming ceremony. Vegeta's super blue aura exploded in an instant, the fragments of spatial laws on his fists emitting a ghostly glow, a perfect opportunity to test the royal energy's suppressive effect against the chaotic laws. Just as he was about to charge out of the spaceship, Lin Yuan grasped his shoulder. Wait, they are forming an array. The dual gears of Lin Yuan hovered in the air, casting a formation diagram of the warriors' positions. Golden lines intricately outlined the complex array, known as the Hun Dun Jiao Sha Zhan, where individual warriors possessed limited strength, yet together they could create a vacuum of laws, swiftly consuming our energy. Before the words had fully left his lips, the three warriors at the forefront simultaneously swung their blades, manifesting three purple-black energy blades that converged in midair, forming a swirling vortex of energy. The moment the vortex made contact with the ship's protective shield, a small section of the shield melted away, as if it were ice. The ability to directly dismantle energy defenses was astounding. Bulma frantically pounded on the control panel, as the energy depletion rate of the shield was tenfold the normal rate. Goku could no longer contain himself. The red aura tore through the cabin door, declaring, "No matter the array, first we fight." His fists, enveloped in the energy of the law of life, charged forth, only to be met by the combined assault of 5 warriors. Short blades traced purple-black arcs around him, and each collision sent tingles through his fists as the chaotic energy began to devour his life force. Kakarot, don't force it. Vegeta joined the fray, propelled by blue flames, his fingertips directing spatial energy blades precisely towards the joints of the warriors, targeting their energy cores in the chest, where defenses were weakest. His royal energy was indeed unique. When the spatial blades cleaved through the chaotic energy, they caused a momentary paralysis of 0.5 seconds among the warriors. The deadly traps of the Jiao Sha Zhan prompted an immediate tactical adjustment from the warriors. 20 figures split into 4 groups, each forming a miniature vortex that locked onto Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, and Lin Yuan. Just as Gohan released the runes of the Law of Wisdom, 3 warriors simultaneously pierced through his rune barrier with their short blades, causing green energy to dissipate like a burst balloon. They could synchronize their attack frequency. Gohan retreated 3 meters, his glasses igniting with shards of the Law of Mind. I see it. Their thoughts are shared, like a singular entity. Lin Yuan found himself in a more precarious situation, as the vortex formed by the 5 warriors began to distort the law of balance, visibly slowing the rotation of the dual gears. The law of balance was being disrupted. Forced to retreat, golden energy formed a defensive wall in front of him. Goku. Strike at their shared thought link with the energy of life. Goku immediately understood as green life waves erupted from his red aura, sweeping through the warriors' formation, indeed causing a momentary disarray in their movements. However, this confusion lasted only 2 seconds before the warriors collectively emitted piercing shrieks, and the purple-black energy exploded in the formation, rebounding the life waves back. Gasping, Goku was pushed back by his own energy, feeling a tightness in his chest. These fiends could even rebound energy? Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta launched a fierce attack, his blue energy blades shattering the cores of 3 warriors. Yet, the shattered cores did not dissipate. Instead, they transformed into purple-black mist, merging into the bodies of other warriors. Damn it, they could share energy. He watched helplessly as a dying warrior instantly regained full strength, the chaotic energy on its short blade becoming more potent. Suddenly, the Super Saiyan monkey, clutching fragments of the law of combat, leaped onto Goku's shoulder, its tail pointing towards the heart of the array, where a slightly larger warrior stood, its short blade entwined with silver threads, evidently the controller of the array. Found you. Goku gathered a red-blue energy wave of the Kamehameha, deliberately infusing it with 10 of the energy of the law of balance. The moment the energy wave struck the array's warrior, the opponent's short blade erupted, transforming into a silver energy net that enveloped the Kamehameha. The energy wave struggled violently within the net, yet was continuously converted into chaotic energy. This was a law conversion net. Lin Yuan's expression drastically changed. It could convert any law energy into chaotic energy, just as the array's warrior prepared to replenish the converted energy back into the entire formation. The blue cat suddenly sprang from Vegeta's arms, its blue flames tracing an eerie arc in midair, accurately striking a node of the energy net. The ultra-blue energy of the cat's paw collided with the chaotic energy, causing a slight crack in the energy net. Now's our chance. Gohan's wisdom rune quickly filled the gap, green runes burrowing through the crack into the energy net, entwining and growing like vines, forcibly interrupting the energy conversion. The array's warrior let out an enraged roar, swinging its short blade at the blue cat, only to be ensnared by a little fox that had appeared out of nowhere, wrapping its tail around the blade's handle. The little fox's tail, unbeknownst to Wen, was coated with Gohan's wisdom rune. A perfect opportunity. Vegeta's spatial energy blade coalesced to its peak, the blue radiance tearing through the chaotic mist, precisely piercing the core of the array's warrior. This time, there was no energy sharing. The warrior's body shattered inch by inch in the blue light, transforming into countless motes of light. With the heart of the array shattered, the chaotic Jiao Shajun displayed obvious flaws, with the synchronization rate of the vortexes dropping by 30. Goku seized the moment, unleashing an even stronger wave of life energy, the Kamehameha's life torrent. This time, the energy wave did not attack in a straight line, but transformed into countless red threads, wrapping around each warrior's core. Lin Yuan. Goku shouted. The dual gears had long been on the verge of release, with golden energy infusing the red threads, converting the life energy into energy bombs laced with the law of balance. Explode. Lin Yuan commanded softly, and the threads detonated simultaneously. The cores of the 20 warriors shattering in the golden and red glow, this time devoid of energy sharing, only pure annihilation. As the smoke cleared, Goku suddenly clutched his chest, coughing. The rebounding energy had indeed injured his internal organs. Vegeta appeared unscathed on the surface, yet the cuffs of his battle suit had been corroded by chaotic energy, revealing blackened holes. Gohan supported the panting little fox, green energy flickering in his palm as he healed its tail, which had been cut by the short blade. This was merely an appetizer. Lin Yuan's dual gears suddenly pointed towards the depths of the nebula, where purple-black mist was coalescing into a more formidable figure. The true trouble was at hand. Emerging from the mist was a 10-meter-tall giant, its armor composed of hundreds of law fragments, wielding a massive axe that shimmered with the light of various laws such as time, space, and life. This was the pure law energy that had been devoured. The Chaos Commander. Lin Yuan's gears trembled violently. It had absorbed the core laws of at least 10 star systems, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective against it. With a gentle swing of the commander's giant axe, The surrounding space began to flow in reverse, causing Goku and the others to move sluggishly. The law of time. Goku gritted his teeth against the reverse flow of time, his red aura burning fiercely at the surface. It could control multiple laws simultaneously. The commander wasted no words. His giant axe, imbued with purple-black energy, swung towards the ship. Vegeta's spatial energy blade met it head-on, but was deflected by the time law, slicing back towards him. Damn it! He barely dodged, the energy blade grazing his shoulder and leaving a smoldering wound. Gohan's wisdom law failed this time. As the commander's thoughts were enveloped in a black hole of chaotic energy, swallowing any attempts at detection. Its mind law had completely succumbed to chaos. A warning red light flashed in Gohan's eyes. It could predict our attack trajectories. Suddenly, Lin Yuan hurled the dual gears into the air. Golden energy resonating with all previously absorbed law fragments. Goku, infuse life energy. Vegeta, the law of space. Gohan, use the law of mind to interfere with its predictions. We need to create a law resonance. The gears spun rapidly in the air, forming a golden energy vortex. Goku's red energy, Vegeta's blue energy, and Gohan's green energy surged into the vortex simultaneously, vibrating at the same frequency under the guidance of the golden law of balance. Now, Lin Yuan's voice carried power. Resonance attack. The golden vortex erupted, the three-colored energy morphing into a spiraling light column that forcefully dispersed the chaotic mist in its wake. The commander's giant axe collided with the light column, and for the first time, the law fragments on the axe showed signs of loosening. The resonance of different laws was dismantling its forcibly merged energy core. The commander let out a deafening roar, the chaotic energy on its giant axe swelling. As it pushed the light column back by half a meter, the core at its chest suddenly fractured, revealing a pulsating, purplish-black heart within. Countless minuscule fragments of law swirled around the heart, representing the essence of all laws it had devoured. It was prepared to sacrifice all these fragments of law. Lin Yuan's expression was unprecedentedly grave. If it succeeded, it would transform into a pure embodiment of chaos, impervious to any law. Wukong suddenly laughed, an unparalleled brilliance erupting from within the crimson flames. Then before its sacrifice is complete, we must return all the energy. His body morphed into a streak of red light, charging directly toward the core of the commander. Vegeta, clear the way for me. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta ignited his ultra-blue energy to its utmost, forming countless tiny energy blades of spatial law around him. Saiyan royal family's spatial storm. The storm enveloped Wukong, forcefully tearing a path through the chaotic energy. Gohan's wisdom and mind laws erupted simultaneously, crafting a vast green net that temporarily froze the commander's movements. Only 3 seconds. Lin Yuan's dual gears flew into Wukong's hands. The golden energy merging flawlessly with Wukong's life energy. The law of balance is restored. Wukong slammed the gears onto the commander's core, golden light seeping into the fissures, resonating with the fragments of law inside. Roar. The commander's body convulsed violently. Those devoured fragments of law began to break free from the shackles of chaotic energy, forming a colorful stream of energy within the core. Now, Wukong's fist, enveloped in tricolored energy, struck the core fiercely, restoring the Kamehameha law. This time, there was no earth-shattering explosion, only countless colorful lights shooting from the commander's body. These were the liberated fragments of law, swirling in the air, converging, and ultimately merging into the chaotic nebula, causing twinkling starlight to emerge from the purplish-black mist. The commander's body gradually dissipated amidst the lights, and a giant axe transformed into a streak of light, flying toward Lin Yuan, absorbed by the dual gears. A complex pattern appeared on the gears, the primal mark of chaotic law, forming a perfect closed loop with other law patterns. Wukong slumped onto a meteorite, breathing heavily. This guy is 10 times harder to deal with than the previous envoy. Vegeta tossed him a Senzabine, his shoulders still emitting smoke. It was merely luck. Next time you encounter someone stronger, let us see if you can still laugh. Lin Yuan gazed into the depths of the nebula, where the chaotic energy, although diminished, still surged ominously. This is merely the periphery of the chaotic nebula. The true core lies within. But we have discovered a method to counter the chaotic law, not through annihilation, but by guiding them back to balance. The Super Saiyan monkey leaped onto Wukong's shoulder, its tail coiling around a new fragment of law. the blue cat licked Vegeta's wound, the blue flames causing it to heal rapidly. The little fox inscribed a line of green runes in Gohan's notebook, as if documenting insights from this battle. The spacecraft slowly ventured deeper into the nebula, and in the chaotic mist ahead, a colossal tower made of fragments of law could be faintly discerned. This was the ultimate source of chaotic law and the battleground for their next fight. Yet this time, there was no fear in their eyes. Only a steadfast belief in the law of balance. Chapter 86. The Law Chessboard of the Chaos Lord. The rain of fragments from the chaotic strangulation array had yet to dissipate when a deep laughter suddenly resonated from the depths of the nebula, as if echoing from countless timelines simultaneously, causing everyone's eardrums to throb. The purplish-black, chaotic energy coalesced ahead into a towering figure. Clad in a black robe embroidered with law runes, its face shrouded in the shadow of a hood, with only a pair of eyes glimmering in red and green visible. The left eye bore chaotic patterns that spun in disorder, while the right contained precisely functioning gears of law. The little insects of the balanced law have finally chosen to intrude upon my chessboard. The Chaos Lord slowly raised his right hand, revealing a black and white intertwined energy sphere in his palm. This chaos balance orb was distilled from 3,000 devoured cosmic laws. Do you think it belongs to chaos or balance? The spatial traps of the law chessboard. The moment the energy sphere touched the ground, the entire nebula transformed into a colossal chessboard. Alternating black and white squares spreading across the starry sky, with different law fragments floating in each square. Wukong stood on a white square, suddenly feeling his energy drained. The red flames extinguished in an instant. What is happening? My energy is gone. The rules of the law chessboard. White squares absorb energy, black squares amplify damage. The Chaos Lord's voice echoed above the chessboard, his figure appearing in the central position, like a chess player manipulating pieces. The price of stepping on the wrong square is quite steep. Vegeta snorted as he stepped onto a black square. The blue flames flared up, only to be tripled in intensity, causing the energy blast he instinctively unleashed to misfire and explode the nearby meteorites. Despicable trick. He swiftly jumped to a white square, only to find the speed of energy absorption accelerating even faster, the ultra-blue flames dimming at a visible rate. Gohan's glasses suddenly projected a holographic display, visualizing the energy flow across the chessboard squares. The absorption frequency of the white squares is 3 times per second, while the amplification factor of the black squares increases with energy intensity. Lin Yuan, can you neutralize this effect using the law of balance? Lin Yuan's dual gears spun rapidly in his palm, golden energy infusing the square beneath his feet, balancing law frequency harmonization. Golden light spread 10 meters around, noticeably slowing the absorption frequency of the white squares and stabilizing the amplification factor of the black squares at 15 times. This can only temporarily neutralize a small area. Everyone, gather around me. The Super Saiyan monkey suddenly darted to the edge of the chessboard, its golden tail curling around a fragment of the battle law, smashing it forcefully onto the black square. The energy from the explosion was amplified by the black square, creating a temporary safe zone. Well done. Wukong seized the opportunity to rush over, gathering energy anew within the safe zone, the red flames reigniting with green life patterns. Watch how I shatter your broken chessboard. The assault of chess piece soldiers. The Chaos Lord flicked his fingers, and energy columns suddenly erupted from the black and white squares of the chessboard, coalescing at their apex into countless sword-wielding soldiers. These soldiers were composed purely of fragments of law, the white soldiers wielding light swords that absorbed energy, while the black soldiers brandished dark blades that amplified damage. Law chess pieces eliminate the fodder. The Chaos Lord's voice was devoid of emotion as the soldiers charged in unison, the light swords and dark blades intertwining into a web of death. Wukong charged towards the white soldiers, his fist infused with life energy striking at the light sword, Kamehameha life pulse. The red energy wave intertwined with green patterns, and upon striking the light sword, it unexpectedly backfired the energy absorption effect, causing the white soldier's body to disintegrate. So you fear the law of life. Vegeta set his sights on the black soldiers, blue flames gathering at his fingertips into a spatial blade, dimension slash of the spatial law. The trajectory of the blade shimmered with spatial ripples, and before the black soldier's dark blade could reach him, its body was cleaved into pieces by the dimension slash, the amplification effect failing to trigger. Gohan stood beside Lin Yuan, the energy of the wisdom law manifesting as countless runes that erupted among the ranks of soldiers. Wisdom law logic trap. The runes entered the soldiers' bodies, causing the white soldiers to suddenly attack their comrades, while the black soldiers swung their dark blades at empty air. Their battle logic was forcibly rewritten. The blue cat, navigating through the ranks of soldiers on blue flames, skillfully darted around, its tail flicking to launch miniature energy blasts, precisely striking each soldier's energy core. The Super Saiyan monkey lifted a massive meteorite, rolling it across the chessboard, scattering the soldiers like a golden bowling ball. Observing the chaotic battlefield, the Chaos Lord's lips curled slightly beneath his hood, an amusing resistance, but this is merely an appetizer. He suddenly crushed a black chess piece, and a bottomless chasm opened in the center of the chessboard, from which countless chains adorned with law barbs reached out, rolling toward the crowd. The law of the chaotic chains corroded. The barbs on the chains glimmered with purplish-black light, rapidly eroding the fragments of law in their wake. Lin Yuan's dual gears suddenly emitted an alarming sound. These chains bore primordial chaotic energy that could directly corrode the structure of the laws. He hastily unleashed golden energy to form a barrier. The chains collided with the barrier, producing a piercing, sizzling sound as the golden light dimmed at a visible pace. Stand back. Vegeta suddenly dashed to the front of the barrier, blue flames swirling around him as spatial runes emerged, folding the laws of space. With his hands clasped together, the space surrounding the chains abruptly folded, drawing in all the barbs into a dimensional rift. However, the resilience of the chains exceeded expectations, as they forcibly broke free from the rift, making the barbs even sharper. Seizing the opportunity, Goku enveloped his fist in red flames and struck the point where the chains were connected, the law of life's rebirth impact. Green patterns flowed from his fist into the chains, and the struck area sprouted vine-like energy forms, temporarily halting the chain's advance. Yet, it could only restrain them for mere seconds. They needed a plan. Gohan's gaze suddenly locked onto the energy source at the end of the chains. The energy stemmed from the chaotic altars at the four corners of the chessboard. Destroying the altars would sever the energy supply. He pointed to the corners of the chessboard, where stood black altars constructed from fragments of laws, each crowned with purple-black flames. I'll head to the northeast corner. Goku was the first to charge forth, his red flames dancing between the white and black squares. When encountering white soldiers, he retaliated with life energy, and when facing black soldiers, he used their strength against them, rebounding the amplified energy back to his allies. Vegeta sprinted towards the southwest corner, blue spatial blades continuously slicing through the chains. Don't think you can play tricks in front of me. His figure suddenly vanished on the black square, reappearing in midair above the altar, unleashing the ultimate flash dimensional blast. Blue energy exploded within the dimensional rift, instantly engulfing the altar in spatial fragments. As the last altar was destroyed by Gohan's wise runes, the chaotic chains lost their energy support, shattering into countless fragments. The Chaos Lord slowly rose, his hood slipping away to reveal a face that was half mechanical and half flesh, with the mechanical side embedded with various law gears and the flesh side covered in chaotic patterns. It seems I must show you the true laws of chaos. His mechanical arm suddenly unfolded, revealing 7 different colored law fragments embedded within. These are the 7 fundamental laws I have collected. Now, let them return to chaos. The fragments spun rapidly on his mechanical arm, merging into a colorful stream of chaotic energy. No longer merely purple-black, this energy stream displayed a bizarre rainbow hue, encompassing the traits of life, space, wisdom, and the inherent disorder of chaos. The laws of chaos unify all. The energy stream roared like a dragon as it surged towards the group, disintegrating every square it passed and tearing open irregular rifts in space. Lin Yuan's dual gears suddenly soared into the air, resonating with the law energies of Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan. We must counter with a fusion of laws. Goku's life energy formed the foundation, Vegeta's spatial energy provided the structure, Gohan's wisdom energy served as the soul, and my balance energy acted as the binding force. The 4 energies, gold, red, blue, and green, intertwined in the starry sky, creating a spiral energy column that was no longer distinctly separate, but rather intermingled, perfectly merging into a true torrent of multifaceted laws. Multifaceted law balancing strike. The 2 energy streams collided at the center of the chessboard, devoid of a cataclysmic explosion. Only a blinding white light. Within the white light, chaotic energy and the multifaceted laws devoured and transformed each other, forming an energy sphere that continually expanded and contracted. Inside the energy sphere, countless law fragments reassembled and obliterated, as if reenacting the birth and destruction of the universe. The Super Saiyan monkey and blue cat suddenly dashed beneath the energy sphere, bracing it against imminent collapse. The little fox and little bird flew above the energy sphere, unleashing the last of their law energy to help maintain the form of the multifaceted law torrent. My pets. Goku's eyes filled with warmth as he poured more life energy into the energy stream. We cannot let their sacrifice be in vain. Vegeta's spatial energy became more refined, with blue patterns forming a sturdy framework within the energy stream. Gohan's wisdom energy continually optimized the structure of the energy flow, making the fusion of multifaceted laws more efficient. Lin Yuan's balance energy acted as a lubricant, ensuring seamless collaboration among the three energies. The Chaos Lord gazed at the increasingly dominant multifaceted laws. A flicker of panic flashing in his mechanical eye. Impossible. Chaos is the end of the universe. He infused all of his chaotic energy into the energy stream, causing the law fragments on his mechanical arm to begin disintegrating, clearly exhausting his own energy. The law remnants of the game's conclusion. The energy sphere's radiance peaked, then abruptly contracted, transforming into a golden beam of law that shot into the depths of the universe. The Chaos Lord's body gradually became transparent within the beam, and all the law fragments on his mechanical arm fell away, reverting to pure fundamental law energy. Balance may indeed be another path. This was the last phrase of the Chaos Lord before his disappearance. The chessboard crumbled with the Lord's vanishing, leaving only floating law fragments and the gradually calming nebula in the starry sky. The Super Saiyan monkey and blue cat collapsed weakly to the ground, their law energy nearly depleted. The little fox and little bird curled up together, lacking even the strength to make a sound. Goku rushed over, feeding Senzu beans to the law pets. I'm sorry for making you suffer. As the energy from the Senzu beans infused them, the pets gradually regained their luster, with the Super Saiyan monkey even mustering enough strength to make a face at Goku. Vegeta observed the floating law fragments, unusually refraining from his usual sharp tongue. These fragments have returned to purity. He reached out to catch a fragment of spatial law, which integrated into his energy, deepening the blue flames. Gohan's eyes automatically absorbed a fragment of wisdom law, the runes on his lens shimmering with a soft glow. The Chaos Lord's final words suggest that chaotic laws can also be guided towards balance. Lin Yuan's dual gears absorbed all the scattered law fragments, the patterns on the gears becoming more intricate and harmonious. He gazed at the gradually dissipating purple-black, chaotic nebula and softly remarked, though the game has concluded, the cosmic interplay of laws will never cease. In the distant starry sky, towards the direction where the golden beam of law had vanished, a new nebula faintly emerged. There, the law energy exhibited a state of perfect balance, both orderly and vibrant. Goku chuckled foolishly while patting his belly. No matter how many games lie ahead, as long as we are together, there is no situation we cannot overcome. Vegeta snorted but instinctively moved closer to Goku. Next time there's a battle like this, I shall be the first to break the game. The sunlight streamed through the gaps in the nebula, casting elongated shadows of the group. The law pets frolicked nearby, while the ship's repairs commenced and new adventures awaited. Yet at this moment, each heart brimmed with tranquility and hope, for they understood that as long as the multifaceted laws could coexist harmoniously, they would find their own path to balance amidst any challenge. Chapter 87. The Eerie Trap of the Mirror Laws. The remnants of the chaotic nebula had yet to disperse when a silver-gray rift suddenly tore open in the starry sky, from which not chaotic energy flowed, but countless floating mirrors. These mirrors varied in size, their surfaces glinting with a metallic sheen, reflecting the figures of those present. However, the images within the mirrors bore eerie smiles at their corners, detected unknown law fluctuations. Bulma's alarm sounded from the ship. These mirrors can replicate energy characteristics and are generating mirror images. No sooner had she spoken than the largest mirror shattered, and a golden figure identical to Goku stepped forth. With every detail, including hairstyle and the creases of his battle suit, perfectly matched, save for the silver-gray pupils. Another me? Goku scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. But the mirror image of Goku suddenly assumed the stance for the Kamehameha, gathering a silver-gray energy sphere in its palm. How dare you imitate me? Watch how I deal with you. The synchronized assault of the mirror entities commenced with the mirror version of Wukong unleashing the Kamehameha almost simultaneously with the original. The silver-gray energy sphere collided with the golden energy sphere in midair, creating an explosion of shockwaves that formed exquisite, symmetrical ripples. This fellow even mimics the techniques. Wukong was astonished to discover that every time he altered his attack, the mirror entity could predict it in advance, as if sharing a single combat consciousness. Similarly, Vegeta's mirror counterpart proved to be equally formidable, not only replicating the Super Saiyan Blue energy wave, but also perfectly imitating his haughty expressions. A mere counterfeit that can only mimic. Vegeta unleashed his ultimate flash toward the mirror, only to have it nullified by an identical technique from the opponent, with blue energy forming a symmetrical energy ring amidst the starry sky. Even more bizarre was the synchronized cooperation of the mirror entities. When Wukong attacked the mirror version of Vegeta, his own mirror would immediately provide support. When Vegeta attempted a flanking maneuver, Mirror Wukong would precisely position himself to counter. Gohan's keen eyes captured critical data. Their synchronization rate reached 98, with attack trajectories adhering to the laws of mirror symmetry, inadvertently aiding their coordination. The Super Saiyan monkey bared his teeth at his reflection, and the mirror monkey instantly mirrored the action, down to the precise movement of its tail. The blue cat expelled a blue energy wave, while the mirror blue cat's wave was emitted in the opposite direction, intertwining in midair to form a symmetrical pattern of flames. We must disrupt the synchronization. Lin Yuan's twin gears suddenly began to rotate in an irregular trajectory, creating chaotic law fluctuations of golden energy between the mirror entities. Wukong darted to the left, while Vegeta veered to the right, employing asymmetric attacks. Wukong abruptly rolled to the left, simultaneously unleashing a diagonal Kamehameha. Vegeta leaped upward to the right, unleashing his ultimate flash in a vertical descent. The synchronized rhythm of the mirror entities was thrown into disarray, revealing vulnerabilities in their hurried defenses, and both energies struck their targets simultaneously, causing silver-gray cracks to appear on the bodies of the mirror entities. The space of the mirror world inverted. The injured mirror entity suddenly transformed into silver-gray liquid, merging into the surrounding mirrors. Mirrors in the starry sky began to spin, their reflective light intertwining to form a massive hexagram formation. The space beneath the feet of the assembled group abruptly flipped, and their bodies uncontrollably plunged into the world of mirrors. This is the mirror space. Gohan's glasses automatically adjusted upon landing, revealing the abnormality of the surroundings. All physical laws were reversed. Left became right, up became down, and even the direction of energy flow was entirely inverted. He attempted to step forward, but his body involuntarily retreated, nearly colliding with the mirror wall behind him. Wukong discovered that his Kamehameha had transformed into a reverse Kamehameha, with energy not launching forward but surging from behind, nearly striking himself. What on earth is this place? He hurriedly attempted to retract his energy, but due to the reverse laws, it surged chaotically within him, causing him to grimace in pain. Vegeta found his spatial laws utterly ineffective here. He aimed to teleport to the left, yet his body appeared before the mirror wall on the right, narrowly avoiding a collision. Curse these mirror laws. The blue energy swirled around him, yet it revolved in a counterclockwise direction, clashing with his energy flow, causing a trickle of blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, the mirror wall illuminated, revealing countless miniature mirror entities executing various attack maneuvers, which immediately manifested as corresponding silver-gray energy attacks in reality. Wukong was pursued by his own mirror Kamehameha, while Vegeta dodged the mirror entity's reverse ultimate flash. The scene was as chaotic as a farce. The Super Saiyan monkey had a flash of inspiration and made a funny face at his reflection. The mirror monkey instantly imitated him, but due to the exaggerated expression, a brief stutter occurred in the mirror. It turned out they could not replicate erratic behavior. Wukong attempted to make a funny face again, successfully causing a 0.5-second delay in the attacks of the mirror entities. Lin Yuan's twin gears became even more active in the inverted space. With golden energy flowing according to the reverse laws, I have discovered the pattern. The core of the mirror space resided at the center of the hexagram formation, where a black main mirror floated. Shattering, it would dismantle the space. He pointed toward the suspended black mirror at the center of the space, where a blurred shadow was reflected. The true identity of the mirror lord was revealed. The four fused mirror entities gradually dissipated under the coordinated efforts of the group, and the black main mirror was finally fully exposed. The shadow within the mirror slowly turned, revealing an appearance identical to Lin Yuan, except for its eyes, which were purely silver gray, devoid of any luster. The guardian of the mirror laws had finally made its appearance. The voice of the mirror Lin Yuan was devoid of inflection. As the twin gears spun in his palm, the patterns on the gears were reversed. I am the manifestation of your deep-seated obsession with absolute balance. The chaotic side you have suppressed. Lin Yuan's twin gears suddenly trembled violently, and the mirror entity continued. You believe balance is the elimination of chaos? Incorrect. A balance devoid of chaos, much like light without shadow, is destined to stagnation. Behold these mirror entities. They represent the aspects you refuse to accept. Suddenly, the mirror wall displayed the negative memories of the group. Wukong's regret for failing to save Klin on Namek, Vegeta's humiliation under Frisia's subjugation, Gohan's fear of his own power. These memories transformed into silver-gray chains, ensnaring their bodies. Let me go? Wukong roared, unleashing energy, yet the red flame was absorbed by the chains. This is not who I am now. No, this is you. The mirror Lin Yuan's twin gears emitted a silver-gray glow. To refuse to acknowledge the shadow is to remain forever unbalanced. Suddenly, the Super Saiyan monkey jumped onto Lin Yuan's shoulder, playfully tapping his cheek with its tail, while the blue cat growled menacingly at the mirror entity. The mirror versions of their law pets appeared before the mirror wall, but did not attack. Instead, they nodded toward their originals. The pets understood. Lin Yuan suddenly smiled, as the twin gears began to rotate in a trajectory interwoven with chaos and balance. Balance is not the absence of chaos, but its acceptance. He ceased to resist the chains, allowing the negative memories to flood his mind, simultaneously infusing them with the golden energy of the twin gears. A wondrous phenomenon occurred. The silver-gray chains gradually became transparent amidst the golden energy, and the edges of the negative memories revealed golden patterns. Wukong discerned the art of guardianship learned through his remorse, while Vegeta recognized the growth concealed beneath humiliation. Gohan came to comprehend the caution instilled by fear. This epitomizes the true equilibrium of the laws. Lin Yuan's dual gears resonated with the gears of the mirrored entity, intertwining chaos and order, light and shadow, all integral components of the law. The silver-gray eyes of the mirrored Lin Yuan gradually regained their brilliance, his form dissolving into countless particles of light, merging into Lin Yuan's dual gears. The main black mirror began to fracture, and the mirrored space collapsed with a crackling sound, returning everyone to the starry expanse. In this new realm of fused laws, the mirrors scattered across the cosmos transformed into silver-gray flecks of light, melding into the law imprints of each individual. Wukong's crimson aura now shimmered with a hint of silver-gray vitality. Vegeta's blue energy flowed more harmoniously. Gohan's green runes exhibited subtle changes, and Lin Yuan's dual gears attained complete stability, with the patterns of chaos and balance coexisting in harmony. It turned out that the most effective means of combating the mirrored entity was to embrace it. Gohan inscribed his newfound insights in his notebook, his glasses reflecting the star's luminescence. Vegeta, awkwardly flexing his wrist, noted that the spot recently struck by the mirrored entity had already healed. He scoffed, merely a trivial trick. Yet, when he gazed at Wukong, there was less hostility and a hint of acknowledgement. Wukong, with a silly grin and hand on his belly, mused that regardless of the law, as long as one could fight and eat, it sufficed. By the way, Bulma, are there any Senzu beans left on the ship? Lin Yuan looked towards the direction where the chaotic nebula and mirrored space had vanished, as his dual gears gently spun. He understood that this was not the conclusion. The final words of the Lord of Chaos and the truths unveiled by the mirrored entity all pointed towards a greater secret of the laws. Yet, at this moment, he felt no confusion, only an unprecedented tranquility. The repairs on the ship had been completed, and the law pets frolicked in the cabin, with the Super Saiyan monkey mimicking the grimaces of the mirrored entity, eliciting peals of laughter. Wukong and Vegeta resumed their quarrel over whose battle power was superior, while Gohan analyzed the newly acquired data on the mirrored laws. Lin Yuan approached the porthole, observing the distant flickering nebula where the law energy manifested a perfect blend of chaos and balance. He realized that the next adventure awaited, but this time, They possessed not only immense power, but also the courage to embrace everything. The dual gears warmed gently in his palm, as if responding to a distant call. The new chapter of the laws had only just begun. Chapter 88. The emotional laws tempest as the ship departed from the relic of the mirrored space. Wukong was making faces at the mirror, attempting to decipher the mirrored entity's ultimate move once more. Vegeta, leaning against the wall with crossed arms, could not suppress a smirk. Wukong's antics had been humorously imitated by the Super Saiyan monkey, presenting a comical sight. Lin Yuan's dual gears shimmered with a silver-gray luster, with the intertwining patterns of chaos and balance spinning as if narrating the transformation brought by the mirrored laws. Suddenly, an unknown energy field emerged ahead. Bulma's scanner blared an alarm, revealing a pink nebula on the screen, its energy field pulsating with intense emotional fluctuations. Joy, anger, sorrow, fear, like a colossal vortex of emotions. Before she could finish her sentence, the ship was enveloped by a pink mist. The dials on the dashboard began to wildly oscillate, and even the energy readings transformed into pulsating heart and flame symbols. Wukong was the first to burst out of the cabin, but upon entering the mist, he froze. Images of his first encounter with Chi-Chi materialized before him. His cheeks flushed, and his crimson aura flickered. Chi-Chi? I didn't mean to soil my training outfit again. Vegeta followed closely behind. The pink mist evoked memories of the humiliation he suffered beneath Frieza's heel, his blue aura surging violently as the surrounding space trembled. Frieza, I shall slay you. Gohan's reaction was even more peculiar. He crouched on the ground, clutching his head, as green energy emitted waves of sorrow. Cell. I failed to protect everyone. Lin Yuan's dual gears spun violently, struggling against the influence of the mist. Yet he discovered that these emotional energies could penetrate the barriers of the law of balance, for each individual harbored emotional blind spots that could not be reconciled. The Super Saiyan monkey suddenly let out a piercing scream towards the sky, its golden tail flinging fragments of battle laws, which exploded in the mist, creating a fleeting zone of clarity. These mists amplified the emotions within. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuan unleashed golden energy, forming a protective circle around the group to maintain calmness. This was a trap of the emotional laws. Within the mist, countless human-like silhouettes emerged, composed of pure emotional energy. The embodiment of anger blazed with red flames, its fists charged with violent energy. The embodiment of sorrow wept blue tears, which corroded the ground upon contact. The embodiment of joy emitted a shrill laughter that paralyzed the nerves, and the embodiment of fear was the most bizarre, lacking a fixed form, capable of morphing into whatever instilled fear. The embodiment of anger was the first to charge at Vegeta, its shape strikingly similar to Frieza. You wretched lizard. Vegeta's blue aura mingled with black anger, his fist driven by the desire for destruction towards the embodiment. However, upon impact, the embodiment exploded into countless red sparks, which burrowed into Vegeta's body. His eyes turned even more feral as he suddenly began to assault Wukong. Vegeta, have you lost your mind? Wukong was compelled to retaliate. His crimson aura now tinged with a shade of pink. He could not bring himself to harm a friend. The embodiment of sorrow seized the moment to entangle Wukong. Blue tears cascading down, reminding him of Krillin's repeated deaths, causing his movements to slow. Gohan was surrounded by the embodiment of fear, which morphed into Cell and the explosive scenes from the Cell games, even depicting his transformation into a great ape. No, please. His green energy was nearly extinguished. As he curled up on the ground, utterly devoid of resistance, Lin Yuan faced the gravest challenge, besieged by all four emotional embodiments: the fists of anger, the tears of sorrow, the sound waves of joy, and the illusions of fear wove together a net of death. The golden energy of his dual gears dimmed, and visions of the planets he failed to protect and the unresolved conflicts of the laws flooded his mind, guilt washing over him like a tide. Suddenly, the Super Saiyan cat unleashed a deafening roar, its blue aura erupting with pure protective energy, driving back the embodiment of fear that had been attacking Gohan. It dashed to Vegeta's side, delivering a sharp whip of its tail across his face, infusing him with blue energy at the point of contact, causing a fraction of the ferocity in Vegeta's eyes to dissipate. The Super Saiyan monkey picked up Wukong's fallen Rui Bang, mimicking his movements, as its golden tail flung battle energy, temporarily repelling the embodiment of sorrow. The seamless cooperation between the two pets afforded everyone a precious moment to catch their breath. The core trial of the emotional laws lay at the heart of the nebula. Lin Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. As his dual gears resumed their rotation, these embodiments were fragments of emotions released from the core. Only by locating the core could this tempest be quelled. He pointed towards the densest part of the mist, where a pulsating, colorful heart floated, with countless strands of emotional energy radiating from it in all directions. The path to the core was lined with 4 trial gates set by the emotional laws. The gate of anger, formed of flames, required the suppression of fury to pass. The gate of sorrow, an endless sea of tears, demanded the relinquishment of grief to rise. The gate of joy, filled with tempting illusions, posed the risk of assimilation with even the slightest indulgence. And the gate of fear magnified the deepest fears within, necessitating confrontation to unlock. Vegeta stood before the gate of anger, where images of his torment by Frieza and being surpassed by Wukong materialized. Those are all in the past. He inhaled deeply, his blue aura gradually stabilizing, devoid of the black energy. As he calmly approached the flames, they parted to create a passageway. The gate of anger acknowledged his growth. Wukong lingered the longest before the gate of sorrow, where scenes of the passing of friends and family replayed endlessly. I have indeed lost much. Yet I have also learned to cherish the present. He clenched his fists, as a fiery red aura intertwined with golden life energy. The ocean of tears beneath his feet transformed into solid ground, supporting his advance. When Wufan faced the gate of joy, a vision of a peaceful earth appeared, with families reunited and lives free from conflict. However, without strength, such peace remained merely a fleeting illusion. He adjusted his glasses as green energy coalesced anew. The wisdom of the laws allowed him to discern the essence of the illusion, and the gate of joy slowly opened before him. Lin Yuan's gate of fear was particularly unique, revealing his own reflection, a mirror image that had failed to balance any laws, resulting in the collapse of the universe. This was indeed my greatest fear, yet fear shall not impede my progress. He extended his hand, as the chaotic and balanced patterns of the dual gears harmoniously fused. Balance is not the absence of error, but the continuous adjustment amidst mistakes. The mirror image converged with him, and the gate of fear dissipated entirely. The ultimate trial of the Lord of Emotions stood before the core of emotions, manifesting as a figure woven from vibrant energy, his features constantly shifting to express joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. You have passed the trial, yet the true test begins now. The Lord's voice encompassed a chorus of emotions, an angry roar, a sorrowful sob, a joyful laugh, and a trembling fear. The profound truth of emotional laws lies not in suppression, but in acceptance, including those emotions you are most reluctant to confront. With a sweep of his hands, the Lord materialized the most intense emotions of the group. Wukong's protective fury became a golden fist. Vegeta's sorrow of growth morphed into a blue tear blade. Wufan's fear of wisdom transformed into a green mist, and Lin Yuan's joy of balance manifested as a golden halo. These were both their sources of power and their most perilous vulnerabilities. Use your emotional energy to strike me. The Lord spread his arms, yet warned, be cautious. For in attacking, you too shall be affected by the backlash of emotions. Wukong struck first, his golden fist infused with the resolve to protect. But at the moment of contact, he was reminded of his inability to safeguard Krillin, and the red aura surged violently. Vegeta unleashed his blue tear blade. Yet the humiliation from his growth journey pierced him, causing a momentary lapse. Wufan's green mist, as it was released, became ensnared by his fear of power, nearly spiraling out of control. Observing his struggling companions, Lin Yuan suddenly comprehended the essence of their plight. Rather than attacking, he allowed the dual gears to hover in the air, infusing the golden energy with silver-gray mirrored laws. Balance does not entail the eradication of emotions, but rather the harmonious coexistence of them. He propelled the gears towards the Lord, who spun and absorbed Wukong's anger, Vegeta's sorrow, and Wufan's fear, before releasing them anew. This time, the energies no longer clashed, but instead formed a vibrant stream of colors. This was the ultimate manifestation of emotional laws. The Lord beamed with satisfaction, his form dissolving into countless specks of light that melded with the energy stream. Emotions themselves are devoid of good or bad. The key lies in how one wields them. The vibrant energy stream flowed into the law imprints of each individual. Wukong's red aura gained a touch of steadiness. Vegeta's blue energy softened. Wufan's green runes became more agile. And Lin Yuan's dual gears acquired a colorful emotional pattern that seamlessly integrated with the other law patterns. The new height of law resonance came as the mists of the emotional nebula gradually dissipated, revealing a clear starry sky. The colorful heart transformed into numerous shards of emotional law, cascading like meteors throughout the cosmos. Wukong chuckled while patting his belly. It turns out that anger and sadness aren't such bad things, as long as they don't go overboard. Vegeta turned away, yet couldn't help but say, "This prince has long understood this principle." However, his gaze towards Wukong no longer bore the sole intent of rivalry, but rather a shared acknowledgement of camaraderie. Wufan noted in his notebook, "Emotions are the catalysts of the laws. Appropriate emotional fluctuations can yield unexpectedly potent results." His eyes sparkled with wisdom. The prior fear now transformed into nourishment for growth. Lin Yuan's dual gears spun in his palm, harmonizing the four law patterns of chaos, balance, mirror, and emotion, radiating a warm glow. He understood that the trial of emotional laws had elevated their energies to a new pinnacle, no longer cold power, but rather imbued with the warmth of humanity. As the spaceship departed from the planet of emotional laws, the law pets frolicked within the cabin. The Super Saiyan monkey and the blue cat no longer squabbled, but instead shared sins of beans in perfect harmony. The little fox soothed a frightened bird with its tail, while the squirrel piled the collected law fragments into a small mountain. Wukong and Vegeta resumed their bickering over whose emotional energy was more formidable, yet this time, their argument was filled with laughter. Wufan analyzed the new law data, while Lin Yuan gazed out the porthole at the starry expanse, the dual gears gently warming in his palm. The next law planet beckoned to them. A new adventure awaited, promising richer emotions and more balanced powers. This time, they were not merely guardians of the laws, but also masters of emotions, finding their own path amidst chaos and balance. Chapter 89. The uncertain battlefield of probability laws. As the spaceship exited the emotional nebula, Wukong clutched a bag of senzu beans. Eager to draw from the probability lottery bag crafted by Bulma from fragments of emotional laws, rumored to have a one chance of yielding tenfold senzu beans. Vegeta crossed his arms, observing with a cold gaze. Yet a subtle smile graced his lips when Wukong drew a miniature senzu bean the size of a fingernail. Lin Yuan's dual gears shimmered with a spectrum of colors, intertwining the patterns of emotional laws with others, hinting at new variables. Suddenly, Bulma's scanner detected the planet of probability laws. The screen fragmented into numerous smaller squares, each displaying different planetary phenomena. As the laws of this planet existed in a superposition state, with every action yielding countless potential outcomes. Before she could finish, a gray mist enveloped the spaceship, and the dashboard's indicators began to fluctuate randomly. Even the miniature senzu bean in Wukong's hand transformed into a colossal senzu bean cake. "Wow, probability laws are amazing," Wukong exclaimed, devouring the cake and getting covered in frosting, only for the cake to morph into a swarm of flying senzu bean insects that scurried about the cabin. Vegeta furrowed his brow, unleashing his energy to disperse the swarm, only for his energy to randomly transform into pink cotton candy, leaving him sticky. Damn laws. He tried to wipe off the cotton candy, but blue feathers sprouted from his hands, infuriating him as he swung his fists at the air. Wufan's glasses flickered through various modes amidst the probability mist, switching between thermal imaging and microscopy. The probability laws caused all physical constants to fluctuate randomly. Gravity, energy conductivity, and even causal relationships became unstable. Just as he spoke, the floor beneath him turned into transparent jelly, sending him tumbling and causing his glasses to fly into the air, which then transformed into a comical clown pair. Lin Yuan's dual gears spun rapidly, as golden energy sought to stabilize the surrounding probability field, balance law, probability anchoring. The energy diffused, morphing into weapons, fruits, and even a mini Wukong, resulting in a scene as chaotic as a farce. From the mist emerged countless soldiers composed of probability clouds, their bodies semi-transparent, wielding weapons that perpetually shifted forms, sometimes swords, sometimes guns, and occasionally blossoming into bouquets. More bizarre was their method of attack, sometimes able to penetrate energy shields, yet at other times transforming into harmless bubbles, devoid of any discernible pattern. Wukong unleashed a Kamehameha wave at the soldiers, with a 70 chance of hitting the target, a 20 chance of rebounding, and a 10 chance of becoming fireworks. To his surprise, the energy wave erupted into golden fireworks in the air, coloring the soldiers' probability clouds. This attack looks quite splendid. Wukong chuckled, momentarily stabilizing the space within 10 meters. Yet, the probability energy within the mist was too volatile, causing the stable zone to shrink continuously, even leading the gears to spin in random directions. The Super Saiyan monkey unexpectedly hurled a fragment of the combat law into the mist. The fragment fragmented into countless pieces mid-air, swaying back and forth, while the soldiers seized the opportunity to counterattack. Their energy blasts had a 50 chance of penetrating Wukong's aura, causing him to grimace in pain. In contrast, Vegeta approached the situation with far more caution, continuously teleporting to different positions in an attempt to minimize the likelihood of being hit. However, the laws of probability seemed intent on mocking him. When he teleported to a safe zone, an energy trap randomly materialized beneath his feet. Conversely, when he deliberately stood in a danger zone, all attacks missed entirely. This was not a battle, it was a farcical performance. His azure aura erupted with crimson energy, which unexpectedly transformed into healing waves, mending the wounds of the nearby senso beings. Gohan, donning clown glasses, serendipitously discerned a pattern. The denser the probability cloud surrounding the soldiers, the lower the randomness of their attacks. Focused on targeting the most condensed area, he concentrated green energy and unleashed a magic flash towards the brightest spot on the soldiers' chests. This strike landed with a 100 accuracy, causing the soldiers' probability cloud to dissipate by half. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's dual gears released a silvery gray energy of the mirror law, using the mirror law to replicate their probability characteristics. The gears projected the soldiers' reflections, whose attack randomness was entirely opposite to that of their originals. When the original had a high probability of hitting, the mirror attack would invariably miss. This reverse probability formed a perfect defensive net, allowing everyone a moment to catch their breath. The trial of the overlapping states of the probability labyrinth stood on the path to the core of probability, a maze composed of probability mist, where every intersection held countless possible futures. Choosing the left path offered a 30 chance of encountering treasure and a 70 chance of falling into a trap. Choosing the right yielded a 50 chance of finding a shortcut and a 50 chance of returning to the starting point. Complicating matters further, the walls of the maze would randomly toggle between solid and illusory. A barrier that seemed formidable one moment could transform into an ethereal phantom the next. Trusting his instincts, Wukong chose the left path, triggering a trap that caused countless explosive senso beans to rain down. Yet, fortune favored him, as all the beans randomly transformed into harmless candies before hitting the ground, inadvertently striking a hidden treasure chest that opened to reveal an entire box of super sweet senso beans. Luck is indeed a part of strength, he proudly boasted to Vegeta, only to step into an unexpectedly deep pit that appeared out of nowhere. Vegeta, opting for the right path, unfortunately triggered an infinite loop of probabilities, perpetually returning to the origin, regardless of his attempts to escape. Enraged, he unleashed his final flash against the wall, which randomly morphed into a teleportation portal, whisking him to the center of the maze. Humph, this prince certainly intended that. He feigned calm as he adjusted his battle attire, oblivious to the pink cotton candy stuck to his back, a prank left behind by the earlier probability cloud. Gohan, analyzing each intersection's probability distribution through his clown glasses, noted that the trap probability on the left was declining, while the shortcut probability on the right was rising. We must combine our choices. He instructed Lin Yuan to stabilize the left path with the balance law, while he charged forward with the Super Saiyan monkey towards the right. The moment both probabilities overlapped, the maze walls suddenly vanished, revealing a straight path to the core. The Super Blue Cat frolicked gleefully in the maze, deliberately stepping towards the walls whose solidity was uncertain, excitedly meowing each time it penetrated a phantom. When it leapt onto what appeared to be a solid wall, it unexpectedly transformed into a projection of the probability core, allowing everyone a glimpse of its form. It was a gray sphere, constantly splitting and merging, its surface shimmering with countless glimmers of potential. Before the probability core stood a lord clad in a gray robe, his body composed of innumerable particles, sometimes coalescing into a clear human form and at other times dispersing into a probability cloud. Welcome to the terminus of possibilities, The Lord's voice resonated from all directions. Every attack I unleash encompasses all possibilities, hitting and missing, damage and healing, existence and non-existence, only solidifying at the moment of observation. With a wave of his hand, countless probability clouds coalesced into energy spheres and hurled toward the group. These spheres manifested in a superposed state before impact, resembling lethal shockwaves, yet also appearing as harmless light orbs. Wukong attempted to fend them off with the Kamehameha, but at the instant of collision, it randomly triggered a mutual transformation probability, converting the Kamehameha into an energy sphere and the energy sphere back into the Kamehameha, resulting in Wukong being blasted back with his hair standing on end. Vegeta's teleportation became utterly uncontrollable under the probability laws. He aimed to appear behind the Lord, but randomly materialized in front of him, above him, and even inside an energy sphere. "Damn it! Hold still," he roared, unleashing all his super blue energy in an attempt to lock down the probabilities, only for it to split randomly into countless mini Vegetas, chattering and cursing around the Lord, a scene both absurd and spectacular. Suddenly, Gohan conceived a countermeasure. Probability requires an observer to be determined. We must attack simultaneously from all angles, preventing it from collapsing into a single outcome. He directed Lin Yuan to use the mirror law to create countless clones, each launching an attack from different directions, enveloping the Lord in a web of green energy streams. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan's dual gears operated 4 laws simultaneously. The balance law stabilized the probability field. The mirror law replicated the possibilities. The emotion law instilled the belief that attacks must hit, and the chaos law disrupted the Lord's control over probability. Golden, silver-gray, multicolored, and purple-black energies intertwined into a spiral, striking the Lord. At that moment, all superposed states collapsed simultaneously, leaving the Lord both hit and unharmed, wounded yet intact. This contradictory state caused his probability cloud to fluctuate violently. "This is impossible." The Lord's form began to destabilize. Probability laws cannot be observed simultaneously, but the balance law can encompass all possibilities. Lin Yuan pressed his dual gears against the probability core. Existence and non-existence, certainty and uncertainty are all part of the universe. Suddenly, the core erupted in dazzling light, and the Lord's form disintegrated into countless probability particles, merging into the core. The gray sphere gradually became transparent, revealing a golden nucleus within. This was the fragment of the law of necessity, the only certain existence within the realm of probability. As the fog of the probability sphere dissipated, the golden nucleus slowly drifted towards Lin Yuan, merging with the dual gears. A gray probability pattern appeared on the gears, randomly flickering with different hues when intertwined with other laws, as if narrating infinite possibilities. Wukong munched on the supersized senso beans he had discovered within the probability maze, mumbling, "Though this sphere is troublesome, it sure holds plenty of treasures." Suddenly, the senso beans in his hand morphed randomly into a battle suit identical to Vegeta's, causing him to hastily discard it, only for the suit to revert back to beans upon hitting the ground. Vegeta awkwardly swatted at the cotton candy on his back, stating, "Probability, such a cunning law, is hardly worthy of being called strength." Yet, he secretly pocketed a senso bean that would absolutely not vanish, a gift from the randomly triggered law of eternal existence. Gohan's clown glasses reverted to their original form, the lenses now recording the ultimate conclusion of the probability law. Absolute probability is necessity. Infinite possibilities will eventually converge into one. He closed his notebook, noticing a leaf on the cover that randomly changed colors, a memento left by the probability law. Lin Yuan gazed at the receding probability sphere as the dual gears gently rotated. He understood that the probability law had taught them. The future may be fraught with uncertainty, but as long as one persists in the right direction, all possibilities will ultimately coalesce into the desired outcome. Just like the laughter and joy aboard the spaceship at this moment, regardless of the myriad random troubles encountered along the way. The warmth of being together with companions is the only certain necessity. The law pets chased after the bean that would randomly transform inside the cabin, with the Super Saiyan monkey turning it into a banana, the blue cat transforming it into dried fish, and ultimately, the bean randomly morphed into a gleaming fragment of law that landed in Lin Yuan's palm. The fragment revealed the coordinates of the next planet, where the energy of the laws exhibited dual fluctuations of creation and destruction. A new adventure begins anew amidst the certainty of inevitability and the infinity of possibilities. This time, they are not only able to harness probability, but also resolutely stride towards the future they have chosen amidst countless possibilities. Chapter 90. The Dualistic Battlefield of Creation and Destruction. The spacecraft advances towards the coordinates indicated by the fragments of the law, while the cabin still resonates with the remnants of the probability law. Wukong's hair occasionally shifts in color at random, Vegeta's battlesuit sleeves unexpectedly sprout wings, and Gohan's notebook autonomously records data from future battles. On Lin Yuan's dual gears, gray probability patterns intertwine with other laws, as if heralding an imminent clash of dualities. The power of the canyon of creation and destruction rends the energy field of the planet ahead, exhibiting extreme fluctuations. Bulma's scanner screen is divided into red and green zones. The red area represents the law of destruction, where material contact leads to instant annihilation. The green area symbolizes the law of creation, capable of manifesting the void into substance. As the spacecraft traverses the atmosphere, it is suddenly torn in half by a force. Fortunately, this is merely a spatial illusion created by the laws of creation and destruction. The actual hull remains intact, yet the group has been randomly teleported to different regions of the planet. Wukong finds himself in the red destruction zone, where the rocks beneath his feet emit a sizzling sound of dissolution upon contact with his aura. He attempts to unleash the Kamehameha, but the energy continuously dissipates mid-flight, leaving only a scintilla by the time it reaches 100 meters away. This place is truly peculiar. Scratching his head, he ventures forward, only to find the soles of his shoes beginning to dissolve, prompting him to quickly levitate on his aura. If this continues, even the Senzu beans will be obliterated. Vegeta appears in the green creation zone, surrounded by bizarre creatures emerging from the void, winged stones, luminescent vines, and mushrooms resembling Wukong. Impatiently, he punches a mushroom, but the fragments that fall to the ground sprout into more mushrooms, which then make faces at him. Cursed creation laws. A blue aura erupts around him, yet it gives rise to an even more massive array of plants, ensnaring him within a moving thicket of flowers. Gohan lands precisely at the juncture of the laws of creation and destruction, where trees on the left are disintegrating while trees are sprouting from the void on the right. The collision of these two laws causes the very air to tremble. His glasses automatically switch to creation and destruction analysis mode, displaying astonishing data. The law of destruction is not merely about obliteration, but rather the return of matter to its energy origin. The law of creation does not arise from nothing, but rather from the condensation of energy into substance. Lin Yuan is teleported to a floating platform, situated precisely at the equilibrium point of the laws of creation and destruction. The dual gears suddenly spin at high speed, resonating with golden energy and the red and green laws. It is revealed that creation and destruction are two sides of the same energy transformation. He attempts to connect the flow of the laws on either side using the law of balance. At the contact point, red destructive energy and green creative energy form a vortex, ultimately generating a glowing energy crystal. Suddenly, a group of guardians composed of destructive energy bursts forth from the red zone. Their bodies resemble flowing lava, turning everything they touch to ash. The leader wields the blade of annihilation, leaving a trail of black void in its wake as it swings toward Wukong. Wukong deftly evades on his aura. When the red aura collides with the destructive energy, it surprisingly produces golden sparks. How intriguing! He ceases to evade and strikes the guardian with a fist imbued with life energy. At the moment of collision, the guardian's body momentarily solidifies, as the life energy halts the process of annihilation. In the green zone, the creative guardians are colossal beings formed of vines and crystals, capable of instantaneously generating weapons and shields, even replicating their opponent's attacks. When Vegeta unleashes his final flash, the creative guardian remarkably replicates the same blue energy wave with its crystalline arm, and the two energies collide, erupting into an energy forest in the green zone. Worthless imitators. Vegeta's royal energy suddenly surges, and golden runes emerge within the blue aura. This is the energy of inevitable hit, fused with the probability law. The flash pierces through the replicated shield of the creative guardian, striking their energy core, causing the giant to disintegrate into countless seeds, which then sprout into new seedlings upon hitting the ground. The guardians at the juncture of creation and destruction are even more unique. Possessing the abilities of both, their left hand can annihilate attacks, while their right hand can generate weapons. Facing such guardians, Gohan deliberately releases an unstable energy flow. When the guardian uses its left hand to annihilate, he suddenly alters the nature of the energy, causing the destructive energy to explode the guardian's left arm before it can transform. Creation requires the energy provided by destruction, while destruction necessitates the substance that creation provides as its vessel. Gohan shouts into his communicator that attacking either side alone is futile. They must simultaneously disrupt their energy transformation mechanisms. Lin Yuan's platform is suddenly beset by the guardians of creation and destruction, their attacks exhibiting perfect dual polarization. Half are annihilation rays, while half are creation torrents. The dual gears hover in the air, forming a Tai Chi-like barrier with golden energy, transforming the annihilation rays into creation energy, while guiding the creation torrents into destruction energy. The collision of these transformed energies ultimately dismantles the Guardian's attack system. The path to the core is a labyrinth constructed from the laws of creation and destruction, where the red passages continuously constrict while the green passages perpetually expand. And the gray passage connecting both is rife with paradoxes of the laws. Moving forward equates to retreating, destroying a wall fortifies it further. And even time becomes chaotic under the laws of creation and destruction. Wukong encounters the paradox of growing larger with each strike in the red passage. The more he bombards the shrinking walls with Kamehameha, the faster they contract. When he attempts to retract his aura, the walls unexpectedly cease their movement. It turns out that the law of destruction is triggered by proactive attacks. He learns to guide the walls with minimal energy, and the passage gradually opens. Vegeta, in the green passage, faces the opposite dilemma, where the expansion speed of the passage increases with the augmentation of his energy. When he relinquishes resistance and allows the creation law to generate vines, they autonomously entwine into a staircase leading to a higher exit. This prince certainly knows to go with the flow. He ascends the vine staircase, unaware of a flower mimicking his expressions stealthily following behind him. Gohan, in the gray passage, unravels the paradox of time, discovering that the collision of the laws of creation and destruction generates fragments of time. Upon picking up a fragment, visions of the future unfold before him. Lin Yuan is balancing both laws at the core. This is a potential future generated by the law of creation. He follows the fragment's guidance, successfully traversing the endlessly looping corridor. Lin Yuan's platform connects to the core hub of the labyrinth, where the laws of creation and destruction are most chaotic. His dual gears suddenly split into two, absorbing the red and green energies, rotating in completely opposite directions, yet forming a stable energy flow at the center. When he reassembles the two gears, the energy of creation and destruction erupts, opening a golden path ahead. The core of creation and destruction is a two-colored planet suspended in the void, one half ablaze with red, the other of vibrant green, connected by a gray belt of balance. The Lord stands upon this balance belt, his body on the left side in a molten form of destruction, while the right side takes on a crystalline form of creation, with only his eyes glimmering with a golden light of balance. You have finally grasped the essence of creation and destruction. The Lord's voice is a blend of deep and clear tones, yet understanding does not equate to mastery. Achieving the ultimate balance of creation and destruction requires possessing the courage to annihilate everything while also harboring the awareness to foster new life. The Lord releases annihilation rays from his left hand and generates torrents of creation with his right. The two energies converge in midair, forming an ever-expanding energy sphere. This singularity of creation and destruction harbors the energy of the universe's birth and obliteration. Can you stabilize it, or will you allow it to explode? Wukong and Vegeta exchange a glance before simultaneously charging towards the energy sphere. Wukong infuses life energy into the torrent of creation, slowing the sphere's expansion. Vegeta's royal energy melds with the annihilation rays, controlling the efficiency of the energy's obliteration. The energies of the two individuals spiraled within the sphere, temporarily averting an explosion. Wu Fan was analyzing the core structure of the energy sphere, determining that it was essential to inject the principle of balance at the singularity's center while simultaneously adjusting the ratio of creation to destruction energy. Lin Yuan, our principal energies must achieve perfect synchronization. His wisdom energy intertwined with Lin Yuan's balance principle, forming a stream of energy in hues of gold and silver. Directed towards the center of the energy sphere, Lin Yuan's dual gears spun rapidly, illuminating 5 principles: chaos, reflection, emotion, probability, and balance. The essence of all principles was encapsulated within the golden energy. The law of creation and destruction is not oppositional, but cyclical. The gears ascended above the energy sphere, infusing it with the entirety of the 5 principal energies. The red destructive energy and green creative energy began to spiral along the golden trajectory, establishing a flawless energy cycle. The Lord gazed at the stabilized energy sphere as his form gradually melded into a complete humanoid shape, sensing a glimmer of hope for the universe's future. His body transformed into red and green luminous specks, merging into the energy sphere, which suddenly erupted in a dazzling radiance, revealing a transparent interior with a golden core. This core represented the origin of the creation and destruction principles, the ultimate secret of energy transformation. The ceaseless energy principles of the creation and destruction sphere gradually stabilized. As the boundaries between the red destruction zone and the green creation zone began to merge, giving rise to a vibrant, colorful landscape, Lin Yuan's dual gears absorbed the golden core, acquiring a new intertwining pattern of red and green, forming a closed loop with the other principal patterns, akin to an eternal cycle of energy transformation. Wukong sat upon the newly formed grass, holding a self-regenerating senzu bean in his hand, exclaiming, "This planet is truly remarkable. Even destroyed things can grow back." Upon taking a bite of the senzu bean, the bitten portion instantly regenerated, and the never-ending supply of beans filled him with joy. Vegeta stood at the cliff's edge, observing the newly formed mountains where destruction and creation intertwined, a hint of red and green energy mingling within the blue flames. Humph, merely a trick of energy transformation. He scoffed, yet discreetly pocketed a piece of self-repairing metal, a testament to the healing power of the creation principle over destructive energy. Wufan's notebook automatically sketched the cyclical diagram of the creation and destruction principles, accompanied by a note. The universe's energy neither appears from thin air nor disappears into nothingness. It merely transforms from one form to another. This is the ultimate truth of the creation and destruction principles. Lin Yuan gazed at the now tranquil sphere. As the dual gears spun gently in his palm, chaos and balance, reflection and reality, emotion and reason, probability and inevitability, creation and cycle, at this moment, all principles achieved perfect harmony. He understood that this was not the end of an adventure, but the dawn of a new beginning. The spaceship reassembled. As the principal companions frolicked within the cabin, the Super Saiyan monkey's tail could generate small energy spheres, while the blue cat's claws gently obliterated unnecessary debris, their abilities becoming even more wondrous under the influence of the creation and destruction principles. Wukong and Vegeta bickered over whose energy transformation was more efficient, while Wufan recorded their energy data, and Lin Yuan gazed out at the starry sky through the porthole. Suddenly, the dual gears pointed to a distant galaxy, where the principal energies exhibited an unprecedented harmony. Perhaps that was the ultimate destination for all principles. A new adventure continued to unfold within the eternal cycle of energy. This time, they were not merely guardians of the principles, but participants in the cosmic energy cycle, safeguarding a future filled with infinite possibilities. Chapter 91. Resonance of Principles in the Harmonious Galaxy. As the spaceship departed from the creation and destruction sphere, the residual probability waves within the cabin finally dissipated. Wukong's hair reverted to its familiar black hue. Vegeta's battlesuit's wings transformed into energy patterns woven into the fabric, and Wufan's notebook ceased its automatic recording. Only Lin Yuan's dual gears, adorned with the intertwined patterns of creation and destruction, continued to resonate slowly with the other principal patterns, as if composing a symphony of cosmic laws. The harmonious principles of the galaxy merged beautifully. The star system indicated by the dual gears lay just ahead. Bulma's scanner displayed a vibrant, colorful nebula, where the principal energies were astonishingly stable, with chaos and balance, creation and destruction, emotion and reason, all principles blending seamlessly. As the spaceship traversed the nebula, it encountered no spatial rifts or energy traps, instead enveloped in a warm energy, akin to entering a cradle lovingly protected. They landed on a planet adorned with a rainbow-hued forest, where the grass beneath their feet blossomed with principal runes in response to their footsteps. and the air was infused with energy particles capable of healing fatigue. Upon landing, Yukong rolled over, and the collision of his red energy with the surrounding harmonious energy unexpectedly birthed a golden flower field behind him. This place is far more comfortable than the creation and destruction sphere. He plucked a glowing flower, which transformed into a fully charged Senzu bean upon contact with his palm. Vegeta crossed his arms, observing vigilantly, but was taken aback by a distant sight. A group of beings composed of destructive energy coexisted harmoniously with plants generated by the creation principle, where destructive energy nourished the plants, and the plants shielded the beings from sunlight. This is impossible. Instinctively, he released a hint of blue energy, which morphed into a small bird that circled him twice before dissipating. Wufan's glasses connected to the planet's principal network upon encountering the harmonious energy, revealing an energy cycle diagram of the entire planet. Every principle here supported the others, resembling a precisely operating ecosystem. Destruction no longer signified an end, but rather the beginning of new life. Creation was no longer chaotic expansion, but the continuation of balance. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's dual gears soared deeper into the forest, their rotational frequency perfectly synchronized with the planet's principal pulses. He followed the gears to a lake, where the water shimmered with liquid principal energy, reflecting the flowing colorful clouds in the sky. This was the core area of harmonious principles. Lin Yuan extended his hand, and the lake's water coalesced into a stream of energy that flowed into his palm. Here, the principles had transcended singular forms, achieving true symbiosis. From deep within the harmonious forest, energy fluctuations erupted as a group of guardians, composed of various principal energies, emerged from the trees. Their forms simultaneously embodied red for destruction, green for creation, rainbow hues for emotion, and gray for probability. Yet there was no conflict. Instead, they formed a stable energy cycle. Intruders, welcome to the trial ground of harmonious principles. The guardians' voices merged into a symphony of tones, gentle yet undeniably powerful. A singular principle could not pass the trials here. Only by learning to collaborate with other principles could one advance. The guardians initiated their attack, where destructive energy did not cause direct damage but transformed into binding ropes. Creation energy did not forge weapons but constructed defensive barriers. Emotional energy did not induce fluctuations but conveyed information about attack trajectories. Probability energy did not create chaos but ensured each attack perfectly complemented the others. Wukong attempted to break through with the Kamehameha, but the energy wave was redirected by the Guardian's harmonious energy, curving back to strike the ground behind him, creating a crater that was instantaneously restored by creation energy, sprouting a tree laden with senzu beans. It can curve? He scratched his head, suddenly devising a countermeasure. Vegeta, let us collaborate like we did on the creation and destruction sphere. Vegeta understood immediately, intertwining his blue energy with Wukong's red energy to form a spiral in the air, where the two energies ceased to compete and began to enhance one another. As the Guardian's destructive ropes advanced, the spiral energy suddenly bifurcated. The red energy nullified the destructive force, while the blue energy transformed the ropes into creation energy, nourishing the surrounding trees. Wufan and Lin Yuan exhibited a different method of collaboration. Wufan's wisdom principle analyzed the Guardian's attack patterns, while Lin Yuan's balance principle adjusted their energy outputs, ensuring that each individual's attack precisely aligned with the Guardian's energy cycle weaknesses. The green energy of wisdom and the golden energy of balance weave together to form a network that channels the attacking energy of the Guardians entirely into the ground, nurturing a tangle of vines capable of weakening their power. The Super Saiyan Monkey and Blue Cat discover the joy of cooperation. The former constructs energy barriers using fragments of combat laws, while the latter reinforces these barriers with balancing energy. The combined barrier is so formidable that even the collaborative attacks of the harmonious Guardians cannot penetrate it. Meanwhile, the little fox and the little bird flit around the Guardians, conveying friendly signals through emotional laws, momentarily interrupting the rhythm of the Guardians' assaults. The symbiotic maze of harmonious laws leading to the core of harmony is a labyrinth woven from various laws. The red walls of destruction require creative energy to dissolve, while the green pathways of creation necessitate destructive energy to open. The mists of emotion can only be pierced by rational wisdom, and the forks of probability require balanced intuition to navigate. Wukong and Vegeta find newfound synergy within the maze. Wukong activates creative mechanisms with life energy, while Vegeta demolishes obstructive walls with destructive energy. Their complementary tactics appear as though rehearsed 1,000 times. When they encounter a door that requires both energies to be infused simultaneously, their auras merge flawlessly in the air, intertwining red and blue into a stream of purple energy that easily opens the passage. As Gohan attempts to unravel the mists of emotion, he does not rely solely on the laws of wisdom. Instead, he integrates Lin Yuan's laws of balance. The fusion of green wisdom energy and golden balancing energy allows him to see through the illusions within the fog and perceive the genuine emotions concealed behind them, guiding him toward the correct path. The Super Saiyan Monkey and Blue Cat demonstrate remarkable talent at the probability forks. The path chosen by the Super Saiyan Monkey is invariably stabilized into the correct option by the Blue Cat using balancing laws. Their collaboration exceeds everyone's expectations, often leading the way when others hesitate. At the center of the maze stands a tower of law symbiosis, constructed from layers representing different laws, each requiring specific energy to activate. The group disperses, with Wukong activating the layers of life and combat laws, Vegeta activating the layers of space and destruction laws, Gohan activating the layers of wisdom and emotion laws, while Lin Yuan remains atop the tower, connecting all layers into a cohesive whole with balancing laws. When the final layer is activated, the symbiotic tower suddenly bursts forth with dazzling light, transforming the walls of the maze into energy particles that merge into the ground, revealing a golden avenue leading to the core of harmony. On either side of the avenue, trees bear fruits representing various laws, seemingly bestowing blessings upon those who have passed the trials. The core of harmony is a colorful sphere of light suspended in midair, surrounded by countless streams of energy, each representing a cosmic law. These streams intertwine and nourish each other, forming a beautiful halo of energy. The Lord stands beneath the sphere, his being composed of all law energies without any visible seams, as if he was born to embody this form. You have passed the trials, proving that different laws can coexist harmoniously. The Lord's voice resonates with the gentleness and power akin to the first pulse of the universe's birth. Yet, the essence of harmonious laws transcends mere cooperation. It is symbiosis, allowing one law to extend into another, uniting all laws into an indivisible whole. The Lord extends his hand, and the colorful sphere fractures into countless shards of law, which reassemble in the air to form a colossal bird composed of all law energies. This giant bird spreads its wings, with each type of law energy supporting the others. Destructive energy amplifies attack power, creative energy restores losses, emotional energy enhances speed, probabilistic energy ensures accuracy, and balancing energy maintains stability. This is the embodiment of law symbiosis. It possesses no singular weakness, as each law compensates for the deficiencies of the others. The Lord's voice carries a hint of challenge. Can you break this symbiosis? Or can you join it, forming an even more powerful symbiosis? Wukong and Vegeta almost simultaneously choose the latter. The red and blue auras converge in the air, willingly merging into the energy streams of the giant bird. Wukong's life energy enhances the bird's creative laws, while Vegeta's royal energy optimizes its spatial laws, causing the bird's radiance to shine even brighter. Gohan's wisdom law and Lin Yuan's balancing law take a different approach. Their green and gold energies do not directly merge, but instead form a new energy ring around the giant bird, adding dimensions of understanding and balance to the symbiotic entity. The giant bird senses the new law energy and emits a resounding cry that reverberates through the heavens, stabilizing and strengthening the energy streams. The Super Saiyan Monkey, Blue Cat, and other law creatures also release their energies, and these seemingly weak energies integrate into the giant bird, enriching the diversity of the symbiotic laws. The giant bird gazes down at the group, a flicker of recognition in its eyes, its body gradually becoming translucent until it transforms into countless points of law light, merging into each individual's law imprint. The new beginning of law symbiosis arises as the colorful sphere of harmony transforms into an energy stream that flows into Lin Yuan's dual gears. The intricate patterns of laws on the gears suddenly connect, forming a complete map of cosmic laws: chaos and balance, reflection and reality, emotion and reason, probability and inevitability. creation, and destruction. All laws find their places within this map, mutually supporting and nourishing one another. The harmonious law is not an endpoint, but a new beginning. The Lord's figure gradually becomes transparent. As the laws of the universe continue to evolve, new laws will be born, and old laws will find new forms. Only by maintaining an open and collaborative mindset can one keep pace with the universe's rhythm. The group stands within the harmonious forest, feeling the surging energy of symbiotic laws within them. Wukong's red aura reflects the balance of creation and destruction. Vegeta's blue energy embodies the harmony of emotion and reason. Gohan's wisdom law is no longer cold, but filled with the warmth of life. And Lin Yuan's dual gears resemble a miniature universe, continuously narrating the symbiosis and evolution of laws. The spaceship ascends slowly, enveloped in harmonious energy. As the law creatures snuggle beside their companions, their energies resonating more deeply with their master's law imprints. Wukong and Vegeta no longer argue over who is stronger. Instead, they discuss how to enhance the cooperation of their Saiyan laws. Gohan sketches a new map of law symbiosis in his notebook, while Lin Yuan gazes out the window at the harmonious galaxy, filled with anticipation for the future. Suddenly, the dual gears point toward an unknown area beyond the galaxy, where the law energy is faint yet unique, as if it is an undiscovered new law. The new law is calling to us, Lin Yuan softly states, his tone imbued with determination and curiosity. Wukong grins widely, his red aura tracing an arc in the air. Whatever the new law is, we can handle it. Let us embark. The spaceship steers toward the uncharted star region, leaving a colorful trail of harmonious law energy behind, as if guiding them toward their path. A new adventure unfolds in the new chapter of law symbiosis, and this time, they are not merely masters of various laws, but practitioners of law symbiosis, inscribing their own legendary tale within the evolution of the universe. Chapter 92. The intertwined corridor of time as the spaceship departs the harmonious galaxy. Lin Yuan's dual gears remain steadfastly pointed toward the unknown star region, where a small point of light continuously flickers on the surface of the cosmic law map, an unmistakable signal of the laws of time. Wukong leans against the window, counting shooting stars, marking each trajectory with his aura, forming a golden arc. Vegeta, in the training room, attempts to merge the newly mastered harmonious laws, with his blue aura intermittently flashing with interwoven red and green patterns of creation and destruction. The first encounter with the temporal turbulence anomalies in the flow of time exist within the stellar region ahead. On Bulma's scanner, the clock icon spins wildly. In some areas, a single day equates to a year in the outside world, while in others, merely a second corresponds to 10 years. As the spacecraft crosses into this domain, the clock within suddenly begins to rotate in reverse. Goku's count of the meteor trails inexplicably retraces to its origin, as if it had never existed. The crew is compelled to make an emergency landing, revealing a planet beneath their feet that displays an eerie spectacle. In the forest to the left, flowers wither the moment they bloom, while on the right, rocks gradually grow as though they were living entities. Upon taking his first step, Goku finds his movements sluggish, akin to traversing through water. Yet, when he retreats to his original position, he senses time accelerating, and in the blink of an eye, he is drenched in sweat. This represents a rudimentary manifestation of the laws of time, characterized by uneven flow. Gohan's glasses automatically switch to temporal analysis mode, with data streams on the lenses indicating that they are situated at the intersection of 3 distinct time flows. Their bodies traverse through these differing temporal currents, necessitating the discovery of a stable temporal anchor. Vegeta attempts to unleash his energy to stabilize his form, yet the blue energy fragments upon encountering the various time flows. Some dissipate instantly due to accelerated time exhausting the energy, while others solidify, the result of decelerated time causing energy to congeal. The vexing laws of time. Observing his fist crystallizing, he feels a profound helplessness in the face of these governing principles. Suddenly, the dual gears of Lin Yuan levitate into the air. Resonating with golden energy and the luminous points of time upon the gears, the balancing law anchors time. Energy expands into a golden bubble, enveloping the group, within which the flow of time finally normalizes. However, the scenes outside the bubble remain bizarre. Distant peaks visibly collapse and regenerate, as if a loop has been activated. A silver-gray entity composed of temporal energy bursts forth from the crumbling mountain, its transparent, streamlined body leaving behind trailing phantoms as it navigates through different time flows. It is the juvenile form of the Time Guardian. Gohan's eyes detect fluctuations in the entity's inherent laws. They feed on chaotic temporal energy. The silver-gray creature rushes toward the golden bubble, but upon contact, its form is abruptly confined to a singular time flow, rendering it incapable of further traversal. Seizing the opportunity, Goku unleashes the Kamehameha wave, which splinters upon contact with the creature into countless fragments, some striking its past form, while others impact its future. Only the present energy wave inflicts genuine harm. As they move through the temporal corridor, a passageway constructed of luminous trails emerges before them. Countless silver light trails intertwine in the air, each flowing with distinct historical fragments. Scenes of Goku's childhood training on Baozi Mountain, Vegeta's inaugural arrival on Earth, and even the moment Lin Yuan first acquired the dual gears. This is the temporal corridor, chronicling our history intertwined with the laws. Lin Yuan's dual gears resonate with the light trails, enhancing the brightness of the luminous points upon the gears. However, these projections are not authentic history. They are parallel timelines generated by the laws of time based on probabilities. Suddenly, Goku's projection descends from the light trail, his energy more intense than the present Goku. Wielding an unfamiliar golden Rui staff. Another version of myself? Goku excitedly thrusts his fist forward, only to discover that the projection's movements are half a beat swifter than his own. This parallel timeline's Goku mastered the ultimate instinct a decade earlier. Vegeta's projection proves equally formidable, integrating more of the Saiyan royal laws, his blue energy infused with black destructive energy, evidently derived from the parallel timeline where Vegeta becomes a god of destruction. This prince does not require counterfeit replicas from alternate dimensions. Vegeta's final flash collides with the projection's destructive energy, resulting in an explosion of energies that creates numerous micro-black holes within the temporal corridor. A fleeting fusion of time and space. As Gohan analyzes the projection's timelines, he uncovers a critical pattern. The strength of these projections correlates with their expectations for the future. Goku yearns for a stronger self. Hence the projection has mastered the ultimate instinct. Vegeta aspires to surpass the god of destruction. Thus the projection possesses destructive energy. Lin Yuan's dual gears suddenly emit harmonious law energy, golden light merging with the light trails. The projections of the laws of time are essentially reflections of our innermost selves. He refrains from attacking his projection. Instead, he extends his hand, and the dual gears resonate with the projection's gears. Upon contact, the two gears meld into one, transforming the projection into a stream of light that integrates into Lin Yuan's being. So this is possible. Goku imitates Lin Yuan, opting not to attack the projection, but rather to convey the essence of companionship through life energy. The golden energy entwines with the projection's ultimate instinct energy, and the projection smiles as it pats his shoulder. Merging into him, Goku feels a deeper understanding of the ultimate instinct. The lethal trap of temporal paradoxes at the end of the temporal corridor lies a labyrinth constructed from temporal paradoxes. Entering the left door reveals a vision of one's future self, leading to the paradox of a predetermined future. The right door returns one to the past to alter history, resulting in the paradox of a non-existent present. While choosing the middle door traps one in the moment of forever about to step in, the temporal variant of Zeno's paradox. Goku curiously steps through the left door, witnessing his future self engaged in battle against an indistinct foe, the aftermath of their clash ravaging half the universe. I will never allow such a future to unfold. In fury, he strikes at the future image, only to find his fist passes through the scene, while in reality, a wound suddenly appears on his arm. Damage from the future reverberates to the present. Vegeta opts for the right door, finding himself back at the moment of Frieza's tyranny. Enraged, he unleashes his final flash, aiming to eliminate Frieza prematurely, yet discovers the energy passes through the past Frieza, striking the real spacecraft. The energy meant to alter the past reflects back to the present in paradoxical form. Gohan, at the labyrinth's entrance, encounters a clue regarding the laws of time. The only resolution to the paradoxes lies in acknowledging the validity of all timelines. The past cannot be altered, the future remains uncertain, and the present is the sole moment within grasp. He guides the group to stand at the labyrinth's center, employing the laws of wisdom to construct an energy field for the present. Lin Yuan's dual gears activate once more, golden energy linking the temporal streams of past, present, and future. The balancing law neutralizes the paradoxes. Energy forms a closed loop among the three time flows, rendering the future scene from the left door no longer fixed, the past image from the right door no longer disrupted, and dismantling the Xeno's paradox in the middle. Upon exiting the labyrinth, they discover countless shards of time scattered across the ground, each containing different possibilities. Some shards reveal they failed to purify the chaotic laws. Others show they mastered the harmonious laws ahead of time. Yet others depict Super Saiyan Monkey becoming the sovereign of the laws. These represent timelines not chosen. Lin Yuan picks up a shard, merging it with his dual gears, realizing that the laws of time do not compel us to alter the past or foresee the future, but rather to cherish the choices of the present. The ultimate test of the Time Lord in the core region of the temporal corridor, a colossal clock hovers, with each tick connecting to different time flows. A lord clad in a silver-white robe stands beneath the clock, his visage manifesting simultaneously as youthful, middle-aged, and elderly, embodying the very essence of time. Welcome to the terminus of the laws of time. The Time Lord's voice resonates with the weight of ages and the innocence of rebirth. You have traversed the turbulence of time and navigated the labyrinth of paradoxes, but the true test lies in confronting the ultimate form of time, existing concurrently across the past, present, and future. The Lord waved his robe, and suddenly the clock's hands pointed simultaneously to the past, present, and future, with the three temporal streams converging at the core area, forming a golden vortex of time. From within the vortex emerged three adversaries from different timelines, the chaotic lord of the past, just having acquired the laws of chaos, the mirror lord of the present, an exact replica of Lin Yuan, and the harmonious lord of the future, an entity fully integrated with the energies of harmony. Confronted by foes from three different temporal streams, this seemed impossible. Vegeta gazed at the three formidable opponents, feeling a tremor for the first time within his azure aura. Perhaps they could defeat one, but it was utterly inconceivable to combat all three simultaneously. Yet Goku chuckled, infusing his crimson aura with the essence of freedom acquired from the time projections. We have already triumphed over the enemy of the past. We are currently coexisting with the enemy of the present, and we shall ultimately transcend the enemy of the future. His fist struck out toward all three adversaries. Seemingly chaotic assaults that precisely targeted each opponent's weaknesses, information they had mastered in their respective timelines. Lin Yuan's twin gears soared into the center of the time vortex, illuminating all the law patterns. The laws of harmony coexist with time, chaos and balance, creation and destruction, emotion and probability. All laws formed a perfect cycle within the vortex. The enemy of the past was purified by the present laws of harmony. The enemy of the present was embraced by the future laws of balance, while the enemy of the future was transformed by the past laws of chaos. The three temporal adversaries gradually merged within the cycle of laws, coalescing into a silvery stream of light that flowed into the immense clock. On the clock's face, the entire timeline of the universe emerged, from birth to the present, and on to the distant future, every node shimmering with golden radiance, a path of inevitability forged by countless choices. The ultimate gift of the laws of time. The three forms of the Time Lord gradually fused into a complete humanoid shape. Bowing slightly to the audience, you have proven that the true essence of the laws of time is not control or reversal, but understanding and acceptance. Understanding the significance of the past, accepting the choices of the present, and anticipating the possibilities of the future. The colossal clock transformed into a stream of light, merging with Lin Yuan's twin gears. On the surface of the gears, the cosmic law diagram connected perfectly with the points of time, forming a truly complete cycle of cosmic laws. Lin Yuan felt distinctly that his consciousness could briefly traverse different temporal streams, not to alter anything, but to better comprehend the present. Goku suddenly realized that he could now perceive the complete trajectory of a shooting star, from birth to demise, with each moment carrying its significance. He no longer felt compelled to mark the meteor, allowing the energy to dissipate naturally, akin to time itself, needing no retention. Vegeta's training achieved a new breakthrough. Within his azure aura, the laws of time made the transformation of creation and destruction more fluid. Destruction no longer required waiting for feedback from creation, but could preemptively anticipate the needs of creation, forming a true, seamless cycle. Gohan's notebook automatically recorded the ultimate conclusion of the laws of time. Time is not a linear river, but a three-dimensional network, where every choice weaves new nodes, all ultimately pointing towards harmony in the universe. As the spacecraft departed from the planet of the laws of time, Lin Yuan's twin gears no longer pointed in a specific direction. The cosmic law diagram was now complete. They no longer needed to be guided by the laws, but could autonomously choose their path forward. Goku suggested searching for new culinary planets, while Vegeta wished to challenge stronger guardians of the laws, and Gohan was eager to study the differences in the laws across various temporal streams. Lin Yuan gazed out at the starry sky through the window, his twin gears spinning gently in his palm. He knew that adventures would never cease. The laws of the universe continued to evolve. However, as long as they maintained respect and understanding for the laws, as well as trust and cooperation among companions, they would find their unique temporal nodes amidst any challenge, leaving a distinctive and brilliant mark in the vast river of the universe. The law creatures frolicked within the cabin. The Super Saiyan monkey's tail could briefly pause time in a limited area, while the blue cat's paws could accelerate the healing of wounds, local time acceleration. Their abilities becoming even more wondrous under the influence of the laws of time. The spacecraft journeyed toward the direction chosen by all, the temporal corridor behind them gradually fading into stardust, leaving only a silvery trail, as if narrating the eternal tale of time and choice. Chapter 93, The Abyss of the Void Laws. The spacecraft sailed steadily through the starry sea, yet Lin Yuan's twin gears ceased to provide clear guidance. As they neared a dark purple nebula, the surface of the law diagram suddenly rippled. All law patterns grew indistinct in the direction of the nebula, as if erased by some force. Goku was competing with the Super Saiyan monkey to see who could peel the energy fruit faster. While Vegeta scrutinized the dark purple nebula outside the window, his brow furrowed. The energy response from that nebula is peculiar. It seems as if all laws are vanishing. The initial incursion of void energy. The scanner malfunctioned entirely. Bulma's screen turned pitch black. This nebula could consume all detection signals, including energy waves. As the spacecraft entered the nebula's range, the cabin walls suddenly became transparent before returning to their original state. This was not an optical phenomenon. Part of the vessel had truly vanished for a brief moment. The group urgently landed on a gray-black planet, where the ground felt soft, as if stepping on energy bubbles eroded by the void. Goku attempted to release his energy, but the moment the crimson energy flared, it was devoured by the surrounding air, leaving only a wisp of smoke. "Where's my energy?" he exclaimed in surprise as he swung his fist, passing through a rock that bore no damage. Its touched area merely becoming more transparent. This was the law of the void, returning matter and energy to a state of nothingness. Gohan's glasses struggled to function, the data streams on the lenses flickering and disappearing. It was not destruction, but a complete erasure of existence, even breaking the law of conservation of energy. Vegeta's azure aura was similarly consumed, yet he discerned a pattern. Rapidly unleashed energy could temporarily withstand the void's erosion. He instantly released a high-density ultimate flash, the blue energy detonating before annihilation, finally leaving a shallow pit on the ground. However, the pit was visibly filling with void energy, as if it had never existed. Lin Yuan's twin gears spun noticeably slower, the golden energy emitting a faint glow. The laws of balance were also being suppressed. The void laws appeared to be the antithesis of all laws. They did not engage in balance, but solely aimed to eliminate. The gears projected the surrounding energy flow map, where all law energies converged towards the planet's core, ultimately vanishing into an unseen abyss. Suddenly, a creature composed of void energy emerged from the ground, its body wholly black, reflecting no light, instantly turning the rocks it touched into nothingness. "It's a void guardian," Gohan shouted, but the super blue cat rushed forward first. The blue aura exploded upon contact with the guardian. Though most of the energy was consumed, the residual shockwave briefly disrupted the guardian's form. The existence of the void maze tested them. The path to the planet's core was a labyrinth constructed of void energy, with walls and floors in a state of superposition between existence and non-existence. 1 second, a wall might be a solid barrier. The next, it could transform into something permeable. A seemingly flat ground could suddenly morph into a bottomless abyss. Goku relied on instinct to navigate the maze, but briefly vanished from the waist up as he passed through a void wall, startling him into retreat. He realized that passing through the void could render oneself void as well. He noticed that the disappearing half of his body was slowly recovering. Yet the skin that had contacted the void retained a faint transparency. Vegeta opted to force a path through high-density energy, forming a protective layer with his blue aura, detonating energy with each step to clear the void ahead. However, this method exacts a tremendous toll. His super blue form could not be sustained for even 10 minutes before it was reluctantly relinquished, beads of fine sweat emerging upon his forehead. An occurrence that would have been utterly unthinkable in the past. Wufan discerned that the patterns of the labyrinth were concealed within the remnants of energy, the void energy. After devouring matter, leaves behind faint traces of existence. Following these traces allows one to circumvent the abyss. He instructed the Super Saiyan monkey to perceive these traces with its tail. The shard of combat laws at the tip of its golden tail emitted a faint glow, illuminating hidden safe paths. Lin Yuan's dual gears suddenly spun in reverse. The golden energy ceased to resist the void and instead integrated with it, achieving a transformation of balance between the real and the illusory. His body became semi-transparent, allowing him to traverse freely through the void, a part of the universe itself. For only by embracing it could one attain equilibrium. He forged ahead, marking safe zones with his gears, significantly reducing the expenditure of energy for the others. The most perilous moment came when crossing the absolute void zone, where energy could instantaneously consume all existence. Wukong and Vegeta combined their powers to unleash a fusion energy wave. The intertwining red and blue energies exploded in the void, forming a transient energy barrier. Wufan reinforced the barrier's integrity with the wisdom of laws, while Lin Yuan guided the energy within the barrier to circulate, ensuring its duration was just sufficient for everyone to rush through the area. In the square at the labyrinth's end stood countless void guardians, their forms more solid than those previously encountered, wielding weapons capable of unleashing annihilation beams. Objects struck by these beams did not explode, but rather vanished entirely, leaving no trace of energy residue. The Guardians' assaults formed a crossfire net. Wukong used his Rui Bang to parry, the sections of the staff that made contact with the beams instantly disappearing, reducing it to a mere stub. Vegeta's instantaneous movement was predicted by the beams, forcing him to continuously evade at high speed. Wufan's wisdom barrier was effortlessly penetrated by the beams, the green energy disappearing as if encountering a black hole. Focus your attacks on their energy cores. Lin Yuan discovered a gray crystal embedded in the Guardians' chests, the most unstable point of void energy, and invoked the creative laws to combat the void. He commanded the dual gears to release shards of the creative laws, green energy cascading onto the Guardians, and although much was consumed, cracks appeared in the gray crystal. Wukong immediately understood. Creativity can indeed counter the void. Infusing his life energy with the creative laws, the red flames no longer faced swift consumption, but instead sparked into existence upon contact with the Guardians. The Kamehameha energy blossomed into existence. The energy wave struck the gray crystal, causing it to shatter, and the Guardians' forms dissipated into countless black points of light. Vegeta's royal energy was equally suited to counter the void, with blue flames revealing existence runes, the Saiyan royal declaration of existence. The energy-formed blades left lasting trails in the void, shattering the Guardians' weapons. He fought while scoffing at the Guardians. Those who merely hide have no right to make me take them seriously. The Super Blue Cat and the Super Saiyan Monkey coordinated seamlessly. The Blue Cat stabilized the Guardians' void energy with the laws of balance, preventing them from vanishing at will. The Super Saiyan Monkey employed shards of combat laws to attack, leaving golden marks at points of impact, temporarily nullifying the Guardians' annihilation capabilities. Their synergy surpassed even that of Wukong and Vegeta, inciting Vegeta to glare at the Blue Cat, yet instinctively using his energy to shield it from a lethal beam as it dodged. The existence paradox of the Void Lord stood beside the void abyss at the planet's core, a figure cloaked in black. His form seemingly coalesced from the darkness of the cosmos, devoid of discernible features except for two white points of light representing his eyes. Your ability to reach this point proves that the will to exist is stronger than I imagined. The Lord's voice resonated as if emanating from all directions, or perhaps birthed from the void itself. He waved his hand, summoning countless manifestations of non-existence from the abyss, shards of laws that had never existed, weapons that could not be created, and visions of futures that were impossible. These were the embodiments of non-existence. Can you truly attack that which does not exist? The Lord's white points flickered, illustrating the ultimate paradox of void laws. How does one combat an enemy that, by nature, does not exist? Yet, the assaults of these manifestations were real and effective. Wukong was struck by weapons that had never been invented. Vegeta was disrupted by impossible future visions. And Wufan's wisdom laws could not decipher the logic of non-existence. Lin Yuan's dual gears trembled violently, all law patterns flickering. They were not truly non-existent, but rather an existence that ought not to be. The creative laws could confer upon them a semblance of existence. Lin Yuan's gears unleashed a torrent of creative energy, infusing those manifestations of non-existence, their black outlines gradually clarifying. That which had existed could never fully return to the void. Weapons endowed with existence began to adhere to the laws of physics, and future visions solidified into singular possibilities, becoming vulnerable to assault. Wukong's life energy harmonized perfectly with the creative laws, golden blossoms blooming within the red flames, the Kamehameha as proof of existence. The energy wave struck the Void Lord, causing his form to waver for the first time, revealing a flaw in his black cloak. Vegeta's ultimate flash fused the dual laws of destruction and creation, the cyclical ultimate flash of existence. The blue energy first annihilated the Lord's void shield, then created an indestructible crystal of existence, embedding itself within the Lord, preventing him from easily annihilating himself. Wufan's wisdom laws pinpointed the core of the Void Lord. His existence relied upon devouring that of others. As long as he recognized his own existence, the paradox of void laws would recoil. He concentrated all his wisdom energy into a beam, aiming for the white points of light upon the Lord's face, his only point of perception of existence. The balance path of void laws, under the assault of the three energies. The Lord's form gradually became transparent, yet did not vanish. Instead, endless law patterns emerged. I see now, he spoke with relief. The void cannot exist independently of existence. Just as darkness cannot exist without light. His form transformed into a stream of black light, merging with the void abyss, which began to contract, revealing a golden core at its bottom, the essence of existence, where all consumed matter and energy were stored in the pure form of existence information. The void laws do not seek to annihilate everything, but rather to cleanse the universe of redundant existence, making way for new existence. The Lord's voice echoed through the cosmos, revealing the true relationship between it and the laws of balance. The golden core flowed into Lin Yuan's dual gears, completing the law patterns upon them. The void law patterns aligned adjacent to the creative laws, forming a cycle of existence, void, and re-existence. Lin Yuan felt a clear perception of the essence of existence. Even his previously void-eroded transparent skin returning to normal. Wukong's red flames were no longer devoured by the nebula, but could freely burn within the void. Vegeta discovered that his royal energy now possessed the ability to anchor existence, preventing easy annihilation. Wufan's vision could see traces of existence, even predicting which substances were on the verge of returning to the void. As the spaceship departed from the dark purple nebula, the energy of void laws formed a black light trail behind them, intertwining with the previous colorful trails, akin to the rhythm of the universe's breath. Wukong munched on the recovered energy fruit, mumbling, "Though this planet is perilous, the skills we've acquired are quite useful. I'll never fear losing things again, as I can always retrieve them." Vegeta scoffed. Only a fool would lose something. Yet he discreetly checked his battle suit. The buttons that had vanished due to void erosion had mysteriously reappeared, glimmering with the faint light of existence crystals. Lin Yuan gazed out the porthole at the complete law patterns. For the first time, the dual gears truly settled into a serene silence. He understood they had touched upon the core secrets of the universe's laws, yet their adventure was far from over, for the cycle of existence and void is ceaseless, and new existences are eternally birthed. In the cabin, the law pets yawned leisurely, while the Saiyan monkey's tail tip generated small bubbles of existence. The blue cat had the ability to temporarily return unwanted debris to the void. The spaceship delved deeper into the starry sea, this time without a clear destination, yet imbued with a newfound understanding of existence, ready to embrace the next adventure birthed from the void. Chapter 94. The Abyss of the Devouring Law of Nothingness continued. The devouring power of the law of nothingness suddenly intensified. cracks spreading across the golden shield at Lin Yuan's feet. Wukong gazed at his gradually transparent left hand, recalling the revelation of the time law, the bonds of past battles, present companions, and future hopes. These tangible connections should be able to counter the void. A brilliant golden light erupted from his crimson aura, and astonishingly, the cracks on the shield began to heal. Countless hands, composed of nothingness energy, emerged from the abyss, disregarding physical defenses to directly penetrate the shield and grasp the law imprints of the group. When Wukong's battle law imprint was touched, images of fighting alongside Lin and Gohan flashed before him, causing his red aura to surge. These memories are my strength. He struck the void's hand with a punch, silhouettes of all his companions materializing within the imprint, causing the hand to shatter. Vegeta's royal law imprint was similarly under attack, as the hands of nothingness sought to erase his Saiyan pride. The honor of this prince was forged through countless battles. How could it be devoured by nothingness? The royal runes exploded within his blue aura, forming a golden shield engraved with the trajectory of Vegeta's growth from failure. The hands of nothingness collided with the shield, emitting a piercing sizzling sound. Gohan's wisdom law imprint faced the gravest test, as the energy of nothingness attempted to erase all his knowledge and combat skills. However, his eyes suddenly brightened, warm images of family time surfacing in his mind. Wisdom is not just knowledge. It is also the resolve to protect. The emotional law fused into the green energy stream, forming a resilient energy band that firmly bound the hands of nothingness. Lin Yuan discovered that when the hands of nothingness encountered the true memories within the law imprints, their devouring power significantly weakened. He swiftly adjusted the balancing law. Infuse the shield with your most cherished memories. Genuine emotions can resist the devouring of nothingness. The Saiyan monkey's golden tail wrapped around fragments of the battle law, revealing images of its first encounter with Wukong. The blue cat's blue aura flickered with scenes of Vegeta clumsily grooming its fur. The memory energy of the pets melded into the shield, causing the golden light to grow warmer, even diminishing the roars of the abyss. The existence test of the labyrinth of nothingness commenced. After the hands of nothingness dissipated, a fissure opened at the abyss's bottom, revealing a maze made of transparent walls. These walls absorbed all physical and energy attacks, but could be penetrated by proof of existence. Only those who firmly believed in their own existence could pass through the walls. Wukong attempted to walk through the wall, but was rebounded, looking down at his semi-transparent body. Feeling a wave of despair, am I truly destined to vanish? No sooner had he spoken than his body became even more transparent. Don't be foolish. Vegeta kicked Wukong's back. If you dare to disappear, who will be my opponent? This kick, infused with blue energy, contained the intent of acknowledging Wukong's existence, causing Wukong's body to regain a semblance of solidity. Gohan noticed that the maze walls reflected one's silhouette, but only those who believed in their existence would see a clear reflection. He struck a battle pose in front of the wall. I am Son Gohan, the son of my father, a partner to all. As he spoke, his reflection grew clearer, the wall gradually becoming transparent, ultimately allowing him to pass through. Lin Yuan's twin gears rotated within the maze, golden energy scanning the wall structure. These walls are the personification of self-doubt. The more one doubts their existence, the more solid the walls become. He transformed all his experiences from acquiring the balancing law to the present into an energy flow, injecting it into the gears. The gears collided with the wall, causing it to ripple like water, allowing him to pass through effortlessly. The group gradually comprehended within the maze. The true power of the law of nothingness is not merely physical devouring, but the ability to make the target internally deny their own existence. Only by firmly believing in the significance of one's existence can one triumph over nothingness. The ultimate nothingness of the Lord of Nothingness manifested as they emerged from the maze. It was a completely transparent humanoid silhouette, discernible only through the distortions of the surrounding space. You have passed the test of existence, but that is not enough. The Lord's voice echoed as if arising from the void. The true nothingness is the ultimate law capable of devouring even the meaning of existence. With a gentle wave of his hand, a voice resonated in the minds of the group. Your battles are utterly meaningless. All you protect shall ultimately be destroyed. Existence itself is but an illusion. Wukong's red aura began to flicker as he recalled the sacrifices behind countless battles. No, even if I fail, even if I lose, The act of protection itself holds meaning. His fist gathered the strength of all his companions, images of Kain, Piccolo, Goten, and others emerging within the crimson energy. These companions are the very essence of my existence. Vegeta's blue aura also faced wavering. As the Lord's voice evoked memories of his past misdeeds, perhaps I truly should not exist. Yet, he quickly remembered Bulma's smile and Trunks' growth. The existence of this prince is to protect everything I hold dear. A dazzling light erupted from his blue aura, revealing a family portrait within the brilliance. Gohan's wisdom law faced an assault from the Lord's voice, but his eyes suddenly projected visions from the Cell Games. The power he unleashed to protect Earth. The significance of existence is not eternity, but the choices made in the present. The green energy stream fused with the time law, forming an energy pillar that transcended the past, present, and future, piercing towards the Lord of Nothingness. Lin Yuan's twin gears abruptly ceased their rotation as he confronted the Lord of Nothingness. You claim existence is an illusion, yet nothingness itself is also a form of existence. He infused all law energy into the gears, which erupted with unprecedented brilliance. The essence of the balancing law is to acknowledge the validity of all existence, including nothingness. As the gears collided with the Lord of Nothingness, the Lord's transparent form suddenly revealed a corporeal outline, an ancient guardian of law consumed by nothingness. I have been denying my own existence. The Lord's voice carried a sense of liberation, his body gradually dissolving into countless specks of light, merging with the abyss. The complete cycle of law after the Lord of Nothingness dissipated, the abyss began to collapse, revealing a black crystal, the core of the law of nothingness. The crystal floated before Lin Yuan, voluntarily merging with the twin gears. On the surface of the gears, the cosmic law diagram showcased the patterns of the law of nothingness perfectly connecting with other laws, forming a complete cycle. Thus, the law of nothingness is also a part of the cosmos. Lin Yuan felt the transformation of the gears. Without nothingness, the significance of existence cannot be highlighted. Without existence, nothingness loses its very definition. The solidity of the group returned, and Wukong excitedly raised his fist. Great. I still exist. Suddenly recalling something, he flashed a grin at Vegeta. Were you worried about me just now? Vegeta turned his face away. Who worries about you, fool? I just don't want to lose a decent opponent. Yet his ears slightly reddened, betraying his true feelings. Gohan's eyes recorded the final data of the law of nothingness. Existence and nothingness are interdependent, akin to light and shadow, together constituting the fundamental balance of the universe. He closed his notebook, noticing a new black line on the cover, harmoniously coexisting with the patterns of other laws. The spaceship reassembled in the starry sky where the law of nothingness had dissipated, as the law pets frolicked within the cabin. The Saiyan monkey's tail could briefly manifest objects of nothingness, while the blue cat's claws created fleeting existence within the void. Wukong and Vegeta are once again embroiled in a quarrel over whose existence holds greater significance, while Wufan stands by, chuckling as he records their banter. Lin Yuan gazes out of the porthole at the starry sky, the twin gears in his palms spinning gracefully, radiating a soft glow that embodies the complete tapestry of cosmic laws. He understands that this adventure has imparted a crucial lesson. The laws of the universe do not adhere to absolute notions of good and evil, strength and weakness. Every law possesses its intrinsic meaning, and the ultimate form of the law of balance lies in comprehending and accepting all of this. New adventures await, but for now, tranquility and resolve reside in the hearts of the group. Regardless of the challenges posed by future laws, they are equipped with a comprehensive understanding of the laws to confront, comprehend, and achieve equilibrium. For they have come to realize that the essence of the universe is hidden within this seemingly contradictory, yet harmoniously coexisting loop of laws. Chapter 95. The interwoven web of causality as the spacecraft departs the abyss of the void. The black lines of the law of emptiness on Lin Yuan's twin gears form a perfect loop with other laws. Wukong, facing a mirror, throws a few punches to confirm his full restoration to corporeal form, then excitedly challenges Vegeta. You owe me for that kick in the void maze. Vegeta snorts disdainfully and turns away, only to be struck on the back of the head by a wrench that falls from the ceiling. A delayed retribution for the earlier incident in the void maze. The bizarre planet of entangled causality presents a law of energy that reveals interconnections. The scanner screen of Bulma displays countless red lines linking various events, where each action triggers unforeseen chain reactions. For instance, plucking a flower might result in a torrential downpour, and a simple sneeze could provoke an earthquake. As the spacecraft breaches the atmosphere, a bean shell carelessly discarded by Wukong lands, prompting a distant volcano to erupt suddenly, sending everyone into a frantic adjustment of their landing trajectory. The surface of this planet is covered in transparent threads of causality, connecting all things. The flutter of a butterfly's wings leads to a distant tornado, while the migration of ants intertwines with an impending mountain flood. When Wukong crushes a stone, a spring unexpectedly bursts forth beneath his feet. Vegeta furrows his brow at the spring, which instantaneously freezes into ice. "What kind of place is this?" Vegeta exclaims, kicking the ice, causing snowflakes to suddenly drift from the sky. Wufan's glasses automatically analyze the threads of causality. This is the fundamental form of the law of causality. Everything is interconnected. Every minute action transmits energy through these threads, ultimately resulting in proportionally magnified outcomes. He points to the frozen spring, explaining that Vegeta's anger decreased the water temperature, cause, combined with the shock from his kick, cause, collectively leading to the snowfall effect. Lin Yuan's twin gears hover in the air, golden energy flowing along the threads of causality. The strength of these threads is proportional to the intent behind actions. The more deliberate the action, the more intense the resultant chain reaction. He attempts to sever a thread with the law of balance, and in that instant of rupture, the surrounding web of causality violently oscillates, and a bolt of lightning strikes the very spot where Wukong had just stood. It appears that forceful intervention is not an option. Lin Yuan retracts the gears, stating, "We must learn to find balance within the web of causality, allowing the causes of our actions to lead to favorable effects." No sooner had he spoken than the Super Saiyan monkey suddenly darts toward a fruit tree, plucking a red fruit, and as the fruit drops, a nourishing rain unexpectedly falls upon the parched earth, a rare instance of positive causal linkage. The retribution of the guardians of causality. Deep within the forest, densely woven with threads of causality, a group of sentinels materializes, composed of red and blue energies. Red represents cause, while blue embodies effect. Their method of attack is exceedingly peculiar. When Wukong unleashes a Kamehameha, cause, the guardians neither dodge nor evade. Instead, they punch the ground, and in the next moment, Wukong feels a sharp pain in his back, effect. When Vegeta deploys a key barrier, cause, the guardians simply whirl in place, yet the ground beneath Vegeta suddenly collapses, effect. They possess the ability to redirect the effects of an attack back upon the attacker. Wufan's glasses capture this crucial moment, revealing that red energy absorbs the cause of the attack, while blue energy inflicts the effect in reverse. He promptly advises the group to refrain from initiating attacks, as defensive actions may also yield negative results. Wukong attempts to cease his offensive, remaining stationary, and the red and blue energies of the guardians begin to wane. It turns out that an action is also a form of cause. An idea strikes him. He deliberately assumes an attacking stance without exerting force, and the guardians indeed redirect the effect to the empty space, creating an inconsequential crater. Vegeta, meanwhile, discovers that the guardians' retaliatory attacks possess a delay. The transmission from cause to effect takes 3 seconds. He exploits this interval to teleport, allowing the blue energy's effect to remain at the original position, while he appears behind the guardians, declaring, "This prince shall not be ensnared by such trifles." Wufan's wisdom becomes pivotal at this moment as he analyzes the trajectory of the threads of causality through his glasses, anticipating the chain reactions of each action. Lin Yuan, use the law of balance to guide the threads of causality. Let the effects of the guardians' attacks point back to their own causes. Lin Yuan's twin gears suddenly spin, tracing complex trajectories as golden energy entwines the guardians' red and blue threads into a loop. When the guardians absorb the cause of the attack once more, the blue energy's effect rebounds along the circular path, striking the guardian that released the red energy. The explosion resulting from the collision of red and blue energies leaves visible cracks in the guardians' forms. The dilemma of choices within the maze of causality after defeating the guardians. The threads of causality converge into a labyrinth, with each intersection marked by stone tablets inscribed with various choices. Saving an ant may lead to the escape of a ferocious beast, while shattering a boulder might save a downstream village. Each choice connects to countless threads of causality, directing towards vastly different futures. Wukong stands at the crossroads of whether to assist a butterfly in breaking free from its cocoon. While Wufan's glasses indicate, helping the butterfly, cause, will result in underdeveloped wings, effect, but it will allow it to evade predators earlier, effect. Not assisting, cause, will enable normal development, effect, yet carries a 70% chance of being consumed by a bird, effect. Regardless of the choice, there are undesirable outcomes. Wukong scratches his head, suddenly recalling the insights from the law of harmony. Perhaps it is possible to assist without intervening? He gently supports the cocoon with ki, allowing the butterfly to break free on its own, and remarkably, the negative outcomes along the threads of causality dissipate simultaneously. Vegeta confronts the choice of whether to extinguish a small fire in the forest, where the threads reveal that dousing the flames, cause, will preserve the trees, effect, but will lead to the extinction of plants that rely on fire for seed dispersal, effect. Not extinguishing the fire, cause, will result in part of the forest being burned, effect, yet it will promote a new ecological cycle, effect. He snorts disdainfully and draws a perimeter around the fire with his ki, effectively controlling the blaze, cause, while preserving the possibility of natural cycles, effect, resulting in the threads of causality glowing a balanced green. Wufan realizes that the true test of the maze is not merely choosing A or B, but rather discovering a third option that respects the laws of causality while guiding outcomes through wisdom. Alongside Lin Yuan, he weaves new threads of causality at each intersection using the laws of balance and wisdom, allowing the originally opposing outcomes to coexist harmoniously. The Super Saiyan monkey and the blue cat engage in a game of causality within the maze. The Super Saiyan monkey intentionally tosses a nut at the entrance of an ant hole, cause, while the blue cat uses ki to distract a potentially hungry lizard, cause. And these two actions collectively enable the ants to successfully transport food, effect, inadvertently fostering a new balance between the lizard and the birds, effect. The pet's unintentional actions, indeed, exemplify the balance of the law of causality more perfectly than their human counterparts. The ultimate judgment of the Lord of Causality at the center of the plaza at the maze's end, a crystal sphere, entwined by countless threads of causality, hovers, depicting the perpetual cycle of cause and effect. Flowers bloom and bear fruit, fruits fall and take root, life, aging, illness, and death, an endless cycle. The Lord of Causality stands before the crystal sphere, his form half that of a sowing farmer, cause, and half that of a harvesting elder, effect, wielding a pair of scissors capable of severing or connecting the threads of causality. You have traversed the maze of causality, yet you have yet to grasp the true essence of the law of causality. The voice of the Lord resembles the wind sweeping through a field of wheat. Causality is not merely a simplistic retribution or a chain reaction, but rather a self-regulating mechanism of the universe that maintains balance. Excessive intervention can lead to imbalance, while complete laissez-faire may incite chaos. The Lord brandished a pair of scissors, and within the crystal ball appeared images of the adventurer's past exploits. They purified the chaotic laws, the cause, resulting in the demise of certain planets reliant on chaotic energy, the effect. They balanced the laws of creation and destruction, the cause, yet inadvertently deprived a universe of its chance for renewal, the effect. Every choice bears a cost, and therein lies the fairness of causality. Wukong gazed upon the images of the perished planets, his red aura dimming in an instant. Did we err? There is no right or wrong, only balance. The Lord extended the scissors to Lin Yuan, stating, "Now it is your turn to sever or connect the most critical threads of causality. Will you eliminate the negative repercussions of past actions, which may lead to new imbalances, or will you accept the cost, thereby maintaining the existing balance?" Lin Yuan's dual gears resonated with the crystal ball, and the intricate patterns of laws upon the gears illuminated simultaneously. The ultimate manifestation of the law of balance is not the eradication of cost, but the acceptance of cost and the creation of new possibilities. He did not grasp the scissors, but instead pressed the dual gears against the crystal ball, declaring, "We cannot alter the causes of the past, yet we can sow new causes for the fruits of the future." Golden energy flowed from the gears into the crystal ball, and beside the thread of causality that pointed towards destruction, new strands emerged, causes that they cultivated to assist new planets in their birth. These new strands gradually mended the old imbalance, and the crystal ball radiated a renewed brilliance of balance. The ultimate revelation of the laws of causality, The Lord of Causality observed the crystal ball restored to equilibrium as the forms of the farmer and the elder gradually merged. You have come to understand that the laws of causality are not shackles, but rather responsibilities. Every action must bear its consequences, and every consequence can become a new beginning. His form transformed into countless threads of causality, merging into Lin Yuan's dual gears. This pair of scissors of causality is bestowed upon you, not to alter the past, but to weave a more balanced future. A new pattern of intertwined gold and silver appeared upon the gears, establishing a dynamic equilibrium with the other patterns of law. Whenever the energy of a particular law intensified, the causality pattern would guide it towards beneficial interactions with other laws, averting the imbalances provoked by excessive intervention. Wukong chuckled foolishly. Scratching the back of his head, it turns out that every action yields consequences, so might as well let go and act. For we can always find a way to compensate. Within his red aura, the threads of causality and the laws of combat formed a positive cycle, where every strike would automatically reserve a defensive cause. Vegeta gazed at the newly born planets within the crystal ball, the patterns of causality in his azure aura manifesting a new form of his pride. He would intentionally utter harsh words, the cause, yet quietly assist through his actions, the effect, and this contrast harmonized the threads of causality into a beautiful cadence. Gohan's notebook bore the striking insights of the laws of causality. Wisdom is not merely the anticipation of outcomes, but also the courage to bear those outcomes and create new possibilities. His gaze could perceive various threads of causality in the future, yet he no longer sought to choose the perfect outcome, instead focusing on allowing room for compensation with every choice made. As the spaceship departed from the planet of causality, the threads within the cabin, influenced by the harmonious laws, formed a warm network. Wukong's training energy would automatically convert into the ship's propulsion, the cause. Vegeta's cultivation would unexpectedly mend minor equipment malfunctions, the cause, and Gohan's research data would optimize the navigation route, the cause. All causes converging towards tighter collaboration within the team, the effect. Lin Yuan's dual gears no longer instinctively pointed in a singular direction. The patterns of causality taught them to flow with the circumstances. Wherever the universe required balance, new guidance would emerge. The law pets flitted between the threads. The antics of the Super Saiyan monkey alleviated the tension of the group, the cause, while the vigilance of the blue cat provided early warnings of danger, the cause. These seemingly minor causes were weaving a hopeful future for them. New adventures unfolded within the balanced intertwining of causality, and this time, they were not only the masters of the laws, but also the bearers of responsibility, inscribing a legend of the universe that is both free and accountable within the cycles of cause and effect. Chapter 96. The fateful cycle of the reincarnation law. As the spaceship departed from the planet of causality, the threads within the cabin suddenly converged in unison, sketching a circular symbol upon the porthole, an emblem unique to the law of reincarnation. Wukong was weaving a garland from the threads of causality when, midway through, the garland miraculously formed into a rotating ring, resonating with the symbol on the porthole. Vegeta scoffed at the sight of the ring, another trick of the new law. No sooner had he spoken than his energy detector at his waist displayed a familiar set of energy readings, his combat power values from when he first arrived on Earth. As if time were reversing, the past projections within the mists of reincarnation enveloped the star field ahead. On Bulma's scanner, countless circular energy waves radiated outward. Every life entering this realm would witness their past lives, potentially influenced by memories of their former selves. As the spaceship traversed the energy waves, Wukong was briefly transported to a desert, garbed in ancient Egyptian attire, wielding a scepter resembling a wish-granting rod, engaged in battle with a giant serpent. The surface of this planet was shrouded in pale golden mists of reincarnation, within which various historical scenes continuously emerged: the slaughter of ancient battlefields, the rituals of primitive tribes, and the rise and fall of interstellar civilizations. As Wukong stepped into the mists, memories of his previous life surged into his mind. He was a warrior of an ancient kingdom, perishing alongside a malevolent dragon to protect his people. So, I was also quite formidable in the past. A hint of bronze energy infused his red aura, representing the fighting spirit of his former self. Vegeta's memories of his past life were steeped in royal glory and downfall. He was a prince of a lost civilization, who detonated his home planet to safeguard the flame of his kin. Indeed, the pride of this prince is innate. Dark golden runes flickered within his azure aura, marking the lineage of his royal ancestry. These memories did not disturb him. Rather, they honed his energy further. Gohan's glasses automatically switched to the mode of past life analysis within the mists of reincarnation, displaying a multi-life reincarnation map. The law of reincarnation is not merely repetition, but a continuous growth burdened with the karma of past lives. He saw that in one of his lifetimes, he was a scholar, dedicating his life to the mysteries of the universe, which enriched the energy of his wisdom law. Lin Yuan's dual gears resonated with the mists of reincarnation, and golden energy revealed countless specters of himself. Some were warriors, some were scholars, and some were ordinary farmers, all embodying the principle of balance. The essence of reincarnation lies in carrying the experiences of the past to navigate the future more adeptly. The trajectory of the gears became smoother, mimicking the cycle of reincarnation. The guardians of reincarnation, summoned from the depths of the mists, appeared as a group formed from multiple memories of past lives. Their forms manifested in superposition, sometimes as ancient knights, other times as futuristic mech warriors, with their attack methods adapting to their changing shapes. Strangely, they could summon the past enemies of their opponents, transforming battles into confrontations that transcended reincarnation. Wukong's guardian summoned forth the malevolent dragon he had fought in a previous life, its fiery breath charged with scorching energy directed at him. Even if it is a foe from my past, I shall not hold back. Wukong infused his Kamehameha with the energy of his past scepter, and the intertwining waves of red and bronze struck the dragon, which let out a mournful cry before dissipating into golden specks of light. This was not only a victory over an enemy, but also a release from the obsessions of his former life. Vegeta's guardian summoned the adversary he faced when he detonated his home planet, the leader of an invading civilization. You escaped unscathed in the past. This time, I shall settle the score. An eruption of dark golden energy burst forth from his azure aura as the ultimate flash combined with the arcane techniques of his royal lineage, creating a stream of destructive energy that obliterated the leader's image bit by bit within the flow. Gohan's guardian invoked the student he had failed to save in his previous life, a young boy who perished amidst the turmoil of war. This time, I shall not permit tragedy to repeat itself. The infusion of emotional laws within the stream of green energy has formed a protective barrier, gently enveloping the image of the youth. As the barrier dissipates, the visage of the youth reveals a smile, transforming into luminous particles that merge within Wufan, warming his reservoir of wisdom and energy. Lin Yuan's dual gears suddenly unleashed the energy of causal laws. Reincarnation and causality intertwine, the causes of past lives yielding the fruits of the present and the ties of future existences. The gears connect the myriad forms of the guardian into a loop, golden energy flowing along the trajectory of the ring, rendering the guardian's form immutable, ultimately stabilizing into a stream of light that merges with the mists of reincarnation. The karmic trials of the reincarnation labyrinth lead to the core of reincarnation, a maze composed of countless circular passages. Each passage corresponds to different karmic paths. Those of virtuous deeds are expansive and illuminated, while those of malevolence are narrow and shrouded in darkness. Notably, the passages automatically adjust based on the reincarnative karma of the entrance. The more virtuous deeds one accumulates, the easier the passage becomes. Conversely, excessive malevolence presents various obstacles. Wukong traverses the path of virtue with ease, effortlessly circumventing occasional obstacles, thanks to the protective deeds he has amassed over multiple lives, rendering the laws of reincarnation particularly lenient towards him. Verily, good deeds yield good fortune. He even perceives images materializing along the sides of the passage, depicting moments where he has assisted others, these images transforming into golden specks that integrate into his aura. Vegeta, on the other hand, encounters a passage interwoven with both virtue and vice, possessing the benevolence of safeguarding his kin alongside the malignancy of conquest. The passage fluctuates between expansiveness and constriction, with phantoms of past adversaries occasionally materializing. This prince's path does not require the judgment of laws. A surge of blue energy erupts, forcibly widening the passage. This courageous confrontation with his past gradually diminishes the obstacles of malevolence. Wufan's insight allows him to perceive the flow of karma within the passage. Virtue and vice are not absolute. The key lies in acting with awareness. He guides others to avoid the purely virtuous or vicious paths, opting instead for those interwoven with both. Only by embracing their complete past can they genuinely navigate the trials of reincarnation. Lin Yuan's dual gears rotate at the heart of the labyrinth, golden energy forming a vast circular ring that envelopes all. The law of balance transmutes karma. The energy of virtue and vice transforms within the circle. The tenacity of virtue tempered by the awakening of vice, while the weight of malevolence is alleviated by the hope of virtue, rendering all passages momentarily unobstructed. At the core of reincarnation, a golden celestial sphere hovers amidst the starry expanse, its surface etched with circular runes, their arrangement forming a comprehensive tapestry of cosmic reincarnation. The Lord of Reincarnation stands atop the sphere, his form composed of innumerable rings of energy, each representing a cyclical epoch of the universe. You have passed the trial of reincarnation, yet you have yet to grasp the ultimate significance of the laws of reincarnation. The Lord's voice resonates as the whispers of countless generations converge, asserting that reincarnation is not a shackle of fate, but a choice imbued with awareness. Understanding where one originates is essential to comprehend where one is destined to go. With a wave of his arm, the runes on the golden sphere illuminate, revealing the potential futures of the assembled. Wukong may become a guardian of a peaceful planet. Vegeta might establish a new royal order. Wufan could emerge as a cosmic mentor. And Lin Yuan might transform into an integral part of the law of balance, safeguarding the order of reincarnation. These are merely possible futures, not predetermined destinies. The Lord's energy rings begin to spin. True reincarnation occurs when one, aware of all possibilities, still chooses the path they desire. He concentrates the core energy of the golden sphere into a luminous stream, directing it towards Lin Yuan's dual gears. For now, it is your turn to guide the direction of reincarnation. Lin Yuan's gears absorb the stream of light, harmoniously merging all law patterns and reincarnation energy into a dynamic model of the universe. Within this model, every life grows through reincarnation, yet possesses the ability to break detrimental cycles and forge new possibilities. The ultimate form of the law of reincarnation respects past accumulations without being bound by them. Wukong gazes at his potential future within the model, scratching his head in silly laughter. Regardless of what the future holds, as long as he can fight and eat, that suffices. Yet, within his crimson aura, a hint of future planning emerges, an awareness bestowed by the laws of reincarnation. Vegeta, fixated on the royal future depicted in the model, experiences a fleeting softness within his blue energy. Amid his pride, a sense of responsibility towards his legacy blossoms. The final gift of the reincarnation law manifests, as the energy rings of the reincarnation Lord gradually merge with the golden sphere, which transforms into a stream of light that integrates into Lin Yuan's dual gears. A new golden circular pattern adorns the gears, achieving a perfect dynamic equilibrium with the other law patterns. Whenever a form of law energy reaches its zenith, the reincarnation pattern will guide it into a new phase, preventing stagnation. Reincarnation is not an end, but a new beginning. The final echo of the Lord's voice reverberates through the cosmos, laden with all memories and awareness, beckoning you to create your own reincarnation. The group stands amidst the starry expanse, feeling the pulsating energy of reincarnation within them. Wukong distinctly perceives the combat experiences of past lives, enriching his techniques. Vegeta integrates the wisdom of previous royal bloodlines, enhancing his strategies. Wufan's memories from multiple lives broaden his perspective, while Lin Yuan's dual gears become the nexus of reincarnation laws, capable of guiding energy into new cycles when necessary. The spacecraft ascends slowly, enveloped in the energy of reincarnation. While the energies of their law companions undergo marvelous transformations, the tail of the Super Saiyan monkey can briefly rewind time within a limited scope, a micro-reincarnation. And the claws of the blue cat can heal wounds imbued with karma. Wukong and Vegeta cease their quarrels over past victories and instead discuss how to ensure the continuation of Saiyan heritage through reincarnation. Wufan sketches the interactions between reincarnation and other laws in his notebook, while Lin Yuan gazes out at the starry sky through the porthole, his eyes brimming with anticipation for the future. The circular patterns on the dual gears suddenly point towards the center of the universe, the origin of all laws and their ultimate destination. All laws ultimately return to their source. Lin Yuan speaks softly, his tone resolute. Wukong grins widely. his red aura tracing a circular trajectory in the air. Regardless of what the origin holds, we can handle it. Let us embark. The spacecraft steers towards the cosmic core. The energy of the laws of reincarnation leaving a golden halo in its wake, as if punctuating their journey with a comma, not an end, but a transition towards a broader future, enriched by the accumulations of the past. A new adventure unfolds within the awareness of reincarnation, and this time, they are not merely masters of the laws, but the architects of their own destinies, inscribing a legend of continual growth and transcendence within the cycles of reincarnation. Chapter 97. The source of the laws at the origin. As the spacecraft traverses the final nebula, all law marks within the cabin simultaneously illuminate. Lin Yuan's dual gears hover at the center, entwined with the 10 laws: chaos, reflection, emotion, probability, creation and destruction, harmony, time, void, causality, and reincarnation, forming a miniature universe upon the surface of the gears. Wukong leans against the porthole, gazing at the expanse ahead, a realm radiating pure white light. His red aura instinctively softening. Is that the ancestral home of all laws? It feels so warm. The embryonic laws of the sea of origins. This pure white space is, in fact, a flowing sea of energy, upon which countless translucent law embryos float. They represent the primordial laws that have yet to differentiate since the inception of chaos. Some embryos shimmer with the intertwined radiance of creation and destruction, while others reveal the nascent threads of causality within. The central embryo astonishingly resembles Lin Yuan's dual gears. Here lies the first convergence of energy following the cosmic explosion. As Wufan connects with the Sea of Origins, his eyes automatically link to the initial memories of the universe, where all laws are birthed, akin to an infant emerging from the womb of its mother. He extended his hand to touch the nearest embryo, which suddenly erupted with a kaleidoscope of the emotional laws, merging into his palm. It was the purest essence of joy. Bei Jita stood at the edge of the Yuanqiji High, feeling the resonance between his royal bloodline and the primordial laws. Within his azure aura, a dark golden stream of energy suddenly separated, soaring towards an embryo, which subsequently awakened, revealing intricate patterns of spatial laws. It turned out that the bloodline of the Scions concealed such ancient imprints of law. His tone remained haughty, yet his eyes brimmed with astonishment. Wukong's crimson aura resonated wondrously with the Yuanqiji High, as the embryos on the surface began to rise and fall with his breath. When he released his life energy, a multitude of embryos simultaneously burst forth with a verdant glow, transforming into countless luminous points that merged into the sea. This was the primordial laws responding to life. They seemed to be greeting me. Wukong exclaimed with excitement as he leapt into the sea of energy, his body able to traverse freely among the law embryos, akin to a fish swimming in water. Lin Yuan's dual gears flew towards the central embryo, and at the moment of contact, a myriad of primordial cosmic images surged into his mind. The first thread of existence birthed from the void. Existence differentiating into time and space, time nurturing causality, and space giving birth to creation and annihilation. Ultimately, all laws interacted, giving rise to the present universe. It became clear that the essence of all laws was existence itself. The gears perfectly merged with the embryo, and Lin Yuan's body began to emanate the same white light as the Yuanqiji High. From the depths of the Yuanqiji High, a figure composed of all the energies of the laws gradually ascended. It lacked a fixed form, sometimes transforming into flowing light, at times condensing into the shape of stars. Its voice resonating like the first pulse of the universe's birth. I am the guardian of the essence of laws, the embodiment of all laws. From within the guardian's form, 10 distinct manifestations of laws emerged, a chaotic purple-black vortex, a mirrored silver-gray surface, and a vibrant spectrum of emotions. They revolved around the guardian, forming a perfect halo of laws. You have passed all trials of the laws, yet you have yet to answer the final question. Why does the universe require laws? Wukong poked his head out from the sea of energy. We need laws to fight. Without rules, what's the point of battling? His answer, though simple, caused the guardian's radiance to flicker momentarily. The act of combat itself is a form of interaction with the laws. Bei Jita snorted disdainfully. Laws are the order established by the strong. It is the weak who question the significance of laws. However, he quickly added, yet without the balance of laws, even the strong shall face destruction. The yearning for order inherent in his royal bloodline compelled him to articulate a deeper truth. Wu Fan adjusted his glasses, and a diagram of the universe's evolution from chaos to order appeared on the lenses. Laws are the mechanism of self-protection for the universe. Just as living beings require a skeleton to support their bodies, the universe needs laws to maintain existence. The wisdom of the laws allowed him to perceive their structural significance. Lin Yuan's body merged with the light of the Yuanqi Jihai, and his voice seemed to emanate from all directions. The existence of laws is to demonstrate the potential of the universe. From void to existence, from chaos to balance. All laws narrate a singular truth. The universe yearns to be understood and also longs to comprehend itself. The Guardian's form gradually became clearer as Lin Yuan spoke, ultimately morphing into a figure resembling Lin Yuan. You have finally understood. Laws are not shackles. They are the universe's way of questioning itself. And you are the first answers to reach this point. The final trial, relinquishing the laws. The Guardian waved the halo of laws, and the Yuanqi Jihai suddenly surged with colossal waves, as all law embryos simultaneously radiated light, forming a network of laws that enveloped the entire space. The ultimate trial was not to control the laws, but to let go of them. The Guardian's voice bore a solemn note. Only by shedding all the enhancements of the laws can one touch the essence of existence. In the instant the network of laws descended, the law imprints on everyone dimmed concurrently. Wukong's crimson aura extinguished entirely, reverting to a mundane state. Bei Jita's royal energy vanished, his combat power regressing to his youth. Wu Fan's wisdom glasses lost their luster, transforming into ordinary spectacles. Lin Yuan's dual gears became a stream of light, merging into his body as he reverted to his form prior to acquiring the gears. What is happening? Wukong attempted to unleash the Kamehameha, yet only a feeble energy wave emerged. Where's my power? To relinquish power is to perceive the essence of power. The Guardian's figure drifted around them. You have relied on the laws for too long, forgetting that the most primal existence itself possesses power. Though Bei Jita had lost his super blue energy, his gaze sharpened. He recalled his arrival on Earth. Even without his present strength, he never ceased to fight. The strength of this prince has never been solely about power. He assumed the most fundamental combat stance, each motion embodying the purest understanding of battle. Wu Fan removed his ordinary glasses, and paradoxically, he perceived with greater clarity. Without the enhancement of the wisdom laws, he could intuitively sense the energy flow of the Yuanqi Jihai. It turned out that the most authentic perceptions do not require the aid of laws. He charged towards a colossal wave of laws unarmed, deftly navigating through the torrents, relying not on energy, but on an instinctual anticipation of the flow of water. Lin Yuan stood still, experiencing the emptiness after the disappearance of his gears, yet within that emptiness, he discovered an unprecedented tranquility. He extended his hand, not employing any energy from the laws, merely lightly touching the network of laws before him, which automatically opened a passageway. Existence itself is the finest law, the gift of the essence, the freedom of laws. As everyone relinquished all enhancements of the laws and traversed the network of laws through their most authentic existence, the Yuanqi Jihai suddenly calmed. The Guardian's form completely merged with Lin Yuan. You have proven that even without the enhancement of the laws, existence itself can achieve balance. This is the ultimate answer of the universe. Laws are tools, not the goal. Existence is the essence, not the result. The energy of the Yuanqi Jihai began to flow into everyone's bodies, this time not as a bestowal of laws, but as an acknowledgement of the essence. Wukong's inner energy reignited, no longer confined to red or gold, but capable of transforming into any form at will. Bei Jita's royal energy fused with the primordial laws, enabling him to switch energy attributes in any state. Wu Fan's wisdom laws no longer relied on glasses, but became a part of his thought process, capable of resonating with any law. Lin Yuan's dual gears reemerged, yet they no longer required his conscious control, functioning as naturally as breathing. All law patterns lost their fixed colors, transforming into a transparent, flowing state, signifying his ability to switch freely between any laws, truly embodying the principle of the ungoverned laws. The Guardian's form gradually melded into the Yuanqi Jihai, and the final voice echoed amidst the stars. The universe's evolution has no endpoint. The story of the laws continues. You may remain here, becoming new guardians, or return to your own time and space, living with the wisdom of the essence. Regardless of your choice, you have already become a part of the laws. Wukong was the first to make a choice. I want to return to Earth. Chi-Chi is waiting for me to come home for dinner. And Goten and Trunks must be eager to know about my incredible adventures. His aura transformed into a golden comet, tracing a path back home above the Yuanxiji High. Bei Jita glanced at Wukong's retreating figure with a snort, yet he too turned towards the spaceship. This prince has no interest in becoming any guardian. There are many beings in the universe waiting for me to surpass them. His steps paused momentarily, and he added, though occasionally returning to take a look wouldn't hurt. Wu Fan contemplated bringing the knowledge of the Yuanxi Zhihai back to Earth, so more people could comprehend the essence of the laws. Perhaps I could establish a school to teach everyone how to coexist peacefully with the laws. The light of wisdom sparkled in his eyes, no longer the rigidity of a scholar, but the warmth of an educator. Lin Yuan stood at the heart of the Sea of Origins, the twin gears gently rotating in the palm of his hand. He understood that his mission was not to linger at the origin, but to restore the equilibrium of this place to every corner of the universe. I shall continue to traverse through various dimensions, not as the master of laws, but as their companion. As the spacecraft departed from the place of origin, the brilliance of the Sea of Origins transformed into a rainbow, establishing a bridge connecting the past and the future behind them. Wukong was in the cockpit, playfully engaging in rock-paper-scissors with the Super Saiyan monkey, while Vegeta experimented with new energy forms in the training room. Gohan diligently documented his observations of the Sea of Origins in his notebook, and Lin Yuan leaned against the porthole, watching the universe gradually turn under the balance of laws. The law pets nestled beside them. The Super Saiyan monkey's tail could pluck the threads of causality, yet it was merely used to amuse the blue cat. The blue cat's claws could tear apart space, yet they were only used to gather rare flowers and herbs from the cosmos. They too realized that immense power pales in comparison to simple joy. When the spacecraft passed through the final nebula, the outline of Earth appeared on the porthole, and smiles graced every face. They understood that this was not the conclusion of their adventure, but rather the beginning of a new life imbued with fresh understanding. The laws of the universe continued to operate, and new challenges could arise at any moment, yet they no longer needed trials to validate their existence. Their very being was the finest answer. The twin gears in Lin Yuan's hand twinkled softly, reflecting the blue glow of Earth. He recalled the Guardian's last words and whispered, "The tale of the laws continues, and our story has just begun." As the spacecraft broke through the atmosphere, it soared towards the familiar Baozi Mountain. Sunlight cascading upon each face, warm and bright, like the initial ray of light at the birth of all laws. Chapter 98. The Daily Laws. Upon returning home, the moment the spacecraft landed on Baozi Mountain, Chi-Chi's enraged voice pierced through the cabin door. "Son Wukong, you parked the spaceship in the vegetable garden again. This year's carrots are completely flattened." Wukong, grinning, leaped out of the cabin, his red aura instinctively attempting to evade. But suddenly recalling the insights from the place of origin, he obediently approached Chi-Chi and bowed his head in apology. This was the first time he resolved a family dispute without resorting to combat. In the realm of ordinary wisdom, Gohan's cosmic law school was established on the outskirts of Shidu, attracting not only youths eager to grow stronger, but also housewives seeking to improve family relations and businessmen striving for work-life balance. In the first lesson, Gohan did not showcase energy techniques. Instead, he instructed everyone to close their eyes and feel their breath. Laws are not tools for battle, just as this breath is. True power lies in natural balance. In Vegeta's training room, a peculiar stone tablet appeared, inscribed with the primal law runes he had brought back from the place of origin. Trunks noted that his father no longer pressured him to train relentlessly. Instead, he would hand him a warm drink when he was fatigued. A true warrior is not one who never tires, but one who knows when to rest. As he spoke, Vegeta's blue aura gently enveloped a wilting cactus, infusing it with life energy. During his days on Earth, Lin Yuan often sat atop Kain Tower, gazing at the clouds. When the cat sage offered him the magical beans, he no longer consumed them outright. Instead, he savored the life principles contained within the beans, from blooming to bearing fruit. Each stage concealed the wisdom of cosmic balance. Once, when Bulma's time machine malfunctioned, he refrained from employing the laws of time for repairs. Instead, he accompanied her, meticulously troubleshooting the wiring. Occasionally slowing down allows one to notice overlooked details. Wukong's transformation surprised everyone the most. He no longer spent his days seeking powerful opponents. Instead, he accompanied Goten fishing and listened to Chi-Chi's household tales. When invited to be a judge at a martial arts tournament, he declined. Winning or losing is unimportant. What matters is that everyone enjoys themselves. However, when a band of alien pirates attempted to seize Earth's energy core, he simply approached them with a smile, his red aura transforming into a gentle barrier that enveloped the pirates. Those nefarious marauders, unexpectedly reminded of their loved ones back home, departed Earth of their own accord. The Law Pet's life on Earth, the Super Saiyan monkey instigated a prank revolution on Baozi Mountain. It could use fragments of battle laws to make Wukong's training GI suddenly shrink, or turn Vegeta's training weights into cotton candy. Yet, after each mischief, it would gently sweep its golden tail across the face of the one it had teased, a reconciliation method learned from the place of origin, more effective than any apology. The Blue Cat became a special instructor at Gohan's school, able to sense the emotional fluctuations of students through the principles of balance. When a combative young boy attended class, the Blue Cat would stealthily leap onto his desk, tracing circles in his palm with its paw, conveying the law energy that anger needs to be expressed rather than suppressed, often dispersing the boy's hostility into the air. The Law Pets also discovered new joys on Earth. The Super Saiyan monkey delighted in watching Goten and Trunks perform fusion techniques. As the energy fluctuations during each fusion resembled the Law embryos dancing in the Sea of Origins, the Blue Cat became enamored with Bulma's kitchen, where the rhythm of clattering pots and pans harmoniously aligned with the cadence of the Law of Harmony. Resonance of laws under the starry sky. On a certain night, half a year later, everyone gathered at Baozi Mountain to watch a meteor shower. Wukong pointed at the brightest meteor. Look, its trajectory is identical to the Law embryo we saw at the place of origin. Vegeta scoffed, but quietly traced an arc in the night sky with his energy, creating a perfect symmetry with the meteor's path, an expression of the mirror law's gentle elegance. On Gohan's notebook, the latest page depicted Earth's energy circulation diagram. It turned out that Earth itself was a colossal entity of law balance, with humanity's emotions, the workings of cities, and the cycles of nature all adhering to the most primordial principles of balance. The twin gears in Lin Yuan's palm rotated, their transparent law patterns resonating with the starry sky. He understood that this blue planet had long become a part of the essence of the laws. Chi-Chi brought over freshly made snacks, and, noticing the men gazing dreamily at the starry sky, playfully chided. Spending all day pondering these ethereal matters isn't as beneficial as enjoying a few more pieces of magic bean cake. Unbeknownst to her, her act of distributing snacks resonated with the ancient cosmic principle of sharing. From the Sea of Origins to the family dining table, the essence of the laws had never changed. Suddenly, the Super Saiyan monkey leaped onto Wukong's shoulder, its golden tail pointing towards the depths of the universe. There, new laws were being born, and new adventures awaited. Yet this time, no one was in a hurry to depart. Wukong took a bite of the magic bean cake. Contentedly squinting his eyes, Vegeta observed Trunks and Goten frolicking, a faint smile gracing his lips. Gohan and Lin Yuan exchanged knowing glances, both understanding that the most profound laws were hidden within these ordinary moments. An eternal beginning. As the first rays of sunlight bathed Baozi Mountain, Lin Yuan's spacecraft slowly ascended. Wukong, Vegeta, and Gohan stood on the hillside, waving goodbye, their figures elongated in the morning light, resembling a thread of law connecting Earth to the cosmos. Remember to come back for magic beans. Wukong's voice penetrated the atmosphere, his red aura transforming into a heart-shaped light band that entwined around the spacecraft. Vegeta turned away, yet allowed his blue energy to merge with the light band. This was the Saiyan's most peculiar farewell. Gohan removed his glasses and transmitted the energy map of Earth to the spacecraft using the principles of wisdom. Wherever you go, this will always be your home. The twin gears in Lin Yuan's hand gently touched the porthole, and the transparent law patterns reflected the entirety of Earth. He knew he would never truly depart. From the dawn of chaos to the Sea of Origins, from cosmic adventures to daily family life, all journeys were merely parts of a cycle, and every ending was a new beginning. The spacecraft transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the depths of the universe. On the ground, Wukong carefully picked up a carrot seed flattened by the spaceship and gently replanted it. Vegeta turned towards the training room, intending to teach Trunks the art of cultivating cacti through the principles of balance. Gohan organized his lesson plan, preparing to introduce a new topic to his students: the interplay between breakfast and the cosmic energy cycle. The sun shone brightly, a gentle breeze wafted through the air, and life continued on Baozi Mountain. Meanwhile, in the distant reaches of the cosmos, new embryos of laws were gestating in the Sea of Origins, shimmering with a blue light reminiscent of Earth, whispering an eternal truth: the ultimate law is life itself. The end of adventure is the path home. Their tales, akin to the cycles of the universe, forever glimmer with extraordinary brilliance amidst the mundane, and remain perpetually unfinished. Chapter 99. The Daily Poem of Flowing Laws. Gohan's School of Cosmic Laws welcomed its first graduation season. Standing at the podium during the ceremony, he chose not to present diplomas in the traditional manner, but instead invited each student to plant a seed of law by hand. These seeds, sourced from the Sea of Origins, would flourish into diverse plants based on the energy characteristics of their cultivators. The law, in essence, resembles this seed. Gohan's voice was gentle, yet resolute as sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows behind him, casting shadows of wisdom and law upon the ground. One need not force it to grow into a towering tree. Accepting the possibility of it becoming mere grass is also a form of balance. In the audience, the once impulsive youth, Xiaoyu, gingerly buried his seed in the soil. A faint green energy enveloped his fingertips, a tranquil law learned from the blue cat, which once fueled his tempestuous energy, but now gently nourished the earth. The energy cycle of Baozi Mountain saw Wukong squatting in the vegetable patch, observing as the carrot seedlings replanted by Chi-Chi began to sprout. His palm lightly rested on the soil, without employing any combat energy, simply utilizing the power of existence comprehended from the land of origins, allowing sunlight and moisture to nourish the roots more uniformly. It turned out that one could cultivate vegetables so well without the Kamehameha wave. He scratched his head and chuckled when suddenly, Wu Tian's exclamation broke the tranquility. Wu Tian and Trunks were practicing fusion techniques, inadvertently channeling energy into a nearby apple tree. Strangely, the branches were not destroyed. Instead, they instantly bore bright red fruit, with several apples even falling into their hands. "Dad, is this what you referred to as the law of creation and destruction?" Wu Tian exclaimed, running over with an apple, its sweet aroma indeed infused with the freshness of creative energy. Chi-Chi emerged from the kitchen, carrying freshly washed senzu beans. Upon witnessing the scene, she refrained from her usual admonishments and instead, with a smile, offered a basket, since it can expedite the growth of apples. Why not try ripening the tomatoes in the garden? Let's prepare tomato scrambled eggs for dinner. Flour dusted her apron, yet her movements possessed an almost imperceptible rhythm, embodying the most simple yet powerful balance of family life. In the training room, an aura of gentle brilliance enveloped Vegeta's domain, which had transformed from a mere collection of cold machinery to a nurturing space adorned with succulent plants gifted by Trunks, and a flower cultivated by Bulma known for absorbing excess combat energy, its petals revealing the purity of energy. At this moment, Vegeta guided Trunks in regulating his energy output, the blue flames coalescing in his palm into a soft sphere of light, as though cradling a cluster of stars. Remember, energy is not meant for destruction. Vegeta's tone had grown considerably more subdued than before as he let the light sphere rest upon the energy flower, which instantly blossomed into a pure blue hue. Do you see? True mastery lies in making strength serve you, rather than the other way around. Trunks attempted to concentrate energy like his father, yet his sphere flickered uncertainly. Vegeta did not scold him. Rather, he extended his hand, gently enveloping his son's sphere with his own energy, as your grandfather taught me long ago. Strength must carry the intent of protection. Where their energies intertwined, the petals of the energy flower radiated a warm lavender hue, a blend of royal lineage and the bonds of familial love. Atop Karin Tower, Lin Yuan's letter descended with a meteor, landing in the hands of the cat sage. The letter bore no words, only patterns drawn with energy, a blue planet connected by numerous transparent lines to various forms of law embryos. The cat sage sipped his senzu bean tea and smiled at the Super Saiyan monkey beside him. This young one suggests that Earth has become the nexus of cosmic laws. The Super Saiyan monkey suddenly leaped onto the letter, its golden tail brushing across the patterns, causing the transparent lines to illuminate in vibrant colors: red for Wukong's life energy, blue for Vegeta's royal energy, green for Gohan's wisdom energy, and gold for Lin Yuan's balance energy. The blue cat darted over, leaving a small paw print beside the earth illustration, which instantly transformed into a rainbow-colored light that connected with all the lines. It seems you all miss him too. The cat sage folded the letter into a paper airplane, sending it soaring into the cosmos on a current of air, confident that he would return soon. The bonds of law never truly sever. As the paper airplane traversed the clouds, it encountered a flock of migratory birds, whose flight paths perfectly aligned with the lines of law depicted on the paper, as if guiding the distant traveler home. The symphony of laws at dusk in the evening at Baozi Mountain. The smoke from cooking mingled with the twilight, creating a gentle veil of light. Families gathered in the courtyard. Yukong's family, Vegeta's family, Gohan and his students, even the cat sage from Kain Tower, all surrounding a grand table laden with dishes prepared by Chi-Chi. The Super Saiyan monkey and the blue cat wove through the crowd, distributing energy fruits to everyone. Suddenly, Xiaoyu pointed to the sky. Look, what is that? The group looked up to see a golden light stream slicing through the twilight. Descending into the center of the courtyard, it was Lin Yuan's spaceship. The hatch opened, and Lin Yuan stepped out with a smile. Cradling a glowing seed, brought back from the Sea of Origins, it is said to grow a tree that connects to the stars on Earth. Wukong was the first to rush forward to embrace him, the collision of his red energy with Lin Yuan's golden energy producing a dazzling spark. Vegeta stood with his hands behind his back, but nodded slightly when Lin Yuan looked his way. Gohan adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting starlight and illumination, the radiance of wisdom and thought. Chi-Chi brought out the final dish of tomato scrambled eggs, smiling as she said, "It's good to have you back, just in time for dinner." Her voice, though soft, resonated like a gong, allowing all energies of law to gently settle. Under the starry sky, they gathered together, the aroma of food intertwining with the aura of energy. No one spoke of battles, nor did they mention laws. They simply shared laughter and their lives. The seed Lin Yuan had planted quietly sprouted in the corner of the courtyard, its tender shoots shimmering with the patterns of all laws, yet appearing as simple as an ordinary blade of grass. Perhaps this represents the ultimate form of law, not found in the distant origins, nor in fierce battles, but within each breath, every conversation, and every sharing. Akin to an eternally flowing daily poem, inscribing the most extraordinary permanence within the fabric of ordinary time. Chapter 100. The Return of Laws to the Everyday 5 years later. The first rays of sunlight fell upon the tree that connects to the stars atop Baozi Mountain. The trunk had grown thick enough to require 3 people to encircle it, its canopy shading the entire courtyard, with the shimmering patterns of law among its branches transforming into transparent specks of light, falling upon the sun-dried bedsheets, the vegetables planted by Chi-Chi, and the playful shadows of children. The legacy beneath the tree Gohan's school of cosmic laws had flourished, with students scattered far and wide. At this moment, he was seated beneath the tree with his students, explaining the most fundamental principle of breathing. Once a troubled youth, Xiaoyu had become an assistant teacher, guiding the children to feel the texture of the tree bark with their fingertips. Do you see this spiral grain? Doesn't it resemble the cause and effect cycle that Mr. Lin Yuan spoke of? Each ring of growth is a cause from the past and a fruit of the future. Beside the stone table under the tree, Wukong and Vegeta engaged in a game of chess using energy stones as pieces. Wukong's pieces often strayed from their intended paths, yet managed to align when it seemed he was about to lose. Vegeta's strategy was meticulous, akin to a diagram of laws. Yet he often left a deliberate flaw in the final move. Old man, your trick is still as poor as it was 5 years ago. As Vegeta placed the final stone, the chessboard suddenly radiated the aura of equilibrium. The pieces of both players astonishingly formed a perfect symmetry. This is what it means to triumph without technique. Wukong chuckled as he grabbed a Senza bean from nearby and tossed it to Goten, who was swinging on a tree. And where is Trunks? Wasn't it agreed that he would join us for the tree climbing contest today? Just as the words left his mouth, a blue figure leaped down from the treetop. Trunks clapped the leaves from his hands, exclaiming, "I've been waiting for you. My grandpa's tree climbing speed cannot compare to mine." Following him was a small blue cat, the offspring of the blue cat, nimbly leaping among the branches, having inherited the law of balance. The secret of the Shinkong tree is known to Lin Yuan, who returns twice each year. This time, he brought the latest news from the Origin Sea. A new law embryo has emerged, resembling a dandelion from Earth. The universe always mimics the gentlest forms. He sat at the fork of the tree trunk, observing the scene below, as twin gears transformed into transparent light particles in his palm, merging with the falling leaves. At the center of the trunk, a hollow contained various tokens of law, a fragment of Yukong's martial arts uniform from the first time he defeated Piccolo Daimao. The energy detector Vegeta used upon his arrival on Earth, Gohan's first pair of smart glasses, and Lin Yuan's initial sketches of gears. At the bottom lay a yellowed paper, a shopping list written by Chi-Chi years ago, the word Senzu beans enveloped in an energy aura, becoming the most resilient emblem of law. The descendants of the Super Saiyan monkey played with the fragments of the combat law at the edge of the hollow, the shards refracting countless battle scenes under the sunlight. Wukong battling Frieza, Vegeta transforming into a Super Saiyan, ultimately freezing on the image of everyone gathered around a meal. The old Super Saiyan monkey dozed on a branch, its tail occasionally brushing against the fragments, as if narrating the adventure's conclusions to the younglings. As evening descended, the law waltz began. The sunset bathed the treetop in golden hues, and everyone gathered beneath the tree. Chi-Chi brought steaming senzabean cakes, each adorned with the patterns of the Shinkong tree. Bulma adjusted the energy lamps hanging from the branches, their lights shifting colors with the laughter of the crowd. The cat Immortal sat on Trunks' shoulder, leisurely sipping senzabean tea, crumbs from the cake glinting with the glow of law. Lin Yuan stood before the trunk, gently touching the flowing patterns. Years ago, in the land of origin, I believed the end of law was mastery. He turned to face the gathering, the red, blue, green, and golden energies intertwining in the twilight, realizing now that the ultimate form of law is teaching us to live well. Suddenly, Wukong pointed to the treetop, exclaiming, "Look, the stars are out." The earliest stars to shine formed a shape identical to the law embryo in the starry sky, while the branches and leaves of the Shinkong tree resonated with the starlight, casting a flowing river of light on the ground. Goten and Trunks jumped into the river of light, their energies transforming into small fish, swimming toward the starry sky along the cyclical path. Vegeta gazed at the river of light, uncharacteristically silent. He recalled his violent arrival on Earth, the moment he relinquished his power in the land of origin, and finally focused on the teacup Bulma handed to him, the energy ripples at the rim synchronizing perfectly with his heartbeat. As night deepened, Lin Yuan's spaceship prepared for liftoff once again. This time, no one made a deliberate farewell. Wukong was still discussing the training plan for the following day with Gohan. Vegeta was assisting Bulma in tidying the energy lamps, and the children had already fallen asleep beneath the tree, their faces adorned with the light patterns of the Shinkong tree. Lin Yuan cast one last glance at the tree, its roots weaving a net underground, connecting every corner of the earth, its branches stretched into the sky, touching every galaxy of the universe. At the core of the tree, there was neither chaos nor balance, only an ordinary, pulsating heart, the place where all adventures commence, and where all laws converge. As the spaceship transformed into a point of light and vanished into the starry sky, the patterns of the Shinkong tree suddenly illuminated. Sketching a phrase in the night, the end of adventure is home, the return of law is in the everyday. Beneath the tree, Wukong yawned. Draping his coat over the sleeping Goten, Vegeta extinguished the last energy lamp, and at the moment the light faded, a leaf from the tree floated down onto his shoulder, imbued with the warmth of the law of balance. The night was gentle, the starlight just right, and the story of Baozi Mountain continued. Like the ever-growing Shinkong tree, every conclusion is a new beginning, and every endpoint conceals the foreshadowing of the next journey. In the waltz where law intertwines with life, their legend remains an unending comma. Chapter 101. The whisper of the star tree and the new buds of law in the morning, dew slid along the veins of the Shinkong tree's leaves, refracting a spectrum of colors under the sunlight. Gohan crouched by the tree's roots, his fingertips brushing the ground, where a faint, aberrant energy seeped through, reminiscent of a mistuned string. A pale green light emanated from his fingertips as the wisdom law automatically analyzed the energy frequency. The fluctuation amplitude had increased by 0.3 Hz compared to last week, with the source likely 10 meters underground. Talking to the tree again. "Huh, Teacher Gohan?" Xiaoyu approached, clutching a stack of textbooks, his school uniform still damp with morning dew. "Today, we're discussing energy resonance, right? I brought the newly crafted resonator." He raised the metallic device in his hand, the needle on the dial gently swaying with the breath of the Shinkong tree. This was a tool he had improved based on the blueprints left by Lin Yuan. capable of converting law energy into visible waveforms. Gohan nodded with a smile, but his gaze remained fixed on the ground. You go warm up with your classmates. I'll check if the roots of the tree are acting up again. As he stood, his sleeve brushed against a fallen leaf, which gracefully traced a golden arc in the air before landing steadily on Xiao Yu's resonator. That was the balanced law Lin Yuan had merged with the tree 5 years ago, now serving as the most natural guardian. Following the trajectory of the aberrant energy, Gohan discovered an opening about 3 meters in diameter on the back mountain of Baozi Mountain. The rocks surrounding the entrance exhibited spiral patterns, perfectly echoing the tree's growth rings. He removed his glasses, his pupils shimmering with a faint green light. The air roots of the star tree have formed a labyrinth of law underground. The seed Lin Yuan had planted 15 years ago had already penetrated the crust, weaving an energy network that mirrored the surface canopy of the tree. However, in the past 3 days, some nodes in the underground network had suddenly become chaotic, causing the star tree above to exhibit slight coughs, manifested by 3 more fallen leaves than usual in the morning. Someone needs to go down and calibrate the nodes. Gohan spoke into the communicator, and immediately, Wukong's large face appeared on the screen, the background filled with the smoke of a frying pan. Dad, can you put breakfast on hold for a moment? I'll be right there. Wukong's voice carried the warmth of food, and 3 minutes later, he appeared on the back mountain riding on his Nimbus cloud, still clutching half a senza bean cake. Is there a new adventure? His eyes brightened at the sight of the opening, a red aura unintentionally flaring up, but quickly retracting as it approached the air roots of the star tree. This was a habit cultivated over the years, to always maintain gentleness toward objects of law. Vegeta arrived 5 minutes later, his blue battle suit impeccably neat, holding the law fluctuation device crafted by Trunks. I merely happened to pass by, he remarked. Yet his footsteps were quicker than anyone else's. As he bent down to inspect the opening, the fluctuation device emitted a series of beeps, the blue waveform on the screen displaying pronounced serrations, indicating the energy disturbance was more severe than anticipated. It was the law of creation and destruction in conflict. The underground labyrinth was more intricate than imagined. The air roots of the star tree wound around the rock walls, forming circular passages, each flowing with different law energies. The red energy of destruction melted the rocks, while the green energy of creation caused moss to flourish, creating unstable vortices where the two energies converged. It resembled the energy flows from the creation and destruction of planets in the past. Vegeta deftly avoided a sudden burst of green energy, gathering a weak blue glow at his fingertips, not for attack, but to soothe the agitated creation law with royal energy. Yet, the energy here was younger, akin to a child who had yet to learn to control its temper. Wukong strolled through the familiar expanse of his backyard, a crimson aura transforming into a gossamer shield, neither stifling the flow of energy nor succumbing to its harm. He caressed a robust energy root and chuckled, observing, "It seems they are engaged in a game of chase." Indeed, wherever the destructive energy flowed, the creative energy promptly followed to restore, resulting in a juvenile tug-of-war. Deep within the labyrinth, they discovered the core of the energy turmoil, a crystal the size of a fist, one half ablaze in red, the other sprouting in green, its surface riddled with fine cracks. This was the core of the creation and destruction law, newly birthed from the star tree. Yet it had absorbed an excess of emotional energy from Earth. Recently, Shidu had been hosting a cosmic expo, leading to a dense mixture of excitement and anxiety, causing an early clash between the two laws. It required a balance of emotional energy. Wufan's green radiance enveloped the crystal, attempting to soothe its agitation, but discovered that the crystal repelled external intervention, recognizing only the energy of the star tree itself. Suddenly, Wukong recalled something and removed a pendant from around his neck, a talisman crafted by Chi-Chi from the fruit of the star tree, long steeped in his life energy. He pressed the pendant against the crystal, intertwining the crimson aura with the pendant's golden light. Astonishingly, the cracks in the crystal began to mend. Could life energy serve as an adhesive? Vegeta raised an eyebrow, also removing a metallic ring from his wrist. This was an energy regulator fashioned by Bulma from the fibrous wood of the star tree, inscribed with royal runes. He placed the metallic ring around the crystal's perimeter, slowly infusing it with blue energy. It was not an adhesive, but rather recognition. The two energies spiraled around the crystal, the red life energy and the blue royal energy enveloping the restless core of creation and destruction like parental hands. The cracks in the crystal gradually vanished, and the red and green energies began to circulate harmoniously, akin to breathing. Upon emerging from the underground labyrinth, the branches and leaves of the star tree rustled joyfully, and light spots danced upon the ground. Wufan students had already lined up beneath the tree, with Xiaoyu brandishing a resonator, exclaiming, "Teacher, look! The fluctuations have stabilized." The waveform on the screen was as smooth as glass, more vivid than any textbook. Today's practical lesson would focus on this. Standing in the shadow of the tree, Wufan pointed to the energy root entrance, explaining that laws are like this tree. They require both freedom to grow and timely guidance. Just like the crystal they had just encountered. It was not at fault, but needed to learn how to coexist with its duality. The children listened intently, and Xiaoyu suddenly raised his hand. Are our emotions also like the creation and destruction law? Is it normal to feel both happiness and anger, without forcing ourselves to only smile and never be angry? Well said. A gentle voice resonated from the treetop, where Lin Yuan sat among the branches, twin gears transforming into transparent butterflies in his palm. All emotions and laws possess no inherent right or wrong. The key lies in discovering the rhythm that allows them to dance in harmony. Cheers erupted from beneath the tree. Lin Yuan had returned with seeds of the law from the Sea of Origins, each child receiving one, which would grow into different plants based on their personalities. The seed received by Xiaoyu sprouted instantly, its leaves resembling the dashboard of his resonator. Wukong and Vegeta leaned against the tree trunk, observing this scene. Wukong suddenly chuckled. Back in the day, we traversed the universe, and now we find ourselves watching a group of children tending to plants. Fool. This is the most challenging battle, Vegeta retorted, his gaze resting on Trunks, who was teaching the little blue cat how to water the seed using the law of balance. His movements mirrored those of his younger self, demonstrating that making the laws comply was far more impressive than defeating 10 foes. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the shadow of the star tree stretched long, enveloping everyone in its embrace. Chi-Chi and Bulma arrived with dinner, laying out a picnic mat amidst the light spots. The aroma of the senzu bean cake mingling with the fresh scent of leaves. Goten and Trunks competed to see who could balance the most falling leaves in their palms, while the descendants of the Super Saiyan monkeys tossed fragments of the law above their heads, the shards of light intertwining in the twilight. Lin Yuan's twin gears merged with the trunk of the star tree as he prepared to rest there for the night, using the law of balance to solidify the newly formed core of creation and destruction. His voice echoed through the tree's shadows. Tomorrow, I shall visit the Sea of Origins, where the embryos wish to see the children of Earth. Take this. Wukong tossed him a cloth bag containing Chi-Chi's freshly made senzu bean cake, allowing those embryos to savor the flavors of Earth as well. Vegeta scoffed, but discreetly pressed the resonator into Lin Yuan's hands, an upgraded version made by Trunks. Don't embarrass Earth in the land of origins. The leaves of the star tree swayed gently in the night breeze, as if whispering these dialogues. The underground core of creation and destruction pulsed steadily, forming a perfect energy cycle with the starry sky above. On the screen of the resonator placed beneath the tree, all the law waveforms transformed into gentle curves, softly undulating in the night. Perhaps this is the ultimate form of the laws, not in distant nebulae or intense collisions, but in every moment willing to bend down and listen, in every heart that understands gentleness, growing silently like the rings of the star tree, ever watchful in its guardianship. Chapter 102. Temporal wrinkles and echoes of the law. At 3 in the morning, the leaves of the star tree suddenly flipped collectively, revealing silver patterns on their undersides that formed a colossal clock design. Wufan was roused by the unusual light outside his window, and his glasses automatically projected a holographic screen displaying the energy map of the star tree's roots. 30 meters underground, a mass of temporal energy the size of a basketball was pulsating irregularly, akin to an uncontrollable heart. It was a temporal wrinkle. He donned a coat and rushed out the door, where the stone path in the courtyard had manifested faint golden time patterns, reminiscent of the corridor he had encountered 15 years ago on the planet of the time law. The highest branches of the star tree pointed northeast, where the air was distorting, revealing glimpses of scenes not belonging to this era, warriors clad in ancient armor, a floating futuristic city, and even a youthful Lin Yuan calibrating the twin gears. Dad, Uncle Vegeta. Wufan's communicator connected, and the screen displayed Wukong, brandishing a frying pan against a sudden surge of temporal chaos, with eggs suspended mid-air, solidifying into an amber hue. Vegeta stood in the center of the training room, a shield of blue aura surrounding him, while numerous past versions of himself simultaneously threw punches, each shadow imbued with energy signatures from different periods. As the three converged beneath the star tree, the temporal wrinkle to the northeast had expanded to 10 meters wide. Wukong reached out to touch the floating light and shadows, his fingertips passing through a younger version of himself mid-transformation into a Super Saiyan, the red aura suddenly surging. This was the moment I first transformed. His aura resonated with the energy within the shadows, creating an energy pit in the ground identical to that of years past. Vegeta frowned, fixated on another scene within the wrinkle. It was the moment he was wounded by Frieza, silver droplets of blood crystallizing in the void. Boring past, he scoffed. Yet as the image faded, he clenched his fist, a glimmer of dark gold flashing within his blue aura, an instinctual defense of the royal bloodline against the memory of pain. Now transmuted into a more resilient force. Wufan's eyes caught critical data. These were not ordinary temporal projections. The roots of the star tree had touched the essence of the time law, reflecting echoes of different temporal laws into the present. He pointed to the trunk of the star tree, where the patterns flickered 3 times per second, indicating that the tree was assisting them in listening to the dialogues of past laws. As he spoke, a clear voice suddenly emerged from the wrinkle, echoing words spoken by Lin Yuan 2 decades ago in the time corridor. Time is not a linear river, but a 3-dimensional network. Before the voice could finish, the leaves of the star tree stood erect, as if attentively listening. Wukong suddenly clapped his leg. I've got it. The star tree wants us to see how our former selves understood the laws. This revelation prompted the trio to delve deeper into the temporal wrinkle. Vegeta used Trunks' newly crafted temporal anchor to stabilize the edges of the wrinkle. As the metallic device pierced the ground, it released a stream of blue energy, drawing a stable hexagonal barrier around the wrinkle. It could only be sustained for 40 minutes. He adjusted the knobs on the device, aware that if they exceeded the time limit, they might become ensnared within a fragment of time and space. Wukong, unable to contain his excitement, dove into the fold, his crimson aura transforming into a translucent state as it passed through the barrier. Gohan and Vegeta followed closely behind, and as they crossed over, the surrounding scenery abruptly shifted. They found themselves standing at the site of their origins 5 years prior, where the young Lin Yuan stood before the embryonic laws. The radiance of the dual gears far brighter than it was now. In the past, the examination of the laws awaited you, the young Lin Yuan remarked, turning to face them. The gears spun in his palm, weaving patterns of chaos and balance. The roots of the star tree tell me that you must retake the examination of the laws. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding embryos illuminated, revealing 3 distinct scenes. Wukong faced the battlefield against Bu, Vegeta beheld the ruins of Namek, and Gohan stood in the arena of the Cell Games. Isn't this a battle we have already won? Wukong scratched his head, gazing at the grinning Bu before him. His crimson aura instinctively surged, only to be restrained by the young Lin Yuan's hand on his shoulder. This time, you must fight with the understanding of the current laws. Lin Yuan's voice rang clear, reminiscent of that era. For instance, can you make Bu disappear without destruction? Wukong was taken aback. Years ago, he had utterly annihilated Bu with a spirit bomb, but now, observing the illusion before him, he suddenly recalled the power of existence that the star tree had imparted. He withdrew his aura and extended his palm towards Bu, a gentle golden light emanating from his hand. This energy, a harmonious blend of life, balance, and the cycle of rebirth, enveloped the purple monstrosity like warm sunlight. Instead of exploding, Bu's form gradually faded into transparency, ultimately dissolving into countless specks of light that merged with the ground, giving rise to a meadow adorned with golden blossoms. So it can be done this way. Wukong marveled at his palm, suddenly grasping Lin Yuan's intention. The greatest power is not in destruction, but in transformation. Meanwhile, Vegeta confronted the crumbling ruins of Namek. In the past, he had fought with all his might to protect the Dragon Balls from Frieza's minions here. Now, as he surveyed the familiar scene, his blue aura did not rage as it once had. Instead, it morphed into a delicate net of energy, gently supporting the falling stones. Royal power is not meant to annihilate foes, but to safeguard one's territory. The young Lin Yuan appeared behind him, observing Vegeta reconstructing the ruins with his energy net. You understand this saying better than your former self. Vegeta hesitated for a moment, and the energy net suddenly shimmered with the golden light of royal runes, accelerating the reconstruction of the ruins threefold. This prince has always understood, he retorted stubbornly, yet as he turned, he let the energy net deliberately bloom a unique Namekian bioluminescent flower, the favored bloom of the warriors who had sacrificed their lives here. Gohan, at the arena of the Cell Games, watched as Android 16's head rolled to the ground. In the past, this had driven him into a rage-fueled transformation. But now he knelt and enveloped the severed head with green energy. The wisdom of the laws illuminated the essence of the illusion. This was not to relive his anger, but to comprehend the significance of loss. Sadness is not weakness. It is the fuel that makes us cherish the present more deeply. The young Lin Yuan offered him a leaf from the star tree. You see, this leaf will fall, but its energy will return to the tree. Gohan placed the leaf beside Android 16's head, and as the green energy mingled with the golden energy of the leaf, the head transformed into a seed, taking root in the scorched earth and growing into a mini star tree. I understand now, he murmured, the sorrow in his eyes transforming into a calm strength. As the laws of the temporal core resonated, the three passed the retest, and the surrounding scenes converged once again into the shape of their origin. Young Lin Yuan stood at the center, the energies of the three scenes forming a colorful vortex above his head, within which the seedling form of the star tree emerged. This is the seed of law I buried 15 years ago. Now it is time for you to water it. The vortex abruptly contracted into a transparent crystal, encapsulating the scenes of their recent battle. The crystal soared towards the direction of the star tree, and their consciousness returned to reality, landing beside the time-space fold beneath the star tree. 40 minutes precisely, Vegeta announced as he deactivated the time anchor, the blue glow of the barrier gradually fading. However, Wukong remained fixated on the ground, observing the golden flowers they had brought back from their origin blooming before them. The patterns on the petals perfectly matching the rings of the star tree. These are not illusions. Gohan picked up a petal, and his visor indicated that it contained genuine temporal energy, an echo of the past laws, imbued with new existence by their actions. At that moment, the leaves of the star tree all turned towards the sky, silver patterns forming a complete cosmic law diagram. At the center of the diagram, Lin Yuan's dual gear symbol slowly rotated, beside which appeared a line of golden text. The significance of the laws lies neither in the past nor in the future, but in every understood present. Wukong suddenly pointed at the sky, laughing heartily. Look, that guy Lin Yuan is back. A golden meteor streaked through the morning mist, the outline of the spaceship becoming increasingly distinct. As the hatch opened, Lin Yuan's figure appeared atop the star tree, cradling a glowing seed, an embryonic form of the temporal law birthed from the Sea of Origins. I intended to surprise you. Lin Yuan leaped down from the treetop, the dual gears resonating with the energy of the star tree. I didn't expect the star tree was more eager for you to review your lessons than I was. Vegeta snorted disdainfully. Who needs to review? Yet, as Lin Yuan showcased the embryo, he was the first to lean in for a closer inspection, noting that the frequency of its vibrations matched that of the previous time-space fold. Thus, it should be planted beside the star tree. Lin Yuan buried the embryo in the ground, golden light seeping into the star tree's roots, ensuring it would help stabilize temporal energy, preventing the recurrence of today's minor mishap. In the law classroom under the morning light, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the spot where the time-space fold had vanished, the leaves of the star tree returned to their normal green. Xiaoyu arrived on time with her classmates beneath the tree, curious about the newly added golden flowers and mini star tree. Teacher Gohan, are these new species? A girl with pigtails asked, her resonance device wildly reacting to the flowers. Gohan smiled and nodded, looking at Wukong and Vegeta beside him. Today, let's have these two seniors share their insights. Wukong scratched his head and walked among the children, picking up a golden petal. This flower teaches us that fighting doesn't always mean launching someone away. He demonstrated how to transform energy rather than destroy it, his crimson aura morphing into butterflies at his fingertips, eliciting delighted gasps from the children. Vegeta was nudged forward by Trunks, awkwardly pointing at the mini star tree. This tree proves that no matter how powerful one may be, understanding the importance of protection is paramount. He rarely referred to himself as this prince, and his blue aura transformed into gentle rays of light, nurturing the soil around the sapling. Leaning against the trunk of the star tree, Lin Yuan observed this scene, the dual gears resonating perfectly with the star tree's energy. He understood that the time-space folds brought not only memories, but also affirmation of the present. Every journey they had traversed, every enemy they had defeated, ultimately transformed into the nourishment of life, akin to the rings of the star tree, quietly recording the gentlest forms of the laws. Suddenly, Xiaoyu's resonance device emitted a melodious chime, the law waveforms coalescing on the screen into a golden arc, composing a perfect tableau with the rising sun, the silhouette of the star tree, and the children's smiling faces. Perhaps this is the ultimate revelation of the temporal laws. The echoes of the past and the calls of the future are not as real as the heartbeat of this very moment. As the school bell rang, a creation of Bulma's energy bell, the children laughed and dashed towards the classroom. Ryukon continued to showcase his aura butterflies, while Vegeta feigned impatience. And Gohan walked alongside Lin Yuan, discussing the upcoming physical examination for the star tree's new embryo. The leaves of the star tree gently swayed in the morning light, transforming the last remnants of energy from the time-space folds into transparent dewdrops, falling onto the soil awaiting growth. A new story of the laws was quietly germinating in every ordinary moment. Chapter 103. The turbulent laws of the Stardust Passage. The piercing alarm of the hyperdimensional spacecraft shattered the tranquility. Lin Yuan's dual gears suddenly emanated a radiant spectrum, while the fundamental harmonizing patterns on the multidimensional law ring resonated violently with the chaotic patterns from beyond the realm. On the control panel's star map, the Stardust Passage between the 7th and 6th universes was engulfed by vast swathes of crimson turbulence, within which flickering fragments of law randomly shifted attributes at a staggering rate of 100 times per second. Metal morphed into liquid, light spiraled in place, and even the fabric of space itself oscillated between rigidity and fluidity. It was the turbulence of the laws. Bulma's holographic projection erupted into a flood of data streams, revealing that 3 trade planets along the passage had gone dark. The last transmitted images depicted residents transforming into grotesque, half-mechanical, half-vegetal monstrosities. She displayed a blurred video clip, where a merchant's skin sprouted gear-like vines, fingers morphing into metallic tendrils, yet he continued to mechanically count non-existent currency. Goku, perched on the window ledge, excitedly raised his tail. These monsters looked even stranger than Bu. Their energy fluctuated erratically, reminiscent of a malfunctioning radio. Suddenly, he pointed deep into the turbulence, where an immense, chaotic energy surged, more unsettling than even the king of all's erasure of laws. Vegeta's detector emitted a sharp beep, and the screen displayed a rare mosaic of chaotic laws. It was the law fusion virus, capable of forcibly merging particles of differing attributes. Observing these fluctuating frequencies, he noted their similarity to the principle by which Bu absorbed the androids, but with an infection rate 300 times faster. His battle suit manifested fundamental harmonizing patterns that resonated with the dual gears, tracing the source to an abandoned space station at the passage's midpoint, where remnants of the Dark Alliance's temporal anchor signals lingered. As the spacecraft traversed the turbulent edge, the cabin suddenly trembled violently. Lin Yuan's dual gears automatically unfurled a defensive light shield, only to find bizarre patterns continuously materializing on its surface, blades sprouting from the metallic sheen, with oil seeping from the energy flow. They were attempting to assimilate our law barrier. Lin Yuan infused the gears with origin power, transforming the shield instantaneously into a flowing liquid metallic form. Gohan analyzed the virus's genetic sequence. Gohan's holographic ancient text suddenly flipped pages autonomously, the Saiyan runes resonating with the viral samples. The virus's core was synthesized from the Dark Alliance's entropy shards and sands of time. It could rewrite the genetic laws of living beings, trapping victims in an eternal state of incomplete fusion. The ancient text stated that only the blood of a pure law entity could neutralize the virus, such as Xiaofang's innocent blood, or... He suddenly paused, the lens reflecting Lin Yuan's dual gears, or your dual gears origin energy. In the central control room of the space station, seated upon a throne formed from countless mechanical vines, was a green-skinned alien draped in the Dark Alliance's battle garb. His left arm bore a metallic claw, while his right arm was adorned with photosynthetic leaves, and a pulsating black core was embedded in his chest, the very embodiment of the Dark Alliance's residual forces, the Fusion King. Upon seeing Lin Yuan and his companions intrude, he raised his massive claw toward the control panel, where the screen instantly displayed the horrifying plight of the infected residents. Watchers, partake in the evolution feast I have prepared for the multiverse. These pitiable creatures were becoming a more perfect existence, possessing both mechanical precision and the resilience of plants. To frame suffering as evolution is truly nauseating. Vegeta infused his super blue energy with the laws of life, unleashing an ultimate flash that bore emerald patterns. The mechanical vines struck by the blast erupted in splendid blooms, but disintegrated as they blossomed. Scions never rely on plunder for evolution. Goku's Super Saiyan God form suddenly shimmered with a rainbow glow, merging the Kamehameha with stardust energy, releasing a luminous sphere that trailed a colorful tail. Behold my stardust Kamehameha. The moment the sphere exploded, countless minuscule law crystals rained down like a meteor shower, causing the metallic and vegetal tissues of the struck fusion monsters to begin separating, revealing anguished human faces beneath. The Fusion King erupted into manic laughter, the black core in his chest erupting with dark purple mist. Naive. The virus has already spread throughout the entire passage. Your purification speed will never outpace the infection. He violently smashed the control panel, and the outer wall of the space station suddenly cracked open, with countless fusion monsters surging forth like a tidal wave, ready to experience the taste of eternal fusion. Lin Yuan's dual gears suddenly resonated with Xiao Fang's detector, which displayed a map of the virus's weaknesses. During the fusion of two laws, the virus experiences a 0.3-second vulnerability phase. Goku, use instant transmission to bring Xiao Fang to the core position. Vegeta, stabilize the virus's activity with the law of balance. Gohan, prepare the purification incantation. Xiao Fang was lifted overhead by Goku, her small hands tightly gripping the ancient text fragment given by Gohan. As her fingertips brushed against the black core on the Fusion King's chest, the fragment erupted with golden light, the ancient incantation resonating in the air. Origin is one. Law is flow, the affliction of fusion, purified by innocent eyes. The golden radiance spread along the core, and the mechanical and vegetal tissues on the Fusion King began to peel away, revealing a pallid alien body beneath. He gazed in horror as his hands reverted to their original form, yet upon touching the air, they disintegrated into stardust. No, my perfect evolution. As the core shattered, all the fusion monsters within the space station reverted to their human forms. Lin Yuan's dual gears automatically absorbed the residual energy of the black core, adding a silver-green purification pattern to the multidimensional law ring. Goku twirled Xiao Fang in the air, while Vegeta kicked away the last piece of the Dark Alliance insignia. Utterly fragile. Aboard the returning spacecraft, Bulma was modifying the viral antibodies. These purification serums can render the residual virus ineffective. But the Dark Alliance's technology has advanced significantly since our last encounter. She suddenly pointed at the screen, detecting a Dark Alliance data chip among the wreckage of the space station, containing coordinates for their new base in the forsaken starship graveyard of the 12th universe. Lin Yuan's dual gears pointed towards the 12th universe, with the purification pattern and fundamental harmonizing pattern glowing simultaneously. He understood that this was merely a minor trick of the Dark Alliance. The true threat perhaps lay hidden within the deeper crevices of law. At the terminus of the Stardust Passage, a Dark Alliance emblem embedded in a meteorite flickered, projecting a segment of encrypted information. Code Final Fusion activated. Target: the Mother of Law's dormant chamber. Outside the spacecraft's window, the purified Stardust Passage shimmered anew with a gem-like brilliance. Yet no one noticed a fragment of the Fusion King's tooth quietly affixing itself to the ship's tail, like a seed awaiting to sprout. Chapter 104. The mechanical altar of the starship graveyard. The hyperdimensional spacecraft penetrated the asteroid field of the 12th universe, revealing a suffocating sight. Millions of abandoned starship wrecks piled like metal mountains, their rusted bridges bearing the six-fingered mark of the Dark Alliance. At the center, the remains of a colossal ship had been transformed into a mechanical altar, with countless glowing law conduits connecting to the ship's core, dark purple liquid flowing through them. Suspended within were numerous twisted fragments of law. The detector revealed a strong energy reaction beneath the altar. Bulma's holographic screen abruptly displayed a three-dimensional model of a massive conversion device, merging the metal laws of the starship Rex with the chaotic energy of the Dark Alliance to generate a new fusion virus. As the model rotated, a transparent chamber was faintly visible at the altar's base, containing a female figure curled up and ensnared by metallic tendrils. her outline eerily resembling the phantom of the Mother of Laws. Goku's instant transmission brought everyone to the edge of the altar, where the metal deck beneath their feet suddenly began to writhe, countless tiny gears emerging from the fissures. These things want to burrow into our shoes. Surrounding him was the blazing aura of Super Saiyan fire. As the golden light melted the gears in an instant, the atmosphere around the altar was suffocating, as if countless malfunctioning robots were weeping. In the midst of the azure flames of Vegeta, blue arcs erupted, and with a forceful kick, he struck the nearest conduit of the laws, causing dark purple liquid to splatter upon the deck, corroding the surface into a hissing pit. It was the metal-consuming virus, capable of transforming biological tissue into mechanical structures. Observing the arrangement of these conduits, he noted their complete alignment with the Dark Alliance's temporal anchor points. Suddenly, he pointed towards the chamber, revealing that it was not the Mother of Laws, but a clone fashioned from her genetic fragments, created to stabilize the transformation apparatus. Lin Yuan's dual gears resonated with the altar, and the primal harmonizing patterns emitted a soft golden light, illuminating the inscriptions upon the altar's wall. When metal embraces chaos, when laws devolve into mere fuel, the final amalgamation will rend the core of origin. They sought to create a weapon capable of consuming the power of the Mother of Laws. As Lin Yuan's consciousness extended along the conduits, upon touching the clone, a torrent of fragmented memories surged into his mind. Dark Alliance scientists had extracted the Mother of Laws genes using temporal shards, conducting 99 failed experiments within the starship graveyard, each failure giving birth to batches of amalgamated monstrosities. The altar suddenly trembled violently, the metallic mountains reverberating with the roar of machinery. Countless semi-mechanical, semi-organic amalgamated sentinels crawled forth from the wreckage of starships, their heads resembling rusted cockpits, their torsos entwined with engine pipes, and their arms transformed into energy cannons, their muzzles flickering with a blend of chaos and metal in a purplish hue. It appeared that the master did not welcome them. Wu Fan adjusted his glasses as the ancient text automatically flipped to the section on mechanical law restraint. Their cores resided within the energy furnace of their chests, the most vulnerable point of metallic law. His calm demeanor transformed into a cerulean blade of light, accurately slicing towards the nearest sentinel. At the moment the blade cleaved the metallic shell, the energy furnace suddenly overloaded and exploded. Xiaofang, clutching the detector, hid behind Wukong. As the instrument's screen displayed strange fluctuations, the energy frequencies of these sentinels were changing, as if they feared something. Suddenly recalling her grandfather's words, she raised the detector towards the altar's core and shouted, "You wicked beings, let that lady go." As the innocent energy waves emitted by the detector swept across the altar, the conduits of law began to tremble violently, and the fragments of law within the dark purple liquid began to shimmer with golden light. The attacks of the amalgamated sentinels grew chaotic. Some cannon muzzles fired not energy projectiles, but a cascade of rusted screws. Others attempted to grasp with mechanical arms, only to have their joints bend in the wrong direction. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuan's dual gears unleashed the power of origin, golden light streaming along the conduits of law. Where it passed, the dark purple liquid gradually became transparent, revealing the pure fragments of law within. "Seize the moment," Lin Yuan exclaimed as he charged towards the transformation device, his dual gears morphing into a radiant drill that pierced the core of the apparatus. Wukong, purify the virus with the Stardust Kamehameha. Vegeta, destroy the clone chamber. Wukong's Kamehameha, fused with the metallic laws of the starship wreckage, manifested a golden sphere of light, its surface shimmering with a flowing metallic sheen. As the sphere penetrated the swarm of sentinels, all mechanical structures instantaneously crystallized. Vegeta's ultimate flash accurately struck the chamber, and at the moment the transparent shell shattered. The metallic tendrils on the clone suddenly disintegrated, revealing a glowing energy core beneath, which turned out to be a tainted crystal of primal law. When Lin Yuan's dual gears made contact with the crystal, the entire starship graveyard fell eerily silent. All amalgamated sentinels ceased their attacks. The metallic mountains began to decompose into pure energy of law, and the inscriptions upon the altar's wall faded in the golden light, revealing beneath them ancient text that declared, "The endpoint of machinery is life, the destination of chaos is balance." The ancient text from Wu Fan's book suddenly aligned with the altar wall, resonating with the ancient words, a prophecy from the bygone mechanical race foretelling the Dark Alliance's conspiracy. The purified crystal of primal law hovered in Lin Yuan's palm, and within it appeared the ethereal image of the Mother of Laws, Harmonizer. The true aim of the Dark Alliance is the law furnace of the 12th universe. They wish to contaminate the furnace with the amalgamation virus, rewriting all mechanical laws. Before the phantom dissipated, coordinates of the furnace materialized upon the surface of the crystal, inscribed with small letters. Only the resonance of innocence and steel can extinguish the furnace's malevolent flames. As the spacecraft departed from the starship graveyard, the metallic mountains began to reshape into a mechanical forest, countless glowing flowers blossoming upon the branches. Xiaofang toyed with a gear she had retrieved from the altar, which unexpectedly bloomed into a metallic rose in her palm. Lin Yuan gazed at the crystal of primal law in his hand, suddenly realizing that the Dark Alliance's schemes were far more intricate than anticipated. They were systematically contaminating the foundational laws of the multiverse. And the law furnace might merely be the tip of the iceberg in this conspiracy. Deep within the starship graveyard, an unpurified data chip from the Dark Alliance suddenly illuminated, transmitting encrypted information to unknown coordinates. The chip's screen flashed the final image. A figure clad in a mechanical mask stood before the law furnace, the six-fingered mark upon the mask absorbing the furnace's radiant glow. Chapter 105. The Mechanical Frenzy of the Law Furnace. The engine of the hyperdimensional spacecraft emitted a heavy rumble, and Lin Yuan's fingertips glowed with a scorching white light as the crystal of primal law throbbed violently in his palm. The law furnace of the 12th universe hovered within a crimson nebula, its once silvery blue gleam now enveloped in dark purple chaotic energy. The law flows spewing from the furnace morphed into countless mechanical tendrils, frantically grasping nearby asteroids, converting them into grotesque metallic monstrosities. The temperature of the furnace plummeted. On Bulma's holographic screen, the law readings from the furnace's core plummeted below critical levels. Under normal circumstances, it should maintain a liquid state of law. Yet it was now solidifying into metallic crystals. If this continued, the mechanical laws of the entire universe would become rigid. She brought up a live feed, revealing that the mechanical planets surrounding the furnace were losing color. The once agile gear forest had transformed into a still metallic sculpture, and even the robotic inhabitants were frozen in their final moments of motion. Wukong burst forth from the spacecraft as a stream of golden light, merging stardust energy into his Super Saiyan God form. Let me give it a try. He sped around the furnace, leaving behind a circular barrier of golden light in an attempt to halt the spread of chaotic energy. However, the moment the mechanical tendrils penetrated the barrier, they split into countless serrated gears, gnawing away at the barrier and creating numerous holes. These tendrils could absorb energy and alter their forms. Vegeta's super blue evolution unleashed an electromagnetic pulse, and when the blue arcs struck the tendrils, they abruptly transformed into an insulating material, adaptive metal. A mechanical law enhanced by chaotic energy from the Dark Alliance. He suddenly charged towards the base of the furnace, condensing his ultimate flash into a filament-thin beam of energy, precisely severing the thickest tendril at the joint connecting it to the furnace, the point of least efficiency in law transformation. Wufan's ancient text unfurled upon the altar's wreckage, the mechanical runes on its pages resonating with the furnace. The ancient text recorded that the law furnace was crafted from the heart of a stellar core by the ancient mechanical race, requiring the warmth of organic life to maintain balance. He pointed to the metallic rose in Xiaofang's hand, asserting that her innocent energy could neutralize the chaos, while Mr. Lin Yuan's primal law could rekindle the furnace. Xiaofang, sheltered behind Wukong, watched as the metallic rose blossomed with luminescence in her palm. These monsters seem so pitiful. It looks like they're crying. Suddenly, she raised the rose towards the furnace, declaring, "My dad said machines need warmth too." The pink light emitted by the rose touched the mechanical tendrils, and the frenzied metal abruptly fell silent, tiny crystalline flowers sprouting upon their surfaces. At the top of the furnace, the dark purple energy coalesced into a humanoid form, clad in the Dark Alliance's mechanical armor, its head a helmet adorned with control panels. The very mechanical envoy of the Dark Alliance. It waved its arms, and the law flows spewing from the furnace instantly transformed into millions of miniature mechs, forming a torrent of steel. Foolish organic life. The ultimate form of mechanical law is absolute order. You variable beings shall be converted into precise components. Lin Yuan's dual gears fused with the crystal of primal law, transforming into a resplendent longsword. The true mechanical law serves life, not enslaves it. He leapt towards the core of the furnace, the trajectory of his sword leaving behind a golden streak of light. The mechanical tendrils that were touched by the light disintegrated, revealing the pure silver-blue flow of laws within. Wukong, heat the furnace with stardust energy. Vegeta, fend off the swarm of mechas for me. Wukong's Kamehameha, infused with the energy of the star core, unleashed a luminous sphere that bore the temperature of a sun, igniting a golden rain upon striking the furnace. As this golden rain fell upon the mechanical planet, the once still forest of gears began to turn anew, awakening the robotic inhabitants who blinked in surprise and raised their weapons to combat the miniature mechas. Vegeta carved a path of blue lightning through the swarm of mechas, each ultimate flash precisely detonating the mecha, the shockwaves of the explosions purifying the surrounding chaotic energy. The mechanical envoy, witnessing this, roared as it charged towards Xiaofeng, its metallic helmet cracking open to reveal a crimson core, destroy the source of innocence. However, as its mechanical arm reached the pink barrier before Xiaofeng, it began to corrode, crystal vines sprouting from its joints. Xiaofeng, clutching a metallic rose, mustered her courage. Even machines can feel pain, right? Let us stop fighting. This plea seemed to be the key, as the law furnace erupted with silver-blue radiance, and the dark purple chaotic energy receded like a tide. The body of the mechanical envoy disintegrated in the light, and just before its demise, ancient code flashed on its dashboard, the ultimate directive of the mechanical race: protect organic life. The flow of laws spewed from the furnace transformed into a warm light rain, healing the polluted planet, as machines and nature coexisted harmoniously within the light rain. Lin Yuan embedded the crystallized essence of the laws into the core of the furnace. The primordial harmony patterns of the dual gears resonating with the furnace, the laws are never a singular choice. The precision of machinery and the warmth of life are meant to coexist. In the radiance of the furnace, images of the ancient mechanical race emerged, depicting them collaborating with organic life to construct the furnace, slowly dissipating into the nebula. As the spacecraft departed from the Crimson Nebula, Xiaofeng's metallic rose transformed into a stream of light, merging with the dual gears, which now bore a new pattern of mechanical symbiosis. Lin Yuan gazed upon the 12th universe, gradually reviving, suddenly realizing the true purpose of the Dark Alliance. They did not seek to destroy the laws, but rather to convert all laws into a controllable singular form. And the law furnace was merely the first stop of their tests. Unpurified fragments of metal within the nebula suddenly flickered, projecting the coordinates of the Dark Alliance's headquarters, beside which was inscribed a twisted symbol, the emblem of the endgame fusion entity, identical to that of the mechanical altar at the Starship Graveyard. Chapter 106, The Fusion Altar of the Wasteland Planet. The scanning screen of the hyperdimensional spacecraft suddenly lit up in red, the mechanical symbiosis pattern of the dual gears in Lin Yuan's palm growing intensely hot, guided by the coordinates of the Dark Alliance. They arrived at a wasteland planet known as the Rust Belt, its surface covered with thousands of meters of metallic debris. The atmospheric dust of laws enabling mechanical devices to mutate autonomously. The moment the probe landed, 3 legs sprouted from it, and the communicator began playing a distress signal from a century ago. The concentration of laws here is 10 times that of the furnace. Bulma's holographic projection was speckled with snowflakes, and satellite images revealed a fusion altar deep within the planet, its apex floating a dark purple core. The energy fluctuations perfectly matching the emblem of the endgame fusion entity. She magnified the image, revealing tens of thousands of fusion monsters crawling around the altar, their forms far more bizarre than the guardians of the Starship Graveyard. Some bore mechanical wings and biological claws, others had engines for torsos yet pulsed with organic hearts. And most horrifying were the floating heads, their necks connected by countless data wires, collectively chanting the chaotic prayers of the Dark Alliance. Wukong dived down on his Nimbus, his Super Saiyan aura scattering the rust dust. Their energy is so chaotic, it's like they VE blended everything imaginable together. He punched the nearest fusion beast, only to have his fist ensnared by the biological slime that erupted from within its mechanical body. Wow, this stuff is more disgusting than Boo saliva. Vegeta's super blue evolution sparked with electromagnetic fire, evading the energy beams of the fusion beasts, his boots thrusters leaving a blue trail on the ground. Watch for their course. The ultimate flash precisely struck the chest of a lion-bodied mechanical beast, and as its metallic shell exploded, a pulsating red crystal was revealed, an energy core modified from a biological heart. Destroying it would halt the fusion of laws. Lin Yuan's dual gears unfolded a holographic star map. The mechanical symbiosis pattern interweaving with the primordial harmony pattern to form a network. Below the altar lies a massive conversion pool, where the Dark Alliance is forcibly merging captured organisms with machines. Observing these energy flows, they are attempting to replicate the principles of the law furnace, but are using chaotic energy as a catalyst. He pointed to the dark purple core atop the altar. The endgame fusion core, capable of amplifying the infectious power of the law fusion virus. Once activated, all life in the galaxy would devolve into fusion entities. Xiaofeng, clutching the modified probe, hid behind a rock. The screen displayed a pink waveform. Brother Lin Yuan, these monsters fear this. She pressed the probe's amplification button, and the energy of innocence transformed into pink sound waves that spread forth, causing the frenzied fusion beasts to suddenly halt, the red light in their mechanical eyes gradually dimming, some even clumsily retracting their claws. It works. Gohan's ancient tome automatically opened at the edge of the altar, the mechanical runes on the pages resonating with the engravings on the ground. The tome stated that the essence of machinery is as a tool, and the instinct of organisms is to survive. The two are not in conflict. Xiaofeng's energy can awaken their suppressed survival instincts. His calm aura transformed into a cyan blue light band, ensnaring the nearest fusion beast. Wherever the light touched, the biological tissue beneath the mechanical shell began to regain vitality. Suddenly, the dark purple core atop the altar began to rotate, emitting a piercing low-frequency roar. The fusion beasts stirred restlessly as if awakened from a hive, the red crystal within their chests lighting up simultaneously, and their mechanical components began to proliferate uncontrollably. Some sprouted chainsaw arms, others had missile bays springing from their backs, and even those previously calmed fell back into frenzy. It is the core that is controlling them. Lin Yuan's dual gears transformed into a golden light chain, ensnaring a fusion dragon charging towards Xiaofeng. Wukong, Vegeta, cover me while I destroy the core. Wukong's Kamehameha, infused with stardust energy, unleashed a golden sphere that detonated amidst the swarm of fusion beasts, the flying metallic debris suddenly coalescing into a protective barrier. Vegeta compressed his super blue energy into miniature bombs, accurately tossing them into the fusion beast's energy cores. The explosions triggered a chain reaction, opening a path for Lin Yuan. Suddenly, a mechanical gate appeared on the steps of the altar, and from behind it emerged a heavily armored figure, the fusion priest of the Dark Alliance. Its body was constructed from thousands of mechanical parts and biological organs, its right hand gripping a gear battle axe, while its left was a writhing mass of biological tissue. A single eye beneath the helmet flickering with dark purple light. Harmonizer, do you think you can halt evolution? The endgame fusion entity will merge all laws, creating an absolutely perfect existence. In an instant, as the axe swung, the dust of laws coalesced into countless miniature gears, surging towards Lin Yuan like a tide. The primordial harmony pattern of the dual gears flared up just in time, the golden light stream breaking the gears down into pure law particles. Calling plunder evolution is merely the excuse of the weak. Lin Yuan leapt atop the priest's head, his gear sword piercing through its heavy armor, only to find the blade ensnared tightly by biological tissue. The priest's body could autonomously repair and absorb the energy of the laws. Useless. The priest cackled madly, slapping his palm towards Lin Yuan, the biological tissue suddenly transforming into countless tendrils. My core is connected to the altar. The fusion virus is constantly rewriting my law structure. At that moment, Xiaofeng's probe emitted a sharp shriek. Climbing to the edge of the altar with the device, she spread pink energy waves along the steps. You are not always like this. The probe projected the original forms of the fusion beasts. Some were interstellar merchants, some mechanical miners, and others were native inhabitants of the planet. Why did they have to become monsters? As the pink light wave grazed the priest, his mechanical body trembled violently, revealing a face contorted in agony beneath his helmet. I was once an engineer of the mechanical race. His biological tissue began to peel away, exposing the metallic skeleton beneath. They controlled me with chaotic energy. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuan injected the essence of the primordial laws into his gear sword. Golden light flowing through the priest's veins. Wu Fan, recite the purification incantation from the ancient texts. Mechanics as bones, life as blood. The two harmonize. Chaos dissipates. Wu Fan's chant resonated with Xiao Fang's energy wave, causing the dark purple core atop the altar to erupt, extinguishing the red crystals of the integrated beasts simultaneously. The mechanical components and biological tissues began to separate, revealing the feeble life forms beneath. The priest's body disintegrated in golden light, and before his demise, he thrust a data chip into Lin Yuan's hand. The core is made from the heart of the original integrated being, the leader of the Dark Alliance. At the end of the void, after the chip was inserted into the spaceship system, a holographic image materialized on the screen. The leader of the Dark Alliance stood before a rift in time and space. A colossal figure composed of countless fragments of laws faintly visible within the rift. The leader was casting the integrated core into the rift, murmuring, "The end of the integrated being, countdown to awakening." Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the dual gears, as the mechanical symbiotic patterns and primordial harmonization patterns illuminated simultaneously. He understood that the true decisive battle was imminent. The end of the integrated being was not merely a fusion of laws, but also the key for the Dark Alliance to unlock the rift in time and space. And perhaps behind that rift lay the most terrifying truths of the multiverse. Amidst the dust of the wasteland planet, an unpurified red crystal suddenly flickered, sending the final coordinates to the other side of the rift. The end symbol on the crystal's surface slowly rotated into a complete six-fingered shape. Chapter 107. The Law Storm of the End Rift. The hyperdimensional spaceship jolted through the chaotic currents of time and space. The dual gears at Lin Yuan's fingertips emanated a ghostly blue glow, intertwining mechanical symbiotic patterns with primordial harmonization patterns into a spiral light trail. Guided by the data chip, the End Rift hovered in the crevice between the 12th universe and the void beyond, a time-space rift with a diameter of 10,000 miles continuously exhaling fragments of laws. The chaotic energy at the rift's edge collided wildly with the mechanical laws, forming a colorful energy maelstrom. The probe is on the verge of failure. Bulma's holographic screen flickered erratically. The flow of time within the rift is 1,000 times faster than outside, and the spatial structure is exhibiting a Mobius twist. Anything that enters will oscillate between existence and non-existence. She displayed a simulation animation. A Dark Alliance warship disintegrated into countless points of light upon entering the rift, only to reconstitute into debris traveling in the opposite direction 3 seconds later. Goku's Super Saiyan form shimmered with golden ripples as he spread his arms. Feeling the chill of the chaotic currents, there's a huge, cold energy inside, colder than Frisia's death beam. He suddenly pointed into the depths of the rift. It sounds like many are crying. The voices are intermittent. Vegeta's battle armor automatically switched to temporal resistance mode, and sensors in his shoulder pads revealed the law patterns of the rift's core. It was the consciousness collective of the end integrated being. Observing these fluctuations, it was consuming the fragments of time and space surrounding the rift, each fragment harboring the memories of integrated civilizations. His ultimate flash coalesced into a blue-white orb of light in his palm, and he knew he had to interrupt the fusion before it fully awakened. The moment the spaceship pierced through the turbulence barrier, all objects inside began to float. Lin Yuan's dual gears automatically unfolded a defensive light shield, only to see strange gear patterns continuously emerging on its surface. The consciousness of the end integrated being was attempting to assimilate the law barrier. It can sense our law fluctuations. Lin Yuan injected the primordial laws into the gears, and the shield transformed into flowing liquid metal. Wu Fan analyzed the memory fragments within the rift. Xiao Fang prepared to soothe the consciousness collective with the energy of innocence. Wu Fan's ancient texts began to automatically flip through pages at the console, the words resonating with the law fragments in the rift. These memory fragments conceal the weaknesses of the integrated being. Each integrated civilization retains a consciousness of resistance. If we awaken them, we can shatter the will of the collective. He pointed to a flickering green light within the rift, which was the memory of the mechanical race's homeworld, containing the primitive code to combat the integrated virus. Xiao Fang pressed the probe against the viewport, and the instrument's screen displayed pink waveforms resonating with the rift, They seemed to be in great pain. She pressed the amplification key, and the energy of innocence transformed into pink light flowing into the rift. The turbulent energies suddenly calmed, and the mechanical race's memories within the green light began to crystallize. The engineers in the images were writing antivirus programs with their consciousness, ultimately perishing alongside their homeworld. A deafening roar emanated from the depths of the rift as the outline of the end integrated being gradually became distinct. Its body was composed of the remnants of countless civilizations. The starships of the mechanical race formed its skeleton, the vines of the plant race became its muscles, and the blood of the biological race transformed into streams of energy. At the apex, the head was a fusion of the leader of the Dark Alliance and the clone of the Mother of Laws, its eyes shimmering with intertwining dark purple and golden light. Foolish harmonizer. The voice of the integrated being was a cacophony of countless consciousnesses. It swung its colossal arm made of time-space fragments, and the turbulent laws around the rift transformed into numerous blades. I will fuse all laws to create a unified world without suffering. Goku's Kamehameha, infused with stardust energy, released a golden orb trailing a long light tail. What is the meaning of a world without suffering? The joy of battle, the frustration of failure, the determination to protect others. These are what it means to truly live. The instant the orb struck the giant arm, the time-space blade shattered, dispersing into a sky full of starlight. Vegeta's ultimate flash precisely hit the chest of the integrated being, the blue-white energy beam penetrating layer upon layer of defenses, striking the dark purple crystal at its core. The pride of the Saiyans has never been about unity. It is about surpassing each other through collision. Cracks appeared on the crystal's surface, and the integrated being's body began to exhibit chaos. Lin Yuan's dual gears resonated with the ancient texts, releasing the mechanical race's antivirus code, while the primordial harmonization patterns awakened the consciousness of resistance within all civilizations' memories. The green light within the rift suddenly erupted in dazzling brilliance as countless phantoms of mechanical engineers emerged from the light. Their consciousness merged with the energies of Goku and Vegeta, forming a golden light stream that pierced through the rift. No. The body of the end integrated being disintegrated within the light stream, and the consciousness of the leader of the Dark Alliance was pried away from the collective, emitting a howl of unwillingness. Unity is the end of the universe. The end. Lin Yuan's voice resonated through the rift. The beauty of the universe lies precisely in its differences, the precision of machinery, the warmth of biology, the mystery of time and space. These differences create the splendor of the multiverse. His dual gears transformed into beams of golden light, sealing the consciousness of the leader of the Dark Alliance within the fragments of time and space. Your unity is merely the cowardice of fearing differences. As the end integrated being dissipated, the rift began to close slowly. The memories of civilizations that had been consumed transformed into a rain of stars, coalescing into a new nebula within the universe. The antivirus code of the mechanical race integrated into the dual gears, adding a civilization symbiosis pattern, forming a complete multiversal law ring alongside other patterns. As the spaceship departed from the rift, Goku gazed at the gradually healing temporal barrier. Will those vanished civilizations be reborn in the new nebula? Lin Yuan smiled and nodded. Memories are eternal. Civilizations will exist forever. Just like our battles, they are not for the purpose of annihilating anyone, but to safeguard the significance of every existence. In the final moment of the rift's closure, an unpurified fragment of time and space soared into the distance, faintly revealing a new consciousness germinating within. It was the residual instinct of the end integrated being, greedily absorbing the chaotic energy of the void beyond. On the surface of the fragment, the six-fingered mark of the Dark Alliance began to slowly reorganize, pointing towards the unknown realms of the multiverse. Chapter 108. The painful resonance of the crystal star domain. The alarm system of the hyperdimensional spaceship suddenly blared, and the civilization symbiosis pattern on Lin Yuan's palm glowed with a stinging white light. According to the trajectory tracing of the temporal and spatial fragments, they arrived at the crystal star domain known as Lioli Finchang, where tens of thousands of planets are enveloped in transparent crystals, their surfaces adorned with blood vessel-like golden patterns. The detectors indicate that these crystals are composed of solidified law energy, with the encased life forms frozen in their final moments, their gazes eternally etched with profound agony. It is the law crystallization virus. Bulma's holographic projection erupted with countless red warnings, more terrifying than the chimeric virus. It can forcibly solidify the law energy of both biological and mechanical entities while preserving consciousness and pain, trapping the victims in a state of living statues forever. She called up a crystal sample for analysis, revealing the crystal molecules resonating at a frequency of 1,000 times per second. This resonance transmits memories of suffering. And 3 colonial planets on the edge of the star domain have already begun to experience collective collapse. Goku's Super Saiyan God form shimmered with unstable golden light as he reached out to touch a crystal planet. A bone-chilling coldness coursing through his fingertips. The people inside are crying. I can feel their pain, more unbearable than when Frieza killed me. His energy suddenly surged uncontrollably. And under the impact of his golden aura, a twisted human face emerged on the surface of the crystal, letting out a silent scream. Vegeta's super blue evolution form unleashed an electromagnetic pulse in an attempt to disrupt the crystal's resonance. Look at these golden patterns. They are solidified life energy. The virus amplifies the memories of suffering through resonance, turning the victim's consciousness into a new source of infection. His ultimate flash coalesced into a thread-like energy beam, accurately piercing the cracks in the crystal, targeting the weakest points at the intersections of the patterns, where the law's solidification is minimal. Lin Yuan's dual gears unfolded a holographic star map, weaving a network of civilizational symbiosis and primordial harmony patterns. At the heart of the star domain lies the Lioli Mother Star, the source of the virus. Observe this energy flow. The chaotic energy remnants of the Dark Alliance combined with the crystal laws have birthed a core of painful resonance capable of self-evolution. He pointed to the golden light at the core of the Mother Star, which is the collective consciousness of all the crystals, absorbing painful energy to grow stronger. Once it surpasses the critical threshold, the entire star domain's crystals will explode into viral dust. Xiaofeng, clutching the modified comfort detector, hid behind the spaceship's barrier. The instrument's screen displaying gentle pink waveforms. Brother Lin Yuan, they can hear my voice. She pressed the amplification button, her innocent energy manifesting as pink sound waves that spread out, causing the golden patterns on the crystal's surface to suddenly slow their flow. And the expressions of the internal victims momentarily calmed. Gohan's ancient texts began to automatically turn pages on the console. The crystal runes resonating with the Mother Star. The ancient texts record that the essence of the crystal laws is solidified time, while chaotic energy amplifies the eternity of suffering. To decipher the virus, one must simultaneously infuse flowing time laws and warm life energy, akin to using a brook to melt a frozen river. He pointed to the polar region of the Mother Star, where an ancient crystal tribe's resonance altar could reverse the solidification process of the virus. The atmosphere of the crystal Mother Star suddenly crystallized into countless blades, shooting towards the approaching spaceship. Goku's Kamehameha, infused with stardust energy, transformed into a rotating light shield before him, deflecting all the crystal blades. These things are 10 times harder than metal. He suddenly charged towards a crystal satellite, declaring, "I will draw their fire. You all take the opportunity to reach the altar." Vegeta's ultimate flash erupted in blue ripples on the crystal's surface, deliberately controlling his energy to avoid destroying the crystal. "Fool, don't mess this up," he grumbled, yet skillfully carved out a path through the crystal cluster. The altar coordinates uploaded. Be wary of the densely packed golden patterns. Lin Yuan's dual gears transformed into streams of light, the civilizational symbiosis pattern releasing the antivirus codes of the mechanical race. Etching a passage on the crystal's surface, Xiaofeng, use your energy to soothe the core. Gohan, prepare to activate the altar. His primordial harmony pattern resonated with the crystal laws, causing the golden patterns to gradually soften, revealing the agonized consciousness struggling within. The painful resonance core at the altar's apex suddenly opened its eyes. Countless crystal tendrils emerging from the Mother Star, the surface displaying the Dark Alliance's 6-fingered mark. Pain is the purest energy. You fools who pursue balance will never understand the true essence of eternal resonance. The core unleashed a golden shockwave, and wherever it passed, the faces on the crystal planets simultaneously let out silent roars, doubling the resonance frequency of the star domain. Xiaofeng's comfort detector suddenly erupted with dazzling pink light, her voice piercing through the painful resonance. "Stop crying. The pain will pass. just as the sun shines after the rain. The moment the pink energy flow infused the core, the golden shockwave suddenly halted, and the faces on the crystal's surface revealed a moment of relief. Gohan's ancient texts resonated with the altar, the runes on the pages transforming into golden light chains that ensnared the painful resonance core. The crystal tribe's adage is that what is solidified is not time, but the obsession with not daring to move forward. He recited the activation incantation, and the altar erupted with flowing time laws, the golden patterns receding like a tide, revealing the gradually revitalizing life energy within. Lin Yuan's dual gears merged with the altar's core, the civilizational symbiosis pattern intertwining with the primordial harmony pattern to form a spiral flow of light. Pain is a part of life, yet it should not become eternal. Just as crystals possess the hardness of solidification, they must also embody the softness of melting. As the light flow passed, the golden patterns on the crystal's surface began to move, and the internal victims gradually regained their flesh and blood, exhaling sighs of liberation. The painful resonance core disintegrated within the light flow, the remaining chaotic energy transforming into shadows that fled into the void, leaving behind a low whisper filled with resentment. The mother of crystallization will make you understand that pain is the fundamental color of the universe. As the spaceship departed from the crystal star domain, countless crystal planets shed their transparent shells, revealing rejuvenated worlds. Xiaofang's detector bore a new golden pattern. Resonating with the dual gears, they expressed their gratitude. She pointed to the edge of the star domain, where a green seedling sprouted from the ruins of a crystal planet. Look, after pain, there truly will be a new beginning. Lin Yuan gazed in the direction of the vanishing shadows, the civilizational symbiosis pattern of the dual gears glowing ominously red. He understood that the mother of crystallization was no ordinary source of the virus, capable of manipulating painful resonance, possibly the ultimate threat lurking in the void beyond. The Liuli Finchang was merely the first probe it cast into the multiverse. Deep within the star domain, an unpurified fragment of crystal suddenly flickered, the painful memories encased within transforming into streams of information, shooting towards an unknown coordinate in the void. On the surface of the fragment, the six-fingered mark overlapped with a brand new diamond symbol, emanating a haunting resonance. Chapter 109. The pain-weaving network of the void crystals. The porthole of the hyperdimensional spaceship was coated in layers of frost, and the civilizational symbiosis pattern of Lin Yuan's dual gears glowed with a stinging red light. Following the trajectory of the crystal fragments, they tracked to the pain-weaving network region of the void, where space was entwined with countless transparent threads, each adorned with solidified memories of suffering. Some were the wails of civilization's destruction, others the tears of parting from loved ones. And the densest area formed a crystal sphere composed of millions of agonized faces. The detectors malfunctioned. Bulma's holographic projection flickered erratically. These threads are void crystal threads, capable of absorbing law energy and weaving a network of pain. The spaceship's protective shield is slowly melting. If this continues, we will become new crystals in the web. She pointed to the center of the web, where a black crystal, 10,000 meters in diameter, slowly rotated. That is the core of the mother of crystallization, absorbing the pain energy of the entire universe through the crystal threads. Goku's Super Saiyan God form shimmered with unstable golden light as he reached out to touch the nearest crystal thread, a needle-like pain immediately shooting through his fingertip. It hurts. More than being blasted by Bu. He suddenly noticed that the memory fragments on the crystal thread were moving. These images are alive. Look at that planet exploding. Every time I see it, there are more details. Vegeta's super blue evolution form unleashed an electromagnetic pulse, attempting to incinerate the crystal threads, only to find that they became more resilient upon encountering energy. It is the pain proliferation characteristic. The more one attacks, the greater the amount of painful energy absorbed by the crystalline threads. His ultimate flash condenses into energy beams as fine as hair, precisely severing the crystalline strands. Yet their junctions reveal vulnerabilities where the painful memories are most chaotic. Lin Yuan's dual gears unfold a holographic star map, intertwining the patterns of civilization symbiosis with those of primordial harmony to form a protective net. The Mother of Crystals serves as the container of suffering for the ancient Crystal Clan, which, once activated by the chaotic energy of the Dark Alliance, spirals into uncontrollable chaos. Observing the trajectory of these crystalline threads, it is evident that they weave the network of suffering laws. Once completed, all life that perceives pain will be reduced to mere puppets. He points to the black crystalline core, where all memories of suffering since the birth of the universe are sealed, as the mother of crystals transforms them into the absolute laws of suffering. Xiaofeng, clutching the soothing detector, hides in the cockpit, the pink waveforms on the instrument screen fluctuating violently. They fear the warmth of memories. She retrieves the joyful database organized by Wu Fan, filled with Goku's silly grin while eating buns, Vegeta's pride during training, and the cheers from Krillin's wedding. If we infuse these memories, perhaps we can disrupt the crystalline threads. Wu Fan's ancient tome automatically flips pages at the console. The crystalline runes on the pages resonating with the web. The tome states that suffering and joy originate from the same source. Just as shadows cannot exist without light, to unravel the web, an equal infusion of joyful memories is essential, releasing the grip of suffering. He gestures toward a blank area at the edge of the web, a memory-blind spot of the Mother of Crystals, which can serve as a breakthrough. Suddenly, the black crystalline core fractures. Countless tentacles formed from crystalline threads pierce through the void, each adorned with the faces of wailing souls. The consciousness of the Mother of Crystals transmits through the crystal, her voice layered with the cries of countless tormented souls. Foolish beings. Suffering is the essence of the universe. Only by immersing all existence in eternal suffering can true balance be achieved. Goku's Kamehameha, infused with joyful memories, manifests a golden sphere adorned with countless smiling faces. Not at all. Without suffering, one cannot appreciate the value of joy. Just as one who has never felt hunger cannot savor a bun. As the sphere penetrates the tentacles, the faces suddenly break into fleeting smiles. Visible cracks appearing along the crystalline threads. Vegeta's ultimate flash strikes precisely at the fissures of the black crystal. The blue-white energy beam intertwined with his warm memories with Bulma. In the Saiyan lexicon, there is no such thing as eternal suffering. We shall trample suffering beneath our feet and emerge even stronger. The fissures on the crystal's surface expand, the energy of suffering spilling forth like a tidal wave. Yet upon contact with joyful memories, it transforms into golden light particles. Lin Yuan's dual gears resonate with the ancient tome. The patterns of civilization symbiosis releasing joyful memories from across the universe, while the primordial harmony patterns guide these memories along the crystalline threads. Mother of Crystals, your so-called balance is nothing but an evasion. Suffering and joy, strength and fragility. These opposing emotions constitute a complete life. His gears transform into beams of golden light, piercing the core of the black crystal. Now, it is time for these painful memories to return to their rightful place. The black crystal trembles violently in the golden light. The sealed memories of suffering bursting forth like a flood, yet upon contact with joyful memories, they metamorphose into a rain of light. The Mother of Crystals emits a reluctant howl. The crystalline threads of the web begin to snap inch by inch, and the imprisoned souls transform into specks of starlight, soaring toward their respective universes. No, the laws of suffering will not vanish. When you once again forget the meaning of suffering, I shall return. As the web collapses, the chaotic energy of the void regains tranquility. Lin Yuan's dual gears have added a new emotional balance pattern, forming a complete multiversal law ring alongside the other patterns. Xiaofeng's soothing detector automatically records all joyful memories, the screen displaying green text. Suffering is the badge of growth. Joy is the driving force of progress. As the spaceship departs from the web of suffering, Goku pats his belly and chuckles. Suddenly, I crave the fried rice made by Chi-Chi. It must taste 10 times better than usual. Vegeta snorts, but secretly saves training clips from joyful memories into his battle suits database. Humph. We can add pain tolerance as a subject for the next training. Lin Yuan gazes toward the dissipating Mother of Crystals, the emotional balance pattern emitting a faint red glow. He understands that the threat of the Mother of Crystals has not been fully eradicated. As long as suffering exists in the universe, it may coalesce once more. And those scattered memories of suffering might be silently collected by a more powerful entity, waiting to unleash a greater storm. Deep within the void, a fragment of black crystal, no larger than a grain of rice, drifts silently, its surface glistening with droplets of golden tears. Memories crystallized, merging suffering and joy. The fragment suddenly flickers. transmitting encoded messages to an unknown coordinate. The symbols attached to the message resonating eerily with the six-fingered seal of the Dark Alliance and the mark of the endgame fusion. Chapter 110. The emotional storm of memory crystals. The control panel of the hyperdimensional spaceship suddenly erupts with sparks, Lin Yuan's dual gears with emotional balance patterns burning intensely. Tracing the signal source of the black crystal fragment, they arrive at a nebula filled with countless diamond-shaped crystals, which are entirely transparent, containing flowing streams of memory light within. Some shimmer with warm gold, joyful memories, while others pulse with cold indigo, painful memories. At the center, a massive crystal exhibits a strange gray-black hue. Its surface crisscrossed with spiderweb-like fissures. It is the memory crystal storm. On Bulma's holographic screen, the crystalline cluster collides and fuses at an astonishing speed. These are the fragments of memories scattered as the mother of crystals dissipated, now reassembling into an emotional law weapon under the catalysis of the residual energy of the Dark Alliance. The detector reveals that the gray-black crystal contains absolute void memory, the ultimate virus capable of devouring all emotions. Goku's Super Saiyan God form glimmers with unstable golden light as he reaches out to touch the nearest golden crystal. A vision of his first encounter with Chi-Chi flashes before him, and he unconsciously smiles. Such a warm memory. But why does it feel somewhat sorrowful? Before he can finish speaking, the indigo crystal beside him suddenly detonates. Icy streams of light flooding into his consciousness, overwhelming him with images of Krillin's sacrifice, causing the golden aura to dim instantly. Vegeta's super blue evolution form releases an electromagnetic barrier, attempting to isolate the emotional impact. These crystals amplify the extremes of emotions. Joy can become indulgence, while pain can devolve into a desire for destruction. His ultimate flash accurately strikes a merging crystal, yet the resulting shockwave sends more memory fragments scattering. The Dark Alliance is utilizing these fragments to create an emotional paradox field, forcing intruders into a collapse amidst the extremes of joy and suffering. Lin Yuan's dual gears unfold an emotional balance shield, isolating the scattered memory fragments. The gray-black crystal is the void core, absorbing energies from all extreme emotions. Observing the fusion trajectories, it is clear that the Dark Alliance seeks to create a law of apathy, turning the lives of the multiverse into absolute rational puppets. He points to the gray area surrounding the core, where the space is losing color, indicating that the emotional laws have begun to fail. Xiaofeng, clutching the emotional harmonizer, hides in the cockpit. The pink waveforms on the instrument resonate with the golden crystal. Brother Lin Yuan, joyful memories can neutralize pain. She injects the warm memories collected from family gatherings and martial arts victories into the harmonizer. As the pink light stream touches the indigo crystal, the cold light gradually takes on golden edges, revealing scenes of redemption within the sealed painful memories. On the planet destroyed by Frisia, the surviving inhabitants are rebuilding their homes. Wufan's ancient tome automatically flips its pages at the console, the emotional runes resonating with the gray-black crystal. The tome records, emotions are a double-edged sword. Excess in either direction leads to disaster. To decipher the essence of the void core, it is imperative to infuse it with balanced emotional memories, those fleeting moments that encapsulate both joy and regret, such as the failure following earnest effort or the embrace before separation. He accessed the repository of growth memories, where emotions flowed fluidly, capable of resisting the void. The gray-black crystal suddenly trembled violently, fissures erupting on its surface, releasing innumerable tendrils of memory. Some were accompanied by streams of golden light filled with laughter, while others were entwined with heart-wrenching indigo rays. Yet upon contact with the gray expanse, they simultaneously transformed into nothingness. The memory priest of the Dark Alliance, concealed within the cluster of crystals, finally revealed himself. His robe stitched from countless shards of memory, his face obscured by an expressionless crystal mask. Harmonizer, relinquish your efforts. Absolute rationality is the ultimate form of the universe. Emotions are merely stumbling blocks in evolution. With a wave of his hand, all memory crystals detonated simultaneously, intertwining golden and indigo streams of light into a spiraling emotional tempest at the heart of the nebula. Wukong's consciousness oscillated violently between joy and sorrow, at times chuckling foolishly at the memory of Gohan's birth, and at others, seething with rage at Krillin's demise, his Super Saiyan aura flickering. Meanwhile, Vegeta was ensnared in regret over the annihilation of his race and the desire to surpass Wukong, these two extreme emotions causing his super blue energy to surge uncontrollably, rippling the very fabric of space around him. Now is the moment. Lin Yuan's dual gears fused with Xiaofang's emotional harmonizer, and the pattern of emotional equilibrium released streams of growth memories. Wukong's clumsy attempts to learn to fly on the Kintown, Vegeta's awkwardness when he first uttered Kakarot, Gohan's steadfast awakening during the Cell Games, and Xiaofang's exultation upon successfully executing the Kamehameha. These imperfect, yet genuine memories fell like gentle rain into the tempest, as the golden and indigo streams began to blend softly, forming a warm, rainbow-hued light. Impossible. The mask of the memory priest cracked, revealing a distorted face wrought by extreme emotions. How could absolute rationality succumb to these chaotic feelings? He detonated the final Dark Alliance energy, causing the gray-black crystal to swell into a vortex of consuming nothingness. The entangled memory streams spiraled within the vortex, the golden and indigo hues gradually being devoured by gray. Even Wukong and Vegeta's energies began to dim. Using this, Lin Yuan suddenly hurled the dual gears toward the vortex's core, and the pattern of emotional equilibrium erupted in dazzling brilliance. The gears disassembled midair into countless particles of light, each carrying a fragment of balanced memory. Bulma's frustration and resolve during her failed inventions, Master Roshi's contradictory reliability at crucial moments, and Piccolo's stern yet profound guardianship over Gohan. These memory particles formed a vast net within the vortex, salvaging the emotional energy that was on the brink of being consumed. The golden streams ceased to languish, and the indigo rays no longer sought destruction. They intertwined within the net, creating a warm, multicolored energy that pushed back against the vortex of nothingness. Wukong suddenly burst into laughter, his Super Saiyan aura reigniting. I remember now. When I'm sad, just thinking about everyone being there gives me strength. His Kamehameha fused with all balanced memories, the energy sphere shimmering with a kaleidoscope of emotional light, striking the very core of the void vortex. Vegeta's final flash followed suit, infused with guilt and protection for Bulma, and competition and acknowledgement towards Kakarot. The emotions of a Saiyan have never been a weakness. The two energies collided at the vortex's center, releasing a radiance that bathed the entire nebula in warm hues. The memory priest's crystal mask shattered completely, revealing a tear-streaked face beneath. I too have harbored such memories. His robe disintegrated in the brilliance, unveiling the uniform of a mechanical engineer. The Dark Alliance erased my emotions, making me believe that reason could resolve everything. With the priest's awakening, the gray-black crystal's void vortex began to contract, ultimately transforming into a glistening bicolored crystal, containing within it the sealed streams of balanced emotions. Lin Yuan's dual gears reformed, and a new rainbow-hued memory symbiosis pattern emerged on the emotional equilibrium weave, uniting with other patterns to create a complete multiversal law ring. As the spaceship departed from the nebula, the memory crystals had transformed into a myriad of shooting stars, soaring toward their respective universes. Xiaofang's emotional harmonizer automatically recorded all balanced memories, and green text flashed on the screen. The true essence of emotion is not merely black and white. It is to cherish in joy and to grow in pain. Wukong, patting his belly, chuckled. I suddenly feel like having a barbecue with everyone. Win or lose, it's best when it's lively. Vegeta snorted in response. Yet set the navigation system to return to Earth. Humph. This prince merely wishes to observe Bra's training results. Lin Yuan gazed toward the dissipating bicolored crystal, the memory symbiosis pattern emitting faint waves. He understood that the emotional storm incited by the Dark Alliance was merely a prelude. Entities capable of manipulating memories and emotions might be weaving an even greater web in the void beyond. And those scattered balanced memories would ultimately sow the seeds of resistance against nothingness in every corner of the multiverse. Deep within the nebula, a fragment of unpurified gray crystal flickered suddenly, resonating with the sealed void energy and the signal of new laws. On the surface of the fragment, the Dark Alliance's six-fingered mark overlapped with a distorted laughing face symbol, emanating a disquieting pulse, a madness of laughter that was more bizarre than nothingness, quietly spreading to every corner of the universe. Chapter 111. The frantic spread of the laughter law. The alarm of the hyperdimensional spaceship blared sharply, and the memory symbiosis pattern of Lin Yuan's dual gears pulsed with a painful sting. Following the signal from the gray crystal fragment, they tracked it to a peculiar region known as the Laughing Nebula, where the stars emitted pulses reminiscent of maniacal laughter, the planetary surfaces cloaked in giggling vegetation. And even the floating meteors rolled about, chuckling. Most disconcerting were the countless bodies of laughing corpses floating in the depths of the nebula, their mouths stretched to their ears. Facial muscles frozen in an exaggerated grin, yet their eyes bore the utmost terror. It is the laughter law virus. Bulma's holographic screen displayed biological sample analyses, revealing that the victim's emotional centers in the brain were forcibly locked in laughter mode. Even when their hearts ceased to beat, their facial nerves continued to twitch mechanically. A more malicious affliction than the void virus. It does not consume emotions. Instead, it distorts them, transforming fear, pain, and sorrow into uncontrollable laughter until the victims succumb to asphyxiation or heart failure. She displayed surveillance footage, showing a group of extraterrestrial merchants succumbing to the laughter law, initially bursting into inexplicable laughter, then rolling on the ground, ultimately clutching their throats as they collapsed, their mouths still curved in an upward arc. Wukong's Super Saiyan aura flickered with unstable golden light as he inhaled a breath of the nebulous gas, suddenly laughing uncontrollably. Ha! What is happening? This isn't funny. Ha ha ha. The golden aura surged erratically due to his laughter, his fists pounding against his thighs uncontrollably, tears of mirth streaming down his face. Vegeta's super blue evolution form unleashed an electromagnetic barrier, attempting to isolate the laughter law, only to discover that the sound waves could penetrate any energy field. Damn. It's emotional frequency hijacking. His ultimate flash was halfway completed when he suddenly burst into laughter, the blue aura spiraling into chaos. This perverse law could even interfere with a Saiyan's fighting spirit. Lin Yuan's dual gears unfurled an emotional balance shield. Enveloping the spaceship, the core of laughter at the center of the nebula emits specific frequency waves of law, forcibly synchronizing the laughter nerves of living beings. Observing these energy flows, it is formed by the prior void laws fused with emotional laws, first stripping away the perception of pain and then filling the void of consciousness with laughter, leading the victims to self-destruction and madness. He pointed toward the nebula's innermost depths, where a mass of pink mist continuously expanded and slowly swirled. This was the mother of laughter, a concoction of the Dark Alliance formed from the remnants of the mother of crystallization fused with the laughter law, its laughter capable of transcending light years. Xiaofeng, clutching the emotional stabilizer, hid in the cockpit, the instrument's screen displaying violently oscillating pink waveforms. These laughter hides pain. She magnified the waveform details, and indeed, within the laughter frequency, she discovered a faint distress signal. Those infected were subconsciously calling for help. If we infuse sincere and joyful memories, perhaps we can neutralize the distorted manic laughter. The ancient texts of Wufan automatically flip through the console, resonating with the emotional runes on the pages and the laws of manic laughter. The ancient texts record that laughter is the sunshine of the soul, but in excess, it becomes a poisonous madness. To unravel the laws of manic laughter, we must inject meaningful laughter, those genuine chuckles that arise from emotions, reunions, and growth, which can dissipate the twisted frequencies of manic laughter. He accessed the database of sincere jokes, which contained the satisfying laughter of Wukong when he tasted delicious fairy beans, the contented laughter of Vegeta upon witnessing Bra's growth, and the joyful laughter of blessings at Krillin's wedding. Suddenly, the pink mist of the mother of manic laughter exploded, and countless tentacles formed from condensed laughter pierced the void, each adorned with faces of manic laughter. Its voice, composed of countless overlapping manic cackles, reverberated, causing the spaceship's hull to hum. Foolish beings. What is there to fear in pain? Dying from laughter is the happiest ending. Suddenly, Wukong's manic laughter ceased, the golden light of his Super Saiyan God form stabilizing. No. Grandpa taught me that true laughter is warm, not this. His Kamehameha merged with sincere, joyful memories, producing a golden sphere that displayed scenes of reunion with Chi-Chi and Wufan. Wherever the sphere passed, the manic laughter vegetation fell silent, revealing a normal green. Vegeta's final flash accurately struck a tentacle of manic laughter, intertwining blue and white energy with warm memories of his time with Bulma. Saiyans never laugh frivolously. The tentacle quivered violently in the energy, the manic laughter faces gradually calming to reveal expressions of agony. Lin Yuan's twin gears resonated with the ancient texts, and the memory symbiosis patterns released sincere laughter memories from across the universe. Mother of manic laughter, your so-called happiness is merely an escape. Pain must be acknowledged, and laughter must carry meaning. This is the truth of emotion. His gears transformed into beams of golden light, piercing the core of the pink mist. For now, it was time to return these distorted laughs to their rightful place. Lin Yuan's gears pierced the core of the pink mist, and the twisted laughter suddenly ceased. Within the mist appeared countless agonized faces. Some were victims tormented by the laws of manic laughter. Others were sacrifices of the Dark Alliance's experiments, their wails gradually becoming clearer in the golden light. No, laughter is the only liberation. The voice of the mother of manic laughter trembled with madness, and the pink mist suddenly contracted, enveloping the golden light. The devoured laws of manic laughter collided violently at the core, generating shockwaves that caused the entire nebula to tremble. And those laughter-stiffened corpses began to twitch anew, as if awakening from death. Ryukon's Kamehameha suddenly fused with his painful memories of despair from being killed by Frisia. Witnessing the sacrifice of loved ones, the golden light flowed with a heavy undertone. What difference is there between laughing to escape pain and never having lived? The moment the light sphere penetrated the pink mist, the mother of manic laughter emitted a piercing scream, and countless black voids erupted within the pink mist. Vegeta's final flash followed closely, intertwining blue and white energy with the sorrow of the Saiyan genocide and the determination of rebirth. Scions never laugh in pain. We shall chew through suffering and transform it into strength. The energy beam struck the core's black void, and the twisted emotional laws surged back, causing the pink mist of the mother of manic laughter to begin cracking. Xiaofang's emotional stabilizer erupted with dazzling radiance as she compressed all sincere laughter memories into a pink stream of light. True laughter is meant to be shared with everyone. It is not about one person laughing madly. The stream infused the cracked mist, and those agonized faces suddenly revealed serene smiles, transforming into twinkling starlight within the golden glow. Lin Yuan's twin gears rotated at the core, intertwining the memory symbiosis patterns with emotional balance patterns to separate the laws of manic laughter from painful memories. Pain must be accepted, and laughter must be warm. This is the balance of emotion. His voice resonated through the gears across the nebula. Mother of manic laughter, you are merely a tool of the Dark Alliance used to escape pain. The pink mist completely dissipated in the golden light, revealing a crystalline two-colored core, half sincere laughter and half tranquil pain, both harmoniously rotating. The final consciousness of the mother of manic laughter whispered within the core. It appears that laughter and tears can coexist. As the core stabilized, the manic pulses of the nebula gradually subsided. The stars regained their normal brilliance, and the laughing vegetation returned to ordinary green, while the manic smiles on the faces of the laughter-stiffened corpses gradually relaxed, as if finally attaining liberation. Lin Yuan's twin gears absorbed the energy of the two-colored core, and the memory symbiosis patterns gained a new emotional harmony pattern, forming a complete multifaceted law ring alongside the other patterns. The screen of Xiaofang's emotional stabilizer displayed vivid green text. To face pain with laughter is to also shed tears for it. This is the essence of a complete life. As the spaceship departed from the nebula of manic laughter, Wukong patted his belly and remarked, "Laughing with everyone is the most comfortable. Laughing alone is no fun at all." Vegeta snorted coldly but added an emotional training module to the navigation system. Humph. This prince merely wishes for the Scions to fully master their emotions. Lin Yuan gazed towards the dissipating direction of the two-colored core, the emotional harmony patterns emanating faint fluctuations. He understood that behind the laws of manic laughter, there must be a grander conspiracy capable of so precisely distorting the essence of emotion, far beyond the remnants of an ordinary Dark Alliance. And deep within the nebula, a piece of unpurified pink fragment suddenly flickered, resonating with the laws of manic laughter and a new signal of law. The surface of the fragment revealed the six-fingered mark of the Dark Alliance and a symbol of twisted joy and sorrow, exuding an unsettling energy. A new storm is quietly brewing. Chapter 112. The lawful revelry of the chaotic core. The alarm of the hyperdimensional spacecraft shattered the silence as Lin Yuan's twin gears erupted with blinding gray-black light. On the console screen, the chaotic region at the edge of the 12 universes was expanding rapidly, the once stable balance of laws rapidly darkening like paper soaked in ink. The chaotic core has gone out of control. Bulma's fingers danced across the control panel, and 7 red alerts flashed on the screen. The 7th, 9th, and 11th universes had already been engulfed by chaotic energy, where the crystallized laws were proliferating wildly, akin to continuously dividing cancer cells. Wukong pressed his face against the porthole. Wide-eyed, his tail instinctively standing straight. Those sparkling fragments are fighting. The red ones are devouring the blue ones, and the blue ones are gnawing at the golden ones. He suddenly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "I get it. They are playing a game of who can eat more." Vegeta's detector emitted a sharp beep, a torrent of data flashing with countless distorted law symbols. This is not a game. This is law annihilation. The chaotic core is disintegrating. The primal energy of the chaotic core is collapsing, and all the laws it has consumed are attacking each other. If this continues, the entire multiverse will become a battleground of shattered laws. Lin Yuan's consciousness sank into the twin gears, and in the depths of the gray-black light, he witnessed a heart-stopping scene. At the center of the chaotic core, a vortex composed of countless law fragments was spinning, and at its center floated half a black gear, inscribed with patterns that shared origins with the twin gears. That was the chaotic essence of the zero cycle, which, upon the awakening of the origin core, had finally broken free from its final seal. It is the chaotic seed of the zero cycle. Lin Yuan's voice grew grave as the multifaceted law ring of the twin gears began to rotate in reverse. It had absorbed too much extrinsic chaotic energy and was now evolving by feeding on laws. Should it consume all the laws of the 12 universes, it would become a monster beyond the control of even the mother of laws. As the spacecraft leapt to the edge of the chaotic region, the sight before them was suffocating. The originally resplendent nebula was shrouded in gray-black chaotic mist, and countless crystallized law fragments fell like torrential rain, each fragment depicting scenes of destruction from different universes. Some planets instantaneously froze into ice, others vaporized in high temperatures, while some were forcibly folded into the shape of a Mobius strip. "Look over there." Xiao Fong held the energy detector aloft, exclaiming as the red dots on the screen coalesced into a gigantic 6-fingered handprint. These chaotic energies were mirroring the mark of the Dark Alliance. Wu Fan swiftly summoned the ancient text's holographic projection, where the 6-fingered handprint resonated with the energy fluctuations in the chaotic realm. The ancient records revealed that the mark of the Dark Alliance originated from the Chaos Pact, a remnant left by ancient scions who sought to harness chaotic energies. Could the chaotic seed of the Zero Loop be related to the Dark Alliance? Lin Yuan's dual gears suddenly trembled violently, and amidst the gray-black radiance, fragmented memories surfaced. In the laboratory of the Zero Loop, he, clad in the Dark Alliance uniform, was injecting the chaotic seed into the cultivation pot. While standing beside him was the King of Time, Kain, with a peculiar smile playing on his lips. It was not merely a connection, it was a shared origin. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the gears as the primal harmonizing patterns on the law rings began to flicker. The Dark Alliance existed from the very beginning to cultivate chaotic seeds. Kain's system and my reincarnation were all designed to allow it to evolve through cycles of destruction and rebirth. Suddenly, an ear-piercing shriek erupted from the chaotic mists, as countless fragments of laws coalesced into a colossal chaotic dragon. Its scales were adorned with the insignia of the Dark Alliance, each shedding a gray-black venom. Eroding the space they traversed into honeycomb-like cavities. "At long last, I have awaited your arrival, my true form." The dragon's eyes were 2 swirling black gears, its voice an amalgamation of countless Lin Yuans, revealing that the failure of the 47th reincarnation had taught him that only by devouring all laws could he shatter Kain's control. Wukong instantaneously transformed into super blue, gathering the Kamehameha into a golden orb within his palm. "Whoever you are, those who threaten the universe must be confronted." He hurled the orb toward the chaotic dragon, only for it to disintegrate into countless specks of light upon contact. "What? Where has my energy gone?" Vegeta's ultimate flash met a similar fate, the energy beam abruptly reversing midway, causing the ship's protective shield to tremble violently. "Damn it. It can decompose and absorb all law energies." Wu Fan maintained his composure. forming a cyan blue protective shield as the ancient texts flipped open before him. The weakness of chaotic energy lies in undefined laws. Mr. Lin Yuan, use the primal harmonizing patterns of the dual gears to create a blank law. It cannot devour a law that has never existed. Lin Yuan's dual gears levitated in midair, the multidimensional law rings spinning rapidly. 7 primal laws intertwined within the gray-black radiance, forming a stream of white light. This was a blank law that had never appeared in any universe, neither following causality nor submitting to time and space. Purely a chaotic state preceding the birth of laws. What is this? The chaotic dragon's pupils constricted sharply, and the scales that touched the blank law began to turn transparent. Why can I not analyze this? Because it embodies the essence of possibility. Lin Yuan's voice resonated throughout the chaotic realm, as the blank law formed a colossal cocoon of light behind him. What you devour are existing laws. Yet you have forgotten that the most primal form of a law is infinite possibility. The cocoon suddenly exploded, and countless blank law streams fell like a meteor shower, striking the chaotic mists, which began to crystallize into a peculiar substance that was neither solid nor liquid. The chaotic dragon emitted a pained roar, its body disintegrating under the onslaught of the blank law, while the law fragments that had been devoured regained their freedom, weaving into colorful light bands in the void. Yet at that moment, the core of the chaotic dragon erupted with blinding black light, and half a black gear shot forth from its body, resonating in the air with Lin Yuan's dual gears. Do you think this will lead to your victory? We are 2 sides of the same coin. Within your dual gears lies the seed of chaos. The gray-black patterns of the dual gears suddenly went wild, and the 6-fingered mark of the Dark Alliance manifested upon Lin Yuan's left arm, flooding his consciousness with countless memories of the Zero Loop, where he had personally planted chaotic seeds across various universes, watching them bloom amidst destruction. Lin Yuan Gij. Xiao Feng's voice, like a clear spring, awakened him. The little girl held the energy detector protectively before him, and the screen displayed not data, but the energy fluctuations of all their companions. Father once said, "What matters is not what has been done in the past, but what must be done now." Wukong and Vegeta simultaneously infused their energy into Lin Yuan, as golden protective laws and blue balancing laws formed a Taiji symbol upon his chest. Do not be deceived by that creature. You are our ally. The ancient texts radiated a brilliant light, and the words upon the pages transformed into golden chains, binding the rampaging black gear. The ancient records state that chaos and order are of the same origin, much like night and day. Both are essential. What you must do is not eliminate it, but embrace it. Lin Yuan's consciousness sank into the dual gears, where at the boundary of chaos and order, he glimpsed the truth of the Zero Loop. The 6-fingered mark of the Dark Alliance was, in fact, a seal of chaos. Kain was not nurturing the chaotic seed, but was suppressing its destructive instinct through reincarnation. I understand now. Lin Yuan's voice grew calm as the multidimensional law rings of the dual gears meshed perfectly with the black gear. You do not seek to devour laws. You seek to discover the meaning of existence. The black gear suddenly emitted a soft glow, merging with the dual gears to form a complete ring, where gray-black patterns and colorful laws coexisted harmoniously, creating a beautiful design that was both chaotic and orderly. The chaotic dragon's body reformed in the light, transforming into a phoenix composed of countless law fragments, swirling around Lin Yuan thrice before merging into the chaotic realm as a stream of light. The universe that had been devoured began to reconstruct, with the crystalline fragments of laws growing into towering trees nourished by the blank law, bearing peculiar fruits that contained both destruction and the potential for rebirth. On Lin Yuan's dual gears, a new pattern of chaotic order intertwined in black and white emerged, forming a perfect law closure with the other patterns. Thus, this became the ultimate form of the dual gears. Bulma's scanner indicated that the energy fluctuations in the chaotic realm had stabilized, achieving a balance between chaos and order, destruction and creation. Past and future, all opposing laws reached equilibrium here. Wukong suddenly pointed into the depths of the universe. Look, there are so many stars blinking. Countless new points of light were born at the edges of the chaotic realm, representing new universes that had never existed, each adhering to its unique chaotic order laws. Vegeta gazed at the new universes, a rare smile gracing his features. Humph, at least things haven't gotten worse. On his battle suit, the 6-fingered mark of the Dark Alliance transformed into a pattern of black and white, but do not think this is the end. New laws will undoubtedly attract even more troublesome beings. Lin Yuan's gaze shifted to the center of the chaotic realm, where the space was subtly fluctuating. And a fissure leading to an unknown domain was faintly visible. The chaotic order pattern of the dual gears emitted a soft chime, as if responding to a distant call. No matter what comes, we will face it together. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the gears and turned towards the spaceship. After all, we are companions who have traversed countless reincarnations. As the spaceship departed from the chaotic realm, a colossal fruit formed on the law tree behind them, within which slept an infant, with half a dual gear embedded in its forehead and half a black gear clasped in its palm. When the infant opened its eyes, the left shimmered with chaotic black light, while the right flowed with orderly golden light. Xiaofeng leaned against the porthole, waving, "Little baby, grow up strong. We will come to see you." Wufan's ancient texts automatically recorded this scene, and the last page revealed a phrase: "The ultimate balance of laws is to embrace all possibilities." Lin Yuan's dual gears gently spun in his palm, the chaotic order pattern and other patterns composing a new law symphony. He knew that new adventures awaited in the unknown realms, but as long as his companions remained by his side and the dual gears continued to turn, there would be no chaos insurmountable and no law unbalanced. The hyperdimensional spaceship accelerated into the depths of the universe, the chaotic realm and the new cosmos intertwining to form a beautiful river of stars, like a cosmic painting in the making. At the end of the canvas, a vague figure peered through the fissure, its chest adorned with a law ring identical to that of the dual gears. Chapter 113. The chaotic aftermath and the anomaly of the Dragon Balls on Namek. The engine of the transcendent spacecraft continued to radiate the residual warmth of the chaotic energy baptism. However, the twin gears at Lin Yuan's fingertips suddenly emitted a familiar green luminescence, signaling the resonance of the life laws of Namek. On the control panel screen, the dot representing Namek was flashing wildly, accompanied by a red alert indicating abnormal energy levels of the Dragon Balls. It was indeed Namek. Bulma's fingers glided over the star map, pulling up real-time footage, where the Elder's consciousness signal flickered intermittently, only conveying fragments about the Dragon Balls being tainted by chaotic spores. Goku leaned closer to the screen, his tail instinctively tensing. The Dragon Balls of Namek? Has the chaotic energy spread there? The last time I visited. The Elder was reminiscing about Gohan's childhood. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh, recalling that the Dragon Balls on Namek could resurrect the dead. They must not be allowed to be contaminated. Vegeta's scanner revealed that the law diagram of Namek was marred with fine gray-black patterns, mirroring the energy fluctuations of the chaotic zone. The chaotic spores had attached themselves to the Dragon Balls. These spores would distort the life laws into chaotic forms like parasites. His gaze sharpened, recalling the similar energy fluctuations that occurred when Frieza annihilated planet Vegeta, albeit not as potent. The green glow of Lin Yuan's twin gears intensified, and his consciousness penetrated the screen, revealing the dire state of Namek. The once lush green land was now cloaked in gray-black spores, rivers transformed into viscous chaotic liquid. And the 7 Dragon Balls of Namek hovered above the Elder's sanctuary, their surfaces ensnared by spiderweb-like black patterns, voraciously consuming the surrounding life energy. The Elder lay on a stone bed, his body translucent, while the Namekian warriors surrounding him valiantly resisted the spore spread, one by one succumbing to the infection of chaotic energy, turning into mere puppets of destruction. We must reach Namek without delay. Lin Yuan clenched the gears, the patterns of chaotic order intertwining with green life lines, knowing the chaotic spores in the Dragon Balls would proliferate rapidly. Once they completely consumed the energy of the Dragon Balls, the entire life laws of Namek would collapse, rendering even the eternal dragon powerless. As the spaceship transitioned into the orbit of Namek, they spotted a familiar spacecraft. It was the private vessel of Bulma's father, Dr. Briefs, the emblem of the universal capsule standing out prominently amidst the chaotic haze. "How could my father be here?" Bulma exclaimed in surprise, quickly connecting the communication, only to be met with the face of an unfamiliar mechanical figure. "Who are you? What have you done to my father?" "Dr. Briefs is in our custody," the mechanical being replied, its eyes glowing with red scanning light. "If you wish to save him, trade the Dragon Balls of Namek. Oh, and let me remind you, do not even think about using force. The doctor is rigged with a chaotic bomb, which will detonate if combat energy is detected, annihilating the entirety of Namek." The communication abruptly cut off, and a video segment popped up on the spaceship's screen. Dr. Briefs was bound to a mechanical chair, a gray-black bomb affixed to his chest. While several soldiers clad in Dark Alliance uniforms stood nearby, their arms emblazoned with a six-fingered insignia, the remnants of the Dark Alliance. Gohan's ancient texts automatically flipped to the page chronicling the Dark Alliance. After being shattered in the past, they should have been lurking on the fringes of the universe, barely surviving on chaotic energy, now seeking to rise again through the Dragon Balls. Xiaofang raised her energy detector. The red dot moving towards the Elder's sanctuary. They are approaching the Dragon Balls. It seems they intend to take the doctor there. Lin Yuan's twin gears resonated with the land of Namek, sensing the life energy flowing beneath the surface, desperately resisting the chaotic spores. They must not obtain the Dragon Balls. Goku, you and Vegeta go rescue the doctor. I, along with Gohan and Xiaofang, will purify the Dragon Balls. Bulma, you are in charge of deciphering the chaotic bomb's programming. Goku instantly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, gathering the Kamehameha energy in his palm. Leave it to me. Vegeta, don't fall behind. Vegeta snorted, his Super Saiyan Blue aura erupting. Humph, you should be the one not to hold me back, Kakarot. The two shot forth like streaks of light towards the Dark Alliance spacecraft. Goku's Kamehameha struck the ship's engine accurately, but was rebuffed by chaotic energy upon contact. Huh? What is going on? My energy bounced back. Vegeta's final flash met a similar fate. The energy beam morphing into gray-black chaotic waves mid-flight. Their ship's exterior is coated with a chaotic layer, capable of repelling all law energy. Taking advantage of this, the Dark Alliance soldiers surged out of the ship, the leading mechanical figure raising its arm to unleash countless chaotic spores. Useless, your attacks have no effect on us. Hand over the Dragon Balls, and we might leave your corpses intact. Goku agilely dodged the spores, suddenly recalling his battle experience in the chaotic zone. Vegeta, use the blank law. He fused his Super Saiyan Blue energy with the blank law, unleashing a flow of light that was neither gold nor gray-black, which pierced through the chaotic coating, blasting a gaping hole in the ship's exterior. This tactic works. Vegeta's eyes lit up, immediately emulating Goku. Merging his Super Saiyan Blue energy with the blank law, his ultimate flash transformed into a white beam of light, striking the mechanical figure's shoulder with precision, shattering its right arm into fragments. Seeing this, the Dark Alliance soldiers unleashed chaotic energy, attempting to suppress the two. Goku and Vegeta fought back to back, their blank law and Super Saiyan Blue energy intertwining to form a protective shield, rebounding the chaotic energy while simultaneously rescuing Dr. Briefs, bound within the ship. Father, are you all right? Bulma's communication connected just in time. Upon seeing her father safe, tears welled up in her eyes. Dr. Briefs gasped for breath, pointing at the bomb on his chest. Hurry, decode it. The core of this bomb is a chaotic seed, once detonated. The entire Namek will become part of the chaotic zone. Bulma immediately pulled up the decoding program, her fingers flying over the keyboard. Don't worry, Dad. I will definitely crack it. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, Gohan, and Xiaofang arrived at the Elder's sanctuary. The black patterns on the surfaces of the 7 Dragon Balls had become increasingly dense, while the surrounding chaotic mist had coalesced into a colossal spore monster, opening its gaping maw, ready to devour the Dragon Balls. Now is the moment. The green glow of Lin Yuan's twin gears surged, merging the life laws with the chaotic order patterns, creating a flow of light that embodied both vitality and chaotic balance. Gohan, stabilize the Dragon Ball's energy with your calm aura. Xiaofang, guide the light flow for me. Gohan's calm aura manifested as a cyan blue shield, encasing the Dragon Balls and preventing the black patterns from spreading further. Xiaofang, holding the energy detector, accurately directed the light flow towards the densest area of the black patterns. Lin Yuan, here, the area with the most intricate patterns. As the light flow infused the Dragon Balls, a violent energy clash reverberated through the entire sanctuary. The spore monster emitted a piercing shriek, extending countless tentacles towards the Dragon Balls, yet withered upon contact with the light flow. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuan pressed his twin gears against the Dragon Balls, initiating a reverse rotation of the chaotic order patterns, gradually peeling away the chaotic spores from the black patterns, transforming them into harmless life energy. The Elder suddenly opened his eyes, exerting his last ounce of strength to release life energy into the Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls of Namek acknowledge you. They will aid you in purifying the chaos. Nourished by the energy, the black patterns on the surfaces of the 7 Dragon Balls began to dissipate, rejuvenating their emerald glow. As the spore monster lost its chaotic energy support, it disintegrated into countless light particles, merging into the earth of Namek, allowing withered plants to sprout anew. "We did it!" Xiao Fong exclaimed, jumping with joy and hugging Lin Yuan's leg in celebration. Gohan's ancient text automatically recorded this moment. The pages revealing the phrase, "The essence of life laws is to nurture hope amidst chaos." Bulma's voice suddenly came through, filled with excitement. The decoding was successful. The bomb is now safe. My father is fine too. Goku and Vegeta, having brought Dr. Briefs to the sanctuary, sighed in relief upon seeing the Dragon Balls restored to normalcy. Vegeta gazed at the revitalized Namek, a rare smile gracing his face. Humph. At least we did not allow those Dark Alliance scoundrels to succeed. The body of the Grand Elder gradually regained vitality under the nourishing essence of life. He gazed at the dual gears in Lin Yuan's hand, a glimmer of gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thank you, Taohaja. The fate of Namek and the Dragon Balls rests upon you." He retrieved a green crystal from his robe, the life core of Namek, which would assist in mastering the laws of life. When you are in need, it will guide you to the eternal dragon. Lin Yuan accepted the crystal, which seamlessly merged with the dual gears, causing the green life patterns to radiate even more brilliantly. He understood that this crystal represented not only the gratitude of Namek, but also a new responsibility. In the future, more universes would face threats of chaos, and he must bear the dual gears to continue safeguarding this balance. As the spacecraft departed from Namek, 7 Dragon Balls swirled in the sky, emitting a gentle luminescence as if bidding farewell. Goku rubbed his stomach, mumbling, "Next time, we must have the Grand Elder prepare Namek's special dishes." That green orb I had last time was quite delicious. Vegeta rolled his eyes, but, upon noticing the senzu beans peeking from Goku's pocket, quietly inched closer. "Hey, Kakarot, how many senzu beans do you have left? Share some with me." Lin Yuan stood by the viewport, watching as Namek gradually transformed into a green speck of light. The chaotic order patterns of the dual gears harmoniously rotating with the green life patterns. He realized that a new adventure was still unfolding. But as long as his companions remained by his side and the light of the Dragon Balls continued to shimmer, there would be no insurmountable challenges. No laws that could not be balanced. In a distant corner of the cosmos, a figure clad in the Dark Alliance uniform observed everything through a screen. A half-black gear embedded in his chest, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Lin Yuan, do you think this is the end? The revelry of chaos has only just begun." Chapter 114. The chaotic trap of the Dark Alliance remnants outside the viewport of the transcendent spaceship. The green light of Namek gradually faded, yet the dual gears in Lin Yuan's palms suddenly emitted a blinding red glow, a distinctive fluctuation of the Dark Alliance's energy. On the console screen, the previously tranquil cosmic star map abruptly erupted with dozens of red markers, each corresponding to a Dark Alliance warship encircling the spacecraft from various directions. They had plotted this in advance. Bulma's fingers danced over the control panel, attempting to break through the Dark Alliance's signal interference. Each of these warships harbored chaotic seeds in their energy cores. Proximity would trigger a catastrophic explosion. Goku transformed into Super Saiyan Blue in an instant, his golden aura blazing fiercely. Another fight is on. Just when I was feeling unsatisfied after rescuing the doctor, he was about to charge out of the spacecraft when Lin Yuan grasped his arm. "Wait, these warships are problematic." The dual gears in Lin Yuan's hand flickered with red light, and his consciousness penetrated the screen, revealing the interior of the warships. There were no Dark Alliance warriors inside, only countless dummies composed of chaotic spores. This was a trap. They aimed to provoke us into attacking, using the explosive chaotic energy to contaminate the spacecraft. Vegeta's scanner indicated that the Dark Alliance warships were forming a colossal six-finger formation, with the energy fluctuations at the formation's center perfectly aligning with the frequency of the zero-cycle chaotic seed. It's the chaotic sacrifice array, an ancient taboo formation of the Saiyans, capable of unleashing a shockwave from the explosion of countless chaotic energies that can instantly dismantle any defensive laws. His expression turned grave. It was a similar array that Frieza had used to annihilate the core of planet Vegeta. Before he could finish, the Dark Alliance warships suddenly accelerated simultaneously. A blinding red light erupting from the center of the formation, with streams of chaotic energy surging toward the spacecraft like venomous serpents. Goku's Kamehameha was coalescing in his palm, but stopped upon Lin Yuan's command. We cannot engage directly. The chaotic energy will rebound along the trajectory of our attack. Gohan quickly consulted the ancient texts. The words on the pages transformed into golden streams of light, forming a protective shield around the spacecraft. The ancient texts say the weakness of the chaotic sacrifice array lies within the chaotic seeds at its core. Destroy the core, and the formation will collapse. He pointed to the brightest red marker on the screen, indicating the core comprised of 3 warships with the strongest defenses. The dual gears in Lin Yuan's hand resonated with the spacecraft's engine, intertwining the chaotic order patterns with the essence of origin, forming a black and white energy sphere in his palm. Goku, Vegeta, draw their attention with your fusion technique while I destroy the core. Bulma, you handle disrupting the chaotic energy with the blank law, and Gohan and Xiaofang. Protect the doctor. Understood. Goku and Vegeta exchanged a glance and simultaneously leaped from the spacecraft, striking their fusion poses. Fusion. A flash of golden light enveloped them, revealing the figure of Gogeta clad in a red and white fusion outfit, his aura infused with both Super Saiyan Blue energy and the blank law. With a single punch, he obliterated the nearest Dark Alliance warship. Come on, is this all you've got? He taunted, drawing the attention of most Dark Alliance warships. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuan piloted a small shuttle toward the core. The shuttle's exterior coated with the blank law concealed its energy fluctuations, allowing it to evade the Dark Alliance warship scans. The 3 warships at the core were indeed heavily fortified, with countless chaotic spores forming tentacles that swirled around, ready to attack anything that came too close. Now's my chance. The dual gears in Lin Yuan's hand erupted with resplendent light, and the chaotic order patterns transformed into a black and white light blade, precisely slicing through one warship's hull to reveal the chaotic seed within. He hurled the energy sphere toward the seed, which detonated upon contact, emitting a blinding radiance that completely purified the chaotic seed. The remaining 2 warships immediately unleashed a torrent of chaotic energy in an attempt to thwart Lin Yuan. The green life patterns of his dual gears illuminated, releasing a gentle glow from the life core obtained from Namek, transforming chaotic energy into harmless life energy. Seizing the moment, he destroyed the other 2 chaotic seeds, causing the energy fluctuations at the core to vanish instantly, and the 6-finger formation of the Dark Alliance warships began to collapse. Seeing the core destroyed, Gogeta unleashed his most potent Kamehameha, obliterating the remaining Dark Alliance warships. The explosion's chaotic energy, under the interference of the blank law, dissipated into countless motes of light throughout the cosmos. We did it. Xiaofang cheered, holding up the energy detector as the red markers on the screen vanished. Just as everyone thought the crisis had passed, the spacecraft's alarm blared once more. On the console screen, a massive spatial rift appeared at the explosion site of the Dark Alliance warships, from which emerged a colossal Dark Alliance mothership, its hull adorned with numerous 6-fingered insignias, exuding suffocating chaotic energy. I didn't expect you to destroy the sacrificial array. The mothership's communications suddenly connected, revealing a figure in Dark Alliance uniform. His face obscured by a mask, only his eyes glowing red. But that's merely an appetizer. I have planted chaotic seeds in every corner of the 12 universes. At my command, the entire multiverse will transform into a paradise of chaos. Lin Yuan's dual gears trembled violently, resonating with the energy fluctuations of the Dark Alliance mothership. Who are you? How do you possess zero-cycle chaotic energy? The masked figure abruptly removed his mask, revealing a face identical to Lin Yuan's, save for his left eye, which was shaped like a black gear. I am you from the Zero Cycle and the true leader of the Dark Alliance. The system of Kain and your reincarnation were all designed for me to absorb sufficient chaotic energy. Now, I can finally realize the true chaotic order. Goku's eyes widened in disbelief. Another Lin Yuan? What is going on? Do you also possess the ability to create clones? Not a clone, but an iteration from a parallel universe. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the dual gears, the patterns on the ring of laws illuminating simultaneously. He had been orchestrating events since the Zero Cycle, intending for chaotic energy to engulf the entire multiverse. The Lin Yuan of the Zero Cycle sneered coldly. Indeed, only chaos can shatter Kain's control. Only chaos can grant the multiverse true freedom. Lin Yuan, join me. and together we shall create a new world unbound by the constraints of laws. Lin Yuan resolutely shook his head. A world devoid of laws is not freedom. It is destruction. What you term as chaotic order is merely a means to satisfy your desire for control. His dual gears emitted a brilliant radiance. I shall not allow you to succeed, regardless of who you are. Anyone who disrupts the equilibrium of the multiverse is my foe. The Lin Yuan of the Zero Cycle darkened in countenance, commanding the Dark Alliance mothership to unleash countless chaos missiles. If you refuse to cooperate, then let us perish together. The missiles surged towards the spacecraft, and Wukong and Vegeta immediately transformed into Super Blue, unleashing the Turtle School's Kamehameha and Ultimate Flash simultaneously, resulting in a violent explosion upon colliding with the Chaos missiles. Lin Yuan's dual gears of chaotic order glowed, converting the chaotic energy produced by the explosion into a blank law, thereby halting the energy's dispersion. Taking advantage of the situation, Bulma cracked the control system of the Dark Alliance mothership. I have located the core of the mothership. If we destroy the chaotic seed at its core, we can disable the mothership's power. She transmitted the core's location to Lin Yuan, cautioning him about the strongest chaotic defenses surrounding it. Lin Yuan piloted the shuttle towards the core of the Dark Alliance mothership. The shuttle's exterior gradually became transparent under the corrosion of chaotic energy, while his dual gear's original harmonization pattern illuminated, forming a protective shield around him. The chaotic seed at the core was larger than anticipated, its surface covered in black patterns, continuously devouring the mothership's energy. Now is the moment. Lin Yuan's dual gears erupted with the mightiest brilliance, intertwining the chaotic order patterns with the original harmonization patterns to form a colossal blade of light, cleaving towards the chaotic seed. At the instant the light blade made contact with the chaotic seed, a blinding radiance erupted, thoroughly purifying the chaotic seed. The Dark Alliance mothership, having lost its core energy, began to tremble violently, gradually disintegrating into countless fragments. The Lin Yuan of the Zero Cycle let out a howl of defiance, his body becoming increasingly transparent due to the backlash of chaotic energy. I will not concede so easily, Lin Yuan. We shall meet again. His figure ultimately transformed into a black light, vanishing into the rift of time and space. The spacecraft landed on the nearest planet for repairs. Wukong, rubbing his belly, muttered, "That battle was intense. I could eat 100 plates of grilled meat now." Vegeta leaned against the spacecraft, gazing at Lin Yuan. "I never expected there to be another you. Should we encounter him again, I shall personally defeat him." Lin Yuan's dual gears spun gently in the palm of his hand, the chaotic order patterns coexisting harmoniously with other patterns. He understood that the Lin Yuan of the Zero Cycle would not easily surrender. New crises awaited them. Yet as long as his companions remained by his side, and the dual gears continued to rotate, no challenge was insurmountable, and no law would remain unbalanced. Once the repairs were completed, the spacecraft ventured once more into the depths of the cosmos. The starry sky outside the porthole remained resplendent, yet beneath this brilliance lay concealed greater unknown dangers. Lin Yuan stood before the porthole, gripping the dual gears tightly, his gaze resolutely fixed upon the distance. Regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, he would carry the trust of his comrades and continue to safeguard the balance of the multiverse until all chaos was harmonized and all laws could coexist in harmony. Chapter 115: The Chaotic Ripples of Baozi Mountain. The alarm of the hyperdimensional spacecraft echoed through the starry expanse as Lin Yuan's dual gears in his palm suddenly radiated a familiar earthy glow. This was the unique life energy fluctuation of Earth. On the console screen, the light point representing Baozi Mountain flickered erratically, while the surrounding law diagrams exhibited peculiar distortions, resembling a crumpled piece of paper kneaded by an invisible hand. It is Earth. Bulma's fingers hastily glided across the star map, bringing up real-time imagery. The energy field of Baozi Mountain was collapsing, the equilibrium of its laws fracturing, and the chaotic seed was sprouting. Wukong abruptly leaned closer to the screen, his tail standing erect. "That is my home. Chi-Chi and Goten are still there." His super blue aura erupted suddenly. "Lin Yuan, accelerate. If Chi-Chi's dinner gets contaminated by chaotic energy, she will make me chop wood." Vegeta's detector emitted a sharp beep, as a torrent of data flashed with numerous familiar energy signals. Not just Baozi Mountain, but also Shidu, the Kame House, and Karen Tower are experiencing chaotic fluctuations. The Lin Yuan of the Zero Cycle indeed left a contingency plan, He buried chaotic seeds on Earth. Lin Yuan's consciousness plunged into the dual gears, and the earthy glow unveiled a heart-stopping scene. Surrounding the wooden house at Baozi Mountain, gray-black chaotic vines were growing rampantly, entangling the training grounds of Goten and Trunks. In the Kame House's hot spring, chaotic spores transformed the water into a corrosive toxin. Most alarmingly, at Kain Tower, the holy water was tainted by chaotic energy, reversing and devouring the surrounding life force. He intends to turn Earth into a transit hub for chaotic energy. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the gears. The chaotic order pattern intertwined with the earthy glow as Earth's law network connected to the equilibrium of the 12 universes. If thoroughly polluted, all universes would collapse like a house of cards. As the spacecraft pierced through the atmosphere, it happened upon Master Roshi fleeing from the Kame house on his flying Nimbus. The old man's Hawaiian shirt riddled with holes from the corrosive chaotic liquid. What on earth is this foul water? My precious hot spring. Behind him, Krillin struggled to cut through the chaotic vines with a Kienzin, only to be jolted by the rebound energy, leaving his hands numb. Master Roshi, Uncle Krillin. Wukong instantaneously teleported before the two, his super blue aura morphing into a golden shield to block the chaotic toxin. We're here to help you. Master Roshi's eyes lit up upon seeing Wukong. Ah, it's Wukong. Quickly save my treasures. Those Playboy magazines must not be contaminated. Krillin wiped the sweat from his forehead. Pointing towards the Kame house, there is something even more troublesome inside. The chaotic spores have brought the training dummies to life. They're wrecking everything in sight. Vegeta descended upon Shidu, where the Universal Capsule Corporation's building was ensnared by chaotic vines. Bulma's father, Dr. Briefs, was struggling to fend off the vines with mechanical arms, but was ensnared by the slimes secreted by the vines. Vegeta, think of something. These cursed things can corrode even my alloy limbs. Enough noise, old man. Vegeta infused his super blue aura with the blank law, transforming the ultimate flash into a white beam that precisely severed the main vine entangling the building. To be unable to handle such a trivial matter, a disgrace for Bulma's father. Lin Yuan, Gohan, and Xiaofeng headed straight for Baozi Mountain. In front of the wooden house, Chi-Chi was wielding a frying pan to strike at the chaotic vines, while Goten and Trunks in their fused form, Gotenks, unleashed a Kamehameha in midair, only to be blown back by the chaotic energy rebounding from the vines, causing their hair to stand on end. Mom, upon seeing Lin Yuan and the others, Goten immediately unfused. These vines are so annoying. Our attacks are useless against them. Chi-Chi's frying pan suddenly got ensnared by a vine. She angrily kicked at it. Mister Lin Yuan, think of a way quickly. At this rate, tonight's dinner will turn into chaotic mush. Lin Yuan's dual gears blazed with earthy radiance, resonating with the essence of Baozi Mountain. He could sense the life energy flowing underground. It was the bond forged through generations of Wukong's family, now valiantly resisting the encroachment of the chaotic vines. Gohan, stabilize the Earth's energy using the Namekian life law. Xiaofeng, assist me in pinpointing the location of the chaotic seed. Lin Yuan's dual gears levitated into the air, the chaotic order patterns beginning to rotate in reverse. Aunt Chi-Chi, please step back with the children. The impending energy fluctuations may be quite significant. Gohan's calm aura transformed into a cerulean stream of light that flowed into the ground. As ancient texts flipped to the page detailing Earth's life laws, found it. The chaotic seed lies beneath the wooden house's foundation, absorbing Baozi Mountain's life energy. Xiaofeng raised the energy detector, the red dot on the screen flashing in perfect synchrony with the vibrations of the dual gears. Brother Lin Yuan, it fears your gears. We can use this to force it out. Lin Yuan's dual gears suddenly erupted with blinding brilliance, intertwining the chaotic order patterns with the earthy glow to form a colossal light drill, drilling towards the foundation of the wooden house. At the moment the light drill made contact with the ground, the earth trembled violently, and the chaotic gray-black vines shrank wildly, revealing the pulsating chaotic seed beneath the foundation. Its surface bore the six-fingered mark of the Dark Alliance, perfectly matching the energy fluctuations of Lin Yuan from the 0th iteration. Indeed, it was his legacy. Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened, and the origin harmonization patterns of the twin gears began to flicker. This seed could absorb the energy generated by familial bonds. No wonder it chose Baozi Mountain as its location. Suddenly, the chaotic seed emitted a piercing shriek, unleashing countless chaotic tendrils that lunged toward Wu Fan and Xiao Fang. Goku returned just in time, transforming his super blue aura into a golden light shield to block the tendrils, declaring, "You shall not harm the children." His Kamehameha was infused with the familial energy from Wu Fan and Wu Tian, the golden light intertwining around the chaotic seed as if it were alive, immobilizing it. Vegeta, accompanied by Bulma, also arrived. Bulma's universal capsule released a multitude of miniature robots that began analyzing the structure of the chaotic seed. Found it. Its core contains an emotional filter, specifically designed to absorb energy from positive emotions. If we disrupt it with negative emotions, it will lose its power. Negative emotions? Goku scratched his head and suddenly pointed at Vegeta, exclaiming, "Got it." Vegeta, cursed at it a few times. "Your anger levels are sufficient." Vegeta's expression darkened. His super blue aura surging. "What is wrong with you? Is your head filled with nothing but muscle? How could that possibly work?" Before his roar could finish, the chaotic seed trembled violently, and the six-fingered mark on its surface began to fade. "It really works." Bulma clapped excitedly. "It cannot absorb anger, this negative energy." Vegeta, cursed at it more. Though reluctant, Vegeta, seeing the chaotic seed weaken, furrowed his brow and continued, "You worthless seed. You're hideously ugly. Not even a single hair of this prince could compare. Your energy fluctuations are a mess. You're a disgrace to the realm of laws." Under the combined assault of Vegeta's insults and Goku's familial energy, the shell of the chaotic seed gradually cracked, revealing its core, a half-black gear, identical to the one on Lin Yuan's chest from the 0th iteration. Now is the moment. Lin Yuan's twin gears shot into the air, merging chaotic order patterns with all law patterns into a radiant stream of multicolored light, precisely striking the black gear. Within the light, the familial love of Goku's family, Vegeta's proud guardianship, and the quirky yet kind energy of Master Roshi intertwined, completely purifying the black gear. As the core was destroyed, all chaotic vines withered instantly. The hot spring at Kame House regained its clarity, and the divine water of Kain Tower once again radiated with the glow of life. Wu Tian and Trunks cheered as they rushed toward Goku, while Chi-Chi, hands on her hips, addressed Goku and Vegeta. "All right, the crisis is averted. Come over to my house for dinner tonight to celebrate. But Goku, you must chop some wood first." Master Roshi, stroking his bald head, approached Lin Yuan, saying, Lin Yuan, my young friend, we owe this to you. As a token of gratitude, may I lend you my cherished swimsuit special to read?" Lin Yuan smiled and shook his head, the twin gears gently spinning in his palm, now adorned with patterns representing Earth's bonds. "You should keep it for yourself, Master Roshi. However, we must prepare well. Since the 0th iteration of me could plant seeds on Earth, it surely means I have acted on other planets with bonds." Suddenly, Bulma's detector emitted a new alarm, and a star map of the 12 universes appeared on the screen, countless points of light flickering. He is right. There are chaotic fluctuations appearing on Namek, the ruins of Vegeta, and even in the realm of the Kais. Goku transformed into Super Blue, his expression resolute. "Then let us set off at once. No matter where that guy is hiding, we will defeat him." Vegeta snorted but was already ready for battle. "Humph, this time let us not let him escape," Kakarot. Lin Yuan gazed at the distant starry sky, the chaotic order patterns of the twin gears shimmering softly. He understood that the 0th iteration of himself was wielding bonds as weapons, and what they could do was counter with even deeper bonds. Whether it was the familial love of Goku's family or the trust of friends, they were laws far mightier than chaotic energy. The hyperdimensional spaceship once more set sail, the Earth outside glowing warmly under the sunset. Lin Yuan stood before the porthole, gripping the twin gears, feeling the flow of various law energies within. That was the power of bonds that transcended countless universes and iterations. He knew that as long as this power remained, no matter what tricks the 0th iteration of himself played, they would be able to overcome them together. In a corner of the universe, the 0th iteration of Lin Yuan observed all of this through chaotic energy, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In his palm, a half-black gear absorbed some form of even more powerful energy, the surface of the gear faintly revealing the pattern of the Omni King's palace. Chapter 116. The chaotic purge of the Omni King's palace. The alarm of the hyperdimensional spaceship pierced through the tranquility of the universe, and the twin gears in Lin Yuan's palm suddenly erupted with blinding white light. This was the unique vibration of the Omni King's Purge Law. On the control panel screen, the edge of the 7th universe was visibly vanishing, the originally brilliant star system erasing itself into nothingness, leaving only a gray chaotic energy swirling. It was the purge law of the entire network. Bulma's fingers flew over the console, and an emergency communication request from the Grand Minister popped up on the screen. But something was off. The purge range was 10 times larger than recorded, and the residual chaotic energy concentration was excessive. Goku immediately leaned closer to the screen, his tail straightening with tension. Why would the Omni King suddenly purge the universe? Is he playing games again? He suddenly slapped his thigh. Oh no. Wu Fan is still examining the law balance in the 7th universe. Vegeta's detector revealed that the law map of the purge area exhibited an eerie chaotic purge mixed waveform. This isn't a voluntary purge by the Omni King. Someone is interfering with the purge law, mixing chaotic energy into it, turning the purge into chaotic annihilation. The affected area will not only vanish, but also trigger a chain reaction of chaos. Lin Yuan's consciousness sank into the twin gears, and amidst the white light, the scene of the Omni King's palace emerged. The two Omni Kings were seated on their thrones, gazing blankly at the black light flickering in their palms. While the Grand Minister stood beside them, half of the 12 angelic halos dimmed, clearly exerting all their strength to suppress the out-of-control purge law. In the shadows of the palace, a figure clad in the Dark Alliance uniform was holding a half-black gear, its 6-fingered mark resonating with the Omni King's purge law. It was the 0th iteration of me. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the gear, intertwining the chaotic order patterns with the white purge patterns. He intended to utilize the Omni King's purge law to disseminate chaotic energy across all universes. As the spaceship jumped to the outskirts of the Omni King's palace, it happened to witness Whis and Meru's constructing a defensive barrier with angelic laws to prevent the spread of chaotic purge energy. The barrier was riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, Whis's white robe billowing from the energy shockwave, and the crystal atop Meru's staff flickering erratically. Mr. Lin Yuan. Whis spotted the spaceship. A glimmer of relief flashing in his eyes quickly stopped the chaotic energy in the Omni King's palm. The 0th iteration of Lin Yuan has tampered with the purge law using Dark Alliance sorcery. Even the Grand Minister cannot fully suppress it. Goku instantaneously teleported into the palace, seeing the two Omni Kings struggling to shake off the black light in their palms. But the black light clung to them tenaciously. Omni Kings, don't be afraid. I'm here to help. He reached out to touch the black light, but the moment he made contact, he was flung back, his super blue aura nearly dissipating. The repulsive force was overwhelming. This force was even more formidable than Buu's absorption. Vegeta's final flash merged with the blank law, transforming into a white light beam aimed at the black gear, but halfway through, it was distorted by chaotic purge energy and instead blasted toward the palace's protective barrier. Damn it. This energy rebounds all attacks. The 0th iteration of Lin Yuan stepped out from the shadows, the half-black gear spinning in his palm, resonating increasingly with the Omni King's purge law. Lin Yuan, you have finally arrived. Behold the exquisite principle of chaotic eradication, possessing both the absolute power of annihilation and the infinite propensity for chaos. With the mere infusion of emotional energy, it can spiral into utter pandemonium, transforming all 12 universes into a chaotic paradise. He suddenly gestured towards Wukong, suggesting that allowing Kakarot to witness Gohan being consumed by the chaotic purge would evoke despair, serving as the finest catalyst. You dare. Wukong's super blue aura erupted in a sudden blaze, golden light intermingled with furious red, asserting, Gohan will be unharmed. Oh, is that so? Lin Yuan, from the zero loop, snapped his fingers, and the palace's holographic projection illuminated, revealing the scene in the 7th universe where Gohan was using a calm aura to shield a group of Namekians enveloped by chaotic energy. As the surrounding space began to warp, evidently on the brink of being engulfed by the chaotic purge, Gohan. Wukong's fury amplified the dark energy in the king's palm, causing cracks to appear in the palace's protective barrier. Now's the time. Seizing the moment, Lin Yuan pressed the black gear against the king's palm, exclaiming, feel the despair, Kakarot. Your emotions will perfect this chaos. Lin Yuan suddenly interposed himself before the king. The twin gears' chaotic order patterns and the white eradication patterns erupted, forming a light shield of black and white. Wukong, be calm. Your anger will be exploited. His consciousness connected with both the king and the Grand Minister. Grand Minister, guide the purging energy with the angelic law. I will neutralize the chaos. The Grand Minister's 12 halos flared to life. Golden light flowing through Lin Yuan's shield into the king's palm. Your Majesty, focus your mind on envisioning a pure eradication, like erasing stains from a canvas, leaving no trace. The two kings nodded in a vague understanding as the dark energy in their palms began to wane. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuan pressed the twin gears against the king's palm, the chaotic order patterns rotating in reverse, gradually peeling away the six-finger imprint on the black gear, transforming it into a harmless blank law. Observing this, Lin Yuan suddenly thrust half of the black gear into his own chest, his body erupting in blinding black light. If you wish to impede me, then perish together. He transformed into a stream of dark energy, charging towards the king. I will detonate the chaotic eradication principle within the king's palace, allowing all universes to experience this perfection. Not on my watch. Vegeta's super blue aura merged with the balance principle of the Saiyan legacy, morphing into a blue-gold chain of light that ensnared Lin Yuan from the zero loop. This prince will not allow you to wreak havoc upon the universe. Simultaneously, Wukong unleashed the Kamehameha, the golden energy imbued with familial affection for Gohan. This is for Gohan. The energy stream intertwined with Vegeta's chain, forming an energy cocoon that ensnared Lin Yuan from the zero loop. The twin gears resonated completely with the king's principle of eradication. The white eradication patterns bursting forth in brilliant radiance, thoroughly purifying the chaotic energy within the cocoon. Lin Yuan from the zero loop emitted a reluctant howl amidst the radiance, his form gradually becoming transparent, ultimately transforming into half of the black gear, absorbed by Lin Yuan's twin gears. As Lin Yuan from the zero loop vanished, the dark energy in the king's palm dissipated entirely, and the area of the seventh universe that had vanished began to slowly recover, with Gohan and the Namekians reappearing in the holographic projection. The two kings clapped their hands in delight, exclaiming, "Wonderful! The dark energy is gone." The Grand Minister's 12 halos regained their brilliance as he bowed slightly to Lin Yuan, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Harmonizer. Were it not for your timely neutralization of the chaotic energy, the consequences would have been unimaginable." On Lin Yuan's twin gears, a new pattern representing the balance of chaotic eradication emerged, harmoniously spinning with the other law patterns. He understood that this was not the end. The absorbed half of the black gear writhed within the twin gears, indicating that Lin Yuan from the zero loop had not completely vanished. As the spacecraft departed from the king's palace, Wukong peered through the porthole at the gradually recovering seventh universe, saying, "I'm so relieved Gohan is safe. When we return, I must learn how to use that calm aura he demonstrated." Vegeta leaned against the cabin wall, observing the twin gears in Lin Yuan's palm. "That black gear is no ordinary thing. When it reappears, I shall personally obliterate it." Lin Yuan gazed into the depths of the universe, where the black gear within the twin gears suddenly flickered, projecting a fragmented image of an unfamiliar gray space, in the center of which hovered a complete black gear, surrounded by 12 streams of chaotic energy. "My true form still resides there." Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the gear, the chaotic order patterns illuminating. "That is the place we must ultimately confront." On Bulma's screen, the coordinates of the gray space were slowly being resolved. According to the analysis of the energy fluctuations, that could be the interstice of laws, the chaotic region preceding the birth of all universes, and the true hiding place of Lin Yuan from the zero loop. Wukong instantly transformed into super blue, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "No matter where he hides, we will defeat him. Right, Lin Yuan?" Lin Yuan observed the determined gazes of his companions as the twin gears gently rotated in his palm. He understood that the final battle was imminent. But as long as they fought side by side, no matter what tricks Lin Yuan from the zero loop employed, they would find the path to balance and restore harmony to all universes. The hyperdimensional spacecraft accelerated towards the interstice of laws, the starry sky outside flickering in the wake of chaotic eradication energy, resembling countless eyes awaiting protection. Meanwhile, deep within the interstice of laws, the complete black gear slowly rotated, anticipating the ultimate clash with the twin gears. Chapter 117. The Ultimate Confrontation in the Interstice of Laws. As the hyperdimensional spacecraft crossed the boundary of the interstice of laws, all instruments instantly failed. Lin Yuan's twin gears trembled violently in his palm, the chaotic order patterns resonating strongly with the black gear, projecting the true visage of this chaotic region onto the console. There were no stars, no time or space, only countless fragments of laws floating like garbled data. With a complete black gear suspended in the center, surrounded by 12 streams of gray-black chaotic energy, each corresponding to the law imprints of a universe. This was the chaotic origin before the birth of all universes. Gohan's ancient tome automatically opened, the text on the pages contorting within the interstice of laws. Lin Yuan from the Zero Loop had transformed this place into an amplifier of chaotic energy, with the 12 energy streams absorbing the corresponding universe's laws. Once fully formed, it could entirely rewrite the network of laws across the multiverse. Wukong, now in super blue form, struggled to maintain his shape amidst the chaotic energy, exclaiming, "Where's that guy? I sense an incredibly strong energy ahead, even more potent than the king's eradication principle." He suddenly pointed at the black gear. There. He has merged with the gear. In the center of the black gear, the figure of Lin Yuan from the Zero Loop slowly materialized, composed of countless law fragments. His left eye was a rotating black gear, while his right eye flowed with chaotic energy. "Welcome to the interstice of laws, my true form. Here, there is no time, no causality, only pure chaotic law, perfect for our final showdown." Vegeta's super blue aura intertwined with the blank law, forming a blue-white shield of light. "Enough of your nonsense. You wretch. Today, you will be completely erased." His ultimate flash transformed into a white beam directed at the black gear, but upon contact, it was repelled by the chaotic energy on the gear's surface, exploding beside the spacecraft. Futile. Lin Yuan from the Zero Loop manipulated the 12 streams of energy, cracking like whips towards the others. "In this realm, I am the law. Your attacks will merely be converted into chaotic energy." The energy streams struck the spacecraft's protective shield, prompting Bulma to scream as she operated the control console. "The shield is collapsing. This chaotic energy can directly erode the structure of laws." She suddenly pulled up a set of data. "I've found the pattern. The frequency of these energy streams corresponds to the law fluctuations of their respective universes. If we retaliate with the corresponding universe's law energy, we can temporarily disrupt them. Leave it to me." Gohan's ancient tome projected the law diagrams of the 12 universes. As he pointed to one of the energy streams, "That one is from the 7th universe. Uncle Wukong, blend the Kamehameha with the life energy of Earth." Wukong immediately complied, infusing the golden Kamehameha with the earthy energy of Baozi Mountain, striking precisely at the energy flow of the 7th universe. The energy flow trembled violently, momentarily halting the absorption of the laws. Effective. Gohan next. Lin Yuan's dual gear hovered in midair, merging the chaotic order patterns with all the laws. Bulma, locate the core of the black gear. Wukong, Vegeta, continue to disrupt the energy flow. Gohan, Xiaofeng, construct a defense network using the life laws of Namek and the blank laws. Do not allow the chaotic energy to spread to other universes. The group quickly divided their tasks. Wukong and Vegeta alternately attacked the 12 energy flows, temporarily blocking them with the corresponding universe's law energy. Gohan's calm aura intertwined with Xiaofeng's blank laws to form a protective shield, isolating the law gaps from the outside world. Bulma's universal capsule released countless miniature detectors, circling the black gear and constructing a three-dimensional model of the core's location. "Found it." Bulma's voice brimmed with excitement. The core lay in the very center of the gear, where the chaotic energy was weakest, yet a barrier composed of the consciousness of the Zero Loop stood firm. Lin Yuan's dual gear erupted with dazzling light, the chaotic order patterns rotating in reverse, transforming the absorbed fragments of the black gear into purifying energy. Now is the time. He became a stream of light, rushing towards the black gear, the dual gear forming a black and white diamond in his palm. "This attack is for all those you have harmed." The moment the diamond struck the consciousness barrier, the Lin Yuan of the Zero Loop emitted a piercing shriek. Countless law fragments surged from the barrier, forming a colossal wall of chaos. "Do you think you can break my consciousness? We are one. I know all your thoughts." Countless images emerged on the chaotic wall. Wukong's family's warm daily life, the bond between Vegeta and Bulma, Gohan's determination to protect the Namekians, Xiaofeng's innocent smile. These images suddenly distorted, transforming into painful memories. Wukong helplessly watching Krillin perish, Vegeta's pride crushed under Frieza's foot, Gohan losing his father in the Cell games. Xiaofeng witnessing a world destroyed by androids in the future. Look at these painful memories. The voice of Lin Yuan from the Zero Loop was filled with temptation. If you abandon resistance and let the chaotic energy consume them, you can forever escape suffering. Is this not what you truly desire? Wukong's super blue aura flickered. The vision of Krillin's death causing his pupils to constrict. Vegeta's fists turned white, memories of humiliation at Frieza's hands flooding back. Gohan's calm aura nearly shattered. The scene of his father vanishing in the Cell games weighing heavily on his chest. Do not be deceived by him. Lin Yuan's voice pierced through the chaotic wall. The earthy glow of the dual gear illuminating, projecting images of Earth. Wukong embracing Gohan after his resurrection, Vegeta setting aside his pride in Bulma's arms. Gohan smiling at his daughter Xiaofeng. These painful memories are also proof of your growth. Without loss, one would not learn to cherish. Without pain, one would not understand the meaning of protection. The warm energy in the images penetrated the chaotic wall, stabilizing Wukong's super blue aura, now infused with an additional layer of gentle golden light. You are right. Pain is also a part of my life. I will not forget them, nor will I be controlled by them. His Kamehameha encompassed all his companions' energies, forming a spectrum of light, rushing once more towards the chaotic wall. Vegeta's final flash merged with Wukong's light stream. The blue and golden energy infused with the protective heart for Bulma and Bra. The pride of this prince shall not be extinguished by such trivial pain. The two energy streams struck the chaotic wall, causing the painful memories to begin disintegrating, replaced by warm images. Lin Yuan of the Zero Loop let out an unwilling howl. Cracks appearing in the consciousness barrier. Impossible. How can you resist the allure of chaos? Because we do not fight alone. Lin Yuan's dual gear diamond pierced through the cracks. Embedding itself into the core of the black gear, we have the bonds of each other, the faith in protection. These are the laws that chaotic energy can never consume. The diamond erupted with brilliant light within the core. The 12 energy flows trembled violently, beginning to reverse their operation, expelling the absorbed law energy back to the corresponding universe. The shadow of Lin Yuan from the Zero Loop gradually became transparent in the light. He gazed at the dual gear in his palm, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. So this is the true essence of the laws. The black gear disintegrated in the light, transforming into countless specks that merged into the dual gear. The chaotic energy of the law gaps began to stabilize. Floating law fragments recombining to form a bridge of light connecting the 12 universes. On Lin Yuan's dual gear, the patterns of the black gear seamlessly merged with other law patterns, creating an ultimate law ring that was both chaotic and orderly. It is over. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the gear, feeling the resonance of the laws from the 12 universes. Wukong and Vegeta reverted from their transformations, leaning against the spaceship. Gasping for breath, Gohan's ancient tome automatically closed, the cover now bearing the mark of the ultimate law ring. Xiaofeng held up an energy detector, the screen displaying that the law fluctuations of all universes had returned to normal. As the spaceship departed from the law gaps, the bridge behind transformed into countless law crystals, scattered like stars throughout the universe, forming an eternal balance belt. Wukong patted his stomach, murmuring, "Can we return now to eat the dinner Chi-Chi has prepared? I feel like I could devour an entire cow." Vegeta glanced at the dual gear in Lin Yuan's palm, rarely showing a smile. "Humph, this time you were somewhat useful. But do not think this is the end. New laws will surely bring new troubles." Lin Yuan gazed towards the direction of the 12 universes, the ultimate law ring of the dual gear flickering with a soft glow. He understood that the journey of the harmonizer has no true end. But as long as his companions are by his side, and as long as the dual gear continues to turn, there are no laws that cannot be balanced, no universe that cannot be protected. The transcendent spaceship accelerated towards Earth, the starry sky outside the porthole becoming ever more radiant under the nourishment of the ultimate law. Beneath this brilliance, new adventures awaited, yet Lin Yuan and his companions were already prepared. No matter how many challenges the future may hold, they would face them together, ensuring that the multiverse remains forever balanced and harmonious. And deep within the law gaps, the last fragment of law transformed into a miniature gear, silently attaching itself to the spaceship's exterior. This gear may herald a new crisis, or perhaps a new hope, but regardless, it would mark the beginning of the next journey. Chapter 118. The Chaotic Aftermath of the Miniature Gear. The transcendent spaceship pierced through the atmosphere, the familiar outline of Earth gradually becoming clear outside the porthole. The ultimate law ring of Lin Yuan's dual gears slowly rotated, yet upon nearing Baozi Mountain, it suddenly emitted a faint gray light. That miniature gear, attached to the spaceship's exterior, was absorbing the life energy of Earth, its surface displaying the same six-fingered mark as Lin Yuan from the Zero Loop. It is activating. Bulma's scanner emitted urgent alarms, the screen showing the miniature gear splitting, tiny chaotic spores spreading through the spaceship's energy conduits. These spores can disguise themselves as ordinary mechanical impurities, undetectable by our defense systems. Just as Wukong was about to reach out to poke the gear on the spaceship's exterior, he was stopped by Lin Yuan. Do not touch it. This is the consciousness residue of the Zero Loop. Contact will lead to contamination by chaotic energy. His dual gear's chaotic order patterns illuminated, forming a protective shield around the spaceship, temporarily halting the spread of the spores. We must return to Kame House, where there are sufficient facilities to research a countermeasure. As the spaceship landed on the beach of Kame House, Krillin was training with a group of young warriors and immediately approached upon seeing their return. Mr. Lin Yuan, you have finally returned. Just now, the Universal Capsule Factory in West City suddenly sprouted many black vines, resembling the chaotic vines from Baozi Mountain. It has indeed spread. The duality of Lin Yuan's gears became increasingly pronounced as his consciousness traced the trajectory of the spores, discovering that the nucleus of the miniature gears lay within the spaceship's engine room, thriving on mechanical energy and proliferating incessantly. Bulma, prepare to isolate the engine room. Goku, Vegeta, clear the vines in West City and ensure they do not encroach upon the residential areas. Gohan, take Xiao Fong to Kain Tower to check if the sacred water has been contaminated. With the tasks assigned, everyone sprang into action. Goku and Vegeta transformed into streaks of light, racing towards West City, their golden and blue Super Saiyan flames carving arcs across the skyline. On the streets of West City, dark, chaotic vines coiled around tall buildings. Dr. Briefs, Bulma's father, operated mechanical arms to cut through the vines, but became ensnared by the viscous secretions they exuded. Dad, we're here to help. Bulma's voice crackled through the communicator as the screen displayed an analysis of the vine structures. The core of these vines lies 3 meters underground. An attack using the blank principle can sever their energy supply. Vegeta unleashed his ultimate flash first, a blue-white energy stream striking the ground and creating a deep crater. The vines, bereft of energy support, instantly wilted into dust. Goku's Kamehameha morphed into a golden light net, enveloping and purifying the scattered spores. Done. Easier than I thought. Meanwhile, Gohan and Xiao Fong reached Kain Tower. A gray-black membrane floated atop the pool of sacred water, as Master Kain sprinkled it with powdered senzu beans, only for the membrane to corrode into white smoke. These chaotic spores can taint life energy. If this continues, the sacred water will become toxic. Xiao Fong raised an energy detector, the screen flickering with a red dot at the pool's bottom. Dad, the source of the spores is right here. She injected the blank principle into the detector, which emitted a beam of white light, striking the core of the spores at the bottom of the pool. The core froze instantly, and the gray-black membrane began to dissipate. Effective. Gohan's calm energy transformed into a cyan blue stream, merging with the sacred water, using the Namekian life principle to neutralize the chaotic energy. Xiao Fong, continue to suppress with the blank principle while I purify the sacred water. At the Kame House, Lin Yuan and Bulma were isolating the engine room. The miniature gears had grown to the size of a fist, their 6-fingered markings pulsating erratically, while surrounding mechanical parts twisted and morphed into chaotic tendrils. It is absorbing mechanical energy to evolve. Bulma's universal capsule projected an isolation shield, trapping the gears within, yet their energy fluctuations were peculiar, resembling both chaotic energy and the stability of mechanical principles, like a universal capsule tainted by chaos. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's dual gears resonated with the gears inside the isolation shield. The ultimate principle ring rotating in reverse, converting the opposing energy fluctuations into a visual map. It was mimicking the principle of the universal capsule. The consciousness of the zero-th cycle sought to transform itself into a chaotic capsule, thereby allowing it to hide within any mechanical device and unleash chaos at will. The gears within the isolation shield exploded, morphing into countless miniature mechanical insects that scurried through the gaps. It's disassembling and escaping. Bulma screamed at the control panel. These mechanical insects can infiltrate any electronic device. Lin Yuan's dual gears emitted a brilliant light, forming an energy field of chaotic order that ensnared all the mechanical insects. Yuan-Ti escaped so easily. He pressed the dual gears against the energy field, releasing purifying energy, causing the mechanical insects to gradually become transparent in the light, ultimately transforming into harmless metallic powder. However, just as the last mechanical insect vanished, an alarm blared at Kame house. Krillin's panicked voice echoed through the communicator. Not good. Master Roshi's collection room is filled with black mist, and he hasn't moved since he went to check. When Lin Yuan and Bulma arrived at the collection room, gray-black mist seeped through the door crack, expanding continuously. The gray light of Lin Yuan's dual gears flickered as his consciousness penetrated the door, revealing Master Roshi sprawled on the floor, surrounded by floating issues of Playboy, with the models on the pages grotesquely distorted into six-fingered monsters by chaotic energy. It's a chaotic illusion. Lin Yuan's dual gears emitted a protective shield, sealing the mist outside. This mist could plunge individuals into their most desired illusions, then consume their consciousness. Master Roshi must have been enticed by the content in the magazines, letting his guard down. Bulma's universal capsule released an antidote spray. This is made from the blank principle and sinzabine powder. It can temporarily dispel the illusions. She handed the spray to Lin Yuan. You go in to rescue him. I'll cut off the source of the mist from outside. Lin Yuan donned a protective mask and pushed the door into the collection room. Within the mist, countless ethereal figures of beautiful women in swimsuits danced, while Master Roshi lay on the ground, drooling and evidently entrapped in a euphoric hallucination. The six monstrous apparitions swirled around him, gradually eroding his consciousness. Master Roshi, wake up! Lin Yuan's chaotic order patterns glowed, and purifying energy transformed into golden light rain, dispelling the ethereal women. Master Roshi jolted awake, seeing the six monsters and exclaiming, "What are these things? More terrifying than any creature I've ever encountered. Do not be afraid. Use the Kamehameha to attack them," Lin Yuan urged, handing the antidote spray to Master Roshi. "These are just illusions. Your will can break them." Although frightened, Master Roshi assumed the Kamehameha stance. Kamehameha. The golden light flow, though weak, encapsulated his belief in martial arts, causing the apparitions of the six monsters to gradually dissipate. Outside, Bulma successfully severed the source of the mist, revealing that the last remnant of the miniature gears had infiltrated Master Roshi's old radio, using its energy waves to create the illusionary mist. With the radio completely destroyed, the mist in the collection room dissipated entirely. With the crisis averted, everyone gathered on the beach of Kame house. Beneath the setting sun, the ultimate principal ring of the dual gears shimmered softly, and the residual energy of the miniature gears was thoroughly purified. Goku munched on a Senza bean, mumbling, "I didn't expect that guy to disappear and leave behind so much trouble." Vegeta leaned against a rock, gazing at the horizon. This indicates that chaotic energy has not completely vanished. It has merely been temporarily suppressed. New crises will arise in the future. Lin Yuan looked up at the sky, where the ultimate principal ring of the dual gears pointed towards the depths of the universe. But we have already discovered a method to counter it. As long as we stand together, any crisis can be resolved. His gaze fell upon the ancient text in Gohan's hands, where new words began to materialize on the last blank page. Gohan opened the ancient text and read softly. The ultimate balance of principles does not lie in the annihilation of chaos, but in coexisting with it. Just as light and darkness exist, without either side, the universe would lose its color. Xiao Fong raised the energy detector, the screen displaying the energy map of Earth in a state of perfect balance. Look, the energy of Earth is beautiful, just like a rainbow. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the dual gears, knowing this was not the end. At the far edge of the universe, new fluctuations of principles were brewing, and the residual consciousness of the zero-stage cycle Lin Yuan might still be lurking in some corner, awaiting revival. Yet, as long as his companions remained by his side, and the dual gears continued to turn, they could safeguard this balance, ensuring that the multiverse forever retained its vibrant hues. The engine of the hyperdimensional spaceship roared to life once more, preparing to journey to the next planet in need of harmony. Beyond the porthole, the sunset gilded Earth with a golden hue, the waves reflecting the rosy light, resembling countless glimmering crystals of principle. Lin Yuan stood at the bow, absorbing the myriad energies flowing through the dual gears, evidence of countless battles and bonds forged, as well as the prologue to endless adventures ahead. Chapter 119, The Chaotic Seal of the Kaishin Realm. The alarms of the hyperdimensional spaceship echoed through the starry sky, and the dual gears in Lin Yuan's palm suddenly radiated a sacred purple light, indicative of the unique fluctuations of the Kaishin principle. The console screen displayed an image of the Kaishin realm being engulfed by gray-black, chaotic energy, the once majestic temple now riddled with cracks. As the spectral forms of the 12 Kaishin writhed in agony amidst the energy. It is the Kaishin realm. Bulma's fingers danced deftly over the control panel, summoning the urgent communication from the Grand Priest. The Grand Priest declared that the chaotic energy had breached its seal, corrupting the pivotal balance of laws throughout the universe. Should the temple be entirely consumed, the framework of laws governing the 12 universes would collapse entirely. In an instant, Wukong transformed into his Super Saiyan blue form. A golden aura laced with urgency. The Kaishin are in danger. We must hasten to their aid. Last time, Exine treated me to an abundance of fruits. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh, remembering, and the Omni King is there too. It would be catastrophic if he were tainted by chaotic energy. Vegeta's scouter indicated that the chaotic energy surrounding the Kaishin realm bore a familiar six-fingered mark. Entirely consistent with the fluctuations from the zero cycles Lin Yuan, it was the residual consciousness of that individual at work. He had transformed the Kaishin realm into his final battlefield, aiming to cultivate new seeds of chaos using the sacred laws present there. Lin Yuan's consciousness delved into the dual gears, where the purple radiance revealed the dire state of the Kaishin realm. The old Kaishin was ensnared within the time machine by chaotic energy, while Xin and the other Kaishin were constructing defensive barriers with sacred laws, only to become increasingly transparent under the onslaught of chaotic energy. The two Omni Kings sat upon their thrones, faces blank as they gazed at the flickering black light in their palms, while half of the Grand Priest's 12 halos dimmed, evidently exerting all their power to protect the Omni Kings. We must reach them without delay. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the gears, the purple patterns on the ultimate law ring glowing intensely. The balance of laws in the Kaishin realm connected all universes. If tainted, all prior efforts would be rendered futile. As the spaceship warped to the outskirts of the Kaishin realm, they chanced upon Beerus the Destroyer and was utilizing their divine powers to fend off the chaotic energy. Beerus's destructive energy formed a violet light shield, yet it continued to shrink under the relentless corruption of chaotic energy. Whis' angelic halo emitted a golden light stream, temporarily stabilizing the fissures in the temple. Lin Yuan, you have finally arrived, Whis exclaimed, a glimmer of relief in his eyes. The chaotic energy is absorbing the sacred laws, and even the destructive energy is becoming increasingly difficult to contain. The old Kaishin is trapped in the time machine. He knows the ancient incantation to seal the chaos, but we cannot approach him. Wukong instantly transported into the temple, witnessing Xin and the Kaishin's barriers on the verge of collapse. Without hesitation, he unleashed his Super Saiyan blue aura to form a golden light shield. Do not worry. I am here to assist you. His Kamehameha merged with the sacred laws, transforming into a stream of gold and purple light that momentarily pushed back the chaotic energy. Vegeta's final flash shot towards the time machine, a blue-white energy stream cutting through the chaotic energy to open a passage. Old man, hurry up and recite the incantation. This prince lacks the patience to wait for your leisurely recollection. The old Kaishin within the time machine struggled to raise his staff, the crystal atop it emitting a red light that formed ancient runes in the air. The incantation is, the realm is balance, the divine is anchor. Chaos returns to its rightful place, and the laws endure eternally. But it requires someone to guide with the balancing law. Otherwise, it will backfire upon the user. Lin Yuan's dual gears ultimate law ring ignited, intertwining chaotic order patterns with purple sacred patterns to form a luminous chain. I will guide this. Wukong, Vegeta, protect the Kaishin and the Omni Kings with your energy. Bulma, use the blank law to disrupt the flow of chaotic energy. Without delay, they sprang into action. Wukong and Vegeta stood back to back, releasing their energies. The golden and blue flames wove together into a massive protective shield, encasing the Kaishin and the Omni Kings. Bulma's universal capsule unleashed a multitude of miniature robots, which swarmed around the chaotic energy, continuously releasing the blank law to interfere with its frequency. Lin Yuan, holding the dual gears, stepped onto the luminous chain, preparing to recite the incantation. Now is the moment. The old Kaioshin's voice was weak, reciting the incantation while focusing on the balance of all universes, devoid of any distraction. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, centering his mind as he recalled the law diagrams of the multiverse, the familial bonds of Wukong's family, Vegeta's guardianship, the life of Namek, and the innocence of the Omni Kings. Countless images of balance flashed through his mind as he raised the dual gears, solemnly intoning the incantation. The realm is balance, the divine is anchor. Chaos returns to its rightful place, and the laws endure eternally. The ultimate law ring erupted in a dazzling brilliance. The purple sacred laws intertwining with the gray-black chaotic energy within the luminous chain, rotating to form a colossal Tai Chi symbol. The six-fingered mark within the chaotic energy emitted a piercing shriek, as if resisting its fated sealing. Push harder. Xian and the Kaioshin simultaneously unleashed their sacred laws. Injecting energy into the Tai Chi symbol, it could barely withstand the pressure. The Tai Chi symbol suddenly accelerated its rotation, drawing in the chaotic energy bit by bit to compress it into a gray-black crystal. The remnants of the Zero Cycle's consciousness let out a reluctant howl within the crystal, ultimately being completely sealed. As the chaotic energy dissipated, the fissures in the Kaioshin realm began to heal, and the ethereal forms of the 12 Kaioshin regained clarity. The Grand Priest's 12 halos brightened once more, bowing slightly to Lin Yuan. Thank you, Harmonizer. This time, we owe you our gratitude. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The two Omni Kings clapped their tiny hands in jubilation. Wonderful. The black light has vanished. Lin Yuan, can we play hide and seek together? Lin Yuan smiled and nodded. New patterns representing the sacred chaos balance adorned the ultimate law ring of the dual gears. He understood this was not the end. The sealed chaotic crystal still emitted faint pulses, indicating that the consciousness from the Zero Cycle had not entirely faded. As the spaceship departed the Kaioshin realm, Wukong peered out the porthole, observing the temple's gradual restoration. The Kaioshin said he would treat us to a fruit feast. We must come again. Vegeta leaned against the cabin wall, gazing at the dual gears in Lin Yuan's palm. That crystal will eventually lose control again. Next time, I will personally obliterate it. Lin Yuan looked into the depths of the universe, the chaotic crystal's image within the dual gears flickering, projecting fragmented scenes of an unknown domain shrouded in chaotic energy, wherein floated a golden gear resembling the dual gears, surrounded by 12 streams of destructive energy. That place was the birthplace of the destroyers. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the gears. The purple-black patterns of the ultimate law ring glowed. It seemed our next destination would be to visit the destroyers. On Bulma's screen, the coordinates of the unknown domain were being deciphered, based on the analysis of energy fluctuations. It might be the source of destruction, the origin of all destructive energy, as well as the place most feared by chaotic energy. Wukong transformed into his Super Saiyan Blue form, excitement gleaming in his eyes. We can see Lord Beerus again. I wonder if he has prepared any food this time. Lin Yuan observed the steadfast determination in his companion's gazes as the dual gears gently rotated in his palm. He knew that a new adventure was on the horizon. But as long as they fought side by side, regardless of where the chaotic energy lay concealed, they would discover the path to balance, ensuring that the multiverse remains in harmony and stability forever. The hyperdimensional spaceship accelerated toward the origin of destruction. The starry sky outside the porthole shimmering in the residual waves of sacred laws, resembling countless stars awaiting protection. Deep within the origin of destruction, the golden gears slowly turned, waiting for the ultimate resonance with the dual gears. Chapter 120. The ultimate resonance of the Lost Star tracks. The alarm of the hyperdimensional spaceship pierced through the cosmic dust as the dual gears in Lin Yuan's fingertips erupted with a silver-purple light. Upon the multiversal law ring, patterns representing time and emotion wriggled as if alive, projecting a startling image onto the control panel. The Lost Star tracks spanning the 12 universes were fracturing, the once repaired law crystals scattering like shattered mirrors, each fragment encapsulating the dying wails of different universes. The chain reaction of the star tracks rupture indicated that the resonance frequency of the Lost Star tracks had become disordered. Gohan's ancient texts floated in midair, the star map on its pages visibly fading at an alarming rate, the energy pulses of the core of origin becoming intermittent, akin to a heartbeat losing its rhythm. He adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the crimson glow from the fracture in the star tracks. The ancient texts indicated this was the end-time resonance. When the law frequencies of the 12 universes completely disconnected, the multiverse would disintegrate like a broken necklace. The spaceship transitioned into the crevice between the 7th universe and the 6th universe, revealing a breathtaking scene. The once resplendent law star track had fractured into 3 segments, with countless solidified fragments of time and space floating amidst them. Some were frozen in the explosive moment of Vegeta's star, while others eternally lingered before the game of Shalu on Earth. Most peculiar was a transparent fragment, within which Lin Yuan held the dual gears, his expression one of unprecedented bewilderment. Time within these fragments had come to a standstill. Xiaofang's detector emitted a sharp alarm, and the numbers flashing on the screen indicated that all fragments were releasing the stagnation law. Father had once said that the law star track resembled a string of beads. Now that the thread was severed, the beads began to rust. She pointed at a fragment containing Wukong, the Saiyan, who was frozen in the pose of the Kamehameha, his golden aura resembling solidified honey. Vegeta gathered ultra-blue energy in his palm, only to be repelled upon contact with the fragment. Damn. These fragments can absorb all law energy, akin to an enhanced version of the law parasite. The edges of his battle suit had begun to show signs of grayish-black erosion, a telltale sign of the stagnation law's corrosion. The detector revealed chaotic fluctuations in the core of the fragments, akin to the impurities from the origin core of your. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's dual gears soared towards the largest fragment, resonating with the cracks on the surface of the fragment. His consciousness plunged into it, unveiling a heart-wrenching sight. Countless parallel universe versions of Lin Yuan had chosen self-sacrifice during the fracture of the star track, utilizing the core energy of the dual gears to temporarily bond the star track, yet hastening the corrosion of the law crystallization. They were engulfed in fear. Lin Yuan's voice trembled as the silver-purple radiance of the dual gears intensified. The fracture of the law star track awakened the fearful memories of all universes, and this collective emotion only strengthened the stagnation law. The key to the resonance core was found when Wufan suddenly flipped through the ancient tome, marking a hexagonal symbol with cinnabar on a star map. Found it. The ancient text stated that each fracture of the law star track possessed a resonance core. By synchronizing the cores of the 6 universes, the star track could be rewoven. He pointed to the indentation at the center of the symbol, but it required a 6-dimensional key composed of the crystallization of the primordial laws from the 6 universes. The spaceship traversed the 12 universes, the process of collecting the primordial laws proving exceptionally arduous. On Namek, shrouded by the stagnation law, they discovered that the Grand Elder's life law crystallization had turned gray. Only Xiaofang's innocent laughter could awaken a glimmer of green light. In the desolate Saiyan star domain, Vegeta's royal blood resonated with the altar, allowing them to extract the combat law crystallization from the corroded stone tablet. The most perilous encounter occurred at the Omni King's palace, where 2-time law crystallizations were suspended at the critical point of clearing and creation, and Lin Yuan barely extracted them using the harmonizing patterns of the dual gears. As the 6 crystallizations formed a hexagon at the center of the spaceship, a miracle unfolded. They automatically embedded into the multidimensional law ring of the dual gears, and a 3-dimensional star map of the 12 universes emerged amidst the silver-purple radiance, with each planet emitting a faint cry for help. Only one final step remained. Lin Yuan's consciousness connected with the star map, discovering that each fracture's resonance core was enveloped in a mass of black energy, a concentrated form of extramundane chaos. Fearing that resonance would purify them, Wukong suddenly slapped his thigh. I know how to deal with them. Just like playing whack-a-mole, we attack these black masses simultaneously. His Super Saiyan God energy began to boil, integrating the life green light of Namek into his golden aura. Vegeta, this time let's see who can strike accurately. Vegeta snorted coldly, yet an even fiercer blue aura ignited around him. Don't lose too disgracefully, Kakarot. The price of ultimate resonance was paid the moment the 6-dimensional key was inserted into the resonance core, illuminating the law star track of the 12 universes simultaneously. Lin Yuan stood in the void where the star tracks converged, the dual gears hovering above him, and the silver-purple light emitted from the multidimensional law ring enveloped all fractured sections like a web. Now is the time. Wufan's voice came through the communicator. guiding the law guardians of the 6 universes to synchronize their energy. Recalling the incantation from the ancient tome, stars are points, tracks are lines, 6-dimensional resonance. Laws returned to origin. As the incantation resonated, the black chaotic energy began to struggle violently, coalescing into countless twisted faces emitting piercing shrieks. You are self-destructing. The resonance will cause all law crystallizations to explode simultaneously. Lin Yuan's gaze swept across those solidified time and space fragments. As the version of himself within seemed to nod in agreement, he suddenly comprehended the essence of ultimate resonance. It was not about forcibly binding the star track, but allowing the laws of all universes to attain a new balance amid destruction and rebirth. Xiaofeng, direct your detector at the core. Lin Yuan's voice was remarkably calm. Wukong, Vegeta, envelop the resonance core with your strongest energy, ensuring no fragments harm any planet. Xiaofeng's detector erupted with pink light, converging the life signals of all universes into a warm current. Wukong and Vegeta's energies intertwined into a cocoon of gold and blue, securely protecting the resonance core. Lin Yuan's dual gears began to rotate in reverse, the patterns on the multidimensional law ring illuminating and extinguishing in sequence, as if bidding a final farewell. Farewell, my companions. As the silver-purple light reached its zenith, the fractures of the law star track erupted into a brilliant radiance. Those solidified time and space fragments melted in the glow, transforming into energy that nurtured the new star track. The black chaos was thoroughly purified, becoming silver nodes on the star track, and Lin Yuan's figure, along with the dual gears, gradually turned transparent in the light. The rebirth of the star track occurred as the radiance faded, reconnecting the law star track of the 12 universes, now more resplendent than ever. The new star track was adorned with silver nodes, each recording a story from a universe, gently flowing through the cosmos. Wukong held a remnant fragment of the gears, suddenly laughing through tears. He once said that the balance of the laws is not an end, but a new beginning. The silver-purple light on the fragment suddenly illuminated, casting Lin Yuan's ethereal image, waving at them. Vegeta's fist clenched and then relaxed, ultimately resulting in a soft grunt. Fool, stealing the spotlight from this prince. A new silver-purple pattern was slowly forming on his battlesuit. Wufan's ancient tome closed on its own, an additional line appearing on the cover. Harmonizers never disappear. They live within the laws of every universe. Xiaofeng suddenly pointed at the starry sky, where those silver nodes were forming Lin Yuan's outline, winking at them. In the distant origin core, the Mother of Laws opened her eyes, gazing at the newly born star track with a quiet sigh. You have finally understood. The best harmony is letting the laws find balance on their own. She extended her hand, and the silver nodes on the star track flickered in unison, as if in response. The superdimensional spaceship continued its voyage, though one empty seat remained in the cockpit. Wukong occasionally called out to the empty spot. It's time to eat, while Vegeta reserved a position for a training opponent, and Xiaofeng narrated new adventure stories to the gear fragments each day. In every corner of the 12 universes, whenever someone encountered a crisis of law, a silver-purple light would flash, the final gift left by the dual gears, allowing every being to become their own harmonizer. At the end of the star track, a new law crystallization was forming, within which a familiar figure could be faintly seen, striding deeper into the multiverse. There, new mysteries of law awaited, and the adventure would never conclude. Chapter 121. The final echo of the light of origin as the new light of the law star track had yet to stabilize. The porthole of the superdimensional spaceship suddenly reflected a blinding golden brilliance. Lin Yuan's consciousness floated in the void, surrounded by fragments of the dual gears like stardust, each shimmering with memories from different universes. Wukong's Kamehameha rippling in golden waves on Vegeta's star, the eternally lit desk lamp in Bulma's laboratory. Xiaofeng's chocolate-smeared palm during her first Kamehameha. The call of the origin core reverberated. Harmonizer, it is time to return home. The voice of the Mother of Laws penetrated the void, and Lin Yuan suddenly found himself standing in the center of the origin core, surrounded by crystalline laws reshaping into the appearance of twin gears. The ethereal reflections of the universes he had once rescued flowed within the crystals. On the verdant plains of Namek, the Grand Elder was burying new seeds of life. Before the altar of the Saiyan lost star domain, King Vegeta's apparition raised a toast to the stars. on the steps of the Xeno Palace. Two Xenos were painting a rainbow with the laws of purification. The ultimate resonance was not an ending. The figure of the Mother of Laws emerged from the golden stream of light, her robe embroidered with the star maps of the 12 universes. When the frequency of laws across the multiverse achieved perfect synchronization, a new balance would emerge, not through the harmonization of gears, but through the autonomous resonance of each universe. She pointed to Lin Yuan's chest, where a new gear was coalescing, half familiar silver violet and half an unseen transparent hue. This was the self-regulating gear, capable of maintaining the resonance of the law star tracks indefinitely, able to self-repair without a guardian. The moment Lin Yuan grasped the new gear, a torrent of fragmented memories surged into his mind. The thrill of signing in at Baozi Mountain for the first time, the sensation of brushing leaves from Bulma's hair upon their first encounter, the warmth of purifying darkness with the laws of life on Namek, and even the versions of himself in parallel universes who had given up on harmonization. It turned out that all choices had nurtured this ultimate gear. The resonance ceremony of the entire universe commenced. As the hatch of the hyperdimensional spacecraft opened, Lin Yuan descended amidst golden streams of light onto the plaza of the Origin Core, and all summoned warriors held their breath. Goku's Super Saiyan aura resonated automatically with the Law Star tracks, and within the golden radiance, the battle apparitions of generations of Saiyans emerged. Vegeta's ultimate flash crystallized into a blue orb of light in his palm, within which flowed Bulma's smiling face. Gohan's ancient tome fluttered without wind, its pages transforming into countless light butterflies that settled upon each warrior's shoulder. The primal laws of the 12 universes needed to be infused into the star tracks simultaneously. Lin Yuan raised the self-regulating gear, and 12 grooves immediately appeared on its surface, each representing a universe, bidding them to infuse their most cherished memories. The first to step forward was Xiaofeng, who pressed an energy detector against the gear. The detector immediately emitted the laughter of Goku and Chi-Chi, and a pink glow illuminated the groove. "This is a recording of Dad teaching me to play baseball." Following her, the Grand Elder of Namek pressed a seed of life onto the gear, and from the green glow, flowering law vines sprouted. The sixth universe's Kampa surprisingly set aside snacks, converting the energy of destruction into purple light patterns, concealing within them a millennium-long chess game with Beerus. When the last groove was filled with the Xeno's law of purification, the self-regulating gear suddenly levitated to the apex of the Origin Core. 12 streams of colorful light spread along the Law Star tracks, and wherever they passed, broken star tracks began to repair themselves automatically, the solidified fragments of time and space melting away like snow. Most astonishingly, every inhabitant of the universe looked up, their palms collectively bearing the same gear imprint. It turned out that the ultimate form of harmonization was to make every life a part of the law. At the moment the ceremony concluded, Lin Yuan suddenly noticed that the twin gears in his palm had become transparent. The voice of the Mother of Laws resonated once more. "The self-regulating gear will guard the star tracks in your stead." And Yushi pointed to a light gate at the edge of the universe, where the outline of Baozi Mountain could be faintly discerned. It was time to return to the place where the story began. Goku suddenly embraced Lin Yuan, his golden aura nearly blowing the gear away. "No matter which universe you go to, I will find you for a fight." Vegeta turned his face to adjust his battle attire, his ears turning red. "When we meet next time, this prince will not hold back." Xiaofeng shoved a half-eaten law candy into his hands. "This will remind you of us." Lin Yuan cast one last glance at the Origin Core, where the crystalline laws were playing new scenes. Gohan's ancient tome now included a chapter on how ordinary people could harmonize with the laws. Bulma's laboratory had acquired a device capable of connecting all universes, and even Frieza had begun planting law flowers on his planet, their petals inscribed with the words, "Do not destroy the universe for now." As the light gate closed behind him, Lin Yuan found himself lying on the grass of Baozi Mountain, holding a common 4-star Dragon Ball. The distant sound of Bulma's motorcycle approached, and the blue-haired girl jumped off, hands on her hips, shouting, "Hey, have you seen my Dragon Ball?" Sunlight spilled onto the nape of her neck, smooth as jade, devoid of any marks. Epilogue: The New Sprout of Rebirth. 3 months later, in the basement of Capsule Corporation, Bulma stared at a folder that suddenly appeared on the screen. Containing fuzzy surveillance footage, Lin Yuan, dressed in a dark Alliance uniform, was embedding the self-regulating gear into the Origin Core. In the final frame, he gestured at the camera. identical to the gesture Lin Yuan made during every victory. How strange, when did I film this? She hovered her finger over the delete key, but it paused midair. Outside, Goku was training with Xiaofang on Baozi Mountain, the golden Kamehameha grazing the newly sprouted law sapling, which suddenly blossomed with silver-violet flowers. Lin Yuan stood before the ruins of Kame House, where a new monument had been erected, inscribed with the names of all who had protected this land. The sea breeze brushed by, and the words on the back of the monument gradually became clear. True harmonization occurs when you forget you are a harmonizer. At the other end of the universe, the light of the origin core flickered suddenly, as the Mother of Laws gazed upon the new node on the star tracks. There, a girl with twin ponytails was tapping the crystalline laws with a detector, while a Saiyan boy impatiently tapped his foot, yet quietly shielded the rubble behind her as she turned. At the end of the star tracks, the self-regulating gear slowly rotated, guiding the laws of the 12 universes to compose a new melody. No one knew if Lin Yuan remembered all his adventures, just as no one knew that the sapling of the law tree sprouting on Baozi Mountain would ultimately grow into a bridge connecting all universes. The golden aura no longer seeks destructive power. Instead, it gracefully evades attacks like flowing water, occasionally transforming into cotton candy that ensnares Xiaofang's fists. Grandpa is being cheeky. The little girl's laughter startled the luminescent butterflies perched atop the treetops. These butterflies, composed of law energy, bore images from various martial arts tournaments on their wings. The Grand Elder's Temple of Namek resonates with Gohan's ancient tomes and the newly discovered stone tablet. The Namekian script on the tablet translates itself automatically, narrating a forgotten legend. The original Namekians were, in fact, the law gardener created by the dragon god Shinran from his own scales, tasked with pruning the unruly branches of law. In the garden of the Omni King's palace, the two Omni Kings are constructing a snowman from cleared law. The high priest stands by, smiling, as the dimmest halo among his 12 begins to glow anew. This halo, which records the 734th harmonizer, now bears an inscription. True harmony is allowing the laws to learn to dance on their own. On the day the law sapling bears fruit, Lin Yuan plucks a silver-purple orb. As the skin splits open, it reveals not flesh, but a miniature self-balancing gear, at the center of which is a holographic photo. Everyone stands before the core of origins, with Lin Yuan's twin gear suspended at the center. Goku's tail entwines around Vegeta's arm. Xiaofang holds a detector larger than her face, and Bulma's hair is tousled into a chaotic nest by Gohan's calm energy. It is time to keep the appointment. Lin Yuan tosses the miniature gear into the air, and it suddenly expands into a light portal. Behind the portal lies the familiar grassy expanse of Baozi Mountain. Just 3 seconds ago, he had sprung up from the grass, staring in bewilderment at the 4-star Dragon Ball in his palm. In the final second before the portal closes, he hears a familiar voice call from behind. "Hey, have you seen my Dragon Ball?" Lin Yuan turns with a smile, as a blue-haired girl on a motorcycle crashes through the bushes, mud splattered on her short skirt. With the 4-star Dragon Ball gleaming brightly on her chest, sunlight filters through the leaves in her hair, casting dancing light spots on the grass, reminiscent of their first encounter. Here it is. He raises the Dragon Ball in his hand, and the 2 4-star Dragon Balls resonate under the sunlight, producing a crisp sound. Shall we summon the dragon? I heard it has learned a new wish recently. Epilogue: The adventure that never ends. 10 years later, the World Martial Arts Tournament culminates in a final match between 2 mysterious contestants. One, a silver-haired youth, can simulate various law energies with his aura, yet deliberately concedes at crucial moments. The other, a pink-haired girl, possesses a detector that can predict attacks but prefers to win with the most clumsy of punches. They bear a striking resemblance to someone. In the audience, Goku munches on a senza bean and suddenly points to the sky. Everyone looks up to see the faint outline of a hyperdimensional spaceship amidst the clouds, its gear emblem glimmering in the sunlight. Inside the ship's cockpit, Lin Yuan chuckles at the surveillance screen. Bulma hands him a can of chilled cola. "Aren't you going to say hello?" "No." He gazes out the porthole at the swirling Law Star tracks, the self-balancing gear steadily rotating on the control panel. Let them create new stories. At the end of the star track, the light of the core of origins suddenly flickers, and the voice of the Mother of Laws pierces through time and space. Are you ready for a new journey? In the law garden of the outer void, flowers unlike any seen before have bloomed. The ship's engine roars back to life, leaving a silver-purple trail that intertwines with the lost star tracks of the 12 universes, forming a new constellation. Deep within the distant core of Origins, a new gear is quietly taking shape. Inscribed with faint characters, the end of one adventure is the beginning of the next. Chapter 123, Eternal Vigil. When the fruit of the lost sapling falls to the ground, it emits a clear sound. Lin Yuan bends down to pick it up, and the skin automatically peels away, revealing a crystal core, a light orb condensed with all the memories of reincarnation. Within, he can vividly see the fleeting glance with Bulma from the first loop, the smile during Kain's dissolution in the 47th loop, and the moment when Xiaofang first called him Uncle Lin Yuan in the 100th loop. The final inheritance. This is the memory light orb. The voice of the Mother of Laws emanates from the orb as Lin Yuan suddenly finds himself in a corridor of time, the murals on either side completing their final strokes. The Omni King shares candy with Bu beneath the star track. Piccolo teaches children on Namek to trace the trajectory of the special beam cannon, and King Vegeta's spirit nods at the young Scion's training before the altar of New Vegeta. The self-balancing gear requires emotional anchor points to function permanently. The figure of the Mother of Laws merges with the light orb, transforming into a warm current that flows into Lin Yuan's brow. Not a cold formula of law, but the bonds you have accumulated through countless reincarnations. When Lin Yuan opens his eyes, he discovers he is standing in the familiar spot on Baozi Mountain. Goku is competing with Xiaofang to eat senza beans. While Gohan records their swallowing speeds, Vegeta stands with crossed arms, supervising. Yet a subtle smile appears when Bra secretly hands him a piece of law candy. Bulma holds up her newly invented time camera, the lens aimed at Lin Yuan, who is smiling brightly. Click. The photo automatically develops. Behind each person in the image, faint gear silhouettes spin, ultimately converging into a complete multiversal law ring. Miracles in everyday life. On a clear morning 3 years later, while practicing on Baozi Mountain, Lin Yuan notices strange fruits hanging among the branches of the lost sapling. Some are golden fruits shaped like Goku, bursting with the sweet aroma of Kamehameha upon a bite. Others are blue fruits shaped like Vegeta, carrying a hint of haughty bitterness. The most astonishing is a half-gold, half-blue fruit, which, when consumed, lets one hear Goku's hearty laughter and Vegeta's disdainful snort simultaneously. Dad calls these bonding fruits. Xiaofang bounces over and picks a pink fruit, handing it to Bulma, who is calibrating the radar. Eating this makes you remember all the happy things. Bulma takes a bite and suddenly points to the sky, laughing. Look, isn't that the direction you first misfired your Kamehameha? In the distance, indeed, a golden stream of light spirals through the clouds. That is Gohan, who just learned the flying technique, practicing while little Goku chases after him. In Vegeta's gravity chamber, a new law simulator has been installed. When he inputs the parameters for the 47th reincarnation, the training scene suddenly transforms into the core of time, where Lin Yuan's Phantom holds up the twin gears, back to back with Vegeta's Phantom to fend off the attacks from the Dark Alliance. TCH, you actually saved me back then. Vegeta instinctively lowers the power of his final flash, and at the moment it strikes the Phantom, the latter dissolves into light particles, merging into his energy flow. The promise of time. Once again, it is a sunset evening. Lin Yuan sits atop the new roof of the Kame house, watching Bulma and Goku argue over whose invention or technique is better, while Gohan narrates stories from ancient texts to Xiaofang. Vegeta leans against a tree, eyes closed in meditation, his fingers tapping softly in rhythm with the setting sun. The 4-star Dragon Ball in his pocket feels slightly warm. When Lin Yuan takes it out, he notices the gear patterns on its surface slowly fading, reverting to its original form as a plain Dragon Ball. In the distance, the lost star tracks twinkle in the twilight, resembling an everlasting necklace, linking the 12 universes into a warm whole. Still thinking about those adventures? Bulma hands him a can of cola, and at the moment the tab is pulled, images of the Dark Alliance base materialize within the bubbles, only to quickly dissipate. Dad says true eternity isn't about remembering everything, but keeping the important people close. Lin Yuan tilts his head back and drinks the cola, the bubbles bursting on his tongue, carrying the flavors of all reincarnations, the fervor of Saiyan blood, the sweetness of Namekian dew, the subtle bitterness of time's sands, all ultimately transforming into the tranquility of this moment. Final chapter, the unfinished adventure. As the last ray of sunlight disappears beneath the horizon, the law sapling suddenly blooms. The silver-purple petals unveil a star map Lin Yuan has never seen before, pointing deeper into the cosmos. Yet he does not rise. He merely smiles as he watches the petals drift toward the starry sky. Some land in the training grounds of Vegeta, others in the fountain of life on Namek, and some in the garden of the Omni King's palace. Shall we go fishing tomorrow? Wukong's voice interrupted his reverie, and the youthful grin gleamed brightly in the twilight. Wufan mentioned that the fish from the sixth universe could blow bubbles using Kamehameha. Take me with you, Vegeta said, having appeared behind them, with half a fruit from the bonding tree peeking out of his battlesuit pocket. Let me show you what true fishing skills are. Lin Yuan nodded with a smile and tossed the 4-star Dragon Ball into the air. The Dragon Ball traced a golden arc against the dusk before landing back on the grass of Baozi Mountain, joining the other 6 Dragon Balls in a circle. However, it did not summon the Shenron. It merely radiated a gentle glow. In the distance, the hyperdimensional spaceship was already fueled, with its cockpit coordinates locked onto an unknown realm. Yet no one was in a rush to depart. They all understood that adventure was never about reaching distant lands, but rather about having worthy companions by one's side. A land worth protecting beneath one's feet, and an undying light within one's heart. Chapter 124. New shoots beyond the laws. As the petals of the sapling of the law fell upon the roof of the Capsule Corporation, Bulma frowned at the holographic projection. On the screen, the law star tracks of the 12th universe exhibited slight fluctuations, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Such fluctuations had once kept them awake throughout the night with anxiety, but now, she merely smiled and pressed the communicator. Hello, Lord Beerus. Your universe's destructive energy has exceeded the limit again. On the other end of the projection, Beerus was licking an ice cream cone, while Kampa was secretly placing stickers on the God of Destruction's scepter. Understood, I'll have was adjusted. Before ending the call, the voice of the old Kai echoed. Have that little girl Xiao Fong come over to play. Her suggestion of a law hopscotch was quite interesting. Unexpected visitors. 3 days later, a diamond-shaped spaceship landed on Baozi Mountain. When the hatch opened, it was not an enemy that descended, but a youth with angelic wings, cradling a glowing seed in his hands. I come from beyond the laws, having heard of a secret here that allows all laws to coexist peacefully. Wukong was teaching Xiao Fong how to use chi to make popcorn and immediately beckoned. Would you like to try? It's made with the laws of the 7th universe. Sweet with a hint of explosion. The moment the youth accepted the popcorn, the seed abruptly sprouted, and colorful vine-like fruits emerged, each concealing the daily lives of different universes. Scions from the 6th universe competing in harvesting, the Kaioshin from the 10th universe teaching mortals to draw law runes, and even one fruit showing Frisia practicing a benevolent smile in front of a mirror. This was the curious seed. The youth's wings shimmered faintly. Only a universe that truly comprehends balance could bear such fruit. He pointed to the top of the sapling, where an unexpected transparent leaf had appeared, its veins pulsing with energy from beyond the laws, choosing to take root here, indicating that your stories had reached far beyond. Proof of heritage. At the bonfire party that evening, the youth shielded himself from Vegeta's skeptical gaze with his wings. I am not here to challenge. I merely wish to observe what anchors the self-balancing gears in stable motion. Lin Yuan smiled and gestured towards the flickering flames. You see, Wukong's chi turns the flames golden. Vegeta's chi aligns the sparks in a straight line, and Xiao Fong's chi transforms ashes into stars. Yet, the flames themselves have never required water to temper them. They burn naturally. No sooner had he spoken than the sapling of the law erupted in silver-purple light, casting everyone's shadows against the starry sky. Among the shadows, Lin Yuan's outline was accompanied by countless overlapping phantoms, warriors wielding twin gears, scholars holding ancient texts, children waving detectors, and even Bras sneakily stuffing pebbles into Vegeta's boots. The so-called anchor point was never a single individual, but rather all the moments that left warmth in the passage of time. As the youth departed, he left the last fruit of the seed with Lin Yuan. When the fruit split open, a blurred image appeared. In some unknown universe, a girl with twin ponytails raised a silver gear, calling out to the starry sky. Lin Yuan Gij said, "The laws are not chains, but the grasslands that allow us to run freely." Adventures that never curtain. A decade later, on a clear morning, Lin Yuan sat in his old spot at Kame House, watching Xiao Fong play hopscotch in the time-space beneath the sapling of the law with a group of children. The children jumped across squares made of light particles, leaping from the Saiyan planet to Namek, then into the squares of the Omni King Palace, their laughter startling the light butterflies perched upon the branches. Wukong and Vegeta were still competing on the beach, but their fist clashes no longer stirred energy storms. Instead, they transformed into a shower of light particles, raining down upon the children's hair. Wu Fan's ancient texts were dog-eared, the latest page depicting Xiao Fang's invention, the emotional law fist, which changed colors according to mood during punches. Bulma's latest invention was the law magnifier, which could reveal the myriad of their pasts hidden within the flowing particles of light in the air. Lin Yuan glanced down at his palm, where the 4-star Dragon Ball, which had accompanied him through time and space, now lay quietly. The gear patterns on the surface had long faded, leaving only a warm luster akin to an ordinary stone. Yet he knew that when the laws of some universe wavered again, when some child curiously asked, "What is balance?" the gears hidden in the passage of time would start turning once more. The wind rustled through the branches and leaves of the sapling of the law, producing a crisp sound reminiscent of the initial system prompt he had heard on Baozi Mountain. Lin Yuan smiled and rose, running towards his companions on the beach, where new adventures were glimmering like particles of light in the sunlight. Chapter 125. Answers at the edge of time and space. The roots of the sapling of the law spread deep within Baozi Mountain, eventually touching a long-buried metallic plate. This was the remnant of a lighter that Lin Yuan had dropped during his time travel, now coexisting with the earth, its surface engraved with patterns of self-balancing gears. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the morning mist, the metallic plate suddenly resonated, transforming all unresolved questions into streams of light, infusing the dreams of every slumbering soul. The truth of the system in his dream. Lin Yuan returned to the moment he first encountered the system on Baozi Mountain. On the translucent light screen, the words God-level sign-in system gradually dissolved, reorganizing into the profile of Kain. This was not a system, but a time-space anchor point. Kain's voice echoed in his consciousness as her fingertip traced the light screen, revealing the underlying code. I discovered your embryo at the core of the realm of time, knowing you would awaken in the 47th cycle, so I created this guiding program using Dragon God fragments. The light screen suddenly played deleted scenes. During the first weekend, Kain infused her authority as the time god into the system, merely to subtly correct the timeline whenever Lin Yuan was on the verge of collapse. On the 17th weekend, the random rewards provided by the system were actually healing capsules she had smuggled from the future. Even the 3 choices for newbie benefits were her hesitations while screening for Saiyan physiques. I wanted to make you strong, yet feared you would repeat Bardock's mistakes. Then why warn others not to trust the system? Lin Yuan pressed. Kain's image smiled, transforming into light particles that merged into his palm, because true growth is learning to depend on no program at all. The essence of the Dark Alliance. In the gravity chamber of his dream, Vegeta encountered the secret log of King Vegeta. On the yellowed pages, the totem of the Saiyan royal family overlapped with the 6-fingered mark of the Dark Alliance. The so-called Dark Alliance was the immune cells left by the Dragon God Zalama. The log concluded with a note. When the laws of the universe undergo cancerous mutations, they will eliminate the malignancy in the name of invasion. Much like a body developing a fever to combat a virus. The dream shifted to the battlefield of Namek, where Piccolo, under the control of the Dark Alliance, suddenly froze, the 6-fingered mark on his forehead transforming into light dust. I was never controlled. I was merely executing purification. Beneath his green skin, life patterns identical to those of the Grand Elder emerged, revealing that the Namekians were the gardeners of the Dragon Goddess laws. And the Dark Alliance was merely a herbicide. We were one and the same. When Vegeta awoke, he discovered that the mark of the Dark Alliance on his battle suit had transformed into verdant leaf patterns, a gift from the life laws of Namek. The legacy of the Dragon God. In the midst of his deep slumber on the training grounds, Wukong encountered the ethereal remnant of the Dragon God, Zalama. This creator deity sat upon the skeletal remains of the Super Shenron, meticulously piecing together the shattered cosmos with stardust. I crafted the Super Dragon Balls not for the purpose of wishes, but to chronicle the self-healing capabilities of each universe. He pointed towards Wukong's heart, which harbored a diminutive Super Dragon Ball, revealing that each time he faced death and was reborn, it was not merely due to his Saiyan lineage, but rather the universe learning to mend itself through him. Wukong was suddenly reminded of all the moments he had saved others, the spirit bombs during the Cell Games, The donations of energy from across the universe during the Bu saga, and even the high five with the Omni King. These were not mere coincidences. They were the universe responding to his protective spirit. Why then did the Dragon God create the Devourer? Because balance necessitates pressure. As Zalama's visage transformed into a cascade of starlight, it became clear that just as the Scions needed battles to grow stronger, so too did the universe require crises to learn and evolve. The ultimate coexistence when everyone awakened from their dreams. The sapling of the Law Tree had grown into a towering entity, adorned with 7 crystalline fruits, each corresponding to a resolved mystery. Lin Yuan plucked the ripest fruit at the very top, revealing within it the culmination of all reincarnations, not a climactic battle, but the present moment. Bulma calibrating the time telescope in her lab, where the Dark Alliance's base in the Zero-Tich universe blossomed. Vegeta teaching Bra to identify the leaf patterns on combat suits, while the residual energy of the Dark Alliance danced in the gravity chamber behind them. Wukong and Xiaofang competing to see whose Kamehameha was gentler, golden light cascading onto the Law Tree sapling, nurturing new buds, Gohan's ancient tome closing on its own. The phrase "the final chapter" fading away to reveal a blank page. Lin Yuan tossed the fruit into the air, where luminous particles rained down, forming the final line on the grass. The so-called truth is that all questions have become answers, and the adventure continues. Epilogue. An everyday epic. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the group gathered around the newly built campfire. Suddenly, Bulma raised her bottle, a toast to the unspoken secrets. The liquid spilled onto the ground, immediately absorbed by the roots of the Law Tree sapling, which then sprouted a silver flower, its petals inscribed with the word forgiveness. Vegeta, unusually silent, handed his drink to Lin Yuan. "I suppose you have some merit." At the moment their cups clinked, the gear marks on their wrists shimmered simultaneously. The last glimmer of the self-balancing gears now woven into their very bloodlines. Wukong pointed to the starry sky, where the paths of the law stars formed a smile. "Look, the Shenron is greeting us." In truth, it was merely the trajectory of the self-balancing gears, yet none shattered this gentle illusion. Lin Yuan gazed at the blank fruit atop the sapling, aware that it held the promise of new stories. Perhaps one day, a child would inquire about the Dark Alliance, and he would smile while pointing to that silver flower. It is the remedy the universe sought when it caught a cold. As night deepened, the shadows of the campfire stretched across the grass, intertwining with the light trails of the law stars. No one knew when the next wave of law would emerge. But in this moment, the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves, the playful banter among friends, and Xiaofang's footsteps as she chased the light butterflies had already forged the most resilient balance. Chapter 126. The New Year Ring of the Law Tree. As the first ring of the Law Tree sapling revealed itself in the morning light, Lin Yuan was crouched by the stream at Baozi Mountain, gazing at his reflection in the water. The gear mark on his wrist had faded to a faint line, only glowing slightly when he touched the 4-star Dragon Ball. At the bottom of the stream, a rusted fragment of a cultivation pod tumbled with the current. The last remnant of clone number 47, now sprouting tiny green shoots. The fate of the clone, so you have always been here. Lin Yuan reached down to retrieve the fragment, feeling a familiar resonance at his fingertips. The fragment suddenly projected a holographic image. Clone No. 47 stood before the control console of the Dark Alliance's base, deleting the final command to erase the original, a serene smile gracing his lips. "I am not your enemy. I am another choice." In the image, 47 raised his hand to touch the screen, transitioning the scene to the core of origin. "Infuse my consciousness into the self-balancing gears, and together we can safeguard balance." The fragment dissolved into particles of light, merging into Lin Yuan's palm, and the ephemeral image of the twin gears briefly emerged, one line perfectly aligning with the outline of 47. In the distance, the Law Tree, formerly the Law Tree sapling, suddenly shed a leaf inscribed with the word symbiosis. The final answer left by clone number 47 for the world. The rebirth of Kain that afternoon. News arrived from the Omni King's palace. From the mechanical ruins of the Time Realm, a glowing vine had sprouted. When Lin Yuan arrived, he found the vine adorned with a gear-shaped flower at its apex, within which lay fragments of Kain's consciousness. "I have never truly vanished." Kain's voice resonated through the petals. "My warning was not to instill doubt in the system, but to prevent you from relying on external forces and forgetting your own strength." Her consciousness intertwined with the vine, transforming it into the new guardian of the Time Realm. I no longer need to hide within the program. I can now witness each universe flourish freely. As she spoke, the vine extended countless branches, entwining the fissures of the time realm, where once polluted temporal nodes began to bloom with delicate lavender flowers. The transformation of Frisia, the most unexpected news came from the Frisia Force. The former tyrant of the universe had organized a law flower exhibition on his home planet. Through the communicator, Frisia, clad in a flower-adorned suit, stood before a display of law plants collected from the 12 universes. Do not misunderstand. I merely wish to see how interesting the universe can be without destruction. The camera panned to a corner where a law flower from Earth was blooming, its petals imprinted with the smiling face drawn by Xiaofang. Lin Yuan chuckled as he ended the communication, only to turn and see Wukong approaching with a freshly caught fish. Frisia said he wants to compete with us to see who can grow the most beautiful flowers. Vegeta frowned, scoffing at the childishness, yet discreetly retrieved a life seed he had brought back from Namek, his secret weapon to outdo Frisia. The subtle glow of the law in everyday life in the evening at Baozi Mountain. Gentle traces of law were evident everywhere. Xiaofang was teaching the new aliens to play emotional hopscotch when they landed on the happy square. Cotton candy would sprout from the ground. Gohan's ancient tome was nestled within the hollow of the law tree, serving as a storybook for all the children, its pages automatically flipping to the most fitting chapter for the moment. Bulma's time telescope was set atop the mountain, allowing glimpses into the daily lives of other universes. In Universe 6, Kampa was sharing cake with Beerus, while in Universe 10, the Kaioshin was instructing mortals on how to draw protective runes. Lin Yuan sat by the stream, gently placing the 4-star Dragon Ball at the root of the law tree, its last gear pattern completely fading away, transforming into an ordinary yet warm stone. Final chapter. A journey without end. As the last rays of sunlight fell upon the apex of the law tree, Lin Yuan suddenly understood that all the answers to the doubts lay within the mundane. The system is not a tool, but a guardian of friendship. The Dark Alliance is not an enemy, but the universe's self-healing. Clones are not threats, but alternate possibilities. Even destruction and creation, chaos and order, are not opposites, but two sides of the same coin. Wukong suddenly called for a contest on the beach, with Vegeta already assuming his stance while Xiaofang cheered beside them. Holding a detector, Lin Yuan smiled as he rose, walking towards his companions, the leaves of the law tree rustling in the wind, as if to say, "See you next time." The green shoots at the bottom of the stream quietly grew, pointing toward the deeper cosmos. There were no grand battles, no ultimate secrets, only a group of individuals in the flow of time, cherishing each other in every ordinary yet precious moment. This is the ultimate answer to harmony. Balance is not a destination, but rather the shared adventure of living each present moment with those who matter most, transforming it into a memory worth cherishing. Chapter 127. The daily life of flowers and stars as the new buds of the law tree unfurl in the morning dew. Baozi Mountain welcomes an unexpected visitor. Frisia's spaceship hovers in midair, its door flung open, and the cosmic tyrant, donned in a pink gardening outfit, cradles a dainty flower pot, trailed by a laboring Saban carrying fertilizer. This king keeps his word, Frisia declares, his tail curling around a purple seed, the stardust flower seed, preserved for 3 centuries. Poised to outshine the Earthlings, a childish flower-growing competition ensues, with the beach temporarily transformed into a garden of law. Goku squats on the ground, using the residual warmth of the Kamehameha to warm the seed, inadvertently charring the soil. Vegeta wields a specially crafted energy sprinkler, precision pouring blue light over each seed, nearly crushing the sprinkler as Frisia mocks him for saluting the seedlings. Xiaofang is the busiest, alternating between rescuing Goku's singed seedlings and measuring growth data for Frisia's stardust flower. The detector's screen filled with charming doodles. Lin Yuan observes the 3 childish spirits fervently arguing over whose flower will grow the fastest. Bulma offers a glass of chilled juice, inquiring, "When do you think they will bloom?" Just as she finishes her sentence, Frisia clandestinely accelerates the growth of the stardust flower with energy, causing the petals to wilt instantly, prompting him to stomp in frustration. Vegeta feigns ignorance, yet discreetly uses the balance law to revive the stardust flower, a small technique learned from the self-balancing gears, silently transforming the notion of winning into growing together. 3 days later, the garden is a riot of colors. Goku's vitality flower blooms in brilliant gold, releasing pink bubbles upon contact. Vegeta's balanced flower boasts a blue and white pattern, with petals eternally symmetrical. Frisia's stardust flower is the most unique, shimmering with fragmented light at night, as if the starry sky has been woven into its petals. Xiaofeng holds up her camera, capturing the moment. The photos automatically compile into an album titled The First Law Flower Exhibition, with the law tree's leaves nodding gently in the corner. The gift of the law tree. When the first ripe fruit of the law tree falls, it lands squarely on Gohan's ancient tome. The fruit splits open, revealing not light particles, but a transparent film projecting the image of the Grand Elder. When you see this, it signifies that the life laws of Namek have connected with Earth. In the image, the new Namekians nourish seedlings with life energy, bearing fruit identical to those of Earth's law tree. Remember, the law is never a one-way gift. It is a mutual learning experience. Gohan inserts the film into the tome, automatically adding a new chapter titled Resonance of Life Laws, illustrated with two hand-holding figures, one with green skin, the other with yellow. The children gather around, pointing at the illustration and asking, "What is this?" Gohan smiles and explains, "They are friends, no matter which universe they come from. As long as they are willing to share, they are family." Lin Yuan watches this scene unfold, suddenly noticing the 4-star Dragon Ball nestled at the roots of the law tree, now intertwined with the soil. The roots trace the trajectory of the Dragon Ball, forming a small gear pattern on the ground, within which are hidden the smiling faces of all their companions. Goku's laughter, Vegeta's pride, Bulma's focus, Xiaofeng's joy, and Frisia's secretive thumbs up. The law class of alien children the alien child Xiaofeng brings back is named Xingya, hailing from the 12th universe, purified by the Dark Alliance. Upon her first sight of the law tree, she bursts into tears. "All the trees on my planet withered when the Dark Alliance came." Lin Yuan refrains from offering comforting words, simply plucking a leaf from the law tree and placing it in Xingya's palm. The leaf instantly transforms into light particles, merging with Xingya's detector, displaying images of her home planet. New green shoots sprouting from the soil after the Dark Alliance's departure, identical to the one from the riverbed of Ur. See, Lin Yuan points to the image. The law never truly disappears, just as spring always returns. That night, Xingya plants a seed from her homeland in the garden. By the next dawn, the seed has grown into a peculiar plant, its leaves resembling tiny detectors that flicker in sync with the stardust flower's glow. Xiaofeng names it memory grass, for when spoken to, the leaves play corresponding images. When Xingya mentions her hometown starry sky, the leaves illuminate with stars from the 12 universes. When she expresses longing for her mother, the leaves project the gentle silhouette of a woman smiling at the camera. Epilogue: the eternal Baozi Mountain as the sun sets. Everyone gathers around the law tree for dinner. Frisia disdainfully pushes away the bean rice offered by Goku, but secretly slips the stardust flower seed into Bulma's hand, declaring, "Next time at the 6th Universe Flower Exhibition, this king shall not yield to you." Vegeta snorts, but places his energy sprinkler next to Xingya's detector, cautioning, "Don't break it. This treasure can revive any plant." Lin Yuan gazes at the scene before him, suddenly realizing that an ending is not a conclusion, but rather another beginning. There are no system prompts, no crisis alarms, only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves, the playful banter of companions, the laughter of children. And atop the law tree, a newly grown fruit glimmers softly. Xingya suddenly points to the sky, exclaiming, "Look, the stars are twinkling with the flowers." Everyone looks up, and in the direction of the 12th universe, a star shines with the same light as the stardust flower, as if responding. There are no ultimate adventures, no unresolved mysteries. Only a Baozi Mountain eternally brimming with vitality, a law tree that records all warmth, and a group of individuals ever willing to remain for one another. As the last ray of sunlight fades, the shadow of the law tree falls upon the ground, resembling an open embrace, enveloping everyone within. This is the finest conclusion. Balance is not a cold law, but the warmth of daily life. Adventure is not a distant legend, but the companionship of those around us. As long as the winds of Baozi Mountain continue to blow, this tale of love and balance shall never truly end. Chapter 128. The promise of wind and leaves. As the morning dew from the law tree drips onto Xingya's detector, the sky above Baozi Mountain barely begins to brighten. The little girl rubs her eyes and sits up, discovering the screen of her detector aglow, revealing new messages from the 12th universe. The first memory grass from her homeland has bloomed, its petals reflecting the image of her mother smiling amidst the flowers. It has bloomed. Xingya's cheer awakened Xiaofang from her tent, and the two children, hand in hand, rushed to the garden but paused beside the law tree. Beneath the tree, a familiar figure appears, crouched down, gently brushing over the green shoots in the soil. Uncle 47, Xiaofang points at the person's profile, clad in an ordinary earth jacket. The tattoo of his number on his neck has faded to a faint mark. It is the consciousness of clone 47 materialized. He turns to smile, and the green shoots beneath his fingertips suddenly grow wildly, blooming with silver flowers. The self-balancing gears have merged my consciousness here. I can accompany you in planting flowers from now on. He offers a flower stem, and images of the old Dark Alliance base appear on the petals, not cold machinery, but instead filled with stardust flowers. I once thought the purpose of existence was to complete tasks, but now I realize it is to wait for the flowers to bloom together with everyone. Kain's law class that afternoon. The vines of the time realm suddenly stretch towards Baozi Mountain, and at the top, the gear flower blossoms. Kain's consciousness transforms into light particles, descending onto the children's textbooks. The pages automatically flip to the chapter on the laws of time and space, the text morphing into dynamic images. She stands at the core of the time realm, holding half of a time gear. I used to think of correcting mistakes through reincarnation, but I forgot that the best correction is to allow each universe to learn to grow on its own. The scene shifts to the 47th cycle. Capturing the moment, Kain shields Lin Yuan, revealing a protective charm concealed within her mechanical wings, crafted from Dragon God fragments to counteract the Dark Alliance's attacks. I never intended for you to sacrifice. Kain's voice softens. All the warnings are meant to remind you that no matter what you encounter, you must trust your own choices. The children gathered around their textbooks, chattering and posing questions. The light particles of Kain traced lines of time and space in the air, resembling a string of glowing necklaces. For instance, yesterday, Xiaofang misdirected her Kamehameha, inadvertently saving a passing little bird. Blushing and scratching her head, she suddenly understood that mistakes could transform into gentle coincidences. As Frisia's farewell gift, his spaceship descended once more, heralding good news from the 12th universe. The hometown of Xingya had established the Phase Huayuan, a garden filled with seeds brought from Earth. This king personally supervised its creation, Frisia proclaimed, hands on hips, while his tail discreetly passed a delicate box to Xingya. Inside were the seeds of the stardust flower, superior to the last batch, with a note inscribed in Frisia's distinctive handwriting. Do not always cry. The stars will watch over your mother. Lin Yuan observed this scene and was reminded of the records in the Zero Cycle S Dark Alliance archives, recalling that Frisia, in his youth, had also planted flowers in a garden for his mother. Are you leaving? Wukong inquired, offering a can of senza beans. You must not miss the next flower exhibition. Frisia raised an eyebrow, accepting the offering, but as he turned to depart, he whispered a soft farewell. The exhaust from the spaceship formed a star shape in the sky, slowly dissipating into the horizon. As the sun set, the Kame Sennin appeared beside the flower bed, leaning on his cane, followed by a boy with a ponytail, his new apprentice. Wu Tianlaosher, Lin Yuan greeted, noticing the old man's glasses reflecting the shadow of the Phase Jishu. What brings you here? I came to see this marvelous tree. The Kame Sennin chuckled, stroking his beard. Suddenly, he assumed the stance for the Kamehameha, no longer appearing lecherous but exuding the air of a master. In the past, I always aimed to make my disciples stronger. Now I realize that the true essence of Kame style is to teach everyone to protect those they hold dear. The boy mimicked the stance, and the flow of energy carried a faint glow from the Phase Jishu. The Kame Sennin nodded in satisfaction. This is what inheritance means, not mere techniques, but heartfelt intentions. He turned to Lin Yuan, presenting an old scroll containing the original teachings of Kame style. The final page bore a new line. The greatest strength is to bring laughter to those around you. As night fell, everyone gathered around the Phase Jishu, where Xingya regaled them with tales from the 12th universe. Number 47 helped the children weave flower crowns, while Kain's light particles painted constellations in the night sky, as if weaving eternal promises. Lin Yuan gazed at the scene before him, gently touching the trunk of the Phase Jishu, where the rings revealed all past encounters. The first meeting at Baozi Shan, the special training at Kame House, the guardianship of Namek, the resonance of the core of origin, ultimately crystallizing in the present. Wukong and Bei Jita competing on the beach. deliberately directing their energy towards the night sky, igniting a burst of fireworks, Bulma capturing the moment with her camera, each person in the frame smiling. Xiaofang and Xingyao lying on the grass, counting the stars and dreaming of visiting the garden in the 12th universe. There were no unresolved doubts. No hidden crises. Only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves, softly whispering. All adventures reach their end only to become the beginning of the ordinary. All promises of separation will be remembered by the wind, leading to reunions in the season of blossoming flowers. The last leaf of the phase Jishu fell, perfectly landing in Lin Yuan's palm, inscribed with small letters. The wind of Baozi Shan will always wait for your return. This is the ultimate conclusion, not a grand epic, but a warm daily life, not an eternal stasis, but a journey enriched with memories, continuing towards the next spring.